I exchanged leftover boxed meals for 10,000 taels of gold. Yet the other party not only didn't feel at a loss, but also bowed and worshipped me. They even regarded me as the savior of their lives. Just because on that day, I accidentally dropped a bottle of Red Bull into a leather bag. But when I reached in to grab it, I was surprised to find it was completely empty. Could it be that my mental illness has flared up again? So I took another bottle of cola and put it into the bag. It mysteriously disappeared again. This is really bizarre. But just as I was in a daze, suddenly, something resembling a red belly pouch flew out of the bag. I saw a dragon embroidered in golden silk on it, and he took a whiff. There was also a faint fragrance. Oh no, I'm hallucinating. I really don't believe in the supernatural anymore. Let's see how much you can hold. A tipsy Suchin carried the bag to the warehouse, where he saw mountains of food. There were compressed biscuits, bread, instant noodles, and more. Suchin frantically stuffed some scattered items into the bag. He found that nothing was still in the pocket. Could it really be a bottomless pit? If you can, swallow that entire row of instant noodles. Suchin pointed at the wall. There are 1,000 boxes of instant noodles. The next moment, that row of instant noodles vanished. I got it. It's the fake liquor causing hallucinations. A nap should help. Suchin covered his forehead and lay down on the ground, falling asleep immediately. Amidst the swirling yellow sand and crumbling walls, there lay a large courtyard. Inside the room, a young and beautiful woman was using a dry towel to brush off the sand from her body. The Great Xia lost 150,000 soldiers out of 200,000 in battle, and the world faced continuous droughts with no harvest. Heavenly Lord, the Great Xia Empress Lin Nan prays for your great mercy to save the military and people of Yen City. I, Lin Nan, am willing to offer myself as a sacrifice. After brushing off the sand, Lin Nan knelt sincerely towards the east. But after a moment, he suddenly heard some commotion outside. Upon opening the door, he saw the room filled with boxes. He was stunned. Is this the stuff sent by the gods? So he called in 5 generals to enter the room with him. Everyone was dumbfounded. After I prayed to the Heavenly Lord, the room suddenly filled with so many items, the Empress stated truthfully. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Look, these boxes are labeled instant noodles and they are written in simplified Chinese. The Empress suddenly realized the issue. A flicker of strangeness crossed her eyes. The 5 generals glanced at her, hesitant to speak. 30 years ago, a legendary doctor appeared in the Great Xia, who promoted simplified characters and various significant policies. The powerful General Xian Long tore open a box and took out a bucket of instant noodles. Your Majesty, how about I try it first to see if there's any poison? Xiang Long asked. How could something gifted by the Heavenly Lord be poisonous? Don't say such ridiculous things. Lin Nan shot him a glare. Your Majesty, let me try a piece first. Yang Jiomei broke off a chunk and put it in her mouth. It's so fragrant and crunchy, the taste is excellent. He broke off a few pieces and shared them with the other 4 generals, and everyone praised it after eating. After a quarter of an hour, everyone was fine, and only then did they hand it to the Empress. Is this the noodles eaten by the Heavenly Lord? It's delicious. If soaked in boiling water and sprinkled with seasonings, I can't imagine how fragrant it would be. A total of 12,000 buckets of instant noodles is still too little for an army of 50,000. Even if eaten sparingly, it would barely last 2 days. After all the supplies were counted and transferred, he brought the leather bag into the inner room, only to find that the blood-soaked clothing inside was missing. Lin Nan frowned. Such personal belongings must not be taken by anyone else. Just as he looked down to check inside the bag, the pin on his head slipped into the bag and also disappeared. Aji, Lin Nan was stunned, flipping the bag up and down to confirm there were no holes. Could this bag be for offerings? If you placed the sacrificial items inside, the Heavenly Lord would accept them and reward you with gifts. Lin Nan suddenly realized. Help me analyze this, am I right? Did the Heavenly Lord accept my sacrificial clothing and then reward me? Does the Heavenly Lord have a preference for sacrificial clothing? No, Your Majesty. It might be because you only placed the sacrificial clothing initially and didn't include anything else. The Heavenly Lord has no preference, Lu Mulan said softly. You make a valid point. It's my mistake. After hearing this, Lin Nan took 2 gold bars and placed them into the bag. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The gold bars had disappeared. There really are gods in this world, and they like gold too. Everyone was extremely shocked, their worldview completely reshaped. It was the Heavenly Lord who accepted it. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then filled with joy. Now, money is useless, food is worth more than gold. Since the Heavenly Lord accepted their items, he should send more food and water. But after waiting for a while, nothing came out. Your Majesty, why don't you write a letter outlining our current predicament and what we need? Yang Jiomei suggested. Since the Heavenly Lord accepted the gold bars, he should also be able to receive the letter. So Lin Nan had someone bring over a brush and bamboo slips, wrote the letter, and placed it into the bag. Sure enough, the bamboo slip also vanished. Suchen slowly woke up, rubbed his forehead, and cursed under his breath about the fake liquor causing trouble. Looking at the factory ceiling and thinking about the miraculous experiences earlier, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It must have been a hallucination from the alcohol. However, when he looked down, he found that the sacrificial clothing was still hanging around his neck. Looking again, he noticed there was an additional phoenix hairpin, a bamboo slip, and 2 gold bars beside the bag. Suchen immediately became alert, hurriedly stood up, rubbed his face vigorously, and pinched his thigh. The pain told him this was definitely not a hallucination or a dream. Could someone be playing a prank on him? But who has the time to do this? Suchen opened the bamboo slip and his eyes lit up. Heavenly Lord, I am Lin Nan, the Empress of the Great Xia. The common people of the Han Empire are all suffering from hunger. I earnestly request the Heavenly Lord to grant more food and water to help us through this crisis, and the people of the Great Xia will surely worship and honor you. Interesting, it looks like an ancient dynasty from some parallel world. Could it be that I didn't just hallucinate from drinking too much, but this is real? Suchen picked up the phoenix hairpin and saw small traditional characters that read Fengguan Year 1. Underneath the gold bar, there were traditional characters stating Sacred Dynasty, Treasury of the Great Orthodoxy. So he connected online to authenticate the treasure, and this gold bar weighed 300 grams, which would be worth over 200,000 at current gold prices. However, the greatest value of this gold bar lies in those 8 characters, as its historical value far exceeds its material worth. There were historical records that Lin Shi fled in a time of crisis, allowing his niece, Empress Lin Nan, to ascend to the throne. But within 2 months, the country fell, and the Empress took her own life in the palace at the age of 18. The host, wearing glasses, looked at the inscription on the gold bar, incredibly excited, and exclaimed, "Open the door." Suchen was shocked to hear this. Empress Lin Nan, the competitive existence, everything was real. This should be the first significant item for the interview. I'm willing to offer 10 million, the old man said. Suchen thought of Lin Nan's difficult situation and was eager to help her. Moreover, he himself was burdened with a huge debt, so he agreed, no problem. I'll contact finance to transfer the money. Afterward, Suchen quickly returned to the food factory, took out the leather bag, and went to the warehouse. Since Lin Nan urgently needed water, there happened to be a lot of mineral water in the warehouse. Facing the mountain of mineral water, with about 3,000 boxes, he planned to send this water over. Suchen slapped the leather bag, and with a swish, the mountain of mineral water vanished. Your Majesty, why hasn't the Heavenly Lord bestowed anything yet? Does he not like gold bars but prefer your personal garments? In a spacious hall, Mulan Yanan said. The 5 generals sat nearby, staring at the leather bag. They had been waiting from morning until afternoon and were feeling a bit anxious. Don't talk nonsense. The Heavenly Lord governs the world and must be very busy. Not just our matter, Lin Nan also felt uncertain. Let's wait a bit longer. Since the Heavenly Lord has noticed us, he surely won't neglect us. He bit his lip. If it doesn't work, let's try placing another personal item. Perhaps the Heavenly Lord really has this preference. Forget it. You all go out first. I'll head to the inner room for a moment. Lin Nan decided to take off the sacrificial clothing and pants and place them in the bag to give it a try. After all, he initially placed the sacrificial clothing, and the god sent many items, but later, when he placed the thorny branches, nothing was sent. Does it mean the gods don't like them? How about placing mine instead? The tall and beautiful Lu Mulan guessed the Empress's thoughts. Your Majesty hasn't bathed or washed any clothes since coming to oversee the battle in Yen City, so there shouldn't be many clean clothes left. He is 1 year older than your Majesty and also a virgin, so the Heavenly Lord shouldn't despise his clothing. With sincere heart, I'll do it. Ling Nan sighed, and just as he finished speaking, countless boxes appeared. Is it truly the manifestation of the Heavenly Lord? This time, the 5 generals witnessed the miracle with their own eyes, feeling incredibly excited. Mineral water, mineral water. It contains water, Ling Nan shouted as he saw the words written on the boxes. Xianglong was overjoyed, tore open a box, and sure enough, there were bottles of water. He called his confidants to help carry it. There were over 70,000 bottles of mineral water in total. That's more than 1 bottle per person. Xianglong carefully opened a bottle, took a sip, and felt immense happiness. The water was sweet and delicious. He smiled broadly, thanking the Heavenly Lord for the gift of water. Lin Nan placed down the mineral water and excitedly knelt down to worship. He wrote in the letter that they were particularly short on water, and this time, they really only sent water, indicating that the Heavenly Lord truly sought his letter. The 5 generals also knelt down, their faces full of sincerity. From now on, they firmly believed that the Heavenly Lord was not a mere illusion or fabrication, but truly existed. At that moment, a piece of paper floated out from the leather bag, with writing on it. Such delicate and smooth paper. Lin Nan gently touched it, marveling. Lin Nan, your needs and sincerity have been received by the Heavenly Lord. If you have further needs, feel free to inform him anytime. The Heavenly Lord will save you from water and fire. Lin Nan read the words slowly. He was immensely excited. The Heavenly Lord had actually replied to him. The 5 generals were incredibly excited upon hearing the content of the Heavenly Lord's reply, their confidence soaring. With the help of the Heavenly Lord, they would surely win. In this way, the border city was saved, and the Great Xia was saved. But it must be said that the food and water given by the Heavenly Lord are not enough. Though it looks like a lot, when divided among 50,000 soldiers, it becomes very little. Your Majesty, why don't you tell the Heavenly Lord to send more water? We don't need such exquisite and pure water. Well water or river water that is drinkable will do, Yang Jiomei said softly. Such exquisitely packaged food and water should be reserved for the royal family, even in prosperous times. In this year of great famine, the common people can barely drink muddy water. Up until today, we have already asked the Heavenly Lord for help. Asking again might be a bit too frequent. Will the Heavenly Lord be angry? Lin Nan sighed, thinking about the 300,000 troops from the Barbarian Nation that had destroyed 13 cities of the Great Xia. After capturing each city, they inevitably slaughtered the inhabitants. Lin Nan felt anxious. Your Majesty makes a valid point. Let's wait until tomorrow to ask again. Yang Jiomei nodded. After all, they were speaking of the Heavenly Lord, not their supply personnel. Thank the Heavenly Lord for the gift of water. Lin Nan bowed deeply. Lin Nan thought for a moment, wrote on a piece of paper, and placed it into the bag. No need to be polite. Have you eaten? Since the Heavenly Lord, we only have one meal at noon now. I had a bowl of porridge. Lin Nan didn't expect the Heavenly Lord to wake up so quickly. In her joy, she wrote truthfully. I dare not hide anything from the gods. How many people are beside me now? The 5 generals are present. Upon seeing the reply, Su Chen realized that the situation on the Empress's side was worse than he had anticipated. Wait for me, I'll send you some dinner. Su Chen took out his phone, ordered some takeout, and then placed it all into the bag. Lin Nan and the others looked at the pile of fragrant food before them, unable to help but swallow hard. Your Majesty, it's lamb. Yang Jiomei picked up a large lamb skewer. There were over 200 of them. Your Majesty, here are chicken legs. Lu Mulan opened a cylindrical container, revealing over 10 golden chicken legs, nearly crying out of excitement. Your Majesty, I don't know what this dish is, but the chicken and eggs smell so good. Looking at a somewhat scholarly-looking trader, the general opened a lunchbox and saw chunks of red items mixed with eggs, most of the vegetables they didn't recognize. Your Majesty, there are 20 boxes of rice here, all warm and fine-grained. Xiang Long was extremely excited and his hands trembled slightly. Your Majesty, these 10 times over should all be drinks, and they even have ice in them. How extravagant! Let's keep some for ourselves, and send the rest of the meals to the army to cook, giving the soldiers an extra meal today. Lin Nan thought for a moment and said, the soldiers haven't had any greasy food in a long time. The lamb skewers and chicken legs had quite a bit of oil. When torn apart and cooked with rice and vegetables, it would add some grease. Lin Nan opened a cup labeled Snow Pear Honey Tea and shared it with the 5 generals. Taking a sip, it was cool and sweet, instantly refreshing him. So delicious. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. The 5 generals expressed their sincerity while also marveling at the Heavenly Lord's luxurious lifestyle. Lin Nan finished writing the thank you letter and placed it into the bag. Su Chen was skewering meat and drinking beer when he saw Lin Nan's reply, causing him to smile. Based on what he understood, there were still 50,000 soldiers, and they made 10 million by selling gold bars today. That's only $200 per person, and he still had external debts to pay. What if the creditors come demanding repayment? If he paid back the 10 million, he wouldn't have much left. Fortunately, there's still a gold bar and a special item, those should also sell for some money. Having said that, he felt a bit more at ease. However, he wasn't just thinking about keeping Lin Nan and the others alive. He also wanted to win battles and reclaim lost territory. It would be great if Lin Nan and the others could receive more gold and silver treasures, but he couldn't ask directly, otherwise, it would seem too undignified for the Heavenly Lord. He felt lonely being granted by his family, and he truly needed the spiritual comfort from Lin Nan and the others. After finishing the meal, Su Chen took out Lin Nan's bloodstained clothing and placed it in the drawer. After all, it's the Empress's personal clothing. If he truly has no other options later, he might have to sell it. The next morning, as Su Chen was just getting up and washing up, he heard someone knocking at the door. A group of people was outside, all looking quite aggressive. What happened? Su Chen asked as he walked over. Are you Su Chen? We are the suppliers for your food factory. The creditors are demanding payment from us. hurry up and open the door. Suchen frowned. It seemed that his worries were indeed coming true. When your mother was around, payments were made promptly, and our cooperation was pleasant. It was all because of your uncle's online dealings. Since you're the legal representative of the company, we can only seek payment from you. Here's the invoice and account details. You still owe us 2 million for flour. The bald man saw Suchen looking disheveled and felt a bit sorry for him. After all, this kid has just graduated from university, and he ended up being severely betrayed by his uncle. More than 20 companies were taken away, leaving only this debt-laden food factory. He was indeed a pitiful person. They had no choice either. The workers they supported also needed to eat. You owe my family 1 million, and we owe 600,000, the crowd chimed in. Suchen looked at them calmly, without any complaints. It's only right to repay debts, that's the natural order. Suchen said, I'm not trying to scare you. If you don't repay soon, I'll send someone to take things as payment. A skinny man, looking like a monkey, slammed his hand on the table. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Shinhui, right? Years ago, it was my mom who considered you a fellow townsman and gave you the packaging contract, allowing your company to survive. Suchen shot him a cold glance. You're right, but I also offered you the lowest price, so I don't owe you any favors. Repay 5 million, Shinhui shouted. What's all the noise? We're all bosses here. Can't we keep it civil? Just then, a few people walked in. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit, followed by a wealthy woman, and next to them was a young, beautiful girl in a white dress. Two tall and muscular bodyguards stood behind them, arms crossed, looking very cold. Uncle Chin, what brought you here? Suchen stood up, somewhat surprised. I came to see if you need any help. Qin Yuan smiled and sat down. Suchen felt warmed inside. There was still kindness in this world, which warmed his previously anxious heart. I heard that Boss Qin's daughter is already engaged to Suchen. It seems to be true. With Boss Qin here, we don't have to worry about money, Jin Huan said with a smile. Qin Yuan is a big boss, not someone to be trifled with. However, the wealthy woman frowned, looking displeased. Little Su, I just heard about your situation yesterday. Your uncle is truly a piece of work, Qin Yuan sighed. Regardless, Ruyan's life was saved by your parents. I won't ignore you. I've paid off the 10 million debt of the food factory for you, Qin Yuan said slowly. Upon hearing this, Suchen slightly furrowed his brow. There was more to Qin Yuan's words. Qin Yuan, this repayment isn't free. What do you need me to do? Little Su, matters of the heart are difficult to discuss. Ruyan has someone she likes now, so can we cancel the engagement between our families? Suchen scoffed. His slightly warmed heart instantaneously turned icy cold. 3 years ago, Qin Yuan was eager to marry his daughter Qin Ruyan off to him, and that's how their families got engaged. In the second month after the engagement, his family took Qin Ruyan to the beach for a trip. While he was out buying things, Qin Ruyan was swept away by the waves. His parents jumped into the sea and did their utmost to push Qin Ruyan to the shore, but they were swept away by the waves into deeper waters. They disappeared without a trace. In the end, the recovery team only found the leather bag that his father had been holding. One could say that his parents' deaths were all because of Qin Ruyan. Whatever the reasons may be, it was just because he went from being a rich second generation to another rich second generation. Unlike Lin Nan and the others, who were simple-hearted and grateful for any food and drink sent their way, the engagement can be cancelled, but you don't need to repay the debts, Suchen said coldly. My parents' lives are not that cheap. They sacrificed themselves to save Ruyan because of the kindness and brilliance of their humanity. To think that using 10 million to repay a favor would be seen as an insult to my parents' heroic actions. Suchen, don't be ungrateful. Qin Ruyan's mother was somewhat angry. You think you're the young master of the Su family? We're already being very generous by offering to repay your debts, but the engagement between you and Ruyan no longer counts. You don't need to worry about that, Suchen said coldly, glancing at the silent, aloof girl, Qin Ruyan. From this moment on, our engagement is null and void from now on. We have no ties left. You can leave. Qin Ruyan suddenly looked up at her, surprised. She was taken aback. Thank you, Suchen. I will always visit to pay respects to your parents during festivals, thanking them for their life-saving grace, Qin Ruyan said as she stood up. Don't you think that's disgusting for my parents? Suchen shook his head. Since we have no ties left, my parents certainly don't need you to pay respects. Get out of here, you ungrateful thing. Qin Ruyan's mother's face flushed with anger as she dragged Qin Ruyan away in a huff. However, the three of them stepped out of the conference room and waited at the factory entrance without leaving directly. If he can't repay the money, these creditors won't let it go easily. It will be interesting to see how he deals with it. Let's wait to see the show, Qin Ruyan's mother huffed. Your Majesty, something's wrong. Yang Jielmei rushed into the courtyard, panting. What's wrong? The army is attacking the city? Lin Nan's face changed slightly. Today is unbearably hot, and hundreds of soldiers in the army have suffered from heatstroke, with more collapsing by the minute. Even General Huangzhong has fallen, Yang Jiomei said anxiously. First, give the mineral water to the soldiers suffering from heat stroke. Take 3 bottles to General Huangzhong. Lin Nan was startled. Your Majesty, this won't do. We must increase the water supply for the soldiers. He returned to the room, took a bamboo slip, and clearly wrote down their current predicament. He was about to place it in the bag when he suddenly remembered the Heavenly Lord's first reply, which mentioned sincerity. After thinking for a moment, he took off a hollow spherical pendant from his neck and placed it in the bag along with the bamboo slip. Yang Jiomei directly knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing and praying, hoping that the Heavenly Lord could send water soon. Now, they had no other choice but to rely on the power of the gods. Meanwhile, in the office, I have to admire you for pretending that just now. Xin Huan didn't expect Su Chen to drive away the Qin family. With a sarcastic tone, she said, Little Su, you rejected the Qin family's kindness, but how will you repay your debts? The bald middle-aged man sighed. You lost, right? I owe your family 2 million, don't I? Su Chen looked at him and replied, I can't help it. I can't collect the payments, and my cash flow is about to collapse. I know you're having a tough time too. The bald man nodded, feeling a bit sympathetic. After all, Su Chen had already been through a lot, betrayed by his uncle and then rejected by the Qin family, enduring a series of heavy blows. He was worried the kid might break down. Sisterly, send me your company account, and I'll transfer you the money. Su Chen opened the banking app on his phone and initiated the transfer. The 2 million has been credited. The bald man was overjoyed. Little Su, if you have difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I can help with your food and drink. The other creditors were somewhat surprised. They didn't expect this kid to actually have money. He truly was once a rich second generation, with quite a bit of savings. Xin Huan smiled. Now it's my turn. You can step aside while I repay my debts. Su Chen found him quite annoying. Next, Xin Huai smirked, seeing that Su Chen had repaid all the other creditors before walking over. Su Chen double-checked the debt list and transferred 1.5 million to him. Little Su, it's not that I lack sympathy. I have my own difficulties too. Seeing Su Chen repay the money so readily, Xin Huan's attitude suddenly became very good. Just in case this kid makes a comeback in the future, we can't offend him. Alright, let's hurry and leave. Su Chen didn't want to see him and waved his hand. Xin Yuan approached as he saw them come out and asked. Upon learning that Su Chen had repaid all the money, he was taken aback. Could it be that Su Chen's parents left him money before they passed? That doesn't seem reasonable. Where did Su Chen get all this money? Forget it, let's go, it's no longer our concern. Xin Ruyan's mother didn't witness the embarrassing scene of Su Chen and felt somewhat disappointed as she pulled her daughter into the car. Su Chen returned to the office and saw that there was a bamboo stool and a pendant added outside the bag. Heavenly Lord, today is unbearably hot, and more than 600 soldiers have collapsed from heatstroke. Moreover, the citizens in the city are also short on water and food. I, as your disciple, have seen this many times. I request the Heavenly Lord to bestow us with any water, be it from wells or rivers, and food that is consumable. Even wild vegetables or tree bark will do. From Lin Nan, Ko County. Su Chen took an A4 sheet of paper and wrote down instructions to prepare water storage containers. After half an hour, he sent the water over. There is a well in the food factory that can supply water to Lin Nan. He picked up the spherical pendant and looked inside. The 3 layers of small hollow balls were exquisitely crafted. Upon close inspection, there was also an inscription that read "Made in the first year of Fingguan." Su Chen carefully put the small balls away, drove to the pharmacy, and bought all the Huoxiang Jingqi liquid available. He ran to over 10 pharmacies in a row, buying 500 boxes, spending over 8,000 yuan in total. Afterward, he turned on the water pump, and the well water was pumped up, flowing into the bag and disappearing. Lin Nan received Su Chen's reply and was overjoyed, quickly arranging for people to prepare to receive the water. After waiting for a while, boxes began to appear one after another. Huoxiang Jingqi liquid can treat heatstroke. It was delivered quickly. Lin Nan saw the Heavenly Lord's reply and was surprised that they sent medicine, hurriedly dispatching people to give it to the soldiers suffering from heatstroke. They quickly received feedback that the medicine was very effective, and some soldiers recovered after taking it. Soon, they woke up. It truly was a miraculous medicine. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Lin Nan put his hands together in prayer, with a face full of sincerity. At that moment, a strong stream of water suddenly burst forth from the bag, flowing continuously. Quickly catch the water. The water has arrived. Lin Nan was very excited. It was cool well water. It tasted great. Yang Jiomei held it in her hands and took a sip, revealing a blissful smile. Go and inform the citizens of the city that everyone can collect 1 water pouch. The great and compassionate Heavenly Lord has finally saved us. Some citizens bowed down, reigniting their hopes. How foolish. If there is really a Heavenly Lord, he should just make it rain or conjure enough food for us, wouldn't that be better? A man with a goatee picked up a water pouch and took a refreshing sip, his face full of disdain. Shinbu, shut your mouth. If it weren't for the Heavenly Lord, would you even be able to drink water? If you continue to disrespect the Heavenly Lord, be careful, or we won't be polite to you. The nearby citizens were enraged upon hearing this. You all will wait for death. Shinbu snorted, glancing at the citizens lining up for water, and quietly left. He walked into an alley, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and then knocked on a wooden door. A burly man opened the door and let him in. Tell General Wu Tiegu, today the army of the mansion suddenly released water for the people. It is rumored that it was bestowed by the Heavenly Master. Shinbu walked into the room and said softly. The burly man took out a piece of vegetable cake and threw it on the ground. Shinbu hurriedly picked it up, repeatedly thanked, and then started to gobble it down. Later, you should inquire more about the news to see what exactly is going on and why there is suddenly water. The fierce eyes were full of disdain. No matter which ethnic group, traitors are the most shameful. Su Chen had been letting water flow for 7 or 8 hours before stopping. Presumably, there aren't so many places to store water over there in Linnan either. Su Chen looked at his Alipay balance. He had a total savings of several tens of thousands, and it was about to run out, so he needed to find a way to make money. He sat in the office and took out the Phoenix hairpin pendant and a gold bar. If I'm not mistaken, the Phoenix hairpin and the pendant are both accessories worn by Linnan, which are extremely extraordinary. He hesitated for a moment, took the gold bar, and drove out. Little Su, how many gold bars do you have left? Ma Yucheng repeatedly asked while looking at the gold bars. One was sold yesterday, another one today, and only this one is left, Su Chen said truthfully. That one yesterday sold for 10 million, I thought it was a unique item. I didn't expect this, I will buy it for 7 million. What do you think? Ma Yucheng asked. In fact, because of Su Chen's father, he gained an extra 1 million. Because if gold bars are not unique items, their cultural value will be greatly discounted. If it's like a pair of cups, it has actually appreciated in value. Su Chen urgently needs money now. I agree. What trouble are you encountering? Ma Yucheng sent him a payment. Today the creditor came to the door, repaid 10 million in foreign debt. Out of money, Su Chen let out and the 7 million has also arrived. No wonder, if I get the chance, I will deal with that bastard Wang Yugue. A glimmer flashed in Ma Yucheng's eyes. Harsh and bitter brother Ma, thank you, but we can't engage in illegal activities. Wang Yugue's bad deeds will have retribution soon. Su Chen is somewhat moved. I have something else to do, so I won't bother you. He will take revenge himself. We cannot implicate others. After coming out, I drove to the grain store, picked the cheapest grain, bought several hundred bags, and spent over 100,000 in total. When he returned to the office, he saw another bamboo slip outside. The Heavenly Sovereign's water has been received, and today both soldiers and civilians have drunk it. Lin Nan was defeated. Su Chen smiled, took a large bag of A4 paper, and pulled out a sheet from it. That's good, let's use paper to reply in the future. I'll send it to you after using it. I've prepared some food for you, ready to be received. After finishing writing, send it over along with that pack of A4 paper. Lin Nan sat in the room with 5 generals. After General Huang Zhong drank Huiqi's perfume, he quickly recovered from heatstroke and sighed that the divine medicine granted by the Heavenly Master is truly effective. Today, the Heavenly Sovereign gave medicine and water, but no food. Will he give the soldiers instant noodles to eat tomorrow? Yang Jiomei asked. Eat, there's nothing else to eat, Lin Nan nodded. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly a large package was about to appear, along with a letter, and the Heavenly Sovereign immediately sent food over. Lin Nan saw the content of the letter, and his face was full of joy. It seems that the Celestial Master also needs time to prepare these things. He shouldn't have doubted earlier. The Celestial Master didn't carefully read his letter. He needs to bow his head and apologize a few more times. 5 great generals are invigorated and all are looking forward to it. After a while, bags of things appeared out of nowhere. Your Majesty is you. The manager poked a small hole in a bag and saw the exposed white grains of rice, with a face full of ecstasy. Your Majesty, this bag contains flour, high-quality white flour. Your Majesty, this box contains noodles. Your Majesty, this thing is salty. It is an experience that exceeds expectations. Even the salt eaten by the royal family does not bring such surprise. Thank the Heavenly Master for the gift. Ling Nan saw the room full of goods, his eyes moist, deeply moved, and he bowed repeatedly. The other generals were also filled with respect, kneeling and bowing their heads. In a critical moment, the Heavenly Sovereign truly sent them food. Order the entire army to have an extra meal tonight, 1 bowl of white rice porridge for each person. Lin Nan said with a smile. It was Yang Jiomei who smiled and conveyed the order. Can your Majesty ask the Celestial Master to send some meat tomorrow? Yang Jiomei asked with a smile. Most of the lamb skewers given by the emperor yesterday have been chopped up and cooked to be distributed to the soldiers, and it really needs to be served. Lin Nan glared at him. Your Majesty, I also have sincerity and will not let the celestial master work in vain. Yang Zhomei took a gold bracelet out from her bosom and handed it out. I also have a gold bracelet like Mulan's, inlaid with gemstones. General Xiang Long and the other 2 southern generals also took out a string of gold coins. They also wanted to have a good meal of meat. 1 meal of thin porridge every day, the body lacks strength. The food has been received, thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. Ling Nan is willing to serve the Heavenly Sovereign for a lifetime. May the Heavenly Sovereign bless our great hero. Nowadays, the soldiers have not eaten meat for a long time and pray for the Heavenly Lord to bestow some meat. If you think Ling Nan is greedy, do not blame. Presented from Ling Nan. Seeing this, Ling Nan put the thank you letter and the gold bracelet into the bag. Considering your sincerity, I will deliver meat to you tomorrow. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll bring it to you in a while. Is there anything you want to eat? He quickly received a reply. Thank the Heavenly Venerable, anything can be eaten. Lin Nan saw the reply and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was good that the Heavenly Sovereign was not angry. Tomorrow, the army will have meat to eat. I forgot to ask you yesterday, can we drink cold ones? Yes, but it probably won't be possible tomorrow. Lin Nan expects that the flood tide will come tomorrow. It's really troublesome. After about half an hour, lunch boxes started to appear. There is braised pork, sauced beef, fried prawns, stir-fried chicken, as well as 10 servings of rice and 10 cups of cold drinks. You and the generals have a good meal. Tomorrow I will send you some pork, beef, and lamb. Only by eating enough and being full of energy can one better confront the enemy. Very soon a letter came, thanking Xie Tianzuan from Ling Nan, and Ling Nan was deeply moved. This time he had a hearty meal with 5 generals, feeling extremely happy. It is the year of great famine, even if the barbarian country hasn't attacked. With money in the capital, he doesn't eat this extravagantly. Su Chen carefully put away the gold bracelet and other items. These things are quite valuable. The next morning, he first went to the vegetable wholesale market and bought 1,000 pounds of various vegetables, then bought a total of 50,000 pounds of pork, lamb, and beef. Thinking that the weather is very hot, the fresh meat bought too much can't be stored. Enough for the army to eat for a day is fine. So I bought another 2,000 boxes of ham sausages, canned meat, and other things, so they can be stored for a longer time. Buying these things cost about 3 million. After the items were delivered to the warehouse, he sent them directly over and wrote a letter to ask how many female soldiers are currently in the barracks. Drove to the largest supermarket in the area. He stood in front of the sanitary napkin shelf, carefully looking at it. This is the first time choosing this thing. I didn't know there are daytime and nighttime uses. Su Chen and Qin Ruyen came to the supermarket to buy things and happened to see him. But when he saw Su Chen actually looking at sanitary pads, he couldn't help but feel angry. It's you. Su Chen turned back and glanced at him. You have a girlfriend now. Qin Ruyen feels deceived. Yesterday, after the broken engagement, she even felt a trace of guilt. It seems that Su Chen has been secretly involved with another woman for a long time. Buying sanitary pads for others has nothing to do with you, right? Su Chen said coldly. How is it not related? We just cancelled the engagement yesterday. You can't be saying you just got a girlfriend today, right? You must have cheated before. Qin Ruyan's little face turned red with anger. You could even buy sanitary pads for your girlfriend, so you two must have already been intimate, right? Just think what you want to think. Su Chen was too lazy to explain to her. I originally thought you were a very reliable guy, but I didn't expect you to be a scumbag. Qin Ruyan couldn't help but get angry. After finishing, Su Chen picked up a bag. I sincerely ask, I happen to have a question to consult you. Which brand do you think is good to use, and how many do you use in a day? You are shameless. Playing rogue, Qin Ruyan walked away angrily. This broke the defense. Su Chen shook his head. He is sincerely asking for advice. How can he still be shameless? Seeing Qin Ruyan angrily leave, he feels quite helpless. The handsome guy, you didn't ask your girlfriend which brand she usually uses. The female shop assistant asked with a smile. Although I despise this kind of scumbag in my heart, the customer is God. I don't have a girlfriend, and isn't there a war going on abroad? I want to buy some things to donate to the women over there, Su Chen said. I want to buy 1,000 packs, Lingnan Barracks. There are more than 200 female soldiers inside. It should be enough. If not, he will buy more. The female clerk Aji suddenly became enthusiastic upon hearing this. He said, this young man doesn't look like a scumbag. Turns out he is a very caring person. After receiving the goods, he wrote a letter to Lin Nan, asking him to reply when there were no men around him. After waiting for a while, he received a reply from Lin Nan saying that only Yang Zhomei and Lu Mulan were by his side. The other 3 southern generals are sending people to move beef, mutton, and other goods to the military camp. Today the army is going to have meat, and everyone is happier than during the New Year. Everyone is extremely grateful. Oh Heavenly Lord, Your Majesty, what does this mean? Is there something that is inconvenient for men to see? I don't know either. Just wait and see. Lin Nan is also very curious. A moment later, suddenly many boxes appeared out of thin air. Sophie Hushibo Density Space Sanitary Napkin. What is this used for? Lin Nan looked at the writing on the box above, somewhat confused. After opening the box and taking out a package, no specific usage method was found. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and ask the Heavenly Sovereign. Su Chen felt a headache after receiving it. He doesn't use this thing, so he searched online and suddenly realized. Then print out the diagrams and put them in a bag to send over. So this is how this thing is used. The Heavenly Sovereign is really considerate. By the way, the Heavenly Sovereign's drawing skills are amazing, and the characters written before are also different. After receiving the illustration, Lu Mulan's face turned red, finally realizing what this was for. You didn't come to Hongzhou today. You can give it a try. If it works well, then the plantash belt won't be needed. Lin Nan also understood. Originally, he expected to come to Hongzhou today. Not here yet. I didn't expect the Heavenly Sovereign to actually grant them such things. Really too thoughtful. Then I'll give it a try. Lu Mulan blushed and took a package to the side room, while Lin Nan was still seriously looking at the illustrations. Thinking that the Heavenly Sovereign is really impressive, even this kind of thing can be invented. Your Majesty, the common people are now lining up for meat porridge. A female soldier walked in and said, Your Majesty, you said that the Celestial Master is so powerful. Why doesn't he directly destroy the barbarian army? Wouldn't it be better to strike them dead with heavenly thunder? Yang Jiomei asked softly. It is estimated that the Heavenly Sovereign also has limitations and difficulties. Lin Nan cannot answer this question. If it were that simple, there would be no need to sacrifice soldiers to fight. Is there any news about the internal affairs in the barbarian army? There has been no news in the past 2 days, and I don't know if it has been discovered. 50,000 versus 200,000. The disparity in military strength is enormous. The two people were talking when they suddenly heard Lu Mulan scream. What's wrong with General Lu? Yang Jiomei drew her sword. It's fine, it's fine. I just felt that the sanitary pad was a bit crooked, and I wanted to take it off and reapply it, but it's stuck on so tightly that it hurts too much to pull it off. Lu Mulan's voice came from inside. You fool, you must have applied it the wrong way. The sticky side is supposed to be on the panties. Lin Shi was both angry and amused. She had particularly noted this point when looking at the instructions. Yang Jiomei suddenly thought of something and laughed so hard that tears came out, clutching her stomach. Lu Mulan emerged from the room, her face flushed, and glared at Yang Jiomei, who was laughing like a shrimp, a hint of annoyance on her face. You, stop laughing. This is something bestowed by the Celestial Lord. It's normal to make mistakes the first time using it. Yes, how do you feel? Yang Jiomei tried hard not to laugh. Very comfortable, you can try it too. Lu Mulan shot her a glare. Alright, you two ask the female soldiers if they need any, give each of them a pack first, and tell them how to use it. Just make sure they don't apply it the wrong way. Lin Shi smiled. The female soldiers in the army were basically her guards. She returned to the room, and after a while, her expression changed slightly as she took a pack of sanitary pads to the bathroom. After experiencing it herself, she found it incredibly comfortable. This thing was indeed convenient. Just use it and throw it away, no need for repeated washing, clean and hygienic. If sold to those wealthy ladies, it would surely fetch a great price. Celestial Lord, what is your world like, that such things exist? Lin Shi murmured, filled with longing. No wonder everyone wants to become a god. The world of the gods must be incredibly beautiful. Your Majesty, the meat and rice porridge for the common people is almost ready. You should go say a few words, Yang Jiomei said as she walked over. Lin Shi nodded, put on her armor, took her sword, and rode out. Outside the military camp, there was a dense crowd of common people lined up to receive their porridge, divided into 100 lines. The Emperor has arrived. The common people were excited to see her. Long live the Emperor. May the Celestial Lord live forever. They shouted. Today, being able to eat this bowl of meat and rice porridge meant they wouldn't starve for at least 3 days. Everyone, this is the meat and rice bestowed upon us by the Celestial Lord. Now the god is watching over us. We will surely win against the barbarian army. Lin Shi shouted loudly. Victory! 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 The soldiers and common people cheered loudly. With the gods helping them, what was there to fear? Start serving the porridge. Lin Shi commanded. The common people held their bowls, trembling as they took a sip of the fragrant meat and rice porridge, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Although there were only a few shreds of meat in the porridge, it was an extreme luxury for them. Yesterday, the Emperor had given them water, and today, meat and rice porridge. Their feelings of gratitude and loyalty towards the emperor soared, and they regained some confidence in fighting against the barbarian army. They truly believed that the gods were helping them. Otherwise, during the years of great famine, the royal family had been extremely frugal, with no surplus meat to give to the common people. Those who once did not believe in gods had now become devout believers. Chinbu squatted in a corner, drinking the meat and rice porridge, his expression complex. He had acted as a spy just to get a vegetable pancake from the barbarian people, but now he was drinking the meat and rice porridge bestowed by the emperor. Just thinking about the 200,000 elite barbarians outside and only 50,000 soldiers inside the city, it was only a matter of time before the great Xia would be defeated. Feeling slightly reassured, he finished his porridge and secretly went to report. Dad, this meat and rice porridge is so fragrant and delicious. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Celestial Lord. The girl greedily ate the porridge. It was the best meal she had ever had. You can have half a bowl. A little child like you will get stuffed if you eat too much. Leave the rest for me. Her father glared at her. Hearing this, the girl looked pitiful, wanting to cry but not daring to. She could drink 3 bowls of such delicious porridge. After all the effort to queue for a bowl, her father only let her drink half. I really don't think you deserve to be a father. Yang Jiomei happened to overhear and frowned. It was this bastard who wanted to eat his own child in turns. If it weren't for the emperor's order forbidding him, perhaps we wouldn't have seen this child today. General, you don't understand the suffering of the common people. Today, I had a bowl of porridge, and who knows when I'll be able to eat a proper meal again. I drink more to survive. The Zhao family's lineage cannot be cut off. The girl's father, Zhao Chusheng, said awkwardly. He had 3 daughters, not a single son. The girl's 2 older sisters had already been exchanged with other families, and eaten. Once this great famine year passed, he would have to marry again and must have a son to continue the Zhao family bloodline. Someone, arrest him for labor. Lin Shi could not bear it any longer and pointed at Zhao Chusheng, shouting. Several soldiers immediately took him down and escorted him away. Father, father. The girl was so frightened she didn't know what to do. What would she do now that her father was taken away? Little sister, come here. Lin Shi waved her hand at her. After Yang Jiomei searched the girl, she allowed her to approach. Your Majesty, please spare my father. He is my only family left. I beg you, the girl kowtowed and pleaded. What is your name, and how old are you? Lin Shi asked. Zhao Niandi, 4 years old, the girl said timidly. Niandi, your father will not die, he is just going to do some work, Lin Shi said, seeing her bony frame, barefoot, wearing only a pair of tattered pants, with no top, and couldn't help but feel pity. There were far too many citizens like this in the Great Xia now. Niandi, from now on, you will follow me. Once we win the war and return to the capital, I will arrange for you to study and learn to read, Lin Shi said after a moment's thought. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Niandi felt relieved upon hearing that her father would not die. Being able to follow the emperor was a great honor. Your Majesty, if there is anything we can help with, please command us. A middle-aged man, having received his bowl of meat porridge, took a sip, savoring the rich flavor. He wiped away tears of excitement. It was so delicious. The emperor treated them so well, and they must be grateful. Now, with the drought across the land and little work to be done, being able to help the army with whatever they could was also good. Yes, after eating, we have strength. Idleness is also idleness, the common people said one after another. Lin Shi felt warmth in her heart upon seeing this scene. Just in time, I plan to conscript 10,000 soldiers. Anyone who joins the army will at least get 1 meal a day, and the monthly military pay will be 1 great Xia gold coin, Lin Shi announced. The army's supplies were still not abundant, and physical labor required food support. She felt it was unfair to have the common people work for nothing, so it was just right to use this opportunity to recruit soldiers. Yang Jiomei arranged for people to post the conscription notice and instructed the soldiers to mention this while serving porridge to the common people. Soon, the recruitment of 10,000 soldiers was completed. What the people valued in joining the army was not money. Nowadays, gold coins were worthless. In this time of great famine, everyone wanted food, not money. Being able to eat 1 meal a day was already a good treatment. For most of the common people in Yanqing, having a bite to eat every 2 or 3 days was already quite good. Lin Shi took Zhao Niandi back to the courtyard and had the guards change her into a new set of clothes. Heavenly Sovereign, the personal items have been received, solving one of the troubles for the female soldiers. Thank you for being so considerate. Lin Shi took out a piece of paper, tore it in half, and wrote a letter on one half. After receiving the reply, Suemo smiled slightly. He didn't know why, but he felt particularly energetic today. Perhaps it was the joy of helping others. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly heard someone banging on the door. When he went out, he saw over 100 people shouting outside. What now? Suemo frowned. Boss Su, we are employees of the food factory. The company still owes us a month's salary. A middle-aged man said. They had heard that Suemo had paid off a 10 million debt to the suppliers, so they hurriedly came together to demand their wages. Wan Yugue, how many pits have you buried me in? Suemo cursed inwardly. I thought it was just a 10 million debt to the suppliers, but I didn't expect that the workers' wages were also owed. Suemo first called Wan Yugue to confirm this matter and greeted him in a friendly manner. Is the previous finance staff still around? Suemo hung up the phone and helplessly shouted. The company owed money to its employees, so it had to be paid. Some of them had been working with his mother for over 10 years, and he couldn't let them feel disheartened. Boss, I'm the finance manager, Chao Yi. A young woman walked over, looking about 24 or 25. Suemo glanced at her. She was quite pretty, and her figure was excellent, with a noticeable sway as she walked. You come with me to the office, the rest of you wait here, Suemo said. Chao Yi followed him to the finance room, only to find that the computers were gone. The computers were still here when we left, she muttered. It must have been Wang Yugue who sent someone to move them, afraid of being found out for his bad deeds. Suemo cursed the old bastard in his heart. His own uncle was truly ruthless. Boss, do you have a computer? I need to log into the finance system. Chao Yi looked at him. Suemo had no choice but to take her to his small office, giving her his laptop. Boss, you live here now? I heard this was the office of the chairman when he started the business, and it has been kept ever since. Chao Yi glanced at the quilt on the small bed as she logged into the finance system on the laptop. Suemo took a look. Indeed, there wasn't a single cent left in the company account. Chao Yi pulled up the list of employees owed wages, revealing that 150 employees were owed a month's salary, totaling nearly 2 million. Wait, why are these few people's salaries so high? They actually get 50 or 60,000 a month? Sumo noticed that the majority of the workers earned only 4 or 5,000, but 8 or 9 people had particularly high salaries. Chao Yi's salary was around 10,000, which seemed normal. Boss, these salaries were set by Wang Yugue. The high salaries you see are all for his relatives or mistresses. Chao Yi muttered. Wang Yugue had even tried to make her his mistress, offering her 50,000 a month if she agreed. She had outright refused, thinking it was ridiculous. No wonder the food factory went bankrupt under his management, the bastard. Suemo was furious. Do we have attendance records? Check these connections. If they don't have attendance, don't pay them. Wang Yugue was truly despicable, not repaying the suppliers and not paying the workers, just waiting to trap him. We have attendance records. I also handle HR. Chao Yi pulled up the attendance records, revealing that those connected individuals had basically not clocked in. Pay the ordinary employees their wages today, those others won't be paid. If they want to sue, let them. Suemo transferred over $1 million from his personal account to the food factory's account, letting Chao Yi handle the payroll. He stood beside Chao Yi, looking down at her fair and deep features, unable to help but swallow. As expected, she lived up to her name, definitely with an E-cup. I'll go talk to the workers. You handle it. Sumo glanced again before stepping outside. Everyone, your wages will be paid today. You can head back for now, Suemo said. Boss, it's not that I don't trust you, but if we don't get paid today, we won't leave. This is hard-earned money. We need it. A young man with yellow hair shouted, sitting in the shade of a tree. Xiaosu, we know you've been tricked by Wang Yugue, but the company is under your name, so we can only come to you, a middle-aged man said helplessly. They remembered that when Sumo's mother was around, they had never owed them a single cent. During holidays, there were always bonuses and gifts. But ever since Wang Yugue took charge, he promoted some connections to mid-level management, trying to make advances on pretty female employees, creating a toxic environment. Holiday bonuses had disappeared, and wages were delayed until the end of the month. As a result, the company went bankrupt, still owing them a month's salary, saying the money would be paid a month later, which was actually a ploy to get it from Suemo. Understood, I've already transferred the money to the company account, so it should be distributed to you soon, Suemo nodded. Everything was caused by that bastard Wang Yugue. The workers were also victims. Thank you, Xiaosu, you've had a tough time. If the food factory reopens one day and needs us, just let me know, and I'll come back, the uncle said slowly. He had worked at this food factory for over 10 years and had developed feelings for it. Thank you, uncle, I will notify you when the time comes. Suemo smiled and turned to walk towards the office. At that moment, Chao Yi wanted to find something to prop up her mouse, and when she opened the drawer, she saw the red belly band. Oh my! Suemo looks quite honest. I didn't expect him to play like this. Is this lingerie? Chao Yi hurriedly closed the drawer, her face turning red. What's going on? After a while, Suemo walked in. It's almost done, everyone will receive their salaries soon, Xiaoyi said hurriedly. Thank you for your hard work, Sumo nodded. Have you found a job? Not yet. There are a few places that want me, but the pay is too low. I don't want to go, Xiaoyi shook her head. The current employment situation was dire. Finding a high-paying job was too difficult. When the food factory reopens, I'll invite you back to continue as the financial supervisor, Suemo smiled. Thank you, boss. Xiaoyi politely thanked him. Boss, the salary has arrived. Just then, she received a bank text message on her phone. Then you can go back, Suemo said. Okay, call me anytime if you need anything. Let's add each other on WeChat. Xiaoyi took out her phone to add him on WeChat, then said goodbye. The workers outside the door also received their salaries, each one beaming with joy before dispersing. General, the spy reports that today the Great Xia army distributed meat and rice porridge to the people. On a hillside 5 kilometers outside Yen City, a cluster of military tents was set up. In the middle of a huge military tent, a dark-skinned, muscular middle-aged man was sitting in the main position, drinking. His muscles bulged with strength, and his hair was braided and draped behind his head. This man was the commander of the Barbarian army, Wu Tiegu. Yesterday we gave water, today we grant porridge, and it's meat and rice porridge. Where did the Great Xia army get the meat? Wu Tiegu frowned and glanced at everyone. According to accurate information from the Great Xia capital, no supplies had been sent to Yen City. This was also why, after failing to capture the city twice, he decided to starve the Great Xia army. But now the situation had changed, and he needed to adjust his strategy. It is rumored that water, food, and meat are all gifts from the true god, one of his subordinates whispered. That's really laughable. However, Lin Shi is quite clever with this tactic, it can boost the army's morale. Wu Tiegu naturally did not believe it. If the Great Xia country truly had the protection of the true god, it wouldn't be in such a state. General, what should we do next? A young commander asked. The fact that the Great Xia army can provide extra water and food to the people indicates that they have indeed received supplies, we just don't know who sent them, Wu Tiegu pondered for a moment. In that case, we can only launch a strong attack. We'll drill the soldiers in the next 2 days and study the siege strategy. On the third day, we will attack the city and take it in one fell swoop. The soldiers had been lax these days, just waiting for the Great Xia army to run out of food or surrender, without even practicing. They thought Yen City was already in their pocket, spending their time playing and sleeping. Yes. Several generals clasped their fists and immediately went out to organize and drill the soldiers. Great Xia Empress, once I capture Yen City and take you alive, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy beneath me. Wu Tiegu laughed heartily, tilting his head back to finish a bowl of wine. Your Majesty, I've received news from the informant that the Barbarian army has learned we have water and food, and they will attack the city on the morning of the third day. Yang Jiomei hurriedly reported. Lin Shi's expression changed, the disparity in troop strength was too great, and with the 10,000 new recruits gathered today, they only had 60,000 against the well-equipped 200,000 of the Barbarian Nation. Should we ask the Celestial Master for help, to come up with a strategy to repel the enemy? Yang Jiomei inquired. The Celestial Master has already granted us water and food, we are immensely grateful. We cannot rely on him for everything, lest he grows weary of us. Most matters must depend on ourselves, Lin Shi shook her head. Relying entirely on the Celestial Master, what would they do if one day he ignored them? Your Majesty is right, Yang Jiomei blushed. In the past 2 days, whatever they needed, the Celestial Master provided, and they had unconsciously developed a habit of seeking him out in times of difficulty, forming a dependency. She called over the other generals to discuss the strategy for defending the city. At that moment, Lin Shi received a message from the Celestial Master asking what she was doing. I am discussing how to defend the city with 5 generals. The Barbarian army will attack in 3 days, Lin Shi replied. After receiving the message, Suemo frowned. Currently, the military disparity between the Great Xia and the Barbarian Nation was too great. Even if they held the city, the casualties would likely be severe. He wished he could fly abroad, buy a few thousand machine guns, and wipe out the Barbarian army in one fell swoop. But he didn't even have a passport, and obtaining a visa would take time. There was simply no time left. He took out his phone and searched online for some weapons. He came across a video by a foreign blogger who used a powerful compound bow to penetrate a wild boar's skull. This thing has great lethality, but it must be hard to buy, Suemo thought, quite shocked. This would definitely be a major weapon on the ancient battlefield, as ordinary armor could not withstand it. He checked various shopping platforms, but most were for competitive use, not what he wanted. Then he searched in short videos and indeed found several bloggers posting about powerful compound bows, with comments like too painful and really painful. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Suemo privately messaged a few bloggers. Only one replied. They added each other on WeChat and chatted via voice. Suemo said he was in foreign trade and had overseas clients needing such products. The other party was very cautious, repeatedly confirming that he wasn't using it domestically before feeling at ease, and asked him to meet in person. If he really wanted to buy, he would have to pick it up himself, no shipping. Suemo got the address and was surprised to find the other party was also in Yunhai, which made things easier. Since it was getting late, they agreed to meet the next morning. Suemo then ordered a lavish takeout and hot milk tea for Linshi, without mentioning the compound bao. The next morning, he drove to a village in the outskirts of Yunhai. "You must be Boss Su," a middle-aged man in a floral shirt and sunglasses approached him. "That's me, Mr. Lee." Suemo recognized his voice. It was the person he had spoken to yesterday. Boss Su is truly accomplished at a young age. "Which countries do you export to?" Mr. Lee offered him a cigarette. "I don't smoke, thank you," Suemo replied. "I export to Saudi Arabia." Mr. Lee nodded and led him into a large courtyard with a production workshop. Suemo saw rows of powerful compound bows hanging on the shelves inside. "Boss Su, we use carbon fiber and other composite materials, with molds pressed into shape, combined with aluminum alloy pulleys, which can save over 80% of the effort. This allows a girl who could traditionally draw a 30-pound bow to easily pull back a 90-pound bow with our modern enhanced compound bow. With such a high mechanical advantage, users can focus more on aiming and adjusting their posture, allowing for higher arrow speeds. We've also added optical sights to the compound bows, significantly improving accuracy. The penetrating power is also astonishing. It can easily penetrate a pickup truck's side panel." Mr. Lee picked up a compound bow and shot at a metal plate in front of him. With a bang, the 1 centimeter thick metal plate was directly penetrated. "Wow, impressive." Suemo was greatly shocked. This enhanced composite bow could completely ignore armor and shields on the ancient battlefield. "What's the range?" "Under full draw, the range can reach 600 yards, over 500 meters, General Lee said as he handed over the enhanced bow. Suemo picked up an arrow, stepped back 300 meters from the iron plate, and fired. The iron plate was pierced with a resounding thud. It was indeed not very strenuous, and it was perfectly fine for women to use as well. "So, are you satisfied?" General Lee asked with a smile. He was quite confident in his product, as their main business was also for export. However, the market wasn't doing well right now, otherwise, they wouldn't be taking on scattered customers like Suemo, which posed potential risks. "What's the price?" Suemo asked. 11,000 for one bow, including 20 arrows, General Lee replied. "How many do you have now?" Suemo thought the price was not cheap, but it was really useful. "Currently, we only have 200, General Lee glanced at him. "If you want them all, I'll throw in an extra 600 arrows. If I take them all, I won't have enough space in my car for all this. I'll need to trouble General Lee to find a vehicle to deliver them to my company's warehouse," Suemo said. "No problem, free delivery and unloading." General Lee was pleased to see that Suemo didn't haggle. Hearing that he had a company made him feel more at ease. It shouldn't be a reckless venture. If someone just wanted one bow, they might take it to do something bad. Sumo transferred 2 million, and he and General Lee sat in the courtyard drinking tea, watching the workers load the bows and arrows onto the truck. "Mr. Su, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me, and I'll give you a discount," General Lee said, feeling good after receiving the money. "What's your production capacity like?" Suemo asked. "Under full power, we can produce 50 bows a day, ensuring quality and quantity." General Lee took a sip of tea. "I'll reserve 300 bows. How much is the deposit?" Suemo opened his bank account and found he had less than 600,000 left. 50,000 will do. General Lee was overjoyed to hear this. From now on, for Mr. Su's orders, each bow will come with 50 arrows. He didn't expect to have a big client, which was a pleasant surprise. Suemo transferred the deposit, and after seeing the loading completed, he left. "He won't do anything bad, will he?" After Suemo left, a middle-aged woman walked over and murmured, a bit worried. "This kid looks like a recent college graduate, and he has his own company. It should be fine." General Lee lit a cigarette, feeling good after clearing the inventory. After returning to the food factory, Suemo soon saw the truck arrive. He looked at the composite bows in the warehouse and didn't rush to send them over. He searched for tutorials online, printed them out, and sent them through a bag. 200 bows were a bit few, but they should still be enough for emergency city defense. Kill the king first. Use the composite bow's long-range advantage to catch the enemy general off guard. Suemo thought for a moment and wrote another letter. Lin Shi and Yang Jiumei were discussing strategies against the enemy, how to respond to the next siege by the barbarian army. In the next couple of days, they needed to urgently reinforce the city wall defenses, making more crossbars, catapults, and other siege defense equipment. They could only passively defend now. They didn't even dare to think about taking the initiative. Currently, the military's supply of bows and arrows was severely lacking, with a range much shorter than the barbarian army's longbows, putting them at a disadvantage. The effective range of the Great Xia's bows was 100 meters, while the barbarian army's was 150 meters. One shouldn't underestimate the 50-meter difference. During combat, the enemy could shoot you while your arrows would fall short. Additionally, the gap in armor and weapons was significant. Their only advantage was the sturdy and tall city walls of Yin City. Once the city fell, 60,000 soldiers and all the citizens would undoubtedly perish. Fortunately, the Celestial Lord had sent water and food, preventing the soldiers from fighting on empty stomachs. Now everyone knew that the Celestial Lord was helping them, which boosted their morale significantly. Your Majesty, this siege by the barbarian army will undoubtedly be extremely brutal. Why don't you leave Yanjing first and return to the capital? Yang Jiumei suggested. The gap in strength between the two sides is still too great, and there is no absolute certainty that they can hold on. Once Yin City falls, if His Majesty is captured, the Great Xia Kingdom will be completely finished. Retreating to the capital at least offers a final line of defense. I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay in Yin City with you all. Lin Shi was very determined. If she left, morale would surely plummet, and the chances of failure would greatly increase. Moreover, if Yin City fell, the capital would have no protection left, and the barbarian army would easily breach the capital, leading to the same disastrous outcome. The generals were deeply moved upon hearing this. If Lin Shizhen had abdicated a few years earlier, the Great Xia under Lin Shi's leadership would not have declined to this extent. In the future, don't try to persuade me about such matters. Think more about strategies to resist the enemy, Lin Shi said. Just then, a number of large, curved bows flew out from a bag. This is a gift from the Celestial Lord. Lin Shi and the others were overjoyed. She looked at the instruction manual and Sumo's letter, feeling deeply touched. This weapon had a range of over 500 meters and claimed to be able to penetrate iron armor. Unbelievable. Is this thing really that powerful? Huang Zhong picked up a composite bow, pulled the string back, and frowned, feeling it didn't have that much force. Things given by the Celestial Lord must be extraordinary. Let's give it a try. Lin Shi instructed Yang Jiumei to find 2 sets of armor, stack them together, and place them on the target. Huang Zhong took an arrow, aimed, and shot it. With a bang, the arrow pierced through the armor and flew out. Lin Shi and the others were stunned. This so-called enhanced composite bow was incredibly powerful. Great! With such a weapon, the barbarian army's armor and shields are practically useless, but unfortunately, there are too few of them, only 200. Huang Zhong was overjoyed, unable to put it down. The Celestial Lord said to kill the king before the thieves. If we can unexpectedly shoot Wu Tegu, this time the barbarian army will surely fail in their siege. Lin Shi smiled. That's a good idea. We must not leak the news that we have this composite bow. Yang Jiumei said, we can find some trusted individuals to practice with this composite bow. If spies learned that they had such a powerful weapon and informed the barbarian army, Wu Tegu would definitely take precautions, making it difficult to catch him off guard. Well, now we have a total of 200 enhanced bows. Each of us can have one, and the rest will be given to my guards. They can train secretly in the courtyard without raising suspicion, Lin Shi thought. That sounds excellent. The other generals agreed. This enhanced bow was very labor-saving and highly accurate, and the female soldiers could use it without any problem. Celestial Lord, the composite bows have been received. Such a powerful weapon will surely slay enemies far and wide. Thank you, Celestial Lord. We would like to express our gratitude. Please let us know what you like, Lin Shi wrote in a letter, taking off the jewelry from her neck and placing it in the bag. Last night, she only told the Celestial Lord that they were discussing strategies for defending the city and did not ask for his assistance. Yet, the Celestial Lord still granted them such battlefield weapons, which moved her greatly. Suemo looked at the meager balance in his bank account and sighed. Money really doesn't last long. He was planning to buy some armor and other items for Lin Shi and the others, but he simply didn't have enough money. While he was thinking about what to sell, he saw Lin Shi's reply along with a string of jewelry. The jewelry still had body heat. It must have been her accessories. He didn't rush to reply, putting the jewelry away. He took out the gold bracelet, the gold chain embedded with gems, and 3 strings of gold coins he received yesterday. The inside of the gold bracelet had the traditional characters Great Xia Zheng Tong Year 9, custom made by the Yang family. The gold chain read, Great Xia Zheng Tong Year 8, custom made by the Lu family. The other 3 strings of square-holed gold coins had the words Zheng Tong gold coins. Suemo took these items and went to Mai Yucheng. Little Su, tell me the truth, did your father collect a lot of things from the Great Xia Kingdom? Ma Yuchang was very shocked upon seeing these. Suemo had already sold 2 pieces of Great Xia gold bars, and now he brought these items. Who knows what else he might have, how could he not be astonished? He carefully confirmed that these items looked very new, as if they were only a few years old, but they were difficult to replicate with modern craftsmanship. More importantly, no one would be foolish enough to replicate unrecognized dynasty antiques. There are some, Suemo smiled. To be honest, this bracelet and necklace are worth much more than gold bars. I can't eat right now, I still need to shake someone down, specifically Tang Lao, who bought your first gold bar. He has the financial strength, he is the biggest player in our Donghai province. Ma Yucheng looked at the 2 items with great affection, they were truly exquisite. Although they were not royal items, they were definitely possessions of powerful families. It's just a pity that he lacked the financial means to buy them, no matter how much he liked them. Don't worry, they are all reliable people, and they are very familiar with your dad. You even hugged him when you were a child. Ma Yucheng seemed to see his concerns and said with a smile. Then that's fine, Suemo nodded. Soon, Tang Lao, wearing thick glasses, hurried over. After seeing these items, he kept praising them as good things. Xiao Su, the bracelet, the necklace, and 3 strings of gold coins, I'll take them all. I'll give you 100 million in total, how does that sound? Tang Lao asked. These items all had inscriptions, greatly increasing their value. As more artifacts from the Great Xia Kingdom came to light, they could increasingly prove the genuine existence of that historical period, possibly leading to significant historical discoveries. Sure, I want the money now, Suemo nodded. No problem, there aren't many people in the entire Donghai province who can make such a large private transfer. Tang Lao smiled and made a phone call. After a while, Suemo received a bank text message. Looking at the long string of zeros after the 1, his mood improved significantly. If you have good things in the future, you can come directly to me, my office is very close to here, Tang Lao said. After seeing Ma Yucheng nod, Suemo took down Tang Lao's phone number and added him on WeChat. Ma Yucheng didn't mind, mainly, he couldn't afford such good items, his strength didn't allow it. Tang Lao was very nice, so there was no need to worry about Suemo being at a disadvantage. Now that you have so much money, what do you want to do? Ma Yucheng asked with a smile. Completing such a small goal was not something to be envious of. It should be the blessing of the teacher in heaven, preventing Wang Yugue from stealing these items. He firmly believed that these items were left by Sumo's father. I haven't thought it through yet, maybe I'll do more good deeds. Suemo calculated in his heart that this money would barely equip 60,000 soldiers. Tang Lao returned to his office and locked the door. Carefully taking out the gold bracelet, necklace, and gold coins, he examined them repeatedly. He opened the safe and took out a yellowed book. Regarding the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, only this book has recorded it, but even now I can't figure it out. The paper of the book should be ancient, but why is the text in simplified characters? Tang Lao frowned as he flipped through the simplified text. Because it was in simplified characters, many people believed this book was fabricated by modern people. Back then, he and Sumo's father accidentally discovered this book and bought it at a very low price. The two had studied it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed ancient. As for why it was in simplified characters, no one could explain. According to the timeline of the Great Xia Kingdom, simplified characters had not yet appeared, which was the most contradictory aspect. The antiques Suemo sold had traditional characters on them, yet they could verify that what was said in the book was true. This book mentions several generals beside Empress Linshi, including General Yang Jiumei and General Lu Mulan. Could this bracelet and necklace belong to their families? Tang Lao's eyes lit up, becoming somewhat excited. Su Long, how many good things have you hidden from me? Tang Lao's expression then dimmed a bit. Su Long, Sumo's father, was a genius in the field of history and also his friend, but unfortunately, he passed away young. Su Long had never shown him any artifacts from the Great Xia Kingdom. Now Suemo should be forced by life to sell so many things one after another. Ah, poor child, but today's money is enough for him to live well, sighed old Tang. After leaving Ma Yucheng, Suemo did not return directly to the food factory. He saw online that there were businesses in Yunhai selling defensive equipment, including bulletproof vests and helmets. He called one company, got the address, and drove for more than half an hour to arrive. This company was located in the Yunhai high-tech zone, with its own factory and office building, in a separate park, with a sign at the entrance reading Yunhai Intelligent Protective Equipment Technology Company, Ltd. Suemo arrived at the gate and made a call. A young woman came out to greet him. The woman was in her early 20s, with exquisite makeup and short hair, looking very capable. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Feng Wei, she said enthusiastically, shaking hands with Suemo. She had learned from their previous conversation that he was making a large purchase for export and came out to welcome him personally. "Manager Fawn, take me to see your products." Sumo got straight to the point. Fong Wei nodded and led him to the production workshop. "We mainly produce bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and various protective gear. Our clients are mainly from Europe, America, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and South America," Fong Wei said with a smile. "I wonder which region Mr. Su's clients are from, if it's convenient to share?" "The Middle East," Sumo replied. "Understood. Please take a look at our latest bulletproof vest, made from brand new materials, much thinner than ordinary bulletproof vests, about the same as regular clothing, but the effectiveness is doubled. And this bulletproof helmet, the front visor can be removed, also bulletproof, providing comprehensive protection, available in various colors. Additionally, we support customization, but the price will be a bit higher," Fong Wei introduced, and they even conducted a product demonstration on the spot. "If Mr. Su purchases more than 2,000 sets, we can offer the best deal, a bulletproof vest and helmet combined for 3,000 yuan. Sumo was very satisfied with the protection results and ordered 5,000 sets of bulletproof vests and 5,000 helmets, as that was all the stock available. He also bought a full set of the latest technology protective gear for Linshi, covering her toes, but the entire set cost over 1 million. He noticed there were bulletproof shields, very lightweight, but with excellent defensive effects, priced at 500 yuan each, and he ordered 20,000 sets. Adding it all up, he spent over 26 million. "Mr. Su, it's truly a pleasure to work with you." The products are being loaded onto the truck. Fong Wei was very excited that such a large order was completed so quickly, clearing their inventory. Doing business with someone like him was truly refreshing. They hadn't even had a meal together. "Thank you," Sumo accepted, glancing at the warehouse in the distance, where large boxes were labeled with medical alcohol. "I see it says alcohol. What are you using it for?" "Oh, this, a couple of years ago during the flu pandemic, our factory purchased alcohol for disinfection, and we managed to buy 500 large boxes at a high price, but now we still have over 300 boxes left," Fong Wei said with a bitter smile. The price of alcohol was now much lower than when they bought it, and they felt it was too expensive to sell, so they just left it there. "I'll take it at 10 yuan a liter," Sumo said casually. This. Fong Wei hesitated. It wasn't about the price, it was just that why was he buying so much alcohol all at once? "A new flu virus has been discovered in Africa, and I think the price of medical alcohol will rise, so I plan to stock up for future export," Sumo sensed her concern. "I see, no problem. A total of 350 boxes, each box containing 100 liters, divided into 10 bottles, totaling 35,000 liters. I'll give it all to you," Fong Wei said, feeling relieved after hearing this. A big client like Sumo was someone to maintain a good relationship with. Nowadays, there weren't many big bosses who could spend so generously and pay in full so straightforwardly. Sumo was not polite and thanked her. "The goods are expected to arrive at your food factory in about an hour." Fong Wei arranged for a separate vehicle to deliver the alcohol. Sumo nodded and then drove back. Upon arriving at the food factory, he went to the warehouse and found rows of boxes. When he opened them, he discovered empty glass bottles, each about the size of a beer bottle. These were originally bottles for fruit wine produced by the factory, but since the product had performed poorly, they were left unused. A rough estimate showed there were about 30,000 of them. Pour the alcohol into these, stuff the necks with cotton, and once lit, they become Molotov cocktails. This will be very convenient for defending the city, Sumo thought when he saw the alcohol at Fong Wei's place. Whether it would work or not would only be known once the alcohol arrived for testing. Soon, the bulletproof vests, helmets, shields, and alcohol were delivered and stacked in the warehouse. Sumo took a bottle of alcohol out, poured it into a glass bottle, and tightly stuffed the neck with cotton, leaving a bit exposed. He then used a lighter to ignite the cotton and threw the bottle towards a prepared pile of wood. Bang! The bottle smashed on the ground, followed by an explosion, and the wood caught fire. Very useful, quite impressive. Sumo grabbed a fire extinguisher and put out the flames. Back in the warehouse, he passed the bulletproof vests and other items over first, aside from the alcohol. Linshi, these are protective gear for you and the soldiers, better than your armor in terms of defense. The last full-body protection set is prepared for you. You asked what this deity likes. As long as it shows your sincerity, I'm interested in more artistic items, like various statues, ornaments, collectibles, or top-quality inkstones, anything is fine. Sumo thought for a moment and wrote a letter. Linshi was stunned looking at the pile of items. She saw the instructions on top. These items were called bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and bulletproof shields. Is this soft armor? Xianglong touched the bulletproof vest, which felt like fabric. It didn't even have iron plates, could it really replace their heavy armor? Their armor was both heavy and provided a sense of security, but this bulletproof vest felt light. Could it withstand swords? It looked like it could be easily cut. Xianglong then drew his long sword and stabbed down hard. To his surprise, the vest didn't tear at all. He knew that with this strike, ordinary armor would have cracked. He then placed a bulletproof helmet on the ground and struck it fiercely with his sword. Bang! The sword broke. Lin Shi and the other generals widened their eyes in disbelief. The defensive effect was astonishing. The items bestowed by the deity are indeed magical. Xianglong was momentarily stunned, tossed aside the broken sword, and sincerely praised it, completely convinced. His sword was forged by a master craftsman from the Great Xia, incredibly sharp, yet it left not a scratch on the armor. Let me try it on, Yang Jiumei said as she put on a bulletproof vest and a helmet. Xianglong picked up a bow and arrow, standing 10 meters away, and shot with 30% of his strength. The arrow hit the bulletproof vest and fell to the ground. Did you not eat? I didn't feel any force at all, Yang Jiumei huffed. General Yang, I was afraid of hurting you with too much strength, Xianglong chuckled lightly. It's fine, try increasing your strength to 80%, Yang Jiumei said, feeling inexplicably confident about the items bestowed by the deity. Xianglong nodded and drew the bow again to shoot. With a bang, the arrow struck the bulletproof vest. Was that 80% strength? Yang Jiumei frowned. I didn't feel any pain, this soft armor disperses force too well. She loved this miraculous soft armor. She wouldn't have to wear heavy iron armor anymore. Hearing this, Xianglong shot an arrow with all his might. This arrow had some feeling. It hurt a little, Yang Jiumei said with a grin as she removed the helmet and bulletproof vest, repeatedly praising the good items. Let's try this shield. It feels a bit light, not very solid. Huangzhong took out his longbow, stood 3 meters away, pulled the string back fully, and shot. With a bang, the arrow struck the shield and fell, the shield showing no signs of damage. How about trying the composite bow granted by the Celestial Master? Yang Jiumei said with a smile, let's see which is more powerful, the bow and arrow granted by the Celestial Master or the shield. The composite bow could easily penetrate 2 layers of armor. This shield probably wouldn't hold up. Then let's give it a try, Lin Shi also wanted to know. Xianglong took out the composite bow and aimed at the shield. Bang! The arrow hit the shield, the tip embedding slightly but not penetrating. This shield is so strong, we won't have to fear the barbarian army's rain of arrows anymore. Lu Mulan exclaimed sincerely. Coupled with 5,000 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets, the success rate of defending the city had greatly increased. If every soldier in the army were equipped with this gear, they would dare to open the gates and fight. After all, these protective gear had excellent defensive capabilities, allowing them to focus on offense. The items granted by the Celestial Master must not fall into the hands of the barbarian army, Lin Shi suddenly said. These pieces of equipment were far ahead, far surpassing what existed in their world. They absolutely could not let the barbarian army know before the battle, otherwise, there would be precautions. Select trustworthy soldiers from the army to serve as city defenders. Distribute these items, and train separately for the next 2 days without contact with other soldiers, Lin Shi thought for a moment. Since they wanted to catch the enemy off guard, they had to prevent spies within the army from leaking information. At the same time, they needed to strengthen the management of the soldiers. If anyone was found sneaking out of the camp, they would face military law. By the way, the Celestial Master sent a letter saying he is interested in some artistic items, such as statues, ornaments, playthings, or top-quality inkstones. Lin Shi changed the subject. The Celestial Master has gifted us so many fine items, we should also give something in return. There are plenty of these items in the capital, and some of the prominent families in Yanqing have them too, Lu Mulan said. I can send someone to trade food with them for some. They didn't have many of these items in the army, and the quality of what ordinary soldiers had wouldn't be high. What they sent to the Celestial Master had to be the best. The prominent families in Yanqing should have quite a few good items. Now, trading food with them, they would be very willing. In times of famine, nothing was better than food. You go arrange it, Lin Shi nodded, her gaze turning to her inkstone. I brought 5 inkstones this time, all fine Duan inkstones. We can send 2 first. She entered the inner room, opened the box, and selected the 2 most beautiful inkstones. The inkstones were elegantly shaped, carved with dragon and phoenix designs. She thought for a moment and took a dragon-shaped jade disc ornament from her desk, along with a short knife. Since the Celestial Master had granted them so many items, it would seem insincere to only give 2 inkstones. So she placed the inkstones along with the short knife and jade disc into a bag. Celestial Master, I have received the bulletproof vests and other items you granted. With these, the probability of successfully defending the city has greatly increased, and the entire army is grateful for your gifts. Here is a small token of our appreciation. I hope the Celestial Master likes it. After Lin Shi finished writing the letter, she placed it inside. Suemo stood in front of the glass bottle, calling the supplier, Mr. Gong. Mr. Su, you mean the fruit wine bottles, 500 milliliters, the small flat mouth type, right? Last time you bought over 30,000 bottles. Oh, I know which ones you mean, we still have 50,000 in stock. If you want them, it's 3 yuan each. Mr. Gong sighed with relief upon receiving Sumo's call, thankful that he hadn't said anything unpleasant when he went to the food factory for money a few days ago. Otherwise, there would have been no chance for further cooperation. These stocks had been sitting for a long time, so clearing them out at a low price was best. Suemo told him he wanted them all, hung up the phone, and added Mr. Gong on WeChat. He got the account and transferred over 150,000. Then he searched online for local sellers of cotton and called to order 500 pounds, also for making Molotov cocktails. With so much cotton, they wouldn't use it all. When the weather got cold, Lin Shi and the others could also make quilts. Suemo soon received the items and letter from Lin Shi in return. He held a short knife, its sheath carved with a phoenix design, inlaid with 9 gemstones of various colors. On the hilt, the words Empress of the Phoenix Crown were engraved. With a swift motion, Suemo drew the knife, its blade glinting coldly. The Empress of the Phoenix Crown must be Lin Shi, Suemo chuckled, sheathing the knife. The 9 gemstones alone on the sheath were worth a fortune, the entire piece priceless. He then examined the carved jade disc and inkstone, both royal items. After placing these in the office safe, he felt a bit more at ease. An hour later, the glass bottles and cotton arrived one after the other, unloaded into the warehouse. Suemo patted the bag and sent these along with the alcohol. Lin Shi, this is the process for making incendiary bottles. If used properly, they can burn the enemy's siege ladders and siege engines. Also, if the alcohol is not used, it must be stored in a dark place to prevent fire and explosion. Alcohol also has disinfecting and sterilizing properties. Suemo carefully wrote a letter with these instructions and printed out the process for making and using the incendiary bottles, sending everything to Lin Shi. Upon receiving the glass bottles, cotton, and alcohol, Lin Shi's first reaction was confusion about their purpose. After carefully reading Sumo's instructions, she realized they were materials for making incendiary bottles. She had someone try making a few, and the results were excellent. Immediately, she arranged for secret production and classified the matter, forbidding anyone from leaking it. With the incendiary bottles, their chances of success had greatly increased. Your Majesty, the Wu Taigu faction is shouting outside the city, and their words are quite offensive, a soldier reported, his face filled with anger. Just speak the truth, Lin Shi replied calmly. They said they want your Majesty to become a concubine for Wu Taigu, and if we open the city and surrender, they will spare us and promise not to massacre the city, the soldier said cautiously. Preposterous. To disrespect your Majesty, Wu Taigu deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Yang Zhomei exclaimed in fury. The other generals also wore angry expressions. How dare the barbarian army humiliate them like this? Do not be angry, Wu Taigu was deliberately trying to provoke us and shake our morale, Lin Shi said with a light laugh. We just need to prepare for the defense of the city, there is no need to respond. They needed to quickly complete their preparations, and as for how the barbarian army provoked and insulted them, they could do as they pleased. Wu Taigu's actions also indicated that the barbarian army was not yet ready for an assault, otherwise, they would have attacked directly. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately returned to convey the orders. Your Majesty, could we ask the Celestial Lord to send more water tomorrow? A great battle is imminent, and the soldiers need to be well fed and hydrated, Yang Zhomei said softly. They had enough food for a few days, but the water was depleting too quickly. The weather was getting hotter, and the soldiers were drinking more each day, with much evaporating as well. Their water storage was limited, even though the Celestial Lord provided ample water each time, not much could be stored. Additionally, they needed to allocate some water for the common people, leading to further shortages. Today, the soldiers exchanged food for more than a dozen decorative and collectible items, including spirit jade, exquisite golden silk nanmu, wanwali, and agarwood, and they also acquired 2 beautiful porcelain vases, Lu Mulan said, bringing over a large wooden box filled with items exchanged with the prominent families of Yen City. They only traded for fine items, rejecting anything ordinary. I will write a letter now, requesting water from the Celestial Lord, Lin Shi said, examining the items, which were indeed elegant, exquisitely crafted, and gracefully shaped. Especially the 2 vases, their beauty rivaled that of royal porcelain. Celestial Lord, the materials for the incendiary bottles have been received, and I have dispatched people for urgent production. With such a divine tool, it is of immense help to us. Lin Shi dares to request that the Celestial Lord grant water tomorrow, so the warriors can be well fed and hydrated before going into battle. After finishing the letter, Lin Shi placed it along with the items into a bag and bowed sincerely. Suemo received the reply and the returned items, his eyes shining at the sight of the two vases. The two vases are both about 30 centimeters tall and are meant for flower arrangements. One is a blue and white fishtail vase with floral and bird patterns, and the other is a blue and white olive vase with peach and bat designs. Both have the traditional characters for Zheng Tong Nian Ji at the bottom. Their shapes are beautiful, elegant, and the painting is exquisite. These two blue and white vases are stunning. Good stuff, really good stuff, not inferior to the national treasures in the Forbidden City, Suemo said as he admired them repeatedly, thoroughly pleased. After helping Lin Shi and the others get through this city defense crisis, he might consider opening an antique shop. After all, the items in the future would only increase, and Old Tang couldn't possibly consume them all. Just these two blue and white porcelain vases alone would likely fetch a sky-high price. Lin Shi, I received your kind gesture, and I really like it. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some water storage equipment for you, and then we can fill it up, Suemo replied to Lin Shi after putting everything away. He then called a high-end restaurant and ordered a lavish meal. Today, he saw the news again, mentioning someone who asked a delivery guy to take him to a clean takeout restaurant, but the delivery guy couldn't think of any clean places after a long time. Food safety remains a long way to go. Now that he had money, it was only right to treat himself and the Empress to better food. Big brother, are you really going to eat all this by yourself? Since Suemo ordered over 3,000 yuan worth of food, and the distance wasn't far, the restaurant sent 2 waiters to deliver it personally. Well, I'm a food broadcaster, Suemo said lightly, not wanting to explain too much. Oh, that makes sense, one young female waiter said, suddenly enlightened, as she carefully brought the food over and placed it on the large conference table. With the food factory closed, becoming a food blogger was also a viable path. But with so many delicacies ordered, along with over 10 servings of rice, could he really finish it all? She didn't say more, deciding not to worry unnecessarily. After all, one meal was almost equivalent to her entire month's salary. After they left, Suemo kept 2 dishes and a box of rice for himself, sending the rest to Lin Shi. The next morning, he drove to the entrance of a factory. Boss, I saw online that you sell 10-ton water storage tanks, so I came to take a look, Suemo explained his purpose. Welcome. The middle-aged boss, dressed in a white shirt, pointed to a super-large plastic water tank in the yard. This is the 10-ton capacity water tank, also called a water tower. Suemo looked up. The water tank was about 3 meters tall, with a bottom diameter of over 2 meters, larger than he had imagined. Is this material suitable for storing drinking water? Suemo asked, a bit worried, as the strong plastic smell was evident in the factory. This is for collecting rainwater and irrigation water. Don't use this for drinking water, it's cheaper. If you need something for drinking, we have food-grade materials, but they are more expensive. A 10-ton capacity one costs 10,000, with no off-flavors, the boss shook his head. You get what you pay for, the price varies greatly with different materials. Then I'll take the food-grade one. How many do you have in 10-ton capacity? Suemo inquired. We have 20 of the 10-ton capacity ones, the rest are smaller, the boss replied. I'll take all 20, Suemo said. 20 of them total 200 tons, which is 200,000 liters of water. It sounds like a lot, but for 60,000 soldiers, that averages to less than 4 liters per person. According to Lin Shi and the others' drinking regulations, it would last them 3 to 4 days. First, they needed to get through tomorrow's siege by the barbarian army, and then he could buy more water tanks or arrange for regular nighttime water deliveries. Seeing him so straightforward and not haggling, the boss threw in 5 small water towers, each with a 1-ton capacity, all food grade, and with interface valves at the bottom. I also want to buy a few rolls of thicker water pipes. Suemo noticed they had pipes available and bought some. After paying, he had them deliver the goods to the food factory's courtyard. He wrote to Lin Shi to wait in an open area with a bag, as the water tanks were too tall and large. After receiving Lin Shi's reply, he sent over the water storage tanks and pipes. Lin Shi looked at the 20 large water tanks, 5 small ones, and more than 10 large pipes in front of her, feeling immensely delighted. With these storage devices, the water reserves could be greatly increased, alleviating her anxiety. Ninth sister, send someone to dig 20 large pits, each big enough to fit a large water tank. Lin Shi thought for a moment. These large water tanks should definitely be buried in the pits for better use. Bury them leaving only the opening, so the water won't get too hot from the sun, and it will significantly reduce evaporation. Take 3 small water tanks to the kitchen in the military camp and let them use them as they see fit. Lin Shi continued, the remaining 2 can be placed in my courtyard. Understood. Yang Zhomei dispatched 5,000 people to dig the pits, and the efficiency was very high. Soon, all 20 large pits were dug, the water tanks were placed inside, and the soil was backfilled, leaving only the openings. Several generals connected the pipes from Lin Shi's courtyard to the locations of these water tanks in the military camp. This was advised by the Celestial Master. The matter of the bags should not be known by too many people, as it could be dangerous. Someone might risk their life to seize the bags. Lin Shi placed the bags next to the water pool and sent a message to Sumo, saying they were ready. Soon, a large surge of thick, rushing water burst forth, flowing continuously. Sumo watched as the well water kept pouring into the bags, disappearing from sight, and opened the valve to the maximum, planning to let it run for 7 or 8 hours. He initially thought about placing the water tanks in the river and sending them over once filled, saving time on draining. However, considering that some unscrupulous companies might secretly discharge waste into the river and that people might litter, it wouldn't be good if the soldiers got diarrhea from drinking river water. He ultimately decided to use well water, which felt safer to drink. He locked the front door, turned on the surveillance at the entrance, and connected it to his phone app, so he would know if anyone came. He had replaced the door lock yesterday with a new one, and there was a sign on the door saying to call if someone needed to go out. Thinking that the debts of the food factory had been paid off, there shouldn't be anyone coming by. Moreover, the well was in the backyard, behind an iron gate, so it should be fine. After finishing all this, he drove away. The barbarian army was set to attack the city the next morning, and he planned to buy some meat and vegetables to send over, ensuring the soldiers had enough to eat, which would give them more energy and strength to fight. He drove to the largest meat market in Yunhai and bought 50,000 jin of beef and lamb. He also bought a lot of canned meat, ham sausages, 5,000 boxes of roast chicken, and roasted goose. Then he went to a nearby market and bought 50,000 jin of steamed buns and flatbreads. All these items cost over 4 million. He arranged a delivery time with the seller for 4 o'clock in the afternoon, asking them not to deliver yet. Otherwise, some of the fresh meat would spoil after being left out for half a day. He then drove to Ma Yucheng. You want to open an antique shop? No problem, as long as you have good goods, you won't have to worry about selling, Ma Yucheng said, supporting his plan. The antiques Sumo had brought before were all high-quality items. Last time, he sold one for 100 million, so it seemed he was planning to start a business. I want to choose a location about a kilometer east of the food factory. There's a storefront available, 2 stories, about 300 square meters, priced just over 10 million, Sumo explained. Right across the street is the police station, so it's safe. That's fine, the location of a high-end antique shop isn't important, the quality of the items is what matters, Ma Yucheng nodded. Seeing that Sumo wanted to focus on high-end antiques rather than volume sales, the shop's location and foot traffic weren't key factors. The police station across the street was indeed a safety advantage since they were running a legitimate business. For a 300 square meter space, the renovation plus costs for anti-theft glass display cases and other expenses will also amount to 3 to 4 million, Ma Yucheng calculated simply. Do you know a reliable renovation company? Sumo asked. I know a senior who was also your father's student. He later went into renovation and has a good reputation. If you want to use him, I can set up a meeting to discuss it, Ma Yucheng replied. Sumo nodded and drove to a shop near the food factory. It was 2 stories high, and through the glass, he could see the empty interior. He took a few pictures and walked a few hundred meters to the sales office. Houses were not selling well now. It had been over a year since they were handed over, and 1/5 of the units remained unsold. This community wasn't bad, on the contrary, the layout was great, and the plot ratio was low, consisting of small villas. But the price was still high, at 31,000 per square meter, with the smallest unit being 180 square meters. Hello, sir, are you here to buy a house? A female sales consultant asked with a smile. Not buying a house, Sumo shook his head. The sales consultant was taken aback. Why was he here if he wasn't buying? Was he just using the restroom? Sumo? At that moment, Qin Mangyao, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the floor plans, noticed him and was quite surprised. Her mother frowned slightly. Considering that Sumo's food factory was nearby, it was normal to run into him here. Sir, the restroom is on the right. The sales consultant tried to maintain her politeness. Fewer people were buying houses now. It wasn't like before when everyone was eager to purchase. These consultants were also feeling the pressure. Houses weren't selling, and there wasn't much commission. I'm not here for the restroom. I'm here to look at the shop, Sumo said. Oh, Xiaosu, are you planning to do business? Is the food factory for sale? Qin's mother immediately approached him. She wasn't particularly interested in the food factory itself but was interested in the land. Whether I sell or not has nothing to do with you, Sumo replied coldly. You child, how rude. Qin's mother was taken aback by his retort, feeling a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing that Sumo owned a factory and was actually a boss, the sales consultant became even more enthusiastic. If he sold the factory, he might come to her to buy a house. How much for that 2-story, 300 square meter shop on the east side? Sumo asked directly. Let me calculate, after discounts, it would be 11 million, the sales consultant replied. Don't waste your breath on him, do you think he can afford it? Shin's mother scoffed. Mom, stop it, Shin Mangyao said as she tried to pull her mother away. Tell your manager that if it's 10 million, I can sign the contract and pay in full right now, Sumo said. Shin Mangyao suddenly stopped in her tracks, turning to look at Sumo in disbelief. Lin Shi adjusted the angle of the bag, allowing water to flow into the pool and then through the pipes into the water cellar. She arranged for 100 guards to watch over the courtyard. No one was allowed to enter without her permission. The water should last a long time, and at this moment, she couldn't stay in the courtyard all the time. She put on her old armor and went to patrol the city walls with the generals. Lin Shi, little skin girl, hurry up and surrender, come to bed with our great general. Our general is strong and powerful, he can toss you around if you make our general happy, Yen City will be safe. Otherwise, once the city walls are breached, we won't let you have it easy. Outside the city walls, 500 barbarian soldiers sang loudly and repeatedly. Indeed, a barbaric tribe, shameless, bah. Lu Mulan gripped her sword tightly. How dare they insult the emperor? She wished she could go down and chop them up directly. She knew they were doing it on purpose, and now was not the time to act rashly. Let them sing. Tomorrow they won't be able to sing anymore. Lin Shi's lips curled into a cold smile, her killing intent evident. Shin Mangyao exchanged glances with her mother, deciding to stay a little longer. Sumo had already repaid the 10 million debt for the food factory and had heard that he had also paid the workers' wages. How could he have another 10 million to buy a shop? Handsome, are you serious? The sales consultant looked at Sumo, feeling a bit excited. Shops were hard to sell now, and she would try to apply to her manager. However, waving 1 million at once would be very difficult. Of course, Sumo nodded. This location was very close to the food factory, making it convenient to open an antique shop. Please have a seat, enjoy some tea, and I'll go apply to my manager. A sales consultant brewed a good cup of tea and brought it over, excitedly heading off to find the manager. Sumo, why not take the chance to leave? Shin's mother glanced at him. When they come back, if they really apply for a discount, how embarrassing would it be if you can't afford it? She wasn't being kind, she just wanted to probe Sumo's background to see if he had the means to buy. Aren't we familiar enough? Can you not bother me? Just go away. Sumo frowned and waved his hand. Shin's mother opened her mouth, her face turning red with frustration. Mom, can you say less? Shin Mangyao sighed. Sumo had a significant grievance against their family due to the broken engagement, which was understandable. Ha, I want to see if he really has money or is just pretending to be rich. Shin's mother sat on the sofa, fuming. I even suspect he's been following us, deliberately creating encounters. Shin Mangyao frowned at this, recalling the last time they met at the supermarket when Sumo was buying sanitary pads. Maybe it really was like that. He might have genuinely developed feelings for her, but since they had already cancelled their engagement, he could only try to catch her attention this way. After analyzing, Shin Mangyao found it quite possible. After all, she was so beautiful, how could Sumo be willing to break up with her? Handsome, our manager said the lowest price is 10,500,000, and a discount of 500,000 is already his maximum authority. If you want more discount, you'll have to talk to our sales department's boss, the sales consultant said as he approached. The price doesn't meet my expectations, I'm not buying for now, Sumo shook his head. This community had a low plot ratio, with very few residents, making it hard to sell shops. He wasn't in a hurry and could come back to check later. Ha, you can't afford it, can you? I hate people who pretend to be rich when they have no money. Shin's mother seized the opportunity to mock him harshly. Sumo had confronted her twice today, making her feel quite upset. Madam, whether I have money or not is none of your business, Sumo replied indifferently. What do you mean by madam? Shin's mother was directly triggered. She was just over 40, well-maintained, and many young men usually called her sister. Being called madam made her lose her composure. Are you getting anxious? Sumo took a sip of tea. Your daughter is already this old, if you're not a madam, who is? You. Shin's mother was furious and didn't know how to retort. Handsome, let's keep it friendly, think about the price again. Just then, a Bentley pulled up at the sales office entrance, and a woman in her 20s got out of the back seat. She was about 1.70 meters tall, with 2 snow-white long legs extending deep into her skirt. Her chest was full and rounded, and her figure was excellent. Her features were exquisite, wearing sunglasses, not inferior to first-line female stars. Dressed in high-end custom fashion, she exuded a powerful aura. "Boss!" The sales manager hurried over when he saw her arrive. Not many clients looking at houses today," the female boss scanned the sales hall. Their project had excellent quality, never lowering prices, and was 3 to 4,000 more expensive than surrounding projects, so it hadn't sold out yet. "Oh, Sumo." The female boss took off her sunglasses and walked over. "Li Yunran, what a surprise to see you." Sumo was also a bit surprised. Li Yunran was his university classmate. He had never seen her dressed like this before. She had been so low-key during their college years. They had just graduated, and Li Yunran must have inherited her family's business. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, recalling Wang Yugue. They were both heirs, but their outcomes were vastly different. "After graduation, I had nothing to do, and a few days ago, my father asked me to be the sales department's boss. I'm just playing around," Li Yunran said with a smile. "So, are you looking to buy a house?" She knew Sumo's background, a rich second generation from Yunhai, with a mother who was a well-known local entrepreneur. Unfortunately, later on, the couple had an accident, and Sumo was deeply affected. He had mental issues during that time. Yesterday, she heard from her family that Sumo had been cheated by his uncle, who took away his business. She didn't expect to run into him today. Being here to buy a house wasn't as tragic as she had imagined. "Buy a shop." Sumo smiled. Li Yunran picked up the floor plan in his hand and asked the sales manager again, "If we reduce it by another million, to 9,500,000, is that possible?" Li Yunran asked with a smile. "Absolutely possible." Sumo was overjoyed, not expecting such a generous offer. "Possible? Can you afford it?" "Decorate," Shin's mother muttered. She saw that Li Yunran was not only prettier than her daughter but also had a great figure and a strong presence, and she was Sumo's classmate, which made her feel quite sour inside. Shin Mangyao looked at Li Yunran's fair and straight legs, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. These beautiful legs could attract both men and women. "Who is this aunt?" Li Yunran frowned, feeling a bit displeased. "Who's an aunt? Who's an aunt? With your attitude, no wonder the house isn't selling." Shin's mother completely lost her composure and shouted loudly. Shin Mangyao felt embarrassed and quickly pulled her away. "Wait, who are they?" Li Yunran asked. "My ex-fiancée and her mother. The engagement has been cancelled," Sumo briefly explained the situation. "I thought it was someone important, turns out it's the Qin family. Over the years, they've taken quite a few projects from your family and made some money, only to turn around and cancel the engagement." "How interesting." Li Yunran was very angry. Upon hearing this, Sumo narrowed his eyes. To take the project, they would need Wang Yugue's consent. In that case, Wang Yugue was seizing their family's assets, and what role did the Qin family play in this? "Evil people will have their comeuppance," Sumo said coldly. He then proceeded to make the payment and sign the contract. "What do you plan to do with the shop?" Li Yunran asked curiously. "Open an antique store, and you can come support me in the future," Sumo smiled. "No problem." Li Yunran nodded. Sumo's father was a famous historian, and it seemed he had inherited his father's talent. "I have something to do later. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Sumo was not being polite, he genuinely had something to attend to. "Alright, but I'll make sure to treat you well," Li Yunran agreed. Sumo bid her farewell and returned to the food factory. He saw water flowing from the faucet into bags, disappearing from sight, and couldn't help but feel happy. By 4 o'clock, the meat and buns all arrived. Sumo turned off the water and wrote a letter to Lin Shi, asking her to prepare to receive the meat and other items. Lin Shi saw the water had stopped, and then received a letter from the Heavenly Sovereign, saying that meat would be delivered soon. Sure enough, not long after, piles of items appeared: beef, lamb, roasted duck, fried chicken, buns, pancakes, and some seasonings, etc. Lin Shi was extremely touched and sent someone to cook, planning to treat the army to a good meal tonight. Tomorrow morning, the barbarian army would attack the city, and everyone needed to be well fed and energized for the battle. After a whole day of water being released, the water cellar was full, and the citizens of the city each received some. Within 3 to 4 days, there was no need to worry about water and food, allowing them to focus on the enemy. 2 hours later, the entire military tent was filled with laughter and joy, morale soaring. In this time of great famine, being able to enjoy such a lavish meal was more joyous than the new year. They ate meat heartily, feeling incredibly happy. So fragrant, so delicious. Huang Zhong tore off a piece of chicken leg, praising it repeatedly. The 5 generals dined with Lin Shi, and for the past few days, their dinners had been generously provided by the Heavenly Sovereign. It was extremely lavish, extremely delicious, with all the colors, aromas, and flavors. Who would have thought that while marching and fighting, we could eat so well, with so many things we've never tasted before? It's so delicious, thank you, Heavenly Sovereign, Lu Mulan said, putting a piece of deep-fried pork tenderloin into her mouth. They had been eating well these days, their spirits lifted. Everything is a gift from the Heavenly Sovereign, may the Heavenly Sovereign bless us, and tomorrow we will definitely hold the city. Lin, she said, drinking red date and silver ear porridge, her gaze resolute. We definitely can. The soldiers are full of fighting spirit, and with the weapons and armor granted by the Heavenly Sovereign, as well as the incendiary bottles, we might just be able to deal a heavy blow to the barbarian army. Yang Jiumei added, confidently picking up a sea cucumber. Well, everything will go according to our plan. Tonight, the 5 of you will lead a patrol of the camp, and there must be no mistakes. Lin, she nodded. Yes. The 5 generals respectfully accepted the order. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Shi, little skin girl, hurry up and surrender, come to bed with our general. Our general is strong and powerful, holding you and crashing around. If you make our general happy, Yen City will be safe. Otherwise, once the city walls are breached, we won't let you off easily. Ha ha ha. 3,000 barbarian soldiers were the first to arrive at the city walls, shouting. The defending soldiers of the Great Xia were furious, but without orders, they dared not act rashly. The soldiers on duty today were all wearing bulletproof vests and armor, holding shields. They were confident in this equipment and could ignore the rain of arrows from the barbarians. After a while, the main force of the barbarian army arrived. Leading the charge was General Wu Tiegu. The 3,000 soldiers who had been shouting quickly parted to the sides as the army approached. Great Xia soldiers, listen. Today, Yen City will surely fall. Call your majesty here, I have something to say to her. Wu Tiegu's voice was loud and filled with authority. He noticed that the defending soldiers were not even wearing leather armor. Had they cooked and eaten it? I've been waiting for you. Lin Shi appeared, standing on the city wall. She wore a white battle robe, holding a long sword, looking heroic and stunning. Underneath, she was fully equipped with bulletproof armor, armed to her toes. Ever since she received the soft armor granted by the Celestial Sovereign, she no longer wanted to wear heavy armor. Lin Shi, I know you were pushed to the throne by the dog Emperor Lin Shizhen, and I admire you. But you cannot hold the city. Why not follow me? If you make me comfortable, I will spare you, how about it? Wu Tiegu laughed heartily. You are all southern barbarians. 100 years ago, due to internal strife, your kin fled to the Great Xia, seeking protection. The martial emperor was merciful and granted you the land of Biming to recuperate. Who would have thought that after decades of thriving, you not only swallowed the major northern nomadic tribes but also continued to harass the Great Xia? In just 10 years, you plundered 15 cities of the Great Xia, committing atrocities and causing countless deaths. Now you have slaughtered 13 cities, wanting to destroy the Great Xia. Your crimes are too numerous to count, and both gods and men are outraged. Today, I, the Empress of the Great Xia, Lin Shi, swear here, together with the soldiers, to defend the city. As long as we are in the city, we are alive. Anyone who offends the Great Xia shall be killed. Lin Shi pointed her sword at Wu Tiegu, her face filled with killing intent. The soldiers were greatly inspired, each one brimming with fighting spirit, ready for battle. Ha ha ha, the weak are prey to the strong, such is the way of heaven. Wu Tiegu rode forward, stopping 200 meters from the city wall. More than 20 deputy generals followed closely behind. The Great Xia's archers had limited attack range, so they were quite safe. The Great Xia has been established for over 200 years, already corrupt and decayed, bringing about its own destruction. Wu Tiegu shouted loudly, Lin Shi, I see you are so fair and beautiful, I can't wait to see you begging for mercy beneath me. Ah! The deputy generals laughed as well. The women of the Great Xia were just delightful. Just thinking that if the general got tired of the Empress, he might let them have a turn made them even more excited. Shameless! Lin Shi took the enhanced composite bow handed to her by Yang Jiumei and aimed it at Wu Tiegu. Ha ha, where did this strange bow come from? Besides, with your skinny arms and legs, can you even draw the bow? Come, shoot me. Wu Tiegu showed no fear, even opening his arms in mockery. He was safely clad in chainmail. Then I will kill you. Lin Shi suddenly drew the bow and shot. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a cold gleam, instantly piercing Wu Tiegu's heart and nailing him to the ground. You! Wu Tiegu looked down at his wound, unable to believe that any arrow could penetrate his chainmail. Thud! Wu Tiegu fell from his horse, spitting blood and dying with his eyes wide open. General! The numerous vice-generals were utterly astonished and were about to dismount to seize the corpse of Wu Tiegu. At that moment, over 100 female soldiers appeared on the city wall, each wielding composite bows, shooting at the barbarian army's vice-generals. Retreat! One by one, the vice-generals were shot down by arrows, their armor crumpling like paper, offering no defense at all. Two vice-generals ran fast and escaped into the army 500 meters away. "Father!" A young general in his 20s shouted hoarsely upon seeing Wu Tiegu's fallen body ahead. The people beside him hurriedly grabbed him, preventing him from acting impulsively. "Young Marshal, don't be reckless. The enemy's bows and crossbows are incredibly powerful, our armor can't protect us at all." The vice-general who had narrowly escaped was still shaken. They must not have many bows and crossbows, otherwise, they would have used them in the previous battles. Wu Xiaotu wiped his tears and pushed away those holding him, filled with rage. His father had died just like that, he would make everyone in Yen City pay for it. "All troops, listen to my command, attack the city. Once the city falls, leave no one alive, kill them all." Wu Xiaotu drew his long sword and issued the order. They had an absolute numerical advantage, and today, no matter what, they would flatten Yen City. The barbarian archers launched the first attack against the people on the city wall. Faced with the rain of arrows, the soldiers of the Great Xia raised their shields, unharmed. Under the cover of the arrow storm, the barbarian siege engines and ladders quickly approached the city wall. The first to reach the city wall will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Kill them all. Wu Xiaotu was nearly mad. He had never imagined that his war godlike father would die so suddenly. He had never thought that the Great Xia's arrows could reach so far. He had never considered that arrows could easily penetrate chainmail and kill. In his grief, he was determined to break through the city wall at all costs and slaughter everyone inside to accompany his father in death. Upon hearing his reward, the barbarian soldiers also steeled themselves to attack the city. Lin Shi hid behind a shield, peering through the gaps, and saw the barbarian siege equipment rapidly approaching. She had shot Wu Tiegu with an arrow, thinking the enemy would retreat. Unexpectedly, the barbarians launched a frenzied attack, intent on making them accompany Wu Tiegu in death. She was not panicked now, instead, she was surprisingly calm. Although Wu Tiegu was dead, the barbarian army remained a significant threat. If they could take the opportunity to eliminate some barbarian soldiers today, it would not only greatly relieve their pressure but also boost the confidence of the Great Xia army and the people. After all, for decades, the Great Xia had been severely bullied by the Barbarian Nation. The once incredibly confident Huaxia people had become much weaker over the years. A weak nation has no strong citizens, it is a sorrowful yet helpless reality. "Your Majesty, shall we act?" Yang Jiumei asked softly. "Wait a bit longer, follow my orders," Lin Shi replied, her gaze fixed on the approaching barbarian army, feeling a hint of excitement. Yang Jiumei saw her expression and sighed inwardly, realizing that the Empress was truly born for the battlefield. When Lin Shi first ascended to the throne, everyone had looked down on her. After all, she was merely a puppet hastily pushed into power, destined to be a ruler of a fallen nation. Yet no one had expected her to be so resilient. Shortly after her coronation, she personally visited the battlefield, proclaiming the grand words of an emperor guarding the nation's gates, shocking the court and the people. An 18-year-old girl, raised in a privileged environment, had never even killed a chicken before. But after coming here, she adapted to the brutal battlefield in just a few days, earning great admiration. Such a person seemed born to be a commander, a ruler. "Defenders of the city, prepare the fire bottles," Lin Shi commanded in a deep voice as she saw the barbarian soldiers reach the city wall. Smash! The soldiers, eager to act, immediately ignited the fire bottles at their feet and hurled them down with all their might. Countless fire bottles were thrown, reflecting brilliant light under the sun. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions of the fire bottles continued, quickly igniting the siege engines and ladders. Many barbarian soldiers were also set ablaze, falling from the ladders with continuous screams. Some Molotov cocktails were thrown into the area of the barbarian archers, igniting many soldiers and causing widespread panic. The mournful howl sent chills down one's spine on such a hot day. At that moment, a rain of arrows fell from the city walls, resulting in countless casualties among the barbarian troops. Lin Shi instructed the soldiers to use ordinary bows and arrows, not composite bows. The arrows for composite bows were limited and extremely precious, typically reserved for dealing with enemy generals. Moreover, the attacking barbarian soldiers were so close that ordinary bows were sufficient. The area beneath the city wall turned into a hellish sea of fire. The barbarian soldiers were either shot dead or burned alive. "Young Marshal, the siege equipment is on fire. It seems we have no hope of taking the city today. We should retreat and plan for the long term," a barbarian general advised Wu Xiaotu. The items thrown by the Daxia soldiers were terrifying. When they hit the ground, they exploded, igniting everything around. They had no water to extinguish the flames, and many watched helplessly as their comrades burned to death. "Father!" Wu Xiaotu saw Wu Tiegu's body engulfed in flames and clenched his fists tightly. He never expected that even his father's body could not be brought back. "Young Marshal, It may be better that the general died in the flames, at least we don't have to worry about his body being humiliated by Daxia. We still need to plan for the long term, let's retreat for now, someone whispered. The ladders and other siege equipment were all destroyed. It was indeed impossible to continue the assault today. Continuing would only lead to more casualties. Daxia had prepared too well today, and the composite bows and Molotov cocktails exceeded their expectations, resulting in a significant loss. Lin Shi, the hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. I will definitely cut off your head to honor my father. Wu Xiaotu shouted at Lin Shi, who stood on the city wall, his eyes bloodshot. What did you say? Our Majesty can't hear you. Step forward 200 paces to speak. Yang Zhomei shouted loudly. Currently, Wu Xiaotu was out of the range of the composite bows, and they needed to coax him to move forward. If Wu Xiaotu died here, the barbarian army would surely fall into chaos. Young Marshal, you must not go. We don't know how far those powerful bows and crossbows of Daxia can shoot. Don't be fooled. We should retreat and discuss how to break the city, a general urgently advised. If the young marshal were to meet with an accident, it would likely lead to internal strife. Retreat! Wu Xiaotu gritted his teeth and shouted, leading the army in a hasty retreat. We won! Long live His Majesty, may the Heavenly Sovereign have boundless longevity. Long live His Majesty, may the Heavenly Sovereign have boundless longevity. The Daxia soldiers defending the city cheered with joy. It was the first time they had fought such an easy battle. The barbarian army suffered heavy losses, not only losing their main general Wu Tiegu but also many deputy generals, with over 5,000 soldiers burned or shot dead. All the siege equipment was destroyed, and it would be a while before they could attack again. On the Daxia side, not a single person was injured. Even those soldiers hit by the barbarian arrows were protected by their bulletproof vests and helmets, coming away unscathed. Lin Shi watched the barbarian army retreat, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. The gifts bestowed by the Heavenly Sovereign were truly powerful weapons on the battlefield. They had produced 70,000 Molotov cocktails, and only 20,000 were used in this battle, leaving plenty for the next. This item was indeed a powerful tool for defending the city, incredibly effective, simple, efficient, and violent. The walls of Yanqing were tall. Once the siege equipment was burned, they could only stare helplessly. The entire Yanqing was filled with cheers. Daxia had not fought such a beautiful battle in a long, long time. Today, Lin Shi's arrow that killed Wu Tiegu also firmly established her imperial authority. From then on, no one dared to underestimate this young empress. More and more people genuinely supported and adored her. It had been over 60 years since Daxia had an emperor lead a campaign personally. Lin Shi's arrow and this great fire ignited the hope in everyone's hearts for the restoration of Daxia's glory. Your Majesty, we won, we really won, Yang Zhomei exclaimed, watching the retreating barbarian soldiers with great excitement. After feeling so stifled for so long, they finally fought a beautiful battle. Your Majesty, the weapons granted by the Heavenly Sovereign are incredibly effective on the battlefield. Lu Mulan was also extremely excited and thrilled. No one expected that today's battle would be so easy and enjoyable. Especially when His Majesty shot and killed Wu Tiegu, it was truly impressive. Once the fire is out, collect the arrowheads from the reinforced bows, Lin Shi instructed. The arrowheads were made of high-quality steel and were extremely precious, they couldn't be wasted. She returned to the courtyard and took off her bulletproof vest, then sent a message to Sumo. Sumo felt very anxious, staying close to the bag. With the barbarian army attacking the city today, he couldn't help but worry. Thinking about the supplies he had prepared for Lin Shi and the others, he believed defending the city should be fine. But the battlefield was ever-changing, and anything could happen. Just then, a letter flew out. With the blessing of the Celestial Lord, we achieved a great victory today. Wu Tiegu was shot dead by my composite bow granted by the Celestial Lord, and the barbarian siege equipment was mostly burned by incendiary bottles. In this battle, we killed over 5,000 enemies. Upon reading the content, Sumo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. But he knew very well that the barbarian army would not give up easily and would surely return. This was the best opportunity to eliminate the Great Xia. No one would want to miss such a monumental achievement. Sumo replied to her message, first congratulating them on their great victory and stating that he would send them meat and grain today to reward the army. His mood improved significantly as he took out his phone to make a call. After buying so much meat the last 2 times and getting to know a few big bosses, he could just call and have it delivered. After ordering beef, lamb, and other fresh meats, he also ordered 10,000 boxes of beef jerky and 10,000 boxes of ham sausages, which could be stored easily. He then called Chen Yongqian and cleared out his grain storehouse. He ordered all the rice, flour, noodles, and more. Suddenly, Sumo thought of something and hurried to the cold storage of the food factory. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find over 5,000 boxes of frozen dumplings and wontons, filling the entire cold storage. This was an unexpected delight, saving him from having to buy them. So he brought a leather bag and started sending these items over. After that, he drove to the largest wholesale supermarket in Yunhai, buying a large quantity of salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings, as well as 6,000 boxes of beer. It was extremely hot on Lin Shi's side, and having a can of beer would be incredibly refreshing. He thought for a moment and also bought 10,000 boxes of toilet paper, 10,000 boxes of tissues, and 10,000 boxes of milk. The supermarket owner personally came to attend to him, feeling like he had encountered a god of wealth today, and arranged for a truck to deliver the goods to the food factory. After driving back, it wasn't long before the items began to arrive one after another. Winning a battle required rewards. This way, everyone would be more motivated to fight in the future. After unloading a truckload of goods, Suemo first sent them over in bags. After sending the last truck of milk, he sat in the empty warehouse, contemplating. Today he spent over 8 million, but he felt happy about it. Defending the city was just the beginning. A counterattack was still needed, and he had to purchase weapons and equipment for 60,000 troops, which would be the most expensive part. After all, a reinforced composite bow cost 10,000 yuan. If every soldier had one, that would be 600 million. This was truly spending money like water. Maintaining an army was indeed very costly. Lin Shi looked at the courtyard filled with various items, completely shocked. Besides meat and grain, there were many things she had never seen before. This says beer, it's actually alcohol. Lin Shi pointed at the words on a box. Alcohol? Huang Zhong immediately tore open a box and took out a glass bottle. This bottle looks like an incendiary bottle. I wonder what this alcohol is like. He twisted the cap with force and surprisingly opened it, tilting his head back to take a sip. Refreshing! Huang Zhong exclaimed, feeling half of his summer heat dissipate. He had never drunk such alcohol before. Han Jian and Jiang Long also opened a bottle each and started drinking after twisting the caps off with effort. Don't throw away the bottles after drinking. We can make incendiary bottles from them later, Lin Shi reminded, curiously looking at the toilet paper. She asked Yang Jiumei to open a box to take a look, seeing that it contained rolls of fine white paper. These papers are so beautiful. Are they for writing? But why did the heavenly sovereign send so many? Yang Jiumei tore off a piece of tissue. This paper is very soft. It seems unsuitable for writing. Lin Shi blinked her big eyes and suddenly remembered the sanitary pads Suemo had sent before, realizing their purpose. This should be for wiping, she said softly. Ah, using such good paper for that is too extravagant. Yang Jiumei was shocked. Lu Mulan tore off a piece and gently stroked it, finding it very soft and delicate. Indeed, the world of the gods is wonderful, she couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Shi opened a pack of tissues and pulled out 2 sheets. This should be for wiping the mouth after a meal, instead of a handkerchief, she murmured. The heavenly sovereign's life is so refined, let's keep the toilet paper and tissues for his majesty. Although it looks like a lot, every little bit counts. Yang Jiumei said. These are not necessities but enhancements to the quality of life. Gifts from the heavenly sovereign, I dare not enjoy them alone, Lin Shi smiled. Every soldier will receive 2 rolls of toilet paper and tissues. Got it, Yang Jiumei noted. With such a good sovereign, the soldiers are truly blessed, and so is the great Xia. This box contains milk. Let's take a look. Lin Shi pointed to another row of boxes. Lu Mulan opened a box and saw several cartons. Is this really milk? She asked curiously. This time she was smart and carefully examined the packaging before poking a straw through the box. She gently squeezed it, and a milky liquid sprayed out. It really is milk. It's so delicious. Lu Mulan took a sip, her face filled with surprise. Let me see. Lin Shi picked up a carton and examined it. Seeing the shelf life of 9 months, she felt relieved and suggested finding a cool place to store it. She looked at the other items. Foods like beef jerky and milk were perfect for military rations. Convenient for marching and fighting, and all individually packaged, they wouldn't spoil easily. Notify everyone, today the army will have dumplings, meat, and drink. Lin Shi said with a smile, take out 10,000 pounds of meat to make braised meat, and distribute a bowl of meat noodles to each citizen in the city. After today's great victory, the heavenly sovereign rewards the army and lets the citizens enjoy a good meal. 2 hours later, the entire military camp was filled with the aroma of meat. The soldiers were eating meat and drinking beer, all extremely excited. The great Xia had been bullied by the barbarian nations for decades, and today they finally fought a beautiful battle. Back then, being a soldier was tough, but I never expected to gain such great benefits. Even if I die in battle in the future, it would be worth it. The soldiers used to go hungry for 3 days and 5 meals, but recently their lives had improved dramatically. Not only was there meat to eat, but also beer to drink. They heard that soon everyone would get 10 dumplings to eat. It truly felt like a fairy tale. Even in peacetime, the rations had never been this rich. These are gifts from the Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Sovereign is helping us. Even if we die in battle, we will go to heaven, right? Of course. In the future, don't hesitate in battle, just charge ahead. Today's battle was truly magnificent. I stood not far from His Majesty and saw her shoot and kill Wu Tiegu, so impressive. Our sovereign may be a woman, but her courage and wisdom surpass many male emperors before her. It is precisely because of her that the Heavenly Sovereign favors us. The soldiers discussed while eating, each one beaming with excitement. Yes, just now each person received 2 packs of toilet paper and tissues. Such things were not even guaranteed for the royal family. We can actually use them. It's all thanks to His Majesty. To die for His Majesty, with no regrets. By the way, what kind of bow was His Majesty using with her guards today? It was incredible, shooting someone from such a distance. If each of us had one, we could easily wipe out the barbarian army and drive them back to their lair. Today there are too many shocking things for them: compound bows, helmets, soft armor, shields, and Molotov cocktails, all refreshing their understanding. Today, while I was throwing Molotov cocktails on the city wall, an arrow hit my chest, but the soft armor easily blocked it. I didn't even feel pain. The soft armor is indeed impressive, and the shield is powerful too. The barbarian army's rain of arrows was completely blocked, not a single arrow penetrated. The 5,000 soldiers defending the city today were all equipped with bulletproof vests, helmets, and shields. Due to the limited space on the city wall, not everyone could go up. Usually, there are casualties, and the ones behind take their place. Today, not a single person died in battle. There was no opportunity for substitutes. Some soldiers listened to the defenders discussing and hated themselves for not being chosen, unable to experience the magical effects of the soft armor. "Brother, can I wear the soft armor to try it out?" a soldier asked enviously, curious if it was really that amazing. "That's not possible, this is a treasure. I estimate that the Heavenly Sovereign will bestow more later, and everyone will have it, so don't worry." The soldier in the bulletproof vest quickly crossed his arms to protect it. Only by experiencing it could one know how impressive it is. What chainmail! It's nothing compared to this. The key is that it's as light and cool as clothing. Lin Shi patrolled the military camp, seeing the soldiers eating so happily, and she felt pleased. Wherever she went, shouts of "Long live your Majesty" rang out. She and the 5 generals stayed in the military tent to eat. "Your Majesty, the citizens in the city have sent a large amount of goods." At that moment, a soldier came to report. Lin Shi heard this and walked out. She saw some carrying exquisite porcelain, gold coins, jade pendants, and so on, all voluntarily placed in one spot. "What is this?" Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. "Your Majesty, this is our small token of appreciation for you and the Heavenly Sovereign. We hope you can accept it," an old man said. "Thanks to the Heavenly Sovereign and your Majesty for providing us with food, we are able to survive." They had just eaten a bowl of braised noodles, which were very fragrant, and each bowl probably contained 2 tails of meat. Many citizens were moved to tears while eating. In times of great famine, there was nothing. Food was precious. Some people voluntarily brought their good things from home to express their gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot take these things for free." Lin Shi instructed Yang Jiumei to send someone to get food. "The Heavenly Sovereign likes exquisite items. We will exchange them for food." In fact, those who could possess these items now were basically the noble families of Yin City. Ordinary citizens had long since taken anything valuable to buy food to eat months ago. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The citizens were very moved and knelt in worship. "You should thank the Heavenly Sovereign. It is He who has granted us food." Lin Shi said to everyone, "From now on, my Great Xia citizens will not worship other gods, only the Heavenly Sovereign." The people of Great Xia did not know how many times they had prayed to various deities, how many times they had knelt in worship, but it was of no use. Many people had already lost their faith during the years of great famine because they realized that faith was useless. No matter how many times you bow your head or recite scriptures, you cannot beg for a bowl of rice. They had even resorted to cannibalism. What was there to revere? They only thought about food and drink. For a bite to eat, they could do anything. After all, one must survive. Such a simple wish was very luxurious in this world. Now it was different. The Heavenly Sovereign truly provided water, food, and even meat. The Heavenly Sovereign is compassionate. May He live a long life. The citizens respectfully knelt in worship. If it weren't for the Heavenly Sovereign, many people would have starved or died of thirst in these days. From now on, they would only worship the Heavenly Sovereign. The other gods could go wherever they pleased. Lin Shi looked at the ragged citizens and couldn't help but sigh softly. Years of war, coupled with the Great Famine, had left the people in dire straits. The Great Xia Kingdom was now fragmented. its mountains and rivers broken. The land was being eaten away by surrounding countries or split off, forming a situation where 6 nations eyed each other covetously. If the Great Xia were to be destroyed by the barbarian nations, the Huaxia people would be on the brink of extinction. Her dream was to one day reclaim lost territories, annihilate the 6 nations, and once again form a unified empire to revitalize the Huaxia people. Only in this way could wars be reduced, sparing the common folk from the suffering of conflict. Of course, that was thinking too far ahead. The most pressing matter at hand was to repel the barbarian army and reclaim the 13 cities. As for the 15 cities of Yanbei that had long been annexed, they should also be taken back if military strength allowed. With this thought, she felt even more compelled to act. The supplies granted by the Celestial Lord were not at a level where they could be squandered, otherwise, they would be depleted in no more than 5 days. What needed to be saved must be saved, for the road ahead was still long. Lin Shi returned to the courtyard and saw Nian Di greedily devouring a large piece of meat. "Your Majesty!" the little girl exclaimed, ready to kneel in greeting upon seeing Lin Shi. Following the emperor, she had been well fed, her little face rosy, and her big eyes endearing. "No need for formalities, just eat. After you finish, let Xiaohe teach you to read," Lin Shi said, patting her little head. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the maid named Xiaohe respectfully. Lin Shi entered the room, undressed, and brushed off the sand, gently wiping her body with a wet towel. Although the Celestial Lord had granted water, she still hadn't bathed, unwilling to waste so much. After wiping herself down, she felt much of the summer heat dissipate, and she felt refreshed. "Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the capital, stating that food and water have still not been requisitioned, and they are unable to provide further supplies. Additionally, the King of Yu says their army is also short on food and water, and the journey to Yen City is long. They fear they might starve on the way and cannot come to assist," Yang Jiumei said as she knocked and entered, handing over a bamboo slip. Lin Shi glanced at it and snorted coldly. Did these people really think she couldn't hold Yen City, daring to disregard her orders? Especially the King of Yu, who was probably waiting for the capital to be breached by the barbarian army so he could declare himself emperor. Each of them had their own agendas, all betting that she could not withstand the barbarian forces. "Send word back to the capital about today's great victory," Lin Shi said after a moment's thought. The officials and citizens in the capital were likely waiting for Yen City to fall before making their escape. Today's victory might alleviate their anxiety. "Understood." Yang Jiumei immediately set to work. In the afternoon, Lu Mulan arrived in the courtyard with a group of people, carrying a large box of items. These were the goods exchanged with the common folk today, all extremely exquisite. "You can set it down here," Lin Shi said, taking out paper and pen to write a letter to the Celestial Lord, thanking him for the gifts he had bestowed today. At the same time, she sent over the exquisite items she had exchanged, a small token of appreciation, hoping the Celestial Lord would like them. "Young Marshal, from now on you are the Grand General. Do not be overly sorrowful, the entire army relies on you for command." Inside the barbarian army's tent, the atmosphere was oppressive. For decades, they had fought against the Great Xia army, but this was the first time they had been so thoroughly defeated. Not even a single enemy soldier had died. Wu Xiaotu clearly saw that their arrows were completely ineffective against the Great Xia soldiers defending the city. They hadn't even worn leather armor, the arrows simply fell off their clothes, which was quite strange. Moreover, the enemy's long-range bows, helmets, shields, and incendiary explosive bottles had all refreshed his understanding. In today's battle, his father, Wu Tiegu, and over 20 deputy generals were shot dead. More than 5,000 soldiers perished, and all siege equipment was destroyed. They hadn't even touched the city walls. It was an utter failure. Why has the Great Xia army suddenly become so strong? Where did their equipment come from? Why have we never received any information about these things? Wu Xiaotu asked coldly. If he had known they had such powerful crossbows, his father would never have been so reckless as to approach the city walls, and he wouldn't have been shot dead by Lin Shi's arrow. It seems the Great Xia has kept these things classified, waiting for this day to catch us off guard. That woman, Lin Shi, is truly insidious. A general said. Moreover, they have suddenly increased their food and meat recently, and it is rumored that it was granted by the Celestial Lord. Could it really be so? Wu Tiegu did not believe such nonsense at all, and as a result, paid with his life. According to reliable sources, the capital of the Great Xia indeed did not provide any supplies to Yen City. "It is truly strange," someone said. "If it were other forces that provided the aid, it would be impossible for it to slip past them unnoticed." Granted by the Celestial Lord? Don't speak such nonsense in the future. Wu Xiaotu also did not believe it. If the Celestial Lord existed and wanted to help Lin Shi, wouldn't it be simpler to just kill them? Therefore, there must be something fishy about this. Let more spies find a way to investigate this clearly. Wu Xiaotu's face turned cold. Also, send people to cut down trees and build siege equipment. Once we are ready, we will attack the city again to avenge my father. They still held a significant numerical advantage. This time Lin Shi defended the city, but that did not mean they had won. It was a matter of who would laugh last. He waved his hand, dismissing everyone, and after drinking a few bowls of wine, the sorrowful expression disappeared, replaced even by a hint of pride. He never expected to become a great general so quickly. From now on, he would be beneath one person and above 10,000. As long as they broke through Yen City and trampled the capital, even the little emperor of the Barbarian Nation would have to show him some respect. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. After drinking another bowl of wine, he entered a tent. Young Marshal, a girl of 17 or 18, was wiping her tears, and upon seeing him, she hurriedly saluted. From now on, call me General. Wu Xiaotu smiled and tore her clothes apart. She was the most beautiful woman his father had taken during the march. Young Marshal, no. The woman covered her chest, her face filled with terror. I am now the general. I inherit everything from my father, including his women. Wu Xiaotu pressed her down, his smile somewhat twisted. To him, it seemed perfectly normal, as that was the custom of their people. The guards outside the tent heard the commotion inside, exchanged glances, and dared not make a sound, yet they cursed inwardly. The general had just died in battle today, and the young marshal couldn't wait to enjoy his woman, even if he could hold off for 3 more days. Beasts, too much of a beast. Suemo received Lin Shi's reply, along with a pile of items. There were exquisite porcelain, a fine inkstone, and a carved statue made of the finest golden silk Nanmu. More than 30 pieces in total, all of high quality. According to Lin Shi's message, these were the heartfelt offerings from the citizens of the city, in gratitude to the Celestial Lord. Suemo carefully put the items away, they were quite valuable. It seemed it was time to find a renovation company to decorate that shop. The antique store needed to open as soon as possible. You must be tired today, rest early, good night, Suemo replied with a letter. Good night. Lin Shi read the new term after receiving the letter, feeling it was quite profound. Thank you, Celestial Lord, good night. She replied, took off her undergarments, and changed into a silk nightgown. I remember the first time the undergarment was placed in the leather bag. It should have been with the Celestial Lord. At this thought, her face turned red. She wondered how the Celestial Lord had dealt with it. Holding the undergarment she had just taken off, she intended to place it in the bamboo basket next to the leather bag, but unexpectedly stumbled, and the garment flew out. By chance, the undergarment fell right into the leather bag. Lin Shi was stunned, standing there, both shy and panicked. Would the Celestial Lord be angry? Suemo was playing on his phone, the leather bag placed beside his pillow. Just then, suddenly, a piece of clothing flew out and landed on his face. What is this? Suemo picked it up and took a look, his expression turning somewhat playful. The silk undergarment, still warm, had a phoenix pattern sewn with golden thread, undoubtedly worn by Lin Shi. But what did she mean by this? Was she being so bold? The key was that she didn't know he was a young man. What if he were an old man? Suemo waited for a while but did not receive a letter from Lin Shi. It was probably thrown over accidentally, so she simply wrote a letter back. I received the things, go to sleep, no need to reply. Lin Shi received the letter, her face turning bright red. Fortunately, the Celestial Master wasn't angry. Could it be that he really liked such things? If he didn't like them, why didn't he return them to her? She didn't dare to ask directly and slowly fell asleep in her turmoil. The next day, Suemo called Ma Yucheng, asking him to arrange for his friend who does renovations to come and take a look at the shop. Xiaosu, this is my senior brother Tang Lei, you can just call him Lei Gu. Around 10 o'clock, Ma Yucheng arrived in a car with a chubby man. Hello, Lei Gu, I want to open an antique shop here. Could you please take a look at how to renovate it? Suemo said with a smile. No problem, you're Su Laosher's child, so we won't even talk about prices, it'll definitely be the lowest. Tang Lei nodded. The three of them went inside to take a look around and discussed some plans. I'll go back and have someone come up with 3 plans based on your requirements for you to look at first. The price will be between 400,000 to 5 million, depending on which renovation plan you choose, Tang Lei said slowly. Suemo had high demands. He wanted the best materials for the renovation, which naturally wouldn't be cheap. No problem, let's find a place to eat, Suemo said with a smile. Since Tang Lei was also a student of his father and was recommended by Ma Yucheng, he seemed reliable, so they decided to let him handle the renovations. The 3 of them drove to a barbecue restaurant and ordered food and drinks. Back when I was with Su Laosher, I benefited a lot. It's a pity I eventually changed industries, Tang Lei said with a smile. Once your antique shop opens, I'll have to go off and to broaden my horizons. Su Laosher was really a good person, a great teacher and friend. No problem, you're always welcome, Suemo replied. I studied business management in college, but it's of no use at all. It's not that the major is useless, it's that you're useless. At that moment, a tall and sturdy man walked in, with a tall, glamorous woman in heavy makeup and black stockings on his arm. Cousin, Wang Hu, what the hell are you saying? Suemo looked at him, very angry. Wang Hu was the only son of Wang Yugue, 3 years older than him. He used to insist on being his lackey, running around for him. Unexpectedly, he now looked completely different. It seemed that he had been pretending before, and now that he had taken their family's assets, he no longer needed to pretend. I'm talking about you, aren't you just a waste? What does it have to do with your major? Wang Hu laughed arrogantly, holding the woman. Ever since his father took over Sumo's family's assets, he had become a rich second generation. He no longer needed to smile at Suemo and could openly mock him. Damn it, you want to get beaten up, huh? Wu Lei stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. Big brother, what era is it? Do you dare to hit me? Come on, give me a punch. Wang Hu thrust his face forward. Do you believe that if you dare to hit me, I can make it so that your family can't take the civil service exam for 3 generations? Tang Lei hesitated upon hearing this, thinking of his 2 children, and decided to forcibly endure it. Middle-aged men have too many soft spots. Not daring to hit, just pretending to be tough? Wang Hu pointed at them, smugly, a bunch of useless things, look at your pathetic state. Bang! At that moment, Suemo suddenly punched him in the left eye. Wang Hu let out a yelp, covering his eye and stumbling back, sitting down on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Suemo looked at his own fist in surprise. When did he become so strong? Tang Lei and Ma Yucheng were shocked, exchanging glances, not expecting him to be so impulsive. The consequences of fighting could be very serious, and they felt worried for him. Suemo, you dare to hit me, you're looking for death. Wang Hu didn't expect him to really make a move, struggling to stand up, furious and ready to retaliate. Don't fight, it's a civilized society, let's talk it out. Tang Lei hurriedly tried to mediate, holding Wang Hu's arms. Bang! Suemo threw another punch, hitting Wang Hu in the right eye. Damn it! Wang Hu's tears flowed freely, filled with immense anger. This was not mediation, it was a joint effort to beat him up. I'm calling the police. The woman, seeing this, stomped her feet anxiously and took out her phone to report it. Don't call the police, Wang Hu shouted hurriedly. If he sent Suemo in, his dad would probably scold him, and outsiders would stab them in the back, saying they were too ruthless, robbing someone of their business and then sending them to prison. He had plenty of ways to deal with Suemo. He could just find a few thugs to teach Suemo a lesson. He didn't plan to let his dad know about this. Let go of me, you bastard. Wang Hu struggled and shook off Tang Lei, his eyes swollen. Suemo, you have guts, daring to hit me, just wait. With dark circles under his eyes, Wang Hu pointed at Suemo and left in a huff. You're really something, knowing he wouldn't call the police? Ma Yucheng gave Suemo a thumbs up. Not really, Suemo replied with a smile and shook his head. When my parents passed away, it hit me hard, and I had mental issues. Wang Yugue took me to the hospital for checkups and treatment, even got me a mental illness certificate. Don't say hitting him, I could kill him and it wouldn't matter. Suemo felt a sense of relief after hitting Wang Hu twice. This bastard had pretended so well before, now that his true colors were showing, it was disgusting. If his mother knew that his uncle's family had turned out like this, she would be heartbroken. They had treated his uncle's family so well, buying them houses and cars, even arranging for them to become executives in the company. Who would have thought they were ungrateful wolves? After dinner, Suemo called for a designated driver to take him back to the food factory. Upon arriving at the backyard and looking at the well, he suddenly thought of something and called Tang Lei. Soon, a dump truck arrived with a load of bricks, cement, sand, steel bars, and 10 workers. In less than half a day, they built a small house of about 10 square meters at the well's location, approximately 3 meters high. Boss Tang said the door will be installed in a few days, one of the workers said while tidying up and cleaning. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Suemo took out a good cigarette from the office drawer and handed it to them. The workers thanked him repeatedly and left with smiles. Suemo transferred the construction costs to Tang Lei and told him he needed a security door with a fingerprint lock for the future. This way, when he let Lin Shi use water, he wouldn't have to keep an eye on it all the time, nor would he have to worry about someone taking the leather bag. He closed the food factory's gate and found a bicycle inside the factory to ride out. He wanted to check out a nearby restaurant to change Lin Shi's taste. Watermelon, big and sweet watermelon, $1.50 a pound, if it's not sweet, no money. On the road, a middle-aged woman was shouting to sell a cart full of watermelons. Beside her sat a 10-year-old girl, doing her homework at a small table. Handsome, try some watermelon, it's sweet. The The woman called out to Sumo as soon as she saw him. Then I'll give it a try. Sumo stopped his bike, took a piece, and indeed it was sweet and refreshing. Is this watermelon homegrown? Sumo noticed her simple attire, her shoes covered in mud. Yes, we grow it ourselves, just in Shan village to the east, very close to here. Most of our melons are sold to vendors, the rest we sell ourselves to earn a bit more. The woman nodded. How many pounds are in this cart? Sumo asked. About 2,000 pounds, roughly 200 watermelons. The woman thought for a moment. How many are left in the field? Quite a lot. Are you buying melons, boss? I want 100,000 watermelons. Do you have enough in your field? Sumo asked with a smile. It was scorching hot on Linshi's side, and everyone would be very happy to have some watermelon. What, 100,000? The woman widened her eyes upon hearing this. Our family's definitely not enough, but our village should have enough. How much are you paying per pound? Just $1.50 will do. Sumo didn't bother to haggle with her. His grandfather was a farmer. When he was a child, he would go to his grandfather's house to play and saw the farmers working in the fields, which was truly very hard. Is that true or not? The woman asked, both surprised and delighted. It's true, Sumo nodded. We need to send them to the Dongbyan Yuten food factory now. Oh, I know that food factory. I used to buy their biscuits often, but it seems they don't operate anymore, the woman said, noticing he was serious. I'll call them right now. She took out her phone from her bag and made the call. Handsome, 100,000 watermelons is no problem. My husband has already notified everyone to go pick the melons. After hanging up, the woman was very excited. Sumo took her to the food factory and unloaded the truck full of watermelons. He then brought them to a conference room, turned on the air conditioning, and let the little girl do her homework at the conference table. Boss, you are really nice. Why isn't this factory operating anymore? Li Chui felt much cooler. It will be restructured for a while, but it will continue to operate, Sumo said with a smile. About 2 hours later, truckloads of watermelons arrived one after another, filling up a warehouse. Li Chui opened a picture on WeChat showing the weight of each truckload of watermelons, totaling 1,500,000 pounds, basically collecting all the remaining melons from their village. Boss Su, just transfer the money to me, and I'll distribute it back to them later, with details for each household, Li Chui said with a smile. Sumo asked for her bank account and transferred the money. Boss Su, on behalf of our village, thank you. Li Chui bowed respectfully after receiving the money. They sold the watermelons to the vendors for 60 cents a pound, and Sumo didn't even bargain for such a large quantity. He was truly a good person. It's nothing. I heard the apples from Shan village are also very famous, Sumo said. Yes, our village's apples are sweet and crispy, but this year's haven't ripened yet. We have to wait another half month, Li Chui replied. If you need them, I'll give you a discount. Sumo added her on WeChat, and after giving the little girl 2 bottles of yogurt, he sent them off from the factory. He took the bag to the warehouse and first wrote a letter to Linshi, asking her to find a spacious place to prepare for the watermelons. Linshi looked at the room full of large watermelons, very surprised. She had been worried today about sending the undergarments last night, fearing she had offended the Celestial Lord. Now it seemed the Celestial Lord was indeed not angry and had even taken the initiative to send them watermelons. Wow, so sweet. Han Jian cut open a watermelon, took a bite, and the refreshing sweetness immediately chased away a lot of the heat. In Daxia, watermelons were generally small and not this sweet. This year, due to the severe drought, the crops had failed, and fruits were even scarcer. Linshi took a piece of watermelon from Yang Jiumei and took a bite, feeling a surge of happiness. Leave 10 watermelons, and send the rest to the military. Take out 20,000 for the citizens in the city to taste as well, Linshi ordered. Yes. Huang Zhong immediately sent someone to move the watermelons and notified the citizens to come and line up for the watermelon. The soldiers were happily devouring the watermelons, feeling incredibly fortunate. With food in short supply, fruits were even rarer, and they never expected to have some. Each citizen received a large piece of watermelon, and most even ate the rind. What a thrill, really thrilling. Qinbu finished the rind, wiped his mouth, and leaned against a wall, his expression complex. He had thought the barbarian army would surely be able to break the city, but unexpectedly, they had suffered a crushing defeat yesterday. Now the emperor often distributed food to the citizens. They had eaten braised meat noodles yesterday and watermelon today. It seemed that the Daxia army's supplies were quite abundant, yet no one had come to deliver supplies. Could it really be that the Celestial Lord had manifested? Thinking of this, he felt a sense of fear. If these things were truly bestowed by the Celestial Lord, he feared that the Celestial Lord would also know about his betrayal, and he was unsure how he would be punished. What are you thinking about? Just as he was in turmoil, a tall man came over and sat next to him. Huang Liang, do you think we should turn back? Xinbu said softly, now the great Xia army has abundant supplies, and your majesty often bestows us with food, which is much tastier than the cakes the barbarian army rewards us with. He had developed into a traitor under Huang Liang's influence and no longer wished to continue. You are really naive. The barbarian army was defeated yesterday, but they still hold an absolute advantage in numbers. Huang Liang shook his head. Moreover, I have heard that the Barbarian Nation has another 300,000 reserve troops. It's only a matter of time before they breach the city. The fate of Great Xia was already sealed, with no reinforcements in sight. Even with abundant supplies, they would likely be unable to withstand the fierce assault of the enemy army. Suemo glanced at his phone. It was already 6 in the afternoon. He ordered from the previous restaurant, changing a few dishes, and sent them to Linshi. Soon, he received a thank you note from Linshi, saying that today the soldiers and civilians were incredibly excited to eat watermelon, grateful for the blessings from the Heavenly Lord. Suemo inquired about the situation on the battlefield. Now, passively defending the city was merely a helpless move. To resolve this war, they would inevitably need to launch an offensive and completely crush them. Next, Suemo contacted General Li, informing him that he needed to purchase 10,000 sets of enhanced composite bows and urged him to speed up production. General Li was both surprised and delighted upon receiving the news. This was a super order worth 100 million. He personally went to the food factory to sign the contract and received a 20 million deposit. General Li patted his chest, assuring that he would recruit workers to work in 3 shifts, ensuring quality and quantity, and could deliver within a month, definitely satisfying Sumo. Products for such a big client had to be top-notch, otherwise, once they lost the client, there would be no place for regret. Suemo instructed him to ship in batches, delivering every 500 composite bows at a time. Li Zong happily agreed and gifted Suemo 5 pocket-sized crossbows. They were palm-sized and could easily fit in a pocket. Though they looked small, their power was not to be underestimated. A small arrow could easily pierce through a person's palm. After he left, Suemo contacted Feng Wei, saying he wanted to purchase 50,000 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets, as well as 40,000 sets of shields. Upon receiving the call, Feng Wei immediately had the driver take her to the food factory, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. With nearly 200 million in super orders, there could be no mistakes. But since it was her first time in an unfamiliar place, it was better to be cautious, lest they were lured in by a big order. Mr. Su, with our production capacity, it will take a month to complete such a large order. We will expedite the process, Feng Wei said with a smile. We can deliver in batches, sending 10,000 sets at a time, Suemo suggested after a moment of thought. That's no problem. Feng Wei sighed in relief upon hearing this, signing and stamping the contract. With Suemo as a major client, who would dare to look down on her in the future, calling her a mere vase? She knew that while people in the company showed her great respect on the surface because she was the chairman's daughter, many privately considered her an incompetent rich second generation with no real ability. Aside from being pretty, she was deemed worthless. Now, with Suemo as a super client and impressive performance, she had slapped those people in the face hard. Mr. Su, this is a small token of appreciation for you. Please don't mind it, Feng Wei said after receiving the 40 million advance payment, gifting Suemo a drone worth 30,000 and a box of self-defense electric batons. Thank you, Suemo accepted the gifts. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Suemo, open the door, I have something to find you. The person outside shouted while banging on the door and cursing. Suemo checked the surveillance and saw 5 thugs outside, wielding sticks. Mr. Su, are you in trouble? Feng Wei asked. A few thugs, probably sent by someone to beat me up, Suemo chuckled. Leave it to me to handle. Feng Wei walked to the conference room door and instructed the 2 bodyguards outside. The 2 tall and strong bodyguards stepped outside and coldly stared at the thugs. Damn, Wang Xiao didn't say he had bodyguards. The 5 thugs looked a bit confused, glancing at the Mercedes-Benz not far away. Go ahead and beat him up, I'll pay more. Wang Hu shouted from the car. Brothers, let's go. Upon hearing about the extra money, the 5 thugs became energized, swinging their clubs and charging forward. But in less than 3 minutes, all 5 were sprawled on the ground, crying for their mothers. Our boss said, anyone who dares to disrespect Boss Su again will have their legs broken. Our boss is from the Fong family. Offending Boss Su means making an enemy of the Fong family. Do you understand? Get lost. The bodyguard shouted coldly. The 5 thugs scrambled to their feet and fled to a BMW parked next to a Mercedes, speeding away. Wang Hu, witnessing this, immediately drove after them. Young Master Wang, the information you provided was wrong. Look at those 2 guys who beat us up. You need to give us another 100,000. After they had driven a distance, the thugs stopped their car and surrounded the approaching Mercedes. You guys didn't even do your job right, and you still have the nerve to ask for more money? Wang Hu was very displeased. He had hired these thugs to deal with Sumo, but instead of even seeing a hair of Sumo, he ended up getting beaten down himself. That's not our fault. You didn't mention they had bodyguards, and they're quite skilled, definitely trained fighters, one thug huffed. 100,000 for medical expenses isn't too much. We can't take on those 2 bodyguards, but you? Ha! Wang Hu sensed the situation was turning and his expression changed. Fine, I'll consider it bad luck. Here's your money. Wang Hu pulled out 10 stacks of cash from his bag and tossed them out. Thank you, young Master Wang. The thugs took the money and drove off. The Fong family? When did Sumo have any connections with the Fong family? Wang Hu lit a cigarette in the car, feeling extremely frustrated. Thank you for helping me solve a big problem, Sumo said, grateful to see the bodyguards drive the thugs away on the surveillance footage. It was just a small effort. I suggest you hire a bodyguard too, Fong Wei said with a smile. Sumo was generous, so he shouldn't be short on money for hiring bodyguards. I'll consider it, Sumo nodded. Then I won't disturb you any longer, I need to go back and start production tasks. Fong Wei stood up to leave, eager to return to the company and see the expressions of those who would learn she had signed a super big deal. Back in his office, Sumo opened a cabinet and selected a few items. Today, he had only paid a deposit for these items, which amounted to 60 million. Adding the previous expenses, he had nearly spent that 100 million, he needed to sell more things. After all, the items he had reserved today would cost nearly 300 million. Before the first batch of deliveries, he had to pay the corresponding amount. He picked out 2 inkstones, not the 2 that Lin Shi had initially given him, but those offered by the common people. Although they weren't royal items, it was clear they were crafted for noble families, made from exquisite inkstone. As for the items Lin Shi used, he had no intention of selling them unless absolutely necessary. He selected 2 carved pieces made of golden silk nanmu, a Wanwali pen holder, and a jewelry box. After some thought, he decided to take the 2 blue and white vases as well. Although he liked them very much, he believed Lin Shi would provide even better ones in the future. On the way, he called Ma Yucheng, saying he planned to sell more items, and if he was interested, he could go to Old Tang's place. 20 minutes later, he arrived at a standalone villa, which was Old Tang's office. The yard was meticulously arranged with stones and trees. Xiao Su, come here. Old Tang waved at him with a smile upon seeing him at the door. What have you been up to lately? Are you really that short on money? Ma Yucheng had also arrived early and asked with a smile. Some things aren't safe with me. It's better to sell them and keep the money in my account, Sumo replied. That makes sense, Old Tang said with a smile. Sumo carried the large box into the study and opened it. My goodness, this is top-notch. Old Tang exclaimed, staring at the 2 blue and white vases, shocked to the point where his mouth couldn't close. Ma Yucheng was equally astonished. Good things are just good things, and they looked particularly pleasing, evoking genuine admiration. Flower and bird patterned fishtail vase, peach bat patterned olive vase. The craftsmanship, the colors, the shapes, they are so beautiful. Tang Lao carefully examined the 2 vases, utterly delighted. The shapes were graceful, elegant, and the painting exquisite. He glanced at the bottom and saw the traditional characters for Jingtong Nianji, another antique from the Great Xia Kingdom. He never expected the porcelain-making techniques of the Great Xia Kingdom to be so advanced. Tang Lao was shocked and even more enamored. This was the first time in 10 years he had encountered antiques he liked so much, and now there were 2. What bliss! Good stuff, truly good stuff. Ma Yucheng swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the 2 blue and white vases. He was now calculating how he could afford one of the vases, wondering if selling off more than half of his antiques in the shop would be enough. Xiao Su, name your price. Tang Lao reluctantly tore his gaze away from the vases. Tang Lao, please give me an estimate, Sumo said. He had absorbed some historical knowledge from his father, but he had never studied antique values in depth. These 2 vases are indeed excellent. How about 200 million each, a total of 400 million? Tang Lao pondered for a moment. That's a bit low, Sumo shook his head. In fact, he also liked these 2 blue and white vases very much. They were not inferior to some museum exhibits, and perhaps even better. It is a bit low. My highest offer is 500 million. Tang Lao thought for a moment and said. Mainly, antiques from the Great Xia Kingdom had never appeared at any auction before, so it was indeed hard to say what the price should be. How many people would recognize their value in the future was still unknown. He was certain these were old items, not modern replicas. Deal. Sumo nodded. Xiao Su, I can't transfer all the money to you today, I can do it in 2 days. If you're worried, just take one vase back with you, and I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow morning, Tang Lao said. I trust you, just leave it with you, Su Mo replied after thinking. No wonder you were Su Long's son, so bold, not afraid I'll run off with the vase, huh, good. Tang Lao laughed heartily and had someone transfer the money. Soon, Su Mo received a bank text message. 250 million had been credited. These 2 inkstones are also quite nice. I have a client who particularly likes ancient inkstones. I can offer 20 million and then sell them to him for a bit more. Ma Yucheng, hearing how expensive the blue and white vases were, completely lost hope and focused on the 2 inkstones. That works, Sumo nodded. The yellow rosewood pen holder and jewelry box are a gift for brother Ma. Ma Yucheng had helped him a lot during this time. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have met Tang Lao. You're generous, Xiao Su. Ma Yucheng was very pleased. The pen holder and jewelry box were made of ancient yellow rosewood, and the 2 small items together were worth around 1 million. The golden silk Nanma statues are quite interesting. Tang Lao looked at the 2 carved golden silk Nanma statues. For these 2 statues, I'll offer 500,000. The statues had no inscriptions, which greatly reduced their antique value. However, the materials were precious, and the carvings were exquisite, making them indeed good items. Su Mo nodded in agreement. This price exceeded his expectations. Xiao Su, I give you 2 options for this money. One is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which has been driven less than 30,000 kilometers. Its normal second-hand market price can sell for 6 to 7 million. If you want it, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll just pay you 500,000 directly. Tang Lao pointed to a luxury car parked in the yard outside, with the last 4 digits being 7777. Why isn't this car being driven? Su Mo saw a silver-black 2-tone Phantom, which looked very imposing. Last month, the owner of the Rolls-Royce 4S store gave me a brand new Phantom as a debt settlement, Tang Lao said somewhat helplessly. Money was indeed hard to come by now, but receiving something as a debt settlement was still not bad. I see, Su Mo thought for a moment, feeling a bit conflicted. He had no plans to use such an expensive car at this stage, but he couldn't resist the huge discount Tang Lao was offering. Moreover, if he decided not to keep it and sold it as a second-hand car, he could still make an extra 1 or 2 million. Do you have the license plate? Su Mo asked with a smile. Forget it, I'll give it to you, Tang Lao laughed heartily. That license plate number is quite valuable. Thank you, Tang Lao, I'll take that car, Su Mo replied with a grin. You little rascal, you've hit the jackpot, Ma Yucheng said enviously. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Lu Yu, Tang Lao's secretary. I'll accompany you to transfer the ownership shortly. A tall woman entered, holding the keys to the Rolls-Royce. Su Mo nodded, signed the contract with her, and then went to handle the transfer. Little Su has quite a few good things. How many secrets did Su Long keep from me back in the day? Tang Lao murmured in his office, gently caressing a floral-patterned fishtail vase, clearly enamored. Boss Su, you really are a young achiever, Liu said as she sat in the passenger seat of the Phantom after the transfer was completed. She gazed at Su Mo with affectionate eyes, her gaze almost dreamy. As Tang Lao's secretary, she had seen many precious antiques, but a deal as large as Su Mo's was extremely rare. Suddenly, he had over 500 million. He was undoubtedly a high, rich, and handsome man. Su Mo glanced at her and noticed that at some point, the button of her collar had come undone, revealing a large expanse of white skin and a deep valley. He had underestimated her, he hadn't expected her to be so alluring. It's just good luck from my birth, it's all my father's doing. I'm just a spendthrift, Su Mo chuckled lightly. Boss Su is joking, Liu smiled broadly. Do you have a girlfriend? No, Su Mo shook his head. It seemed that Secretary Liu had an interest in him. No wonder, after all, the antique he sold today was worth over 500 million. Even if Wu Dalong suddenly came into such money, Li Pinger would probably kick Shiman Qing out and jump into his bed. Moreover, Su Mo considered himself quite handsome. High, rich, and handsome, he indeed had it all. With such good conditions, why not find someone? I can introduce you to someone later, Liu said with a smile. Let's talk about it later. At this stage, women will only slow me down, Su Mo declined. You better be talking about guns. Lu Yu's face flushed. Creak. Su Mo parked the car at the entrance of Tang Lao's villa and got out with her. After greeting Tang Lao, he planned to leave. Boss Su, please give me your previous car keys. I'll drive it back for you, Liu said with a smile. No need to trouble yourself. I'll just call a chauffeur, Su Mo replied, noticing her eager gaze, fearing she might take advantage of him after going to the food factory. Liu was a bit displeased after being refused. She huffed and walked away. Su Mo called a chauffeur to drive the previous car to the food factory's entrance. He drove the Rolls-Royce back and found that no one cut in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaim how good it felt to be rich. As he turned onto a small road, a Land Rover came towards him in the wrong lane, honking wildly. Suemo frowned. The other party was going the wrong way and was so arrogant. "Mom, just back up a bit, you're going the wrong way, and besides, he's driving a Rolls-Royce." Shin Mangyao sighed from the back seat. The family's company had been doing exceptionally well in recent years, and her mother had become quite arrogant. "So what if it's a Rolls-Royce? I'm in a hurry to use the restroom, I can't hold it any longer," Shin's mother huffed. But the Rolls-Royce showed no signs of backing down, even moving closer to block her. "Suemo!" Shin's mother exclaimed in surprise as she recognized the driver of the car. Shin Mangyao turned to look ahead and was indeed shocked to see him. How did he end up driving a Rolls-Royce? Suemo must have taken a job as a driver. It's rare for a Rolls-Royce owner to drive themselves, Shin's mother scoffed. Being a driver doesn't make him any less impressive. "Mom, just get back on the right path. We're going the wrong way, and Suemo probably won't let us through," Shin Mangyao hurriedly said. Shin's mother glanced at the right lane, which was moving normally but was already backed up for hundreds of meters. Even if they forced their way in, they would still be stuck. "You go down and tell Suemo to let us through quickly, and I'll just pass." She glanced at Shin Mangyao. "I'm not going down." Shin Mangyao quickly shook her head. She would never do something so embarrassing. "How did I end up with such a useless child?" Shin's mother huffed, getting out of the car to knock on Sumo's window. "You better move aside, I have urgent business." When Suemo rolled down the window, Shin's mother said coldly, "It's not like that, Auntie, do you even know you're driving the wrong way?" Suemo was almost laughing out of anger. "I really do have urgent business. You're a college student, how can you have no sense of helping others?" Shin's mother frowned, holding her stomach, feeling like she couldn't hold it much longer. "I've always been willing to help, but unfortunately, some people just don't act like humans." Suemo glanced at her. "You don't think that just because you're a driver for a big boss, you're something special." Shin's mother gritted her teeth. "With someone like you, it's no wonder your uncle took away the family fortune. You can't even hold on to it, do you know? You're destined to be a poor wretch for life." If Suemo moved aside, she would probably be at the public restroom by now. What's wrong with being a driver? Earning a living by your own abilities is not shameful. Ignoring traffic rules and driving the wrong way is what's shameful. Suemo didn't explain when he heard her misunderstand him as a driver. There was no need. "If you don't let me pass, do you believe your boss will hit you?" Shin's mother felt like she really couldn't hold it any longer. "Then go ahead and hit me. If you don't, I really look down on you," Suemo said fearlessly. Shin's mother glared at him fiercely, gave Shin Mangyao a few instructions, and then hurriedly ran towards the small grove below. Shin Mangyao quickly parked the car and looked up to see a restaurant undergoing renovations, with workers carrying cement or bricks upstairs. Just then, a young man with his shirt off walked out of the building. His hair was covered in cement dust, and he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel around his neck. He glanced over at Suemo, and both were a bit surprised. "Di-Wegwa." Suemo could hardly believe it. It was really his high school classmate. "Suemo. Long time no see," Di-Wegwa smiled, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. "What? How did you end up doing this?" Suemo was very surprised. Di-Wegwa came from a well-off family. During high school, his monthly allowance was over 10,000, and he wore all brand-name clothes. But he was a nice guy, always willing to help others, and everyone liked him. He was always the one donating the most during fundraisers. Di-Wegwa didn't get into college and went to the army instead. He never expected to run into him here. "Let's chat after I finish this load," Di-Wegwa said, shouldering the last 2 bags of cement and climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor before coming back down. Then he rinsed his hair and upper body directly under a faucet and wiped himself down with a towel. "Suemo, we haven't seen each other since the college entrance exams. Let me treat you to some skewers," Di-Wegwa said generously. "Sure, let's go." Suemo followed him to a barbecue stall and sat down. "Aren't you supposed to be in the army?" Suemo was very curious. "Yeah, I served for 3 years and came back last year," Di-Wegwa said, pulling out a pack of cheap cigarettes and offering one to Suemo. Halfway through, he pulled his hand back and lit one for himself. Someone like Suemo, a rich second generation, wouldn't smoke his 6 yuan a pack low-quality cigarettes. "I don't smoke." Suemo noticed his action. "What happened to you?" "They used to be good friends, but they hadn't kept in touch much after college. My dad's investment failed 4 years ago, the villa and luxury cars were auctioned off, and our family moved into my grandfather's old, rundown house," Di-Wegwa sighed. "My dad couldn't get over it and committed suicide by jumping off a building. My mom couldn't handle the blow, fell into depression, and got stomach cancer. She passed away last year too. My sister has leukemia, and the treatment costs a lot. I've already spent my military discharge pay and can't find a high-paying job, so I ended up doing this. I can make 600 or 700 a day." Suemo didn't expect such a huge change in his family. Life really is unpredictable. How much do you need for your sister's treatment? He asked. She needs a bone marrow transplant. Conservatively, it would cost over 300,000, Wegwe replied. I'll lend you 500,000, you can pay me back when you start earning, Suemo said, taking out his phone. The surgery and subsequent recovery would all require money. Wegwe's hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette, then he shook his head. Thank you. If I really need it then, I'll ask to borrow it from you, his eyes reddened. Currently, we haven't found a bone marrow donor, so the surgery can't proceed, and I don't need that much money for now. Since his family fell into hardship, he had come to understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships, the harshness of the world. He never expected that Suemo, whom he hadn't contacted in years, would be willing to lend him 500,000. He was incredibly moved. Upon hearing this, a bold idea flashed through Sumo's mind. Every time Linshi fought, many people would die or get injured. He quickly pushed that terrifying thought away. Unless absolutely necessary, he shouldn't use a leather bag to transport any contraband. If you need money for the surgery later, feel free to contact me, Suemo said. You still use your WeChat from high school, right? Yeah, still using it, Wegwe nodded. How about you now? My parents passed away in an accident, now I'm all alone, Suemo said. The two fell into a brief silence, not expecting that so much could happen in just a few years. Old D, you served in the army for 3 years, how's your skill? Suemo broke the silence. No kidding, I can take on 5 ordinary people without a problem, Wegwe said with a smile. After returning from the army, he hadn't slacked off on his training. With the daily burden of carrying goods up the stairs, both strength and muscles were continuously growing. My food factory is about to open, and I'm short a security captain. I'll offer you a monthly salary of 20,000. How about coming to help me? Suemo glanced at him. The food factory still needed to continue operating, whether to prevent his mother's hard work from being wasted or to provide food for Linshi. Compressed biscuits, for instance, were particularly suitable for military operations. Additionally, the food factory could produce military canned goods, allowing the soldiers of the Great Xia to eat more nutritious food. If the food factory continued, it would initially focus on 2 types of food. He really needed reliable security personnel, and not just one, as the antique shop would also need them once it opened. Suemo, thank you so much, but I have to go back to take care of my sister at night. Wegwe knew that Suemo genuinely wanted to help him. That won't be a problem. You can work the day shift, and there will be someone on the night shift, or you can help me find a reliable person for the night shift, Sumo said. But their salary definitely won't be as high, maybe 8,000 a month. That's still a high salary. Wegwe was somewhat surprised. I'll ask my comrades later, I'm sure someone will be willing to do it. He raised his glass and toasted Suemo. After finishing a bottle of beer, he had to return to take care of his sister, so he left first. Suemo watched him go, feeling a bit sentimental. Reflecting on himself, he thought that if it weren't for that magical cowhide bag, he wouldn't be doing much better. He then visited a few nearby restaurants and checked their kitchens. He chose 3 satisfactory restaurants, planning to rotate orders from them in the future. Once Lin Shi and the others got tired of the food, he would look for other options. He ordered some dishes at a Shandong restaurant, spending over 2,000, and had them delivered to the food factory. Lin Shi looked at the sumptuous meal and knelt down to thank the Heavenly Lord before starting to eat. She had previously received a letter from the Heavenly Lord, stating that they would be granted composite bows, bulletproof vests, and other items in batches, which she also informed the 5 generals about. That's great. So besides the enhanced composite bows, the rest of the equipment will basically be available for every soldier, Yang Jiumei said excitedly. The siege battle against the barbarian army had fully validated the power of the items granted by the Heavenly Lord. With these items, their combat effectiveness would see a qualitative improvement. The Heavenly Lord said he would grant 10,000 composite bows, and there will be more in the future. Lin Shi expressed her gratitude. These composite bows were incredibly powerful. She had easily killed Wu Tiegu with this bow. Any armor, like chainmail, seemed useless in front of it. With 10,000 composite bows firing simultaneously, the barbarian army would likely be shot down 500 meters away from the city walls, unable to approach the city at all. She was somewhat eager to see that scenario. The Heavenly Lord's thoughts align with ours. It's all about defending the city first and then decisively defeating the barbarian army. Lin Shi blinked. We must not let our guard down. The next time the barbarian army attacks, they will likely go all out, and it will definitely be a bloody battle. With Wu Tiegu and the vice-generals shot down, now that Wu Shao held the power, he would be anxious to achieve merit and would spare no effort to capture Yin City at all costs. Yes, the barbarian army is probably busy crafting new siege equipment right now. Once it's completed, they may launch an attack. Huang Zhong nodded repeatedly. The barbarian army now knew they were not short on water and food, so they would no longer rely on a war of attrition. Once they finished resting, a new round of attacks would begin. You all take turns patrolling the city wall defenses, and any gaps must be filled promptly. Lin Shi pondered for a moment. Also, during the daily roll call, confirm that the soldiers equipped with bulletproof vests and other protective gear have everything in place. Absolutely no one is allowed to deliver the items granted by the Heavenly Lord to the barbarian army. There were definitely traitors among the military or within the city. That was inevitable. She was worried that someone might secretly send out bulletproof vests and other items, which, once in the hands of the barbarian army, would be studied. Of course, the Heavenly Lord had said that these bulletproof vests could withstand both water and fire, and they had basically no drawbacks. But it must be to prevent such things from happening. The gifts bestowed by the Celestial Sovereign can only be used by our great Xia soldiers. Understood. The 5 generals firmly remembered this. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the capital. A female guard entered and presented a confidential letter. The civil and military officials have learned of our great victory, but many still do not believe it, thinking I am saying this on purpose. Some officials have already packed their things, waiting to flee as soon as Yin City falls. After reading it, Lin Shi sneered. This was a letter from the spies she had placed in the capital. It's normal not to believe. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it either. Xiang Long chuckled, facing over 200,000 barbarian troops attacking the city. Not only did we successfully defend, but we also shot down their commander and killed over 5,000 enemies, without a single casualty on our side. Who would dare to believe that? Such a stunning victory was absolutely unprecedented. By the time news spread to the capital, these people would believe it. What you say makes sense. Lin Shi smiled. The aristocratic families in the capital are all too clever. The 5 generals dared not speak. Some families had survived through several dynasties and had influence throughout the court. They primarily focused on aligning with the winning side. For them, dynastic changes were inconsequential as long as it served their family interests. Forget it, seeking profit and avoiding harm is human nature. As long as they don't do anything to harm us, it's fine. Lin Shi said lightly, let's eat. Oh, what dish is this? Let me check the menu. 9 turn intestines. Looking at the rosy, tender dish, she didn't expect it to be intestines. Your Majesty, perhaps you shouldn't eat this dish. As the Emperor, you shouldn't consume such things. Lu Mulan hurriedly said. The royal family did not eat such pig offal. She didn't expect the Celestial Sovereign to bestow this dish. In this time of great famine, having something to eat is already good enough. Why be picky? Lin Shi shook her head. This is a dish bestowed by the Celestial Sovereign. I must try it, or it would be a great disrespect. She picked up a piece and brought it to her mouth, her eyes lighting up. It was rich yet not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious. She picked up another piece, praising it repeatedly. You all should try it. It's really good. Lin Shi took a sip of hot milk tea, feeling very happy. How considerate of the Celestial Sovereign to know she was still on her period, providing her with warm drinks these past few days. Boom! At that moment, an explosion suddenly erupted from the nearby military camp. Not good. Lin Shi's expression changed, and she immediately grabbed her sword, ready to rush over. Your Majesty, please don't go over, let me check the situation. Huang Zhong hurriedly said. There must be chaos in the military camp now. It was safer for the Emperor to stay here. If a spy were to assassinate the Emperor in the confusion, it would be disastrous. He, along with Xiang Long and Han Jian, immediately left, riding off at full speed. Your Majesty, don't worry, it might just be a misfire. Lu Mulan said. But she knew that such a loud commotion was likely not just a simple misfire. After a while, Xiang Long returned with a grim face. Your Majesty, 5 spies killed 3 soldiers guarding the incendiary bottles and ignited them, causing an explosion. Xiang Long's expression was dark. The 5 spies were also killed on the spot by the soldiers who rushed over. There were certainly more than just these 5 spies in the army. There must be others. Capturing these people would not be an easy task. They must have received orders from the barbarian army, instructing them to reveal their identities at all costs to destroy the incendiary bottles. Lin Shi immediately lost her appetite. The incendiary bottles were crucial for defending the city. They had achieved great merit by easily burning the enemy's siege equipment. Only a small portion had been used for defense, and now they were all destroyed in one go. The barbarian army will surely know that the incendiary bottles have been destroyed. Once their siege equipment is completed, they will likely attack the city. Yang Jiumei's expression also turned serious. Having lost the Molotov cocktails, if they relied on their previous methods to defend the city, even with the bulletproof vests granted by the Celestial Lord, they would suffer heavy casualties once the enemy climbed the city walls for close combat. The only way to reduce losses was to find ways to damage their siege equipment and prevent the barbarian army from attacking the city. Given the speed at which the barbarian army is rebuilding their siege equipment, they might attack as soon as the day after tomorrow, Xiang Long said with a serious expression. We only have 1 day to prepare. The sudden turn of events disrupted their plans. Everyone had been confident that they could hold the city, and when the barbarian army returned, they would let them taste the Molotov cocktails again. But now that those were gone, the greatest threat to the barbarian army's siege was eliminated. I'll write a letter to the Celestial Lord, begging him to help us again, Lin Shi sighed. The Molotov cocktails were simply too useful, and she couldn't find any alternatives at the moment. So she earnestly wrote a brief note, pleading for the Celestial Lord to grant them more Molotov cocktails. She took 5 gold ingots from the inner room and placed them in a bag. Suemo received the letter and was surprised by the cunning of the barbarian army, who had sent spies to ignite the Molotov cocktails. The bottles were not the problem. The biggest issue now was how to procure a large amount of alcohol. Of course, using kerosene or gasoline instead of alcohol would be even more effective. But procuring a large quantity was quite difficult. Yunhai did have some private oil refineries. Oh, how could I forget? My family also has an oil refinery. Suemo slapped his forehead. He thought for a moment and immediately pulled out his phone to dial a number. After hanging up, he put away the 5 heavy gold ingots and picked a bracelet before driving out. Xiaosu, why are you buying so much gasoline? You're not planning to take revenge on Wang Yugue, are you? A middle-aged man asked quietly in a private room of a tea house. Asking for 30 tons of gasoline, what could that be for? If he intended to burn Wang Yugue, he wouldn't need so much, a few liters would suffice. Uncle Song, don't worry, I won't do anything illegal, Suemo replied, looking at Song Qian. You know I've always liked tinkering with inventions. I've been working on some rockets recently, and I need gasoline as fuel for the propellant, so I'm just buying a bit more at once. Song Qian looked at him, his expression somewhat complicated. Seeing you so serious, I almost believed you. I absolutely won't do anything bad, Suemo said, taking out a yellow pearwood bracelet. I remember Uncle Song is quite knowledgeable about collectibles, so I found this bracelet while tidying up and thought I'd give it to you. I don't play with these things. Song Qian's eyes lit up upon seeing it, and he took it to examine it closely. This is high-quality yellow pearwood. You can't find this quality on the market. He exclaimed repeatedly, unable to put it down. This piece was worth at least 300,000. Xiaosu, this thing is too precious. Song Qian tried to hand the bracelet back. Uncle Song, for someone who likes this kind of thing, it might be worth something, but for someone who doesn't, it's just wooden beads, worth nothing. Suemo pushed his hand back. Besides, the oil refinery belongs to my family. I will eventually make Wang Yugue roll out and take back the company that rightfully belongs to me. By then, you'll be the vice president of the group. His mother had founded more than 20 companies, and the oil refinery was just one of them. Then I'll help you this once. Song Qian hesitated for a moment but ultimately put the yellow pearwood bracelet on his wrist. Leaving a line for future encounters is wise. If Suemo could really bring down Wang Yugue and regain control of the family business, it would be a great thing for him as well. Transfer the money to me first. I'll find a way to split the 30 tons into other purchase orders. Song Qian thought of a more secure method. 30 tons was quite a lot, but if split up, it wouldn't be noticeable. Suemo transferred 300,000 to him, though he didn't actually need that much. The extra money was a gift to Song Qian. Having received the benefit, he would also think of ways to satisfy his own needs when buying gasoline in the future. How are you storing this gasoline? Song Qian asked. After 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, just have someone deliver it to the food factory. I have a way, Suemo thought for a moment. Song Qian nodded, indicating that it was no problem. Suemo returned to the food factory and wrote a letter to Linshi, telling her not to worry, as he had something better to offer, which he would bestow tomorrow. He then called the owner of the water storage tanks, asking him to deliver 3 10-ton plastic water tanks tomorrow morning, and to do it early. After that, he contacted the bottle supplier, Mr. Gon, to inquire about what bottles he currently had in stock. He ended up ordering 60,000 glass bottles, each with a capacity of 500 milliliters. The shape was slightly different from the last time, and he arranged for them to be delivered tomorrow as well. The next morning, as soon as Suemo woke up, he received a text message from the bank, notifying him of a deposit of 250 million. Old Tang is indeed reliable. Suemo smiled and got up to wash up. Soon, the plastic water tanks and glass bottles arrived one after the other, and the gasoline was delivered as well. Suemo had the gasoline unloaded into the 3 water tanks and sent along with the glass bottles. He wrote a letter to Linshi, advising her to be cautious of fire, as gasoline is highly flammable and explosive. The process of making Molotov cocktails is the same as with alcohol. Fill the bottle with gasoline and stuff it with cotton. Before long, he received a reply from Lin Shi, expressing her immense gratitude. She mentioned that during her previous prayers, she had vowed to serve the divine and that if the Heavenly Lord had any needs, she would do her utmost to fulfill them, hoping that the Heavenly Lord would look favorably upon the great Xia. Suemo smiled at her reply, noticing the respect that filled her words. He wondered what expression Lin Shi would have if she knew her divine lord was a young man a few years older than her. Suemo carefully stored Lin Shi's letter and noticed the drone that Feng Wei had sent him. After unboxing it, he began to slowly get the hang of controlling it. He had played with drones before, so operating it was relatively easy for him. This device was incredibly convenient for observing enemy movements, but for people from ancient times, operating it was not so simple. Just sending some diagrams would surely be inadequate. Many people following tutorial videos often encountered problems, and it was common for the drone to crash on its first flight. This posed a significant challenge for ancient people. After some thought, Suemo decided to put the drone away for now and not send it to Lin Shi just yet. After the next city defense was over, he would send her a mobile phone with a tutorial video on how to operate the drone, allowing her to learn at her own pace. He also kept a set of the mini composite bows that Mr. Lee had gifted him. He kept one electric baton for self-defense and gave the rest to Lin Shi, instructing her on how to use them. After finishing these tasks, he received a call from Tang Lei, who said he would send someone over shortly to install a security door for him. An hour later, 2 workers arrived and installed the security door on the water well house, which even had a doorbell with monitoring functionality. Suemo set a password and registered his fingerprint and other information. It was very user-friendly. After binding it to the app, he would be notified whenever someone approached the water well house. Suemo thought for a moment. The barbarian army had destroyed the alcohol bottles, and they would likely take the opportunity to attack the city soon, possibly even tonight. With that in mind, he searched for solar lights and found a store selling them 5 kilometers away. He drove over to take a look. They were easy to install and very bright, quite good indeed. He ordered over 300 of them to be delivered to the food factory. Passing by the largest wholesale market in Yunhai, he ordered 60,000 boxes of large mineral water and 60,000 boxes of Red Bull. Some soldiers on night duty could drink Red Bull to stay alert when they felt tired. As for the composite bows and protective gear ordered yesterday, since the time was too short, they probably hadn't produced much, so he decided not to rush for them. With the gasoline Molotov cocktails, this time they should be able to successfully defend the city. He went to the largest grain wholesale supermarket in the area and bought 10,000 bags of rice, 10,000 bags of flour, 10,000 boxes of peanut oil, and some salt and other seasonings. In military campaigns, soldiers need to be well fed. 1 meal a day is not enough. Sue, you've cleared out my stock with this order, and at the lowest price. The supermarket owner was very pleased, having never encountered such a large client before. Suemo paid and had them deliver the goods to the food factory. He then went to the slaughterhouse, where the animals were freshly killed that day, and bought 500 pigs and 300 cows, urging the owner to deliver quickly. Suemo drove back first, waiting to receive the items. Bottled water, grains, and meat arrived one after another, all sent over. The solar lights were the last to arrive, and Suemo wrote a letter instructing Lin Shi to install them according to the manual. With light, darkness would be dispelled. After Lin Shi received the gasoline and bottles, she ordered General Yang Jiumei to select 5,000 trusted soldiers to secretly assemble Molotov cocktails, forbidding them from contacting anyone else. This way, they could prevent spies from the barbarian army from learning of their plans. Once the bottles are assembled, find a dark place near the barracks to store them, guarded by heavy troops, and move them when needed, Lin Shi said after some thought. There were many empty courtyards near the barracks, most of which had become abandoned houses after their original owners perished from hunger. They had not yet received news from their spies and did not know when the barbarian army would attack, but they had to be prepared. The battlefield changes rapidly, and there could be no slackening of effort. Lin Shi had the mountains of bottled water, grains, and meat sent to the barracks. The Heavenly Lord had granted them so much food that it would be enough for a hearty feast for 10 days to half a month, alleviating their food anxiety for the time being. Tonight, the army would eat meat and distribute lean meat porridge to the people. What are these things? Solar lights? Lin Shi was a bit confused when she saw the boxes that had appeared. After reading the Heavenly Lord's letter, she instructed her people to install them according to the manual. Lin Shi called Han Jian over, and after opening a box, they found some strange items inside. There was a diagrammed manual, which she read several times. Your Majesty, I know how to install it. Han Jian was very clever and called over 2 people to install one on the wall of the courtyard. Just as the sun had set and the light was dim, the entire courtyard suddenly lit up. Is this the light granted by the divine? Han Jian knelt down in awe of the Heavenly Lord. Heavenly Lord, your powers are boundless, able to transform the sun's energy into light. Lin Shi was equally astonished. They had always used candles or oil lamps at night and had never seen such bright lights. Install the lights inside the barracks, some can be placed on tree trunks, and then stand them up, Lin Shi thought. The rest can be installed on the city walls. Han Jian immediately took people to do it, and one by one, bright lights lit up inside the barracks, with shouts of "Long live the Heavenly Lord!" echoing. The solar lights had transcended the understanding of this era, becoming a manifestation of divine power. The soldiers of the Great Xia, seeing the miraculous lights granted by the Heavenly Lord, became even more convinced that they could defeat the barbarian army, their morale soaring. Soon, solar lights were hung on the city walls, shining as bright as day. Even 300 meters outside the walls, everything was clearly visible. Very good, thank you, Heavenly Lord. Now turn off the lights on the city walls. Han Jian thought for a moment and told the soldiers where the switches were. He turned back to see the barracks brightly lit, a scene he had never witnessed before. A miracle, all is a gift from the true Heavenly Lord. Han Jian felt even more respect for the Heavenly Lord in his heart. He returned to the courtyard to report to Lin Shi that the solar lights were all installed, and the ones on the city walls had been turned off. If the barbarian army attacked tonight, they could suddenly turn them on and catch them off guard. I wonder if they will attack tonight or tomorrow morning. Lin Shi murmured. The gasoline bottles were all assembled, a total of 60,000 bottles, with some gasoline still remaining. Now she was somewhat looking forward to the barbarian army attacking the city. Tonight, we are on high alert. The city guards should put on their soft armor and be ready to fight at any moment, Lin Shi issued the command. They habitually referred to the bulletproof vests as soft armor. The Celestial Master had said that they would prepare tens of thousands more, ensuring that nearly every soldier would be equipped. She was very much looking forward to it. Once the soldiers were fully equipped, their combat effectiveness would greatly increase. Your Majesty, you should get some rest. The barbarian army doesn't know when they will attack the city. It might be tomorrow or the day after, Lu Mulan yawned. I just drank a can of Red Bull, and I'm feeling great. This stuff is amazing. Do you want a can? Lin Shi smiled, pointing to a box of Red Bull beside her. She had a premonition that tonight, Wu Xiaotu would likely attack the city. He must have received news that the spy had blown up the Molotov cocktails today. Believing that the Great Xia had lost its defensive weapons, he would undoubtedly be eager to attack the city to avenge his father, Wu Tiegu. Lu Mulan drank a can and soon felt wide awake. The gifts from the Celestial Master are indeed miraculous, but why is this stuff called Red Bull? Lu Mulan marveled at its invigorating effects. Could it be that bulls get excited by red things, and when people drink this, they also get excited? Is that the reason? Lin Shi didn't know but felt that her analysis made sense. Your Majesty, we have received news that the barbarian army has departed from their base and is about to attack the city. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to report. Good, they have finally come. Send someone to quietly transport 30,000 Molotov cocktails to the city wall. Lin Shi's spirits lifted as she donned her helmet and grabbed her reinforced composite bow to head out. Wu Xiaotu suddenly ordered his army to move, taking advantage of the night to attack the city. He had already received news that the Great Xia's explosive bottles had been destroyed. Their men had been killed, but they died honorably, achieving great merit. Thus, seizing the opportunity to attack the city was the best course of action. Delaying could lead to changes. Nearly 200,000 troops received the news without warning and immediately organized to move. According to Wu Xiaotu's plan, they quietly approached Yin City. Using the cover of the dark night, they swiftly advanced siege towers and ladders to the city wall. With archers providing cover, the soldiers quickly began to scale the city. Of course, he knew that the walls of Yin City were tall and not easy to climb. Many would likely die in the attempt. He had made up his mind that even if half of his soldiers perished, he would take Yin City tonight. Soon, the army was less than 700 meters from Yin City, and Wu Xiaotu felt a hint of excitement. If they could breach Yin City tonight, capturing the capital of Great Xia would be just around the corner, and he could achieve unprecedented merit. He could even establish the first foreign dynasty in the Central Plains and declare himself emperor. The thought made him even more exhilarated. After walking another 200 meters, Wu Xiaotu stopped. Warriors, for the glory of the great barbarian kingdom, for your wealth and honor, charge. Wu Xiaotu commanded. 3,000 vanguard soldiers, carrying ladders and pushing siege engines, smoothly reached the base of the city wall. Wu Xiaotu had originally planned to wait for Great Xia to notice before having the archers shoot for cover. But it seemed as if no one was on the city wall. Had they not noticed? Wu Xiaotu had no time to think further. Such an opportunity was rare, and he immediately ordered 30,000 soldiers to follow and begin scaling the city. The archers also moved within 200 meters of the wall, ready to fire and cover their comrades as they climbed. In the next moment, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the scene. More than 30 bright lamps hung on the city wall, lighting up the area below as if it were daytime. The barbarian army looked up in confusion, wondering why it had suddenly become bright. They gazed at the large lamps on the wall, unsure of what they were. They were neither candles nor oil lamps, and the strong wind had no effect on them. Trying to sneakily attack the city at night, looking quite ugly but thinking beautifully, Lin Shi appeared on the city wall, looking down at Wu Xiaotu and his men. Lin Shi, tonight will surely be the death of you and everyone in the city. Wu Xiaotu was furious when he saw her. Once I catch you, I will strip you bare and play with you until I'm bored, then let the soldiers of the great army ravage you to death, and finally cut off your head to honor my father. He didn't understand what these lights were about. There was no time to think about it now. They had already reached the foot of the city, and there was only one way to ascend. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Madman! With your filthy words, my great Xia is protected by the celestial sovereign, and today we will defeat you as well, soon driving you barbarians out of Great Xia. Lin Shi shouted loudly, full of vigor. Wu Xiaotu was far away, likely beyond the effective range of the enhanced bow, otherwise, he would have been shot dead by an arrow. I hope when the city falls, your mouth is still so tough. Attacking the city. Wu Xiaotu gave the order and instructed the archers to shoot for cover. Throw the Molotov cocktails. Lin Shi commanded coldly. The soldiers defending the city, shielded by their defenses, ignited the Molotov cocktails and hurled them down fiercely. With a loud bang, the bottles exploded, igniting the siege equipment and the surrounding barbarian troops. Wu Xiaotu looked up and saw countless burning bottles thrown from the city walls, falling, shattering, and exploding. The scaling ladders and siege towers quickly caught fire, turning into raging flames. Countless soldiers were set ablaze, screaming in agony. Apart from the more than 30,000 soldiers closest to the city wall who emerged from the sea of fire, even the archers were struck by the Molotov cocktails and could not escape, their cries echoing. To make matters worse, the soldiers of Great Xia began shooting arrows from above. Those who weren't burned to death were shot down. Let me do it! Yang Jiumei shouted, holding a lit gasoline bottle, throwing it with all her might. Bang! The bottle exploded 5 meters away from Wu Xiaotu's warhorse, flames bursting in the air before vanishing. The warhorse was startled, nearly losing control. Wu Xiaotu quickly tightened the reins, watching the soldiers in the sea of fire struggling in pain, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He could tell that this batch of Molotov cocktails was much more powerful than the last. Watching soldiers catch fire and try to run this way, only to collapse halfway, was horrifying. General, let's retreat, the deputy general urged. The siege equipment was burned again. They were destined to be unable to attack the city today. In just this short time, over 30,000 had died in the sea of fire. It was terrifying. Could it be that Great Xia truly had the celestial sovereign's assistance? With such Molotov cocktails, defending the city was too easy. They could just close their eyes and throw them down. Their arrows were useless against the defending soldiers. The enemy's shields easily blocked them, and their armor was not afraid at all. This time, the enemy had 0 casualties. The barbarian soldiers were shocked and dismayed, suffering 2 consecutive defeats, with so many dead and the enemy unscathed, causing them to lose their will to fight. No matter how fierce you were, you couldn't withstand a Molotov cocktail exploding beside you, burning. How could flesh and blood resist such raging flames? Watching comrades burn alive was both terrifying and deeply disempowering. There was no extra water to save them. All they could do was watch them burn. Those closest to the city wall didn't even have time to escape. It was utterly hopeless. Now, Yen City was not a city in their eyes, but a hell of fire. Wu Xiaotu was completely stunned. He had followed his father into battle for over 10 years, countless battles of all sizes, but faced with such a situation, he was still at a loss. Encirclement was ineffective. He didn't know where Great Xia got its water and food, but they were clearly better off. A strong assault was useless. The enemy's Molotov cocktails fell like a sea of fire, utterly unbearable. Unless they could continue to exhaust the soldiers, letting the Molotov cocktails run out. But who knew how many Molotov cocktails the enemy had? From the earlier situation, they should still have plenty. He didn't dare to continue gambling. Moreover, the siege equipment was all burned up. Even if Great Xia ran out of Molotov cocktails, they would still be unable to attack the city today. Retreat! Wu Xiaotu glanced at the sea of fire and the barbarian soldiers struggling in pain, turned his horse, and left. We won again. The soldiers defending the Great Xia cheered with joy, having achieved 2 consecutive great victories that completely boosted their confidence. Long live your majesty, may the heavenly lord have boundless longevity and blessings. The entire Yin city was filled with excited cheers. Lin Shi watched as the raging fire below gradually dissipated. This time, they had annihilated over 30,000 barbarian troops, and the Great Xia had suffered 0 casualties. Such a record was truly unprecedented. All gratitude must go to the Heavenly Lord. If it weren't for the gifts he bestowed, the city would surely have fallen today. After this battle, perhaps we can really shift from defense to offense. A smile crept onto Lin Shi's lips. She eagerly wrote a letter to inform the Heavenly Lord of their overwhelming victory. With over 30,000 enemies killed, she believed the barbarian army must be in a state of panic. After 2 failed sieges, they likely had developed a fear of the incendiary bottles. Lin Shi, you did very well. If the barbarian army chooses not to attack again, what are your thoughts? Suemo replied to her letter. Heavenly Lord, I would like to wait until we have all the composite bows and soft armor ready before launching a counterattack. This way, the soldiers' combat effectiveness and defense will be greatly enhanced, improving our efficiency in killing and reducing the casualty rate. Lin Shi did not plan to pursue the victory immediately. The barbarian army had suffered 2 devastating defeats, losing around 40,000 men, yet they still had 160,000 troops remaining. If they recklessly went out to fight, it could backfire and lead to their slaughter by the barbarians. They currently had food and drink, with the tall walls of Yin City as a barrier, safe and secure. They could continue to wear down the barbarian army and disrupt their morale while waiting for their weapons and equipment. No problem, tomorrow I will give you a good item. At that time, you can send someone to learn it well. If mastered, it will be very useful on the battlefield, Suemo replied. He wondered if the drone could fly there, as he was uncertain whether there was GPS signal in that area. He looked up at the sky. Nowadays, the Earth was mostly covered by satellites. He didn't know if there was any signal penetrating through to Lin Shi's parallel universe. Since the 2 timelines had established a connection, it indicated the possibility of mutual influence. The next morning, Suemo drove to a nearby shopping mall, planning to buy a phone for Lin Shi, so he could download the drone training videos for her. Oh, Suemo, is that you? A female sales associate exclaimed upon seeing him, her face lighting up with surprise. Ah, Han Yorong? Suemo was somewhat taken aback to see a woman with an incredibly curvy figure. She was very slim, but her assets were quite prominent. This was his middle school classmate, and he hadn't expected her to grow up so much. Yes, it's me. Are you buying a phone for yourself or for a girlfriend? Han Yorong asked. It's for a friend, Suemo replied, glancing at the phones on the counter. Are you pursuing someone? Han Yorong's expression turned a bit strange as she said softly, that's quite rare. Back in the 3rd year of middle school, she was the class discipline monitor and had a good impression of Suemo. Once, she secretly wrote him a love letter, only to have him threaten to announce it publicly unless she removed his name from the class's list of disciplinary violations. At that moment, she felt utterly crushed. You still remember that? I was so young and foolish back then, Suemo said, feeling quite embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. He had been quite mischievous in middle school, often getting his parents called in, which led to such incidents. Looking back, he realized he had been quite the rascal. Humph, that incident was a huge blow to me. Han Yorong revealed her small canine teeth, wanting to bite him to vent her frustration. Fortunately, after entering high school, many people pursued her, helping her to overcome the gloom and regain her confidence. She didn't get into university and attended a vocational college instead. After graduating, unable to find a suitable job, she ended up selling phones. Well, since it's almost lunchtime, let me treat you to a big meal. Let's go to the seafood restaurant on the 4th floor, and you can order whatever you like, Suemo said. Really? Han Yorong was somewhat surprised. The Summer Palace restaurant is very expensive, averaging over 1,000 per person, and she has never been there. Of course it's true, consider it compensation for you, Suemo said with a smile. First, help me choose a phone, one with a large battery capacity and good heat dissipation. Oh, is it for a girl or a boy? If it's for a girl, you have to consider looks, pixels, and photo quality first. Han Yorong's mood improved a lot. It's for a girl, just help me choose, Suemo replied. Oh, so you really are dating now, what's there to be embarrassed about? Han Yorong took out 2 phones for him to choose from. Suemo picked one that felt better in his hand, paid 6,000 yuan, and went to the Summer Palace restaurant with her. What do you do for work now? Han Yorong asked. After all these years, she knew nothing about his current situation. Inheriting a bankrupt food factory from my family, Suemo said. Ah. Han Yorong was a bit surprised. Her hand paused while ordering. I plan to reopen it soon, Suemo smiled, scanning the QR code on the table with his phone. Don't try to save money for me, we have to eat well this time, otherwise, I really would feel embarrassed. Seeing that Han Yaron was ordering only reasonably priced dishes, it seemed she didn't want him to spend too much. Looking at the menu, he ordered lobster, king crab, and so on. That's enough, just the two of us, we can't eat that much, Han Yaron hurriedly said. Suemo ordered 2 more dishes and 2 bottles of juice. Soon, all the dishes arrived, quite lavishly. Suemo. At that moment, 2 tall girls walked over. One girl with big waves was surprised to see Suemo and glanced at the girl next to him. Mangyao, isn't he your fiancé? Why is he eating with another woman? Qin Mangyao's face turned a bit awkward. She didn't expect to run into Suemo here. The frequency of their encounters lately had been a bit too high. We've already cancelled the engagement, Qin Mangyao said softly, a matter she hadn't even mentioned to her close friends. What? Is he cheating on you? The girl with big waves glared at Han Yaron, noticing her proud demeanor. With such a bold appearance, she must have seduced Suemo. Qin Mangyao didn't know how to explain. She couldn't say it was because her family looked down on Suemo for being poor that they broke up, could she? Suemo, Mangyao is so good, how could you do this? You're really a scumbag. The girl with big waves, seeing Qin Mangyao silent, thought she was right and was furious. Hey, lady, get your facts straight before you come at me. Suemo looked at her flat chest. Indeed a poor show. My family's business was taken by that bastard of an uncle, leaving me with a bankrupt food factory. Qin Mengyao's family looked down on me and took the initiative to cancel the engagement. What do you know? Just making noise here. As for Han Yaron, it seemed the ancestors had wisdom. The sea can hold 100 rivers, and tolerance is great. 1,000 people can be dismissed, but without abundance, one is rigid. The girl with big waves was stunned, her face flushed with embarrassment, left speechless. Looking at Qin Mangyao, seeing she didn't refute, she knew it was true. Han Yaron didn't expect Suemo to have such a hard time, feeling very sympathetic towards him. Then let me ask you, before the engagement was cancelled, did you two have something going on? That day you bought sanitary pads in the supermarket, were they for her? Qin Mangyao mustered her courage to ask. Absolutely not, we were middle school classmates, and today was the first time we met after graduation. Han Yaron shook her head, hurriedly saying. At the same time, she was curious about who he bought the sanitary pads for. It was probably the same person he was sending the phone to. Then who was it? Qin Mangyao bit her lip. Aren't you just trying to confirm that I cheated before the engagement was cancelled, so you can find a self-justifying excuse? Suemo looked at her. There's really no need for that. I already said that day, the engagement is off, and we go our separate ways. My matters don't need your concern. I can only tell you, she's 100 times better than you. Are you satisfied now? Hearing this from Suemo, Qin Mangyao became even more curious. She considered herself very good-looking and quite smart. Which woman would dare to say she was 100 times better? And Suemo had never mentioned whether his affair with that woman happened before or after the engagement was called off. I just want you to give me a straightforward answer. Is that so hard? Qin Mangyao bit her lip. Why should I make it easy for you? Suemo looked at her with a cold smile. Did you make it easy for me? His parents died saving Qin Mangyao, and this was how the Qin family treated him. At his lowest point, when he needed comfort the most, he was stabbed in the back. For a moment, Qin Mangyao had no words, only feeling wronged, tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Su, you're here for a meal too? Is there a problem? At that moment, Fang Wei walked out from the private room, noticing the commotion and surprised to see familiar faces. Suemo had just given her a contract worth nearly 200 million, who would dare to touch him? She would deal with anyone who did. No problem, what a coincidence. Suemo smiled at her. Just having a meal with friends. If you have any trouble, I'd be happy to help you resolve it. Fang Wei glanced at Qin Mangyao and the other girl. If she hadn't seen they were two women, posing no significant threat, she would have called for security long ago. You're the eldest daughter of the Fang family, Fang Wei? Qin Mangyao looked at her, somewhat surprised. The Fang family was much more powerful than the Qin family in Yunhai, with dozens of secondary companies and substantial financial resources. Seeing Fang Wei's respectful attitude towards Suemo felt a bit off. Oh, you know me? Fang Wei was a little taken aback. Last month, my father took me to Mr. Ma's banquet, and you were there too, Qin Mangyao said with a smile. Mr. Ma was the president of the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce, worth hundreds of billions, a regular on the Forbes list. Her father took her to the banquet to broaden her horizons. Oh, I see. Don't cause trouble for Mr. Su, or you'll be causing trouble for me, Fang Wei said coldly, giving her a glance. Qin Mangyao instinctively took a step back, feeling wronged. She just wanted to clarify things. Besides, who gave her the right to meddle? But the power of the Fang family was on a different level than the Qin family, so she could only endure it. She was just more curious about what kind of relationship she had with Sumo that made her stand up for him. Mr. Su, you enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you. I'll have the waiter add 2 dishes to your table, consider it my treat, and don't be polite. She greeted Sumo before leaving. Aren't you leaving? It's awkward for me to eat here. Sumo glanced at Chin Mangyao. He was also very dissatisfied with that big wave hairstyle. It was nothing special, yet she tried to curl it into big waves. Did it even deserve the name? Let's go. Chin Mangyao suddenly lost her appetite, her face flushed with anger as she pulled the big wave girl away. So you were engaged? That girl looks like she's from a wealthy family, Han Yurong said softly. The bag Chin Mangyao was carrying earlier, she had seen in his specialty store while shopping, costing over 80,000. My family used to be richer than hers. Money is something you can't take with you when you die, as long as it's enough, that's good, Sumo said, taking a sip of his drink. For you, how much is enough? Han Yurong scoffed, saying it was easy. The term enough was too vague, 1 million could be enough, or 100 billion could be. For me, it's too much, I have too many people to support, Sumo said with a smile, but the mutual feedback feels pretty good. Han Yurong nodded, agreeing that what he said about running a food factory and paying employees indeed required a lot of money. Hello, New Zealand black gold abalone, barnacles, and a bottle of mutai, all ordered by manager Feng. She has already settled the bill for our table, the waiter said, bringing the dishes over. Eat while it's hot. Sumo picked up a large, tender, shiny black gold abalone for Han Yurong. It must be expensive, Han Yurong whispered, taking out her phone to snap a picture, including the mutai in the shot. Her family wasn't well off. She had never seen such a large abalone before, let alone eaten one. It's not that expensive, just eat up. Do you drink? Sumo pointed to the mutai. I don't drink white liquor, besides, I have to work in the afternoon. You go ahead, Han Yurong shook her head. I still have to drive, so take it back for your uncle to drink, Sumo said. Thank you on behalf of my dad. Han Yurong felt a bit embarrassed. Her dad had never tried mutai, so it would be nice for him to taste it. Old classmates shouldn't be so polite, Sumo said, handing her some lobster meat. I'm going to sell cars next month, Han Yurong said softly. Her performance in selling phones wasn't great, and she wasn't making much money. Some customers would come into the store and keep staring at her chest without buying a phone. She had an interview with a car company and would start next month. That's good. I'll come to you when I want to buy a car, Sumo nodded. I'm mainly selling traditional fuel cars at that 4S store, with prices around 70 to 80,000, which you probably won't be interested in, Han Yurong shook her head. I can buy it for employees. Sumo suddenly thought that he could send cars to Linshi in the future. It would be much faster than riding a horse. Of course, the premise was that they had to learn how to drive, otherwise it would be dangerous. As for whether they could learn to drive from practice videos, that was uncertain. For the time being, he didn't plan to send cars over because of the high danger involved. Improper operation could lead to serious consequences, like accidentally hitting a comrade. That could work. You're welcome to come buy a car from me, Han Yurong smiled happily. This meal was very enjoyable, with many things being tasted for the first time. The beautiful female boss settled the bill. He didn't know exactly how much it cost, but a bottle of mutai wasn't cheap. I have to go to work. Han Yurong stood up, her figure swaying in front of him, casting a lingering glance. This guy had done some pretty terrible things in middle school, but thankfully he hadn't told the other classmates about her writing love letters. Otherwise, she would have been socially dead back then. But no matter what, she really liked him back then. Sumo felt a bit dizzy and nodded. He then left the mall and went to the adjacent service center to get a new phone card. After returning home, he downloaded a detailed tutorial video on how to operate a drone onto his phone and uninstalled all the unnecessary apps. He placed the new phone card into his phone. If there was a signal on that side, he could call Linshi, or even video call. He was a bit curious about what the Empress Linshi looked like. Thinking of this made him a little excited. Sumo wrote a letter, along with the phone and drone, and sent them over. After a while, he dialed the new phone number, but it said it was out of service. So there really is no phone signal over there, sigh. Sumo sighed, his plan to talk to the Empress falling through. As for whether the drone could take off, they would have to wait for Linshi's reply. It would give them plenty to study. This thing is called a phone? Linshi received the phone and drone, and seeing the letter from Sumo, she was filled with curiosity. Enter the password to unlock it. The password is 999999. The national teacher had not only promoted simplified characters but also Arabic numerals. So Linshi was not unfamiliar with the numbers on the screen. After entering the password, she accessed the phone interface. Following Sumo's instructions, she clicked on the album icon, where there was a video, and clicked it again. Hello, friends from C Station, I'm the blogger AB. This time, I'll explain in detail how a novice can operate a drone. Lin Shi was startled. There was actually a person in strange clothes inside this thing, who could not only talk but also move. Your Majesty! Lu Mulan burst in through the door. She heard a man's voice suddenly coming from the Emperor's room and rushed in without thinking. Seeing that there was no one else in the room besides the Emperor, she noticed the Emperor holding a strange object from which a man's voice was continuously coming. There was also a packaging box next to her, but she didn't know what it was. Mulan, come over here. Lin Shi waved to her. Lu Mulan walked over and saw that there was actually a little figure in the thing the Emperor was holding, and immediately a murderous intent appeared, ready to draw her sword. Don't panic, it seems like something similar to a shadow puppet show. There's not really a person inside. He's teaching us how to control a drone. Lin Shi pointed to the large box beside her. Lu Mulan carefully opened it and saw something that looked like a kite, along with some small items. This thing is called a drone. It can fly. Look. Lin Shi saw in the video that the drone flew up to a tall building. Wow, is this the world where the Celestial Lord lives? The buildings are so tall. Lu Mulan's attention was focused on the skyscrapers, deeply shocked. Lin Shi also noticed, speechless with astonishment. The tall buildings reaching the clouds truly were a world of immortals. The two of them watched the long video together and unanimously felt that this thing was indeed difficult to control. But if mastered, it would definitely be a weapon of war. They could completely control the drone to scout enemy situations, every move within their grasp. This thing was too incredible. How about we give it a try? Lu Mulan was eager to act. Mastering the control of the drone would have a huge impact on future battles. The temptation was too great. You should carefully watch the tutorial and follow his instructions step by step, Lin Shi advised. This thing looked very precious, so they mustn't let anything go wrong. The Celestial Lord had said that drones were hard to control and could easily break. Okay, I'll give it a try. Someone has to test new things. Lu Mulan nodded. She carefully took the drone to the yard, and after turning it on, it showed that Bluetooth was connected to her phone. Before the transmission, Suemo had already set up the pairing and other tasks. Your Majesty, look, it's flying. Lu Mulan controlled the drone to take off, and Lin Shi saw the image appear on the phone screen, with herself and Lu Mulan in it. She had just seen in the tutorial video that there was something called a camera on the drone used to capture images. Not good. Lin Shi looked up and saw the drone tilting and descending. Lu Mulan hurriedly tried to control the remote, but it was of no use. The drone crashed heavily onto the stones, scattering many parts. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I have damaged the item bestowed by the Celestial Lord. Please punish me severely. Lu Mulan knelt down with a thud upon seeing this. Get up. The Celestial Lord's letter said it was indeed very easy to break. It's normal for you to have problems on your first operation. It's not your fault. Lin Shi helped her up and looked at the broken drone, which was already ruined. She wrote a letter and sent it along with the damaged drone. Suemo saw the broken drone and was actually very happy. At least it showed that it could fly in that world. He picked up the letter and began to read. Celestial Lord, we learned how to control the drone, but we still failed. The drone lost control and fell from the sky. Seeing her full of guilt, he replied with a letter telling her it was okay. Soon he would send them a few more to explore slowly. Thinking about needing to buy some other things, he drove the Phantom to a mall to buy a phone, where there was a specialty store for drones. Suemo parked the car in the garage and headed straight for the drone store, only to find that no one was attending to him, so he started to look around. Handsome, do you need me to introduce something to you? The salesgirl Jiangya had just walked in from outside and saw that there was no sales assistant beside him. Noticing that Suemo was dressed in common brands and had no watch or anything, she thought he might not be able to afford it. Their store mainly sold high-end drones, with the cheapest model costing over 10,000. Many people came to look and take photos every day, but few actually bought. I've looked into it. Give me 10 of your basic models, Suemo said with a smile. Jiangya was taken aback, and the other staff members looked over, regretting their earlier assumptions. They never expected Suemo to be so extravagant, ordering 10 units right off the bat. Really? What do you need so many for? Jiangya was quite surprised. I plan to start a live entertainment company, and I will need them in the future, Suemo said. Understood, please follow me, boss. Jiangya led him to the counter to pay. Let me help you put them in the car, it's not easy to carry them alone. She took out 10 drones and had a colleague help her follow Suemo to the garage. Rolls-Royce Phantom. When Jiangya saw that Sumo's car was a Phantom, she and her colleagues were stunned. They didn't expect him to be so wealthy. He turned out to be a hidden rich second generation. As for why he wasn't a rich first generation, it was simply because he was too young, like a recent college graduate. Boss Su, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to message me on WeChat. I can also provide door-to-door service. Zhang Yi's tone became even gentler. No problem, you all go ahead and get busy. I'll buy some other things. Suemo clearly felt their change in attitude. By the way, is the door-to-door service you mentioned a proper service? He wandered around the supermarket, buying some pastries and milk tea for Lin Shi. Hey, look, it's Suemo again. De Bolong and Qin Mangyao had just finished shopping and watching a movie when they unexpectedly saw him again. I suspect he's stalking me, always hovering in front of me. Qin Mangyao muttered. Let's quietly follow him. Look at what he's buying. All gifts for women. Let's see who it's for. De Bolong whispered. The two followed behind, watching Suemo go down to the underground parking lot and get into a Phantom. Oh my, didn't you say he was out of money? De Bolong's eyes lit up as she looked at Sumo's luxury car, her heart stirred. Qin Mangyao felt inexplicably irritated as she saw Su Missouri drive away. He might have applied to be a driver, driving the boss's car, she casually said. Doesn't seem likely, De Bolong shook her head. Generally, a boss who can afford a Rolls-Royce would have dress requirements for their driver. It's all about face. Look at how casually Suemo is dressed. It actually suggests that this is probably his car. Qin Mangyao thought her analysis made sense but felt even more irritated. If Suemo was really wealthy, playing the pig to eat the tiger, where did the money come from? It has nothing to do with me anymore. Let's go, Qin Mangyao sighed softly in her heart. At this moment, Suemo drove back to the food factory, first sending the 10 drones to Linshi for practice. He then sent over the pastries and milk tea. He opened a bottle of cola and took a sip. The barbarian army had suffered 2 major defeats in their siege and normally wouldn't attack again, as it was no different from seeking death. Once the compound bows and armor were in place, they would begin their counterattack. He thought for a moment. Lin Shi and the others still lacked powerful melee weapons, like long swords or broadswords. The ancient sword-making technology was impressive, but the materials were lacking, primarily iron, which was vastly inferior compared to modern materials and craftsmanship. Acquiring a large number of long swords or broadswords would also require some effort. He suddenly remembered a college classmate, Li Wenjian, who claimed to be the heir of the Tianquan sword, and his family was in the sword-making business. He found the number and called. Hey, Wenjian, how's the sales of your long swords going? I saw the videos you posted on Douyin, those swords look pretty good. Suemo chatted with him for a while. Don't mention it. Last week, my dad spent hundreds of thousands hiring an influencer to sell goods, preparing 20,000 swords, but they only sold 100, and 50 were returned. My dad is almost dying of worry. Li Wenjian was extremely frustrated. He had hoped to get rich quickly by having an influencer promote his products, but instead, he got scammed. Sumo's eyes lit up when he heard about the 20,000 swords. Where is your sword-making factory in Yunhai? It's in Gaoxing District, Lijia Village. Why, do you want to buy swords? How many do you want? I can give them to you, Li Wenjian asked. Say a few, not a few swords, civility for you, me, and him. Suemo smiled. I received an overseas order, a big one, that can completely digest your inventory. No way, is that true? Li Wenjian raised his voice a few notches. His father was worried, the sword wasn't selling, and the workers' wages were still overdue. Of course, send me a location, and I'll come by tomorrow morning. If it's suitable, I'll take it all. Suemo had made an agreement with him. Young Marshal, please, I beg you, let me go. I misspoke, Great General, I beg you to spare me, it hurts. Inside the tent of the barbarian army's commander, Wu Shaotu was practicing archery on horseback. The woman beneath him was his father's favorite, being violently ravaged, constantly pleading for mercy. Wu Shaotu wore a face of rage, deaf to her cries. After 2 disastrous defeats, with 40,000 dead, the morale in the army was at an unprecedented low. How to breach Yinshan was a complete mystery, leaving him feeling frustrated. The siege tactic was no longer viable. According to reliable sources, the Daxia army was well-fed and well-watered, far better than they were, with surplus food and meat for the common people. A direct assault was also impossible. Yanshan's walls were tall and easy to defend, hard to attack. Moreover, Daxia had incendiary bottles. If they went, they would be burned to ashes. But just the thought of breaching Yanshan could earn him unparalleled merit, making it impossible for him to retreat. With a pop, Wu Shaotu drew his sword and stood up, feeling a bit of his frustration dissipate. You, return to the tent, and be ready to serve me at any time. He glanced at the woman and coldly commanded, tossing her a bone with some meat on it. The woman's eyes lit up, and she immediately pounced on it, gnawing the meat clean off the bone. This was horse meat. Food was starting to run low in the army, and even the feed for the horses was gone. To prevent horses and men from competing for food, Wu Shaotu began systematically slaughtering horses. This way, he could also increase the army's rations. Of course, ordinary soldiers had no fortune to eat meat. The woman, still unsatisfied, glanced at the large plate of meat on the table in front of Wu Xiaotu, swallowed hard, forcibly averted her gaze, dressed, and walked out, her gait awkward. "Humph, you lowly wench, having a bone to eat is already good enough?" Wu Xiaotu snorted and put on his clothes. He had the deputy general and strategists called in to discuss the next steps. "Great General, in my opinion, why don't we bypass Yanqing and head straight south?" Someone suggested. "First, take other cities, seize food and water. If we drag this out, our rations won't last long." "I disagree. As long as we breach Yanqing, we can take the Daxia capital and destroy Daxia. If you go around, no matter how many cities you take, you'll still have to come back and fight again. How many more will die?" "That makes sense, but Yanqing is as solid as a fortress, and Daxia has incendiary bottles. How do we break through?" The crowd debated, with no unified opinion. "Great General, I have a plan." At that moment, a thin-faced strategist stepped forward. "Speak." Wu Xiaotu took a sip of wine. "There are rumors in the Daxia army that the Celestial Venerable has bestowed Lin Shi, the Empress, with provisions. After some time of feedback, this matter indeed seems suspicious. No one is delivering supplies to Yanqing, yet they are eating and drinking well, living quite comfortably, which is abnormal. Get to the point, everyone knows this already." Wu Xiaotu was somewhat impatient. "What I mean is, let's assume the Celestial Venerable really exists but only communicates with Lin Shi. I suggest we have our people, who are infiltrated in the Daxia army, find a way to assassinate Lin Shi. Once she is dead, perhaps the Celestial Venerable will no longer favor them. At the very least, it will dampen the morale of the Daxia army, and we can take the opportunity to attack the city and seize it in one fell swoop." Wu Xiaotu pondered for a moment. This was indeed a good plan. However, Lin Shi was always guarded by hundreds of soldiers, making assassination quite difficult. According to reports, Lin Shi inspects the camp daily to boost morale. Now that they have just achieved a great victory, she is likely to let her guard down. We can have our people, who are hidden among the citizens in the city, create chaos outside the military camp to attract the attention of Lin Shi's guards, allowing our men to find a way to assassinate Lin Shi. Once Lin Shi was dead, the Daxia army would surely fall into chaos, and their opportunity would come. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that they would need to mobilize all the infiltrators to have a chance. "I have a better strategy." A man with a face full of pockmarks suddenly said, "Instead of killing Lin Shi, why not kidnap her? If we succeed in the kidnapping, we can coerce them into opening the city gates, and we can easily enter the city and wipe them out in one fell swoop." "Daydreaming. Kidnapping someone is much harder than killing them." A thin-faced, monkey-cheeked man snorted. "There are too many variables in a kidnapping. It's better to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. I think being able to kidnap her is the best option." Wu Xiaotu couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of Lin Shi's beautiful face. This woman, known as the most beautiful in the Great Xia, begging for mercy beneath him would surely be the most pleasurable thing. If she were killed with a sword, his fun would be gone. "General," the monkey-cheeked man said anxiously. "All right, send a message to the people in the city. Find a way to kidnap Lin Shi. If that's not possible, then kill her. We must act tomorrow, and we must succeed." Wu Xiaotu made his decision. "Tell them that whoever kidnaps or kills Lin Shi will be rewarded with 10,000 gold and granted the title of Marquis." After Suemo ordered food for Lin Shi in the evening, he informed her that he would send someone to fetch water shortly. From then on, every other day, he would have water delivered at night, allowing everyone to drink freely. The water well house was completed, equipped with a security door and surveillance, so he didn't need to guard it. Moreover, from his office where he slept, he could see the water well house perfectly. After Lin Shi finished her meal, she replied to Suemo, saying she was ready to receive the water. Once the water arrived, she arranged for heavy guards to watch the courtyard, with Lu Mulan personally leading the team. "This phone is so much fun." Lin Shi called Lu Mulan over, opened the front camera, and took a selfie. She had been studying the phone during her free time today and was already quite familiar with taking pictures, having taken dozens of selfies. After 10 drones were delivered, she didn't rush to operate them again, planning to study them in detail tomorrow. "So amazing. It's better than our great Xia's top painters. It completes the picture in an instant." Lu Mulan exclaimed. This was definitely the power of the gods. Human effort could never achieve this. "Yes, the phone is interesting, and there are other fun things too," Lin Shi said with a smile, suddenly staring at the screen. What does battery low, less than 10%, please charge mean?" Looking at the prompt on the phone, she recognized the words but didn't understand their meaning. She knew about lightning. Could this thing be powered by lightning? Solar lamps use solar energy. Does the phone use lightning energy? But there had been a severe drought, and it hadn't rained in ages. Where would the lightning come from? "You can ask the Heavenly Sovereign tomorrow," Lu Mulan said, even more confused. Lin Shi nodded and had her take a few full-body photos for her to admire closely. The next morning, Sumo arrived at the water well house first and turned off the water. He thought for a moment and ordered an online purchase of a faucet that could be controlled by a phone, which could be set on a timer and operated remotely. It would arrive that afternoon. Carefully storing the leather bag, he drove to the factory that produced the Tianquan swords. Sumo, watch closely, let me show you what a Tianquan sword is. Li Wenjian placed a thick stack of copper coins on the table, drew a long sword, and with a flash of cold light, swung it down. With a bang, all the copper coins were neatly sliced in half, the blade not harmed in the slightest. Awesome! Sumo gave a thumbs up. How many of these swords are in the warehouse? A little over 20,000, with some differences in the sheaths and handles, but all made of high-carbon high-manganese alloy steel. Absolutely powerful, Li Wenjian said with a smile. Do you really want them all? How much is each? Sumo picked up a sword and weighed it. It felt substantial. These swords might seem ordinary now, but in ancient times, they would definitely be considered divine artifacts. 400 each, Li Wenjian replied. They sell for over 500 online. Are they sharpened? Sumo was particularly concerned about this. Are you kidding? How could they not be sharpened? The one in your hand is sharpened, that's for our display. The ones for sale are not sharpened. Li Wenjian shook his head. A sharpened blade was too risky, he didn't dare take the chance. My overseas clients require sharpened blades. Sumo looked at him. What do you suggest? Well, that's not feasible. If it's sharpened, customs will stop you, and you might even get arrested. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Wenjian spread his hands, indicating there was no way. He trusted Sumo's character, he definitely wasn't buying them to kill someone. Besides, who would buy over 20,000 swords to commit murder? You don't need to worry about customs, it won't be a problem. I won't be foolish enough to get myself involved. Sumo looked at him. Sharpened blades are an extra 100 per sword. If that's acceptable, I'll make the payment today. If not, then forget it. I'll ask elsewhere. With Lin Shi and the others sharpening stones, they probably wouldn't be able to sharpen these blades. They had to be sharpened first. Let me tell you, Sumo, you know I'm a person who sticks to principles. Li Wenjian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but we're classmates, we're buddies. Others might not be able to, but you're not just anyone, so I'll get you the sharpened blades. An extra 100 per sword means over 200,000 more for 20,000 swords. Once his dad found out, he would definitely agree. After all, the money was already invested, and the goods were being squeezed too tightly. Sumo cleared out his inventory. Such a client was too rare. Don't worry, if any problems arise, I'll just say I sharpened them myself. The ones I bought from you are all unsharpened. Seeing that he agreed, Sumo felt relieved. Haha, right, I'll arrange it today. It should take about 3 days to get it done. Send me an address, and I'll deliver it to you then. Li Wenjian gave him a thumbs up. The two went to the office to sign the contract, and Sumo paid over 10 million in full. Come on, let's visit our family's sword pavilion. Pick any sword you like. Sumo had bought so many swords at once, solving a major problem for their family, and he felt quite grateful. They entered a room filled with over 200 swords of all sizes and shapes. These are all fine products, the cheapest one is around 10,000. Today, you can choose 5. Li Wenjian said generously. Why is there such a big price difference? Sumo examined a long sword and asked. Different materials. The swords you ordered are made from shock-absorbing steel plates and springs taken from scrap trucks, which is high-carbon high-manganese alloy steel. Li Wenjian explained, but the fine swords hanging on the wall are made from T10 tungsten alloy steel, which is a significant material difference. The craftsmanship difficulty is not on the same level, so the price difference is natural. He casually picked one up and sliced through a rebar. With a snap, the rebar, as thick as a pinky finger, was cut cleanly, and the blade showed no signs of chipping. Sumo's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good sword. The phrase cutting iron like mud became tangible to him. He carefully examined the swords and chose 2 long swords, one purple and one blue, both extremely beautiful and exquisite yet imposing. Your taste is really good. These are the 2 most expensive ones, each costing nearly 200,000. Li Wenjian winced a bit. Look at you being so stingy. Sumo smiled at him and picked out 8 more, totaling 10 swords. Big brother, you should pick 5, you're only choosing the expensive ones. This adds up to nearly 2 million, and I can't explain that to my dad. Li Wenjian said with a pained expression. Can't you be a bit more generous? I just bought over 10 million worth of goods from your family. Sumo had no intention of backing down. Big brother, you have a big order, but we don't have that high of a profit margin. Li Wenjian forced a smile. I can manage 5, but 10 is really not possible. I still want to order another 40,000 swords, is that okay? Sumo asked with a smile. What? 40,000 swords. Li Wenjian exclaimed, doubting his own hearing. This guy's clients are really up to something. Today, they bought over 20,000 swords and want another 40,000. That's enough to equip an army. Yes, I can give you a 10 million deposit first, just produce them as quickly as possible. The regular swords at 500 each will do. Suemo looked at him seriously. Big brother, can I ask why you need so many swords? Li Wenjian was very curious. You know, the world is not peaceful right now. There are wars everywhere abroad, but it's also an opportunity. In some war-torn areas, people can't afford guns, they need swords, Suemo said. When can you deliver? Let me think, even if we work in shifts, it will take at least a month. Their company had never received such a large order before. Produce as quickly as possible, deliver in batches, and ensure quality and quantity, Suemo nodded. Don't worry, if the product quality is poor, how can I face you in the future, hee. Li Wenjian laughed excitedly. Do you want these 10 swords sharpened? Sharpened, can you make the decision for these 10? Suemo looked at him. Of course, this factory belongs to my dad, and it will be mine sooner or later. What I say goes. Li Wenjian had someone sharpen the swords and put them in Sumo's trunk. Let's have lunch together, and after that, I'll take you to a place for a massage. There's a technician who was very delicate, and her technique is great. After signing the pre-order contract and receiving the deposit, Li Wenjian felt he was about to get rich. I have something to do, you go by yourself. Sumo looked at his dark circles. You need to be careful, don't overwork yourself. Lin Shi woke up in the morning and happily washed her face with water. It felt great not to worry about water. The Heavenly Sovereign said to release water every other night so everyone could drink freely. She picked up her phone to check, but the screen wouldn't light up. Is it broken, or is it out of battery? But how can I charge it? She wrote a letter and put it in a bag along with the phone. Ninth sister, inform the people to collect water outside the military camp, and at noon, each person can also get a bowl of dumpling soup, Lin Shi said after thinking. The barbarian army had suffered a great defeat, and they wouldn't attack the city again in a short time. There was still plenty of food given by the Heavenly Sovereign, so some could be distributed to the people to help them survive. Got it. Yang Juzhai immediately went to take care of it. Lin Shi waited for a while but didn't see a reply from the Heavenly Sovereign, probably because he was busy. Your Majesty, can the drone be operated now? Lu Mulan came in to ask. The phone won't light up. It has already been sent to the Heavenly Sovereign. Lin Shi shook her head. Let's wait until the phone comes back, and then we can watch the video and learn slowly. Without a teaching video, they didn't dare to try easily. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the capital. A guard handed over a bamboo slip. Let's see what it says. No need to read the nonsense. Lin Shi glanced at Lu Mulan. Some people write letters filled with nonsense, with very little useful information. It mainly says that the Prime Minister Zhang Taizheng, on behalf of all civil and military officials, congratulates Your Majesty on another great victory. Under Your Majesty's leadership, we will surely be able to repel the barbarian army, and we hope Your Majesty can return to the court soon. Lu Mulan summarized the content after reading the bamboo slip. It's all nonsense, it seems they really believe it this time, Lin Shi chuckled softly. The people in the capital probably received various messages, knowing that the Great Xia army was well fed and had won a great victory. The capital didn't provide subsequent military food supplies, but since the army was eating so well, where did the supplies come from? Some people didn't believe in gods. If you told them it was a gift from the gods, they would just think that person was crazy. Lin Shi put on her battle robe, thought for a moment, and took out an electric baton to put in the pocket of her robe. The Heavenly Sovereign had explained how to use it, but she hadn't tried it with anyone. With this great victory, the tension in the capital will probably ease a bit, Lin Shi smiled. Let's go inspect the camp. Riding to the military camp, she saw many common people lining up to collect water. Long live Your Majesty. The people saw Lin Shi and all knelt on the ground, extremely respectful. If it weren't for Your Majesty's grace, providing them with food and drink, many people would have starved to death by now. Lin Shi said, everyone, rise. We have defeated the barbarian army twice in a row. They surely won't dare to come back in the short term. Even if they do, we will still slay them. The common people were quite excited upon hearing this. It had been many years since the Great Xia had been so resolute. They all shouted praises for the Celestial Lord and wished for the eternal longevity of the Emperor. Oh no, there's a fire. Suddenly, someone shouted in panic. Lin Shi looked up towards the east and indeed saw thick smoke rising. That was the main urban area of Yin City, where most of the people lived. Some citizens rushed over to put out the fire, and chaos ensued. Your Majesty, please grant us water to extinguish the fire. Someone shouted loudly. If there was no water to put out the fire, the main urban area of Yin City might be burned to the ground. "Your Majesty, please grant us water to extinguish the fire." More citizens joined in the shouting. "Everyone, don't panic. First, stop distributing water, wait until the fire is under control before we distribute it again. General Han Jian, take 3,000 men to put out the fire." Lin Shi commanded. Yes. Han Jian immediately took his men and ran east with shovels and other tools. "Your Majesty, General Han didn't bring water, it won't help no matter how many men he has," a citizen pointed out loudly. "Water is extremely precious now, we should use yellow sand to extinguish the fire." Yang Zhomei glanced at the shouting citizen. "If we use water to put out the fire, you won't have any water to collect today." Although the Celestial Lord granted water, it wasn't to the extent that it could be used freely. "Trust that General Han has a way, he can extinguish the fire without water." The citizens fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, even drinking water was a luxury now, let alone having extra water to put out a fire. Houses can be rebuilt, but dying of thirst is real death. "Your Majesty, why isn't General Han putting out the fire? He's tearing down my house." A woman ran over, kneeling outside the military camp and shouting loudly. "The fire is fierce now, directly extinguishing it would not be effective. By tearing down the houses around the fire, it will prevent the flames from spreading, and the fire will be controlled," Lin Shi explained. "But that's our ancestral home. It's made of the finest wood, it's being destroyed just like that," the woman cried. "You can choose an unoccupied house to live in. If there isn't a suitable one, we will rebuild your house on the original site after the battle. Additionally, I will give you 10 pounds of rice as compensation." "How does that sound?" Lin Shi asked. "Ah, thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The woman was filled with joy upon hearing this and immediately bowed in gratitude. "What use is fine wood if it can't be eaten? Now, food is more precious than gold. 10 pounds of rice, if saved, would last their family a long time. There are plenty of empty houses, many even better than theirs, they can just find one to move into. Anyone whose house was burned or torn down to extinguish the fire should register later for compensation. We will also investigate the cause of the fire. If it was arson, we will punish the perpetrators severely." Lin Shi said sternly. "Your Majesty, some soldiers have suddenly developed diarrhea, and the number is increasing. The military doctor is already treating them," Yang Zhomei said quietly as she approached. Lin Shi frowned, it sounded like poisoning. "Investigate these soldiers with diarrhea, find out where their water came from and check if there's a problem with it." Yu and Mulan split up to find the source of the issue. Lin Shi immediately ordered. The soldiers hadn't eaten yet today, and some had drunk water, it must be a problem with the water. Yang Zhomei and Lu Mulan immediately took people to investigate. "General Xianglong, inform everyone not to drink water for the time being, and have people check all the water storage points. Also, tell General Huang Zhong to strengthen the patrols." Lin Shi suspected someone had poisoned the water. "Yes." Xianglong realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately took his men to act. "Your Majesty, let's return to the courtyard for now," a sturdy female guard whispered. "There have been so many unexpected incidents today, it seems like a premeditated action. Now that the 5 great generals are not by His Majesty's side, it's safer to return to the courtyard. Your Majesty, my name is Shortchanged, and I have important news to report regarding the list of spies from the barbarian army within the city. I've written it all on this piece of cloth." At that moment, a soldier suddenly knelt down, clutching a piece of coarse fabric. "Present it." Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. "Your Majesty, I want to personally present this to you. This list is extremely important, and the identities of the spies are shocking. Even those around you cannot be fully trusted," Shortchanged said. The female guards were displeased upon hearing this. Was he implying they were untrustworthy? They were loyal to the Emperor, and heaven could bear witness to that. "I don't trust you, take him down." Lin Shi did not allow him to approach. 2 female guards stepped forward, ready to take action. Whoosh! At that moment, Shortchanged suddenly pulled out a bag from under his clothes and flung it open, a white powder instantly filling the air. "It's lime powder, protect His Majesty." Some female guards felt a sudden sting in their eyes and gasped. One female soldier, seeing Shortchanged trying to escape, drew her bow and shot him dead. "We are here to protect His Majesty." Just then, a group of over 10 male soldiers rushed over. "Which general's camp are you from?" the female guards asked. Before they could finish, they saw the soldiers throw over a dozen bags, and lime powder filled the sky. The female guards were instantly blinded. "Protect the Emperor, someone is trying to assassinate His Majesty," the female guards shouted, forcing their bloodshot eyes wide open to fight against the incoming attackers. They never expected such audacity, daring to commit murder within the military camp. Everything happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. "Don't move, the Empress is in my hands." At that moment, a tall soldier shouted loudly. His sword was pressed against Lin Shi's fair neck. With just a little force, the Empress would perish. Lin Shi admitted she had been careless. Previously, she would bring 200 guards during patrols, but this time she only brought 60. She had left the rest to guard the courtyard where she resided, preventing anyone from entering to avoid outsiders discovering the leather bag. Even more carelessly, these guards wore ordinary helmets instead of the ones bestowed by the Celestial Lord. Otherwise, when faced with the lime powder today, the guards could have simply lowered the visor of their helmets to shield themselves from being blinded. 2 consecutive great victories had indeed made her somewhat relaxed. She never expected someone to be so bold as to kidnap her within the military camp. It seemed that after the barbarian army's defeat, they had no other tactics left but to sacrifice these spies for one last desperate attempt. As long as they captured her or killed her, the Great Xia army would fall into chaos, and they would have a chance to breach the city. "Don't move, or I will really kill the Empress," the soldier Shortchanged shouted. This time they were fighting desperately, not expecting to see such a monumental achievement, feeling both fear and excitement. His older brother Shortchanged had already been shot dead, and many of his brothers had been injured or killed. 2 combat-capable individuals quickly ran to his side. Seeing the Empress's unparalleled beauty up close was still breathtaking. She was truly beautiful. What a pity for such a stunning beauty to fall into the hands of those barbaric beasts. The guards, fearing for the Empress's safety, did not dare to act. The soldiers, hearing the commotion, hurried over and surrounded Shortchanged. Over time, everyone had grown grateful and extremely loyal to the Empress. Seeing someone kidnap her filled them with indescribable rage. They wished they could rush up and tear Shortchanged apart. How dare this scoundrel! "Shortchanged, let the Empress go, and I will let you leave, giving you 100,000 gold. I keep my word and will never go back on it. Don't act impulsively." Yang Jiumei rushed over, her face changing dramatically upon seeing the situation. She felt somewhat guilty and realized she had let her guard down. She should have immediately sent the Empress back to the courtyard when the fire broke out. "If something happens to your Majesty, she cannot escape the blame even if she dies 1,000 times. The other 4 generals have quickly arrived, all extremely angry, wishing they could tear Shortchanged into pieces. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be a spy for the barbarian army. Even more surprising is their madness, daring to commit acts that would lead to the extermination of 9 clans. The great fire in the city and the poisoning in the water must also have been done by spies, creating chaos to take advantage of the situation. It seems there are quite a few spies among the common people and the military. 100,000 gold? Ha, indeed a lot of money. I want the money, and I want to take the person with me. Shortchanged laughed. With the Empress in his hands, whatever demands he makes, they dare not refuse. Don't you think about your family? If you dare to harm even a hair on His Majesty, your 9 clans will definitely be exterminated. Yang Jiumei coldly shouted. Ha, my family, my clan, have long been killed by that dog Emperor Lin Shizhen. Shortchanged roared in anger. I am the son of Sun Yu, the former Minister of Rights. My entire clan of over 300 people, except for my elder brother and me, were all granted death by Lin Shizhen. We changed our names and came to the army, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, just to take revenge. Unfortunately, my elder brother has already died in battle and could not see me successfully take the Empress hostage. Shortchanged looked at his elder brother's corpse, filled with sorrow. He was the only family he had in this world. Threats of exterminating 9 clans had no effect on him because it had already happened. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiumei and the others fell into a brief silence. Lin Shizhen was debauched and tyrannical, unable to distinguish between loyalty and treachery, wrongfully killing loyal subjects, and this was not just the case for the Sun family. There were countless wrongful convictions and injustices. The rapid decline of the Great Xia's power began with his rise to power. If you want revenge, go find Lin Shizhen. Why are you taking His Majesty hostage? Lu Mulan said, as long as you don't harm His Majesty, I will let you go. You can go to Jiling and kill Lin Shizhen. The others looked at her, surprised she dared to say that. If Lin Shizhen found out, he would probably find a way to deal with the Lu family. I will not let Lin Shizhen go. What I want is the destruction of the Great Xia, to exterminate the Lin family and the royal family completely, to relieve the hatred in my heart. Shortchanged shouted with red eyes. He helped the barbarian army kidnap Lin Shi. As long as he opened the gates of Yanqing, the Great Xia would be on the brink of destruction. Without the solid defense of Yanqing, the capital would soon be breached. By that time, his wish would be fulfilled. The Great Xia is protected by the Celestial Venerable. It cannot be destroyed. If you kill me, there will be others to become emperor. Lin Shi said. She sympathized with Shortchanged's experience, but colluding with the enemy and taking her hostage, wanting to destroy the Great Xia, was a crime deserving of death. Your Majesty, I heard you can communicate with the Celestial Venerable. Why not let the celestial venerable come to save you? Shortchanged said with a playful smile. The food and water in the army were said to be granted by the celestial venerable, and they were all required to worship the celestial venerable. He did not believe this. How could a god care about mortal affairs? Back then, he had also sincerely prayed for divine protection for his family, but what happened? It was of no use, his family was still slaughtered. Since then, he no longer worshipped or believed in gods. The celestial venerable is very busy. How could he pay attention to me all the time? If there is something, I must sincerely report to him to receive a response, Lin Shi said. If you don't believe it, you can try communicating with the celestial venerable. In this situation, if she wanted to break free from control, she had to rely on herself. How do I communicate? Shortchanged did not believe it at all. What I use to communicate with the celestial venerable is called a divine stick, which I carry with me. Let me take it out and show you. Lin Shi reached into her battle robe pocket. Don't move around, take it out slowly. Shortchanged shouted, gripping his sword a little tighter. Seeing Lin Shi's reaction, could it be that there really is a celestial venerable? Thinking of this, he felt a bit uneasy. If the celestial venerable knew what he had done, wouldn't he be struck dead by lightning? But deep down, he did not believe it. If there really was a celestial venerable, if there really were gods, why did they watch so many people starve to death without even sending a drop of rain? Why did they watch so many loyal ministers be granted death and exiled? You have a sword at my neck, how can I deceive you? Lin Shi slowly took out the electric baton. Is this the divine tool? Shortchanged looked at the short, pitch-black stick in her hand, frowning slightly. The others, unaware of the situation, truly believed this was a tool for communicating with the divine. The stick didn't look like wood, it was made of some unknown material, very textured. They had all heard that His Majesty could communicate with the Celestial Lord, and was this the thing that conveyed messages? Yes, as long as you hold the head of the divine stick and speak, the Celestial Lord can hear you. You must be devout. Lin Shi extended the electric baton. Shortchanged saw her serious expression, which didn't seem like she was trying to fool him. He pressed his lips together, hesitating for a long while. If he could really communicate with the Celestial Lord, what should he ask for? Should he ask the Celestial Lord to resurrect his parents and elder brother? If it were possible, he would pay any price. Thinking of this, his expression turned solemn, and he reached out to grasp the head of the baton. Lin Shi immediately turned on the switch. Shortchanged screamed, his body shaking violently before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The crowd was stunned. Could it be that he was truly punished by the Celestial Lord? From their perspective, Shortchanged had encountered the divine tool for communication, resulting in an electric arc, and he fell down. Who, besides a deity, could control thunder and lightning? Although it wasn't as shocking as being struck by lightning, it was still quite impressive. Some soldiers and commoners who had doubted the existence of the Celestial Lord now believed wholeheartedly. Some people's small schemes were also dispelled. It seemed only His Majesty could communicate with the Celestial Lord. Those who dared to disrespect His Majesty would surely face punishment. The gift from the Celestial Lord is indeed useful. Lin Shi was overjoyed, secretly thinking that she hadn't expected this thing to be so powerful. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, directly shooting the other two spies who intended to harm His Majesty. Your Majesty, are you alright? Yang Jiumei hurried to Lin Shi's side. I'm fine, Shortchanged should have just fainted, not dead. Take him to the dungeon and interrogate him for the other spies. Lin Shi turned off the electric baton and put it in her pocket. So much had happened today, with fires and poison in the water, there would be no shortage of spies. A few soldiers chained Shortchanged and carried him to the dungeon. Have the reasons for the soldiers' diarrhea been found out? Lin Shi asked. Yes, someone put laxatives in the two water cisterns, Yang Jiumei reported. The military doctor has already given the soldiers medicine, but how should we deal with the water from the two cisterns? In a year of great famine, water was precious, and it felt too wasteful to just dump it. Take it to the Bagui temple to water the trees, Lin Shi said. Due to the severe drought, even ordinary trees, if they hadn't died, had their bark and leaves eaten away. The courtyard of the Bagui temple in Yanqing was built by the ancestors of the great Xia and belonged to the royal gardens. It had been over 200 years, and soldiers had always guarded it. Some sturdy trees still survived. Yes. Yang Jiumei immediately sent people to transport the water containing laxatives to the Bagui temple to water the trees. The two water cisterns were poisoned by spies. Today, each commoner can only receive half a bottle of water. I hope everyone will report any spies they find. There will be heavy rewards. Those who repent and are willing to confess will have their punishments reduced. If they can achieve merit while bearing their crimes, they will be exempt from punishment. Today, everyone has seen with their own eyes that His Majesty is favored by the Celestial Lord, which is a blessing for our great Xia. We will surely repel the barbarian army and reclaim lost territory soon. Those traitors and spies should not harbor any hopes, turning back is the way to safety. Huang Zhong shouted loudly, then sent people to post notices to thoroughly investigate the spies. The commoners were all filled with righteous indignation, shouting to kill the spies. Qinbu couldn't help but shrink his neck, then joined in the shouting. Afterwards, Lin Shi returned to the courtyard, accompanied by 5 great generals. Your Majesty, Shortchanged is under my Lu family's military banner. Today, he committed treason and almost harmed your Majesty. I cannot escape blame. Please punish me. Lu Mulan knelt on the ground, filled with regret. You can get up now. Lin Shi did not blame her. No one could have anticipated this, which shows that Wu Xiaotu is getting desperate. At that time, the Great Xia was short of water, food, and reinforcements, and the barbarian army had an absolute advantage. Everyone thought Great Xia was finished. In such circumstances, there must have been many who were developed into spies, certainly more than just Shortchanged. Today's actions made it clear that with fewer people, coordination was not as effective. You should send trusted subordinates to thoroughly check every soldier's belongings and report any anomalies. Lin Shi thought for a moment, this kind of incident must not happen again. If it weren't for the electric baton granted by the Celestial Lord, today would have been a real mess. The 5 great generals received their orders and immediately set to work. Lin Shi steadied her emotions, took a pen, and wrote a letter to the Celestial Lord, briefly reporting on today's events. She especially thanked the Celestial Lord for the electric baton, which easily dealt with the traitors. General, the operation failed. Originally, Shortchanged had kidnapped Lin Shi, but he was stunned by a communication device from the Celestial Lord, something called a divine stick. Lin Shi was unharmed. A spy came to report inside the barbarian army's tent. What? Wu Xiaotu stood up abruptly. He did not expect that someone had actually succeeded in kidnapping Lin Shi, feeling extremely regretful. I said we should just kill Lin Shi, but you insisted on kidnapping her. Now look, Lin Shi will definitely be more vigilant, and it will be impossible to find such an opportunity again. A strategist pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting the missed opportunity. If his plan had been followed, killing Lin Shi with a single sword would have thrown the Great Xia army into chaos, allowing their barbarian army to break into the city in one fell swoop. Such a rare opportunity was wasted. Why did they have to choose to kidnap Lin Shi? The events have already occurred. What use is there in saying this? Wu Xiaotu also felt some regret. If your father were here, he would have followed my advice. You are not worthy of strategizing. The strategist grew angrier the more he thought about it. Such an unprecedented achievement was ruined by Wu Xiaotu's lust. He was still thinking about capturing Lin Shi alive to enjoy the beauty of the Empress, which led to the choice of kidnapping her. Impudent! With a cold expression, Wu Xiaotu drew his sword and swiftly cut the strategist's throat, killing him. The strategist's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, then fell to the ground, breathless and unable to close his eyes. Everyone in the tent fell silent, not daring to breathe. Arrogant little man, daring to speak to me like that, deserves to die. Wu Xiaotu fumed, ordering the body of the strategist to be dragged out. This failed operation had exposed and killed most of the capable spies they had planted in the army. It would be nearly impossible to catch Lin Shi off guard again to either kidnap or kill her. Everyone, what should we do next? Wu Xiaotu sat down and took a sip of wine, his expression dark. General, I have a plan. A strategist in white stepped forward. Spit it out quickly. Wu Xiaotu glanced at him. General, the morale of the Great Xia soldiers is high under the leadership of Empress Lin Shi, and with Yan City being as solid as a fortress, along with the assistance of incendiary bottles, ordinary siege tactics are ineffective, the white-clad strategist said. In that case, why don't we divide them? We can offer a large sum to buy off Great Xia officials, encouraging them to propose welcoming back Emperor Lin Shizhen, forcing Lin Shi to abdicate. Lin Shizhen was a foolish monarch. As long as he regained the throne, it would only benefit the great barbarian kingdom. More importantly, if Lin Shi were ousted, the Great Xia soldiers would likely lose all hope and fighting spirit. Is this plan feasible? Wu Xiaotu pondered for a moment. Although Lin Shizhen is a foolish monarch, he still has some pride. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the throne to Lin Shi and run off to Jinling. Let those officials tell Lin Shizhen that the barbarian army has lost its offensive capability and will retreat soon, ensuring the safety of Great Xia, the white-clad strategist suggested. In this way, the glory-seeking Lin Shizhen will surely be tempted. As long as Lin Shizhen took action, Great Xia would fall into political turmoil, and their opportunity would arise. This plan is good. Write it down now, and I will report it to the barbarian emperor, so he can send someone to execute this matter. Wu Xiaotu nodded repeatedly. Suemo returned to the food factory and took 10 swords from the trunk into the office. He noticed 2 letters and a mobile phone next to the bag. The phone is out of battery. what a mistake. I should have sent her a few power banks. Suemo charged the phone first and continued to read the second letter. Lin, she was actually kidnapped in the military camp. Fortunately, she had a stun baton with her, it was too dangerous. Sumo's expression changed. Clearly, after 2 major victories, Lin Shi had let her guard down, which was quite risky. It seems he still needed to upgrade Lin Shi's equipment. Suemo wrote her a letter back, telling her to be careful in the future, and sent the 10 swords along with it. He then drove to the mall, bought 5 high-capacity mobile power banks, and went to a drone store. Boss Su, are you buying a drone again? The enthusiastic salesgirl Jianya approached him. If there weren't other customers in the store, she might have stuck to Suemo. Was this the charm of the Phantom? Not buying for now, I want to ask, can drones be charged with power banks? Suemo took a step back, thinking about the future need for charging the drones. Yes, we have special high-capacity batteries for that. How many do you want? Jianya asked with a smile. Suemo ordered 10 and then went next door to buy 2 power strips. After returning to the food factory, he charged the power banks. He opened Lin Shi's phone, entered the password, and when he opened the photo album, his eyes lit up. The first picture was a full-body shot of Lin Shi, dressed in a blue royal outfit with golden accessories, her hair styled up, looking even more heroic. Her features were exquisite, beauty that no adjective could describe. Without any makeup, she was enough to make other women pale in comparison. So beautiful, she's nearly 1.7 meters tall, ancient people weren't short either. Right, she is royalty, so naturally, she has no worries about food and clothing. Her figure is good, curvy, with graceful lines, born beautiful, capable of toppling cities. Suemo was captivated, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration. He then flipped through the subsequent photos, liking them more and more. Except for one photo with a female general, the rest were personal photos of Lin Shi. It seemed she had figured out the phone's functions quite well. The Empress Lin Shi is both beautiful and sexy, it would be great to marry her as a wife. Suemo chuckled. However, he wasn't sure if the bag could transport living beings, and he didn't want to take the risk for now. He didn't want to live in ancient times, especially during a great famine year, where even drinking clean water was a luxury. If he rashly transported himself there, the mystery Lin Shi had about him would be lost, taking away much of the fun. The Celestial Master replied, telling us to be careful in the future and not to be careless. He charged the phone, and once it's full, he will send it over, along with 10 swords. The day after tomorrow, he will bestow over 20,000 swords. Lin Shi called over the 5 generals and pointed at the swords. She liked the 2 in purple and blue and hung them up separately. Yang Jiumei casually picked one, drew it out. Whoosh! The blade gleamed, revealing a cold light. Looks good, let me see if this sword is sharp. General Han, draw your sword. Yang Jiumei glanced at the long sword. Han Jian smiled and drew his sword to strike against hers. With a bang, his sword broke in response. Ah! Yang Jiumei examined the sword in her hand closely. The blade didn't chip at all, it truly was a treasure. She placed Han Jian's broken sword on the rack and chopped a few times with her sword, breaking it into several pieces. Han Jian's face darkened. Was this polite? This sword had accompanied him for several years, crafted at a high price by a master blacksmith, and he had feelings for it. Cuts through iron like mud, it truly is a divine sword. Yang Jiumei couldn't put it down, praising it repeatedly. Each of you can choose one. Lin Shi was still shocked at how sharp the swords were. Indeed, the items bestowed by the Celestial Master were not ordinary. Han Jian was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately selected a black long sword. Drawing the sword from its sheath, it sang like a dragon, and when he tested it against the broken sword at his side, it effortlessly severed it, causing him to break into a wide grin. The initial sorrow over the broken sword vanished instantly. Lu Mulan, Xiang Long, and Huang Zhong also chose swords they liked. Thank you, Celestial Master, for bestowing the divine swords. Lin Shi said reverently. The day after tomorrow, the Celestial Master will grant over 20,000 precious swords, and there will be more to come. Basically, every warrior will have one. With these divine weapons, our combat power will be greatly enhanced. In close combat against the barbarian army, killing enemies would be as easy as chopping melons. For long-range battles, they had enhanced composite bows, and for close combat, they had divine swords. They also had soft armor and other top-tier defensive gear, ready to wreak havoc. They eagerly anticipated the day when they would be fully equipped. By then, the 60,000 warriors would each be comparable to war gods. Your Majesty, Shi Kuang has confessed and revealed some spies. They have all been captured. A guard came to report, presenting a list. Continue the interrogation, don't let anyone slip through. Find a way to make them divulge more spies, Lin Shi said coldly, glancing at the list and showing it to Yang Jiumei and the others. No wonder they had the chance to poison the water supply. It turns out 2 of the guards at the water supply were spies. Yang Jiumei huffed upon seeing several names on the list. General Huang Zhong, you are in charge of overseeing the interrogation of the spies. Don't let any of them escape, and also prevent them from falsely accusing innocent people, Lin Shi instructed. Yes. Huang Zhong received the order and immediately took his long sword to carry it out. General Yang Jiumei, personally select your trusted subordinates to guard the water supply and food, ensuring safety and preventing today's incident from happening again. Lin Shi felt it was necessary to change the guards. Yes. Yang Jiumei went to the military camp to select her trusted subordinates to replace the guards. General Lu Mulan, choose 500 trustworthy soldiers to guard the outer layer of my courtyard. Without my command, no one is allowed to enter the courtyard, otherwise, military law will be enforced. Lin Shi issued another command. Today, she had successfully deceived Shortchanged into thinking that the item communicating with the Celestial Master was an electric baton, but in reality, it was a leather bag. This secret was known only to her and the 5 generals, and the fewer people who knew, the better. In the future, she would not dare to be careless during patrols and would need to bring more guards, strengthening the protective forces around the courtyard. Yes. Lu Mulan immediately went to carry out the order, ensuring to select soldiers with clear backgrounds and unwavering loyalty. General Han Jian, send people to set up multiple reporting stations in the city. Once someone reports, investigate immediately. We cannot allow spies and traitors among the common people to remain. Lin Shi continued to issue orders. Yes. Han Jian clasped his fists in acknowledgement and immediately went to make arrangements. General Xiang Long, lead 100 soldiers, fully equipped, with composite bows, and each carrying 5 incendiary bottles. Go to the barbarian army's camp to harass them, and shout loudly that whoever kills Wu Xiaotu will be rewarded with 100,000 gold and 1,000 pounds of grain, and be granted the title of Marquis of the Great Xia. It would be rude not to return the favor. Since Wu Xiaotu had his spies abduct her, she would retaliate, at least to annoy them. Yes. Xiang Long was very excited upon hearing this. After arriving at the military camp, he selected 100 strong soldiers, and once fully equipped, they left the city gates, heading straight for the barbarian army's camp. Kill Wu Xiaotu, and be rewarded with 100,000 gold, 1,000 pounds of grain, and the title of Marquis of the Great Xia. Xiang Long shouted loudly from 500 meters away from the barbarian camp. Impudent! You few dare to provoke us? Seeking death. A young general led 1,000 men out of the camp, charging straight at them. Fire! Xiang Long sneered and gave the order. 100 soldiers drew their composite bows and aimed. The armor on the barbarian soldiers was as if it were non-existent, pierced directly through. A wail erupted as they fell in droves. The general was taken aback, suddenly looking up to see Xiang Long aiming at him, feeling a chill run down his spine. His face changed dramatically, and he turned to flee. Want to run? Can you escape? Xiang Long let out a loud shout, drawing his bow to the full and suddenly shooting. Whoosh! The arrow pierced directly through the general's skull, emerging from his forehead. With a thud, the general fell straight down, dead. Retreat! Xiang Long laughed heartily, watching as more and more of the barbarian army surged out of the camp, retreating with his men. While retreating, he turned back to shoot arrows, killing the barbarian soldiers. The soldiers of the Great Xia had been eating very well these past few days, with meat every day, their strength abundant, and their running speed extremely fast. The barbarian army felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They realized they couldn't catch up or shoot them, only growing anxious. Their bows and arrows had a range far inferior to the composite bows of the Great Xia, making it impossible to hit them. Those who ran ahead were the most unfortunate, all shot dead by arrows. They also had food every day, but it was just a bowl of thin porridge or vegetable gruel, lacking nutrition, and their stamina couldn't keep up. As for meat, the horses in the camp had mostly been slaughtered, and only the officers could eat it. Ordinary soldiers couldn't even drink a drop of meat soup. Especially after Wu Xiaotu became the general, everyone's food and drink had deteriorated compared to when Wu Tiegu was in charge. Xiang Long noticed this as well. The barbarian army, which excelled in mounted archery, had not ridden horses this time while chasing them, indicating that most of their war horses had likely been eaten. It seemed that the barbarian army's food supply was not as abundant as imagined. Don't chase anymore, go back. Whoever chases will die. Xiang Long taunted the pursuers. Remember, anyone who kills Wu Xiaotu will be rewarded with 100,000 gold, 1,000 pounds of grain, and be granted the title of a marquis in the Great Xia. If you had the energy to chase me, you could have long since killed Wu Xiaotu and come to the Great Xia to enjoy wealth and honor. Many soldiers remembered this statement, but who had the ability to kill the general? They watched helplessly as Xiang Long led his men away, their emotions complex. "General, just now the great Xia sent someone to provoke us and even shot General Qingguang with an arrow." Someone hurriedly reported to Wu Xiaotu. "How many of them were there?" Wu Xiaotu asked coldly. "Xianglong only brought 100 men, they wielded that strange crossbow, and our men couldn't hit them, but they could easily kill ours," the subordinate said helplessly. "It was all because they had eaten most of the war horses, otherwise, they could have trampled them with horses. Qingguang acted without my orders, he's a fool, and he deserved to die," Wu Xiaotu snorted. "Did Xianglong come just to provoke us?" "Also, they said." The subordinate looked troubled. "What did they say? Speak freely." Wu Xiaotu glanced at him. "They said that anyone who kills the general will be rewarded with 100,000 gold, 1,000 pounds of grain, and be granted the title of a marquis in the Great Xia," the subordinate said quietly. "Ha, Lin Shi is quite despicable, trying to use this method to disturb our morale. Unfortunately, our great barbarian warriors have always been united and will not be fooled." After saying this, Wu Xiaotu scanned the people in the tent. The conditions Lin Shi offered were extremely generous, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would be tempted. These people might still be loyal to his father, but not necessarily to him, especially since this was his first time leading the army into battle, resulting in the loss of over 30,000 men and a disastrous defeat, losing military prestige. It was likely that privately, some were already dissatisfied with him. Yes, the general is absolutely right. The Great Xia army dares not come out to fight us head-on, so they resort to such despicable tricks, the strategist in white said with a smile. The others echoed, expressing their unwavering loyalty to the general, insisting they would never commit treason. "All right, I know you are all very loyal, you can leave now," Wu Xiaotu waved his hand. After everyone left, he called in the guards and ordered double the manpower to protect him. Now, during this great famine, everyone's bottom line was extremely low, it was better to be cautious. He had already sent someone to deliver a letter to the barbarian emperor, suggesting that Lin Shi be reinstated to the throne and Lin Shi step down. If all went well, the Great Xia regime would begin to fall into internal strife, and they would have the opportunity to wipe out the Great Xia in one fell swoop. Suemo transferred all the photos from Lin Shi's phone to his own, even selecting one to set as his screensaver. Once both his phone and power bank were fully charged, he wrote a letter. "Lin Shi, when there's no one around, you can call me Brother Suemo. I am the youngest true god in the world, and I should also be the most handsome god." At this point, his face turned red, and he continued writing, "The phone is fully charged now, and I've sent you some power banks. You can charge them as shown in the picture, and there's also a power bank for the drone. Once the power runs out, you can send it back." After finishing, he sent it over. He glanced at the photo of Lin Shi on his phone and couldn't help but smile. She was truly beautiful. He then installed the smart faucet, tried it out, and it worked perfectly. He could set the on-off times via the app and control it remotely. He searched for smart combat armor on his phone, wanting to buy a set for Lin Shi. Currently, combat gear was mostly made abroad, and it was hard to procure domestically, so he put that idea on hold. Thinking of this, he drove to the Immigration Management Center to apply for a passport, which would take about 10 working days to process. If he could go abroad, that would be great. He could procure a large amount of modern weapons to help Lin Shi sweep through neighboring countries and achieve unification once again, revitalizing the Chinese nation. However, since he had previously been diagnosed as a mental patient, getting a visa would likely be difficult. He decided to take it one step at a time. There would always be a solution. After all, he was completely well now and shouldn't have any relapses. Ever since discovering that the bag could lead to ancient times, his mental state had improved day by day. Suemo thought for a moment. Lin Shi had sent him 2 sets of lingerie, and he estimated that his supply of underwear might not be enough. With that in mind, he went to the mall. He saw several women's lingerie specialty stores, all big brands like Triumph and Victoria's Secret. It was his first time buying lingerie for a woman, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He walked back and forth in front of a few stores, noticing that there were also men inside looking at lingerie, but they were all accompanying their girlfriends. "It's just buying some clothes. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Suemo encouraged himself and walked in. What greeted him was a dazzling array of lingerie in various styles: ordinary, sexy, intellectual, all sorts of sizes and types, and there were even stockings. Suemo looked up and saw a black lace bra, with a pair of black stockings hanging below, and a purple butterfly tattooed on the key area. His face involuntarily flushed, and he quickly shifted his gaze. "Sir, are you here to pick out lingerie for your girlfriend?" A young and attractive salesgirl approached him with a smile. He can't be a pervert, right? Some customers in the lingerie store were watching Suemo and whispered to each other. What kind of pervert buys lingerie? They prefer to steal from others, some even like the original scent, so he's probably buying for his girlfriend. Maybe he has the heart of a thief but not the courage. There are too many perverts these days. Yeah, you're right, honey. Today, you have to buy me a sexy leopard print set. I want one from that brand, the quality is superb. A tall man with a scruffy beard shyly hugged a shorter man beside him, speaking in a delicate tone. The people nearby in the store almost gagged at the sight. Do men also wear women's lingerie? What kind of kink is that? Suemo was discussing his requirements with the salesgirl when he inadvertently overheard their conversation. Even though they were speaking softly, his hearing seemed to have improved. Remembering how he had noticed his strength increasing when fighting Wang Hu, he realized these changes had begun after discovering that the leather bag could lead to ancient times. Sir, how big is your girlfriend's bust? If the lingerie size isn't right, we don't accept returns, the salesgirl asked. Their products were quite expensive, so it was necessary to inform customers in advance. Upon hearing this, Suemo took out his phone and found a photo of Linshi. Is this your girlfriend? The salesgirl's eyes lit up upon seeing it. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Dressed in ancient attire, she exuded an extraordinary elegance that left people in awe. In real life, he had never seen a woman so beautiful and poised. Looking at Suemo, who had nothing valuable on him, one wondered if he had some special talent that could win the heart of such a woman. A woman like her would surely not fall for an ordinary man. Of course, Suemo said, glancing at the lingerie on the shelf, check the size and see what fits best. From the photo, your girlfriend must be a 36D, just by according to that size, the saleswoman confirmed after looking at Linshi's picture, filled with envy. Her figure was truly unbeatable, almost unreal. Suemo had the saleswoman select 10 sets of normal styles. He feared that something too sexy might be overwhelming for Linshi at first. Suemo. Li Yunran had just reached the door when she bumped into Suemo, who was about to leave with a bunch of lingerie in hand, looking a bit strange. Who buys so many sets of lingerie at once? What are you doing here? Suemo was somewhat surprised to see Li Yunran. A few days ago, she had helped him save quite a bit of money when he bought that shop. It's perfectly normal for me to be here. I'm here to buy lingerie. Are you buying for your girlfriend? Li Yunran asked with a smile. Suemo and Shin Mangyao had cancelled their wedding, yet he seemed to have quickly moved on. Buying lingerie was certainly not a casual relationship. Yeah, I'll treat you to a meal another day, Suemo said as he slipped away. This guy. Li Yunran shook her head with a smile and went into the store to pick out lingerie. Suemo first placed the lingerie in the car, then went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine for diarrhea, as well as some iodine, gauze, and other common supplies. Linshi likely had military doctors to treat diarrhea, but their effectiveness probably wouldn't match that of modern medicine. You can call me Brother Suemo. I am the youngest celestial lord in the world, and I should also be the most handsome god. Linshi received a letter from Suemo, her face turning red. So the celestial lord was named Suemo and was the youngest celestial lord. But asking her to call him brother made her feel that this celestial lord was a bit unorthodox. She then looked at the illustrations, learning how to charge her phone with a power bank. The operation was quite simple. She carefully folded the letter and called Lu Mulan in. She opened a drone tutorial video on her phone to learn how to operate the drone. After a while, Xiang Long strode in. Your Majesty, this operation was very successful. We shot down hundreds of barbarian soldiers, including a general. He reported to Linshi, I noticed that the barbarian army did not pursue us on horseback, which leads me to deduce that their warhorses were also slaughtered for food. Their supplies are not as abundant as rumored. Very good. Linshi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. With this, they were even less eager to take the initiative. It was likely that Wu Xiao was losing sleep over this and would send more troops to protect himself. After all, his head was worth a lot, and it was hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't be tempted. The barbarian army was not retreating now because they were just a step away from the capital of the Great Xia. If they retreated now, they wouldn't know how much manpower and resources it would take to fight back later. No one could refuse such a monumental achievement as annihilating the Great Xia. They wouldn't retreat unless absolutely necessary. With the help of the celestial lord Suemo, Linshi was not afraid of dragging this out. Once they were fully equipped, they could take the initiative to strike. Xiang Long saw Lu Mulan studying the drone and curiously watched for a while. Finding the operation of this thing somewhat complex, he excused himself and left for the barracks. Lu Mulan took another drone and tried it out. The takeoff went smoothly. However, she still mismanaged the controls, causing it to crash and break. Don't be discouraged, we still have 9 more, Linshi encouraged her instead of scolding. Facing such advanced gifts from the Celestial Lord, it was indeed challenging to get the hang of it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Mulan connected another drone to her phone and began her new practice. Linshi called Yang Jiumei over and arranged for her to send people to set up points in the city. exchanging food with the common people for some exquisite items, such as porcelain, paintings, inkstones, and cultural artifacts. Only high-quality items were acceptable, common goods were not. The celestial sovereign liked these delicate things. Not long after she arrived, a bag flew out with some items. She took out a purple corset, and her face instantly turned red. Although it was her first time seeing such an item, she immediately realized its purpose. Celestial Sovereign. Brother Suemo is so considerate, knowing I don't have enough undergarments. I wonder how this feels to wear. She closed the door and tried it on. It was very comfortable. With this corset, she no longer had to worry about excessive movement while walking. In the future, when going to the military camp or out, she wouldn't need to use a binding belt anymore. She stood in front of the bronze mirror, looking quite good. When she gently jumped, there was some movement, but the amplitude was not large. It was a very practical item. Just then, Lu Mulan knocked on the door. Your Majesty, I just successfully controlled the drone to fly around. Lu Mulan said excitedly. Very good, come in, she replied. Lu Mulan pushed the door open and quickly closed it again upon seeing Shi. Your Majesty, you haven't finished changing yet, Lu Mulan whispered. I wanted you to come in to see something new, Shi said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Mulan dared to push the door open again and closed it behind her. She saw Shi wearing the purple corset and was very curious. She had never seen such a thing. It was obvious that it was a gift from the Celestial Sovereign. The Celestial Sovereign has given me many. I'll give you one to try, Shi pointed to the corsets. Lu Mulan went to look at each one, her face a bit awkward. Thank you, Your Majesty, but the Celestial Sovereign must know your size. They were all bought according to your figure, and it wouldn't fit me at all, Lu Mulan said with a wry smile. She was only slightly developed and usually didn't need a binding belt, so she couldn't wear such a large size at all. She glanced at Mulan's chest and smiled gently. It indeed wouldn't suit her. Your Majesty, how does the Celestial Sovereign know your size? Can he see everything? Lu Mulan said somewhat gloomily. If that were the case, then none of them had any privacy in front of the Celestial Sovereign. Well, perhaps, Shi's face flushed. Just thinking about the Celestial Sovereign possibly watching her change clothes made her feel quite embarrassed. Then again, the Celestial Sovereign shouldn't be that bored or lewd. Shi put the undergarments in the cabinet and asked Lu Mulan to send someone to deliver medicine for diarrhea to the military camp for those soldiers still suffering from it. By evening, Yang Zhomei returned with a box of items. Your Majesty, this time we received 2 super good things. Yang Zhomei took out a small golden triangular ding. This is the Great Xia Golden King Cup bestowed by the Taizu to the Zhao family. They exchanged it for 200 pounds of grain. Shi took a glance. The cup was made of gold, shaped like a ding, round with a straight mouth. One side was engraved with Great Xia Golden King in seal script, and the other side had the inscription manufactured in the year of Qiantian. Qiantian was the era name of the founding emperor, Xia Taizu. The wine cup was fully engraved with auspicious flowers, with the flower centers primarily adorned with pearls and red and blue sapphires. The gold cups bestowed by Emperor Taizu to 20 founding ministers, and the Zhao family was one of them. Each gold cup cost 20 taels of gold, inlaid with 11 pearls, 21 red and blue sapphires, and 4 pink tourmalines, extremely luxurious and exquisite. Shi looked at the Great Xia Golden King Cup and sighed. I never expected that the Zhao family even exchanged for the Golden King Cup. After more than 200 years of trials, the once glorious Zhao family was now just a medium family in Yan City. It seemed to have declined, but in reality, it was one of the happiest families of the founding heroes, because most of the founding heroes ended up either being executed or exiled. The Zhao family has managed to keep the Wang Cup until now, which is quite an achievement. Yes, and there's another good item that also belongs to the Zhao family, exchanged for 100 pounds of rice. Yang Zhomei took out a scroll. This painting is called the Jiangnan Landscape, created by the genius painter Wang Meng. It was presented to the founding emperor and later bestowed upon the Zhao family, which shows how favored the Zhao family was by the emperor back then. As the scroll unfurled, the entire painting came into view. The artist meticulously depicted the vast rivers and the undulating mountains, creating a magnificent Jiangnan landscape. The painting is grand and imposing, with countless mountains and valleys, boundless and star-studded, rich in a strong sense of rhythm. Distant mountains and nearby waters, fishing boats and passenger vessels, flying birds soaring in the sky, and the essence of life and labor are all vividly captured. Wang Meng truly deserves to be the top painter of his time. This painting is only slightly inferior to the later world's rivers and mountains. Shi praised repeatedly. Inside the cabinet, there were other exquisite items, about a dozen in total. After Yang Zhomei left, Shi picked up paper and pen, thought for a moment, and then wrote, Brother Suemo, the items have been received. Thank you for your generosity and thoughtfulness. Your care is a blessing for Lin Shi and a fortune for the great Xia. I now present a small token of my appreciation, hoping you like it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Lin Shi received over 20,000 long swords bestowed by the deity, along with some composite bows and armor, etc. The barbarian army did not attack, showing no signs of movement or retreat. Your Majesty, news has come from the capital that some officials want to welcome Lin Shizhen back to the capital. Lu Mulan received a secret report and was extremely angry. They were fighting fiercely against the barbarian army at the front, while some corrupt officials were eager to welcome Lin Shizhen back. Oh, they really have some nerve. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent appearing on her handsome face. She had been on the throne for a very short time, and most of the officials in the court were promoted by Lin Shizhen. The capital had not provided any follow-up supplies during this battle, and upon her return, she would inevitably have to deal with a group of people. Moreover, the king of Yu and others who disobeyed orders and did not come to support her would also fear her reckoning. If these people welcomed Lin Shizhen back, their mistakes would not only go unpunished but would also earn them promotion and rewards from Lin Shizhen. They cared nothing for the survival of the great Xia, only for their own official hats. What is Zhang Taizheng's attitude? Lin Shi asked. The Prime Minister firmly disagrees, saying that Your Majesty is currently on the front lines fighting the barbarian army, and the rear must not be chaotic. Welcoming Lin Shizhen back at this time would inevitably lead to political turmoil. Lu Mulan reported in detail. Zhang Taizheng is still not confused. Lin Shi felt a bit relieved. Is there any news from Jinling? Lin Shizhen has been living in drunken stupor, and has invited over a dozen young girls to serve him. Lu Mulan said with disdain. The spies reported that upon hearing some officials wanted to welcome him back, he was first happy, then cursed, saying that since he had already abdicated to you, he should just enjoy being the retired emperor in Jinling, and no one should mention him returning to the capital. Oh, this is unexpected. Lin Shi was quite surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. Lin Shizhen was a foolish monarch, but not a fool. He abdicated to avoid being a king of a fallen nation, and now the barbarian army still held an absolute advantage. Besides the army eyeing Yen City, there were also 300,000 reserve troops, well equipped. Although Lin Shi and her group had won 2 battles in a row, it could only be said that they had successfully defended the city. They were still far from driving the barbarian army out of Great Xia's territory. If he dared to return to the capital and reclaim the throne, and if Lin Shi were to get angry and abandon the city, then once Yen City fell, the capital would still be doomed, and he would become a king of a fallen nation again. Had the spies record in detail who suggested welcoming Lin Shizhen back, they probably received benefits from the Barbarian Nation. Lin Shi snorted, her face filled with coldness. They were fighting desperately ahead, while those in the rear not only provided no support but also hindered their efforts. Once she returned victorious, these people would face a thorough reckoning. I've already given the orders, Lu Mulan said hurriedly. Your Majesty, I believe we must be wary of Lin Shizhen. Just because he isn't returning to the capital now doesn't mean he won't in the future. If they could completely repel the barbarian army, even driving them back to the northern Mang region, when the Great Xia was safe and sound, Lin Shizhen would become an unstable factor. This man was extremely mad for power, utterly reckless, and was the first foolish monarch since the founding of the Great Xia. Now in his 40s, with decent health, he likely wouldn't be content to remain a retired emperor forever. I know. My father's death was likely plotted by him, and I can't trust him, Lin Shi nodded. Her father had been the crown prince of Great Xia, ambushed and killed 15 years ago while on a mission to the Western Way. The biggest beneficiary of this incident was Lin Shizhen. Your Majesty, once we have completely driven back the barbarian army, I will personally go to Jinling. Although Lin Shi had been in power for a short time, Lu Mulan could see that she was indeed a rare wise ruler, and the revival of Great Xia depended on her. If Lin Shizhen regained the throne, Great Xia would truly be doomed. The 5 generals were all appointed after Lin Shi arrived in Yancheng, and she trusted them greatly. Lu Mulan had genuine loyalty and affection for the Empress and would absolutely not allow anyone to threaten her throne. For the sake of the Empress, for Great Xia, and for the common people, she also needed to eliminate Lin Shizhen, removing this unstable factor. This matter can be discussed later. All our energy should be focused on how to drive the barbarian army out of Great Xia's territory and reclaim the 13 cities. Lin Shi shook her head. As long as Lin Shizhen remained safely in Jinling, he posed no threat. Moreover, with the favor of the Celestial Lord, it was said that the power of the ruler was divinely granted, which made her throne even more secure. If Lin Shizhen was foolish enough to act against Great Xia in the future, she would not show mercy. Once one became an emperor, national affairs must take precedence. Anyone who endangered the country would face the harshest punishment. Yes. Lu Mulan felt a surge of joy upon hearing that she had not completely dismissed the matter and felt reassured. The most feared thing was the Empress's compassion. It seemed she had been overly worried. Tomorrow, I plan to send someone to harass the barbarian army in Xianglong district, increasing the stakes for killing Wu Xiaotu. Let's see how long they can hold out, Lin Shi said with a smile. The barbarian army dared not attack the city, nor would they retreat. Since that was the case, they should not be allowed to rest. There were still some weapons and armor that the Celestial Lord had yet to bestow, so it was better to harass them than to launch a full-scale attack. I think that's feasible. Let's first disrupt the morale of the barbarian army, and once we have all the equipment, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Mulan nodded. The soldiers were currently in high spirits and full of confidence. With the advanced equipment granted by the Celestial Lord, it was very possible to win against a larger force. Early the next morning, Xianglong led 500 soldiers to the front of the barbarian army and shouted, "My Majesty has personally promised a reward of 200,000 for killing Wu Xiaotu, 10,000 pounds of grain, and the title of Marquis for 10,000 households. He will not go back on his word." Facing the silence from the barbarian army, with no one stepping forward to challenge them, Xianglong and his men were not in a hurry. When thirsty, they drank water. When hungry, they ate beef jerky or roasted chicken, along with large white buns. The barbarians watched them eat so well, each one swallowing hard. Forget about meat and buns, having vegetable pancakes would be quite good. "General, Xianglong has come to harass us again, and every soldier is carrying that powerful crossbow. Additionally, the reward for killing the general has been increased," a subordinate reported in the barbarian camp. "That scoundrel Xianglong, I want to chop him into minced meat." Wu Xiaotu snorted coldly. "Come, let's go meet him." If they continued to avoid battle, morale would only drop further. With so few of them, there was nothing to fear. If they could kill Xianglong, it would definitely boost their morale and dampen the spirit of Great Xia. He mounted his warhorse and led 10,000 soldiers out of the military camp. "Wu Xiaotu, you used to be too afraid to come out, like a turtle hiding its head. I thought you were dead," Xianglong said with a laugh. "Xianglong, do you dare to put down that crossbow and fight me one-on-one?" Wu Xiaotu looked greedily and warily at the crossbow behind him. The opponent's crossbow had an incredibly long range, high accuracy, and astonishing penetrating power. Therefore, he kept a safe distance to avoid being shot down like his father. He had always been brave and fierce, winning first place in military competitions every year, and he was absolutely confident in his combat abilities. He wanted to take Xianglong's head and assert the might of the Great Xia. "I really didn't expect you to have such guts. I'll grant you your wish, come at me," Xianglong said cheerfully. He was naturally strong, a champion of the military, and had never feared anyone in a one-on-one fight. "Alright, a gentleman's word is hard to chase, just don't use any sneaky tricks to make me look down on you." Wu Xiaotu was delighted to hear his agreement. Indeed, those with some skill often liked to boast. He knew that Xianglong came from a prominent family, had practiced martial arts since childhood, and was quite formidable, with a straightforward personality that made him easily provoked. "Rest assured, I will win you fair and square. Soldiers, listen up, no shooting arrows without my command," Xianglong instructed his soldiers. "Good, let me see if you're really that impressive." Wu Xiaotu laughed and charged forward on his horse. Xianglong dismounted and met him head-on. Wu Xiaotu swung a large curved knife down fiercely. Xianglong shouted loudly, drawing the treasured sword bestowed by the Celestial Lord and swinging it fiercely. Bang! The long sword directly severed the curved knife. Wu Xiaotu was taken aback, not expecting the opponent's sword to be so sharp. He desperately defended with his short knife, but Xianglong's long sword was already aimed at his head. With a loud bang, it sliced through the top of his helmet, taking a chunk of scalp with it, blood gushing everywhere. Fortunately, he had lowered his head in time, otherwise, he would have lost his entire head. Wu Xiaotu threw his short knife at Xianglong's warhorse, striking its neck, and then turned his horse and fled. Xianglong leaped down from his horse, seeing his beloved steed lying in a pool of blood, filled with immense rage. "Wu Xiaotu, you coward! If you're a man, keep fighting me!" Xianglong shouted loudly. Wu Xiaotu didn't even look back, quickly fleeing back to the military camp, calling for the medic to stop his bleeding. Luckily, he had only lost a bit of scalp. It was truly a close call. Just a little more, and he would have lost his life. He was now drenched in sweat, terrified. Damn it, how could Xianglong have such a sharp sword? Wu Xiaotu was filled with dread. His curved knife was already incredibly sharp and tough, but under Xianglong's sword, it was like paper. When did the Great Xia acquire such superb sword-making skills? If the soldiers also had such swords, future battles would be even more difficult. With such overwhelming weapons, how could they win this war? Thinking of such swords, it was impossible for everyone to have one, otherwise, they would have been used in previous battles, and the great Xia soldiers wouldn't have lost so badly in the early stages. General, are you alright? Many leaders of the barbarian army were extremely worried to see him covered in blood. I'm fine, just a superficial injury, a moment of carelessness, Wu Shaotu said bitterly. If it weren't for Xiang Long's sharp sword, I would have already taken his head. You should take care of your injuries. I'll go have a word with Xiang Long, a burly general said, holding a large bronze hammer. No one is allowed to engage, they don't have the guts to attack, Wu Shaotu hurriedly said. I sent someone yesterday to report to the barbarian emperor, requesting 10,000 warhorses and some supplies. Now their warhorses had been nearly consumed, making it impossible to execute their best cavalry tactics. Once the warhorses arrived, if Xiang Long dared to challenge again, they could directly charge and trample them to death. Wu Shaotu was very clear that the Great Xia absolutely dared not leave the city to engage them in large-scale battle, they only dared to send small teams to harass. The determination of the barbarian kingdom to destroy Great Xia remained undiminished, and the barbarian emperor would provide him with as much assistance as possible. Without a good method for besieging the city, it was unwise to attack again, otherwise, it would only result in sending people to their deaths. Xiang Long cursed outside the military tent for a moment, and seeing that they were hiding and not coming out, he led his troops back to report to the emperor. General Xiang Long is still formidable, he almost took off Wu Shaotu's head, Lin Shi said with great delight upon hearing this. Wu Shaotu wanted to fight him one-on-one, seizing the opportunity to kill Xiang Long, but nearly lost his own life instead. After this injury, he probably wouldn't engage in battle for a while. Thanks to the sharp sword granted by the celestial lord that cut through his curved blade, it caught him off guard, Jiang Long said with a smile. The items bestowed by the celestial lord were indeed divine artifacts. If Wu Shaotu hadn't run fast, he could have been killed today. With the celestial lord's favor, victory is bound to belong to us, Lin Shi nodded and said. During this time, they were grateful for the celestial lord continuously providing them with water, food, and weapons and armor. Otherwise, Yen City would have likely fallen, and everyone would have been slaughtered by the barbarian army. Once the war was over, they would surely build a golden statue for Sumo, the celestial lord, and worship it nationwide. Your Majesty, we have captured over 300 spies and have interrogated them. How should we deal with them? Huang Zhong asked as he walked in. There were certainly still spies among the military and the citizens, and it was unrealistic to root them all out without exception. Those who expose other spies and achieve merit can have their punishments reduced and be sent to the Labor Department. Those who indiscriminately accuse others or refuse to repent will be executed by beheading. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, these spies posed a great danger, delivering intelligence to the barbarian kingdom, and were likely responsible for the deaths of countless soldiers. The barbarian army had captured 13 cities of Great Xia in just 1 month, which surely indicated the presence of an insider assisting them, otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. If they did not impose severe punishments, it would be an affront to those soldiers who died on the battlefield. Your Majesty, is it too lenient to simply execute Shi Kuang? Shouldn't we consider death by 1,000 cuts? Huang Zhong asked. To dare to kidnap the emperor was a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over. Let's execute him by beheading as well, Lin Shi said. Shi Kuang was also a pitiful person, having had his entire clan killed by Lin Shi, and hatred had blinded his eyes. She could understand but could not forgive. He still had to be executed. Offending the emperor's authority nearly led to irreparable consequences, and beheading was already very merciful. Understood. Huang Zhong immediately went to carry it out. Your Majesty, I can skillfully operate the drone. Should we try sending it to fly over the barbarian army camp to scout? Lu Mulan walked in and asked. Let's go, we'll release the drone from the city wall, Lin Shi said, eager to see the drone's effectiveness. A group of people arrived at the city wall of Yen City, where Lu Mulan controlled the drone to take off, heading towards the barbarian army camp. On a hillside 5 kilometers outside Yen City, within the barbarian army camp, there was a heavy atmosphere of despair. After 2 consecutive defeats, coupled with the fact that their general had nearly lost his head today, the barbarian soldiers had lost hope of breaking Yen City. Now, the military was privately saying that Great Xia had the protection of the Celestial Lord, who granted them food and weapons, and that they simply could not win. These 2 battles had also proven that the equipment of both sides was indeed not on the same level. The enemy's long-range bows left them only staring in disbelief, as the range difference was too great. Even Wu Tiegu, wearing chain mail, was shot dead by a single sword. Their ordinary armor could not withstand it. Look, what is that? At that moment, someone pointed to a white flying object in the sky and shouted, is that a bird? What kind of bird makes such a loud noise, like a whirring sound? The barbarian soldiers looked at the drone in the sky with immense curiosity, all coming out to watch. What a strange bird, it doesn't seem to have any feathers. It looks oddly shaped, it must be a bad omen. Shoot it down. Some soldiers took out their bows and arrows to shoot, but unfortunately, the range was insufficient, and they could only watch the strange bird flying above their camp. General, there is a strange bird circling above the camp, and it hasn't left. Someone hurriedly reported to Wu Xiaotu. What's so surprising about a strange bird? Do I need to be informed of such trivial matters? Just shoot it down. Wu Xiaotu, holding a blood-soaked cloth on his head, was quite angry upon hearing this. What a bunch of useless fools, they had to report such a minor issue to him. General, that strange bird is flying very high, our arrows can't reach it, a subordinate quickly said. Wu Xiaotu, feeling a bit curious, stepped out of the military tent. He looked up and indeed saw a strange bird circling above the camp. What kind of bird is this? Wu Xiaotu frowned. Truly, the longer one lives, the more bizarre things one can see. It was currently a year of great famine, and birds generally flew to extremely remote mountains and forests, rarely seen. Look, it's flying over to the granary. A soldier shouted. It must be hungry, looking for food. Wu Xiaotu glanced at it and didn't pay much attention, returning to the tent. General, the barbarian emperor has sent a message. Soon after, a deputy handed him a bamboo slip. Wu Xiaotu glanced at it and then threw the bamboo slip aside in anger. The barbarian emperor said he would grant 5,000 horses and 200,000 pounds of grain, arriving in about 3 days. This was the last support. If Wu Xiaotu could not capture Yin City within a month, a new commander would be sent to replace him. My father died on the battlefield not long ago, and some people can't hold back anymore. They want to take action against me. Wu Xiaotu's face darkened. The plan to support Lin Shijian's return to the throne of the Great Xia had failed, and now he faced the dilemma of how to forcefully attack Yin City. With his father dead, his foundation was unstable. If he couldn't take Yin City, the barbarian emperor would surely hold him accountable. 200,000 pounds of grain sounded like a lot, but they had 160,000 troops, which meant just over a pound per person. Adding the original grain in the army, if they scrimped and saved, it would barely last a month. The barbarian emperor had given him a month's deadline, and he was quite precise, fully aware of the situation in their army. General, as long as we capture Yin City and achieve an unprecedented feat, those petty officials in the court will naturally shut their mouths, a deputy whispered. If Wu Xiaotu fell, their fates wouldn't be much better. But the barbarian emperor had issued orders and set a deadline. If they failed to meet it, the consequences would be severe. Gather the people in, we need to discuss military matters. Wu Xiaotu glanced at him. Soon, the senior generals and strategists gathered in the main tent. Gentlemen, the emperor has granted us 5,000 war horses and 200,000 pounds of grain, which will arrive in 3 days, but we must capture Yin City within a month, or we will all face severe punishment. Wu Xiaotu looked at everyone. Think carefully, do you have any good ideas? General, Yin City is easy to defend but hard to attack. I believe we shouldn't force an assault anymore. Perhaps digging tunnels could be a solution, the strategist in white said. It was his suggestion to support Lin Shijian's rise, but unfortunately, it had not worked. Now that the emperor had issued orders and set a deadline, they couldn't just drag it out. The military and civilians inside Yin City were living quite well and were not afraid of attrition. Yin City has a moat. Although the water is dry now, it's over 2 meters deep. If we dig a tunnel, it would need to be over 4 meters deep, a strategist said after thinking. If the digging was too shallow, they would be exposed when they reached the moat, wasting all their efforts. Over 4 meters deep. That's a big project, someone sighed. In their past experience, they only considered digging tunnels when they had been unable to capture a city after a long siege. This method was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and inefficient. Select 20,000 men to be laborers, choose suitable locations, and secretly dig multiple tunnels. Wu Xiaotu still issued the order. Nowadays, a strong assault on the city walls is tantamount to seeking death. Digging tunnels may be the only feasible method at present. This drone is truly a reconnaissance marvel. Lin Shi exclaimed as she watched the barbarian army's camp appear on her phone screen while on the city wall of Yin City, filled with excitement. Unfortunately, the drone has limited flight time. If it could fly continuously for reconnaissance, every move of the barbarian army would be under their control. Why are they mobilizing so many people? Lin Shi saw about 20,000 troops departing from the camp, carrying shovels and other tools. When they reached a spot not far from Yin City's moat, they found a concealed area, divided into nearly 100 teams, and began digging. They want to dig a tunnel. Lin Shi realized. It seems that Lord Wu has given up on a forced assault and wants to dig a tunnel into Yin City, Yang Zhomei sneered. Your Majesty, I suggest we dig a well every 6 meters along the city wall inside, about 4 meters deep. Have the potters make jars, each with a volume of over 78 liters, tightly covered with thin cowhide, and buried in the wells. We can assign people with keen hearing to stand guard day and night, listening at the jar openings. If the enemy is digging a tunnel in, we can detect it through the sounds from the jars. Not only can we determine if the enemy is digging, but we can also ascertain the direction of the sound from different jars, indicating the general location of the tunnel, allowing us to respond accordingly. Such methods had been used long ago to deal with enemies digging tunnels. Approved, go arrange it immediately, Lin Shi nodded. The barbarian army's sudden urgency to act suggested something had happened. After a while, Lu Mulan returned, controlling the drone. However, she mishandled it during the landing, causing it to crash inside the city wall and break. No worries, just practice more, you've done a great job today, Lin Shi quickly reassured her. Thanks to Lu Mulan's operation of the drone, they were able to see the barbarian army digging tunnels, otherwise, they might have succeeded. After all, the method of digging tunnels hadn't been used on the battlefield for many years, and the barbarian army hadn't employed it in the past 20 years. This clearly indicated that the barbarian army had indeed given up on a forced assault. Suemo ordered dinner for Lin Shi every day, and they exchanged letters. Each time he saw her refer to him as Brother Tianzuan, his heart felt sweet. Just then, his phone rang. It was Di Weigua calling. Suemo, I just received a notice from the hospital that a suitable donor for my sister has been found. The surgery can be arranged for tomorrow, but we still lack quite a bit of money. Can you lend me 300,000? Di Weigua said somewhat awkwardly. He had borrowed from everyone he could, and basically no one was willing to lend him anymore. After all, even if the surgery for his sister was successful, the subsequent treatment would still require money. Lending him the money, who knows when it would be repaid. No problem, I'll transfer you 500,000 first. There are many expenses, if it's not enough, just let me know, Suemo readily agreed. Thank you, thank you. Di Weigua's voice was a bit choked. A long road tests a horse's strength, time reveals a person's heart. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship, and he felt immensely grateful. Sumo's willingness to lend him such a large sum saved his sister's life. He was willing to work like a horse for the rest of his life to repay this enormous favor. No need to be polite, send me your account number and take good care of your sister. Suemo hung up the phone. After receiving the bank account number, he transferred 500,000. Then he went to the shop, where he saw many workers busy with renovations. The renovation plan had been finalized a few days ago, and the completion would cost 5 million. Boss Su, you're here. The supervisor hurried over to offer him a cigarette. I don't smoke, thanks, Suemo smiled and said, I see the progress is quite fast. You paid promptly, so our progress is naturally quick. Don't worry, we guarantee quality with speed. The supervisor replied, Boss Tang instructed us to make sure you are satisfied. Tang Lei had personally assigned him to oversee this project, ensuring that there would be no mistakes. Suemo nodded. At this rate, the installation would be nearly complete by the end of the month. When the antique shop opened, it would surely shock many people in the circle. During this time, Lin Shi had gifted him quite a few exquisite and valuable items. Xiaomo, is that you? An elderly lady approached him. Grandma, what are you doing here? Suemo was somewhat surprised. Grandma had always been good to him, but ever since his mother passed away, she seemed to have grown distant. Moreover, with Wang Yugue seizing his family's company assets, he felt very disappointed in this family. Surely grandma couldn't be unaware of her son's misdeeds, yet she allowed them to run amok. Your cousin just bought a new apartment in this community, so I came to take a look, the elderly lady said with a smile. Suemo squinted, he hadn't expected Wang Hu to buy a new house here. Grandma. Suemo, what are you doing? Wang Hu came out from the entrance, his face full of hostility. Suemo had beaten him up last time, and he hadn't retaliated yet. Last time, he had hired thugs to cause trouble at the food factory, only to be severely beaten by the Fong family's bodyguards. What does it have to do with you? Suemo felt anger rising as soon as he saw him. Xiaomo, why have you become so rude? How can you speak to your cousin like that? The elderly lady frowned, clearly displeased. They have taken over my family's company, villa, and assets. Am I supposed to be polite to them? Don't pretend you don't know about this. Suemo was furious upon hearing this. You have a mental illness, don't you? Your uncle is afraid you might be deceived by outsiders if you take control of the company. It's all for your own good. The elderly lady said. Wang Yugue and the others had always said this in front of her, claiming that Suemo was mentally ill, ungrateful, indulging in gambling and drinking at school, and that he shouldn't be given too much money. If the company were handed over to him, it would be a complete disaster. Over time, her impression of Suemo naturally worsened. All for my own good? Suemo laughed in anger. They've taken everything that belongs to me, and that's called for my own good. Grandma, this is the last time I'm calling you that. Think about it. Do you think you deserve my mother? If it weren't for his mother's support back then, Wang Yugue wouldn't even know which production line to screw bolts on. Grandma would probably still be farming in their rural hometown, without even a pension, just managing to get by. You child, giving these things to your uncle is better than having you waste them or letting outsiders deceive you. The elderly lady was also angry. At least when you have no food to eat, we can still support you. Fine, enough, don't say anything more. Suemo shook his head with a smile. I really admire my mom, coming from a family like yours and still managing to stay untainted. He realized that reasoning was useless, so he stopped trying. Stop whining. Wang Hu came over and pulled the elderly lady. Grandma, let's go home. Don't argue with a lunatic. The elderly lady nodded, glanced at Suemo, and walked into the community. Mom, I really hope you don't see their ugly faces from above. It's so infuriating. Sumo's expression turned cold as he muttered to himself. What's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Li Yunran came out of the sales office and happened to see Suemo standing by the roadside, a hint of sadness on his face. She had come to check on the project sales. There weren't many buyers these days, and only a few people came by each day. It's nothing. Suemo suddenly thought of something. By the way, can you help me find out which apartment Wang Hu bought? That's customer privacy. How can I check that for you? Li Yunran shook her head. Come sit with me for a while and have some tea. Suemo nodded and followed her to the sales office, arriving at the office on the second floor. Oh dear, the desk is a mess. Li Yunran tossed something aside. Suemo picked it up and saw it was a registration form. He found Wang Hu's name. He bought Unit 601 in Building 5, which is 260 square meters, with a total price of 11 million. Looking at the registration date, it was 3 months ago. All your houses are finely decorated, right? Suemo asked. Yes, just buy some furniture and appliances, and you can move in. Li Yunran nodded. They had received the keys over a year ago, and the smell in the house had mostly dissipated. Suemo suddenly realized that today must be Wang Hu's housewarming. No wonder the old lady was here too. I see that 701 hasn't been sold yet. Suemo glanced over. Give me a discount, and I'll buy it. He saw that the total price was 15 million. You're so extravagant. Li Yunran looked at him. I'll give you the lowest discount, 10 million, rounding down, giving you a discount of 1.5 million. Alright, let's sign the contract, Suemo said readily. You really seem to have money. Li Yunran was quite surprised. This guy didn't look like someone who had just lost their property. He had just bought a commercial space not long ago and was now spending 10 million on a large flat. He was decisive, without much consideration. Money only has meaning when it's spent, Suemo said with a smile. Li Yunran gave him a thumbs up and had the sales manager personally handle the paperwork. Sumo took the sales contract and keys, called over 2 workers to the commercial space, and brought a hammer drill to the new house. I'll give you $500 each. Today, just drill the walls. Don't touch the load-bearing wall, and don't rush. Take your time, take turns with the hammer drill. The louder, the better. Clean up the construction waste every day, Suemo said, patting a wall. Boss, this is a finely decorated house. If you really drill, the decoration will be ruined, one worker said, feeling a bit regretful after seeing it. The decoration in this community was quite good, much better than other developments. It's fine, I don't care for the decoration. I'll tear it down and redo it. Start now, Suemo said with a smile and left. He had asked the property manager, and currently, only one who had moved into their unit. Moreover, they were renovating within the stipulated time, so no one could say anything. The workers felt relieved upon hearing this and started working with the hammer drill. Meanwhile, downstairs, it was lively, with more than 10 people gathered around a table full of food and drinks, chatting and laughing. Wang Hu insisted on moving out because living in the family villa, his parents always controlled him, which made him very unhappy. Living on his own was much better. He could be free and call friends over any time. After buying this house, he immediately ordered furniture and appliances and couldn't wait to move in. Huzi, your dad is going abroad today. Let me convey to you that from now on, living here by yourself, you must manage yourself, work hard, and learn how to manage the company. After all, we have so many businesses relying on you to inherit, a middle-aged woman adorned in jewels said with a smile. Mom, don't worry, come on, let's all toast. Wang Hu said with a smile. Just as everyone raised their glasses, they felt a violent vibration from above, the sound of the hammer drill piercing their eardrums. Damn it, isn't the upstairs still unsold? Wang Hu was furious and stormed upstairs to knock on the door. What's wrong? A worker opened the door and asked. What are you doing? Wang, who saw them drilling the wall, has this unit been sold? Isn't that a stupid question? If the owner didn't send us, could we come? The worker replied irritably. Suemo had reminded them before leaving that if someone from downstairs came looking, they should be firm. They were renovating within the normal time frame, so they weren't afraid of anyone. My family is having dinner. Your work is making my ears buzz. How can we eat? Wang, who was very angry. That's not our concern. We got paid to work, and as for your family, we can't control that. The workers continued with the hammer drill. Damn it, stop it for me first. Who's the owner? I'll call him. Wang, who was very eager to hit someone. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. The owner said he can't just give out his phone number. The worker shook his head and continued working. Wang, who cursed as he went downstairs and called the property management to ask for the phone number of the owner of Unit 701. The property management replied that the owner was renovating during normal hours, and they had no reason to intervene. Moreover, the owner of 701 said he couldn't give out his number. What a useless property management, damn it! Wang, who angrily returned home, hearing the sound of a jackhammer above him, which only made him more irritable. The place upstairs just sold today, and now they plan to tear it down and renovate. What an idiot! Wang, who said gloomily, let's go eat at a hotel. He couldn't stand being at home. The sound of the jackhammer was piercing his eardrums, and he couldn't bear it, let alone his grandmother. Which boss bought it? $1 million for a fancy renovation, and they just tear it down. Wang, whose mother was a bit puzzled. I don't know. I asked the workers and the property management, but they won't give out the owner's information. What's the big deal? Our villa is worth much more than this. Wang, who snorted, looking down on everyone. When he finally met the owner upstairs, he would have a good talk with him. Don't think that just because you bought a $10 million house, you're impressive. To him, it was nothing. A group of people left home, having to go eat at a hotel. At this time, Suemo arrived at the supermarket and saw that mooncakes were on sale. In a few days, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they were having promotions, with some offering a buy one get one free deal. Handsome, come try our mooncakes, they're really delicious, we have all kinds of flavors. A young female salesperson smiled at Suemo. This year's mooncakes were not selling well for some reason. Not just her store, but 5 or 6 others in the supermarket were also doing poorly. I'll give it a try. Suemo picked one up and took a bite. It was red bean paste, soft, sweet, and fragrant, quite nice. How many boxes do you have left? There are over 200 boxes in the supermarket, and if you want a lot, I can have the factory delivered directly to you. The female salesperson perked up at this. Could it be a big client? She would be satisfied with selling 10 or 8 boxes, which would meet her daily target. I want 5,000 boxes, Suemo said casually. 5 boxes, right. What did you say, 5,000 boxes? The female salesperson's eyes widened. She thought she had misheard. She was in her senior year and had no classes these days, so she came to work part-time selling mooncakes. The basic salary was 100 yuan a day, and she only got a commission after selling 10 boxes, earning 10 yuan per box. Hearing that Suemo wanted to buy 5,000 boxes, her first reaction was that he was joking. The other salespeople around also laughed. Today's young people really knew how to brag. If it were for a big company purchasing employee benefits, there would usually be fixed channels, who would come to the supermarket for a large order. Yes, buying 5,000 boxes, aren't you doing a buy one get one free deal? That's 10,000 boxes, Suemo said, looking at her and nodding seriously. Dude, don't joke with me, the female salesperson laughed. I'm serious, just ask around, it needs to be delivered 3 days later, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Suemo said, I can pay a deposit. Seeing his expression, the female salesperson realized he wasn't joking, and she was overjoyed. If the commission was as agreed, she would earn 50,000 yuan from this order. She took out her phone and called her supervisor. Boss, please wait 5 or 6 minutes, our supervisor will be here soon. You can try the samples and see which flavors you like, and of course, we have mixed packs with various flavors, the female salesperson said excitedly. Sure enough, a middle-aged woman soon jogged over. Boss, 10,000 boxes is no problem, do you really want that many? The female supervisor said with a beaming smile. I really do. Can you give me a discount? Suemo nodded. Alright, I'll give you the lowest price, 151 yuan per box, buy one get one free, how does that sound? The female supervisor was also a bit excited. This year's mooncakes were already not selling well, but suddenly a big order came in, so naturally, the biggest discount was offered to secure the deal. Her commission won't be small, right? Suemo glanced at the female salesperson. She looked like a student working part-time, wearing glasses, her youthful innocence still evident. Some people take advantage of students, deducting their pay. When he was in college, he had once handed out flyers with his roommate on a weekend and had been shortchanged. Some people are really bad. Of course not, according to what I agreed with her, the commission will be exactly as promised. This order is worth 50,000, not a penny less, the female manager hurriedly said. She didn't know what means the female salesperson used to land this big order. She had initially thought of pocketing some for herself. But after Suemo said that, she didn't dare to anymore. Such clients must have their own big companies, buying mooncakes to give to their employees. Maintaining a good relationship might lead to annual purchases from them. Hearing this, the female salesperson felt warm inside and was very grateful to Suemo. In fact, she was just lucky and hadn't done much. Suemo nodded, signed the purchase contract, and transferred a deposit of 300,000, asking them to deliver it to the food factory in 3 days. Boss, take these 10 boxes of mooncakes with you first, and let Xiaoyu help you carry them to the car, the female manager said happily. The others were envious, wondering why such good fortune hadn't come their way. Suemo didn't refuse and carried 6 boxes. The female salesperson, Xiaoyu, carried 4 boxes, and they went to the underground parking lot to put the mooncakes in the car. Boss, could you add me on WeChat? Xiaoyu mustered her courage. Once she received her 50,000 commission, she planned to treat Suemo to a meal. Sure. Suemo took out his phone and added her on WeChat. Jiang Xiaoyu, which school are you from? Suemo asked with a smile upon seeing the name she sent. Yunhai University, I'm in my senior year, about to look for a job, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly replied. I wish you find a job you like. I'm off now, Suemo said, getting into his car and waving goodbye as he sped away. Back at the food factory, an hour later, another batch of bulletproof vests and helmets was delivered. Boss Su, Manager Fong asked me to deliver this to you, wishing you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. The delivery driver brought over 6 boxes of mooncakes. The packaging was exquisite, clearly very high-end. Thank you, you all have worked hard, Sumo said, handing them a cigarette. Thank you, boss. The driver was very pleased, calling for someone to unload the bulletproof vests and other items into the warehouse before leaving. Suemo passed the mooncakes to Linshi, telling her that on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, all the soldiers would get to eat mooncakes. 10,000 boxes of mooncakes, 12 in each box, enough for 60,000 troops to have 2 each. The next morning, Wang Hu yawned and smiled at the beauty beside him. He had invited her over to his place to hang out last night and successfully had her stay over, ordering spicy chicken and kung pao chicken. Brother Hu, you're awake, the woman said sweetly, her ample bosom on display. She had met Wang Hu on a social app and was invited to his home. Seeing this spacious apartment, she was captivated, wanting to become the mistress of the house. Yeah, it's almost 8. Let's warm up first, then get up for breakfast, Wang Hu said with a lewd smile. You're so bad, the woman feigned shyness. Seeing her act so flirtatiously made Wang Hu even more excited, his primal instincts kicking in. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a sharp sound from a jackhammer suddenly came from the rooftop, startling him. Damn it, what time is it for construction? Wang Hu checked the time, it was 8:01. Brother Hu, is the upstairs being renovated? It's so annoying, the woman said, clearly feeling the atmosphere had changed, not expecting Wang Hu to be so easily startled. You rest first, I won't let them off today. Wang Hu was really angry. Yesterday, he had wasted a table full of good food, only to be driven to the restaurant by the noise of the impact drill. Today, interrupting his good fortune so early again, and they even switched to an electric hammer, making even more noise than yesterday's impact drill. He was going to teach the dogshit neighbor upstairs a lesson. He picked up a dumbbell and stormed upstairs, smashing it directly against the door. In just a few hits, he made a big hole. What are you doing? The 2 construction workers were stunned at his appearance. This young man was really furious. Damn it, if you 2 keep working, I'll smash you both too, so get the hell out, Wang Hu said angrily. Hey, look at you getting tough. Why don't you smash it on my head? One worker leaned in closer after hearing this. They were working within the scheduled time, and this guy came up smashing the door and cursing, making them angry too. You think just because you're a poor loser you can act tough and make the owner come? Wang Hu actually backed down. It was fine to smash the door, but if he hit someone, things would get serious. Of course, you have to shout. You broke someone's door, just wait for a lawsuit. The construction worker hurriedly called Sumo to explain the situation. Sumo told them not to worry, he would call the police right away. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived upstairs with the police. This door is really broken. A young female police officer took a look, snapped some photos, and frowned. This community was right across from their police station, so she naturally knew the property prices were high and the renovation standards were also high. Just this entrance door alone must not be cheap. Police uncle. Auntie. Who are you calling auntie? We're not that far apart in age. The female officer was a bit angry. Sorry, I'm used to calling police uncles, so how should I address you? Suemo scratched his head. Only then did he take a closer look at the female officer. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and she had short hair, looking very spirited. What was even more eye-catching was her well-rounded and prominent chest, which would definitely be quite a burden when running. My name is Tangwan, you can call me Officer Tang. The female officer noticed his damn gaze and shot him a glare. Just then, a male officer had already brought Wang Hu upstairs. Damn, Suemo, this is your house. Wang Hu was stunned when he saw Suemo. Wang Hu had seen this apartment in 701 before. It was hundreds of thousands more expensive than his own 601. Where did Suemo get so much money? He had just paid off a 10 million debt for a food factory and still had money to buy a large flat, which cost over 10 million. Suemo, this house really is yours, stop pretending. Wang Hu still didn't quite believe it. What level was Suemo at, to actually live in the same community as him, and even above his apartment? Of course it's mine, otherwise how could I let someone renovate it? Suemo sneered. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Wang Hu suddenly turned the tables. You disturbed our dinner yesterday, and now early in the morning you're renovating, disturbing people's sweet dreams. Don't you have any sense of public morality? Your quality is really too poor, garbage. 2 consecutive days of such loud noise had him feeling a bit on edge. It seemed that Suemo really had bought the house, which made him very frustrated. Just thinking that Suemo might really shit on his head sometimes made it even worse. What time did you start renovating? Sumo asked the workers. At 8:01, we strictly followed the renovation schedule. The worker hurriedly replied. Did you hear that? According to the rules, work can start at 8, what else do you have to complain about? You even broke my front door, you know you're breaking the law. Suemo looked at Wang Hu. It's just a broken door, I'll compensate you, ha, I'm happy to smash it. Wang Hu was extremely arrogant. Being legally ignorant is really scary. I just asked the property management about this entrance door. The bulk purchase price is over 20,000, and the normal retail price is around 40,000. You deliberately damaged private property, and the amount involved is quite large, with very serious circumstances, punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or fines. Suemo said coldly, Officer Tang, I'm not wrong, am I? You're right. Tangwan nodded, not expecting this kid to actually understand a bit of the law. I do not accept any reconciliation, I just want him to be sentenced according to the law. Sumo's tone turned cold. You, Suemo, I'm your cousin. We're relatives, you can't treat me like this. Wang Hu was genuinely panicking now. He didn't want to go to prison, although he had heard that there were talented people inside and the conversations were pleasant, it would still hurt his backside. Go to hell. When your family was embezzling my family's company and kicked me out of the villa, did you think about how we were relatives? Suemo looked at him. You think that by robbing my family's property, you can act arrogantly? Today, let me teach you a lesson. Those who are arrogant will eventually face retribution. I'll pay you 100,000, let's just forget about this, and we won't bother the police, Wang Hu hurriedly said, lowering his tone. He hadn't expected the consequences of smashing a door to be so severe. He thought paying money would suffice, but who knew he would end up in jail? There's nothing to discuss. I said I won't accept any reconciliation, I just want you to be sentenced. Suemo had already made up his mind. Wang Hu's family was too heartless and needed to pay the price. Suemo, my parents won't let you off. Wang Hu shouted. They had plenty of money now, and it would be easy for them to ruin Suemo. Ha, coincidentally, I won't let them off either, Suemo sneered. You really are insane. You want to send me to jail over this trivial matter? Have you forgotten how I used to serve you? Wang Hu was infuriated to see that Suemo was unmoved. Officer Tang, sorry to trouble you, Suemo said, not wanting to waste any more words with him, addressing Tangwan. Wang Yugue only had this one precious son, and if he were sentenced to prison, it would be a huge blow to their family, who were obsessed with official positions. Making them feel pain was their retribution. Seeing Sumo's resolute attitude and the situation being clear-cut, Tangwan forcibly took the still cursing Wang Hu away. After you finish smashing this wall, stop working. Please clean up the mess. Today's wages will be counted for the whole day. Suemo glanced over, and a wall was about to be finished. Okay, boss. The workers were also pleased to hear this. Suemo smiled. Being able to send Wang Hu to prison made this house worth it. Not long after he returned to the food factory, Di Weigua arrived on a motorcycle, a large bag tied to the seat. Is it almost the festival? A teammate of mine is raising sheep in his hometown. I had him send one over, raised freely in the mountains, absolutely delicious. Di Weigua lifted the bag, which had another layer of plastic wrapping a whole clean sheep. Then I won't be polite, Suemo accepted the sheep. How's your sister recovering? Pretty good, the doctor said she can be discharged after a bit more recovery, Dewegwa said with a smile. Thanks to the 500,000 Suemo lent him, his sister successfully had the surgery. Suemo, open the door. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked hard on the door from outside. Dewegwa frowned, the tone sounded like someone was looking for trouble. Suemo checked the surveillance on his phone and saw that his aunt and grandmother, along with more than 10 others, were outside. It seemed one who had called them. If you have something to say, hurry up, Suemo said from inside, not opening the door. Suemo, you did this on purpose to harm your cousin, right? We were warming the pot yesterday, and you immediately bought the upstairs house and started construction, just to provoke him into making a mistake. Aunt Gunbei shouted. If one who went to jail and had a criminal record, it would greatly affect his future development. Given their family's current situation, they needed to find a daughter-in-law from within the system. Now, with this mess, it was completely impossible. What are you talking about? Our workers are renovating within the stipulated time, legally and in compliance. Wang Hu smashed my family's entrance door and broke the law. He should face legal consequences. Suemo said. You open the door, and let's have a good talk. Everyone here today is family, no outsiders. Gunbei said. Your uncle is abroad and doesn't know about this yet. Xiaomo, if you have any conditions, just bring them up quickly. There's no need to open the door. I've said it before, I won't accept any mediation, Suemo replied. I'm not going to negotiate with you, otherwise, you'll definitely frame me for extortion. He didn't trust these relatives at all. Why do you think so badly of people? Gunbei took out a voice recorder and glanced at it. We are the closest relatives. Regarding your company's assets, we actually have our difficulties. A few years ago, the flu pandemic greatly affected the business, and we were all losing money. Your uncle doesn't want you to worry. Suemo almost vomited upon hearing this. They were truly shameless. Xiaomo, I'm your grandmother. Open the door, or I'll just sit here and not leave. The old lady plopped down on the ground. Hearing that her grandson had been taken by the police felt like the sky was falling. In her eyes, her grandson was far superior to any other. It must be Sumo's doing, he was indeed very bad. If you keep lingering here, I'll call the police, Suemo said, not wanting to waste words with them, determined to send Wang Hu to prison. Xiaomo, do you really want to tear the facade? It won't do any good for anyone. Gunbei's tone became firm. If you're so heartless, don't blame us elders for being ungrateful. Suemo was so ruthless, they had to resort to threats. Exactly, this is your true nature, isn't it? You just want to kill me. Go ahead and try, Suemo snorted coldly. Seeing Sumo's tough attitude, Gunbei realized he was dead set on sending Wang Hu to jail and had to resort to a pity tactic. The old lady sat on the ground, wailing. Anyone unaware would think she had suffered a great injustice. Xiaomo, I know you have grievances against us, but your grandmother is so old. Crying like this will ruin her health. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Gunbei's tone softened again. If Suemo didn't accept compensation and reconciliation, Wang Hu would inevitably be sentenced. They shouldn't have indulged their son by letting him live outside. It had only taken a day for trouble to arise. What does that have to do with me? If you want to cry, go ahead. If you cry yourself sick, it's you who will take her to the hospital, Suemo scoffed. He absolutely couldn't soften his heart now, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Xiaomo, you and Huzi have played together since childhood. Is it really necessary to send him to prison over such a small matter? How can you be so heartless? I might as well die here. The old lady lamented. If you're going to die, do it far away. Don't die at my doorstep, it's bad luck. Suemo said coldly. Suemo, you ungrateful thing. When you were little, how many times did you come home without your grandmother preparing good food for you? Gunbei scolded. Now that you've grown up and spread your wings, you have no filial piety left. Talking about this with me? Suemo snorted coldly. When I was a kid, my mom's business wasn't that big yet. Every time I went back, I gave her a few thousand. You must have spent that money, right? Later, my mom bought you a house in the city. You didn't want your mother-in-law living with you, so my mom bought her a separate house. Then she arranged for Wang Yugue to enter the company, and he quickly became a senior executive. The wealth and glory you have were all given by my mom. It's not that I'm unfilial, it's that you make me sick. You don't deserve it. Dewegwa didn't expect so much had happened to him. He was struggling himself but still lent him money, which made him even more touched. Stop bringing up useless things. As long as you don't let Huzi go to jail, your aunt will agree to anything, okay? Gunbei pleaded. There's nothing to discuss. I've said it, he must go to prison, and it won't work no matter who comes. Suemo said coldly, signaling Wegwei to return to the office. There was no point in arguing with them, they weren't reasonable people. I don't think they will give up easily. I'll come by to keep watch for you in the future, Wegwei said. Last time, Sumo suggested that he come to be a security guard. He thought it was out of sympathy for him, but now it seems that this position is quite necessary. With a security guard around, there is a bit more safety. You should focus on taking care of your sister for now. Come back to work after you're discharged. Sumo shook his head. Ask those comrades if there are any suitable candidates. The monthly salary is 8,000. I can take the night shift. My sister sleeps well at night and doesn't need anyone to keep her company. I do have a few reliable comrades. I'll ask them in a bit, Wegwei said. That works. Come back to work after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sumo nodded. The food factory is opening soon, and the antique shop also needs security. Gungbei waited outside the gate for most of the day. Seeing that Sumo ignored them, she left in anger with her people. Wegwei left after they were gone. By noon, Sumo received more than 10 voice messages from Wang Yugui on WeChat. Later, when he called, Sumo hung up and immediately blocked him. He didn't even bother to open those messages, he knew what they contained without thinking. By around 6 in the afternoon, just after he sent dinner to Lin Shi and the others, Wang Yugui called again. It seemed he had returned to the country and was indeed concerned about his precious son. Sumo hung up and blocked the number. Less than half an hour later, Wang Yugui drove alone to the food factory. After receiving a message from Gungbei at noon, he immediately flew back from Macau. Xiaomo, it's your uncle. Open the door, let's have a good chat. We're family, it's easy to talk. Wang Yugui shouted. There's nothing to talk about. You've gone too far with your actions. You're unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Sumo walked over and said lightly through the door. I'll return your villa, you can set any other conditions you want. Wang Yugui said. These things that belong to me will eventually come back to me. There's no rush, Sumo smiled. Wang Yugui, let me ask you, do you care about your sister? Upon hearing this, Wang Yugui fell silent for a moment, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Xiaomo, your mother helped me a lot, but over the years, I've put in a lot for the company. Especially in recent years, I've handled all the company's affairs. You just graduated from university and wanted to be the chairman, you couldn't manage the people below. I did this to help you gain experience, so you can mature before taking over the company. I didn't expect it to hurt you so deeply. If you're willing, I can handle everything for you, and you can be the chairman next week. He only had one son, Wang Hu, and absolutely couldn't go to prison. Ha, you want me to be the chairman and continue repaying debts? Sumo sneered. Wang Yugui, don't play tricks on me, I won't believe you anymore. Without my mom, what are you? After my parents passed away, how did you act? I trusted you so much, you made me sign without letting me see the content, just because you're my uncle, the closest person to me in the world. But you betrayed my trust and my parents' trust, so I won't believe anything you say now. You must pay the price for the sins you've committed. Don't talk to me about family ties, it's useless. Many things aren't about words but about actions. From now on, we're done, we won't have any more dealings. Sumo's eyes were red as he clenched his fists. Ever since Wang Yugui betrayed him, he had been filled with deep disappointment in this world. Money is paramount, everything else is fake. But were the happy times when he rode on his uncle's neck as a child also fake? They might have been real then, but people change, especially in the face of immense temptation. Wang Yugui remained silent for a long time. He didn't know how long he stood there, a pile of cigarette butts on the ground. Xiaomo, it's your uncle who's sorry, don't blame your uncle for being heartless. Wang Yugui murmured softly, driving away in his Mercedes. Sumo returned to the office and found an additional letter. Thank you, brother Sumo, for the delicious meal. We received intelligence that the Barbarian army has received a supply of 5,000 warhorses and 200,000 pounds of grain. The Barbarian Emperor has ordered Wu Xiaotu to break into Yin City, and they are currently digging tunnels, estimating that they will launch another siege soon. After reading this, Sumo wrote her a letter, asking her to prepare water tonight, and he would bestow some items tomorrow. Upon receiving Lin Shi's reply that she was ready to fetch water, he took a leather bag to the water room, turned on the tap, and began to fill it. Sumo took out his phone and ordered some gasoline, plastic water barrels, glass bottles, and other items. For gasoline, he naturally sought out Song Qian, who readily agreed this time. Each time Sumo bought gasoline from him, he could gain considerable profit. This was an easy operation for him with minimal risk. The next morning, the items were delivered one after another. This time, 50 tons of gasoline filled 5 large water barrels. He ordered 100,000 bottles for making Molotov cocktails. Sumo first sent all these items over. Then he went to the fireworks market and bought 3,000 boxes of firecrackers. It wasn't because the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, but for Lin Shi to use in battle against those warhorses. Currently, the supply of composite bows, swords, bulletproof vests, helmets, and other items had not reached the quantity needed for every soldier, and the factories were working overtime to produce them. Your Majesty, they are digging the tunnels very quickly. They are expected to breach the inner city wall by tomorrow night at the earliest, Yang Jiomei reported. Can you determine where each exit of the tunnel will be? Lin Shi asked. The barbarian army was still unaware that their tunnel digging had been exposed and was digging with all their might. Currently, over 100 tunnels have been discovered, but we can only determine a rough range of the exits. I have stationed a large number of soldiers near each exit, Yang Jiomei said, but I expect they will only break through at the last moment before the attack, hoping to catch us off guard. Have the soldiers stand ready, observing at all times. There can be no carelessness. Lin Shi nodded. The barbarian army thought this was a great opportunity to sneak into the city, unaware that it was also a great opportunity for the Great Xia to kill enemies. The Celestial Master had also bestowed many items that could be used on the battlefield. The next morning, Lin Shi received more supplies of grain and meat sent by Suamo, along with buns, fried dough sticks, and other food. She arranged for them to be delivered to the army and set some aside for the citizens in the city. According to their predictions, another battle might break out tonight. The entire inner area of the city, within a 500-meter radius, was under the control of soldiers. Currently, there were 30,000 divine swords, 5,000 enhanced composite bows, and 40,000 sets of soft armor, helmets, and shields. Today, the soldiers had the rare opportunity to eat 3 meals to prepare for the possible battle tonight. Soon, night fell, filling the world with deep darkness. On the walls of Yin City, solar lights on both the inner and outer sides seemed to be the only source of light in this world. Your Majesty, the barbarian army has set out. They are coming to attack the city, Yang Jiomei reported. They pretend to attack the city to distract our forces and energy. They plan to sneak in through the tunnels, Lin Shi sneered. Have 5,000 soldiers guard the city walls, while the rest stay inside the walls, waiting for the barbarian soldiers to emerge from the tunnels. We will kill them one by one. Yes. Yang Jiomei immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, the deafening sound of hooves approached from afar, as Wu Xiaotu led his army to within 500 meters of the city walls, exuding a strong momentum and killing intent. Lin Shi, today I will definitely attack the city. After capturing you alive, I will thoroughly ravage you in front of your soldiers. Wu Xiaotu laughed loudly. He was currently leading over 100,000 troops to attack the city head-on, actually to cover the infiltration of 50,000 soldiers through the tunnels. Once successful, with internal and external cooperation, Yen City would surely fall. Today, no matter what, they had to succeed. If they failed again, it would be harder than the heavens to breach Yen City. Wu Xiaotu, I heard that on the day Wu Tiegu died in battle, you couldn't wait to indulge in his woman. Truly, you are shameless by nature. Lin Shi said loudly. Wu Xiaotu's expression changed. Although their tribe had this tradition, to do such a thing on the very day his father died in battle was indeed excessive. Some of the barbarian soldiers, upon hearing this, had complex expressions. They came out to fight, barely able to fill their stomachs, and this damned general still had the mind to play with women. Not only that, but he was playing with his father's woman. The two of them were truly of the same ilk. Lin Shi, you slander me with your bloodied mouth. Wu Xiaotu shouted loudly, attack the city. 10,000 barbarian soldiers, gritting their teeth, carried the newly forged siege equipment forward. They knew they were just cannon fodder but dared not disobey orders. Archers, cover fire, shoot. Wu Xiaotu waved his hand, and 10,000 archers quickly raised their shields, reaching the range of the city walls, and began shooting arrows at the walls. Lin Shi snorted coldly and ordered a counterattack. The 5,000 soldiers defending the city today were all dressed in equipment bestowed by the Celestial Lord. The front line raised their shields to block the rain of arrows from the barbarians, while those behind drew their composite bows and shot through the gaps in the shields at the barbarians. The barbarian shields could not withstand the composite bows at all. Many were shot dead as arrows pierced through their shields. At this point, some of the siege equipment had already reached the base of the city walls, and the barbarians began to climb. What awaited them, of course, were firebombs. The world below the city was engulfed in flames. Wu Xiaotu furrowed his brow tightly. This was all within his expectations, yet he continued to command his men to charge forward. He wanted these men to attract the attention of the Great Xia soldiers, providing cover for the soldiers sneaking in through the tunnels. To create enough momentum, he had brought all 5,000 warhorses. He wanted Lin Shi to think that their entire army was launching an attack today, prepared to not return until the city was breached. The men attacking the city were all sacrificing their lives to draw the attention of the Great Xia army. Let's see how many more lives you can fill in there, Lin, she said, looking at the barbarian soldiers wailing in the sea of fire below the city walls, her expression cold. Just then, Yang Jiumei reported that within the city walls, barbarian soldiers had already dug open a tunnel entrance. Anyone who climbed out was directly killed by a sword. Bring over 500 boxes of fireworks, Lin, she said, a cold smile on her lips as she looked at the knightly legion behind Wu Xiaotu. She had heard that Wu Xiaotu requested 10,000 warhorses, but the barbarian emperor only granted him 5,000, clearly wary of him. The barbarian army excelled in mounted archery, and with these 5,000 warhorses, their combat power was greatly enhanced. What she needed to do now was to eliminate these warhorses to avoid future troubles. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, let the soldiers enjoy the fireworks in advance. Lin, she said with a hint of a smile. With a command, boxes of fireworks were ignited and launched. But the direction was not the sky, but the barbarian cavalry. Each box contained 100 shots, and 500 boxes were launched almost simultaneously, a dazzling array of light bursting into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks exploded among the army, especially focusing on the cavalry. The warhorses were startled, trampling wildly, creating chaos. Many soldiers were trampled to death by the horses. Wu Xiaotu was hit by a firework, his face covered in blood. Don't panic, control the horses, Wu Xiaotu shouted loudly. But it was useless, everywhere were frightened warhorses neighing, the army was directly scattered, and cries of anguish filled the air. Your Majesty, should we charge out and kill? Xiang Long was somewhat impatient, his face full of excitement. No, it's not time yet, Lin, she shook her head. Given the current situation, charging out to pursue would likely lead to victory, but it would come at a cost. She needed to find a way to minimize her own casualties. Such beautiful fireworks, a gift for them to enjoy, Xiang Long said, unfazed after being refused. Looking at the chaotic barbarian army, he felt quite good. The Empress's decision not to let them pursue naturally had her reasons. Notify everyone to throw the Molotov cocktails into the tunnels, it's time to end today's battle. Lin, she remained calm and composed. At this moment, outside every tunnel entrance lay a pile of barbarian corpses. After hearing the order, the soldiers ignited the Molotov cocktails and hurled them into the tunnels with force. Immediately, anguished wails echoed from within. The tunnels were packed tightly with barbarian soldiers, one pressed against another, able only to advance, with no way to retreat. But as the Molotov cocktails struck, the soldiers at the front of the tunnel were instantly engulfed in flames. The soldiers behind them could only scream in despair, watching helplessly as the fire spread, consuming them. Digging tunnels was momentarily thrilling, but the entire army became a crematorium. From over 100 long tunnels came waves of inhumane cries. In fact, those at the very front near the exit suffered the most, burning alive in the fierce flames. Most of the barbarian soldiers inside the tunnels first suffocated from the thick smoke before being incinerated. Their deaths were not as painful, they passed away more peacefully. Gee General, it's bad. An aide finally found the bloodied Wu Xiaotu amidst the chaotic army. The tunnels are on fire, the soldiers inside are being burned alive. Wu Xiaotu sighed helplessly upon hearing this, he had failed once again. Over 100 tunnels, each with 500 soldiers, totaling more than 50,000, had been burned alive. Adding to that, over 20,000 had died in today's siege, resulting in a loss of more than 70,000 in one battle. After 3 recent sieges, the original army of over 200,000 was now reduced to less than 100,000. Retreat, retreat. Wu Xiaotu issued the order to withdraw. The initial plan was to feign a siege to cover the soldiers entering the city through the tunnels. With the people in the tunnels burned to death, continuing was meaningless. The barbarian army returned to camp in utter disarray, their morale shattered. General, we currently have only 2,000 war horses left, the rest have disappeared, a subordinate reported after tallying the losses. The celebratory fireworks had startled the horses, causing many cavalrymen to be thrown off and injured, leaving them no time to search for their mounts. Even worse, some soldiers were trampled to death by their own horses, not dying at the hands of the enemy but under their own hooves, an unbearable humiliation. You fools, send someone to look for them, Wu Xiaotu roared in anger. After finally obtaining 5,000 horses from the young emperor, he had achieved nothing and lost more than half. Once news of today's battle reached the barbarian kingdom, his position as general would surely be in jeopardy. He summoned all senior generals and strategists to the military tent. Everyone was lifeless, not daring to breathe. The losses were too severe, it was the most disastrous battle for the barbarian kingdom in nearly 20 years. They hadn't even touched the enemy's hair, yet so many had died. Many people had significant grievances against Wu Xiaotu. Since he became general, each battle had been worse than the last. Someone must be held accountable for today's crushing defeat. Wu Xiaotu drew his long knife. The tent fell silent, everyone unsure who would be the unfortunate one. Su Xiu, digging the tunnels was your idea. 50,000 soldiers perished in the tunnels. You should go down and apologize to them. Wu Xiaotu glared at the strategist in white. General, I truly had the best interests of the barbarian kingdom at heart. I thought that by digging the tunnels, we could catch the Great Xiao off guard, and with internal and external cooperation, we would surely breach the city. It must have been someone who leaked the information, allowing Great Xiao to prepare. Su Xiu knelt down with a thud, filled with dread. Logically, his strategy was sound. There must have been an insider who leaked the secrets. Oomph, you are a Han person, not of my kind, your heart must be different. Wu Xiaotu approached him with the knife in hand. Because of your strategy, so many have died, it would be unreasonable for you to live. Don't worry, I will take care of your wife and children. Su Xiu's face changed drastically upon hearing this, knowing he would surely die today. He deeply regretted siding with the barbarian army, and as a result, he ended up in today's predicament. Crack! Wu Xiaotu raised his long knife, not allowing Xiu Bian to speak, and with one stroke, severed his head. Someone, hang Su Xiu's head in the military camp. He is a traitor who revealed the strategy of the tunnel warfare, actually to facilitate the death of our soldiers. Wu Xiaotu said coldly. A soldier grabbed Su Xiu's head and dragged the body out. Everyone, today we suffered a disastrous defeat, our military strength has been greatly weakened. What should we do? Wu Xiaotu sat down again. Everyone lowered their heads, silent, secretly cursing. Damn! The last person who offered advice just had his head chopped off. Who would want to risk their life? Don't be afraid, we are all kin, brothers, unlike Su Xiu. Wu Xiaotu noticed everyone's apprehension. Feel free to speak, I will definitely not hold it against you. He glanced at everyone, but still, no one spoke. Everyone must express their opinions, one by one, those who remain silent will be executed. Wu Xiaotu shouted in anger, slamming the table. General, looking at the current situation, I believe that relying solely on us, we have no hope of breaking the city. One person said, why not seek help from the Western Way, join forces, and besiege Yin City together? They indeed had 300,000 troops in the rear, but the emperor probably wouldn't give Wu Xiaotu any more soldiers. After finally finding this opportunity, which greatly weakened the Wu family's power, how could he still be given troops? Thus, they could only seek help from other countries. The Western Way had seized quite a bit of land from the western side of the Great Xia in recent years and had long coveted the capital of Great Xia. If they allied with them to break Yin City and capture the capital, they could share the spoils. The Western Way is not to be trusted. Why would they ally with us? They could wait until we and Great Xia are both weakened before seizing the capital. Wu Xiaotu frowned. Now, all countries are short of water and grain. We should send someone to inform the Western Way that there is a large amount of food and water in Yin City, and the Great Xia army is feasting daily. If we break Yin City, we can share the food. Someone suggested. In this time of famine, the temptation of land is far less than that of food. Everyone is struggling to eat and drink, while the Great Xia army is enjoying abundant food in Yin City. This indicates that Yin City is incredibly rich in resources, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to eat so lavishly. What you said makes sense. I happen to know Prince Ning of the Western Way. I will write him a letter. Wu Xiaotu nodded. Having an ally is always good. Otherwise, with Great Xia not coming out of the city, he really had no way out. Prince Ning is the most powerful vassal king of the Western Way, with an elite force of 150,000. If he could get his help, perhaps they could break Yin City. Lin Shi sat in her room, excited and unable to sleep for a long time. The tunnels painstakingly dug by the barbarian army had become their grave. This battle was expected to kill 60 to 70,000 enemies. On the Great Xia side, fewer than 10 died, and that was because some soldiers were too careless while guarding the tunnel exits and were killed by the barbarian soldiers. This was yet another great victory. After this battle, the number of the Great Xia army and the barbarian troops outside Yin City was not much different, and they were not afraid of a head-on confrontation. She had already ordered people to clean the battlefield and collect the precision steel arrows of the composite bows. Such precious items would not be destroyed by fire and could be reused. Additionally, she arranged for the soldiers to fill the tunnels with large stones. Even if some tunnels had collapsed due to the fire, they still needed to be blocked with large stones for greater security. Your Majesty, this time we have dealt a heavy blow to the barbarian army. Wu Xiaotu has only two options left, retreat or request reinforcements, Yang Jiumei said with a smile. After several battles, the barbarian army had likely lost their will to fight, while the soldiers of the Great Xia had gained complete confidence. After 3 major defeats, Wu Xiaotu indeed does not dare to attack the city again without absolute certainty. Lin Shi nodded with a smile. As for requesting reinforcements, the barbarian emperor might not grant him that. At that time, Wu Tiegu was at the height of his power, and even the barbarian emperor had to show him some respect. Even within the Wu family army, the soldiers only listened to the general's orders, not the emperor's commands. Now that Wu Tiegu was dead, his son Wu Xiaotu had become the general, and after several consecutive defeats, he had cost too many barbarian lives. The remaining soldiers no longer posed a threat to the barbarian emperor. Perhaps the barbarian emperor even hoped that Wu Xiaotu would die in Yen City, completely eliminating this hidden danger. They could observe for a few days. If Wu Xiaotu still did not retreat, it would indicate that they indeed had reinforcements. Your Majesty, tomorrow I will go to the barbarian camp to challenge them again and inform them once more that whoever kills Wu Xiaotu can be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. Xiang Long said with a smile. After tonight's battle, many soldiers would likely be even more dissatisfied with Wu Xiaotu. If someone were to cut off his head, causing internal strife, it would be a great benefit to them. That works, Lin Shi nodded. You say that, within 3 days, whoever kills Wu Xiaotu can be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. After 3 days, it can only be Marquis of 1,000 households. Right now, Wu Xiaotu's head was not worth that much money. It also gave those with ideas a sense of urgency. If they wanted to act, they should do so quickly. Your Majesty is truly wise. Xiang Long quickly understood the implication. You all go back and rest. Lin Shi waved her hand. Once everyone had left, she took off her battle robe, removed the soft armor underneath, and took off her breastplate. She changed into a comfortable silk nightgown and wrote a letter to her brother Suemo Tianzuan. The next morning, Lin Shi ordered that the army would still have a lavish 3 meals. By the afternoon, Tianzuan sent over 10,000 boxes of mooncakes. Lin Shi had them distributed, ensuring that every soldier had at least 1 mooncake to eat. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and being able to eat mooncakes was a great comfort. Wow, these mooncakes are so exquisite, I can't bear to eat them. Yeah, I heard they were given by Tianzuan, specially packaged. With Tianzuan's protection, our great Xiao will surely win and achieve great unification again. It's not a problem. The soldiers discussed animatedly, many reluctant to eat them immediately. On this Mid-Autumn Festival, many soldiers missed their homes. Fortunately, today there was a sumptuous meal and mooncakes to eat, which made them very content. Now, ordinary families barely managed 1 meal a day. In this time of great famine, everyone was living too hard. The way they were enjoying good food and drink every day was something that royal families from various countries could not even enjoy. Thinking of this, they could only feel gratitude and affection for the emperor and Tianzuan. If it had been the previous foolish ruler Lin Shizhen, he would never have treated the soldiers so well. At this moment, Xiang Long, leading a team of 200, once again came to provoke the barbarian army 500 meters away. Barbarians, listen up. My Majesty has said that within 3 days, whoever kills Wu Xiaotu will be promised the same reward as before, a bounty of 200,000, 10,000 pounds of grain, and the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. Xiang Long shouted loudly, if it exceeds 3 days, there will only be a bounty of 100,000, 1,000 pounds of grain, and the title of Marquis of 1,000 households. The 200 men followed him, shouting loudly, creating a great commotion. We, the great Xia, are blessed by the celestial sovereign. Just look, the celestial sovereign has even granted us mooncakes to eat, clean water to drink, meat to savor, and enough rice to fill our bellies. How can you fight against us? Surrender early, and perhaps you might save your life. Xiang Long waved a mooncake, feeling quite smug. The barbarian soldiers in the camp exchanged glances, filled with bitterness. They had heard of the wonderful life in Great Xia, which seemed like a fairy tale. In contrast, their own rations were hardly fit for human consumption. General, Xiang Long is provoking us again. Someone hurriedly reported to Wu Xiaotu. Damn it, does he think I'm easy to bully? How many men did he bring? Wu Xiaotu, who was drinking, slammed his cup down on the table upon hearing this. Only 200. Send my orders. Let Yuan Du take 500 cavalry and trample them to death. Xiang Long must die. Wu Xiaotu shouted. The continuous defeats had made him extremely furious, and with Xiang Long provoking him again, he wanted him dead. Soon, the young General Yuan Du led 500 knights out of the camp, charging forward. Relying on his war horses has made him bold. Prepare the fireworks. Xiang Long remained unfazed, instructing his soldiers to light the fireworks and launch them at the knights. After a night of calming down, the war horses, which had just stabilized, immediately became agitated under the attack of the fireworks. They turned exceptionally irritable and ran wildly. Half of the knights were thrown off their horses, and the unfortunate ones were trampled by hooves. Meanwhile, Xiang Long ordered his soldiers to use composite bows, retreating while shooting down the men and horses within range, leaving gracefully. The barbarian army was thrown into chaos, a mess everywhere. General, Xiang Long is using fireworks against the war horses. The horses are spooked and completely out of control, allowing Xianglong to escape. Yuandu reported back in the tent, kneeling and trembling with fear. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Wu Xiaotu took out a whip and struck him hard. Yuandu gritted his teeth, allowing the whip to fall repeatedly. Crack! Wu Xiaotu, exhausted from whipping, finally tossed the whip aside. Useless trash, get out! Wu Xiaotu sat down and drank a large bowl of wine. The defeat left him incredibly frustrated, and after venting his anger on Yuandu, he felt much better. Yuandu glanced at him and respectfully withdrew. After returning to his own tent, he took off his shirt, revealing bloody whip marks on his back. General Yuan, why does the general treat you this way? A subordinate handed him a towel, carefully wiping the blood. Just a fit of impotent rage, Yuandu replied softly. The tent was filled with his trusted aides, so it was no problem. He is far inferior to General Wu Tiegu. Our 200,000 troops have dwindled to less than 100,000 under his command. Sigh, they must have all died in battle, and we can't even breach Yin City. The subordinate sighed, with the celestial sovereign's protection over Great Xia, we can't win. Yuandu nodded, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under Wu Xiaotu's command, he would eventually be tortured to death. Since that was the case, it would be better to strike first. After all, Great Xia had promised that whoever could kill Wu Xiaotu would be granted the title of a marquis. That night, Lin Shi enjoyed mooncakes while admiring the moon, and even had 5 boxes of fireworks set off on the city walls to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Today, the soldiers of the army had feasted on 3 hearty meals, and the citizens of the city also enjoyed meat and fragrant rice. Qinbu watched the beautiful fireworks bloom in the sky, feeling quite complicated. A few days ago, Great Xia had captured many traitors and spies, most of whom were executed. He was lucky not to have been caught, as his superior Huang Liang had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Now, the barbarians had suffered consecutive defeats, especially last night's battle, which had caused countless casualties and severely weakened their morale. It was a pipe dream to breach the city in such a short time. Moreover, every day, the emperor granted food and water to the citizens, allowing everyone to live well. Life was even more comfortable than in some regions that were not at war. In this era of great famine, even the people in places without conflict could only dream of having 1 meal a day. Qinbu deeply regretted becoming a traitor, otherwise, he could have lived comfortably in the city. But now it was impossible, the fear of execution loomed over him, and he had to find a way to escape. After all, his family was gone, and he was all alone. If he were discovered to be a spy one day, his life would be in danger. I never wanted to be a traitor, life forced me into it. But what can I do? He spent a restless night filled with anxiety. The next morning, he signed up for work outside the city, filling in the tunnels. The military was recruiting young laborers from the city to fill the tunnels dug by the barbarian soldiers with large stones to prevent anyone from using them again. Each day, they would provide 2 meals, and many people signed up. Qinbu was fortunate to be selected and followed the army to the outskirts of Yin City, where he began transporting large stones. Report! My stomach hurts, I need to take care of something, he said, raising his hand after moving a giant stone. Go ahead, make it quick. A supervising officer nodded. Qinbu held his stomach and ran to a secluded spot to squat down. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly slipped away. He jogged all the way to the barbarian camp and was taken to the tent of General Wu Xiaotu. General, my name is Qinbu, a local of Yin City. I signed up today to fill the tunnels and took the opportunity to escape, Qinbu said with a forced smile, though he felt quite nervous inside. Oh, I've heard that the people of Yin City live well. Why did you escape today? Wu Xiaotu looked at him coldly. The Great Xia has been searching for spies recently, and many have been killed. I was afraid. So I took the chance to come to you, Qinbu replied honestly. What useful information can you bring me? Wu Xiaotu chuckled lightly. If these spies were reliable, the barbarian soldiers wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. The tunnel warfare had failed miserably, clearly because Great Xia had learned of their plans in advance. Yet, not a single spy had passed on this information, they were all useless. Qinbu recounted the events in Yin City one by one. Are you saying that there really are gifts from the Celestial Lord? Wu Xiaotu frowned. Indeed, there are many items we have never seen before, things that do not belong to our world, Qinbu nodded. I heard the soldiers discussing that every few days, the Celestial Lord grants food, clean water, fine rice, white flour, meat, buns, and even some weapons, all bestowed by the Celestial Lord. Wu Xiaotu fell silent upon hearing this. Previously, he thought the information from the spies in the city was fabricated by Lin Shi to boost morale. Now, hearing Qinbu speak of these matters made it seem as if the Celestial Lord truly existed. The composite bows, soft armor, sharp swords, and other items of the Great Xia army were indeed things that had not existed before. They couldn't have been hidden away all this time. If there really is a celestial lord helping Great Xia, why not just destroy us directly? Wu Xiaotu wondered, perplexed by the effort involved. Perhaps the celestial lord does not wish to kill, or perhaps does not want to get too entangled in karma, someone in the tent said. It can now be basically concluded that the celestial lord exists, capable of continuously producing food, weapons, and other items to support Great Xia. The people in the tent were filled with despair upon hearing this. The external support for Great Xia was the celestial lord, a deity. What were they even fighting for? No wonder they had suffered such devastating defeats in recent battles. The root of the problem lay here. This matter must not be spoken of outside. I do not believe there is a true celestial lord, Wu Xiaotu said coldly. The morale of the barbarian soldiers was already low. If they learned of the celestial lord's real existence, they would have even less fighting spirit. Xinbu, have you ever seen the celestial lord? Wu Xiaotu asked. No, Xinbu shook his head. Then have you heard of anyone who has seen the celestial lord? No, I haven't. So, the celestial lord is just a ruse by Lin Shi. She doesn't know where the food and weapons come from, but they definitely aren't granted by the celestial lord. She's just using the name of the celestial lord to fool everyone, Wu Xiaotu declared. The celestial venerable, the immortals, the heavenly emperor, these are merely myths and legends. Throughout history, it has always been people who have driven the course of events, not the ethereal gods. The barbarians have their own deities for worship, but he has never believed in their true existence or that they could genuinely protect them. If gods could truly manifest, no one would need to work, everyone would just pray and wait for divine gifts. General, it is indeed true that no one in Yen City has provided food or anything else. Such a large quantity could not have arrived silently. It is beyond human capability, Xinbu said. At first, he did not believe it, but later, when he saw the food given to the people by His Majesty becoming increasingly better, he started to believe. If it weren't for the assistance of the celestial venerable, where would all this abundant food come from? Especially the water. When His Majesty granted the people access to it, the water was still cool, as if it had just been drawn from a well. If it had been transported over a long distance, it would definitely be warm. I suspect that perhaps there is a secret passage in Yen City, through which food and water are being transported. Wu Xiaotu pondered for a moment and said, only this could explain why the supplies in Yen City are so plentiful. But, Xinbu did not believe it. Alright, the discussion about the celestial venerable ends here. Wu Xiaotu waved his hand, interrupting him. Someone, bring him a vegetable cake and incorporate him into the siege team. Upon hearing this, Xinbu's eyes widened in disbelief. General, I came to deliver a message, not to seek death. Xinbu hurriedly knelt on the ground. He did not expect Wu Xiaotu to be so ruthless. He risked his life to come and seek refuge, yet was only given a hard-to-swallow wild vegetable cake. That aside, he was also made to join the siege team. He had heard that the barbarian siege soldiers had met a terrible fate, burned alive. He had imagined coming to Wu Xiaotu to request a reward, to take the money and enjoy life elsewhere. But he never thought he would be assigned to become a siege soldier. Stop your nonsense. You, a treacherous little man, have provided no useful information. Not executing you is already a great mercy. Wu Xiaotu shouted. If you dare to speak recklessly in the army, you will be torn apart by 5 horses. Xinbu was assigned to the command of Yu Wendu. He cursed Wu Xiaotu in his heart but dared not speak much in the army. He now regretted it immensely. He should not have acted as a traitor, but unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Xinbu, how is your new Emperor Lin Shi as a person? In the military tent, after Yu Wendu dismissed those around him, he asked casually. Her Majesty has an excellent reputation, the people hold her in great affection, and she has high prestige in the army, Xinbu replied truthfully. Every day, she distributes food to the citizens of the city, and everyone is extremely grateful. Thinking of this, he regretted it even more. But she has only just ascended to the throne, how could she have such high prestige? Yu Wendu glanced at him. I speak the truth, Her Majesty is clear in her rewards and punishments, she follows through on her words, and she cares for both soldiers and citizens. She is undoubtedly a good emperor. Leading the troops to 3 consecutive great victories, her achievements are remarkable. The founding emperor did not fight such beautiful battles back in the day, Xinbu hurriedly said. He had seen the Empress from a distance, like a celestial goddess descending to earth, both beautiful and majestic. It is rumored that Empress Lin Shi can communicate with the celestial venerable, and that food and weapons are granted by the celestial venerable. Is that true? Yu Wendu was very curious. Originally, Yen City was on the brink of running out of water and food, and suddenly there was such an abundance of supplies, it was indeed too strange. I have not seen the celestial venerable, but I believe it is true, though the general thinks it is false, Shinbu murmured. When the military spy Shi Kwang kidnapped Her Majesty, we all saw it. A single electric arc knocked Shi Kwang unconscious, a power that absolutely no ordinary person could possess. Some of the things distributed have never been seen before, they definitely do not belong to our world. Yu Wendu fell silent for a moment, then asked a few other questions. He rewarded Shinbu with a bowl of thin porridge, instructing him not to speak too much, before allowing him to leave. Yu Wendu opened a cabinet and took out a 7-star short knife. After hesitating for a moment, he hid the knife in his bosom and walked out of the tent. General Yuan, the Grand General has had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps you should come back later, said a guard in front of Wu Shaotu's tent in a low voice. I have important matters to report to the Grand General. Yu Wendu tossed his sword to him and walked inside. Oh, you're here. What is it? Wu Shaotu, reeking of alcohol, was gnawing on a large piece of meat. Grand General, I have a few heartfelt words I wish to share with you, Yu Wendu said respectfully. Oh, that's rare. Come, have a drink with me. Wu Shaotu waved his hand, dismissing everyone else. Yu Wendu approached and filled his cup from the wine jar. Yu Wendu, yesterday I struck you. Are you feeling resentful? Wu Shaotu asked, taking a sip and staring at him. Absolutely not. Your whipping yesterday actually woke me up. It was indeed my negligence in practice. Fortunately, your whip taught me a lesson, otherwise, in future battles, one slip could cost me my life. Yu Wendu raised his cup with both hands. This cup is to you. After saying that, he downed it in one go. Ah, well said. It's good that you understand my good intentions. Wu Shaotu finished his drink as well. Then Yu Wendu flattered him in various ways, making him extremely happy. Yu Wendu, I'll take a little nap. You do as you please, Wu Shaotu said, feeling quite drunk, and lay back on the couch, squinting his eyes. With me guarding here, you can sleep peacefully, Yu Wendu said respectfully. Wu Shaotu grunted and closed his eyes, soon snoring loudly. A murderous intent flickered across Yu Wendu's face, but he was still struggling internally. He had seen through Wu Shaotu, he was just a drunken fool, nowhere near comparable to his father. Now the soldiers were barely getting by on meager rations, but Wu Shaotu indulged in wine and meat every day. He even summoned women into the tent for debauchery. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would whip the soldiers, leaving everyone in misery. Such a person was not worth following, one could lose their head at any moment, and strategist Matthew was the best example. Seeing that Wu Shaotu was fast asleep, Yu Wendu stealthily took a token from the table and slipped it into his pocket. Then he pulled out the 7-star precious knife from his bosom and slowly drew it out. Today, he had asked Qin Bialingxi about his character just to confirm whether his promise was genuine. Killing Wu Shaotu would allow him to be granted a fief of 10,000 households. He had endured this bastard for a long time. It would be good to kill him with one stroke today. Achoo! Wu Shaotu suddenly sneezed and opened his eyes wide. Yu Wendu, what do you mean by this? Wu Shaotu asked sharply upon seeing him. At that moment, Deputy General Lu Shi also entered the tent. Grand General, this is the 7-star precious knife passed down in my family, capable of cutting through iron like mud. I intend to present it to you. Yu Wendu hurriedly sheathed the knife and half-knelt, presenting it with both hands. I have long heard of this precious knife from your family. I didn't expect you to have this intention today. Very good. Wu Shaotu sat up and took the short knife, drawing it out. He saw that the blade was inlaid with 7 colorful gemstones, quite magnificent. Not bad, I will accept this knife. You may leave now, Lu Shi and I have some matters to discuss, Wu Shaotu said, gently stroking the blade, very satisfied. After Yu Wendu bowed, he hurriedly exited the tent. He returned to his own tent and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not being able to kill the thief, this is heaven's will. Yu Wendu gritted his teeth, took 10 trusted men, and rode off at full speed. General Yuan, where are you going? A guard at the camp entrance asked. The Grand General ordered me to scout the military situation. Step aside quickly. Yu Wendu shouted loudly, pulling out the token. The guards, seeing this, hurriedly let him pass. Yu Wendu and his men galloped away towards Yen City. Grand General, I noticed that Yu Wendu seemed a bit flustered just now. Lu Shi mentioned after reporting the main matter. He's usually a closed-off person, but after I gave him a wake-up call yesterday, he's been trying to please me today. Probably feeling a bit embarrassed now that you're here, Wu Shaotu said with a smile. General, we must be cautious. After all, the reward for your head from the Great Xia is quite high. Some people might really commit treason for the sake of becoming a marquis, Lu Shi reminded him. You have a point. Could it be that this kid isn't here to offer his sword but to kill me? Wu Shaotu's eyes widened suddenly, the alcohol wearing off. Someone, bring Yuan to see me. General Yuan said he received your orders and showed the token, then rode out of the camp with his men. A subordinate quickly reported back. What? Wu Xiaotu saw the box on the table where the token was kept, and indeed, a piece was missing. Good for you, Yuan, you really came to assassinate me. Send people to hunt him down. Wu Xiaotu was furious. General, the direction Yuan went is towards Yen City. A subordinate said softly. That son of a dog, he actually betrayed the country and went to join the Great Xia. Damn it! Quickly send riders to chase him down, we must kill him no matter what. Wu Xiaotu's face was filled with rage. Yuan, with 10 men, was desperately fleeing towards Yen City. Once Wu Xiaotu reacted, he would definitely have his head chopped off. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of hooves came from behind. Faster, faster. Yuan's face changed, and he whipped the horse's rear hard. They galloped wildly, and upon seeing Yen City, he shouted loudly, "Do not shoot. I am Yuan, here to surrender and seek an audience with His Majesty." When they were 300 meters from the city wall, he hurriedly dismounted and respectfully knelt at the foot of the wall. His trusted subordinates also knelt behind him. They were extremely anxious, not expecting General Yuan to be so reckless as to lead them in rebellion. If the Empress of the Great Xia did not accept them, it would be the end, there would be no way out. The soldiers on the city wall aimed their bows and arrows at them. Upon hearing the news, Lin Shi personally came to the wall. I pay my respects to your majesty. I am Yuan, having abandoned darkness for light, willing to serve your majesty with all my strength. Yuan looked up and saw Lin Shi, quickly calling out. Just then, over 300 cavalrymen chased after them. Yuan, you traitor, you deserve to die. The barbarian soldiers, having received Wu Xiaotu's orders, were determined to kill Yuan. Over 300 cavalrymen, wielding large sabers, charged forward with murderous intent. Shoot the pursuers, but try not to injure the horses. Lin Shi said coldly upon seeing this. The soldiers on the wall, armed with composite bows, shot down all 300 charging cavalrymen. Thank you, your majesty, for saving my life. Yuan turned back to see a field of corpses and respectfully bowed his head. Lin Shi had them bound and brought into the city, also seizing over 300 warhorses. Yuan, why did you betray Wu Xiaotu and come to seek refuge with the Great Xia? Lin Shi asked while sitting in the military tent. The other 10 barbarian soldiers were also separated for questioning. Your Majesty, Wu Xiaotu was violent and unpredictable, often whipping soldiers. I was nearly beaten to death just for not pursuing General Xianglong. Yuan said bitterly, if your majesty does not believe me, you can check the scars on my back. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi gave a look to a nearby soldier. They lifted Yuan's shirt, and indeed, there were terrifying whip marks. Could it be a ploy? Yang Jiumei sneered. Absolutely not. We are extremely dissatisfied with Wu Xiaotu. If we continue to fight alongside him, the entire army will likely be wiped out, Yuan hurriedly said. I brought my family heirloom sword to see him today, intending to find an opportunity to kill him. But unexpectedly, I was exposed and had to flee in a panic. He recounted the character of Qin Bu and the subsequent assassination process one by one. You have suffered consecutive defeats and have no means to attack the city, why not retreat? Lin Shi asked. Wu Xiaotu has already sought help from Prince Ning of the Western Wei, hoping to unite with him to attack the city, Yuan replied. Lin Shi exchanged glances with several leading generals. The Western Wei was originally a tributary state of the Great Xia. 20 years ago, they openly declared that they would no longer pay tribute to the Great Xia and have continuously waged wars, seizing numerous cities and lands in the western regions of Huaxia. Prince Ning is powerful. If he agrees to collaborate with Wu Xiaotu, it could be troublesome. Huang Zhong's expression darkened. Compared to the simple and brutal warfare of the barbarian nations, the Western Wei employed unscrupulous means and was full of tricks. Has Prince Ning agreed to join forces with Wu Xiaotu? Lin Shi asked. As of today, we have not received a reply from Prince Ning, Yuan Du hurriedly said. Even if Prince Ning comes, we are not afraid. With the protection of the Celestial Master, no one can do anything to us. Xiang Long snorted. The soldiers were well-fed, healthy, and full of fighting spirit. With powerful weapons and armor, they were not afraid of direct combat, not to mention the tall city walls of Yen City as a barrier. Your Majesty, I sincerely pledge my loyalty and hope you can give me a chance. Yuan Du once again bowed respectfully. How can I trust that what you say is true? Lin Shi looked at him. I have a way. I can burn down the barbarian army's granary. Yuan Du thought for a moment and said. To gain Lin Shi's trust, he needed to provide proof of loyalty. Failing to kill Wu Xiaotu meant that mere words would not suffice. It was no wonder they did not trust him. Lin Shi exchanged glances with several generals. If he could truly accomplish this, keeping him around might not be a bad idea. Loosen his bindings, let him stand and speak, Lin Shi said calmly, asking for paper and pen. Yuan Du hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and after standing up, he stared blankly at the pristine A4 paper. When did the great Xia start producing such good paper? However, he did not ask further and drew a circle on the paper, marking several key locations. Your Majesty, please see, the granary is located to the north of the military camp, right next to the cliffs of Yenshan, which are as steep as knife edges. There are not many soldiers guarding it, and they are quite lax. Yu Wendu pointed to a triangular symbol on the paper. We just need to take a detour, climb up the slope to the top of the mountain, quietly eliminate the guards stationed there, and throw Molotov cocktails into the granary. The barbarian army's granary will surely go up in flames. Lin Shi thought for a moment. It was indeed feasible. If the barbarian army ran out of food, it would be interesting to see what they would do. How many people do you need? Lin Shi asked. I only need 200 men. Yu Wendu's heart stirred. It seemed the emperor wanted to assign this task to him, giving him a chance to achieve merit and also to prove his loyalty. Alright, I will give you 200 men and 200 Molotov cocktails. Go burn down the barbarian army's granary. Lin Shi issued the order. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Yu Wendu was quite excited. After a while, 200 fully armed soldiers followed him out of the city gate, climbing towards Yenshan along a small path. Is it possible that he has already made arrangements with Wu Xiaotu, and the granary is already empty? Yang Jiumei stood on the city wall, watching their retreating figures, still distrustful of him. The emperor probably doesn't fully trust him either. Whether it's true or false will surely be revealed within 3 days, Lu Mulan said with a smile. Burning the barbarian army's granary would undoubtedly cause chaos among them. After all, when people are hungry, they can do anything. Yu Wendu led 200 men and spent over an hour quietly climbing the steep cliff. During this process, the soldiers used enhanced composite bows to silently kill 20 sentries. Below on the other side of the cliff was the barbarian army's granary. Yu Wendu felt a mix of emotions, both excited and slightly guilty. Because of his betrayal, perhaps countless barbarian brothers would starve to death. But once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Brothers, throw the Molotov cocktails at the granary. Yu Wendu's heart chilled as he whispered. At this moment, most of the barbarian soldiers guarding the granary were still sleeping. Even after suffering multiple defeats, they did not believe that the great Xia dared to attack. Moreover, the granary was backed by a steep cliff. Unless the great Xia broke through the barbarian army's camp, they could not reach this place. There were also several sentry posts on the mountaintop. If the great Xia attempted to take a detour and climb the mountain, they would surely be discovered by the guards and raise the alarm. Such days lacked passion, just idleness. At that moment, a crisp sound suddenly erupted, followed by a burst of flames. Bang, bang, bang. One burning bottle after another fell, exploding, and flames surged forth, quickly turning the entire granary into a sea of fire. Yu Wendu watched the barbarian army below, frantically trying to extinguish the flames, and couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. After this act, he became the great sinner of the barbarian tribe, forever unable to turn back. With no way out, there was no longer any hesitation. It was a path that led to darkness. The one who burns the granary is Yu Wendu. Warriors, follow Wu Xiaotu to a dead end. Surrendering to the great Xia is the only way out. Yu Wendu shouted loudly. Yu Wendu, you traitor, you deserve to die. The people below finally recognized his voice, as the cliff was too high, over 200 meters, making it impossible to see his face. Some were filled with rage, drawing their bows to shoot arrows, but the arrows fell mid-air, unable to reach their target. Wu Xiaotu is lecherous and brutal, enjoying a life of luxury while we only have a bowl of thin porridge each day. Following such a person, even if you capture Yin City, what will you gain? Yu Wendu roared, wake up, or you will all be harmed by him. After saying this, he quickly led his men down the mountain. Wu Xiaotu, upon learning that the granary was burned, was filled with rage and immediately killed the chief responsible for guarding the granary. He had just received a letter from King Ning, agreeing to cooperate in attacking Yin City. But now, with no food left, he feared that internal strife would break out before King Ning arrived. He understood one truth: a person on the brink of starvation could do anything. General, what should we do? The vice-generals asked, their faces filled with worry. They hadn't expected Yu Wendu to be so ruthless. He had just defected to the Great Xia today and had already led people to burn their granary. His efficiency was astonishing. Don't panic, all generals follow me into the big tent to discuss. Wu Xiaotu commanded. Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our mission. We successfully burned the barbarian army's granary. Yu Wendu returned to the Yin City military camp, half kneeling before Lin Shi, respectfully saying, General Yu Wendu and all of you have worked hard. The soldiers who went to burn the granary will each receive an extra chicken leg at dinner tonight, along with a reward of 10 gold coins. Lin Shi was overjoyed. General Yu Wendu, what do you want? This subordinate does not dare to ask for rewards, only to follow your Majesty. Wendu respectfully bowed. I appoint Wendu as the General of Military Strategy, of the 5th rank. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before issuing the order, lead 2,000 troops, and reward him with 100 gold coins. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Wendu was extremely excited and bowed again. General Wendu, you have worked hard. Return to your tent to rest, food and wine will be delivered soon. Lin Shi waved his hand. Wendu was filled with gratitude, tears of excitement welling up. He wiped his tears, performed a salute, and then exited. Your Majesty, is it a bit early to fully trust Wendu? Yang Jiumei asked softly. Trust is a process that requires time and events to witness, Lin Shi nodded. Our army has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Today, he led troops to burn the barbarian army's granary, which is a great achievement, and a reward is deserved. The generals nodded in agreement, having no objections, especially since he was just a general of military strategy. Yang Jiumei, select 2,000 soldiers to follow him. If you find any misconduct, report it immediately, Lin Shi said. These soldiers would accompany Wendu while also supervising him. They believed Wendu would have this awareness. It was impossible for him to gain absolute trust just because of this incident. Your Majesty, with the granary burned, there will surely be chaos within 3 days. We can just wait to watch the show, Lu Mulan said with a smile. According to their analysis, even if the barbarian emperor agreed to provide food support, it would take time to transport it, and the barbarian army would likely starve for several days. Moreover, the information previously reported by spies in the barbarian court mentioned that the barbarian emperor greatly disliked Wu Xiaotu's family. The last time they provided 5,000 warhorses and food, it was clearly stated that they would no longer provide any support to Wu Xiaotu in the future. Well, don't let your guard down. If young Master Wu gets desperate and bites someone, he might do something crazy. Lin Shi nodded. She needed to tell brother Tianzuan the good news about the burning of the barbarian army's granary. After receiving the letter, Su Mo felt very relieved. This way, the barbarian army might retreat soon. Without food and unable to conquer Yinjing, they could only starve to death unless some places provided supplies. It was definitely excellent news. Su Mo wrote her a reply, saying that clothes and shoes would be sent tomorrow. Yesterday, he had Lin Shi take some photos and videos of the troops and sent them back via his phone. He noticed that the soldiers were dressed in rags, and some were even barefoot. During the Great Famine, everything was severely lacking. It wasn't that Lin Shi was unwilling to spend money on supplies, it was that some materials couldn't be bought even with money. Just like water, before Tianzuan granted it, no amount of money could buy it. Yesterday, Su Mo found a local shoe factory and a clothing factory in Yunhai, purchasing a large number of shoes and clothes, at least one set for each soldier. He also went to a fabric wholesale market and ordered 50,000 rolls of fabric. In case someone didn't have the right size, they could have a tailor make it. He believed there must be some tailors among Lin Shi's army. All these supplies would be delivered tomorrow. Su Mo checked the time and drove to a supermarket. He found a store with good service and bought over a dozen sets of clothes and more than 20 pairs of shoes according to Lin Shi's height and figure. The salespeople were astonished, thinking he had many girlfriends. All the staff helped him carry the items and loaded them into the Rolls-Royce. Wow! Su Mo really dotes on his girlfriend. This store's clothes aren't cheap. Buying so many things must cost over 100,000. Xin Mengyao and her friend with big waves witnessed the whole process. This guy is so annoying. I think he's deliberately creating opportunities to run into me, showing up in front of me every few days. Xin Mengyao huffed, jealousy twisting her features. She didn't mind the money for clothes, but no one bought her so many sets. This. The girl with big waves didn't know what to say. She realized that Su Mo really didn't like Xin Mengyao anymore. He must have a girlfriend now. By the way, tomorrow is old Tang's birthday banquet. I'm going with my father, so I won't accompany you, Xin Mengyao said with a smile. The old Tang you're talking about is Tang Zongyuan, right? The girl with big waves asked curiously. Yes, that's him, the chairman of Donghai Zongyuan International. Not only is he a successful businessman, but he's also a great collector with many treasures at home. Tomorrow will be an eye-opener, Xin Mengyao said somewhat smugly. Your family is really getting more impressive, even old Tang has invited you. I feel like I'm not worthy to hang out with you anymore. The girl with big waves sighed lightly. We're good friends, it has nothing to do with money, Xin Mengyao said, holding her hand. Besides, your family is doing well too. It's just that the real estate market hasn't been great these past 2 years. Otherwise, your family would be quite prominent in Yunhai. Hearing this made the girl with big waves feel a bit sour. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. She found her BMW Mini in the garage and thought about how Xin Mengyao had already switched to a Porsche 911, feeling even worse. She could only blame her parents for not being supportive, which led to the growing gap between them. While driving, she got lost in thought and, not paying attention while turning, crashed into a car. No way! She looked closely at the car in front and realized it was Sumo's Rolls-Royce Phantom. The girl with big waves hurriedly got out and saw that the back of the Phantom had a small scratch, about the size of a fingernail. Meanwhile, her BMW Mini had a large scrape on the front. Sumo, why didn't you drive forward? Why are you stopping here? She angrily asked as she saw Sumo get out of the car. Sister, are your eyes bad? Just look ahead, the cars are all stuck, waiting to get out, Sumo replied, sneering. Big Wave glanced up and blushed. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing the paint scratched off the Phantom, she secretly regretted losing focus. She knew that touching up the paint on such a luxury car was particularly expensive. If she went to the forest shop, it would definitely repaint the entire rear bumper, which would cost a fortune. To make matters worse, her insurance had expired 2 days ago, and she had planned to buy insurance today, but then this happened. Even if it wasn't intentional, you still have to pay. Just give me 5,000, I have other things to do. Sumo took a look and didn't even plan to repair it. Losing this little bit of paint wasn't worth it. He could just buy a touch-up pen and fix it himself. It wasn't that he was worried about the cost of repainting at the forest shop, but it was unnecessary. Getting it repainted would take several days at the shop. He needed to use the car every day and didn't plan to get it fixed. Big Wave was taken aback. Is that for real? Of course it's real. The cars behind us are waiting too, so let's not drag this out. Otherwise, I'll have to get the forest shop to assess the damage. Sumo didn't want to waste more time. 5,000 is fine. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'm Zhao Linger, a friend of Qin Mengyao. Big Wave's face was full of sweetness as she took out her phone, her voice a bit shaky. I didn't expect you to be so nice. The little salary she earned wasn't enough for her expenses, and she needed her parents to subsidize her. She had no savings. If Sumo insisted on going to the forest shop for repairs, 30 or 50,000 wouldn't be enough, and she'd have to shamelessly ask her parents for money to compensate. Now that it was just 5,000, it was really great. She could manage that. I just don't want to waste time. Sumo accepted her friend's request. See, I told you. This woman did it on purpose, just to get in touch with a big shot. First, she plays the victim and acts cute, then she gets the contact info, and then she offers to pay with her body, and after that, she gets money from the big shot. Among the cars waiting behind, one onlooker in a car had a fascinating expression. This woman looks okay, but she's too flat, even the A-cup seems a bit forced, said a blonde in the passenger seat. She's driving a Rolls-Royce, does she really need a woman with a good figure? After eating so much rich food, it's normal to want a little steamed bun sometimes. Men always like something fresh. You make a good point. If I were driving a Phantom, I'd switch it up every day, one for each letter of the alphabet, and I wouldn't repeat for a week. You think you could drive a Phantom? A hallucination would suit you better. Those driving BMWs are all trying to latch onto the big shot's leg. They really are working hard. No wonder we're driving a Baojun. Maybe we should try tailgating a rich woman next time? With your looks, if you tailgate a rich woman's Phantom, she'd probably want to send you in. Stop dreaming, look in the mirror and face reality. Even if some rich women have unique tastes and like the ugly, can you handle a steel wool ball? Don't think this money is easy to earn, it's all hard-earned. While the onlookers were discussing, Sumo received the 5,000 transfer, got in the car, and left. Zhao Linger pouted, returned to her car, kept her distance, and slowly drove away. Sumo drove back to the food factory and sent over the clothes and shoes. If they didn't fit, he would just give them to the female bodyguards. He didn't ask for Lin Shi's size, after all, as a heavenly being, she should know, otherwise it would seem lacking in class. Sumo opened the cabinet and looked at the exquisite items inside. He had received a call from old Tang in the morning, saying that tomorrow was his 70th birthday and inviting him to come over for a visit. He agreed, thinking he couldn't go empty-handed. Thanks to old Tang buying his antiques these days, he had the financial means to help Lin Shi and the others. He planned to give a gift as a token of his appreciation. After some deliberation, his gaze landed on a small porcelain vase. This vase was about the size of a regular mineral water bottle, adorned with a blue and white painting of cranes and deer in spring. Looking at the bottom of the vase, he saw the 4 traditional characters Chang'el Nian Ji. This thing is nice, and the meaning is great. I'll take it. Sumo casually found a box, stuffed some foam inside, placed the porcelain vase in, and wrapped it with tape a few times. After a while, he received a thank you letter and a phone from Lin Shi. He thought the phone was out of battery, but when he opened it, he found it was still quite full. He opened the album and his eyes lit up. Lin Shi was wearing the clothes and shoes he bought for her, and had someone take dozens of photos. The modern attire clashed beautifully with the classical hair accessories, creating a unique aesthetic. Lin Shi was truly a natural model. She looked good in anything, easily outshining a host of supermodels. So beautiful, really stunning. Suemo was mesmerized as he transferred these photos to his phone. After thinking for a moment, he found one of his own photos, used AI to edit it, and generated an image of himself in a white outfit, stepping through the clouds as if flying. He looked at it repeatedly, feeling very handsome and poised, showing off. Lin Shi's phone had no photo editing software, and she had no idea about such things. So when she saw it, she would probably think he was really flying. He sent this image to Lin Shi's phone and then placed it in the bag. After that, he called the restaurant and ordered over 3,000 yuan worth of food. This time, the restaurant owner personally came over and brought a case of red wine. Boss Su, thank you for your recent support. If the food doesn't suit your taste, just let me know, and I'll have them change it. Boss Fan was very enthusiastic. Suemo had been ordering from their restaurant for several days, each time spending thousands. A wealthy boss like him had to be well taken care of. It's great, thank you for the wine, Suemo said with a smile. After Boss Fan and the others left, he sent the wine along with the food over. Lin Shi was wearing a white dress and a pair of flat shoes that Suemo had bought for her, walking back and forth in the room. These shoes are so comfortable. Lin Shi lightly bounced a few times, her front swaying. Seeing Lu Mulan looking enviously, she felt that if she could have even half of the majesty of the emperor, she would be satisfied. Your Majesty, the phone has come back. She noticed a phone suddenly next to the bag and reminded her. Lin Shi hurriedly picked up the phone, unlocked it, and the screen showed a handsome young man in white, stepping through the clouds as if flying, exuding an ethereal aura. Little girl Lin Shi has met the true god, Lin Shi exclaimed, quickly placing the phone on the table. She bowed respectfully to the photo. Seeing this, Lu Mulan immediately knelt on the ground as well. The two waited for a while, but the true god did not speak. Your Majesty, is it possible that it's just a picture of the true god, like taking a photo with you? Lu Mulan whispered. I suspect so, but seeing the true god's true form, I dare not bow, Lin Shi said, her voice softening as she carefully looked at the image on the phone. Brother Suemo, the true god, is indeed handsome. No wonder he claims to be the youngest and most handsome god in the world. Lin Shi's heart stirred, and her face couldn't help but flush. The next day, Suemo woke up and ordered some tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, buns, and so on. He kept one portion for himself and sent the rest to Lin Shi. Then he drove to the shop to check on the renovations, which were progressing quickly. At this rate, finishing before the end of the month would be no problem. Seeing this community reminded him of Wang Hu, who was still in the detention center. It was a bit unusual that Wang Yugue and the others hadn't come to find him in the past few days. As the saying goes, when things are unusual, there must be something wrong, so he guessed they weren't up to anything good. He drove to Old Tang's villa. Old Tang's secretary, Lu Yu, saw him and had a face full of resentment. Last time, when Suemo took the phantom car, she accompanied him for the transfer procedures and almost made her intentions clear in the car. But this guy was completely oblivious, let alone understanding her feelings. Are you unhappy to see me? Suemo asked with a smile. How dare I, Boss Su, please come in. Lu Yu adjusted her expression, putting on a professional smile. Not being able to win him over was too frustrating. Could it be that she was so lacking in charm? This is a gift for Old Tang, Suemo said, handing her the box. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Yu took the cup and casually brushed her fingers lightly across his hand. Suemo remained unfazed, walking into the living room to exchange pleasantries with Old Tang. After a short while, Ma Yucheng arrived as well. Suemo sat beside him, sipping tea while Old Tang went out to greet the guests. How's the renovation of your shop going, Xiao Su? Ma Yucheng asked. It should be done by the end of the month, Suemo replied. The materials used are top-notch. Once it's finished, it can be used right away. The doors and windows are open, so there shouldn't be any formaldehyde issues. Ma Yucheng nodded. These days, as long as the money is right, any demand can be met. After all, wealthy people can even take rockets to space, so what can't they do? The Qin family has arrived. Ma Yucheng looked up and saw Qin Mengyao walking in with her father, Qin Yuan. They were a bit surprised to see Suemo. Xiao Su, you're here too. What a coincidence. How have you been lately? Do you need any help? Qin Yuan quickly adjusted his demeanor and walked over with a smile. Pretty good, Suemo replied. Who did you come in with, sitting here so casually drinking tea? Qin Mengyao couldn't help but say. Today, Old Tang invited all the prominent figures from Yunhai. You should be more mindful about where you're mooching food and drink. Be careful the security doesn't kick you out. Oh, am I bothering you by drinking tea? What's our relationship that you think you can talk to me like that? Suemo took a sip of tea and looked at her. You. I'm just kindly reminding you, otherwise, you'll be the one embarrassed, Qin Mengyao huffed. Just then, Zhao Linger walked in. Oh, what are you doing here? Qin Mengyao was a bit surprised. By all accounts, Zhao Linger's family had fallen on hard times and shouldn't be here. Old Tang is my dad's cousin, I only found out last night, Zhao Linger frowned. Seeing the tone in Qin Mengyao's voice was really uncomfortable. It implied that their family didn't deserve to be here, right? Ah, so there's that connection, your family is quite lucky. Qin Mengyao also realized her tone was inappropriate. Oh, Suemo, you're here too. Zhao Linger came over enthusiastically to greet him. Suemo responded with a simple not saying much. Wait, when did you get so close to him? Qin Mengyao sensed something was off and pulled Zhao Linger aside, calling him bro so sweetly. Yesterday, I accidentally rear-ended his Rolls-Royce Phantom. He didn't hold it against me and just took 5,000 and left. I think he's really nice, Zhao Linger said. More importantly, she confirmed that the Phantom belonged to Suemo. If he were just a driver, he definitely wouldn't have let it go so easily. A young man who could own a Phantom, who was also handsome and handled things with grace, made her feel quite favorable towards him. Ah, Qin Mengyao was stunned upon hearing this. What a coincidence! Could it be that this scheming girl intentionally crashed into him? You don't have a crush on him, do you? Qin Mengyao asked in a low voice. What are you talking about? How could that be? It's just a bit of good feeling, Zhao Linger shook her head. You two have already broken up. You won't be angry, right? Qin Mengyao was speechless. I'm not angry. Oh, that's good. I think you were a bit impulsive in canceling the wedding, Zhao Linger muttered. Qin Mengyao felt a bit annoyed by her words and went to the courtyard to feed the koi in the pond. Suemo, you bastard, how did you sneak in here? Wang Yugui and his wife, Gung Bei, entered the hall and immediately lost their composure upon seeing Suemo. This scoundrel had caused her son, Wang Hu, to still be in the detention center, suffering who knows how much. I was personally invited by old Tang, is there a problem? Suemo looked at her. This lady should mind her manners, don't make a fool of yourself. Just you? Gung Bei scoffed. What identity do you have to say old Tang invited you personally? She didn't believe it at all, as they were all contacted by old Tang's secretary. I have nothing to do with your identity, but your identity has stolen from my family. Suemo snorted coldly. If it weren't for my mom, you two wouldn't even know where you are. Ungrateful things, how dare you point fingers at me? Gung Bei was momentarily at a loss for words, and not wanting to lose her temper in public for fear of being laughed at. Xiaomo, I know you hate us, but don't go too far. Wang Yugui finally spoke up. Huzi has suffered quite a bit inside these days. You've vented your anger enough, right? If you have other demands, we will meet them. After talking to Suemo that day, he had thought about taking some extreme measures but felt a bit reluctant. After all, he was the only child of the eldest sister. He thought that in a few days, when Suemo calmed down, they could talk again. He didn't expect to run into him here today, which was a bit surprising. His suffering is self-inflicted. My suffering is forced upon me by you. Suemo sneered. I said, there's nothing to discuss. He should go in and reform properly. He will definitely be better educated than you. You! Gung Bei was furious. It seemed Suemo was determined to let Wang Hu stay in prison. Stop arguing, old Tang is here, Qin Yuan whispered. Today was old Tang's 70th birthday, and it was not appropriate for anyone to argue in his house. Old Tang came over to greet everyone, patted Suemo on the shoulder, and then went out. Wang Yugui noticed this detail and wondered if it was a coincidence or if old Tang really had such a good relationship with Suemo. He knew that old Tang had a good relationship with Sumo's father back then, but he should have no connection with Suemo. It was probably just a matter of taking care of an old friend's child, nothing more. Suemo. At that moment, Li Yunran walked in and saw him, smiling as she approached. Everyone looked over and saw that she was 1.7 meters tall, with 2 snow-white, straight long legs, exuding an extremely strong aura. She was incredibly beautiful, with a great figure, curvy in all the right places, a rare beauty. Qin Mengyao recognized her as the female boss she had met at the sales office the other day. Could she be Sumo's new girlfriend? Qin Mengyao had to admit that Li Yunran was much better than her in both looks and figure. Seeing her chatting happily with Suemo made her feel sour inside. Thinking about how Suemo had bought a lot of clothes and shoes yesterday, which were probably all for Li Yunran, made her even angrier. She had been engaged to Suemo for several years and had never seen him buy her so many clothes at once. Zhao Linger was also fuming. She had just confirmed that Suemo was a good boyfriend candidate yesterday, and now today he dealt her a heavy blow. Not to mention anything else, just Li Yunran had at least a pound more flesh in front than her. How could she compare? She glanced down at herself and couldn't help but pout, feeling extremely frustrated. You want to open an antique shop? Old Tang is a big collector, you can ask him for advice, Li Yunran said with a smile. Of course, Suemo nodded. Did you come by yourself? My parents both had things to do, so they let me come to broaden my horizons, Li Yunran nodded. I heard you smashed the walls inside the house, our decoration standards are very high, what a waste. Do you have money to burn? Their project was a high-end improvement project, and the materials used for decoration were all top luxury brands. It's fine, I just smashed one wall, and the rest of the place wasn't damaged. I plan to put a big fish tank where the wall used to be, Suemo said. Do you know any reliable bosses who sell fish tanks? He had smashed the wall just to annoy Wang Hu, but he didn't expect that guy to have such a bad temper, smashing the entrance door and getting himself thrown into the detention center. The value generated from smashing the wall far exceeded his expectations, it was worth it. The two chatted enthusiastically in low voices, making Qin Mengyao and Zhao Linger very angry. Qin Yuan blinked upon seeing this. Could it be that he had misjudged? The Li family's influence in Yunhai was not small and had a significant impact, far beyond what he and Wang Yugue could compare to. The Li family only had one daughter, Li Yunran, who would inevitably inherit the company in the future. Suemo had latched onto the Li family's leg, and his future was boundless. Oh, so you two know each other, chatting so lively, Fang Wei said as she walked into the hall and approached the two. Sister Wei, we are college classmates. How do you know him? Li Yunran was even more surprised. She had known Fang Wei since childhood, they were good friends. Fang Wei's grandfather was Old Tang. I'll tell you later, Fang Wei smiled as she poured a cup for Suemo. Mr. Su, have some tea. Wang Yugue and Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown. This kid Suemo, quietly climbing up so many connections. The Fang family's influence was even stronger than the Li family's, with power in both the black and white markets, and immense energy. Coupled with the relationship with Old Tang, they could rank among the top 3 in the Yunhai family. Seeing Fang Wei's respectful attitude towards Suemo left them puzzled. I think he's just living off a woman, Qin Mengyao whispered. In her eyes, Sumo's family fortune had been drained by Wang Yugue, so he shouldn't have any money left. He must be relying on living off others to have such a comfortable life. He does have the looks to live off someone, Zhao Linger said softly. Qin Mengyao was speechless at her infatuated expression. Half an hour later, Old Tang returned to the main hall, and everyone walked in. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. Since we all live in Yunhai, let's help each other in times of difficulty, Old Tang said with a smile. Now, I'll hand over the proceedings to the host. A famous male comedian came over with a microphone, exchanged pleasantries, and then announced the start of the birthday celebration. The staff had already arranged the gifts from each family, with labels indicating who they were from and the congratulatory messages written out. Old Tang had a huge influence in the Yunhai business world, and many people wanted to get closer to him. The gifts wouldn't be too cheap, otherwise, they wouldn't be presentable. Li family's gift, a coral tree. The staff unveiled the red cloth covering the box, revealing a transparent glass case containing a red coral tree. The tree was about 60 centimeters tall, sparkling and incredibly beautiful. The coral tree only grows 1 centimeter every 10 years. This tree has formed over 600 or 700 years, worth around 2 million. Among the guests, an expert exclaimed in admiration. Suemo looked at the coral tree and knew it was a fine item, pleasing to the eye. Does your family have any more coral trees? Suemo quietly asked Li Yunran. Yes, my grandfather has a 1.2 meter tall one, worth tens of millions. He treats it like a treasure, Li Yunran nodded. Oh, that really is a treasure, Suemo nodded. He also had one, naturally given by Lin Shi, about 1.5 meters tall and even more beautiful than this one. Yunran, thank you for your family's gift, Old Tang smiled and had it placed aside. Chairman Wang Yugue's gift, a jade longevity peach. The staff opened the cabinet, revealing a large longevity peach carved from a whole piece of jade. The jade quality was decent, and the carving was exquisite. Suemo glanced at it, estimating it to be worth around 1 million. Old Tang nodded slightly and thanked him. Suemo, since you were personally invited by Old Tang, what gift did you bring? Gung Bei asked with a smile. Are you in a hurry because you're going through menopause? Suemo pointed to an ordinary express delivery box on the table. That's my gift, but I think there's no need to open it in public. That broken box is actually his gift? He's really making a fool of himself. He must be out of his mind. Qin Mengyao glanced at it and whispered to Zhao Linger. Who sends valuable gifts in a delivery box? It must be something worthless. Little Su's father is a famous historian. It might really be a treasure. Why not open it and let everyone have a look? Qin Yuan said with a smile. He actually believed there was nothing valuable inside the box. He just wanted to see Suemo make a fool of himself. Only in this way could they validate that their choice was correct. Yes, everyone has opened their gifts, so you shouldn't be treated differently, Gungbei huffed. Aren't you curious? Suemo turned to ask Li Yunran. A little curious, Li Yunran nodded with a smile, knowing it must be something good. Since they were about to open an antique shop, it indicated there were indeed many treasures. In that case, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Go ahead and open it, Suemo smiled. The staff opened the box, revealing a blue-on-white porcelain vase inside. What's the use of this small vase? It can't even hold a few flowers, Qin Mengya whispered to Zhao Linger. I don't know, but it looks worthless, Zhao Linger replied. Suemo, what is this? Old Tang is a renowned collector, ordinary antiques wouldn't catch his eye. This looks like it's from last week. Gungbei mocked. Do you understand antiques, ma'am? Suemo asked casually. You rude child, calling me ma'am. If you don't want to call me aunt, just call me MS. Gungbei glared at him. She took good care of herself. Others said she looked only in her 30s. How could she be a ma'am? MS. Don't speak out of turn in areas you don't understand, or you'll just embarrass yourself. Suemo glanced at her. Old Tang's eyes lit up upon seeing the vase. He walked over to examine it closely. When he saw the 4 traditional characters Changdel Nianji on the base, he trembled. Changdel, the era name of the 3rd emperor of the Great Xia. Old Tang exclaimed excitedly, holding the vase tightly, afraid of dropping it. This was the first time he had received an antique from the Changdel era, and with the other antiques Suemo had sold him, the existence of the Great Xia was slowly being confirmed. What a treasure! A beautiful blue and white crane and deer spring scene, top quality. Old Tang praised. The vase was definitely an old piece, just like the previous 2 blue and white vases, all made in the Great Xia. The craftsmanship, colors, and technique were all exquisite. Grandpa, is this vase very expensive? Feng Wei asked curiously. It's worth enough to buy a luxury car and still have enough left over for a Ferrari, worth millions. Old Tang said with a smile, thank you, Xiaosu, this gift is too precious, and I truly like it. Not only was the item good, but it also fit the theme of today's birthday celebration, an excellent gift. Gungbei was left dumbfounded, her face turning crimson. She had thought it was a fake, but it turned out to be $1 million antique. She was just very curious about where Suemo had gotten it. Wang Yugui was even more puzzled. During these 3 years, he had tried to figure out all of Sumo's family assets. Sumo's father, Su Lon, had a few antiques in his study, all of which he had secretly taken. When he drove Suemo out of the villa, he made sure he didn't take anything valuable. Could it be that Su Long hid the antiques in a secret place that only Suemo knew? Qin Mengyao and Zhao Linger were both stunned. They had thought Suemo was living off others, but it turned out he was so wealthy, casually presenting $1 million antique. Qin Mengyao glanced at her father, feeling vaguely that canceling the wedding was too hasty. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. He had been too anxious at the time, thinking Suemo had nothing and wanting to cut ties quickly. Today, he realized this kid was not simple. Being able to present $1 million antique as a gift meant his family background must be substantial. Everyone, Xiaosu is Professor Su Long's son, and his antique shop is opening at the end of the month. There will surely be many good things. Old Tang said with a smile, if anyone is interested, you can go support Xiaosu's shop when it opens. Definitely. Mr. Su, let's add each other on WeChat. Be sure to send the time and place. I must go and broaden my horizons. Yes, a tiger father doesn't raise a dog. I've heard of Professor Su Long's great name. Please notify me when your new shop opens. Some people were very enthusiastic, adding Suemo as a friend. With Old Tang backing him, they surely wouldn't be fooled by fakes. Wang Yugui and Qin Yuan were stunned upon hearing this. He was going to open an antique shop? They originally thought Suemo was just trying to get closer to Old Tang by giving the blue and white vase as a congratulatory gift. But now it seems otherwise. The fact that he dared to open an antique shop indicates he has quite a few good items. Gungbei glanced at Wang Yugui, feeling puzzled. Could it be that Su Long really had a lot of good things hidden away that they hadn't found? This would explain where Suemo got so much money. It turned out he was selling antiques. Qin Mengyao bit her lip, realizing she had misjudged him. She had said that Su Long was a history professor and a senior consultant for some archaeological team. How could he not have some antiques or something? When do you open? You must let me know, Feng Wei said with a smile. She didn't study antiques, but when a big client opened a shop, she would definitely send a flower basket or something to celebrate. Wait, what's your relationship with him? Li Yunran asked, a bit confused. He's my client. He's placed orders worth several hundred million with me, Feng Wei whispered in her ear. Ha! Li Yunran immediately thought it was nonsense, but then something occurred to her, and her expression turned strange. The several hundred million business you mentioned, is it legitimate? Is Suemo your boyfriend? She had seen Suemo buying lingerie at a high-end lingerie store that day. Could it be for Fong Wei? Their relationship must have been established for it to be like this. Thinking this way, everything clicked into place. Fong Wei's face darkened, finally realizing, Ran, you really are something else. It's a legitimate business, she said, puffing up with anger, wanting to bite off Li Yunran's ear, but we signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't say what he bought. Up until now, there were still items like bulletproof vests and helmets that hadn't been delivered. Oh, it's a secret, is it? Victoria's secret? Li Yunran teased, knowing she was just joking. Oh my, are you trying to get me killed? Stop talking. Fong Wei's face turned red. Suemo watched the two whispering to each other, their voices so low that outsiders could hardly hear. But his hearing had become exceptionally good, and he could still hear them clearly. He hadn't expected Li Yunran, who looked so pure, to have such impure thoughts. After the gift-giving segment ended, Old Tang arranged for everyone to go to the restaurant for dinner. After Suemo had eaten and drunk his fill, he strolled around the courtyard. Do you still hate me? Qin Mengyao followed him. What are you talking about? I never liked you that much anyway, so canceling the wedding is good for both of us, Suemo said, tossing fish food into the pond, attracting a group of chubby koi. I know you're still angry. The cancellation of the wedding was decided by my parents. I couldn't do anything about it. Qin Mengyao sighed softly. Suemo glanced at her, chuckling lightly with a hint of sarcasm. You're full already, so soon? Li Yunran walked over, leaning against Suemo and taking the fish food from his hand to throw it out. Seeing her completely ignore herself, and the ambiguous behavior between the two, Qin Mengyao turned and walked away angrily. Your ex-fiancé saw that you're not a poor loser and regretted it, huh? Want to get back together? Li Yunran smiled. Getting back together isn't quite the case, I just want to make up for it, Suemo replied, looking at her. I still have to thank you for pretending to be my girlfriend, making her give up. I just can't stand the Qin family's ways, Li Yunran said. Who is your girlfriend, anyway? The day she saw him buying lingerie, it wasn't for Fong Wei, so there must be someone else. She's an empress, Suemo said lightly. You mean a cosplay empress, right? Two-dimensional? You guys are quite playful. Let me see what she looks like. Li Yunran leaned over, looking at his phone. Sumo's face darkened. She had seen him buying lingerie. If he didn't admit to having a girlfriend, explaining would be troublesome. He simply pressed a button on his phone and handed it to her. The screensaver was a historical photo of Lin Shi. Is this your girlfriend? Li Yunran's eyes widened when she saw it. She's so beautiful. You can't deny it, she really has an imperial aura. This woman was very beautiful, and based on her analysis, this picture hadn't been edited. Don't say Suemo likes her, just looking at her is enough to like her. With her heroic demeanor, she can charm both men and women. She looks young, still in school. What's her name? Is she our junior? Li Yunran reluctantly returned the phone to him. No, Suemo shook his head. Are you worried your girlfriend will be taken away? Not saying anything is so boring. Li Yunran huffed and was about to turn away. But her foot slipped, and she was about to fall into the fish pond. Suemo reacted quickly, grabbing her hand and pulling her back. However, he slipped and fell, and Li Yunran ended up on top of him. Their eyes met, both a bit flustered. Are you all that desperate? Zhao Linger happened to walk out and saw this, fuming. Zhao Linger was already in a bad mood. After rear-ending Sumo's car yesterday, she had fantasized about something happening between them and felt secretly pleased to have discovered a treasure of a boy. Anyway, since Qin Mengyao had broken up with Suemo, it wouldn't matter if she made a move, she wouldn't be criticized for stealing her friend's boyfriend. But today, reality slapped her in the face. Suemo was richer than she thought, and crucially, he had a girlfriend and an amazing physique. Especially that pair in front, big and round, infuriatingly attractive. This made her very upset. Her mood was terrible. She had wanted to look at the fish but ended up seeing the two of them hugging on the ground. Suemo instinctively wanted to push Li Yunran up, but when he reached out, he felt a softness and elasticity. Big and firm, the sensation was excellent. What are you doing? Li Yunran was also stunned. She knew Suemo didn't mean it, but she had indeed been touched. Zhao Linger saw everything clearly. These two were truly shameless. Li Yunran hurriedly struggled to stand up, momentarily at a loss for words. Suemo got up, patted his clothes, and chuckled to cover the awkwardness. What were you saying just now? He changed the subject, looking at Zhao Linger. I said this is Tang Lao's house. It's not appropriate for you two to be hugging and touching here, Zhao Linger said coldly. Oh, and what does that have to do with you? Suemo looked at her. I just happened to see it and wanted to remind you. Zhao Linger left angrily. Looks like she has a crush on you, Li Yunran smiled. There are plenty of girls interested in me. Suemo didn't care. Don't talk about her, let's talk about what you just did to me. What now? Lee Yunran didn't want to let this slide. Although Suemo fell to save her, leading to what happened afterward, it was a different matter. If they didn't address it now, it would be even harder to bring up later. Besides, he already had a girlfriend, so it needed to be made clear. Suemo scratched the back of his head. How about you touch back? Have some shame. What do you have that's worth touching? Lee Yunran scoffed. What type of antiques do you like? I can keep an eye out for you, Suemo suggested. That's more like it. I don't know much about antiques, just look for something good, Lee Yunran said, fixing her hair. Sumo's suggestion was a way to give her an out, not that he was genuinely interested in an antique. If what happened between them were in a romance drama, they would definitely be treated as the main couple. Unfortunately, Suemo already had a stunning girlfriend. Okay, I'll definitely find something you'll like, Suemo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a coincidence, not something he intended to take advantage of. But it had to be said, Lee Yunran's figure was indeed impressive. No wonder many boys in college had fantasies about her. Alright, I'll remember that. Lee Yunran turned and swayed her way out. Suemo stayed for a while before returning to the dining room. He saw Zhao Linger and Qin Mengya whispering to each other and couldn't be bothered to engage with them. Let me tell you, Lee Yunran is probably his girlfriend. They really have no shame. Just now, Suemo even touched her chest. Zhao Linger exaggeratedly whispered to Qin Mengya. If she didn't say it out loud, she would end up with internal injuries. Are they that desperate? Qin Mengyao expressed her doubts. I saw it with my own eyes. If I hadn't been there, who knows what those two would have done, Zhao Linger pouted. They probably just started dating, otherwise they wouldn't be so clingy. Only new couples act like this, those who have been together for more than 6 months usually don't. Qin Mengyao fell silent. If that were the case, it meant Suemo was far wealthier than they thought. Otherwise, with Lee Yunran's taste, how could she possibly be interested in him, unless the Lee family wanted to recruit a son-in-law? Hey, why is your face so red when you come back? Where have you been? Feng Wei looked at Lee Yunran, a bit curious. Nothing at all, Lee Yunran hurriedly replied. Suemo just went out too. Did you two have something going on? Feng Wei teased, finally finding an opportunity after she had joked about herself earlier. What nonsense are you talking about? He has a girlfriend, Lee Yunran said. Oh, who is it? Feng Wei was very curious. I only saw a photo. She's so beautiful she doesn't seem of this world, and her aura is unique. Suemo won't say anything else, he's really stingy, Lee Yunran complained. Is she really that beautiful? Feng Wei was even more curious. Lee Yunran herself was a great beauty, and for her to give such high praise meant the girl was truly stunning. She really is beautiful, Suemo is just lucky, Lee Yunran affirmed. Suemo overheard the whispers of the women and felt a bit speechless. He glanced at his hand, reminiscing about the soft, warm, and bouncy feeling from earlier. Just then, Lee Yunran looked up at him, and her face instantly flushed. This guy was really shameless. Feng Wei noticed her change in expression, her eyes sparkling. It was clear the two had something going on. That little girl hadn't told the truth earlier. Xiaomo, as long as you let Huzi go, you can have whatever you want, as long as I can give it to you, Wang Yugui said, holding a wine glass and sitting next to Suemo. The things I want, you used to have, but now you don't, and you won't have them in the future either. Suemo glanced at him. There were many warm moments from his childhood with his uncle. He didn't know if Wang Yugui truly cared for him back then or if it was just for his mother's sake. People's hearts are inscrutable. When he learned that Wang Yugui had exploited his trust and drained their family's wealth, the familial bond between them was completely shattered. This was what he wanted most, but it was impossible to have it again. Xiaomo, your aunt only has Huzi as her child. If you go too far, you know your aunt's temper. I can't control it either, Wang Yugui said in a deep voice. Are you threatening me? Suemo sneered. Whatever methods you have, just bring them on. Wang Yugui saw that he was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, darkened his face, downed a glass of white wine in one gulp, and got up to leave. Xiaomo, I've heard about your issues with Wang Hu, Qin Yuan approached. Wang Hu isn't a bad kid, he's just impulsive. He didn't hit you, he just broke the door. It shouldn't be this serious. Oh, it has nothing to do with you, right? Suemo looked at him. It doesn't concern me, but I'm doing this for your own good. Leave some room for others. Qin Yuan said awkwardly. Ha, are you teaching me how to act? Suemo mocked. When they were seizing my family's property, did your family think about leaving room for others when they publicly wanted to cancel the wedding with me? Qin Yuan's face turned red from the retort, and he left without saying a word. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in antiques, please follow me to the exhibition hall. Tang Laobai had drunk quite a bit and was flushed, his face glowing. Everyone had nearly finished eating and began to rise, heading to see something new. Arriving at the adjacent exhibition hall, various antiques were displayed on the shelves. Everyone, look, these are 2 super nice items I've recently acquired. Tang Lao pointed to 2 blue and white porcelain vases under a glass cover. A floral and bird patterned fishtail vase, a peach bat patterned olive vase, whether in painting technique, color, or shape, all belong to top-notch works, definitely old, but I can't see through which dynasty they are from. Among the guests, a silver-haired old man, clearly an antique enthusiast, exclaimed repeatedly in admiration. From the Great Xia Kingdom, Old Tang replied with a smile. Ah, Old Tang, don't joke with me, the Great Xia Kingdom's existence is still unproven in history. The silver-haired old man was taken aback. Haha, it's being verified. The porcelain vase that Xiao Su gifted me today was made during the Changlo era, the reign title of the 3rd emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. These 2 blue and white porcelain vases are from the Zheng Tong era, all corresponding to the existing historical records of the Great Xia Kingdom, Old Tang said with a smile. We'll discuss this later. These 2 treasures are indeed remarkable. If you're willing to part with them, I would offer 200 million to buy the floral and bird patterned fishtail vase. The silver-haired old man's eyes widened. Old Xiao, you think you can pick up a bargain from me? I spent 500 million to buy these 2 blue and white vases from Xiao Su. Old Tang had indeed drunk too much and blurted it out. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Su Mo. They hadn't realized he was actually a billionaire. Especially some single young ladies in the crowd. The more they looked at Su Mo, the more handsome he appeared, their hearts fluttering. Brothers, look at what I'm eating, a big chicken leg, so delicious. And look at what I'm drinking, clean water, drink as much as you want, so sweet. Join the Great Xia, with good food and drink, don't follow Wu Xiaotu to your death. Yu Wendu received an order from Lin Shi to lead 100 knights to harass the barbarian camp. The barbarian granary had been burned, and it was a time of great turmoil for the troops. The barbarian soldiers watched him gnawing on a big chicken leg and drinking water, unable to help but swallow. They hadn't had meat in a long time and dreamed of tasting it. But now that the food had been burned, they could only go hungry. Although Wu Xiaotu said food would arrive soon, everyone thought it was just to comfort them. Even if the barbarian emperor promised food, the fastest transport would take 4 to 5 days, during which they would have to go hungry. Brothers, the Great Xia Empress said that as long as you surrender, you will be a warrior of the Great Xia, with the same food and drink treatment. Moreover, whoever is fortunate enough to kill Wu Xiaotu will receive a generous reward, a title of 1,000 households. Yu Wendu continued to shout. Since the barbarian granary was burned, Wu Xiaotu's bounty had been downgraded. Even so, the temptation of the title of 1,000 households was still considerable. Many soldiers, upon hearing this, were eager to act. Ever since Wu Xiaotu became the general, they had been unlucky. This guy really deserved to die. If they had the chance to kill him and join the Great Xia, they would have a life of wealth and honor. Yu Wendu, you are seeking death. Lu Shi led 500 knights out of the camp, pointing his spear at Yu Wendu. This guy not only betrayed the Barbarian Nation but also led people to burn the granary. Today he came to provoke them, which was truly despicable. General Lu, you are incredibly brave and should be a renowned general on the battlefield, but unfortunately under Wu Xiaotu, I estimate you won't have a good end. I advise you to join the Great Xia, and we can serve the Empress together. Yu Wendu said loudly. I am ashamed to associate with a traitor like you. Lu Shi snorted, since you came here seeking death today, then stay. With a wave of his hand, 500 knights charged forward. Yu Wendu took out a composite bow from his back, drew it back, aimed at one person in front, and shot an arrow that killed him. As expected of a gift from the Celestial Lord, truly effective. Before setting out, His Majesty had rewarded him with a full set of equipment, including an enhanced composite bow. He led everyone to retreat while shooting arrows back, using the composite bow's long range to kill the barbarian soldiers, while the enemy's arrows couldn't reach them at all. This was the experience General Long had told him, and it proved to be very useful. After running back for less than 2 kilometers, he had killed half of the enemy. Lu Shi looked at the composite bow with deep apprehension and chose not to continue the pursuit. Seeing this, Yu Wendu stopped retreating and turned back to continue provoking. For the first time, he felt that fighting under the crushing weight of weaponry was so easy and exhilarating. The strategy was simple: retreat when the enemy advanced, advance when the enemy retreated, and harass them repeatedly. Relying on the super long range of the enhanced composite bow, the opponent was helpless. If they sent out more cavalry, he could enjoy the beauty of the cannon salute. Yu Wendu, are you trying to get yourself killed? Have you thought about your family? Lu Shi couldn't stand his recklessness and shouted loudly. Born in a chaotic world, I have no control over my own fate. Yu Wendu replied, moreover, my closest relatives have already passed away, leaving me with no attachments. As for other relatives, the relationships were not good, and he couldn't care less about their lives or deaths. Lu Shi was somewhat speechless. When a person has no weaknesses, it is indeed hard to handle. General Lu, I have seen many things in the Daxia military camp with my own eyes, things that this world cannot possess, absolutely bestowed by the Celestial Lord. With the Celestial Lord's protection, Daxia will stand invincible. I advise you to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. It would be best to kill Wu Xiaotu before he comes. The treatment will definitely be much better than mine, Yuandu said with a smile. Stop spouting nonsense, Lu Shi shouted. In fact, he was also conflicted. The future was indeed bleak. If Wu Xiaotu retreated with his army, it would be better. Returning to the Barbarian Nation would at least provide something to eat. Continuing like this, he saw no hope at all. Now Wu Xiaotu could slaughter horses and eat meat, but the soldiers were still starving. He rode back to the camp, and upon reaching the large tent, he threw his sword to the guard. General Lu, according to the command of the Grand General, everyone must be thoroughly searched before entering the large tent. I apologize for the inconvenience. 2 guards carefully searched him from top to bottom. Lu Shi had no temper about it. Due to the failed assassination incident involving Yuandu, Wu Xiaotu was extremely lacking in a sense of security. The number of soldiers guarding the large tent had doubled, and anyone entering had to undergo strict searches, as if they wanted to squeeze every part of them. Yuandu is shouting outside the camp, riding a horse with that long-range bow. It's hard to pursue him, Lu Shi reported truthfully. Damn Yuandu! Wu Xiaotu's face was filled with anger. What else did he say? He said that anyone who defects to Daxia will be treated to good food and drink, and that anyone who kills you will be granted the title of 1,000 households. Damn it, has my head dropped in price? Wasn't it always a title of 10,000 households before? Wu Xiaotu cursed. Grand General, we are currently short on food, and the morale of the troops is already unstable. Yuandu is shouting outside, and I worry that some soldiers may not be able to endure their hunger and might defect. Lu Shi expressed his concerns. I have a plan. Why not send someone with 3,000 troops to pretend to surrender, find an opportunity to open the city gates, and we can charge in directly, achieving great success. Wu Xiaotu pondered for a moment. That's a good plan, but what if these people enter the city and get slaughtered by Daxia? Lu Shi asked. After all, Daxia now had 60,000 soldiers. 3,000 people would be like sheep entering a tiger's den, with no ability to resist, only to be slaughtered. If the brothers see that the result of surrendering is death, they won't think about surrendering again, and the morale will stabilize. 3,000 people would be worth dying for, Wu Xiaotu smiled. Mercy does not command troops. There can be no sacrifices on the battlefield. He had always been reluctant to retreat because he didn't want to waste his efforts. After finally capturing 13 cities in a row, as long as Yen City fell, they could strike directly at the heart and achieve an unprecedented great feat. He had not yet received a response to the plea for help he sent to the Barbarian Emperor. What if the Barbarian Emperor agreed to provide more food aid? Moreover, Prince Ning of the Western Wei had already led 100,000 elite soldiers toward here, and they could arrive in 3 to 5 days at the fastest. If he retreated now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If the plan went smoothly, with their internal and external cooperation to take Yen City, there would be no need to share the fruits of victory with Prince Ning. The risk is great, but it's worth a try. Lu Shi thought for a moment. Should we call everyone in to discuss it? No need. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Tonight, you will lead 3,000 men to defect to Yen City, saying it was also a failed assassination attempt on me, and I will send someone to pursue you to increase credibility, Wu Xiaotu said. What, is it me? Lu Shi was taken aback, cursing inwardly. This was clearly sending him to his death. Yes, I have high hopes for you. If you succeed this time, in the military, you'll be second only to one and above 10,000. Wu Xiaotu said with a smile. Lu Shi could only manage a bitter smile upon hearing this, while in his heart, he was warmly greeting the ancestors of the Wu family. This was a life and death situation. He might be beheaded as soon as he entered the city. General, I don't think I'm suitable for this. I'm not good at pretending, and I'm afraid it might cause problems and ruin your plan. Lu Shi tried to negotiate further. I've thought it through. You're the most suitable. Wu Xiaotu shook his head. You choose 3,000 trustworthy people, and act tonight. 2 vases sold for 500 million. Wang Yugui and Geng Bei exchanged glances, unable to comprehend where Su Mo's antiques came from. Could it really be that Su Long hid them away, not even telling them, always on guard against them? That Su Long's brother-in-law was too cunning, not even trusting them? Qin Mengyao bit her lip, feeling very unwilling. This wasn't just an asset of 500 million. It was real cash, 500 million. Among those present, the amount they could take out was probably no more than a handful. The concept of net worth and the amount one could actually produce were completely different. Just like Qin Yuan publicly claimed assets worth hundreds of millions, but his personal bank account definitely didn't have 10 million. The key was that Sumo had not only these antiques but also planned to open an antique shop, so he must have plenty of good stuff. Thinking about it this way, this guy was definitely wealthy. Qin Yuan pinched his thigh, pretending not to regret it would be a lie. No wonder Sumo had the confidence to refuse his offer to repay the food factory's debts. But then again, if Qin Mangyao could marry young Master Yi, Sumo's money wouldn't mean much. In Huaxia, just having money isn't enough, you also need power. Without influential people behind you, what future do you have? The Yi family was a super rich clan, deeply rooted, with both money and power, something Sumo couldn't compare to. I told you, he must be rich, Zhao Linger muttered. It's just a pity that he didn't fancy her. Why do men always like women with big breasts and curvy backsides? What's so good about that? It's just a burden. When running away, Feng Wei finally understood where Sumo's boldness came from. He was discussing business worth several hundred million and made decisions on the spot. 2 vases were worth 500 million, who knows how many antiques this guy has? Moreover, he was also doing export business, so he must be making quite a bit. Li Yunran was shocked. Sumo dressed so ordinarily, it turned out he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. If he hadn't bought the shop and the large flat from her, she would never have guessed he was wealthy. But she also didn't expect him to be this rich. So it was Sumo who sold it to you. This price is very reasonable. The silver-haired elder, old Chao, was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and looked at Sumo. Let's add each other as friends. When your antique shop opens, I must go. Today, the gift the young man sent to old Tang was worth millions, so there must be plenty of good stuff. Sumo added him as a friend, and it seemed old Chao was also quite powerful. When Xiaosu opens, everyone should go take a look. It shouldn't disappoint you, old Tang said with a smile. More people added Sumo as a friend. Whether they bought antiques or not, knowing a billionaire friend couldn't be a bad thing. Especially for some young girls, they were very enthusiastic. Zhao Linger was almost pouting to the sky, cursing a bunch of green tea bitches in her heart. After a while, Sumo received a call from the clothing factory, saying the clothes would be delivered to the food factory in an hour. He bid farewell to old Tang and was about to drive back. Brother Sumo, wait a moment. A young and beautiful woman in a yellow dress walked over. Yes, who are you? Sumo asked. I added you on WeChat just now in the room. My name is Tangi, the woman said softly. Oh, you're old Tang's granddaughter. Sorry, there were too many people adding me just now. Sumo smiled and said, do you need something from me? He took a closer look. Tangi was just over 20, her face still bearing a hint of a college student's innocence. But her chest was proudly upright, round and fair, with a deep, snowy valley. It was even larger than Li Yunran's, probably an E-cup. He recalled the former finance officer at the food factory, Chao Yi, whose chest was also impressively ample. Were all E-cups this big? I chatted with Sister Feng Wei, and she said you're now in the export business, Tang Yi said, brushing her hair aside, slightly covering her fair and deep valley. I'm currently in charge of sales for a drone company. I wonder if your overseas clients have any needs? Feng Wei hadn't mentioned what Sumo had bought, only talking about several hundred million in big orders, which made her feel eager. She had just graduated this year and was assigned to a secondary company for training, anxious to achieve results. The domestic industry was highly competitive, and going overseas was a good choice. We do need them. What models do you have? Sumo nodded. Since Tang Yi was selling drones, he could just buy from her in the future, without having to go to the mall. Thinking of the eager gaze of the sister at the mall's drone store, he was afraid that getting too close would lead to being devoured. That's great. I'll send you the introduction materials on WeChat shortly. You go ahead and get busy. I won't disturb you any longer, Tang Yi said with a smile, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Sumo nodded and then got into his car and left. So, did you reach an agreement? Feng Wei asked as she walked over. I saw he was in a hurry to leave, so I didn't want to take up too much of his time. He said he was also in the drone export business, Tang Yi said happily. If the business goes well later, don't forget your sister's kindness, Feng Wei said, gently wrapping her arms around Tang Yi's slim waist. Tang Yi was her uncle's daughter, and she was called De because she was older. If you can get rid of this nickname for me, there will naturally be benefits, Tang Yi said, removing her hand from her waist. Should I call you Xiaoyi? The key is, you're not small at all, Feng Wei teased, glancing at her chest, which was truly enviable. You're so annoying, humph, Tang Yi said, not wanting to engage with her, and returned to the hall. In the distance, Qin Mangyao and Qin Yuan witnessed everything. They couldn't hear what Tang Yi and Sumo were chatting about, but they saw the two laughing and talking. Even the granddaughter of Tang Lao expressed her fondness for Sumo. This guy was quite popular. Dad, did we make the wrong choice? Qin Mangyao felt very disappointed. Their family bore the reputation of being ungrateful, and they had broken off the engagement with Sumo just to avoid a burden. But today, they realized that Sumo was not a burden, he was a golden son-in-law. Don't think too much about it. What's done is done. You should get closer to young Master Yi. If you can marry into the Yi family, 100 Sumos wouldn't compare, Qin Yuan said softly. Regret was useless, given Sumo's attitude towards them, the possibility of reconciliation was too small. This guy held grudges, he was even going to send his cousin Wang Hu to prison. If he didn't take revenge on the Qin family, that would be good enough. So, it was better to give up on fantasies and look for new goals. Young Master Yi is notoriously flirtatious and unreliable, Qin Manga frowned. It was too difficult to make a playboy from a wealthy family settle down. Then let's look at other rich young men. You're so outstanding, you will definitely marry into a wealthy family, Qin Yuan smiled. Qin Manga opened her mouth to say something but ended up saying nothing. Suddenly, she recalled the day of their engagement, the happiness and joy they felt. Sumo had held her then, promising to treat her well for a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed, and many things had changed, including people. How wonderful it would be if life were always as it was at first sight. After returning to the food factory, Sumo received clothes, shoes, and fabrics, all sent to Linshi. He opened his phone and saw some drone models and introductions sent by Tangi. In addition to aerial photography drones, there were also various types for purposes like pesticide spraying. Sumo's heart stirred when he saw this. If he replaced the pesticide with gasoline, during a battle between two armies, flying a circle over the enemy and then igniting it. No wonder ancient battles favored fire, it really is effective. Not only can it kill enemies efficiently, but it also greatly saves the effort of cleaning the battlefield. There's no rush to buy it for now, this requires precise control. Otherwise, if it goes wrong and spills on his own people, it would be disastrous. He would consider buying it and sending it over once Lin Shi and the others are skilled at operating the drone. Sumo searched for suitable vegetables to plant after the autumn equinox. Giving someone fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. He couldn't keep buying ready-made supplies in large quantities, it would be a huge expense, and over time, he feared being targeted. From what he had learned during this time, the land conditions in that world were quite good. It was just severely lacking in water, which made farming impossible. Sumo checked the weather forecast, several cities in the south would experience heavy rain in the coming days. Perhaps he could find a reservoir or a lake to transport water for irrigation. However, he wasn't sure how much could be transported in one go with the leather bag, or if there were any limits. He knew nothing about this and needed to explore it slowly. Looking at the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Hello, is anyone there? At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Sumo glanced over, it was a young, attractive woman with a backpack, and beside her was a mountain bike. What do you want? Sumo asked warily. Hello, I came out for a bike ride, but I have a stomachache. Can I borrow your bathroom? The woman asked, holding her stomach. Oh, sure. Sumo opened the door, just go straight and turn right, that's the women's restroom. Thank you, the woman said and jogged over. After a while, she came out, her cycling top unzipped a bit, revealing a snowy white expanse. Handsome, can I have a bottle of water? I can pay, she said with a smile. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you. Sumo walked into the office. Just as he grabbed a bottle of mineral water, he saw the woman walk in. Didn't I tell you to wait? Sumo frowned, this woman was too casual. Sorry, I was too thirsty. The woman took the mineral water, opened it, and tilted her head back to drink. She drank too quickly, and some water splashed onto her chest. Oh no! The woman hurriedly took off her wet cycling jacket, revealing a black lace-trimmed bra underneath. Proud and perky, she was a woman hard to control with one hand. Sumo was confused. What was going on? Had he encountered a cycling beauty? Handsome, you're really good-looking and kind, giving me water to drink, the woman said, placing her clothes on the back of a chair and walking over. You, don't come any closer. Sumo stepped back a few paces, feeling something was off. This woman was quite attractive, especially her long, beautiful legs. If she were doing escort work, her income wouldn't be low, she probably wasn't here looking for a job. Handsome, relax, I'm just a little girl, how could I eat you? The woman giggled and sat down instead. You've used the bathroom, had your water, and it's getting late, you should head back, Sumo said. Handsome, you're really nice. I just want to give you a little treat, the woman said, reaching behind to unfasten her bra. What the hell? Sumo saw the two round, white mons pop out and felt not excitement but a sense of impending doom. He believed that there were no free lunches in the world, such a beautiful woman showing up at his door was unrealistic. Although he was handsome, it wasn't to the extent that women would become excited just by seeing him. Since it wasn't a free lunch, it must be a trap. Handsome, what are you afraid of? I'm not scared at all, the woman said, kicking off her shoes and about to take off her pants. No, what are you doing? I'm telling you, I don't like women. Sumo hurriedly shouted. I'm not the one you've experienced yet, soon you'll know how wonderful women can be. She took off her pants, leaving only a sexy, semi-transparent white lace thong. Upon seeing this, Sumo felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. It was a natural bodily reaction. You still say you don't like it, you're just being hypocritical. The woman, surprised by the extent to which he was propped up, covered her mouth. Such a size was rare to see in the country. After saying this, she excitedly walked over. Stop, Sumo hurriedly said, grabbing a piece of clothing to cover his groin. Handsome, don't be nervous. I actually have a bit of a sexual addiction. I can't help it when I see someone attractive. I have no other thoughts, let's just have some fun. The woman quickly approached him. No thanks, I have a cleanliness obsession. Sumo quickly replied. I'm very clean, fragrant even. If you don't believe me, just smell, it's milky sweet. If you go against a woman's will, that's against the law, you know. Just behave, and I promise you'll be comfortable. The woman leaned closer, licking her lips. Sumo's face darkened. What the hell does she mean by going against a woman's will? He wanted to run out, but thinking of all the antiques and leather bags in the office made him hesitate. Just then, the woman had already rushed over to hug him and was about to unzip his pants. Get off me! Sumo pushed her away. He then suddenly picked her up and threw her out of the office, tossing her bag, clothes, and shoes after her. I don't know what your intentions are, put your clothes on and get out. Sumo said coldly. You assaulted me, I'm calling the police. The woman took out her phone and dialed 110. Sumo watched her change her face faster than flipping a book and knew she definitely had ulterior motives. The woman sat on the ground, refusing to put on her clothes, waiting for the police to arrive. More than 10 minutes later, a male and female police officer arrived. Officer Tang, it's you, Sumo said with a smile upon seeing the female officer who had arrested Wang Hu. What's going on? Tang Wan glanced at the woman sitting on the ground. Police officer, you have to stand up for me. I just came in to use the restroom and asked for a bottle of water, and he had the audacity to have lewd thoughts, forcibly stripped me, and tried to assault me. The woman pointed at Sumo, tears streaming down her face. Wow, that acting is impressive. You must have been in the business before, right? Sumo thought, still somewhat admiring her. The tears fell as if on cue, better than some popular stars' performances. Did he succeed? Tang Wan asked. No, when I was left with just my underwear, I took the chance to run out of the office and called you. He didn't dare to touch me again. The woman wiped her tears. What do you have to say for yourself? Tang Wan looked at Sumo. Attempted rape could lead to several years in prison. Moreover, such matters were hard to verify unless the male could provide strong evidence to prove his innocence. So all this time, your goal was to get me locked up, right? Wang Yugue or Gungbei must have hired you. Sumo finally realized what the woman was up to. He was certain that Wang Yugue or Gungbei had sent the woman. If he had a relationship with her, she would likely claim he raped her. If nothing happened, she would accuse him of indecency or attempted rape. Either way, they wanted to find a way to get him arrested, thus giving them leverage for negotiation. They likely wanted to use this incident to save Wang Hu from prison. They might even take the opportunity to search for antiques at the food factory while he was locked up. What a clever scheme! If it weren't for his strong self-control, they would have succeeded. The people you mentioned, I don't know any of them. You're the one who wanted to come in, I didn't want to send you in. The woman said, feeling wronged. Ha, clearly, you wanted me to go in. I even said I have a cleanliness obsession, and you still insisted on seducing me, Sumo snorted. You're the one who insisted on coming in, I wouldn't let you, and you just wanted to assault me. The woman's tears fell again. What are you two doing coming in and out? Just talk it out. Tang Wan found it inexplicable. The male police officer beside her couldn't help but laugh. She kept taking off her clothes, claiming she has a sex addiction and wants to have relations with me. I clearly refused, Sumo said, shrugging his shoulders, feeling quite helpless. He was the victim, almost getting into a dirty situation. Tang Wan glanced at him, then at the woman, her expression strange. This woman was quite attractive, how could she be so desperate? But based on her experience in handling cases, sometimes the more outrageous things were, the more likely they were true. Writing novels requires logic, but reality does not. What's your name? Tang Wan asked the woman. Ma Yuan, the woman replied honestly. She knew she would have to give a statement later, so she had to use her real name. Ma Yuan, what you two are saying is completely opposite. You say he tried to rape you, and he says you seduced him. Tang Wan looked at her. Do you have any injuries or marks? If she was going to be raped, she should have resisted, leaving some traces. No, at first I was very scared and didn't dare to resist. Later, I found an opportunity to run out and call the police. Ma Yuan responded quickly. So you say she seduced you. Do you have any evidence? Tang Wan looked at Suemo. Ma Yuan had some issues, but Suemo needed to prove his innocence. Otherwise, they could only follow procedure and arrest him first. Yes, I have plenty, Suemo nodded, taking out his phone. Please watch the video. There were no cameras inside the office, but there were at the door. The sounds of their conversation inside could be heard on the surveillance video. As Tang Wan and the male officer watched the video, they saw the woman actively walking into the office. As they continued to listen to the conversation, their expressions changed dramatically. When they saw her being thrown out by Suemo, they concluded she was lying. Ma Yuan, making a false report carries consequences, do you know that? Tang Wan asked coldly. I just thought he was handsome and wanted to have some fun with him. He rejected me, and my self-esteem was severely hurt, so I called the police out of anger, Ma Yuan said, her face turning bright red as she realized there was surveillance. Tang Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did she really think they were fools? A woman goes to a stranger's house, thinks he's handsome, and wants to sleep with him. When she doesn't get what she wants, she calls the police out of anger? Even a brainless drama wouldn't dare to write that. Put your clothes on and let's go to the police station, Tang Wan said. No, please, it was my fault. I really have a sex addiction, but I'm not a bad person, Ma Yuan finally panicked. Whether you're a bad person or not, you can't just say it yourself, Tang Wan sneered. Ma Yuan hurriedly put on her clothes, trying to figure out how to escape. She wanted to get Suemo in trouble but didn't want to get herself caught. Not daring to betray her employer and unwilling to part with the final payment, she could only think of ways to tough it out. Tang Wan didn't give her a chance to escape and took her away in a police car. Damn it, Wang Yugue, you're really something. Suemo cursed under his breath. In the afternoon, Lin Shi received many clothes, shoes, and fabrics sent by the Celestial Lord. My goodness, what kind of fabric is this shoe made of? It's so comfortable to wear. Yang Zhomei exclaimed as she put on a pair of sneakers, feeling as if she were walking on clouds. Lu Mulan wore a beautiful yellow long dress and had the emperor take a lovely photo of her. The clothes and shoes bestowed by the Celestial Lord were uniquely designed, available in various colors, comfortable to wear, and of high quality. Lin Shi instructed the 5 generals to each choose 5 sets of clothes and shoes, with the rest distributed to the soldiers. If any soldiers couldn't find suitable clothes, they would have the tailor make some. The Celestial Lord had sent so much fine fabric that it filled several rooms. Lin Shi arranged for the tailor to make 2 sets of clothes for Nian Di. The clothing sent by the Celestial Lord was all adult-sized. Perhaps he hadn't considered that there were children in the military camp. That evening, just after finishing the delicious food provided by the Celestial Lord, they received news that the barbarian general Lu Shi was leading 3,000 soldiers to surrender. Lin Shi personally went up to the city wall and saw Lu Shi and others kneeling at the foot of the city, with thousands of people behind them, and more than 500 horses. The pursuing barbarian army behind them had suffered hundreds of casualties from the arrows of the soldiers on the city wall and retreated in anger. Lu Shi, are you truly surrendering or is it a feigned surrender? Lin Shi asked. This time was different from Yuandu. Lu Shi had brought too many people. If they entered the city and rebelled, it would be quite dangerous. Your Majesty, I sincerely surrender. Tonight, I intended to behead Wu Shaotu to earn your reward of the title of 1,000 household leader, but unfortunately, he discovered my plan, and I could only flee with my men, Lu Shi said loudly. Lin Shi called Yuandu over to assess the situation. General Lu Shi, I advised you to surrender before, and you scolded me fiercely. Why did you take action tonight? Yuandu was also uncertain. Lu Shi was highly skilled in martial arts and very formidable, with a higher prestige in the army than him. Suddenly bringing troops to surrender indeed raised suspicions. If I didn't scold you in front of the army, Wu Shaotu would surely know I had ulterior motives and would have killed me, Lu Shi said helplessly. After returning to the army, the more I thought about what you said, the more reasonable it seemed. Wu Shaotu is not worth following. Following him is a dead end, so I decided to assassinate him tonight, but unfortunately, I failed. Oh, but what about your family in the barbarian country? You have 5 beautiful concubines and more than 10 children. Aren't you afraid of being implicated and executed? Yuandu asked. Before the army set out to attack the Great Xia, I had my wife take them back to our hometown in Demeng. My close relatives are not in the barbarian country, Lu Shi said slowly. Yuandu's face darkened, unsure whether to believe him. If this were true, this guy was indeed quite cunning. Your Majesty, I can't discern whether he is truly surrendering or feigning surrender, Yuandu said with a bitter smile. The barbarian army had great grievances against Wu Xiaotu, and with no food to eat, a rebellion was within reason. However, Lu Shi held an important position in the army, and his betrayal was unexpected. "General Lu, you all put down your weapons and bind your hands," Lin Shi said after some thought. Lu Shi instructed everyone to comply immediately. The great Xia Empress would certainly not trust them. He felt quite anxious, wondering if they would be killed soon. But thinking further, worrying was useless. Now, people were the knife and the butcher, and he was the fish, ready to be slaughtered. This was his fate, and one must accept their fate. After Lin Shi saw that they were bound, she first ordered someone to lead away the horses. Then, 10,000 fully armed soldiers surrounded Lu Shi and the others. "General Lu, your feigned surrender has too many loopholes. You want to sneak into the city under the guise of surrendering and then collaborate from within and outside to break the city, right?" Lin Shi said coldly. "Your Majesty, we truly came to surrender, not to feign surrender." Lu Shi felt a chill run through him. Could it be that he would be killed today? "Ha, I don't believe you." Lin Shi looked down at them. "Kill." Lu Shi was shocked. He never expected Lin Shi would order their execution. It didn't matter if he died, but his 3,000 brothers would die in vain, and he couldn't face them in the afterlife. "Your Majesty, we are truly sincere in our submission. We hope you can give us a chance." Lu Shi shouted loudly, not resisting. Now that they had bound their hands, any resistance would mean losing their heads immediately. The barbarian soldiers, watching the great Xia soldiers raise their long swords, closed their eyes in despair. They had no idea what was happening. They had come to surrender with Lu Shi. Only a few trusted confidants knew about Lu Shi's plan with Wu Xiaotu. Surrendering inexplicably and being executed inexplicably was indeed a bit ridiculous. It was better than the brothers who were burned to death during the last siege. At least they were cremated as a whole. They would probably soon have their heads severed. "Wait a moment, how will you prove it?" Lin Shi looked at him. "General Yuan burned the barbarian army's granary to prove his sincere allegiance. You also need to provide a token of your loyalty." She didn't actually intend to kill them. She wanted to scare them a bit to see. "Well, actually, Wu Xiaotu did indeed ask me to feign surrender. I was just playing along. I have long wanted to pledge allegiance to your Majesty," Lu Shi said hurriedly. The blend of truth and falsehood can make people believe more easily. "First, we must survive." "Oh, what is Wu Xiaotu's plan?" Lin Shi asked. "Just as you think, he intends to let us enter the city and then find an opportunity to open the city gates," Lu Shi replied honestly. "Oh, even so, I still cannot trust you," Lin Shi said. "Let him come in alone first." Lu Shi was taken alone to the military tent in the city. "Your Majesty, I can have someone inform Wu Xiaotu that there will be an opportunity to open the city gates tomorrow to lure them in, and then we can ambush and shoot them." Lu Shi knelt down and said sincerely. Now he didn't even know if he was human or ghost. He just wanted to survive with his brothers. Moreover, he was genuinely very dissatisfied with Wu Xiaotu. That bastard had him come to deceive the surrender, clearly intending to send him to his death. "If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. This plan of his, whether or not it kills Wu Xiaotu, has no way out. It can be tried," Lin Shi said, allowing him to be untied. "I will arrange your 3,000 subordinates." Lin Shi waved his hand, and Xiang Long went to bring all 3,000 barbarian soldiers into the city. Every 100 men formed a team, integrated into the other great Xia army. They were not given any weapons, and there were always people supervising them. However, they were provided with meals tonight, each receiving a bowl of pork stew with vermicelli and 2 large steamed buns. The barbarian soldiers devoured their food. It was so delicious that they almost ate their bowls too. Lu Shi was provided with a separate military tent, and besides the same meals as the ordinary soldiers, he also received a small plate of beef and a bottle of beer. Is the supply of great Xia so abundant? Lu Shi couldn't believe it, saliva dripping. He hadn't eaten so lavishly in a long time. All bestowed by the Celestial Lord, the soldiers of Great Xia usually eat this, and even better than this. Regardless of whether your allegiance this time is true or false, as long as you sincerely submit to Great Xia in the future, His Majesty will greatly reuse you, Yuendu said with a smile, pointing at the beer. "This is called beer, it's very good to drink." Lu Shi took a sip of beer, and indeed it was very refreshing. Looking at the bottle, he didn't know what material it was made of. It was transparent and beautiful, definitely unlike anything from their world. As Lu Shi ate and drank, his eyes couldn't help but moisten. It was so damn delicious. If he could eat this every day in the Great Xia army, it wouldn't take long for those 3,000 soldiers to completely submit. Compared to the meals now, the life in the barbarian army was simply not human. Even though they had captured 13 cities and seized some grain, there was basically no vegetables or meat. In a time of great drought and famine, people had to conserve water, let alone have extra to irrigate vegetables. Does the Celestial Lord really exist? Lu Shi still found it somewhat ridiculous. Of course, look, these are the shoes bestowed by the Celestial Lord today, Yuenda said, lifting his foot to reveal his black and white sneakers. These shoes are really nice, the soles are so thick, and there are holes on the upper, they must be very breathable. Lu Shi looked on with great envy. He was currently wearing leather boots, which were unbearably hot, and after a day, his feet would be blistered. Only commanders were qualified to wear leather boots, ordinary soldiers wore straw sandals, which would wear out after a short distance. They're very comfortable, every soldier has them, Yuenda said. Brother Lu, with the Celestial Lord's protection over Great Xia, we cannot be defeated. Surrender early, enjoy blessings early. Just think about the recent battles. The weapons used by the soldiers of Great Xia had never appeared in this world before. Lu Shi fell completely silent. Everything he had seen and heard after entering the city had completely overturned his thoughts. If there really is a Celestial Lord, what use is there for the barbarian army? Your Majesty, why not just kill them all directly? Why keep them and waste food? In the military tent, Xiang Long asked. What we need to do is not only repel Wu Xiaotu and his men but also reclaim lost territory and even expand our borders. Lin Shi looked at him. Are we to be like the barbarian army, slaughtering everything in our path? Xiang Long fell silent. If that were the case, what difference would there be between them and the barbarian army? If we kill Lu Shi and the others, the barbarian army will see that surrender also means death, and their morale will solidify, fighting us to the bitter end, Lin Shi continued. If we accept them, the barbarian army might see that many will continue to defect to us. Of course, we won't support them for free, we will have them lead the charge in battle. It was inevitable that the Great Xia would counterattack, and casualties were also inevitable. There are no wars without death. To achieve unification again, it was essential to balance grace and power, rather than indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Your Majesty is wise. Xiang Long admired this greatly. According to his nature, he would have preferred to kill them all. Your Majesty, when shall we strike? Lu Mulan asked. Should we take advantage of tomorrow night and attack the barbarian army's camp? Based on the information provided by Lu Shi today, Prince Ning of the Western Wei was already on his way to Yin City, bringing with him 100,000 elite troops. They were known for their expertise in siege warfare, and pressure would soon mount again. It would be better to take this opportunity to eliminate Wu Xiaotu and his men first. Wait a bit longer, I have already written to the king of the western regions to intercept Prince Ning, Lin Shi said. Initially, getting various lords to support Yin City was met with complaints about the long journey, lack of water, and food shortages, making it impossible for the army to travel far. Now that the Great Xia had achieved consecutive victories in Yin City, he hoped the lords would show some insight. The territory of the king of the western regions was not far from the route Prince Ning would take to Yin City. If he did not heed the call this time, he would be the first to be executed. As long as the king of the western regions could intercept or harass Prince Ning, delaying them would suffice. The barbarian army lacked food. At most, they could hold out for 3 days. Once the soldiers could no longer endure, chaos would inevitably ensue. Tomorrow night, they would assess the situation. If Lu Shi could indeed trick Wu Xiaotu into coming, they could shoot him on the spot and take the initiative to strike, breaking through their lines. Ma Yuan was arrested by the police, but fortunately, she didn't say anything. Inside the villa, Gung Bei sipped her tea, worried. She had spent 50,000 yuan to have Ma Yuan seduce Su Mo. As long as the two ended up in bed, they could accuse him of rape. If Su Mo did not loosen his grip on Wang Hu's matter, they would use this to their advantage and send him to prison. Unexpectedly, Su Mo was not fooled, which surprised them. A hot-blooded young man, faced with a beautiful woman, could actually resist temptation. Was he still a man? Worse than a beast. What are you messing around with? Wang Yugue scolded with a stern face. He had not known about this matter beforehand. Why are you yelling at me? I'm trying to get Tiger out. If you have the ability, go handle it yourself. Gung Bei's anger flared even more. She hadn't told Wang Yugue out of concern that he would disagree due to family ties. But she couldn't wait. Just thinking about her son suffering in detention made her desperate to find a way to get him out quickly. Sumo's attitude was so resolute, determined to have her son sentenced, she had no choice but to resort to such means. By doing this, how can I face my sister? Wang Yugue was furious. You could find someone to scare him, maybe that would work. Why do you have to send him to prison too? Ha! If you have the ability, you go do it. I won't care anymore. If my son really gets sentenced to prison, we'll get a divorce, and you can be with that vixen. Gung Bei huffed. Wang Yugue had been playing around outside for years, and she had turned a blind eye, unwilling to make a fuss. But her son was different, he couldn't suffer such a great injustice. What nonsense are you talking? Wang Yugue roared, smashing a teacup on the ground. Nonsense! Gung Bei jumped up like an activated hen, Do you think I don't know about you and your little secretary? When there's work, you have a secretary. When there's no work, you have a secretary, right? You've changed 3 secretaries in 3 years. The first 2 became managers of secondary companies, and when you got bored, you promoted them and sent them away, right? And your first love, who looked down on you back then, is now trying to seduce you because you're successful. You're just as cheap. Does she really like you? She just thinks you have a bit of money. Be careful, don't let her husband catch you, or he'll chop that thing off. And you, going to nightclubs every few days, you're about to be drained dry by those vixens. It's been over a year since you've touched me. 3 months ago, you secretly kept a college girl on the side. You better pray she doesn't get pregnant, or else, She knew all about these things, just too lazy to say anything. When Sumo's parents were still alive, he was somewhat honest. After they were gone, and he took control of the company, he completely let himself go. She had held it in for over 3 years, and now she finally spoke up. If they were to divorce, she could get a large sum of money and easily find a young stud. This is all your own imagination. I go to nightclubs for business, clients like that sort of thing. How can I not accompany them? Wang Yugue lit a cigarette, trying to downplay it, but he was already sweating profusely. Enough, I'm not interested in your nonsense. Don't bother explaining. Within a week, if you can't bring Tiger back, this family is done for. Suemo received a call from Tang Wan, saying that Ma Yuan insisted she only had lustful thoughts because he was handsome and had no other intentions. No one hired her, that was Suemo slandering her. Helpless, they criticized her and let her go. Suemo didn't pursue it further because he had no solid evidence proving that Wang Yugue or Gung Bei had hired Ma Yuan. This incident served as a reminder that the couple would not give up easily to save Wang Hu. He would never relent on this. Let their beloved son go to prison for some education. He had to be more careful in the future, not letting them catch any weaknesses. Sumo called Di Weigui to ask about his sister's condition and whether he could come back to work. The antique shop was about to open, and the food factory needed someone to oversee it. Di Weigui said he could start any time, but for now, he can only work the night shift since he had to take care of his sister during the day. A few days ago, he contacted a comrade named Li Wu, who was very reliable, had been a special forces soldier, and was 27, able to work the day shift. Suemo asked him to send a WeChat message and come for an interview at 10 the next morning. The next morning, at 9:50, a man about 1.70 meters tall with a buzz cut appeared at the entrance of the food factory. You must be Li Wu. Suemo opened the door and asked with a smile. Yes, it's me. Hello, Boss Su, Li Wu hurriedly replied. Suemo took him to the conference room, chatted briefly, and said it was good to go. The monthly salary is 8,000, after deducting the 5 insurances and 1 fund, from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, Suemo said. Do you have any other requirements? There was a security room at the entrance of the food factory, equipped with air conditioning and a simple bed. There was a cafeteria inside with everything needed for cooking. No, it's good, very good, Li Wu said. It was tough to find a high-paying job in Yunhai, and Suemo offered a good salary. Including the 5 insurances and 1 fund, it would be over 10,000 a month. Alright, let me know when you can start, Suemo asked. I'll come in the afternoon, I need to go home and pack my things, Li Wu replied. Okay, just come in the afternoon to change the door, I'll show you how to use it, Suemo said. The original food factory had a big iron door with a lock, not the kind of retractable door commonly seen now. The new door Suemo installed wasn't a retractable one either, it was a sturdier double-opening brass door, equipped with a motor and pulley, operable by remote control. In the future, when trucks came in and out, the security could use the remote to open and close it. A small door was also installed next to the main entrance, which would have facial recognition for employees to enter and exit. The food factory would eventually restart operations. He was already looking into the most advanced equipment, aiming to use as many automated production lines as possible to reduce the number of workers. It wasn't just to save on wages, but because having too many people around was not good. After Li Wu left, he drove to the antique shop, which was already in the final stages of renovation. The decor was grand and elegant, making it very comfortable to look at. In a few days, it would be open for business. Several cabinets of antiques from the food factory would be moved here then. Lu Shur had a restless night, dreaming that someone had chopped off his head. He stepped out of the military tent and saw the soldiers of the Great Xia wearing new clothes and new shoes, feeling envious. The 3,000 soldiers he brought had already been split into various teams. He completely understood Lin Shi's approach, but this meant he was left alone. General Lu, His Majesty invites you to breakfast, Xiang Long said coldly as he approached. He looked down on Lu Shur from the bottom of his heart, but His Majesty wanted to keep him around. Lu Shur was taken aback and entered a large tent where Lin Shi and several generals were present. Usually, they ate in the courtyard, but it was impossible for Lu Shi and the others to know about the courtyard, so they moved the meal to the military tent today. General Lu, this is youtiao, baozi, stuffed pancakes, soy milk, tofu pudding, and egg soup. Choose what you like and help yourself, Lin Shi said, pointing to a pile of food on the table. Thank you for the meal, Your Majesty. Lu Shi knelt on the ground, filled with gratitude. He was also secretly amazed at how well the great Xia ate. There were so many varieties for breakfast. Get up and eat, Lin Shi smiled. Lu Shi took 2 baozi and a serving of soy milk. Naturally, this wouldn't fill him up, but he didn't want to appear like a glutton in front of everyone. According to the plan, you need to lure Wu Xiao to here tonight. How will you implement it? Lin Shi asked. I will find a spy in the army to relay the message, telling Wu Xiao to act tonight, Lu Shi replied. The last assassination attempt on Lin Shi had exposed many of their spies, but fortunately, there were still a few left. Oh, who are the spies? Lin Shi inquired. I know of 2 who are still alive, one is called Zheng Qi and the other Wang Zhou, Lu Shi said respectfully. But last night I mentioned that I was sent by Wu Xiao to feign surrender, and I'm worried they might tell Wu Xiao that I betrayed him. You don't need to worry about that. Zheng Qi and Wang Zhou are part of my team. They have been in close training with the composite Bao these days and haven't interacted with anyone else, Han Jian said. I can end their close training today, so you will have the opportunity to contact them and let them relay the message. These 2 usually took turns guarding the city, and Han Jian didn't fully trust them, so they hadn't been equipped with composite bows or soft armor in the early stages. In previous battles with the barbarian army, they hadn't been sent to guard the city walls either. That's great. Lu Shi's worries vanished. Perhaps he could really trick Wu Xiao into coming. Well, discuss the details with General Han Jian. If you manage to kill Wu Xiao tonight, it will be a great achievement, Lin Shi said. She left the large tent and returned to the courtyard. Seeing a letter from the Heavenly Sovereign, it stated that tomorrow they would be granted unified soldier uniforms, 2 sets for each person. They would also receive some food and vegetable seeds, and they should dig a place for water storage first. It would be even better if Yen City had a reservoir, so they could directly transfer water into it. Lin Shi thought for a moment and wrote a letter back to Su Mo. Besides the usual thanks, she mentioned that there was a large lake in Yen City, but it was currently dry. If it could be filled with water, it could irrigate vegetables and grains. The Heavenly Sovereign replied that they would conduct a few experiments in the next couple of days to see if they could control the water being transferred. Concerned that he might transfer an entire lake of water and that she wouldn't control it well, Lin Shi worried about flooding the military camp. Lin Shi sighed at how meticulous the Heavenly Sovereign was. By noon, she went to inspect the camp and found General Han Jian directing soldiers to dig pits at the city gate. Your Majesty, we have set the bait, just waiting for Wu Xiao to take the hook, Han Jian said with a smile. Once the 2 spies met with Lu Shi and relayed the message, they would be controlled. Well, to ensure everything goes perfectly, you should plan more. Lin Shi nodded, leaving the specifics to them. She only needed to control the general direction and give Han Jian and the others her full trust. When night fell completely, Wu Xiao led his troops to approach again. They marched in a grand formation, stopping 500 meters from the city wall. They were all terrified of the composite bows, those things were too powerful. Wu Xiao, are you really going to fight to the death? Lin Shi received the message and stood on the city wall. Heh, I fight every day. Wu Xiao snorted, brothers, if we can't take Yen City today, we will starve to death. Once we break Yen City, there will be plenty of food, water, and women. Charge. The barbarian soldiers knew there was no way back. It was either death in battle or death by starvation. Under the cover of archers, the siege team pulled their siege equipment to the base of the city wall and began to climb. Xinbu was one of them. He was cursing as he climbed the ladder. Cursing could temporarily make one forget fear. Just then, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, followed by a crisp sound. A series of lights flickered in his eyes, and then a sea of fire engulfed him. Lin Shi ordered more Molotov cocktails to be thrown down, burning the first wave of attackers. Xinbu did not scream, nor did he even feel pain. In the last moment of his consciousness, he regretted being a traitor. Otherwise, within Yen City, there would have been rewards from the Emperor, and life would have been so comfortable. One misstep led to another, costing him his life, a self-inflicted punishment. Xinbu became a human torch, falling from the ladder, his body engulfed in flames. No one noticed him because, at that moment, below Yen City, it had once again turned into a hell of fire, with screams echoing continuously. The 5,000 soldiers who first attacked the city were all buried in the sea of flames. Why hasn't Lu Shi opened the city gate yet? Wu Xiao frowned, a very bad premonition rising in his heart. Could it be that Lu Shi really betrayed him? These attackers were merely cannon fodder, meant to attract the attention of the Great Xia and create conditions for Lu Shi to open the gate. Watching these men die tragically, he knew sending more would be futile. With the Molotov cocktails in play, the city could not be breached. Especially now, during a great famine, there wasn't even enough water to drink, let alone to extinguish fires. Just as he hesitated whether to continue or withdraw, the heavy city gate suddenly opened a crack. Charge! Wu Xiaotu was overjoyed upon seeing this and ordered the second siege team to charge. The soldiers cursed his ancestors but had no choice but to rush forward. With the commander present, who dared to hesitate? They would face military law immediately. Creak! Lu Shi and a group of men dressed in barbarian clothing pushed the city gate open. General, hurry, we can't hold on any longer. Lu Shi shouted loudly. Brothers, the city gate is open, kill your way into Yin capital, kill them all. Wu Xiaotu was ecstatic upon seeing this, directing the army to charge in. The barbarian soldiers were also overjoyed. The tall city walls had made them despair, but now that the gate was open, the opportunity had come. The closest group of siege barbarians rushed into the city, engaging in a fierce battle with the Great Xia soldiers. Wu Xiaotu did not charge immediately. He stood on his horse, directing the barbarian army to enter the city. He let the Molotov cocktails rain down from above as the barbarian soldiers surged in like madmen. General, it worked, our plan worked. Lu Shi stood by the gate, waving his hands vigorously. Left and right deputies, lead 30,000 elite soldiers in. Seeing more and more barbarian soldiers entering the city, Wu Xiaotu confirmed it was not a trap and ordered the deputies to charge and clear the way. For nearly 60 years, in close combat on the front lines, they had never lost to the Great Xia. The left and right deputies rode their horses, leading the army through the city gate. Release! Xiang Long shouted coldly. A heavy stone plate weighing thousands of pounds had long been suspended above the city gate, and as the rope was cut, the stone plate fell heavily. It struck one of the barbarian deputy commanders, along with more than 10 barbarian soldiers. With a thunderous crash, the trap on the ground collapsed as the stone slab fell, damaging the wooden support structure, and the entire ground caved in. The barbarian soldiers fell into a pit 5 to 6 meters deep, their bodies pierced by sharp wooden stakes. Due to inertia, the soldiers behind them continued to rush forward, and by the time they realized there was a giant pit ahead, it was too late to stop, as they were pushed down by those behind them. This large pit was sloped, 4 to 5 meters deep at the front, and over 10 meters deep at the back. The soldiers who rolled down from the front, except for those who were impaled at the bottom and unable to move, would roll down passively. Those who were not pierced by the stakes would be shot by the arrows of the Great Xia. Those who had narrowly escaped felt a sudden heat, as incendiary bottles fell again. This pit, 200 meters long and 50 meters wide, became a massive furnace. By the time the barbarian army fully reacted, nearly 20,000 soldiers had perished in the flames. The remaining soldiers turned to flee towards the city, only to be shot down by arrows. Less than a few hundred managed to escape to Wu Xiaotu's side. General, it was all his traps, Lu Shi betrayed us, shouted a returning soldier in anger. Retreat! Wu Xiaotu had no time to curse Lu Shi, as he saw fully armed Great Xia soldiers coming out from the side gate, ready to pursue them. Hee, Wu Xiaotu, don't run if you're carrying birds. Han Jian shouted loudly, leading 20,000 elite soldiers in pursuit. Wu Xiaotu dared not respond, having his men cover his retreat. Quick! The one in the black python robe is Wu Xiaotu, kill him and the emperor will grant you the title of 1,000 households. Han Jian shouted. The great Xiao warriors, as if fueled by adrenaline, wielded the great swords bestowed by the celestial lord, slaughtering the barbarian soldiers as easily as chopping melons. Fully armed, their swords could not pierce the soft armor of the enemy, and even the force was reduced by more than half. Meanwhile, the great Xiao's swords easily severed their long knives and iron swords, cutting through like mud, beheading them with a single stroke. Wu Xiaotu saw his men falling one by one behind him and hurriedly took off his black python robe. Damn it! Why was the moon so bright today, making their escape even more difficult? The one wearing the silver helmet is Wu Xiaotu. A sharp-eyed great Xia soldier shouted. Wu Xiaotu quickly threw away his helmet and desperately whipped his horse's rear. The one riding the white horse is also Wu Xiaotu. Someone shouted loudly. A trusted aide quickly caught up with Wu Xiaotu and switched horses with him. Protect the general, protect! Some aides shouted loudly, but before they could finish, they felt their vision suddenly widen. It turned out their head had been severed and was flying through the air. Kill Wu Xiaotu, grant him the title of 1,000 households. The great Xia soldiers knew that the emperor always kept his word and would never deceive them. This was the first time they took the initiative to attack, and they were all extremely excited. Wu Xiaotu was terrified, his face pale, fleeing in panic. As he neared the military camp, he saw sparks flying everywhere. Ha, Wu Xiaotu, Grandpa Yuan has been waiting for you for a long time. Yuan Du, riding a horse and leading 5,000 men, exuded a murderous aura. Lu Mulan, using a drone, saw Wu Xiaotu leave the military camp, and Lin Shi sent him to quietly lead 5,000 men out of the city to circle around, arriving at the barbarian army's camp. After shooting down the thousands of barbarian soldiers guarding the camp and looting useful goods, they set the camp ablaze. They did not retreat but waited there specifically for Wu Xiaotu. Shoot! Yuan Du laughed as he gave the order. 5,000 soldiers drew their composite bows and fired. Barbarian soldiers immediately fell in droves, wailing as they died. Retreat, retreat to Lin City. Wu Xiaotu felt his scalp tingle and shouted loudly. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow pierced through his ear. Wu Xiaotu touched his ear, finding it mostly gone, blood gushing. There was no time to check carefully, and he galloped towards Lin City. Fortunately, when he spoke earlier, he turned his head slightly, otherwise, his skull would have been pierced by an arrow, meeting the same fate as his father. Wu Xiaotu, don't run. Let's have a grand battle. Yuan Du regretted not having shot him dead with an arrow and chased after him on horseback. The barbarian soldiers were in a state of panic, like headless flies, only concerned with saving their lives. The soldiers of the Great Xia pursued and slashed, each one comparable to a god of war. Brothers, kill! Han Jian was very clear-headed, commanding the battle. He shot down the distant barbarian soldiers with a composite bow and slashed down those who got close with his sword. The barbarian soldiers were terrified, fleeing with wails, not daring to face the enemy head-on. After finally escaping to Lin City, they hadn't even had time to close the city gates when the Great Xia army came charging in. Wu Xiaotu, helpless, could only continue to flee forward. At this moment, within Yen City, the large pit inside the city gate was still ablaze, emitting a foul odor. Lu Shi stared blankly, watching. The barbarians who had opened the city gate with him were, of course, Great Xia soldiers disguised in barbarian clothing. Lin Shi had deliberately let them open the gate to lure Wu Xiaotu into the city and then kill him. Unfortunately, Wu Xiaotu was very cautious. He only sent 2 deputy generals to lead the elite troops into the city, while the main army fell into the deep pit and met a tragic end. Lu Shi watched as these comrades who had fought alongside him were consumed by the flames, filled with deep sorrow. He knelt on the ground, unsure if the liquid on his face was sweat or tears. But then he thought, if Wu Xiaotu had deceived others into surrendering, he might have been among those in the fire pit today. War is inherently cruel and takes lives. By the time the flames had burned out, Lin Shi ordered the pit to be filled and compacted. It wasn't until the next morning that Han Jian returned to the city with the army. Although the soldiers were covered in dirt and grime, their faces were filled with excitement, many stained with blood, that of the enemy. Your Majesty, we pursued Wu Xiaotu all the way, reclaiming Lin City, Shui City, and Song City. Nearly 30,000 barbarian troops were slain, and Wu Xiaotu has fled to Feng City. The walls of Feng City are tall and sturdy, and we have no siege equipment, so we had to temporarily give up. I ordered 10,000 soldiers to guard Song City and returned to report to you first, Han Jian said as he entered the courtyard to report his achievements to Lin Shi. Good, General Han and all the soldiers have worked hard. First, arrange for the soldiers to eat, each one gets a roasted chicken, and the meals are plentiful. After they are full, let these soldiers get a good night's sleep, they have worked hard. Send someone to immediately transport food and water to Lin City, we cannot let the soldiers go hungry. General Han, after you wake up, tell me what rewards you want, Lin Shi said, delighted to hear this. Over 30,000 barbarian soldiers had been killed inside and outside Yen City. Han Jian led the pursuit and killed nearly 30,000 enemies. By this calculation, Wu Xiaotu had only a little over 20,000 left, not enough to pose a threat. They had reclaimed 3 cities in succession, and once they prepared siege equipment, they would attack Feng City and gradually recover the remaining 10 cities. They might even take the opportunity to reclaim the 15 cities of Yanbei that had been occupied for decades. Where is Yuan Du? Lin Shi asked. He chased Wu Xiaotu with me and even shot off one of Wu Xiaotu's ears. Now he is waiting in his tent to hear the announcement, Han Jian replied. Without the emperor's order, no one was allowed to enter the courtyard. Very well, let's go to the military tent, Lin Shi said, taking a few sips of Red Bull before getting up to leave. She hadn't slept much the previous night and was somewhat excited. Upon arriving at the large tent, she first called Yuan Du and Lu Shi over. General Yuan, you fought bravely last night, General Han has told me about it. I hereby appoint you as the Guard General, a 5th-rank official, with the authority to lead 5,000 troops, Lin Shi said. The reason for sending him to take down the barbarian army's camp was that he was most familiar with the military camp. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Yuan Du knelt and bowed, expressing his gratitude to the Emperor. Your Majesty, in the barbarian army's camp, we found some gold, silver treasures, and exquisite utensils. The soldiers didn't dare to touch any of it and brought back 5 large boxes. We also found more than 20 women, all originally from the Great Xia, selected after the earlier siege by the Iron Bone of Wu, and I brought them back. These women were quite beautiful, but unfortunately, they had suffered greatly at the hands of Wu Xiaotu. Indeed, you did well. Let General Lu Mulan handle the follow-up matters. You fought hard all night, go back and rest. The food and drink will arrive soon, and after you eat, get a good sleep. Lin Shi nodded. Those women were pitiful and could stay as support for the army. They could mend clothes and at least have food and drink every day. As for gold and silver treasures, she would choose some later to give to the heavenly sovereign. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. After Yuwendu bowed again, he left the main tent. Lu Shi watched with extreme envy, not expecting that Yuwendu had only joined the Great Xia a few days ago and was already promoted. General Lu, what are your plans now? Lin Shi asked him. I am willing to serve Your Majesty and the Great Xia with all my strength. Lu Shi knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. After last night's battle, the barbarian army suffered heavy casualties, and Wu Xiaotu was no longer Lin Shi's opponent. He had witnessed the sharpness of the Great Xia soldiers' long swords, the long-range shooting of their bows and crossbows, and the hardness of their armor, all of which completely crushed the barbarian soldiers. Coupled with what he had seen and heard in the army, he was certain that the Great Xia was under the protection of the heavenly sovereign. In such circumstances, loyalty to the emperor was the only choice. Good. My Great Xia is clear in rewards and punishments. Last night, you lured the barbarian soldiers, which is a great achievement. Lin Shi looked at him. I appoint you as the General of Military Strategy, of the 5th rank, to command 3,000 troops. Whether he was willing or forced, the final result was a complete victory for the Great Xia. Moreover, last night he and the 3,000 barbarian soldiers had shown no signs of rebellion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Shi hurriedly knelt to express his gratitude. He was 1 rank lower than Yuwendu and had no objections. After all, Yuwendu had burned the barbarian army's granary and almost killed Wu Xiaotu last night, which was enough to prove his sincere allegiance to the Great Xia. As for him, he had not yet fully gained trust. Being appointed as General of Military Strategy was already beyond his expectations. You should also go back and rest. The 3,000 brothers you brought will be under your command. Lin Shi said. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Lu Shi was extremely grateful. This was a sign of some trust. To gain more trust, he would need to achieve more on the battlefield in the future. After Lu Shi left, Lin Shi discussed matters with Yang Jiumei and others. Now that Yen City was secure, they began to plan a counteroffensive. They could start planting some vegetables in Yen City. After all, with so many people, they couldn't rely on the heavenly sovereign to provide food all the time. The autumn equinox has passed. We can plant some seasonal vegetables, but water is a big problem, Yang Jiumei said. Without water, planting anything would be futile. The heavenly sovereign will solve the water problem, Lin Shi smiled. Then there's no issue. The citizens in the city are idle. We can call on them to plant, and then we can provide them with meals. Yang Jiumei said. If there is enough water, we could also raise some cattle, sheep, and pigs. Xiang Long said. That can also be considered. Lin Shi nodded. Currently, with so much empty space in Yen City, they could raise anything. However, apart from some areas in the southern part of the Great Xia, it was likely that these livestock had long been depleted. During the Great Famine, people resorted to cannibalism. How could there still be livestock left? I beg the heavenly sovereign to grant us some, Lin Shi thought helplessly, having no choice but to appeal to the heavenly sovereign. Bastard! Wu Xiaotu, in Feng City, with his ears simply bandaged, was furious. He had sent Lu Shi to Yen City to feign surrender, but this fool almost got him killed. If he hadn't been cautious, he might have already died in Yen City. This battle had resulted in countless casualties, and there were still more than 20,000 soldiers left without any food or water. They had temporarily held off the Great Xia's attack in Feng City, but everyone knew they couldn't hold out for long. Wu Xiaotu gripped his long knife tightly, his whole body trembling. The father worked hard all his life, leaving him with 200,000 troops, but unexpectedly, they were lost so quickly. The key battles were fought with frustration, each time being crushed and beaten down. General, why don't we return to the barbarian kingdom? One of his subordinates said with a mournful face. They couldn't win, and they couldn't afford to drag it out. What were they doing here, waiting to starve to death? If we go back in such shame, that disgrace will hang over us for a lifetime. Wu Xiaotu shook his head. If he returned now, the barbarian emperor would probably take him down directly. Without soldiers, he would be at their mercy. Then what are we going to eat? A general weakly asked. After a night of desperate escape, everyone's strength was nearly exhausted. If they didn't eat soon, they feared they would starve to death. Aside from my warhorse, leave 3 good horses, and kill the rest so the soldiers can have some meat, Wu Xiaotu said after thinking. Go into the city to find large pots, bowls, and dishes, and also see if there are any grains left from the last search. Feng City had long become a deserted city. After Wu Tiegu broke through the city, he selected 2 beautiful women and then began a massacre. The entire population of the city was nearly wiped out. Some generals' long knives had their edges curled from hacking at people. Retribution came too quickly. The once mighty barbarian army now had only over 20,000 left. At that time, everyone was ambitious, wanting to destroy the Great Xia. Now they only prayed to survive. Last night's battle made them truly realize the vast difference in equipment between the 2 sides. Wu Xiaotu found a large courtyard near the city wall, sitting in the yard and looking at the dozens of skeletons inside. Clear them out, it's bad luck. He frowned and ordered the soldiers to remove the bones. These people were the owners of the courtyard, killed by the barbarian soldiers. General, what should we do next? A commander asked. Once the Great Xia prepared their engineering tools, they feared they wouldn't be able to hold out. Don't worry, I expect Prince Ning will arrive soon. With their help, taking Yen City will be no problem. Wu Xiaotu reassured everyone. Can we wait? If they don't come in 3 days, we'll starve for 3 days. Besides, even if they come, will they be willing to share their food with us? A young general asked bluntly. Wu Xiaotu frowned. If it were before, anyone who dared to speak to him like that would have been cut down. Now he needed to stabilize the morale of the troops and control his temper a bit. The others nodded repeatedly. What he said was right. Previously, they had soldiers and food, and could stand on equal footing with Prince Ning. Now, with only this pitiful 20,000 soldiers left and no food, how could they expect to be taken seriously? So what are your thoughts? Wu Xiaotu coldly asked, sensing the change in everyone's attitude. I think we should withdraw the troops and return to the barbarian kingdom. A young commander said. While the Great Xia hasn't come to attack the city, we should retreat first, at least we can save our lives. Now the soldiers had no fighting spirit, this battle was simply impossible to fight. Since that was the case, it would be better to retreat. What kind of shame was that? At least they had to survive first. What about you? Any opinions? Wu Xiaotu scanned the crowd. His most valued deputies had all died in battle last night, and among the people before him, there were some he didn't really know. His biggest worry now was a mutiny. After several consecutive defeats, the soldiers were likely extremely disappointed in him. I also think we should withdraw. Crack! Before another person could finish speaking, Wu Xiaotu had already cut off the young general's head. Oh, go on, Wu Xiaotu grinned savagely, licking the blood off his blade. What I mean is, we should remove his military position. How dare he suggest returning to the barbarian kingdom? That's simply disturbing the morale of the army, he deserves to die. The man said, pointing at the young general's corpse, speaking hesitantly. The others fell silent, not expecting Wu Xiaotu to be so insane, killing at the slightest provocation. From now on, anyone who dares to speak of withdrawing troops and returning home will end up like this. Wu Xiaotu pointed his long knife at the head on the ground. I would rather die on the battlefield than live a suffocating old age at home. The others cursed inwardly but dared not say anything. They feared that if they spoke out, they would be killed with a single blow. Suemo received a letter from Lin Shi, saying they had killed tens of thousands of barbarian troops and had driven Wu Xiaotu out of Yen City, reclaiming 3 cities in succession. Yen City was now very safe, and Lin Shi decided to plant some vegetables and raise some livestock. Suemo drove out to a store that sold vegetable seeds. After asking what was suitable to plant after the autumn equinox, he bought all the vegetable seeds in the store. He went to several more shops, purchasing thousands of packets of seeds. He first drove back to the food factory, delivered the seeds, and told her not to rush to plant them. He would bring the lake water over in a couple of days. He then drove to a mountain village. He had seen it in a short video, where a young couple had quit their jobs in a first-tier city and returned to their hometown to cultivate 3,000 acres of mountainous land, raising cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. The scale was enormous, and they had even hired some people to help. The couple often filmed videos and posted them online, gaining many followers. Everyone working in the city yearned for such a leisurely pastoral life. In reality, it was anything but leisurely, they were busy all day long. I want to buy some piglets, calves, and lambs. Of course, I also need some big pigs, cows, and sheep, both male and female. And I need some chickens, ducks, and geese as well, Suemo stated directly. We have everything you need. How many do you want? The boss, hearing this, recognized him as a big client. 500 large pigs, cows, and sheep each, 500 small ones each, 10,000 small chickens, ducks, and geese each, 20,000 large ones each, Suemo thought for a moment. Hey, don't joke around, the boss laughed upon hearing this. It was the first time he had seen someone boast like this in front of him. I'm not joking, do you have that many? Suemo insisted seriously, full payment. The boss's eyes lit up. It seemed he was indeed dealing with a super big client. When do you need them? He asked with a smile. 3 days later, delivered to the food factory. Suemo added him on WeChat, paid a 5 million deposit, and sent him the location of the food factory. Don't worry, everything you want will be delivered in 3 days. I'll personally oversee it. The boss patted his chest and said. This was a super big order that had to be handled well. Suemo signed the contract before leaving. He went to the feed market and bought the best feed for the livestock and poultry, asking for it to be delivered the next day. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the food factory. He wrote a letter to Linshi, and the two needed to practice how to control the items that flew out of the bag. Once ready, he placed the bag next to a basin of water. Just transport the water in the basin, Suemo thought, and immediately the water in the basin disappeared. Linshi and Tianzun experimented repeatedly and finally figured out how to control the water flow direction with the bag. When she opened the leather bag and made a small opening, the water would flow out in that direction. Suemo transported the water from the large pool in the backyard. Linshi accurately received the water into a pit. Suemo checked the weather forecast and told Linshi to prepare to receive a lake's worth of water tonight. He would write a letter to remind her before sending the water. He then called Di Weigua, informing him that he would not be at the food factory tonight and reminded him to keep an eye on the front door, especially not to let anyone into the backyard or his office. He then took the leather bag and drove to the high-speed train station. After more than 3 hours, he arrived at Jing City high-speed train station, where a torrential storm was raging. Suemo put on the prepared raincoat and walked into the downpour. Before coming, he had checked the map. 2 kilometers from the high-speed train station was Yunpan Lake. This lake covered an area of over 100 square kilometers, with an average depth of about 5 meters. According to Linshi, the area of Yinchang Lake only needed half the water of Yunpan Lake to fill it up. Young man, run quickly, the lake is about to breach. Just as Suemo was getting close to Yunpan Lake, a group of people was running in a panic. Don't go forward, the dam is about to break, save yourselves. Someone kindly reminded. Upon hearing this, Suemo quickened his pace. Once Yunpan Lake breached, the villages downstream would surely suffer. He swam upstream and reached Yunpan Lake, where he indeed saw a large gap in the dam. It was only a matter of time before it broke. The rain was pouring down heavily, and the impact from the rushing water upstream was overwhelming. The dam could barely hold on. When Suemo left the high-speed train station, he had secretly sent a message to Linshi with a bag, telling her to be ready to receive the lake water. He placed the leather bag by the lake and slowly closed his eyes, silently reciting to transfer 1/10 of the lake water. Whoosh! When he opened his eyes, he could visibly see the water level drop. It really works! Suemo was overjoyed, although he felt a bit dizzy. Without time to think, he transferred half of the lake water several times. Watching the water level in the lake drop by half, he couldn't help but smile. The dam was now safe. He put away the leather bag and quickly left. His head felt like it was about to explode, and he worried he might faint if he stayed any longer. It was probably because he had transferred too much lake water, leading to excessive mental strain. After more than 10 minutes, the dam rescue team arrived. Seeing that the water level had only reached the middle of the dam, they looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that a deity had intervened, unable to bear the suffering of the people from the flood, and had moved some water away? Quick, fix the gap. Someone pointed at the breach in the dam. They didn't know what had happened, but it was ultimately a good thing, giving them ample time to repair the dam. Suemo felt dizzy and uncomfortable, so he found a hotel near Jingcheng high-speed train station, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep. Linshi looked at Yanchang Lake, now filled to the brim, and was incredibly excited. With this lake of water, there would be enough for irrigating crops and raising livestock for a long time. After the autumn equinox, the weather had cooled down a bit. The next morning, she sent people to call upon all the citizens to come to Yanchang Lake. When the people saw that the lake, which had been dry for so long, was now full of water, they were utterly incredulous. I passed by here yesterday, and there wasn't a drop of water. It didn't rain last night. Where did this water come from? Right? It's so magical. Am I dreaming? No wonder His Majesty wanted us to come. This is a tremendous surprise. The water of Yen Lake, I guess it must have come from the heavens. An old man exclaimed excitedly. Yes, this is a miracle. Surely the lake water bestowed by the celestial Lord. The citizens chimed in. Splash! Someone jumped into the water and swam joyfully. Splash, splash. Those who could swim all jumped in, while those who couldn't found shallow spots to soak in. Everyone had gone months without a proper bath, and now they could finally wash up. Ha, this feels great, so refreshing. Thank you, Celestial Lord, and thank you, Your Majesty. The citizens played in the water, each one extremely excited. Under the Celestial Lord's favor and His Majesty's leadership, the Great Xia army had achieved several great victories, not only repelling the barbarian forces but also reclaiming 3 cities. With this, Yancheng was safe and sound. The tense nerves of everyone could finally relax. Now, with a lake of water granted, it greatly alleviated everyone's anxiety about water usage. Everyone, please pay attention to safety. His Majesty's decree states that this lake water was bestowed by the Celestial Lord last night, to be used for irrigating vegetables and raising livestock in the future. After Yang Jiumei arrived, she did not stop, pointing to the nearby stalls. Anyone skilled in farming or raising livestock can come to sign up. You'll get 2 meals a day and an extra 2 copper coins. Upon hearing this, the citizens jumped out of the water to sign up. Money didn't matter, the main thing was that they would get food. Yuan Du and Lu Shi looked at the lake filled to the brim, utterly shocked. The lake, which had been dry for so long, was suddenly full of water. No one could achieve this except for immortals. Lu Shi truly believed in the existence of the celestial sovereign this time and was determined to pledge his loyalty to the Great Xia from now on. Following the choice of the celestial sovereign would surely be the right path. Brother Lu, you won't regret joining the Great Xia, will you? Yuan Du seemed to see through his thoughts and asked with a smile. Of course not, Lu Shi replied with a hum. Yet, he secretly sighed, with the celestial sovereign's protection and a wise ruler like Lin Shi, it would be impossible not to revive the Great Xia. The best opportunity for the barbarian army to destroy the Great Xia had passed, and there wouldn't be another chance in the near future. Don't have any other thoughts, just work hard under His Majesty. Once the Great Xia achieves unification again, you and I will be contributors, Yuan Du smiled. He knew that His Majesty was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as the barbarian nations submitted and became tributary states, they would avoid the disaster of annihilation. That's true, Lu Shi nodded repeatedly. When they reached the lakeside, he scooped up some water to wash his face. It felt refreshing. The next moment, when he scooped water again, he found a long, yellow object in his palm. Damn! Which little brat crapped in the water? Lu Shi quickly moved his hand away and saw several long pieces of feces nearby. A few boys, around 7 or 8 years old, swam away giggling. You little rascals, if you dare to crap in the water again, I'll crush your eggs. Lu Shi hurriedly ran to a distance and washed his hands repeatedly with clean lake water. Yang Jiumei couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. Last night, they had accompanied His Majesty to this place and witnessed endless water gushing from His Majesty's bag, filling the entire Yin Lake. They had witnessed the celestial sovereign's divine gifts multiple times and had long been convinced of his existence, deeply revering and loving him. With the celestial sovereign's assistance, the Great Xia would undoubtedly get better. Now, the barbarian army had retreated to Feng City, and the roles of offense and defense had reversed. The walls of Feng City were far less tall and sturdy than those of Yin City. Once the siege equipment was ready, they would surely be able to take Feng City in one go and slay Wu Xiaotu. Suemo slowly woke up, checked the time, and saw it was just past 6 in the morning. He felt energetic and refreshed. The discomfort in his head from last night had completely disappeared. In its place was a sharper sense of perception. He opened the window. The sky outside was still gray, but the rain had stopped. Suemo took out his phone and booked the next high-speed train ticket back to Yunhai. Good morning, boss. Security guard Li Wu saw him return and hurriedly pressed the remote key to open the gate. Suemo lowered the car window, nodded at him, and drove to the office building. He took out the leather bag and placed it in the cabinet. About an hour later, several large trucks arrived to deliver feed, unloading it into the warehouse. In addition to high-quality hay, there were also some corn and other grain feeds. Suemo closed the warehouse door and wrote a letter to Lin Shi. After receiving a reply, he sent all the feed over. Tomorrow, cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese would also be delivered. As long as there was water, everything would be manageable. He drove out to buy some books, such as New Techniques in Animal Husbandry, Ancient Methods of Raising Cattle and Sheep, Prevention and Treatment of Cattle and Sheep Diseases, and Postpartum Care for Sows, among others. After returning to the food factory, he sent these books over as well. Sitting in his chair, he saw Lin Shi's reply. She mentioned that they planned to attack Feng City, and the siege equipment was being built, intending to wipe out the remnants of Wu Xiaotu in one fell swoop. Suemo thought for a moment about the most labor-saving way to attack the city. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, 2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is my Italian cannon? Bring it to me. A few cannon blasts would easily flatten the city walls. However, realistically, he couldn't manage cannons in the country. After thinking, he wondered, what about explosives? Using explosives to blow open the city walls would save the trouble of using ladders and siege towers. It would save time, save effort, and greatly reduce casualties. Dynamite can be obtained, but it's not that easy. Even though there is an oversupply of industrial explosives nowadays, figuring out how to get them is quite difficult. Suemo thought carefully and searched online for companies related to explosives. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He noticed that Li Yunran's family owned a chemical company that produced explosives, so he could ask her if she could help him get some. He picked up the phone and made the call. After chatting for a while, he drove to a cafe and requested a private room. What do you need explosives for? Li Yunran asked him, looking curious. This stuff is strictly controlled, and purchasing it requires proper procedures. Suemo was now wealthy enough that he shouldn't be thinking of doing anything illegal. I have a relative who has contracted several thousand acres of mountain land and wants to use explosives to clear it. The paperwork is too troublesome, so I thought I'd ask if I could get some. Sumo casually made up an excuse. Li Yunran looked at him. He didn't seem like someone who was lying. What a coincidence. My second uncle also contracted a large mine before, but for some reason, he hasn't started working on it yet. He purchased a large batch of explosives that he hasn't used. How about I call him and see if he's interested? You two can chat, Li Yunran thought for a moment. Selling directly to Suemo without proper procedures was still quite risky, but since he needed it, she decided to help him out. Sure, you can ask him. The price is negotiable. Suemo didn't mind, as long as someone could sell it to him, that was enough. Li Yunran found a number and dialed it on speakerphone. Hello, second uncle, it's Ran. I have a very good college friend who needs some explosives. Don't you have a lot left over? Are you considering selling? The price is negotiable, Li Yunran said slowly. Sure, just give him my phone number, and I'll talk to him. Aren't you in Yunhai? We're at Mimi Cafe, why don't you come over and chat? Okay, no problem, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hearing that, Li Yunran hung up. You can talk to my second uncle now. Just a reminder, he's a gambler. You can buy things from him, but don't lend him money, otherwise, it's basically a one-way trip, Li Yunran smiled. Suemo nodded, remembering this well. They chatted for a while longer until a chubby, balding, greasy middle-aged man arrived. Second uncle, I have something to attend to, you two chat. This is my college classmate Suemo, give him a discount, Li Yunran said, not wanting to get further involved, and stood up to leave. Little Su, you're really young and promising. Just call me second uncle, I think you and Ran are quite a match, the second uncle said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Do you smoke? I don't smoke, thank you, second uncle, Suemo smiled. Not smoking is good. It's not a good habit. The second uncle exhaled a puff of smoke. Little Su, are you planning to take all of my stock? He didn't ask what it was for. If it wasn't for legitimate use, he would come up with a suitable excuse. Anyway, he needed money now, and it was a good opportunity to get rid of this stock. How much do you have? Suemo asked. He wouldn't mind having more. There would be plenty of places for Lin Shi and the others to use it in the future. Let me think. I estimate there are over 1,000 explosive tubes. The second uncle looked at him. You can take them all, I'll give you a cheap price. Okay, how much? I'll charge you 5 million, the second uncle said, looking at him. Suemo was momentarily speechless. Although he didn't know the exact price, he was sure it wasn't worth that much. He was wealthy, but not foolish. Little Su, this price is a bit high, but it saves you a lot of trouble. You won't have to run around for paperwork. You can just buy it and use it directly. The second uncle smiled. If you think it's okay, for a million, otherwise I won't sell it. Alright, I'll take it today, Suemo said. No problem, you can drive to the factory to pick it up. I'll instruct the workers to let you in. Uncle Air said, if something really happens in the future, I won't take any responsibility. Just say you stole it. Looking at this guy who seemed quite reliable, he probably wasn't up to any bad deeds. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I'm a law-abiding citizen, Suemo replied. Uncle Air nodded and, after receiving the transfer, sent him an address for the factory. He would arrange for someone to place the explosives, and Suemo could just go pick them up when the time came. I'm flying to Macau tonight. If you can't reach me, I might be on the plane, Uncle Air said. Everything should be fine normally, and if you need anything else later, you can contact me. He was in a great mood now. The stock market was booming, and selling the explosives had earned him quite a bit of money. He could enjoy a few nights in Macau. He didn't expect Suemo to be so straightforward, paying the full amount right away. He had a good impression of this young man. Uncle Air, why don't you arrange it now? I'll go pick it up shortly, Suemo suggested. It was better to get the items in hand first to avoid any long delays. Uncle Air nodded and made a call. Suemo quickly drove out to a factory in the outskirts, and it was already dark. The gate was open, so he went straight in. Inside a warehouse, there were several large burlap sacks. He opened one to take a look. They were all explosives. After carefully placing the sacks in his car, he drove away. The entire process was done without seeing a single person. Back at the food factory, he transferred all the explosives over. He printed out instructions on how to use them, with special warnings. They must be stored carefully, away from fire sources. If they exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. After receiving the explosives, Lin Shi carefully read the instructions written by Suemo and called over the 5 generals. Is this thing really that powerful? Yang Jiumei was shocked upon hearing this. With the explosives, attacking cities wouldn't be so laborious in the future. A gift from the Heavenly Lord is naturally extraordinary, Lin Shi said. General Yang, find a few careful soldiers, locate a remote place, and study the dosage. Remember to be cautious, this thing is extremely powerful, and fire safety is a must. Yang Jiumei took the order and immediately went to arrange it. Lin Shi selected more than half of the exquisite items confiscated from the barbarian camp, along with a letter of thanks, to send to the Heavenly Lord. In recent days, the Heavenly Lord had granted many items, indicating that more would be given, including poultry and livestock. The Great Xia Kingdom was in dire need of these things as it was in a state of recovery. She was immensely grateful to the Heavenly Lord, not to mention sending items. She would even be willing to send herself if needed. Your Majesty, a letter from the capital. A female soldier presented a scroll. Lin Shi glanced at it and passed it to the other generals. The officials in the capital were thrilled to learn that they not only successfully defended Yen City but also recaptured 3 cities. The citizens flooded the streets in celebration. This was the first time in decades that the Great Xia Kingdom had regained its confidence. Some officials and prominent families voluntarily offered some grain to support the army, and soon the Ministry of Revenue would send people to deliver it to Yen City. These old foxes just love to add flowers to the brocade. Lin Shi snorted. When they were in an absolute disadvantage, the capital hadn't sent a single grain of rice. Now that victory was in sight, they all began to show their loyalty. Those aristocratic families that have lasted for hundreds of years, which one isn't a fair-weather friend? They follow whoever wins, Xiang Long scoffed. Now that they had the Heavenly Lord's blessings, they had enough to eat and drink, and food was no longer a problem in the short term. These people didn't lend a hand when they needed it most, and now they were putting on such a show of loyalty. This shows that these wealthy families still have ample food reserves. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. At that time, the court had offered 20 times the market price for grain for the army, yet they all claimed their families were short on food and had no surplus. Now they were voluntarily donating, fearing that she would come back to the capital and settle accounts with them. Those who adapt to the wind are fine, but those who kick someone when they're down are even more detestable. Lu Mulan smiled. Your Majesty, once we return to the capital, we should first arrest those officials who suggested bringing Lin Shizhen back. They were fighting desperately against the enemy in the front lines, while these people conspired with the Barbarian Nation to hinder them. If it weren't for the favor of the Heavenly Lord, they would have long since turned to dust. These people will definitely not be let off. For now, we must unite against the enemy, and once we return, we will settle the score with them. Lin Shi nodded. If they were to settle accounts with them now, it would surely cause internal panic and lead to unforeseen changes. Your Majesty, I suggest you return to the capital to take command. Now that the Wuxiao Tu is only a little over 20,000 men left, they are not to be feared. Moreover, with the help of the explosive tubes, I believe we can break through Feng City in one fell swoop and annihilate them. Han Jin said, cupping his hands. The Emperor had come to the battlefield to lead the troops shortly after ascending the throne, boosting morale. The high officials in the court were still those promoted by Lin Shizhen, which posed a hidden danger for the future. They could take advantage of this great victory to return to the capital, reorganize vigorously, and secure the throne. There's no rush to go back. With you 5 great generals and these elite troops, who dares to have designs on the throne will die. Lin Shi smiled. She understood General Han's intentions, but now was not the time to return to the capital. First, they had not completely recaptured the 13 cities, so it could not be called a complete victory. Second, if she returned, some of the war supplies granted by the Heavenly Lord would need to be sent to the front lines again, which would be quite troublesome. She now had 60,000 elite troops, and she was not afraid of anyone else usurping the throne, because now, 60,000 elite troops could match a million-strong army. It was evident from the last direct confrontation that with the weapons and equipment granted by the Heavenly Lord, whether in long-range attacks or close combat, they held an absolute advantage and could slaughter indiscriminately. Initially, ascending to the throne was not her choice, but since she was on it, no one could force her to abdicate. Whoever dared to usurp the throne would have their head moved. Moreover, with Zhang Taizheng in place, the court remains relatively stable. Lin Shi thought for a moment. Although Lin Shizhen was incompetent, he was still qualified in appointing the prime minister. Zhang Taizheng was a capable and intelligent person who knew what to do. The generals, seeing the emperor say this, no longer tried to persuade her. With the emperor present, it indeed greatly boosted morale. Many soldiers felt more invigorated upon seeing the emperor than if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Your Majesty, a secret agent has sent word that the king of the western regions and the prince of Western Wei only fought once, suffering a great defeat and fleeing, and have not clashed again since. The prince will arrive at Feng City in 2 days. Someone came in to report. Lin Shi's expression turned cold. The king of the western regions truly thought she was easy to fool, clearly just putting on a show to deal with her by pretending to fight the prince. These vassal kings had become a hidden danger that could shake the foundation of the great Xia. The king of the western regions is being two-faced, it's infuriating. Xiang Long said, I estimate he didn't know at the time that Wu Xiao too had been driven out of Yen City by us, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so dismissive. Regardless, we must first unite against the external enemy. Lin Shi sneered, the prince of Western Wei thinks he can profit from the chaos, he is likely to miscalculate. If he dares to come, let him pay a heavy price. Su Mo received a large box of items and noticed they were completely different in style from those of the great Xia. After seeing Lin Shi's letter of thanks, he realized they were spoils from the barbarian army. It seemed they had been carefully selected, every item was exquisitely crafted. The next day, when cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese were delivered, Su Mo sent them all over. Li Wu sat in the security booth, having seen truckloads of goods arriving at the factory over the past few days. The boss hadn't asked him to help unload anything, and he hadn't taken the initiative to do so. Today, seeing truckloads of poultry and livestock, along with some piglets and chicks, he was very curious about what they were for. Were they going to turn the food factory into a breeding farm? He buried this curiosity deep in his heart, focusing on his own work and not asking too many questions. The salary and benefits provided by the boss are excellent, and the workload is minimal. It's just like these past few days at work. He has only seen a car come in, asked about the situation, and pressed the remote key to open the gate. Most days are quite idle. He has already finished watching several TV series. Such a leisurely job with good benefits is hard to find, so he naturally cherishes it. Su Mo drove to the antique shop for the renovation inspection. Overall, the renovation was very good, and some minor details were handled on the spot. He called Di Weigui to ask if he knew any reliable comrades. He still needed 2 security guards to oversee the antique shop. Although the police station was right across the street, it was better to be cautious, as every item was quite valuable. Yes, last time you mentioned looking for one, I picked the best among my teammates, Li Wu. I'll contact 2 more, Di Weigui replied happily. Some of his comrades had not found ideal jobs after retiring. Being a security guard was a good option, saving them 30 years of detours, and besides, Su Mo offered a salary significantly higher than that of ordinary security guards. After hanging up, Su Mo contacted the former finance officer of the food factory, Chao Yi. Sister Yi, have you found a job? Are you interested in working with me? Not at the food factory, which is about to open, but I've opened an antique shop. I need a shop assistant. Do you have any interest? Oh, you don't want to, you still want to work in finance? No problem. I'll find someone else. You don't need to recommend anyone, it's easy to find someone for 15,000 a month. What? You're willing to do it? That's great, come to work the day after tomorrow. Su Mo explained to Chao Yi that, in addition to being a shop assistant, she would also take on finance duties. The antique shop wouldn't be too busy, after all, this business isn't like a vegetable market where people come and go every day. Making 1 or 2 sales a month would be quite good. He had previously agreed with Old Tang to hire him as the shop's honorary consultant, mainly to get appraisals since he was not familiar with the prices of these antiques. With Old Tang providing a price, that would serve as the base price. That evening, he conducted video interviews with 2 security guards, both recommended by Di Weigui. They seemed quite good, and he asked them to come to work at the antique shop the next day. One would work the day shift, and the other the night shift. The salary, after deducting taxes and paying for 5 insurances and 1 fund, would be 8,000. The next morning, Su Mo found a small truck and asked Li Wu to help him transport some antiques to the shop. He locked away Lin Shi's personal items in the office's large safe. He didn't plan to sell them unless absolutely necessary. The security guard at the antique shop was a sturdy man in his mid-20s named Zhang Long, who had retired a year ago. Su Mo carefully placed the antiques on display, especially the expensive ones, which he locked in a glass cabinet. After a busy half-day, he took a few photos of the shop and posted them on social media. The Shimo antique shop opens tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Everyone is welcome to come. Shimo was the name of the antique shop. Soon, the post received hundreds of likes, many from friends he met at Old Tang's birthday banquet. Recently, he sold 2 vases for 500 million, and he had spent most of it. He hoped to make a few sales tomorrow. After all, some items were quite expensive, like a compound bow costing 10,000. If every soldier in the 60,000-strong army were equipped with one, it would require 600 million. Therefore, not all soldiers led by Lin Shi could have a compound bow, only over 10,000 were granted. Sumo planned to purchase 50,000 more, which would require 500 million. There were also other supplies, and the money needed was substantial. Now he understood what it meant to spend money like water. It truly flowed out rapidly. Fortunately, transactions could now be done via mobile phones. Carrying so much cash would be exhausting. He was grateful for the advancement of technology, which had made things so much more convenient. Sumo saw that Qin Mangyao had actually liked his post, and only then did he realize that he hadn't blocked her. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let it be. After all, she was someone his parents had saved. As long as she didn't come to bother him in the future, that would be enough. Boom! A thick, long-abandoned city wall suddenly exploded, creating a large hole. Yang Zhomei was first shocked, then ecstatic. With this explosive tube, the difficulty of conquering cities would be greatly reduced. Just find a weak point in their defenses and blow a big hole in the wall. This thing is really powerful. If a person were nearby, they'd probably be reduced to nothing but bone dust, Yang Zhomei exclaimed. She had already had people try it a few times and had a good idea of how much was needed to blow up a city wall. After a while, she invited Lin Shi to see the results. Your Majesty, look at this 2-meter-high hole. It was blown open with the explosive tube granted by the Celestial Lord. With this, we won't even need to craft siege equipment, Yang Zhomei said with a smile. But it would be good to have something like a ladder to confuse the enemy, Lin Shi nodded. In that case, we will attack Feng City tonight. If they could take Feng City, it would add a solid barrier to the capital, allowing Yen City to develop agriculture and animal husbandry without worry. Yesterday, the Celestial Lord had granted livestock and poultry, and arrangements had already been made for their breeding. The seeds for vegetables had also been planted. These would all become important supplies for the army in the future, with some soldiers assigned to oversee them and hiring commoners to work. Once there were more seeds and water resources, they would consider distributing some to the commoners. During the years of Great Famine, many people starved to death, and the average land area per person had greatly increased. However, due to severe water shortages, farming was impossible, which was the most desperate situation. If there were sufficient seeds and water later, the commoners could live well by farming. She planned to keep the Western Wei Ning King at bay outside Feng City. As for whether Wu Xiaotu would survive tonight, it would depend on his luck. General Yang, who do you think is suitable to be the commander for this attack on Yen City? Lin Shi asked her. Last time, Han Jian had led troops to pursue Wu Xiaotu and achieved great merit, being promoted to the General of National Strength, a second-rank position. He was one rank higher than Yang Zhomei, Lu Mulan, and Xiang Long, and on par with Huang Zhong. I think General Xiang Long is suitable, Yang Zhomei thought for a moment. In fact, with the help of the explosive tubes, the difficulty of attacking the city had decreased significantly. Moreover, their soldiers were well equipped, so any general leading them would have a great chance of victory. General Xiang Long's previous request to lead troops to pursue Wu Xiaotu had been denied by the emperor, who sent General Han Jian instead. This opportunity for General Xiang Long was indeed very fitting. Oh, such a good opportunity for merit, and you don't want it? Lin Shi asked with a smile. As long as we can win, I'm already very satisfied to follow your majesty, Yang Zhomei said. For her, an official position wasn't that important. If she or Lu Mulan led the team to capture Feng City this time, they would certainly receive rewards, and their ranks would be elevated to second rank. But given General Xiang Long's temperament, he probably wouldn't be able to stand being outranked by a woman. Although the emperor was also a woman now, no one dared to compare her to anyone else. Lin Shi nodded and they returned to the military camp's main tent together. General Xiang Long, I command you to lead 10,000 troops, along with another 10,000 guarding Song City, totaling 20,000 soldiers, to attack Feng City. Lin Shi ordered. Xiang Long was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then overjoyed, immediately kneeling to receive the order. He had been looking forward to this opportunity for a long time. General Xiang Long, what are your plans for this siege? Lin Shi asked. First, we'll pretend to use ladders and other siege equipment to confuse Wu Xiaotu, while actually finding their weak points and blowing them open with the explosive tubes, Xiang Long replied after thinking. The items granted by the Celestial Lord were all extraordinary. With something so useful, there was no need to foolishly use conventional methods. I plan to have Lu Shi take 3,000 soldiers to follow you. How does that sound? Lin Shi asked. Lu Shi and the others couldn't just eat and drink in the military camp. It was time to get to work. No problem, I will keep an eye on him, Xiang Long said, still not fully trusting Lu Shi. Go ahead. Lin Shi handed him the tiger talisman. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiang Long took the talisman and knelt down to express his gratitude once more. Leading an army of 10,000, he set off in a grand manner. With the emperor trusting him so much, he had to win a glorious battle this time. He aimed to break through Feng City with the least casualties possible. He wanted to personally behead that bastard Wu Xiaotu. Lu Shi, in Xiang Long's ranks, had no other thoughts. What was meant to come would eventually come. There was no need to think. During the siege, he would definitely be at the forefront with his 3,000 brothers. If the roles were reversed, he would do the same. Who would use their own men as cannon fodder? Sure enough, after arriving at Song City and reorganizing the troops, Xiang Long led 20,000 men to reach Feng City overnight. He ordered Lu Shi and his 3,000 soldiers to become the first vanguard for the siege. General Xiang Long, may I speak to the barbarian soldiers in the city first? Perhaps I can persuade them to surrender, which would save us all some trouble, Lu Shi requested before the attack. Then go and give it a try. Xiang Long agreed to his request. Lu Shi cupped his hands and went to the foot of Feng City. Brothers, I am Lu Shi. You must be hungry these days, don't you want to eat? We in the Great Xia military camp eat meat and drink wine every day. Before coming here today, each of us had a meal of beef. Ah, it was really delicious. Lu Shi shouted loudly. The barbarian soldiers on the city wall couldn't help but feel their stomachs rumble upon hearing this. Except for the first day they arrived at Feng City when they slaughtered warhorses to fill their bellies, they hadn't eaten since. At the mention of food, their stomachs reacted reflexively. Brothers, if you kill Wu Xiaotu, I guarantee that everyone can survive and have food to eat. Lu Shi continued, the Emperor of Great Xia, Lin Shi, is a benevolent ruler, blessed by the true God. The revival of Great Xia is imminent. Do not go against the will of heaven, or you will surely face divine punishment. He was not just bluffing, he truly believed in the existence of the true God. Many things could not be explained, only the divine could achieve them. Just like how Yen Lake filled with water overnight, only a god could have such powers. It was precisely because of this that he chose to be completely loyal to Great Xia. Shut your mouth. Wu Xiaotu appeared on the city wall. Lu Shi, you dog, not only have you betrayed the country, but you also dare to spread falsehoods here. He wished he could tear Lu Shi apart and swallow him whole. If it weren't for this bastard, they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat last time, which severely weakened them. Wu Xiaotu, ever since you became the general, the barbarian army has been getting worse day by day, each battle more disastrous than the last. My betrayal was forced by you. Lu Shi shouted, brothers in the city, this is your last chance. Kill Wu Xiaotu, and you can be granted the title of Thousand Household Lord. If you wait until the city gates are breached, there will be no such opportunity again. The barbarian soldiers exchanged glances. They knew he was speaking the truth. Ever since Wu Xiaotu took command, they hadn't won a single battle. This guy was also notoriously lecherous, cruel, and extremely brutal towards the soldiers, often beheading them on a whim. It was precisely because of his ferocity that many were filled with fear. Lu Shi, don't waste your breath. Wu Xiaotu shouted, in the early days, Great Xia could win against us, but only because of the solid walls of Yen City. Now that the roles are reversed, you can try to see how difficult it is to attack a city. He needed to boost the morale of the soldiers, telling them that with the solid walls of Feng City, Great Xia couldn't break in. If they could hold on for a few more days, Prince Ning would arrive, and they could plot great matters together. You insist on dragging so many brothers to their deaths. If that's the case, attack the city. Lu Shi's killing intent surged as he commanded his 3,000 soldiers to transport ladders and other siege equipment. Xiang Long ordered the archers to cover them, and a rain of arrows flew towards the city wall, killing many barbarian soldiers. Everyone, don't panic. We will definitely be able to defend. Yu Xiaotu hid behind a high mound, shouting loudly. He had just seen his trusted subordinate pierced by an arrow through his shield, shot straight into his heart, and die. The opposing composite bow was indeed terrifyingly powerful. The siege engines and ladders of the Great Xia quickly reached the city walls and began to climb up. The barbarian soldiers hurled stones and wooden beams down, killing some of the attacking soldiers. While the siege was fierce on this side, a team was quietly approaching under the cover of night at the tall eastern city wall. This wall was the highest in the entire peak city, about 50 meters tall. Since the wall was built, no one had ever attacked from this direction. Usually, only a few people were sent to stand guard. After all, with the wall so high, the difficulty of climbing it was immense, not to mention dealing with the enemies on top. At this moment, several barbarian soldiers on the city wall were looking towards the southern gate. The sounds of battle were intense. The Great Xiao was attacking. I wonder if we can hold out. If the city falls, what will we do? One soldier sighed deeply. That bastard Yushatu wouldn't let them retreat back to the barbarian lands. He insisted on dragging it out like this. They hadn't eaten for days and had little strength left. If Peak City fell today, everyone would be doomed. Because aside from Yushatu's horse, all the others had been slaughtered for food. They had been hungry for days, their stamina was gone, and they couldn't possibly outrun the Great Xia soldiers' pursuit. Just thinking about it made them feel a sense of despair. If it breaks, we're dead. I'm so damn hungry. Can I just have one bite? Just one. Another soldier, his eyes blazing with hunger, looked at the others as if he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh. Get the hell out of here. You want to eat my hemorrhoids? I can cut them off and feed them to you. This soldier cursed loudly, but before he could finish, he fell silent, an arrow piercing his neck. Another soldier, seeing this, was shocked and felt a chill in his heart. Looking down, he saw an arrow had pierced a hole through his heart. The barbarian soldiers on the wall were shot down by the Great Xia soldiers using composite bows. Soon, someone brought explosives, placed them at the base of the wall, pulled the long fuses, and lit them before quickly retreating. Boom! The sound of the explosion soon followed, and a large hole over 3 meters high was blown open in the wall. Kill! 5,000 fully armed soldiers from the Great Xia rushed through the big hole. Follow me to the eastern wall. Xiang Long shouted to the 10,000 soldiers behind him upon hearing the explosion. Yushatu had no idea what was happening with the explosion in the east, but soon saw people running over in a panic. Gee General, it's bad. The Great Xia people have broken in. Nonsense. They are attacking the city. How could they get in? Yushatu roared, his scalp tingling, feeling that something was wrong. A big hole has been blown in the eastern wall. They came in from there. Many of our brothers have been killed, but luckily I ran fast. Upon hearing the first sentence, Yushatu's face turned pale. He couldn't understand how such a solid and thick wall could be breached so easily. But he knew it was over, everything was finished. Looking at the brothers still holding the wall, he hesitated but ultimately fled down the wall, riding away at full speed. Yushatu, don't run! Xiang Long shouted loudly, chasing after him. The Great Xia soldiers hacked at the barbarian soldiers, and the city gate was soon opened. Lu Shi, while wielding his long sword in battle, urged the barbarian soldiers to surrender. Yushatu has run away. Are you still foolishly sending yourselves to death? Drop your weapons, and I can spare your lives. Lu Shi shouted. Some barbarian soldiers, upon hearing this, dropped their long knives and knelt on the ground. One leader led more and more people to surrender. The Great Xia soldiers, seeing this, became anxious and charged at those who had not yet surrendered. They hoped the barbarian soldiers would have some backbone and not surrender, allowing them to kill to their heart's content and earn military merit. At this moment, Yushatu, taking advantage of the night, evaded Xiang Long's long arrows and fled desperately alone. Mainly, he was left with only one warhorse. Even if his trusted subordinates wanted to follow him, it was impossible. Yushatu, don't run! Xiang Long led the cavalry, chasing after him. Yushatu ran wildly, but suddenly his horse collapsed, throwing him off. The horse hadn't eaten for days, and its strength had reached its limit. Ha, Yushatu, now you can't run anymore? Xiang Long slowly rode his horse, surrounding him. Spit! Yushatu struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. That almost killed him. Xiang Long, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Yushatu said fiercely. He knew he couldn't escape, it was all over. But before dying, he wanted to struggle one last time. If he could capture Xiang Long, there might still be a chance to live, the only chance. Is there any need for that? Xiang Long sneered. I've already won, why bother with extra steps? Ha, are you afraid, you coward? Come and shoot me. Yushatu taunted, standing there with his arms wide open. Is that a provocation? It won't work on me. Xiang Long drew his compound bow, aiming at his head. There were many things to do, he had no time for a one-on-one fight here. Yushatu was indeed a man, facing death without fear, rare to see. Thud. Seeing that he was really going to shoot, Yushatu knelt down on the ground. General Xiang, I beg you to spare my life. I want to see the Empress of the Great Xia, I still have value. Yushatu threw aside his curved knife and kept bowing. Even ants cling to life, let alone a human. When truly facing death, he still cowered. Xiang Long was speechless, feeling a bit at a loss. The others looked at Yushatu like this, full of disdain. This guy had just acted as if he was fearless, but now he was kneeling and begging for mercy. The contrast was too great. Coward! Xiang Long snorted coldly and put down the compound bow. He had thought Yu Xiaotu was somewhat of a man, but it turned out he was a softy, truly contemptible. General Xiang, I know many secrets about the Barbarian Nation, but I can only tell the Empress, Yu Xiaotu said. Oh, then I'll take you to see Her Majesty. Xiang Long said with a smile. Thank you, General Xiang. The Great Xia and the Barbarian Nation are one family, it's all a misunderstanding. Yu Xiaotu sighed in relief, his face full of smiles. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck. Xiang Long flicked the blood off his sword and sheathed it. Bang! Yu Xiaotu's head rolled off, his eyes wide open in death. I keep my word, I will take you to see Her Majesty. Xiang Long grabbed Yu Xiaotu's hair, lifting his head up, and mounted his horse. When he returned to the main city, he saw rows of barbarian soldiers kneeling on the ground, slightly frowning. Yu Xiaotu has been killed by me. Xiang Long raised the head high. General Xiang is mighty. The soldiers of the Great Xia were extremely excited, shouting loudly. General Xiang is mighty. Mighty! With Yu Xiaotu dead, they had achieved a great victory. The barbarian soldiers were not mournful, this guy should have died long ago. General Xiang, over 10,000 barbarian soldiers have surrendered, a subordinate reported. Xiang Long frowned and nodded. He pondered for a moment and had the surrendered soldiers brought to a large pit. We need to eat, didn't they say that surrendering means good food? Yeah, we're hungry, we want to eat. Eat, eat, eat. The surrendered soldiers were truly hungry, they hadn't eaten for several days. They had heard from Lu Shi how good the food in the Great Xia was and now wanted to experience it. At this moment, Xiang Long walked over, frowning. Behind him were 5,000 soldiers armed with bows and arrows. This time they were using ordinary bows and arrows, not compound bows. General Xiang, how do you plan to deal with the surrendered soldiers? I promised them that as long as they surrendered, I would spare their lives. Lu Shi hurriedly approached Xiang Long, cupping his hands. He had a particularly bad premonition. In this army, do you have the final say? Xiang Long glanced at him. Of course not. Lu Shi hurriedly said, General Xiang, keep them, they will be useful later, just like our attack on the city today. More than half of his 3,000 brothers died in this siege. Xiang Long used them as cannon fodder to attract attention, resulting in a large hole being made in the eastern wall. To this day, he still doesn't know how that hole was created. The matter of the explosives is also a military secret, known only to a very few. Naturally, these barbarians could not know either. With more than half of his brothers dead, he didn't dare to say much. After all, Xiang Long had done what he could, provided the cover that was needed, and it couldn't be said that he deliberately sent them to their deaths. But now, facing more than 10,000 surrendered soldiers, he had to say something. It was precisely because of his promise that these people laid down their weapons and surrendered. It's still not quite the same, you have 3,000 men, but they have over 10,000. Xiang Long shook his head. Although we have food granted by the Celestial Lord, it is not for them to eat. Rather than distribute food to these more than 10,000 barbarian soldiers, it would be better to give it to the common people of Yin City to eat more. Moreover, these more than 10,000 people are hard to control. If they rebel, it would be a huge problem. It would be better to kill them directly and be done with it. General Xiang, what do you mean? Do you want to kill the surrendered soldiers? Lu Shi's face turned pale. When did I say I wouldn't kill surrendered soldiers? Xiang Long looked at him coldly. You and Yuan are both granted clemency by His Majesty, that is your good fortune, but they do not have that fortune. Why? I promised them. Lu Shi hurriedly said. At least you should consult His Majesty. Xiang Long was really bold, wanting to directly kill more than 10,000 surrendered soldiers? This time, His Majesty appointed me as the commander, I have full authority. Xiang Long looked at him. If you dare to say more, I'll take you down with them. General Xiang, why are you so determined to kill them? The Great Xia is favored by the Celestial Lord, we don't lack these people for a meal. Lu Shi was confused. Why? Xiang Long looked at him. Then let me ask you, Lin City, Song City, Feng City, and the other 13 cities of our Huaxia, the common people originally lived in peace and prosperity, bustling in the markets, why is it now empty? Every time the barbarian soldiers breached a city, they would inevitably massacre it. Corpses were everywhere, a hell on earth. These were the common people of Huaxia, living beings, cruelly killed like this. The beautiful women suffered the most, first being ravaged, then tortured to death. So in Xiang Long's eyes, the barbarian soldiers were all beasts, beasts that deserved to be killed 1,000 times. He wanted those more than 10,000 surrendered soldiers to die today, and no one could stop him. The city massacre was the order of Wu Tiegu, we were just following orders. Lu Shi suddenly felt a chill all over. He knew why Xiang Long insisted on killing the surrendered soldiers, it was in retaliation for the earlier massacres. Ha, so what? They shouldn't die? Xiang Long sneered. Do you think it's cruel for me to kill more than 10,000 comrades, while you killed hundreds of thousands of my comrades and common people without cruelty? To stop killing with killing, to use violence to counter violence. This is the principle that Xiang Long upheld, and it is also the best comfort and tribute to the dead. Lu Shi lowered his head, unable to speak. Archers, prepare. Xiang Long shouted coldly. Shoot. The barbarian soldiers in the pit were still shouting for food. They surrendered to live, and to live, they needed to eat. The shouting barbarian soldiers, however, were terrified to see a rain of arrows falling from the sky. Followed by continuous screams, many began to run out of the pit. They were unarmed, and as soon as they climbed up, they were cut down by swords. Lu Shi, you promised us. You said as long as we surrendered, we could live. Lu Shi, bastard, you deceived us, may you die a horrible death. Lu Shi, where are you? Lu Shi, I curse your ancestors. The barbarian soldiers shouted in despair. More and more people fell, wailing, dying. Lu Shi watched from a distance as these surrendered soldiers were shot and killed, his eyes bloodshot. Among these people, there were also old soldiers who had followed him for many years. It was because they trusted him that they surrendered so readily. I never expected Xiang Long to be so cruel, directly killing all these people. Lu Shi couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned his head away. Soon, the screams disappeared. Xiang Long looked at the densely packed corpses in the pit and waved his hand. He threw down a torch, and a great fire blazed up. I've been quite lenient with you. I can kill, burn, and bury, unlike you dog scum, who after slaughtering a city, leave corpses everywhere. Xiang Long snorted and had someone find a box to put Wu Shaotu's head in. He chose not to continue the siege. The emperor had said to hold Peak City and wait for King Ning to arrive. The walls of the cities behind were not as tall as those of Peak City. They could use the advantageous walls of Peak City to better annihilate King Ning's forces. Xiang Long left 10,000 soldiers to guard the city and had the blasted hole repaired. He then returned to Yen City with Lu Shi to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, Wu Shaotu has been slain, and all the barbarian soldiers have been killed. We have achieved a great victory. Xiang Long opened the wooden box, revealing Wu Shaotu's head. General Xiang, you have worked hard. Lin Shi glanced at Wu Shaotu's head and waved his hand for it to be taken away. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Lu Shi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Oh, speak, Lin Shi nodded. Your Majesty, after I entered Peak City, I did my utmost to persuade the surrender of the barbarian army. Over 10,000 soldiers laid down their weapons and surrendered, but General Xiang ultimately drove them into a large pit and shot them all. Lu Shi sobbed uncontrollably. He had killed countless enemies on the battlefield before, but war meant death. If you didn't kill, others would kill you. Behind both sides were nations, fighting for their countries, without any psychological burden. Choosing to betray the barbarian nation and pledge loyalty to the Great Shi was also a forced decision. Xiang Long had his brothers lead the charge in the siege, and he had no complaints. But over 10,000 people surrendered because of him, only to meet a tragic end. This was a burden he could never bear. Lin Shi frowned, and the other generals also showed concern. The Great Xia generally did not kill surrendering soldiers. It was unexpected that Xiang Long was so reckless, not only killing but killing so many surrendering soldiers. General Xiang, do you have anything to say? Lin Shi asked. Your Majesty, the barbarian army previously captured 13 cities in our Great Xia's northern region, and with each city they captured, they slaughtered everyone, regardless of gender or age, mercilessly. They are beasts and deserve to die. Xiang Long said bitterly, I ordered their execution this time to honor the souls of the people from those 13 cities. I accept any punishment without complaint. If given the choice again, he would still do the same. These scum deserve to die. Keeping them would only waste food. After killing so many of the Great Xia's people, they thought they could escape death by surrendering. They even wanted to ask for food. Where in the world does such good fortune exist? Xiang Long, you are so bold. Someone, take him out and behead him. Lin Shi shouted. Lu Shi suddenly looked up. Was this punishment too severe? If Xiang Long was executed because of his complaint, he would not live long either. Your Majesty, you mustn't. The other generals quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, although General Xiang has made mistakes, he killed Wu Shaotu, captured Peak City, and achieved military merit. If you execute him, it will destabilize the morale of the army. Yang Jiumei quickly said. Yes, Your Majesty, General Xiang has always been loyal to you. He is just a bit headstrong, Lu Mulan said. Killing surrendering soldiers is indeed wrong, but it is also because the barbarian army's previous actions were too brutal. They brought this upon themselves. Your Majesty, if you kill General Xiang, it will chill the hearts of the vast number of soldiers. Please think carefully, Han Jin said, cupping his hands. Please, Your Majesty, be lenient with General Xiang. King Ning of the Western Wei is about to arrive, and it is truly a time to use people. Killing a general at this time is inauspicious, please think carefully. Huang Zhong also advised. General Liu, what are your thoughts? Lin Shi asked. Your Majesty, I absolutely did not intend for General Xiang to die. It's just that over 10,000 soldiers were shot because of me. I was just a bit frightened, I had no other intentions. Lu Shi hurriedly said, cold sweat pouring down. Xianlong, you should have been promoted to the general of the state after killing Wushao Tu and capturing Feng City, Lin Shi said. But you acted rashly and killed a surrendering soldier, committing a grave mistake. Your merits and faults cancel each other out, so I have decided not to grant you any rewards and to punish you with 3 days of reflection in the army. Do you have any objections? I have no objections, thank you, Your Majesty. Xianlong said, kneeling. Get up. You have fought hard overnight, go back to your tent and rest. Lin Shi waved his hand. Lu Shi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xianlong did not get promoted, but they had lost over 10,000 lives. However, upon reflection, they were the ruler and his subjects. Could one really expect the emperor to execute Xianlong? That was impossible. Because he had reported this incident, Xianlong received no rewards, which would likely create animosity. General Liu, you have made contributions in this battle, I will reward you with 1,000 gold. As for the soldiers you led who died in battle, I will compensate you for all of them, how about that? Lin Shi asked. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Lu Shi bowed and then exited. Your Majesty, did we perform well just now? Yang Jiumei asked with a smile. She knew the emperor would never truly want to kill Xianlong, it was merely for Lu Shi and the outsiders to see. You acted well. Regardless, since Lu Shi has allied with us, he is one of our own now. If I directly ignored his appeal this time, it would be too cold-hearted, Lin Shi smiled. In the future, to conquer the Barbarian Nation more efficiently, they would still need to rely on Lu Shi and Yuan Du, these barbarian generals. They were more familiar with the situation in the Barbarian Nation, which was their advantage. General Xiang was impulsive, but it's better that those barbarian soldiers were killed. If over 10,000 of them were left, the daily consumption of food would be considerable, Yang Jiumei said. With his killing of the surrendering soldier this time, who would dare to surrender again? They would have to fight us to the death, Lin Shi rubbed her brow. The reason for sending Xianlong to attack Feng City was to have him achieve great merit and promote him, but she did not expect him to be so impulsive. Personally, she felt that Xianlong did nothing wrong. Those barbarian soldiers had slaughtered so many of their people, they deserved to die. But as an emperor, one must consider long-term plans. Initially, she wanted to execute Xianlong, not only to show Lu Shi but also to send a signal to the outside world that the Great Xia generally does not kill surrendering soldiers. General Huang, you and General Han take 2 boxes of beer, 3 packs of sauced beef, and 3 roasted chickens to comfort General Xiang, Lin Shi said after some thought. Suemo was at the antique shop, welcoming guests from all sides. He did not expect so many people today, it completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Old Tang and Old Chow were standing in front of the Great Xia Golden King Cup, both with expressions of shock. This is the legendary Great Xia Golden King Cup, it really exists. Old Tang murmured. The ancient book once recorded that the founding emperor of Great Xia, in gratitude for the remarkable contributions of 20 founding heroes, bestowed upon them the Golden King Cup. Anyone holding this Golden Cup could avoid death once. However, later on, most of these heroes did not handle the aftermath well. After all, the emperor had said it was only a one-time exemption from death. If he wanted you dead, he could grant you death twice. Therefore, some things are indeed useful when the emperor recognizes you, but if he wants to kill you, there are 100 ways to do it. Old Tang, this Golden King Cup is too beautiful, made of gold, inlaid with pearls and various gemstones, luxurious and extremely exquisite. Each of these pieces alone is worth a lot, it's truly a good thing. Old Chow's eyes lit up upon seeing it. Such high-level antiques would not be out of place even in a national museum. Little Su is truly deep and unassuming, Old Tang sighed inwardly. If it weren't for his recognition of Su Long's character, he would have doubted whether Su Long had stolen the royal tombs of the Great Xia and the graves of many nobles and ministers. Otherwise, how could there be so many exquisite items? Old Tang, do you think this Golden King Cup can be bought for 800 million? Old Chow's eyes were glued to it. Having played with antiques his whole life, today was truly an eye-opener. If the Golden King Cup hadn't been in a glass case, he would have held it tightly in his arms. What are you thinking? If it really is 800 million, I would buy it on the spot. Old Tang shook his head. Such a magnificent and exquisite antique was already a work of art of extraordinary skill. Not to mention its extraordinary historical value, the price was definitely not just 800 million. Hey, don't try to snatch it from me. Old Chow was getting anxious. How about we call Xiao Su over to ask the price? Let's wait a bit, more people are coming. Let everyone have a look first, Old Tang said. Such top-notch treasures haven't appeared for many years. There's also a painting over there, which is rare. Let's go take a look. He forcibly pulled Old Chow to stand in front of the Jiangnan landscape painting. The entire painting was fully opened, quietly lying in a long glass case. Wonderful. I think this painting is on par with the Qingming riverside picture. Old Chow's eyes lit up as he gazed at the painting. Indeed, the artist has meticulously depicted the vast rivers and the undulating mountains, creating a marvelous Jiangnan landscape. Old Tang exclaimed repeatedly, the whole painting is grand and magnificent, with a powerful momentum, thousands of mountains and valleys, boundless, star-studded, rich in a strong sense of rhythm. Distant mountains and nearby waters, fishing boats and passenger vessels, flying birds soaring in the sky, and the vibrancy of life. This painting has extremely high artistic and historical value, worth at least 100 floors high. President Su, may your business flourish and make great profits. Ma Yucheng brought over a large flower basket. Thank you, Brother Ma, please come in, Suemo said with a smile. Ma Yucheng walked into the store and was stunned. Various antiques were displayed on shelves, exhibition stands, and in anti-theft glass cases. There were at least 100 items, each extremely exquisite, all fine products. Incredible! Was the teacher really teaching back then, or was he a tomb raider? Ma Yucheng was extremely shocked, thinking to himself. He had been in this line of work for quite some time, and today was truly an eye-opener. Suemo, may you have great fortune and prosperity. Li Yunran walked over, presenting a set of high-end tea utensils. Thank you, President Li. Suemo said with a smile. We're all old classmates, no need to be polite. You go ahead and get busy, I'll just take a look around, Li Yunran said as she walked inside. Although she didn't understand antiques, she could tell these items were definitely good things. For example, there was a coral tree that was completely crystal clear, about 1.5 meters tall. The one at her grandfather's house was only 1.2 meters tall, and the shape wasn't as nice as this one. Even so, her grandfather treated it as a treasure and didn't easily show it to others. Sumo's piece was likely worth a fortune. Then she saw a green jade bead bracelet on the shelf, which looked quite nice. In the middle of the jade beads, there were small golden balls resembling fortune beads. Each golden ball had a different shape and pattern, very exquisite. Do you like this? It's a gift for you, Suemo said as he approached her from behind, smiling. So generous? Li Yunran picked up the bracelet, feeling the jade bead's warmth, and liked it even more. Did I promise to give you an antique last time? I think this one suits you well, Suemo said. The item is indeed good, but it wouldn't be a burial item or something, right? Li Yunran asked directly. If it were really like that, she wouldn't dare to wear it no matter how good it was. I can guarantee this is not a burial item, Suemo shook his head. This item was something Lu Mulan had asked Lin Shi to pass to him a few days ago, wanting a few small-sized bras. Based on the photos of Lu Mulan on Lin Shi's phone, he bought 10 A-sized bras from a lingerie store and sent them over. How can you be so sure? Li Yunran didn't understand why he was so confident. In her impression, antiques from high years were basically excavated from tombs. If it was from the Qing dynasty, there was still a possibility of it being passed down through generations. For earlier dynasties, the chance of it being inherited was almost zero. After all, too much time had passed, and many prominent families had disappeared in the long river of history. It was unrealistic to expect an item to be passed down through generations to the present. I can't explain this well, but I can guarantee with my handsome face that this is definitely not a burial item, Suemo said, looking at her. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the others. Oh, this bracelet is so beautiful. Madam, if you don't plan to buy it, could you show it to me? At that moment, a young woman wearing glasses walked over, her eyes lighting up. I'll take this one, Li Yunran said with a smile as she put the bracelet on her wrist. She felt a connection to it and liked it immediately. Since Suemo was so sure it wasn't a burial item, she decided to wear it. This item is quite valuable, worth 7 figures, the woman with glasses said, looking at the bracelet with some regret. Ah, that's too expensive, I can't just take it, Li Yunran hurriedly replied. Suemo, I'll transfer you $1 million. She thought it was worth at most 100 or 80,000, but she didn't expect it to be so valuable. No, I said it's a gift for you, Suemo quickly replied. Besides, when I bought the house and shop from you, didn't you give me a discount of several million? Then I won't be polite, Li Yunran said, no longer holding back. She looked down at the bracelet, liking it more and more. So you are Boss Su, I didn't expect you to be so young, the woman with glasses said, smiling slightly at Suemo.
I am Sumo, and you are?
Sumo looked at her, noticing she seemed about 25 or 16, dressed casually. She was also very pretty, exuding an intellectual beauty.
My name is Linyu.
I saw the location of this antique shop from a group of antique enthusiasts and came to take a look. The woman pushed her glasses up slightly. Old Tang was quite famous in the antique circle of Donghai province. This was the first time she had seen an antique shop he recommended. It was indeed worth the visit, there were so many good things.
I see, no wonder there are so many people today. I need to take a good rest later, Sumo chuckled. If you see anything you like, I can give you a good price.
Thank you, boss, I'll take another look, Linyu said, glancing at the bracelet on Li Yunran's wrist before moving on to other antiques. Sumo inadvertently noticed two familiar figures entering the door and frowned slightly.
Wan Yugue and Gung Bei, they really were like lingering spirits.
Wan Yugue looked at the antiques in the shop, utterly shocked. He didn't expect Su Long to have hidden so many good things. This brother-in-law looks honest, but I didn't expect him to have so many tricks up his sleeve, hiding so many antiques from us.
Gung Bei snorted.
They had come today to see just how many antiques Sumo had. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was a shock.
Sumo initially wanted to drive them out but decided to greet the familiar guests first. Mr. Su, congratulations on your wealth. Fang Wei and Tang Yi came over together, bringing gifts.
Thank you, please come inside, Sumo said, handing the gifts to Chao Yi and leading the two of them in.
Wow, there are so many antiques,
Tang Yi exclaimed, seeing the exquisite items, many of which were more refined than her grandfather's collection. She just didn't know which dynasty they were from, they all looked quite new.
Look at that gold hairpin, it's so exquisite. Was the aesthetic of ancient people really that exceptional? Fang Wei pointed at a gold hairpin on the shelf.
Sumo glanced at it, it was one that Yang Jiumei had offered a few days ago, requesting several beautiful outfits tailored to her figure. At that time, he had sent over tens of thousands of outfits, but none of the women's clothing fit her.
After all, she was quite robust, taller and more powerful than many men.
She also wore the garments bestowed by the Celestial Lord and didn't want the tailor to make any adjustments. Based on the photos, Sumo had bought her 10 outfits and sent them over.
The ancients are just ancient, they don't represent the earth. Tang Yi shot her a glance. In fact, the aesthetic standards of ancient times far exceeded those of today.
Especially the royal items from ancient times were extremely exquisite, representing the highest level of craftsmanship and aesthetic standards of that era.
You make a good point, being influenced by Grandpa is indeed different. Fang Wei chuckled. Well, who told you not to come to Grandpa's house often? It's not like you weren't allowed. Tang Yi huffed.
When I was young, my parents were busy with business, they hardly had time to visit Grandpa's house.
Fang Wei sighed, this gold hairpin is beautiful, I'll buy it. Mr. Su, how much is it? Sumo was her major client, buying something as a form of support. Old Tang, could you take a look at this? Sumo called out with a smile.
When Old Tang saw that it was his granddaughter and her friend, he didn't expect them to join in the fun. He picked up the hairpin, examined it closely, and quoted 2 million.
As he was hired as a special consultant by Sumo, his quote was naturally objective and fair. 1 million is fine, Sumo said to Fang Wei.
No way, just go with the original price, Fang Wei hurriedly replied, taking the hairpin to check out. Qin Mengyao and Qin Yuan also arrived, and upon entering the store, they were astonished by the room full of antiques.
It can't be replicas, right? Qin Mengyao murmured.
She had never known that the Su family had so many treasures. Let's take a look first, Qin Yuan said, having no expertise in antiques and unable to discern their authenticity. They were actually just curious about how many antiques Sumo had. Last time, Old Tang mentioned he spent 500 million on 2 vases from Sumo, and they regretted canceling the wedding too hastily.
Little Su, can you take out the golden king cup of the Great Xia for me to see? I really like it.
Old Chow couldn't wait any longer and pulled Sumo over. Upon hearing this, Sumo directly unlocked the glass cabinet with his fingerprint and carefully took out the golden king cup.
Many people had already gathered around to look. This item was clearly extraordinary.
Old Chow took it and examined it closely, noticing the inscription Xiantian Nianji at the bottom. This is indeed the Golden King Cup granted by the founding emperor of the Great Xia to his meritorious subjects. Xiantian is the era name of the Great Xia's founding emperor.
Old Tang came over, extremely excited.
I don't care whether the Great Xia existed or not, this is indeed an old item, a good item.
Old Chow held it tightly. Little Su, name your price. He was determined to acquire this item as a family heirloom. Old Tang, you decide. Sumo looked at Old Tang.
He also liked this item very much, which is why he had kept it alongside the Jiangnan landscape map as a treasure in the store.
Little Su, this item is extremely precious. how about we take it to an auction? Old Tang was momentarily uncertain.
Such an artifact could easily be considered a national treasure, with a very high value.
Old Tang, that's not interesting. Isn't the auction just for selling at a higher price?
You just say how much. As long as I can afford it, I won't haggle. Old Chow said anxiously. Many people recognized him. It was surprising that the usually composed Old Chow was so candid about this item, which was quite rare. Generally, those who deal in antiques, even if they really like something, wouldn't easily show it, otherwise, it would be hard to negotiate the price. After all, the prices of antiques fluctuate greatly, depending on how the negotiations go.
Since Old Chow has said so, Old Tang, just estimate a price, Suemo said with a smile. He was in urgent need of money and couldn't wait for the auction.
I can only provide an objective estimate based on my understanding and ability. If I sell it for less, you can't blame me later, Old Tang said with a wry smile. Little Su trusted him so much, which put a lot of pressure on him.
It's fine, just say it, Suemo nodded.
This item is the life-saving golden cup granted by the founding emperor of the Great Xia to 20 founding ministers. Each golden cup consumed 20 taels of gold, inlaid with 11 pearls, 21 rubies and sapphires, and 4 pink tourmalines, extremely luxurious and exquisite. Old Tang looked at the golden king cup. Both its artistic and historical value are extremely high. Everyone was extremely shocked upon hearing this, not expecting the origins of this item to be so extraordinary.
Old Chow did not mind his rambling and quietly waited for the quote. After my assessment, this item is priced around 1 billion. Old Tang pondered for a moment before finally giving the quote. 1 billion.
The crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, filled with envy. Qin Mangyao was like a statue, unable to believe it for a long time.
1 billion, 1 billion. If she had followed Suemo, she would have instantly become a wealthy lady.
Wang Yugui and Gung Bei were first taken aback, then filled with immense regret.
They should have coaxed Suemo into acquiring these antiques first.
This one item was worth 1 billion. How much would the entire room of antiques be worth?
1 billion.
Old Chow hesitated for a moment, then nodded. 1 billion it is, I'll take it.
The crowd was once again shocked. This was too extravagant.
Old Chow, don't rush.
Old Tang became anxious upon hearing this.
He also liked such treasures.
Old Tang, don't compete with me for this one. I know you really like that Jiangnan landscape painting. I won't compete with you.
Old Chow hurriedly said.
How could he not be anxious? If the people from the capital found out, they would probably fly over that very night.
It had to be secured today to avoid any long, drawn-out dreams.
Forget it. Since that's the case, I won't compete with you. Old Tang sighed.
After all, he was the consultant for this family and had to prioritize the guests. Moreover, if he wanted it, he would have to raise the price, and the company's cash flow might be a bit tight. Old Chow was overjoyed upon hearing this, grinning from ear to ear.
Wait a minute.
At that moment, a young man wearing sunglasses walked over.
Young Master Yi. Qin Mangyao was surprised to see him. How did he end up here?
Yu Wending took off his sunglasses, his eyes fixed on the Golden King Cup. He had passed by today and noticed many luxury cars parked outside the antique shop, so he came to join the excitement. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the shop, he was drawn to this item and stood at the edge of the crowd listening. When he heard that this item was bestowed by the founding emperor of the Great Xia, he became somewhat excited. According to the Yi family's ancestral teachings, their ancestor was one of the founding contributors of the Great Xia. Whether the Great Xia even existed was questionable, so many doubted that the Yi family was just making it up. After all, it's hard to investigate a fabricated dynasty. Yu Wending had thought the same before. It was quite normal. Just like some people today who like to find a famous historical figure with the same surname when compiling family trees. It doesn't matter if they are truly their ancestors, they can't exactly refuse, right? But now, he truly believed that his ancestor was indeed a founding contributor of the Great Xia. Young man, we have a deal on this item. Old Chow looked at this person with an extraordinary demeanor, unsure where this young master came from.
You haven't even paid yet, the transaction isn't complete. Yu Wending smiled. Boss, I'm willing to add another 100 million, 11 billion, how about that?
The family tree mentioned that the Yi family also had a Golden King Cup passed down as a family heirloom through generations. Unfortunately, it was lost during the World Wars and could never be found again. If he could recover the Great Xia Golden King Cup, it would be of great significance to the entire Yi family, and he believed his father would be very pleased. The more support he had, the greater his chances of rising to power. Sorry, handsome, I've already made a deal with Old Chow. One must keep their word, right? Suemo said with a smile. I'm quite regretful too. After all, that's 1 billion less. He thought to himself that he hadn't even found a proxy. Why was someone suddenly so interested in the Golden King Cup offering such a generous price? It seemed necessary to have Lin Shi keep an eye on this item. After all, it was worth over $1 billion. Boss Su, I'll add another 100 million, 12 billion. Yi Wending continued to raise the price. Wow, is the Golden King Cup really worth that much? The onlookers were stunned. They were also shocked by young Master Yi's financial power, adding 100 million at such a young age. He was really loaded. Who doesn't like making more money? Suemo said with a smile, but please don't raise the price anymore, or my heart will bleed with regret. Since I agreed with old Chow that it would be 1 billion, then it shall be 1 billion. The people around couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This boss was truly impressive and worthy of respect. If it were someone else, they would have probably agreed long ago. This wasn't just an extra 1 or 2 million, but 200 million. Xiao Su, you really are something, very principled. Old Chow hurriedly called the finance department to transfer the money, to avoid any further complications. Sir, may I take a look at the bottom of the Golden King Cup? Yi Xiao approached Old Chow, very polite. Old Chow turned the Golden King Cup towards him. Yi Xiao carefully examined the 3 legs. Zhao. He squinted, this is the Golden King Cup of the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Old Tang also leaned in and indeed found a tiny Zhao inscribed at the bottom of one of the legs. If one didn't look closely, it would be completely invisible. Young man, you really know your stuff. Are you also a fan of the Great Xia culture? He was somewhat surprised. I have some understanding. It is said that my ancestor from the Yi family was a founding hero of the Great Xia kingdom, and the family once possessed a Golden King Cup granted by the emperor, but due to wars, it has long been lost, Yi Wending said slowly, but now that the Zhao family's Golden King Cup has emerged, I believe the Yi family will too. Since this item belonged to the Zhao family, he wouldn't contest it. Old Tang and Old Chow exchanged glances, so he was from the Yi family, no wonder he was so confident. Did you see that? As soon as Yi Xiao made his move, it was 12 billion, now that's a wealthy family. Qin Yuan whispered to Qin Mengyao. If their daughter could marry into the Yi family, their whole family would take off. Just a little resource from the Yi family would be enough for them to live comfortably. Dad, you know about his scandalous news, he changes girlfriends every month, Qin Mengyao huffed. You're already an adult, be realistic. Don't expect to find a man who is rich, handsome, and devoted all at once, it's impossible, Qin Yuan said. Although he has many girlfriends, no one has ever said anything bad about him, which shows he must be a decent person. Unlike some who always want to take advantage, expecting women to pay for a hotel room. Such people, when they break up, it's no surprise if they get hammered. Qin Mengyao covered her forehead, her father's thoughts were truly suffocating. Was life over if one didn't join a wealthy family? Xiao Su, the money has been transferred, I'm heading back now, Old Chow said carefully holding the Golden King Cup as he approached a Maybach, instructing the driver to take him home. Especially thinking about saving 200 million made him even happier. Such a great treasure, Old Chow really got a good deal, Old Tang said with a wry smile. Xiao Su, I quite like that landscape painting of Jiangnan, could you have someone appraise it? He wanted to buy it, but it wouldn't be appropriate for him to appraise it himself. You can appraise it, I trust you completely, otherwise I wouldn't have invited you to be my consultant. Suemo understood his concerns and saw no need for it. Moreover, it seemed that among those present, only Old Tang truly understood the history of the Great Xia. In that case, I won't be polite, Old Tang said, for this painting, I offer 600 million. The crowd gasped again. 2 antiques had sold for 16 billion today. Among so many listed companies in the country, very few could make that much profit in a year. Qin Mengyao bit her lip hard, this money far exceeded their family's wealth. Wan Yugue and Gung Bei's expressions darkened. They had originally planned to settle with money, but now it seemed that wouldn't work. Suemo was not short on money at all, he would have to use extraordinary means, otherwise, his son would really face sentencing. Okay. Suemo nodded, this price was about what he expected. With so much money at once, he would need to equip Lin Shi and the others with more weapons and gear. After all, these antiques were also offerings from Lin Shi and the others, so it was a mutual return. The others began to look at the other antiques, fearing that the good ones would be snatched away. However, many people lost interest as soon as they asked about the prices. The items are quite good, but there's one problem, they're expensive. Boss Su, can we have a word? Yi Wending asked. No problem, let's go to the tea room upstairs, Suemo nodded. The two went to the tea room and closed the door. Boss Su, I'll get straight to the point. If you can get the Yi family's Golden King Cup, it's 12 billion, not a penny less, Yi Wending said directly. He noticed that many items in the antique shop were from the Great Xia Kingdom. Currently, it seemed that only this place had so many Great Xia antiques. This indicated that Suemo had connections. To find the Yi family's Golden King Cup, he had the best chance by approaching him. I'll give it a try, Suemo said after thinking for a moment. I can only say I'll do my best, but whether I can find it depends on fate. After all, it had been over 200 years since Lin Shi's ancestor received the Golden King Cup, so it might not be possible to locate it. Yu Wending didn't hold out much hope that Su Mo could find the Golden King Cup, but what if he really could? Then he would be a great contributor to the Yi family. This was an honor that could not be earned even with a fortune. Perhaps the family tree would even have to add a page just for him. He added Su Mo on WeChat, left his phone number, and went downstairs to buy a top-quality inkstone, spending over 2 million. His father liked calligraphy, so he thought he would appreciate it. Young Master Yi, what a coincidence. You also like antiques? Qin Yuan pulled Qin Mengyao over. Hello, Uncle Qin, I just happened to come by to take a look. Yu Wending glanced at Qin Mengyao. Mengyao, is there anything you like? I can buy it for you. He had only one way to pursue women, throw money at them. Simple, efficient, and worry-free. He had been through the ups and downs of romance, and it didn't hold much interest for him anymore. Deeper exchanges were much more enjoyable. Talking about feelings was too exhausting. Discussing money was much easier. I'm just browsing, nothing in particular that I like, Qin Mengyao hurriedly said. She was shocked by the prices of the antiques, everything here was too expensive. If young Master Yi bought something for her, she would have to serve him well in return. But she was unwilling to do such things for money. It wasn't worth it. If it wasn't the best, there was no need to demean herself. Alright, I have some things to attend to. I'll contact you when I have time. Yu Wending smiled and left directly. He never spent too much energy on one girl, but liking a girl could be exhausting. It wasn't contradictory. You child, talk to young Master Yi more, Qin Yuan said softly. I've said it before, I don't want to be played with and then discarded, Qin Mengyao replied coldly. Her father was overly confident in her, although she was somewhat attractive. There were many attractive girls out there. For a super-rich family like the Yi family, marrying a wife had to be a match in social status. Their Qin family wasn't even considered a wealthy family in Yunhai, let alone in Kyoto. Yu Mengyao, marriage is a woman's second chance to change her fate. You need to seize it well, Qin Yuan sighed. After hearing this, Qin Mengyao stopped responding and wandered off to look at other antiques. Mr. Li, thank you for your congratulatory gift. I plan to order 40,000 reinforced compound bows. You need to speed up production. Su Mo invited Mr. Li into the tea room. Money comes quickly and goes quickly. 40,000 compound bows would cost 4 billion. No problem, I've just opened a new production line, and the output has doubled. Mr. Li was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He hadn't expected to come today to celebrate Su Mo's store opening and end up receiving a super big order. Now he understood why Su Mo was so extravagant. These antiques were incredibly profitable. In just this short time, he had sold over 16 billion. He had to firmly hold on to Su Mo as a super big client. Just this one client was worth more than his total sales over the past 5 years. After going downstairs, he spent $1 million to buy a sandalwood Buddha statue. Su Mo invited Tang Yi to the tea room and inquired about the price of pesticide spraying drones, deciding to buy the two most expensive ones, each costing 500,000. Thank you for your support, Mr. Su. Tang Yi was extremely happy. During Grandpa's birthday banquet last time, she casually asked Su Mo if he needed any drones for export, and unexpectedly, a deal was struck. No need to be polite, we are so familiar with each other, let's help one another, Su Mo smiled. First, he would buy 2 units for Lin Shi and the others to get accustomed to, as they were quite different from the aerial photography drones they had used before. Tang Yi was very pleased and showed off a bit to Feng Wei. Although it was just 2 units, it was only the beginning. It's just $1 million order, look how happy you are, Feng Wei said, wearing a golden hairpin, snorting. At that moment, Su Mo invited her to come up. Mr. Su, you're not placing another order, are you? Feng Wei asked with a smile. You guessed it right, bulletproof vests, helmets, shields, and another 5,000 sets, Su Mo replied. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your support of our company. Feng Wei was quite moved. Su Mo's strong support was increasing her prestige in the company day by day. Those who had once mocked her as just a pretty face, claiming she relied on having a good father, had begun to keep quiet. No need to be so polite, mutual support. Su Mo glanced at the golden hairpin on her head. Is the item good? Very good. Feng Wei took off the hairpin. I fell in love with it at first sight. It's destined for me. This is from a famous female general of the Great Xia. Your taste is quite good. Su Mo poured her a cup of tea. Although Yang Jiumei was quite robust in appearance, the accessories she wore were extremely delicate and exquisite. Oh, it's actually from a female general, impressive. Feng Wei decided to keep it well. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that everyone dispersed. Sumo asked Chow Yi to watch the store while he returned to the food factory. Upon seeing a letter from Lin Shi, he learned that Xiang Long had broken through Feng City, killing Wu Xiaotu and many surrendering soldiers. Well done. Sumo opened a bottle of cola and took a sip. The barbarian soldiers had continuously slaughtered 13 cities of the Great Xia, with countless civilians dying tragically. Xiang Long had only killed over 10,000 surrendering soldiers. He thought for a moment and drove to the building materials market. He bought a large amount of sand, steel bars, and other construction materials and tools, spending over 5 million. Besides repairing the bombed city wall of Feng City, most of the other cities were damaged and needed restoration. To ensure stability in the capital in the future, relying solely on Yen City was not enough. All strategic cities in the north needed to be reinforced and raised, which required a large amount of building materials. He had these items delivered to the backyard of the food factory, stacking them high. Sumo wrote a letter asking Lin Shi to send the phone back first. Upon seeing it, Lin Shi didn't dare to delay and immediately sent it over. Sumo took the phone and couldn't help but open the album to take a look. He saw several selfies of Lin Shi in her pajamas, her chest round and full, almost making his nose bleed. He quickly shifted his focus, downloading some instructional videos on wall construction from the internet, such as the ratios of cement, sand, and gravel. This time he didn't buy bricks, as Lin Shi surely had the capability to produce them. He couldn't provide everything. For long-term development, self-sufficiency was essential. He had previously learned that when the Great Xia built city walls, they used glutinous rice as a binder between bricks. By boiling glutinous rice into a gel-like substance, it became very sticky. This sticky glutinous rice, when freshly made, had excellent adhesion, and once dried, its hardness was not much different from cement. But now, during the Great Famine, people couldn't even fill their stomachs, let alone be extravagant enough to use glutinous rice for building walls. So this time, he purchased cement and other building materials. He then wrote a letter and sent it along with the phone. After receiving the letter, Lin Shi took a leather bag and went to the spacious area in the backyard. She quickly replied with a letter. Not long after, a large amount of cement, steel bars, and other items flew out, filling the yard. Is this thing called a steel bar? Han Jian held a short steel bar, feeling its weight. Such good steel was actually used for building walls. It was too extravagant. With a little processing, it could become an excellent weapon. General Han, you are responsible for recruiting 3,000 people from the citizens of the city to be used for the construction of the city walls and other matters. Lin Shi wanted to give him her phone so he could take people to learn from the teaching videos. But when she thought about the many photos of herself in the album, she hesitated. She first had Han Jian send people to transport building materials to Feng City, as that was where they were most needed at the moment. Then she returned to her room and wrote a letter, begging the Celestial Master to grant her another phone. When Sumo received the letter, he slapped his forehead, instantly understanding her concerns. Lin Shi only had one phone, and those teaching videos couldn't be learned in a short time. If the phone was with someone else, they would definitely discover her private photos. So he drove to the mall, bought 5 phones and 10 power banks. After downloading the teaching videos on drones, city walls, and so on, he sent them over. Lin Shi was extremely happy to receive so many phones, one for each of the 5 generals. Thank you, Celestial Master, for granting us phones. The 5 generals were incredibly excited and immediately knelt in worship. They had long envied this magical device that they had seen the Emperor use. They never expected that this time the Celestial Master would grant each of them one, which was a delightful surprise. Your Majesty, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please present it to the Celestial Master. Xiang Long took off a short dagger inlaid with gems from his waist and handed it over. Although this dagger was not as sharp as the one granted by the Celestial Master, it was crafted by a master forger and was his favorite short dagger. Especially since the scabbard was inlaid with 3 gems, it was quite valuable. Wait a moment, I have a top-grade incense burner in my tent. I will offer it to the Celestial Master. Lu Mulan hurriedly went out. In a short while, she returned holding a purple-brown incense burner. The other generals also took out items to present to the Celestial Master. After Lin Shi wrote a thank you letter, she sent all these items over. Then she began to teach them how to use the phones. General Han, look, click on this thing called video, it teaches how to build city walls and other methods. Mulan, click on this icon, it's for taking photos, just press it and it's done, see. Then click on this small icon, it's the front camera, you can take selfies, it's much clearer than a bronze mirror. Jiao Mei, select the video recording function, just click it, yes. See, it's all recorded, including the sound. Among the 5 generals, only Huang Zhong found it a bit difficult to operate the phone, probably because he was older than the rest.
However, he didn't ask the emperor and decided to wait until he could ask Xianglong later. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has sent a letter. A guard presented a bamboo slip. After Lin Shi read it, she smiled. They had broken through Feng City, beheaded Wu Xiaotu, and annihilated the barbarian troops. When this news reached the capital, the entire city erupted in excitement. The Great Xia had been bullied by the Barbarian Nation for so many years, and they finally had a chance to breathe. Everyone now knew that Prince Ning of the Western Wei was leading 100,000 elite troops, and there was still much concern. After all, this meant that the Western Wei was officially entering the fray. The situation for the Great Xia remained very difficult, and the external enemies still harbored the desire to destroy the Great Xia. Zhang Taizhang inquired whether they should recruit soldiers in the capital to go to Feng City. They had all received news that the army in Yen City had excellent rations and often ate meat. The ordinary soldiers were eating and drinking even better than some of the nobles in the capital. After all, during the Great Famine, it was hard to buy meat even with money. Upon hearing this, the citizens of the capital all wanted to enlist. Even some high-ranking officials' children eagerly signed up. For these people, eating and drinking were secondary. They were there to earn military merit for future promotions. Lin Shi showed the bamboo slip to the 5 generals. Your Majesty, in my opinion, we can completely handle Prince Ning without needing to recruit soldiers from the capital. Huang Zhang said. They had already defeated an army of 200,000 barbarian troops. How could they not deal with Prince Ning's 100,000 troops? Moreover, with the Celestial Master's help, defeating Prince Ning's army was just a matter of time. Yes, these people are not here to fight, they are here for the military achievements. Xiang Long snorted. At first, no one came for conscription, and it took a forced draft to gather enough troops, totaling 200,000. As a result, in the battle against the barbarian soldiers, 150,000 died. If it weren't for His Majesty Lin Shi personally coming to oversee the battle, moving the Heavenly Sovereign, the remaining 50,000 would have either died in battle or starved. Now, there is no need for conscription at all, so many people have come and are consuming food. Moreover, if it is truly necessary, we can directly conscript in Yen City. What you say makes sense, Lin Shi nodded. Send my orders, do not conscript in the capital for now, and also inform Zhang Taizhang to send someone to keep an eye on the King of the Western Regions and the King of Yu. This time, the King of the Western Regions dared to pay lip service while secretly opposing us, and he deserves to be punished. The King of Yu, who found excuses not to come to Yen City for support, is also deserving of death. These fools truly do not take me, the new Empress, seriously. Once we repel the King of Ning and reclaim the remaining 9 cities, it will be time to make an example of them. Stability is needed internally, otherwise, there will always be great hidden dangers when the army embarks on distant expeditions in the future. The next day, Lin Shi received 2 large drones for spraying pesticides. In addition to the user manual, there was a special note from the Heavenly Sovereign. After reading it, she became somewhat excited. The Heavenly Sovereign's intention was to fill the drone's container with gasoline, control it to fly over the enemy, spray it, and then set it ablaze. Lin Shi decided to use this method against the King of Ning and let Lu Mulan try to operate the spraying drone. The following day, she ordered 5,000 men to guard Yen City while the others headed to Feng City. Your Majesty, the King of Ning is still 30 miles away. 2 days later, Lin Shi stood on the city wall of Feng City, hearing the report from the scout. How many troops does he have? Lin Shi asked. About 100,000, with 5,000 warhorses, the scout replied. Lin Shi nodded and instructed them to continue scouting. The Western Wei, like the Barbarian Nation, is detestable. Both were once beneficiaries of the Great Xia, yet they repay kindness with enmity, seizing Great Xia's land. Now the King of Ning must have learned of Wu Xiaotu's death, yet he still insists on coming. His courage is commendable. This is good. Among the many lords of Western Wei, the King of Ning is the strongest. We will first eliminate the King of Ning and cut off one of Western Wei's arms. As dusk approached, a warhorse approached. I am a subordinate of the King of Ning from Western Wei, here to deliver a message. The man shouted from a distance. After placing the bamboo slip at the city gate, he did not leave. Someone opened the side door, retrieved the bamboo slip, and after repeated checks, presented it to the Empress. Just read it, Lin Shi said lightly, without touching it. Respected Empress of the Great Xia, I am Chowda, the King of Ning of Western Wei. I come this time not to be an enemy of the Great Xia, but only to seek food to survive. If your Majesty could grant me 200,000 jin of grain, I will immediately withdraw my troops back to Western Wei. Otherwise, my soldiers have traveled a long distance without food and will inevitably fight to the death, resulting in mutual destruction. I hope your Majesty will think carefully. Chowda is trying to intimidate us, Yang Zhomei sneered. What a lion's share he demands, asking for 200,000 jin of grain right off the bat.
If this were in the past, during prosperous times, encountering a dog emperor like Lin Shizhen, he might have actually agreed. But now, in this era of great famine, grain is more precious than gold.
Moreover, with the Empress's domineering character, she would not indulge them.
You go back and tell the king of Ning that there is not a single grain of food. If he has the guts, he can come and take it himself, Lin Shi said to the messenger below the city. If he doesn't have that courage, he should hurry back to Western Wei. This was a great opportunity to weaken the military strength of Western Wei. How could it be missed? 10 miles from Feng City, outside the military tent, a middle-aged man in a python robe frowned as he listened to the messenger's report. Lin Shi actually rejected me. Does she want to go to war with me? The king of Ning gently stroked his goatee. He did not expect Wu Xiaotu to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. When he heard the news of Wu Xiaotu's death, he was already close to Feng City. Now that he had come this far, if he returned in such a disheartened state, he would surely be mocked for his cowardice by the people of Western Wei and other nations. So he sent a messenger to deliver a letter to Lin Shi, hoping to obtain food so he could withdraw his troops. In this way, it wouldn't be a wasted trip after all. They didn't ask for much, just 2 million pounds of grain, and they had already lowered their stance enough. Yet, even so, Lin Shi still refused. Your Highness, the barbarian army of 200,000 is besieging Yan City, and they have all been annihilated. Wu Tiegu and Wu Xiaotu, father and son, also died on the battlefield. Although we have 100,000 elite soldiers, a strategist whispered. He did not believe that the Western Wei troops were significantly stronger than those of the Barbarian Nation. Even if they captured Feng City, it was highly likely they would stop at Yan City, which would not hold much significance. Moreover, according to the various news they received, it was said that the Great Xia had the favor of the Celestial Sovereign, who granted them many powerful weapons. Regardless of whether the Celestial Sovereign existed, powerful weapons certainly did. Otherwise, given the combat strength of the barbarian soldiers, they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat.
How could I not know what you said? Who would have thought Wu Xiaotu was so incompetent?
Prince Ning sighed. Now attacking is not an option, nor is retreating. Although they had superior numbers compared to Great Xia, the barbarian army of 200,000 had suffered a disastrous defeat, let alone their own 100,000. There was no guarantee of victory in an attack, and retreating would be too humiliating. Your Highness, how about this? Tomorrow we surround the city and see Great Xia's attitude, the strategist suggested. If they remain steadfast and do not come out, it shows they still hold us in awe and are not as formidable as rumored.
Perhaps we can still obtain grain and then retreat.
What you say is also a solution. Lin Shi has not felt our pressure.
Prince Ning praised repeatedly. This plan was feasible, so he ordered the army to eat and drink well and rest properly tonight. However, not long after, he heard some commotion outside. Looking up, he saw something that looked like a bird but wasn't, flying and circling above the camp. What is that thing? Prince Ning asked, pointing at the drone.
I don't know, a strange kind of bird. Everyone shook their heads, having never seen such a thing before.
Never mind, let everyone rest well, we will attack the city tomorrow. Prince Ning glanced at the drone and returned to the military tent. What if we kill Su Mo? Wouldn't all his antiques then belong to us?
In the Yunhai villa, Gung Bei said coldly.
Sumo's 2 antiques sold for 16 billion, which indeed stimulated her.
As long as they killed Su Mo, they would have a way to keep their son from suffering in prison. Moreover, they could swallow so many antiques, achieving 2 goals with 1 action.
You better not have such thoughts.
Wang Yugue shot her a cold glance.
His sister only had Su Mo as a son. If he died at their hands, how would she face her sister in the afterlife? If you have the ability, go do it. Gung Bei scoffed. Let me tell you, Su Mo isn't short on money right now. Reconciling with him using money is completely useless. Do you think you can move him with familial affection? With the things they had done, Su Mo would never forgive them. Isn't he mentally ill?
I'm quite familiar with the director of the mental hospital.
Wang Yugue lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Are you planning to send him to a mental hospital? Gung Bei's eyes lit up. That was indeed a good idea. Su Mo seemed normal now, but he had a history of mental illness, which made it easy to manipulate. Once inside, even a normal person could be made to act abnormally.
I'll handle this, you don't need to worry about it. Wang Yugue exhaled a puff of smoke. Su Mo was determined to send Wang Hu to prison, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, the value of Sumo's antique shop far the next morning. As Su Mo finished washing up, he received a call from Di Weigua, who said that a car from a mental hospital had arrived at the door and insisted on coming in, but he hadn't opened the door.
Su Mo frowned and checked the surveillance.
He saw an ambulance with the words Yunhai Mental Hospital written on it.
Who here is the crazy one? Su Mo murmured, then suddenly realized, are these people here to take me away? He had long since recovered from his mental illness. Sumo, open the door, we are here for a follow-up visit. Several people in white coats shouted from the vehicle. Go back, I'm better now, Sumo said lightly as he walked over to the door. Mental patients never think they are sick, they believe others are the ones who are sick, a middle-aged doctor said. Open the door, I'll give you a test, and if everything is fine, we'll leave. I didn't ask you to come, who sent you? Sumo asked. Our hospital is conducting follow-up activities, and you happen to be selected, the doctor replied. We don't want to come all the way here either, but it's the hospital's task, please cooperate. Hearing this, Sumo sneered. When he was in the hospital, his address was always listed as his previous villa, never the food factory. These people could actually find him here, it was clear they were prepared. So just ask your questions, Sumo said, wanting to see what they were up to. Open the door so we can talk, this way we can observe your condition, the doctor insisted. No need, no matter who sent you, don't think you can take me away, Sumo said. If you don't leave, I'll kick you out. Dwagwa held a baton, waiting for the boss's command. This group of doctors was really strange, actively trying to take someone away. I see your condition is quite serious, you need to come back with us for treatment, the doctor said. The sooner you get treated, the sooner you'll recover. You have to believe in our capabilities, weren't you treated in our hospital before? So you mean I'm still mentally ill, right? Sumo asked coldly. Yes, from what I hear, there are still major issues, your mental illness isn't cured, the doctor hurriedly replied. Oh, then killing someone isn't a crime for a mental patient, right? Sumo sneered, grabbing a knife and stepping out through the side door, exuding a murderous aura. The doctors from the mental hospital, seeing this, hurriedly got back into their vehicle and fled in a hurry. They knew very well that killing someone as a mental patient wasn't a crime. So they decided to leave first, after all, life is the most important. Boss, why don't you let me deal with them? Dwagwa put down the baton. I'm a mental patient, I could kill them without consequence, but you can't, Sumo glanced at him. Just call me by my name. That won't do, it's better to call you by your title while at work, Dwagwa smiled. Although they were classmates, one was now the boss and the other an employee, he was clear about that. Sumo, hearing this, no longer insisted and let him be happy. When Liwu comes over to hand over the shift later, tell him that if the mental hospital's vehicle comes again, it should be driven away immediately. If they don't leave, call the police. Got it, boss. Sumo returned to his office, thinking about what had just happened. The mental hospital wouldn't come here for no reason, someone must have instigated it. After thinking it over, it seemed that apart from Wang Yugue, no one else would do such a thing. Last time they tried to seduce him with a cyclist and failed, it seemed this time they wanted to play hardball. They planned to have him directly taken to the mental hospital. What a good plan. He thought for a moment, since Wang Yugue wanted to use the mental illness issue to make trouble, he could do the same. He called Old Tang and asked him to introduce a reliable lawyer. Sumo met with the lawyer and detailed how his assets had been gradually seized by Wang Yugue. He just couldn't swallow this anger. Besides wanting to put Wang Hu in jail, he also wanted to find a way to make the Wang couple lose everything, even end up in debt. If you were a normal person, there would basically be no way out, because all the documents have your signature and are legally binding. After hearing this, Lawyer Zhang pushed up his glasses, but since you have a history of mental illness and a certificate issued by the hospital, you actually have a chance to reclaim your family's property. According to relevant legal provisions, if a party is a severely mentally ill patient who cannot fully recognize their own actions, the contracts they sign will be considered invalid. It can be said that Wang Yugue specifically chose to have Sumo sign documents when he was unwell, many of which do not count. This point can be used to start a lawsuit against Wang Yugue. Sumo did this not only to reclaim what belonged to him but also to vent his anger. Mr. Su, we will do our utmost in this matter. There is still a chance of winning, Lawyer Zhang said. Well, I'll leave it to you, Sumo said as he stood up and shook his hand. Your Majesty, we were truly deceived by young Master Wu this time, it was out of necessity. Under the city wall of Fengcheng, King Ning led an army of 100,000, grand and imposing. At this moment, Lin Shi stood on the wall, watching them, her eyes faintly filled with excitement. We have traveled a long way, and our food supply is insufficient returning to Western Way. I hope your Majesty can extend a helping hand and provide us with some food, enough for our journey, King Ning said loudly. If your Majesty's food supply is also insufficient, we only need 100,000 pounds. Previously, he had asked for 200,000. But now he took a step back, asking for half. It was all about face, a little from Dacia would suffice. We do have enough food, but not a single grain can be given to you, it can only be given to the people of Dacia, Lin Shi replied, looking at him.
If King Ning leads his soldiers to surrender to Daxia, let alone 100,000 pounds, even 10 million pounds would be no problem, and there would be meat to eat every day. Think about it? This time, she had made up her mind. Even if King Ning did not actively initiate war, she would not let them escape easily. Western Wei was as detestable as the Barbarian Nation. Such a good opportunity to weaken Western Wei's military strength must not be missed. Lin Shi, you have such a big mouth. King Ning was furious upon hearing this. This was simply an insult to him. He, King Ning, was a man of iron and bone, the most powerful prince of Western Wei. How could he surrender to Daxia? Oh, is that your attitude? Do you want to go to war? Lin Shi narrowed her eyes. I have 100,000 troops, do you think I would be afraid of you? King Ning pointed his whip at Lin Shi. Today, you have humiliated me like this, and you will definitely regret it. At this point, it would be too shameful to leave without a fight. The walls of Fengcheng were not as impregnable as those of Yanqing. They could be attacked. Chowda, 3 years ago, you led troops to seize my Daxia Shilong city, killing 30,000 of my soldiers. Lin Shi said coldly, today, let's settle this score. I don't know where you get your confidence, but today I will definitely break Fengcheng and capture you alive to be my princess. King Ning also made a harsh remark. Since the mask had been torn off, there was nothing more to say. Yang Jiumei rolled her eyes. Anyone who dared to speak like this to the emperor would not have a good ending. Just look at the tragic deaths of Wu Tiegu and Wu Xiaotu, they were the best proof. Attack the city. King Ning issued the order. Soldiers pushed siege equipment forward, including huge catapults. The siege equipment is indeed much stronger than the barbarian soldiers, but unfortunately, they won't be able to exert their power, Lin Shi snorted. The range of the catapults was within 200 meters, with great power, but their enhanced composite bows had a range of 500 meters, which would not give the enemy a chance to approach the city walls, not to mention they had other trump cards. Archers, prepare. Yang Jiumei commanded. 5,000 fully equipped Daxia soldiers stood on the city wall, drawing their composite bows. As King Ning's soldiers entered range, they shot arrows to kill. King Ning, Daxia's archery is indeed extraordinary. The people around King Ning changed their expressions drastically upon seeing this. A range of 500 meters, capable of penetrating the leather armor of soldiers, was truly terrifying. No wonder the barbarian soldiers had suffered such a crushing defeat. The disparity in weaponry was too great. Iron Shield troops, cover the advance. King Ning furrowed his brow and shouted loudly. Soldiers armed with iron shields rushed forward, protecting the siege equipment as it moved. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the iron armor and struck a soldier. What? King Ning's eyes widened. Had the Great Xia's archery become this powerful? Their iron shields were incredibly sturdy, easily blocking enemy arrows in the past, and this was the first time they encountered such a situation. Let them get a bit closer, Lin Shi whispered. We can't scare them away, that would be bad. Switch to regular arrows, Yang Jiumei shouted. My lord, look, the Great Xia has switched arrows, these arrows can't penetrate the shields. Someone shouted after noticing. They must have run out of special arrows. I said it, such arrows can't be plentiful. Otherwise, how could the Great Xia have fallen to be bullied by other nations? King Ning laughed heartily. Looking at the siege equipment, which was now less than 300 meters from the city wall, he thought that if they advanced another 100 meters, the trebuchet could unleash its power, and then Lin Shi would taste their might. King Ning was somewhat excited. Perhaps today they could really breach Lin City and capture Lin Shi alive. My lord, look, what is that? A general beside King Ning pointed to a strange large bird that suddenly appeared in the sky. I don't know. I saw a much smaller strange bird in the military camp yesterday. These birds look really odd. Is it raining? King Ning looked up and saw the large strange bird flying directly overhead, dropping some raindrops. My lord, this doesn't seem like rain, it's oil. A general shouted in terror. Nonsense, how could it rain oil? King Ning snorted. He sniffed the liquid that dripped onto him. It indeed had a strange smell, but it was completely different from the oil they consumed. My lord, look, that's the urine of the strange bird. Someone shouted. King Ning turned to see the strange bird circling above his army, spraying a considerable amount of urine onto the soldiers below. What the hell kind of bird is this that urinates so much? King Ning frowned, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. He looked up and saw Lin Shi drawing a bow, aiming a fire arrow. Whoosh! The fire arrow streaked through the air, and before it even hit the ground, a massive fire erupted in the sky. That was part of the gasoline sprayed by the drone, which had just evaporated in the air, coinciding with the fire arrow's ignition. The ensuing flames quickly ignited the soldiers in King Ning's camp. Although the drone's capacity for spraying was limited, the density of soldiers in King Ning's army was very high, standing close together. As a result, the fire spread rapidly. The sounds of screams echoed, and hell on earth opened once more. Upon seeing this, King Ning immediately grabbed a water pouch from someone nearby, opened it, and poured water over himself. He now believed that the liquid from that strange bird was indeed oil. At that moment, thousands of Molotov cocktails flew from the city wall, crashing down on the soldiers and siege equipment below, igniting fierce flames. King Ning looked around at the raging fires and immediately fled from the side. Retreat, retreat! King Ning shouted loudly, riding away in panic. He was unsure how much oil that strange bird could spray, so it was best to retreat first. At that moment, Xiang Long, Han Jian, Huang Zhong, and Yang Jiumei each led 10,000 soldiers in pursuit. Meanwhile, Lu Mulan, after controlling the drone that had finished spraying gasoline, maneuvered another aerial drone to fly above King Ning. Quick, shoot down that strange bird. King Ning saw that this one was much smaller than the previous one, but it was still frightening. Many soldiers drew their bows to shoot, but unfortunately, their range was insufficient. Prince Ning turned back to take a glance. The army had already descended into chaos, with the soldiers of Great Xia pursuing them from behind, cutting them down. Don't panic, don't panic! He shouted loudly, troops of the Tiger Camp and Leopard Camp, follow my orders, face the enemy, kill. They had lost some men to the flames, yet still held a numerical advantage. If they fled in a disorganized manner, they would only be slaughtered. The 30,000 soldiers of the Tiger and Leopard camps, gritting their teeth, attempted to intercept the soldiers of Great Xia. However, in a single encounter, nearly half of them fell. The composite bows of Great Xia had extremely high accuracy and powerful penetration. Their arrows struck the soft armor of the Great Xia soldiers, yet the enemy remained unharmed. In close combat, the despair was even greater. The long swords of the Great Xia soldiers were incredibly sharp, directly severing their swords and cleaving heads and helmets in two. Their swords struck the helmets of the Great Xia soldiers, but the enemy suffered no harm. The 30,000 soldiers could not hold out for long before they were all slaughtered. With their weapons and defenses so far behind, they were merely waiting to be butchered. Prince Ning turned back to see more soldiers of Great Xia closing in, and he was utterly panicked. Now he understood why Wu Xiaotu had suffered such a terrible defeat. This was simply not a battle of the same level. Prince Ning didn't even have time to retrieve the grain stored in the camp, fleeing desperately towards the direction of Western Wei. He deeply regretted coming here, and even more so for provoking Lin Shi. He should have returned to Western Wei immediately upon receiving the news of Wu Xiaotu's death. Instead, he was unwilling to accept defeat and feared losing face, insisting on coming to test the waters, only to end up in such a dire situation. Shout of the old thief, leave your life here! Xiang Long roared, spurring his horse to chase after him. Last time, he had killed Wu Xiaotu but did not receive a promotion due to the killing of surrendering soldiers. If he could capture Prince Ning alive this time, it would be a great achievement. The emperor had instructed that they could capture him alive, but not to kill Prince Ning. This added some difficulty, as it was often easier to kill than to injure on the battlefield. Prince Ning looked back from a distance, desperately urging his warhorse to flee for his life. Lin Shi stood on the city wall, watching the Western Wei soldiers perish in the raging flames, and the dense bodies shot down not far away, her gaze growing even more resolute. The unification must be achieved, or more lives would be lost. Especially during the years of Great Famine, wars would become even more frequent. 2 hours later, the 4 great generals returned one after another. Your Majesty, we have killed over 80,000, but Prince Ning was not captured. Please punish us, Your Majesty. Xiang Long knelt on the ground to report. He was responsible for pursuing Prince Ning, while the other 3 generals had gone to hunt down the fleeing soldiers. Prince Ning's horse was incredibly fast, and he indeed could not catch up. Get up! We never intended to kill Prince Ning this time. Letting him escape is fine too, Lin Shi said with a smile. Their short-term goal remained to reclaim the cities occupied by the barbarian soldiers, and it was not yet time to engage in a full-scale war with Western Wei. This time, having killed so many of Prince Ning's men had already achieved the goal of weakening their forces. If the Emperor of Western Wei knew of this, he would likely be even happier than she was. Prince Ning held high prestige in Western Wei and commanded an elite force of 100,000, posing a significant threat to the Wei Emperor. With such a loss this time, Prince Ning's threat had been greatly diminished. If they had killed Prince Ning, the Wei Emperor, for the sake of the royal family's face, would have to engage in a full-scale war with Great Xia. Now that Prince Ning was still alive, according to the Wei Emperor's character, he would probably wait and see. After all, the primary enemy of Great Xia remained the barbarian nations. This time, the generals have made contributions. Huang Zhong and Han Jian are promoted to the position of General of National Stability. Lin Shi announced, Xiang Long, Yang Jiumei, and Lu Mulan are newly appointed as Generals of National Defense. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 5 generals all knelt in gratitude. Since following the emperor, their ranks had risen quickly. Everyone has worked hard, return to your tents and rest, Lin Shi said. This battle at Feng City would also serve to deter other nations. Anyone who dared to have thoughts against Great Xia would surely pay a heavy price. Your Majesty, we have received news that the barbarian troops stationed in Ling City, Guang City, Yu City, and the other 3 cities have all retreated. Just before it got too dark, the spy reported. Initially, the barbarian army had continuously breached 13 cities, and they had already recaptured 4. The remaining 6 cities were simply abandoned by the barbarians. Likely after hearing of the defeat of Prince Ning, they knew they could not hold out, so they chose to give up. The number of barbarian soldiers in these cities was only a few hundred, and once the Great Xia army attacked, they would only face death. In fact, after learning of Wu Xiaotu's defeat and death, they had considered fleeing. However, upon hearing that Prince Ning had arrived, rumored to be quite formidable, they decided to wait. They did not expect to hear the news of Prince Ning's disastrous defeat. Since that was the case, it was pointless for them to hold the city. It would be better to abandon the city and retreat, waiting for the orders of the barbarian emperor. Of the 13 cities breached by the barbarian troops in the early days of Great Xia, only 3 remained unrecovered. Lin Shi ordered rewards for the 3 armies, greatly rewarding the soldiers. After reorganizing, they would send troops to attack the remaining 3 cities and reclaim lost territory. This time, the slaughter of over 80,000 of Prince Ning's men would greatly intimidate the surrounding nations, making them aware that anyone who dared to offend Great Xia would pay a bloody price. Your Majesty, after this, will Prince Ning incite the Western Wei to wage full-scale war against us? In a large courtyard room, Lu Mulan asked. After all, they had killed over 80,000 Western Wei soldiers, severely slapping Western Wei in the face. Based on our understanding of the Wei Emperor, he should not. Lin Shi shook his head. If Prince Ning were dead, the probability of war would actually increase. This was because the Wei Emperor had always worried that his uncle, Prince Ning, would rebel and usurp the throne. This time, Prince Ning had come with great ambition. If he captured the capital of Great Xia, he might declare himself emperor. Now that Prince Ning had fled back to Western Wei in disgrace, the remaining forces posed no threat to the Wei Emperor. In this sense, Great Xia had helped the Wei Emperor stabilize his regime. No wonder Your Majesty said not to kill Prince Ning, Yang Zhomei said with a smile. With this great victory, Great Xia has truly risen. The earlier defeat of the barbarian troops, followed by Prince Ning's great defeat, meant that any nation harboring ill intentions towards Great Xia would have to think twice. Great Xia was no longer the weak dynasty it once was, it had risen again. Under Lin Shi's leadership, a revival was imminent. That old man Prince Ning must be scared out of his wits, huh? Xiang Lan laughed heartily. After 2 consecutive battles, he felt exhilarated. Chasing down the enemy and striking them down was far more satisfying than defending a city. Rest for 3 days, and then we will take the remaining 3 cities in one go, Lin Shi said. But the Barbarian Nation will likely resist with all their might. The retreat of the barbarian troops from the 6 cities to the remaining 3 indicated they were preparing for battle. Ling City did not have the tall walls of Yin City, but it had natural defenses. On the only route to Ling City, there was a 1-kilometer-long canyon, easy to defend but hard to attack. If the army passed through, they could easily fall into an ambush. They would need to find a way to respond when the time came. We have the explosives and various weapons granted by the Celestial Lord. Capturing cities and territories is not a problem, Han Jian said with a smile. Exactly, if anyone dares to oppose us, we will beat them into submission, Xiang Long said, swinging his fist fiercely. The soldiers now believed in the existence of the Celestial Lord and fought with unmatched bravery. They thought that even if they died in battle, they would not fear it, as the Celestial Lord's favor would ensure they were reborn into a good family. Well, let the soldiers rest well, and strive to capture Ling City in one go, Lin Shi nodded. Now, the army was filled with fighting spirit, with an unstoppable momentum. The continuous victories were building the soldiers' confidence and courage. That drone is so useful, it's amazing, Yang Zhomei exclaimed. This time, Lu Mulan did not lead the charge because she was operating the drone to spray oil. In this battle against Prince Ning, the drone played a significant role, otherwise, victory would not have come so easily. It is estimated that in future battles, all countries will need to be wary of the strange large birds. What the heavenly sovereign bestows is naturally miraculous. Lin Shi had a female soldier hold a phone to take a group photo, as a commemorative celebration for defeating King Ning. Your Majesty, the Great Xia has won, slaying over 80,000 of King Ning's troops, achieving a great victory. In the land of Beimang, within the court of the Barbarian Nation, someone hurriedly brought news of the military situation. The father and son of Wu Tiegu are incompetent, wasting so many soldiers' lives. Who would have thought King Ning was also a fool?
a minister snorted. Over the years, their barbarian army had been invincible, turning every place they passed into territory of the Barbarian Nation, rapidly expanding their domain. They had thought Wu Tiegu could destroy the Great Xia and achieve an unprecedented feat. But unexpectedly, they couldn't even capture Yen City, and both father and son met a tragic end, with all the soldiers being slaughtered by the Great Xia. This time, they had given King Ning an opportunity to battle the Great Xia. Little did they expect that in just one battle, King Ning would be defeated so thoroughly, fleeing back like a lost dog. Wu Tiegu was not a fool, and King Ning, who could become the most powerful prince of the Western Way, is certainly not one either, someone said. We must face the strength of our opponents. The current Great Xia is undoubtedly a formidable enemy, and we must not be careless. With such a good emperor in the Great Xia, it is destined for revival. The best opportunity to eliminate the Great Xia has passed, and the next few decades are likely to be the same. With Lin Shi becoming the emperor of the Great Xia, it will no longer be the same Great Xia as before. The young barbarian emperor frowned. The next actions of the Great Xia will inevitably be to reclaim the 3 cities of Ling City, Ji City, and Jun City. He ordered the soldiers to abandon the defense of 6 cities to protect these last 3. Once these 3 cities fall, the Great Xia will set its sights on the 15 states of Yanbei. These 15 states have long been the territory of the Barbarian Nation for decades, and the Great Xia must not be allowed to reclaim them. Therefore, they must find a way to intercept and eliminate the Great Xia army at Ling City. When Wu Shadu first failed to capture the city, he quietly sent the general Shadowhun to lead 80,000 troops to garrison Ling City. With your majesty, the Barbarian Nation becomes even more powerful. A minister took the opportunity to flatter. The strength of our Barbarian Nation relies on the courage of our soldiers to fight and kill. The Barbarian Emperor smiled. The rapid expansion of the Barbarian Nation over the years has depended on its valiant soldiers. Wu Tiegu was originally the first fierce general of the Barbarian Nation, but unfortunately, he was shot dead by Lin Shi with an arrow. Shadowhun's status in the Barbarian army was originally on par with Wu Tiegu, but this time he was granted the title of General of the Dragon and Tiger, becoming the highest-ranking figure in the army. He hoped to defend Ling City and strike hard at the Great Xia. If he could capture Lin Shi alive, that would be even better. It is said that the Empress Lin Shi is the most beautiful woman in the world. He had not seen her yet and wanted to see just how beautiful she really was. Your Majesty, whether General Shadowhun can defend Ling City is crucial. If, and I mean if, Ling City cannot be held, then Ji City and Yun City will also be indefensible. Based on this war we have launched, we would suffer a great loss, someone respectfully said. If these 3 cities fall, all the efforts made by the barbarian army in the early stages would be in vain. They had consumed so much food and water and lost so many soldiers, all for nothing. Just say what you want to say directly, no need for unnecessary words, the barbarian emperor frowned. Your Majesty, what I mean is, should we give General Shadowhun more troops? After all, Wu Shaodu's 200,000 troops were nearly wiped out without much battle against Lin Shi, this person hurriedly said. It's not that I doubt General Shadow's ability, but the Great Xia is indeed not to be underestimated. Suemo received a letter from Lin Shi and felt happy for them. He bought some large plastic water tanks and various food and meat supplies to send over, and that night he sent them water again. In a few days, once the equipment upgrades and adjustments at the food factory are completed, he can hire employees and start operations. The products he ordered are still compressed biscuits, bread, and military canned goods. Lin Shi and the others offered antiques and other items, allowing him to acquire considerable wealth. He was even more determined to help Lin Shi achieve unification and realize the revival of the Chinese nation. After capturing the next 3 cities, they would take back the 15 cities in Yanbei, reclaiming all the land occupied by the barbarian army. Of course, war is incredibly brutal. Unless one possesses more advanced weapons, casualties are inevitable. Especially now, as the Great Xia is the attacking side, the death rate is higher than that of the defending side. According to reports, the defender of Ling City is Shadowhun, who commands the most powerful night order. To breach Ling City, the army must pass through an extremely narrow valley. This place is easy to defend but hard to attack. Historically, many fierce battles have occurred here, all extremely tragic. Suemo pondered how he could better assist Lin Shi in capturing Ling City, wanting to understand the specific situation. It turned out that aside from this narrow valley, the rest was sheer cliffs, making it impossible for the army to pass unless they flew over. With this in mind, he considered carefully. Buying a plane wouldn't work, as flying is not that simple. The operation is quite complex. Given the understanding of the people in Lin Shi's world, it would likely be impossible to master in a short time. Moreover, there isn't even a runway for a plane, so that idea was discarded. However, they could purchase parachutes and jump from the cliffs,
catching the defenders off guard and landing directly in the city. With this thought, he took out his phone and started searching. He looked at several online stores selling parachutes, all with 0 negative reviews. Sumo checked them out and contacted them. Upon learning that they wanted tens of thousands of parachutes, the sellers became extremely enthusiastic after confirming he wasn't joking. They assured him that their parachutes were of excellent quality and safe to use. They had been selling for many years without a single complaint from customers. Sumo thought about it. If there were any issues with these parachutes, it would be difficult to file a complaint. After adding a customer service representative on WeChat, he requested the manufacturer's address and contact information. Seeing that the manufacturer was only 100 kilometers from Yunhai, he scheduled a visit for the next day. After making the arrangements, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he drove to the factory. Mr. Su, our parachutes are exported globally, and we have long-term procurement agreements with some military forces, so the quality is absolutely guaranteed. You can rest assured about that, said a short-haired, beautiful female manager who greeted Sumo and showed him around the factory. Yesterday, she received news from her subordinates that someone wanted to purchase tens of thousands of parachutes. She thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. But with Sumo driving over today, it showed he was serious about buying, so she personally came to welcome him. Our parachutes are easy to operate and come with a sensing device that automatically opens the parachute if the speed exceeds a certain value, preventing accidents caused by nervousness or inability to pull the cord, the female manager explained. What's the price for your best quality parachute? Sumo asked. They are sold for 40,000 each, but if you really want tens of thousands, we can offer you 30,000 RMB each. 30,000 RMB, Sumo squinted. If he chose the airborne assault strategy, he would need at least 20,000, which amounts to 600 million. He thought about it last night, and this method was the most efficient, allowing for a surprise attack. How many do you have in stock? Sumo inquired. We should have 25,000, the female manager thought for a moment, her heart racing. Goodness, with that tone, he wouldn't be clearing their stock, would he? If I take them all, what's the lowest price? If you take them all, I'll talk to the boss and get you a discount of 2,000 each, making it 28,000 per parachute, the female manager said, somewhat excited. Alright, I'll take them all. Please arrange for them to be shipped to Yunhai today, Sumo nodded. Ha! The female manager was taken aback, not expecting him to be serious. This was a super order worth 700 million. I'll pay half the money first, and when the goods arrive, I'll transfer the remaining amount to you. How does that sound? Sumo looked at her. No problem. The female manager hurriedly replied. This is truly encountering a wealthy person, and the key is that they are too extravagant. After just a brief chat, everything was settled on the spot. She hurriedly called her boss. Not long after, a man who looked like a ball rushed over. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Yu Xiong, the owner of this factory. Thank you for your strong support. The man shook Sumo's hand, visibly excited. Originally, this batch of inventory was meant for an order from a certain country in the Middle East, but the client cancelled for some reason. Unexpectedly, Sumo decided to buy so much, and the liquidity suddenly became ample. You're too polite, Mr. Yu, Sumo smiled. This boss was just over 1.6 meters tall and was really as round as a ball. Once we sign the contract, we must have lunch together. Yu Xiong was extremely enthusiastic. Such a big client must be well taken care of. He had encountered people who tried to take advantage of free meals before, but Sumo proactively offered to pay half of the goods, clearly not a scammer. Maybe next time, I have things to do when I get back, and besides, I drove here myself, so I can't drink, Sumo declined. He really disliked socializing and generally didn't want to attend ordinary banquets. Then let's not drink, just have a simple meal, Yu Xiong quickly said. For such a large order, if it were another client, they would definitely have to drink a few times before placing the order. The female supervisor was even more surprised to hear Sumo say this. For such a big order, even if she accompanied him the whole time, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, she would earn 3 to 4 million in commission from this order. Even if it meant accompanying him in bed, she wouldn't mind. She didn't expect Sumo didn't even want to eat with them. Such a client was too rare. The last time she encountered a foreign client, he bought 2 million worth of goods and even wanted her to accompany him in bed. In this day and age, meeting a pure client like Sumo, especially a super big client, was harder than winning the lottery. Mr. Su, I won't say anything more. I'll give you a discount of 10 million on the total payment, and we can cooperate long-term in the future. Yu Xiong was extremely moved and offered another discount. Such a good client must be firmly grasped. After all, There were quite a few competitors, and it wouldn't be long before the existence of this big client became known in the circle, and many would come to visit. Their product prices weren't expensive, and the quality was really good. Giving another 10 million discount basically meant the lowest price. If anyone else quoted lower, either the product quality wouldn't be good, or it would be a loss-making vicious competition. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Sumo didn't expect that by not going to eat, he saved 10 million. I should be the one thanking you, Yushun quickly said. Xiaolu, call the comprehensive management department and have them bring 2 boxes of my treasured 20-year Moutai from the warehouse and put them in Mr. Su's trunk. Sumo didn't stand on ceremony and opened the trunk. Shortly after Sumo returned to Yunhai, 25,000 parachutes were delivered. After transferring the final payment, he had the items unloaded into the warehouse. He sent all these items over and downloaded detailed parachuting instructional videos onto Lin Shi and the others' phones. Fortunately, these parachutes had a sensing function that could automatically open at critical moments, greatly reducing the mortality rate. Lin Shi watched the instructional videos on her phone, biting her lip. There were many principles she didn't understand, but she grasped how to operate them. According to the Heavenly Sovereign's instructions, when they attacked the Spirit City, they wouldn't take the narrow Spirit Path Valley but would fly to the Spirit City. This idea was too crazy, they had never thought of it before. After seeing the parachutes sent by the Heavenly Sovereign, they decided they had to give it a try. Because once they entered the valley, the casualties would definitely be significant. Generals, each of you select 5,000 soldiers who are not afraid of heights to conduct parachuting training in the back mountain. Lin Shi thought for a moment. According to the instructional videos, the parachutes could be reused. They needed to practice first. It was impossible to jump down directly on the day of the siege, as that would be completely uncontrollable. The 5 generals accepted the order and quickly brought 25,000 people to the back mountain. The cliff in the back mountain was 1,000 zhang high, and below was a vast area. The 5 generals carefully watched the training video repeatedly and selected a thin man to be the first person to parachute. General, isn't this too high? The soldier, with the parachute pack on his back, looked down at the cliff below, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This is a gift from the Heavenly Lord. Don't worry, be bold, remember the key steps, go. Huang Zhang said. Long live the Heavenly Lord. Upon hearing this, the soldier's spirit lifted, and with a loud shout, he leaped down. Over 20,000 soldiers watched, their hearts in their throats. If this guy fell to a pulp, they feared no one would dare to jump. Huang Zhong and the others clenched their fists, incredibly tense. After all, no one had ever done this before, and no one knew how it would turn out. The parachute has opened. Yang Jiumei shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw the parachute deploy, the soldier finally landing slowly and waving at them from below. Good, great, we really can fly. Xiang Long was extremely excited and had someone help him put on the parachute pack. The gifts from the Heavenly Lord were indeed extraordinary. General Xiang, are you really going to try? Han Jian asked, pulling him back. The first person succeeded, but that didn't mean everyone would. Of course. I will lead the charge and be the first to jump. Xiang Long checked everything and found no issues. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and leaped down. After successfully opening his parachute, Xiang Long joyfully shouted a few times in the air, controlling his direction to land smoothly. The subsequent soldiers jumped off the cliff one by one, aside from a little over 20 who mismanaged their direction and crashed into the rock wall. The rest landed safely. The 5 generals directed everyone to carefully fold their parachutes before climbing back up the mountain to practice again. They needed to master how to control their direction, otherwise, crashing into a wall and getting knocked out would be quite embarrassing. After hearing the report, Lin Shi came to the mountain to watch. Seeing the soldiers excitedly jumping down, opening their parachutes, and landing safely, she felt very gratified. I want to try too, Lin Shi said, eager to give it a go. No, Your Majesty, you absolutely must not jump. Yang Jiumei nearly knelt before her. Anyone could jump, but not the Empress. If anything went wrong, it would be unbearable for the great Xia. Don't be nervous, I was just joking, Lin Shi smiled. She knew the gravity of the situation and would not take risks lightly. Your Majesty, you scared me to death. Yang Jiumei wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. It seems the soldiers have no problem with parachuting, so let's fly over and retrieve the Spirit City. Lin Shi watched the soldiers continuously jump down and decided to adopt the Heavenly Lord's suggestion. Shadahan was in the military tent of Spirit City, drinking wine and in a good mood. The Empress had sent him to guard the city, entrusting him with an important task, and had conferred upon him the title of General of the Dragon and Tiger, making him the top figure in the barbarian army. Coupled with the miserable death of his old rival, Wu Tiegu, he was feeling very pleased. General, Wu Tiegu and Prince Ning suffered great losses at Lin Shi's hands. Should we ask the emperor for more troops? A strategist suggested. They currently had just over 80,000 men, while the Great Xia had over 60,000. The difference wasn't too significant. If Wu Tiegu's over 200,000 couldn't manage, could they really hold the city with just 80,000? You don't understand. Defending a city is different from attacking one. Besides, we have the natural barrier of Spirit Valley. 80,000 is enough, Shadowhun said with a smile. It's not about the number of troops but their quality. Wu Tiegu never understood this principle until his death. He had been at odds with Wu Tiegu for many years, and now he was the one laughing last. As long as he could defeat the Great Xia army in Spirit City, even annihilate them all, he could then proceed to attack Yen City, and it wasn't impossible to eventually invade the capital of the Great Xia. The emperor had only given him over 80,000 men this time, likely out of concern. He worried that with too many troops under his command and without Wu Tiegu's restraint, Shadowhun might become overbearing and even rebel. Such things were countless in history. The general, it is said that the Great Xia is blessed by the Celestial Venerable, which allows them to easily defeat Wu Tiegu and Prince Ning. Another person said, I wonder if the Celestial Venerable will help them this time in their siege. Do you really believe that? It's just a means for the rulers to unite the hearts of the army. Shadowhun snorted, if there really were a Celestial Venerable, Great Xia would have unified the world long ago. Would they have fallen to this state? If there were truly a god, it would be too easy to destroy them. Why go through so much trouble? The general makes a valid point. Everyone nodded, but do you think it's possible that Great Xia dares not to attack the city anymore? According to Great Xia's previous style, it was indeed possible they would not attack again. Today's Great Xia is not what it used to be. Since Lin Shi became emperor and dared to personally visit the battlefield, it shows she is not a coward and will not negotiate with us. Shadowhun shook his head. If it were in the past, the current emperor of Great Xia would have already started preparing to cede land and pay reparations for peace. Even when in a position of advantage, such operations were common. But times have changed. Lin Shi not only defended Yen City but also killed Wu Tiegu and his son, and slaughtered over 80,000 of Prince Ning's men at Feng City, boosting morale significantly. At this time, they would surely press on to reclaim the remaining 3 cities. In doing so, Lin Shi's prestige in Great Xia would reach its peak, rivaling that of the founding emperor. Therefore, he was certain that Great Xia would attack the city, and the time would be within a few days. With their recent victory and high morale, it was the perfect time for battle. He was also waiting, having laid layers of deadly traps in Lingtu Valley, ready to give Lin Shi and her people an unforgettable battle. Suemo glanced at his bank account and sighed. Money really does not last. Just a few days had passed, and he had already spent over 1 billion. Maintaining an army is indeed costly. This was just over 60,000 people. If he were to support hundreds of thousands, the expenses would be unimaginable. He had just received news that his visa for the United States had been denied due to his history of mental illness. Unless he obtained a hospital diagnosis proving he was completely cured, it would not be possible. This outcome was expected, as he still needed to use the excuse of mental illness to deal with Wang Yugui, so he could not go to the hospital for a certificate for now. Anyway, there was no rush. Lin Shi and her people's weapons were already overwhelming the enemy. Once he dealt with Wang Yugui, he would go to the hospital to get a certificate stating he had recovered from his mental illness and then go abroad to purchase some modern weapons to accelerate Lin Shi's unification efforts. He called Xiaoyi, asking her to contact some reliable and capable people who had previously worked at the food factory. After the equipment upgrade at the food factory, the required workforce had significantly decreased to just 30 people, who would start work in 3 days. Sumo offered a salary of 8,000 per person per month, with 8-hour workdays and weekends off. Upon hearing such good conditions, Xiaoyi assured him there would be no problem and that she would take care of it. With such favorable treatment, it was unlikely that these people would not find jobs. Even those who had found work would probably come back. Suemo made a few calls, contacting some bosses to procure raw materials for products and finalize suppliers. The products produced were intended to be sent to Lin Shi and her people. Not only was it cheaper than buying finished products, but the key was that self-produced items were also hygienic and reliable. As for whether to sell externally, that would depend on the situation later. He wasn't counting on making money from that. Little Sue, there will be an auction in a few days. Do you want to bring some antiques to participate? After a while, he received a call from Old Tang. Sure, Suemo thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, I'll have the auction staff contact you. Just follow their procedures. It's a reputable organization, so you can rest assured, Old Tang said with a smile. If Suemo could auction off a fine antique from Great Xia this time, it would set a reference price for items from this dynasty. After all,
He had previously purchased items for private collection, not for reselling at a profit. After hanging up the phone, Suemo pondered for a moment. He also understood that if he wanted to sell the items in the antique shop for a better price in the future, this auction was crucial. What items should he take to the auction? Royal items, of course, were the best. Suemo thought for a moment. Lin Shi's personal belongings were definitely out of the question. He had to keep those for himself. He considered the items in the antique shop and opened the cabinet to check the recent arrivals. Although they were all exquisite, they hadn't reached the level of shocking the world. After some thought, he wrote a letter to Lin Shi. After receiving the letter, Lin Shi saw that the Celestial Master wanted to ask her for several items from the great Xiao royal family. Items like porcelain, utensils, jade artifacts, etc. were all acceptable. It was the first time Lin Shi received a request for items from the Celestial Master, so she entered her study and carefully selected. After arriving on the battlefield, the items she brought were limited. If she were in the palace, there would be far more good things. She chose a purple jade incense burner, a teapot with 4 celadon teacups, and an exquisitely carved jade pen holder. All of these were meticulously crafted by artisans, with top-notch materials and craftsmanship, specifically for the great Xiao royal family. Suemo was extremely satisfied upon receiving them. At first glance, these items were incredibly exquisite. Although they weren't as valuable as the great Xiao Golden King Cup, they certainly wouldn't be cheap either. Soon, he received a call from the staff of Donghai Bali Auction House, and they agreed on a time to meet at the antique shop. The next day, 2 staff members from Bali Auction House arrived, entering the antique shop and praising it repeatedly. Although the items in the shop couldn't be identified by dynasty, each one was a masterpiece. Suemo placed the 3 items given by Lin Shi into the auction, eager to see how much they could fetch. The staff took many photos, wrote a contract, and carefully placed the antiques into a box, sealing it. The seal would only be opened on the day of the auction, and the entire process would be recorded, so there was no need to worry about swapping items. Suemo put away the invitation letter, feeling a bit excited about how much the 3 items could sell for. Just then, a girl walked into the antique shop. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, holding a dry steamed bun, looking pitiful. "Uncle, can you give me some water to drink? I'm thirsty," the girl said timidly. "Sure, you can sit down first." Suemo poured her a cup of warm water. The girl sat on the stool, feeling quite awkward. "What's your name? Where are your parents?" Suemo handed her the mineral water. "My name is Shishi. My dad got cancer and jumped off a building. My mom also passed away from grief." The girl's tears were welling up. "Don't you have any other relatives?" Suemo felt a pang in his heart. It was truly pitiful for such a small child to suffer these changes. "No, my grandparents died from the flu a few years ago." Shishi shook her head. Suemo asked Chowi to go to the fast food restaurant at the entrance and buy a few dishes and rice, along with a bowl of porridge. Watching the child eat ravenously made his heart ache. "Shishi, do you live nearby?" Suemo asked. "I sleep under the bridge on the east side. We sold the house to pay for my dad's cancer treatment," Shishi replied. Suemo fell silent. For many families, a serious illness could lead to complete poverty. The key was that in the end, the illness was not cured, leaving them with nothing. "Sister E, where are you living now?" Suemo asked. "I'm renting a place in Hanlin Mansion," Chowi said. "Oh, how about this? I have a large flat in this community. You can live there for free, and Shishi can stay here after school too. Would you be willing?" Suemo thought for a moment and said. The house was well decorated, and buying a bed and mattress would make it ready to move in. He was already supporting over 60,000 troops, so he wouldn't mind one more person. "Boss, don't joke around. This flat must be worth millions. Weren't you planning to use it as a wedding house?" "It wouldn't be appropriate for me to live there." Chowi was taken aback. If she lived there, it would indeed be convenient, as the antique shop was right at her doorstep, eliminating the need to take the bus every day. You can even save on rent. But such a good house, how could it let outsiders live in it? "I'm not joking. When I get married, I'll buy another one. Cece is so grown up now, she should be able to take care of herself." Suemo looked at the girl. "Cece, would you like to live with your sister? After school, you can have meals nearby with your sister, and you won't have to cook. I'll reimburse you for the meal expenses." "Ah, this." Chowi was completely stunned. "The boss is doing charity." "Thank you, big brother, but I can't go." Cece shook her head. Suemo and Chowi were taken aback. They didn't expect Cece to refuse. "Why not?" Suemo asked softly. "My mom said not to trouble others easily. That house is for your marriage. If I live there, your girlfriend might not like it," Cece said timidly. Relatives didn't care about her, and suddenly, a stranger was concerned about her and even offered her a place to stay, which was very touching. "I see. You don't have to worry about that. I never plan to live in this house. I want to buy a villa in the future. Suemo smiled slightly. If you live with E, you're helping me by taking care of the house. If a house is left empty for too long, it can easily get damaged. Seeing that Cece didn't refuse anymore, after she finished her meal, she went with Chowie to the community. Oh, boss, such a big house, it must be nearly 300 square meters. Chowie exclaimed in surprise as she entered. This large living room, this big balcony, these large floor-to-ceiling windows. Such a good house, and the boss actually lets them live for free. They discovered a huge fish tank inside, still empty of fish. This spot was originally a wall, but after it was knocked down, they had someone custom make a large fish tank to hold water for now. It's over 260 square meters, Suemo said casually. You two can choose any room except for the master bedroom. Pick whichever you like. Thank you, boss. Chowie was very excited and went to explore the various rooms. Cece stood there shyly, feeling like she was dreaming in this big, beautiful house. From now on, this will be your home. Go choose a room, Suemo said, patting Cece's head. Thank you, big brother. Cece ran to look at each room and liked them all very much, finally choosing the smallest one. This room has another purpose. Suemo felt a pang in his heart when he saw she chose the maid's room. Cece, I'll choose a room for you next to the living room facing south. Let's go with this one. He led Cece to a large secondary bedroom facing south, which had a separate bathroom and was about 30 square meters. Thank you, brother. Cece was very pleased. Suemo then drove them to a furniture store to buy 5 beds and mattresses. They also bought a sofa, coffee table, dining table, study desk and chairs, all in stock for same-day delivery. They bought a refrigerator, washing machine, dryer, etc. But didn't buy a TV. Then he went to the supermarket and bought a large pile of daily necessities for the two of them, including bed sheets, duvet covers, bath towels, and so on. He bought Cece 3 new outfits and 3 pairs of new shoes. By around 4 in the afternoon, all the furniture and appliances were installed, and the house had a homely atmosphere. Cece took a shower and changed into new clothes, looking much better. Boss, how about you help me move? I'll go back to tidy up and stay here tonight, Chowie asked with a smile. Living in such a big house was so comfortable, she couldn't wait to move in. Sure, Cece can help too. Suemo drove to the community where Chowie rented her place, only packing some clothes and leaving the rest of the clutter behind. TSK, isn't that Chowie? She's hit the jackpot. Some people in the community saw them putting things into the Rolls-Royce and whispered among themselves. That boss looks quite young. He already has kids and drives a Phantom. Is she going to be a stepmother? Chowie is so beautiful and has a great figure. It's normal for a rich guy to notice her. She saved 50 years of hard work. Of course, her luck is really good. Many women follow old men for money, but at least this rich man is handsome and young. Suemo had excellent hearing and didn't take these discussions to heart as he drove away. When he returned home and waited for Chowie to finish tidying up, the 3 of them went to a restaurant for dinner. Cece, from now on, you should go straight home after school. Wear the phone watch I got you for commuting, Suemo said. He had bought Cece a phone watch at the mall today, which had a SIM card inside. Although Cece's family had sold their house, due to her family's special circumstances, after feedback from the teachers, the school reported to the Education Bureau, which allowed her to continue attending school. It's fine, I'll take her to and from school, Chowie said. After all, the school wasn't far, it was just a 10-minute walk. The boss let her live in such a nice house for free, so she could do some things within her ability. Then I'll trouble you, Suemo nodded. Just don't let it interfere with your own matters. He was willing to do good deeds but wouldn't morally coerce Chowie into doing the same, as she had her own life and everyone had their own affairs. Previously, Cece had been going to and from school by herself without any issues. The security in Yunhai was still very good, and there were cameras along that stretch of road. Suemo, is this your child? Qin Mangao, who was out dining with friends, saw the warm scene of the 3 of them and felt a surge of anger. Did Suemo already have an illegitimate daughter that the whole family was hiding? Whether it is or not, it has nothing to do with you, Suemo said, feeling very annoyed by her. Report to the general, the Great Xia army has arrived near Lingtu Valley. Someone came to report in the military tent of Ling City. Good, I've been waiting for him. Shatu was overjoyed and immediately went up to the city wall. He had already dispatched 50,000 troops to ambush on both sides of the cliffs in Lingtu Valley, waiting for the Great Xia army to enter the valley, at which point they would unleash a rain of rocks to heavily injure them. At this moment, in Lingtu Valley, Lin Shi led over 20,000 troops, stopping 1,000 meters from the valley entrance, refusing to advance. Lu Mulan operated a drone, flying around above, and had already discovered the ambushing barbarian soldiers on both sides of the cliffs.
Your Majesty, they are indeed lying in ambush here. I estimate there are about 40 to 50,000 of them, Lu Mulan said.
Just keep stalling, give General Xiang some time, Lin Shi nodded.
Their mission was to cover General Xianlong and the Air Force to circle around to the cliffs behind Ling City, then fly into the city and take it.
This valley was trapezoidal, sloping from their position.
The barbarian soldiers on the cliffs could only come down from their side if they wanted to retreat.
When the time came, they would be met with a head-on strike.
They were not stopping here to enter the valley but to wait to slaughter the barbarian soldiers on the cliffs. The barbarians thought they were the prey, unaware that the identities of hunter and prey had long since switched.
General, why aren't they moving?
The barbarian soldiers on the cliff were all tense. They were just waiting for the Great Xia army to enter Lingtu Valley to unleash a rain of stones upon them. But now they saw the army had stopped and wasn't advancing. Don't panic, everyone be quiet and stay hidden, a general said coldly. To attack Ling City, this valley was the only route, unless the Great Xia army could fly over. Otherwise, they would eventually have to pass through the valley. The barbarian soldiers waited patiently. A seasoned hunter must have ample patience to wait for the prey to take the bait.
Lin Shi let the army rest, and everyone took out their beef jerky and compressed biscuits to replenish their energy. Why are they eating now? What are they eating? It looks good.
The barbarian soldiers couldn't help but glance at the Great Xia troops, swallowing hard. They had been climbing for half a day, feeling both hungry and thirsty, their stomachs growling. The barbarian soldiers watched the Great Xia soldiers eating and drinking in the shade, and they were also hungry. But they dared not move much and could only endure. Lin Shi sat on a large blue stone, with bread in one hand and a drink in the other, slowly eating. The Great Xia army was in no hurry at all, but the barbarian troops on both sides of the cliff were certainly very anxious.
If the enemy does not move, I will not move, conserve strength.
In such hot weather, the barbarian soldiers lying still must be suffering quite a bit. General Yun, I need to pee, a soldier on the cliff whispered at that moment.
Mad, what time is it?
If you expose us, the Great Xia soldiers will be even less daring to enter the valley.
Just hold it.
General Yun glared at the soldier. Anyone who's not a fool knows there must be ambushes on both sides of the cliff. The soldier muttered. This strategic pass had seen many battles throughout history, all employing the same tactic, ambush from the cliffs, waiting for the enemy to enter the valley, then rolling stones and logs down. The method was practically an open secret, everyone understood without saying a word. If the Great Xia didn't want to enter the Lingtu Valley and be crushed for nothing, they could only attack the cliffs and eliminate the ambushers. But the path upward was extremely rugged and difficult, easy to defend but hard to attack, as challenging as safely passing through the Lingtu Valley. It had taken them most of the day just to climb up. If you keep whining, I'll cut off your balls. General Yun shouted in anger upon hearing this. Already irritated by the heat, his temper flared even more at his subordinates' complaints. General Yun, look over there. At that moment, the soldiers suddenly stood up. General Yun was initially furious at his action, but then he saw huge circular objects falling from the sky over the northern part of Ling City. They were located in the southern part of Ling City, too far away to see clearly what was flying in the air.
But everyone felt an extreme sense of foreboding.
Xianlong led over 20,000 soldiers, circling and climbing up the northern cliff of Ling City. After resting, he was the first to jump down from the 1,000-foot cliff.
Immediately, soldiers followed suit, jumping down in droves.
Once they landed in the city, they drew their long swords and charged forward. At that moment, Shatohan was in a military tent near the city wall, eating meat and drinking wine, lamenting the lack of a woman. General, I've received intelligence that Lin Shi is stalled in the Lingtu Valley, just dragging things out.
Could there be another way?
A strategist took a sip of wine, feeling that something was off.
The Great Xia army neither advanced nor retreated. What were they waiting for? There must be a conspiracy.
Don't worry, unless they fly in, they won't avoid the Lingtu Valley. Don't fret, come, drink. This is the fine wine the emperor bestowed upon me before leaving.
Shatohan laughed heartily, showing no concern.
Wu Xiaotu was still too young. If he had retreated to Ling City with his troops, relying on the natural defenses of the Lingtu Valley, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation.
General, it's bad.
The Great Xia soldiers are falling from the sky. At that moment, a soldier rushed in a panic.
Put!
Shatohan spat out his wine and hurried outside, witnessing the most shocking scene of his life. The soldiers of Great Xia were descending from the sky like war gods.
How is this possible?
He widened his eyes, trembling all over. 50,000 elite troops were ambushed on both sides of the Lingtu Valley, while the soldiers in the city numbered less than 30,000. Faced with the descending soldiers from Great Xia, a voice in his mind screamed that it was over.
Quick, notify Yun He to bring the army back to the city. Shatohan shouted.
Upon hearing this, someone immediately rushed to the city wall, waving a huge white flag.
The general has summoned us back to the city.
When Yunhee saw the color of the flag, his face turned extremely grim.
It seemed that those falling from the sky were indeed the soldiers of Great Xia. How did they manage to do that? Everyone get up. Prepare to descend.
Yunhee shouted loudly, dropping the pretense.
The Great Xia army had not acted all along, it was all to buy time.
Yunhee forced himself to calm down. Descending was not easy, especially with the Great Xia warriors watching closely. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Lin Shi and the others were waiting here, not to attack the city, but to ambush them.
I am General Yunhee. Is there anyone from the Great Xia army who dares to answer?
Yunhee thought for a moment, then walked halfway up the slope and shouted at the Great Xia army. There were over 50,000 people on both sides of the valley, and the path down was a treacherous narrow trail. Descending like this would easily lead to being shot and suffering heavy losses.
I am Yang Jiumei, what do you have to say? Yang Jiumei urged her horse forward and asked.
They saw the paratroopers landing in the city and knew that General Xianlong had already led the air force into the city to engage in battle.
You, a woman, let the men come to me for answers.
Yunhee felt humiliated.
Ha, I am the general of the state granted by His Majesty,
more than enough to speak with you. If you have something to say, spit it out, no need for nonsense.
Yang Jiumei sneered.
Yunhee was taken aback, he hadn't expected this woman, though young, to hold such a significant position.
We have over 50,000 people. If you want to fight us to the death, you will also pay a heavy price.
Why not take a step back?
Yunhee said.
How do we take a step back?
Yang Jiumei knew they were anxious upon hearing this.
The army was at the top of the cliff, while the barbarian soldiers in the city numbered only over 30,000, unable to compete with General Xiang's more than 20,000 paratroopers.
You retreat 10 miles, we won't set an ambush on the cliff, and then we can have a fair fight. Yunhee said loudly, isn't Great Xia all about gentlemanly conduct? Let's have a fair duel. He was eager to lead his troops down the mountain to turn the situation around in the city. Yang Jiumei looked at him as if he were foolish.
Your plan will work. I'm not a gentleman. Yang Jiumei shook her head. She wasn't a fool. They currently had the advantage of time, place, and people, and it was the perfect time to annihilate the enemy, so why would they retreat?
Are you planning to fight my army to the end?
Yunhee asked in a deep voice.
Hee, you've used the wrong words. It's not a fight, it's a massacre.
Yang Jiumei laughed loudly, waving her hand.
Lu Mulan controlled the spraying drone, which flew over the top of the cliff, spraying gasoline over the densely packed crowd.
What is this? He was puzzled when he saw the strange large bird. Suddenly, he remembered the intelligence that mentioned during the battle against King Ning. Great Xia had used strange large birds to spray oil, burning countless Wei soldiers to death.
General Yun, it's oil. They are going to set the mountain on fire.
A soldier at the top of the mountain shouted in despair. At that moment, Huang Zhong and Han Jian each drew their bows and shot fire arrows to the sides. The many dry, yellow weeds on the slope ignited instantly. The flames quickly spread to the top of the mountain, igniting some soldiers drenched in gasoline. Yunhee saw the raging fire covering the mountain and heard the soldiers' screams, filled with despair. Some burning soldiers rolled on the ground, only to roll off the cliff, falling directly into the valley and splattering blood. The cliffs on both sides were in chaos, and under the spreading fire, people were forced to flee down the mountain. But the path down was extremely narrow, and in the crowd, many barbarian soldiers were pushed off, rolling down the slope. Most fell to their deaths, while some who were seriously injured but not dead were finished off by Great Xia soldiers, ending their suffering. Some who finally made it down the rugged path hadn't even reached flat ground before being shot dead by an arrow, falling on the slope.
Yunhee, drop your weapons and surrender.
Lu Shi shouted loudly.
I spit on you, you dog of a traitor, why don't you go die? Yunhee was furious upon seeing him. You want to trick us into surrendering and then kill us? He knew about the incident where Xianlong had killed over 10,000 surrendering soldiers, but they hated Lu Shi, the traitor, even more. Deceiving soldiers into surrendering and then killing them was extremely vile. The last incident was an accident. His Majesty has already punished Xianlong. This time His Majesty is leading the expedition. As long as you surrender, he promises not to kill you. Lu Shi shouted anxiously. Yunhee hesitated, seeing that the soldiers were either burned to death or fell to their deaths. Or those who managed to squeeze down the mountain were shot dead by Great Xia soldiers, with no way out. If this continues, the final outcome will be the complete destruction of the army. Yunhee, His Majesty has spoken. As long as you surrender, you will be spared.
At this moment, Yu Wendu stepped forward and shouted loudly.
Yu Wendu. Yunhee recognized him. Is this true?
Of course, His Majesty has always been a man of his word, kind-hearted, and does not wish to see you all perish here, Yu Wendu replied.
Otherwise, we could easily wipe you all out. Given the current situation, the Great Xia had an undeniable advantage. Yunhe pondered for a moment, and indeed, that was the case. The Great Xia now held absolute superiority and could completely annihilate them. Brother Yunhe, look at me. After joining the Great Xia, I've gained a lot of weight. The food provided by the Heavenly Sovereign in the Great Xia barracks is simply delicious, many of which you have never seen before, all are delicacies of the human world. Don't suffer with the barbarian army any longer. Yuandu patted his belly, having gained over 10 pounds during this time. Yunhe turned to glance at the soldiers falling in flames and the warriors desperately trying to escape. His heart was in turmoil. If he surrendered, his wife and children would be doomed, the emperor would not spare his family. But if he did not surrender, everyone would die here. Everyone, listen up. Throw your weapons into the valley and come down to surrender. Yunhe clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the soldiers began to discard their weapons. Even so, only 15,000 managed to survive and come down from the mountain. Defeated General Yunhe, I pay my respects to your majesty. Yunhe knelt on the ground and bowed to Lin Shi. Remembering yesterday when he drank with Sha Tuhan, he had fantasized about annihilating the Great Xia army today and then pushing all the way to the capital, achieving unparalleled merit. Today, the cold reality slapped him hard in the face. It was only after this battle that he realized the terror of the Great Xia. They had unexpectedly launched a surprise attack and flown into the city, catching everyone off guard. At the same time, they set fire to the soldiers ambushed on the cliff, leaving the barbarian soldiers inside and outside the city in disarray. Their 50,000 soldiers suffered over 30,000 casualties, a heavy loss. What was even more frustrating was that they hadn't even faced the Great Xia army head-on. They were powerless, and not a single person from the Great Xia had died. Yunhe, there is an opportunity for you to achieve merit right in front of you. It all depends on whether you are willing. Lin Shi glanced at him. Crack! Xian Long wielded his sword and severed a barbarian soldier's long knife, then pierced his heart with a single thrust. Inside Ling City, the Great Xia army and the barbarian soldiers engaged in fierce combat, relying on the sharpness of their weapons and strong defenses, resulting in an overwhelming slaughter. Where is Yunhe? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Sha Tuhan retreated repeatedly within the city, shouting loudly. There is a raging fire at the top of the cliff. It must be the Great Xia setting the mountain ablaze. General Yun and the others are likely in grave danger, one of his subordinates whispered. Upon hearing this, Sha Tuhan felt a sense of foreboding and quickly led the Night Brigade to move northward. The soldiers of the Great Xia were too fierce, they were simply no match. At this moment, he finally understood how Wu Shao had suffered such a disastrous defeat. Who would have thought that the soldiers of the Great Xia would actually fly into Ling City? They completely disregarded the normal rules of warfare, making it impossible to defend against them. General, should we retreat first? Someone, seeing soldiers continuously falling, felt that death was imminent. The long swords of the Great Xia soldiers were incredibly sharp, and their soft armor and helmets provided strong defense. They were simply no match. Especially within the city, the Night Brigade could not exert their true advantage. Wait a bit longer, perhaps Yunhe will have a chance to break through. As long as he leads the army back, we will have hope to defend Ling City. Sha Tuhan shook his head. If they fled like this, how would he explain it to the emperor? Many in the court were watching his position, and he would become a laughingstock. Once he returned defeated, all his previous glory would vanish. If someone were to kick him while he was down, it wouldn't be impossible for him to end up in prison. So, he absolutely could not flee until the last moment. Bang, bang. At that moment, someone suddenly threw Molotov cocktails at them. Some soldiers and horses caught fire, and chaos ensued. Many horses were startled, throwing their riders off. Shatahan hurriedly led thousands of soldiers to escape near the northern city wall, ready to flee through the north gate if things went awry. General Yunhe has returned with the army. A soldier rode up, shouting loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was shot through the heart by a Dacia soldier pursuing him from behind. Hold on, General Yunhe is back, we can win. Shatohan's spirits lifted as he shouted. At that moment, Yunhe led 10,000 troops through the city gate, and upon seeing the chaos within and the countless corpses of barbarian soldiers at the gate, his feelings were extremely complex. The barbarian soldiers had paid a heavy price to defend the gate, but now, they had opened it for him. General Yun, the Grand General has gone to the north gate, a barbarian soldier hurriedly reported. The Dacia soldiers are too formidable. Thankfully, you have returned. Why do these brothers look so unfamiliar? He noticed that although the 10,000 soldiers led by Yunhe wore barbarian uniforms, their appearances and spirits were completely different. Swish! Han Jian pierced this man's heart with a sword and tore off his barbarian uniform.
The 10,000 Daxia soldiers also tore off their barbarian clothes and began the slaughter. Yunha closed his eyes, tears of blood streaming down his face. Grand General, it's bad. General Yun has defected and led the enemy into the city. Shadowhun, swinging his axe in battle, nearly spat blood upon hearing this news. He had fought alongside Yunha for many years, and this outcome was utterly unexpected. With Yunha's defection, their defeat was now a foregone conclusion. Damn it, how dare he surrender? Doesn't he fear for his family's lives? Shadowhun cursed furiously. He had originally hoped Yunha would come to his aid, but instead, that bastard turned around and sold him out. With Yunha leading, the defending soldiers would surely open the city gates for him, and the Daxia army swaggered in. It was over, everything was over. Grand General, let's retreat. We can't hold on any longer. Someone beside him urged. Their men were being chased and cut down by Daxia soldiers, and more were falling. With a large number of Daxia soldiers charging toward them, they had no hope of winning. Retreat! Shadowhun, knowing the battle was lost, did not linger and directly led over 2,000 knights to escape through the north gate. As for the other barbarian brothers, he could not care less. At that moment, a rain of stones fell from the sky. Before jumping, Xianglong had left 2,000 soldiers on the cliff, instructing them to throw stones at anyone riding out through the north gate. Based on his judgment, if Shadowhun wanted to escape, the north gate was the only way. When the soldiers on the cliff saw a large number of knights fleeing through the north gate, they hurled down stones fiercely. They did not use arrows because the cliff was too high, throwing stones was more effective. Shadowhun slapped his horse's rear and charged forward with his shield raised. The others were not so lucky, many were crushed by the falling rocks. The city quickly fell silent, with over 5,000 barbarian soldiers captured. Lin Shi entered the military tent and saw the leftover food and wine on the table. Shadowhun's rations were quite good. He had meat to eat and wine to drink. But ordinary barbarian soldiers only had a bowl of thin porridge each day. It was no wonder the army lacked cohesion. Your Majesty, out of 80,000 barbarian soldiers, 15,000 surrendered voluntarily, 5,000 were captured, and Shadowhun escaped with over 1,000, the rest were all executed, Xianglong reported excitedly as he entered. This time was different from before. It was the first time in Daxia's history, even in human history, that they fought within the city, destined to be recorded in the annals. General Xiang and all the generals have worked hard, Lin Shi said. The 15,000 surrendered soldiers will be divided, with 5,000 each going to Yuwendu and General Lu Shi, and the remaining 5,000 will continue to follow General Yunha. After entering the city, Yuwendu and Lu Shi also fought hard against some barbarian soldiers, fully proving their loyalty. Yunhe had just surrendered today, and after leading them through the city gates, there was no turning back. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three knelt in gratitude. Your Majesty, what should we do with the 5,000 captives? Why not just kill them all? Xianglong seemed somewhat excited. These people were captives, not surrendered soldiers. If they were to be killed, so be it. Yunhe's expression changed upon hearing this. Xianglong was truly a fool. Although those 5,000 were captives and not surrendered soldiers, if they were really killed, he would have to reassess the great Xia Empress. Lin Shi was somewhat speechless. Xianglong was good in many ways, but his bloodthirst was too heavy. She understood his hatred for the barbarian soldiers and empathized with his feelings, but this could not continue. Ask those captives if they are willing to follow us. They can be organized into a service group to clean the city and repair the walls. Those who refuse to yield can be honored in death, and we will find a place to bury them. Lin Shi made her decision. The barbarian soldiers had already slaughtered the citizens of Ling City, and some manpower was needed for menial tasks. If the 5,000 captives were killed, the surrendered soldiers would likely be terrified, and they might seize the opportunity to flee. If there were truly those who wished to die for their principles, then let it be. Understood. Xianglong accepted the order. He knew that the Empress would not agree to kill all the captives. He suggested it to make the barbarian soldiers appreciate the Empress's grace. As for the hatred directed at him, he did not care. This time, General Xiang has made great contributions and is granted the title of General of National Stability. Lin Shi smiled slightly. She then rewarded the other generals as well. Among the 5 great generals, only Xianglong had parachuted into the city with his troops, playing a crucial role. Thus, he was promoted to the same rank as Han Jian and Huang Zhong. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. Xianglong bowed deeply, feeling very grateful. The other generals had no objections. General Xiang leading the jump from high above was something many could not achieve. If something went wrong, they could end up as nothing but a pile of flesh. Moreover, if Xianglong had not killed the surrendered soldiers last time, he would have already been on equal footing with Han Jian and the others. Lin Shi saw the storage of the barbarian soldiers and some food. Send the order down to slaughter the dead and severely injured warhorses, everyone will have meat to eat tonight. Lin Shi thought for a moment. This time, Shadahan had brought an elite cavalry regiment, but unfortunately, there was no opportunity to use them, and many horses had been killed. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste them. While they were still fresh, they should be slaughtered for everyone to eat. With an additional 20,000 people this time, the daily food consumption had increased significantly. The plan was to rest for a day and then head north to reclaim the remaining Jiqing and Yuncheng. It was likely that Shadahan would not bother to defend these two cities, as he had very few men left and would not be foolish enough to guard a city to his death. Brother Yunhe, stop looking so mournful. After leaving the military tent, Yuandu patted Yunhe on the shoulder. As a fellow general of the barbarian army, he could understand Yunhe's feelings. Brother, my family is gone. Tears streamed down Yunhe's face again. Shadahan would likely report to the emperor, and his entire clan would be exterminated. Don't think too much about it. It has come to this. At least you have protected over 15,000 brothers alive, and they will all be grateful to you, Yuandu said. Moreover, if you serve the Empress well in the future, gaining promotions and titles won't be difficult. You can remarry and have children, and your bloodline can continue. Yes, brother, don't be sad, I'll drink a cup with you. Lu Shi also walked over. Get lost. I can't stand you. Yunhe looked at him with great disdain. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi awkwardly walked away. The incident with Xiang Long killing the surrendered soldiers had a huge impact on him. The barbarian soldiers had directed their hatred towards him. Try this drink is called beer, and it's refreshing to drink on a hot day. Once inside the military tent, someone quickly brought in food and drink. Yuandu opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Yunhe. Yunhe took it and tilted his head back to drink a few sips. It was indeed different from the alcohol he had drunk before. It was not spicy at all and was quite refreshing. Looking at the packaging of the beer, which was written in simplified characters, his expression changed slightly. Brother Yunhe, I know you're a bit unconvinced, but you have to accept reality. Did you ever think we would set the mountain on fire? Yuandu asked with a smile. Of course I thought about it. The underbrush on the hillside was cleared within the normal range of fire arrows, but who would have thought that strange big bird would spray oil? Yunhe was quite frustrated. After the drone sprayed oil over the dense barbarian troops, it also drew a line of oil from the mountain top to the foot, igniting fiercely upon encountering fire. They had never considered such a thing, couldn't even imagine it, let alone how to guard against it. That is a drone bestowed by the Celestial Lord, not a strange bird, nor something that exists in this world. Yuandu glanced at him. I know you don't believe there is a Celestial Lord in this world. I didn't believe it at first either, but later I became absolutely convinced, and you will too. With the Celestial Lord's protection, the Great Xia will surely unify the world again. You and I will loyally assist His Majesty, and perhaps in the future, we might even be granted titles and become kings, achieving great things. Do not entertain any other thoughts, or else I won't be polite. Yuandu had not followed Empress Lin Shi for long, but he knew she was not a bloodthirsty ruler. The Empress wanted to unify the world to better avoid excessive wars and spare the people from the suffering of conflict. He loyally followed the Empress, willing to serve her with all his heart. This was the truth. With such a wise ruler, it would be difficult for the Great Xia not to revive. Moreover, with the Celestial Lord's favor, the Great Xia would soon become a strong nation in the world again. Brother Yuan, all I seek now is to survive. How could I dare to have other thoughts? Yunhe forced a bitter smile. I never thought I would become a traitor, a defector. Don't think so much. Come drink and eat meat. Yuandu said, once we conquer the barbarian nation, who knows, you might be made a king, and everyone will envy and admire you, saying you have vision. Who would dare to speak ill of you then? Once the Great Xia conquered the barbarian nation, they would all be great contributors, and perhaps they would all be granted titles as kings of different surnames. At that time, who would dare to call them traitors? They would just cut off those people's heads. Everyone would likely fear them, flatter them, and curry favor with them. That's human nature. Right or wrong doesn't matter. What matters is whether you are strong enough. Brother Yuan, you make a good point. I won't think so much anymore. Let's drink. Yunhe nodded. At this point, it was useless to regret. As for his family, he could only pray that the emperor would show mercy. However, he also knew that the barbarian nation had always been harsh on traitors, and it was likely his entire family would be executed. If that were the case, once they reached the barbarian nation, he would have to kill all the bloodline of the barbarian emperor to avenge his family. Not good. A large number of people are poisoned. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to say. Yuandu and Yunhe's faces changed drastically, and they hurried out of the military tent. They saw soldiers foaming at the mouth, lying on the ground convulsing. What happened? Yuandu shouted. I don't know.
Suddenly, some people just became like this. The soldier looked bewildered. Does His Majesty know about this? Yuan Du asked him. Someone has already reported it to His Majesty. The soldier nodded repeatedly. At this time, in the military camp, about 3,000 people were showing symptoms of nausea, vomiting, and convulsions. After receiving the news, Lin Shi investigated with several generals and found that it was all due to the defectors. What did you do? Yang Jiumei asked a lightly affected barbarian soldier. We drank the water from Shadowhun's storage. They drank a lot, I only had a couple of sips, and when I saw someone vomiting, I didn't dare to drink anymore, the barbarian soldier weakly replied. After the recent battle, they were extremely thirsty. Upon discovering the water storage, many soldiers naturally drank heavily. Your Majesty, there is arsenic in the water. The old military doctor hurried over to say, there are simply too many poisoned people, our medicine is not enough. Lin Shi frowned upon hearing this. It seemed that before Shadowhun escaped, he had sent someone to put arsenic in the water, which was truly insidious. She entered the military tent, took out paper and pen, and wrote a letter, which she placed into a leather pouch. There was no other way. If they didn't receive timely treatment, these people would lose their lives, and she could only seek help from the Heavenly Lord. Suemo was in his office when he received the letter and immediately drove to the pharmacy, purchasing a large quantity of penicillin and other antidotes. After running to more than 30 pharmacies, he finally gathered over 3,000 boxes and sent them over. Lin Shi looked at the boxes of medicine that had appeared in the military tent and was overjoyed, immediately dispatching someone to deliver them to the poisoned soldiers. After taking the medicine, the barbarian soldiers indeed showed signs of improvement. My heavens, the Heavenly Lord truly favors the great Xia. Some of the barbarian soldiers murmured. In the past, when they fell ill or were poisoned, they only drank herbal soup. This was the first time they had taken such medicine. Looking at the medicine boxes, aside from the simplified characters, there were strange symbols. That was English, which Lin Shi couldn't read, and they certainly couldn't either. Yes, I heard that the Empress said nothing when she entered the military tent, and in less than a while, so much medicine suddenly appeared. If it weren't for the Heavenly Lord's blessing, it would be completely unexplainable. Right, it seems the Heavenly Lord truly exists and favors the Great Xia. What do you mean by favoring the Great Xia? The Great Xia worships the Heavenly Lord, while we worship the Wolf God. Isn't it normal for the Heavenly Lord to protect the Great Xia? The barbarians worshipped the Sunlong Heavenly God and revered wolf culture, firmly believing that wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, while dogs travel thousands of miles to eat dung. It was also through this cultural heritage that the barbarians became increasingly aggressive, rapidly expanding their territory. Hey, all gods are the same, but there are still differences among them. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say before that there are no gods in this world? You don't even have a sincere heart, so no god will protect you. Today, the Heavenly Lord granted me medicine to save me, which shows He doesn't disdain me for being a barbarian. From now on, I will be the Heavenly Lord's loyal servant. Yunhe listened to the soldiers' discussions, feeling a mix of emotions. He had always doubted the existence of the Heavenly Lord, even though Yuendu had told him today. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he was deeply shocked. It was the Heavenly Lord's medicine that saved those poisoned soldiers. Everything was real, it couldn't be fake. Grateful for the Heavenly Lord's grace, may the Heavenly Lord have boundless longevity and blessings. The soldiers who had recovered from poisoning prayed devoutly. At that moment, they became faithful followers of the Heavenly Lord. Since the Heavenly Lord favored the Great Xia and the Empress, they would pledge their loyalty to the Great Xia and the Empress. Yunhe watched this scene, his heart trembling fiercely. With the Heavenly Lord present, the army's cohesion was terrifyingly strong. The Great Xia would eventually unify the world. What Yuendu had told him was not just a dream but something very likely to be realized. At that moment, he truly decided to loyally follow His Majesty. Lin Shi received a report stating that aside from 10 who died before receiving the Heavenly Lord's medicine, the rest had greatly improved. The water stored by the barbarian army is no longer needed. The food must be carefully checked before confirming whether to use it, Lin Shi instructed. He was worried that Shatoan might have tampered with the food, so caution was necessary. The food is fine, I asked some of the barbarian soldiers guarding the food, and since the battle began, Shatoan hasn't sent anyone to tamper with it, Yuendu hurriedly said. After all, the granary and the water storage were not in the same place. In his panic, Shatoan likely hadn't had time to arrange for anyone to sabotage the food. Check it carefully again to ensure there are no problems, Lin Shi nodded. You and Lu Shi come to the military tent. The two of them entered the tent, seemingly guessing what it was about. Among those poisoned, half are the newly assigned soldiers under you two, and the rest are from General Yunhe's side. Lin Shi looked at them. You know what to do, right?
Seeing that the water storage was not reported and they had privately indulged in drinking, some who drank too much ended up dead. Such undisciplined behavior could lead to problems in the future. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. Today we achieved a great victory, and I let my guard down, failing to restrain the newly joined soldiers. I promise I won't do this again. Yuan Du hurriedly knelt down. When I return, I will immediately preach the military discipline of the Great Xia to them. Anyone who violates it will be dealt with according to military law. That night, Su Mo received a thank you letter and some exquisite items from Lin Shi, briefly recounting the process of capturing Feng City. Once they took 2 more cities, they would completely recover the land occupied by the barbarian soldiers this year. The successful siege was thanks to the parachutes granted by the Celestial Lord. The sudden appearance of elite troops stunned the barbarian army. It was estimated that when Shadowhun saw it, he must have been dumbfounded. Over 20,000 Great Xia warriors descended from the sky, like gods of war arriving, leaving everyone in awe. That night, Su Mo sent water to Lin Shi and the others while considering future matters. Yun City was already in the bag for Great Xia, but the 15 cities in Yen Bay had been occupied for decades, and over the years, the Great Xia people and the barbarians had basically merged. Recovering this land would not be easy. Lin Shi might not lead the army on a long expedition, and the army's food supply was also a problem. Fortunately, his food factory was about to open, which could provide portable military rations for the expedition. Su Mo checked his bank card balance. Today he paid the final installment for upgrading the food factory's equipment, and after purchasing a large number of items a few days ago, especially the parachutes, he had less than 100 million left. Money was truly flowing like water, and there were many more places where money would be needed. The weather on Lin Shi's side was also starting to cool down, and he still needed to buy them autumn clothes. Now the army's numbers had increased from over 60,000 to 80,000, and expenses had also risen significantly. He had previously heard Lin Shi mention that Xiang Long had killed all the paratroopers, and he admired General Xiang's character. However, to unify the Great Xia and achieve great accomplishments for generations, it couldn't just be about killing. Lin Shi handled this well, balancing grace and power for lasting results. I hope the auction tomorrow can fetch a good price. There are too many places to spend money afterward, Su Mo murmured. After a while, he received a video call from Chao Yi, and upon opening it, he saw a pitiful little face. Brother, I finished my homework. I'll play for half an hour and then go to sleep, Cici sweetly said to him. Go play, Su Mo nodded. Cici had become much more cheerful, her timid expression lessening, returning to the lively and cheerful demeanor a child should have. Chao Yi turned the camera to the fish tank. Inside, there were many colorful fish swimming around. Boss, I passed by a flower and bird market when I got off work and bought some fish. Aren't they pretty? Chao Yi brought the camera closer to the tank. Pretty, take good care of them. You need to know one thing, when raising fish, they are consumables. Raising fish was the simplest thing. Change the water every 3 days, change the fish every 5 days. Ah. Chao Yi paused, then reacted, don't worry, I'll take good care of them. After saying that, she turned the camera back to herself. Su Mo saw that she was wearing a low-cut nightgown, with a fair expanse in front. Proudly standing, it was faintly visible, almost calling out. This. Su Mo touched his nose, unsure of what she was trying to do. This was clearly tempting someone to commit a crime, especially since he was at an age full of vigor. Boss, I've sent you the list and information of the people at the food factory, a total of 30 people, Chao Yi reported seriously. Very good, thank you. In the future, please also take care of the food factory's finances. There will be bonuses. Su Mo's gaze was drawn to the snow-white ravines between the 2 towering peaks, feeling a warmth in his nostrils. Damn it, he was really getting a nosebleed. Oh no, boss, are you getting overheated? The weather has been dry lately, you should drink more water and brew some chrysanthemum tea or something. Chao Yi noticed and was very concerned. I got it, I'll hang up for now. Su Mo awkwardly ended the video call and went to the faucet to clean up the nosebleed. The image of that fair expanse still lingered in his mind. Was Chao Yi trying to make her name a verb? He shook his head, dismissing the sordid thought. However, it was understandable. He was now wealthy and handsome, and he had allowed Chao Yi to move into a mansion, so it was inevitable that she would have ideas. He still felt that relationships between colleagues should remain pure, otherwise, if things went south, it would be quite awkward to interact later. Lin Shi was in a house, sitting across from 5 great generals. There was no pressure to reclaim the remaining 2 cities. If she wished, she could take them down tomorrow. But there was no need to rush. The army had fought hard today and deserved a few days of rest. After all, she was certain that Shadowhun had given up on those 2 cities and had long since fled. Your Majesty, after we take Yun City, should we return to court first? Yang Jiomei asked.
After reclaiming Yun City, the next target would be the 15 cities of Yinbei to the north. A long expedition required a stable rear, otherwise, chaos would ensue. That could work. Let me think about it, Lin Shi nodded. In recent days, the court had been relatively stable with Zheng Taizheng in charge. However, some people indeed needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, it was quite annoying to have them bouncing around in the background. Those who secretly colluded with the barbarian nations must face the consequences they deserved. For those who did not heed her orders, it was time for them to move on. Your Majesty, I am still a bit worried. After our great victory today, the news will quickly reach Jinling. Lu Mulan said anxiously. If Lin Shizhen wanted to reclaim the throne, most of the civil and military officials would welcome him back. Firstly, they were mostly promoted and trusted by Lin Shizhen. Secondly, during the time the emperor was away on campaign, some people had been making small moves. For the sake of their lives, welcoming Lin Shizhen back was the best choice. If he wants to reclaim the throne, what will you do? Lin Shi smiled, looking at them. Whoever dares to have designs on the emperor, I will chop off their head. Xiang Long said angrily. He despised those civil officials who were useless and only knew how to scheme and plot. Anyone who advocated bringing Lin Shizhen back from Jinling to reclaim the throne would not escape his wrath. Such a foolish ruler would only harm the great Xia and bring suffering to the people. He was nothing but a pile of rotten dogshit. He recognized no one but the Empress Lin Shi. At first, he found it laughable for a woman to be an emperor, but later, when Lin Shi personally led troops into battle, her absolute charisma completely won him over. Such a wise ruler could easily be compared to the founding emperor of Great Xia. I will only be loyal to your majesty in this life. Anyone else who dares to rebel and claim the throne, I will bury them in the yellow earth, Han Jian said calmly. He had originally been just a scholar, joining the army as an inconspicuous soldier. Because of his advice, he was appreciated by the emperor, who went against the majority to promote him to general. In a short time, he was consecutively promoted to the Grand General of the nation, holding a high and powerful position. Good horses are common, but good trainers are rare. His immense loyalty and gratitude towards the emperor would not allow anyone to harm her. If the emperor ordered him to die, he would not hesitate for a second. If Lin Shizhen dares to have other thoughts, I will personally lead people to chop him down, Lu Mulan said coldly. She loathed this foolish ruler to the extreme and absolutely would not allow him to have any chance to harm the emperor or the great Xia. After we take Yun City, why not send a team to infiltrate Jinling and look for an opportunity? Yang Jiumei made a gesture as if wielding a knife. As long as Lin Shizhen was eliminated, there would be no more trouble, and everyone would settle down. Otherwise, as long as he was alive, there would always be uncertainties. That cannot be done. Huang Zhong said urgently, no matter what, he is now the retired emperor, killing him is a crime that would bring ruin to 9 generations. Yang Jiumei frowned at his words. However, the journey from Jinlin to the capital is long, and now there are many mountain bandits and robbers. If one were to be accidentally killed by bandits or robbers, it would be quite regrettable, Huang Zhong said, taking a sip of tea. In the auction hall, 5,000 people were seated. This was the largest auction held by Bali Auction House this year in Donghai province, attracting collectors from both inside and outside the province. Su Mo sat in a chair, noticing some familiar faces among the crowd. Today, Mr. Tang, Mr. Chao, Mr. Ma Yucheng, and others have all arrived. Also, the girl in glasses, Lin Yu, who visited the antique shop during its opening last time, happens to be sitting next to him. Mr. Su, are you here to buy antiques this time, or do you have antiques to auction? Lin Yu brushed her hair. I have a few items to auction, Su Mo replied honestly. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this woman wasn't stunning at first glance, but the more he looked, the more charm she exuded. Especially those eyes, which were surprisingly similar to Lin Shi's. The antiques in your shop are all exquisite, they will definitely fetch a good price. Lin Yu glanced at him. Thank you for your kind words. No need to be polite. Actually, I am very interested in the history of the Great Xia. Let's add each other on WeChat. We can communicate more often in the future. Lin Yu took out her phone. Suemo nodded, and they added each other as friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is called the Purple Jade Incense Burner Ding, a royal item from the Great Xia dynasty. There is still great controversy over whether this dynasty existed, but this item has been authenticated by several of our appraisers as an old piece, beautifully shaped and of excellent quality, made from top-grade Nanyang ancient jade, a rare fine product. The bottom of this incense burner has the inscription of the Fingguan year, which is the era name of the Great Xia Empress Lin Shi. After our appraisal, the starting bid is set at 300 million. The auctioneer presented the purple jade incense burner ding given by Lin Shi. This statement immediately sparked discussions among the crowd.
It was the first time an item from the Great Xia appeared, which was somewhat unbelievable. The appraisers from Boli Auction House are all industry leaders, and their ability to set such a high price for this item speaks volumes about its rarity. 400 million. Mr. Tang raised his paddle. 500 million. Mr. Chow quickly followed. Both of them were very fond of this item. After all, it was a royal piece, with top-notch materials and craftsmanship. Its elegant shape, with cloud patterns carved on the walls of the ding, made it an extremely rare artwork. Additionally, raising the auction price of the purple jade incense burner ding held significant meaning for the re-evaluation of the Great Xia Golden King Cup and the Jiangnan landscape map. Both of these men were old foxes and naturally understood this principle. 600 million. Someone followed. The items that Mr. Tang and Mr. Chow recognized were at least genuine. Since this was the first auction of an item from the Great Xia, it was of extraordinary significance. Su Mo raised an eyebrow. This price had already exceeded his expectations. According to his previous estimates, it should have been valued lower than the Jiangnan landscape map, but he didn't expect it to reach 600 million so quickly. 700 million. Lin Yu suddenly raised her paddle. Ha! Su Mo looked at her in shock. He never expected her to be so powerful. Lin Yu smiled at him without saying anything. Mr. Tang and Mr. Chow turned to look at Lin Yu in unison. This price also exceeded their expectations. 700 million once, 700 million twice, 700 million three times, sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell, and he was very pleased. Let's chat in detail after the auction, Lin Yu whispered to Su Mo before heading backstage for the transaction, and then she didn't come back. Lin Yu. Could she be a descendant of the Great Xia royal family? Su Mo murmured. With the purple jade incense burner ding setting a good precedent, the subsequent set of teapots and the carved jade pen holder were auctioned for 500 million and 300 million, respectively. The three royal items totaled 1.5 billion. After deducting the auction house's 5% commission, he received just over 1.4 billion. After the auction ended, the money was quickly transferred. Little Su, congratulations. Outside, Mr. Tang patted him on the shoulder. This kid indeed had good items that weren't displayed in the antique shop. This time, all three antiques were royal items, incredibly elegant. Thank you, Mr. Tang. After this auction, the value of Great Xia antiques will need to be reassessed, right? Su Mo asked. Of course, with the auction prices of these three items as a reference, the overall prices will need to be adjusted upward. Mr. Tang nodded. He bought that Jiangnan landscape painting for 600 million before, and now selling it for 800 million is not a big deal. However, he didn't plan to sell it, keeping it as a family heirloom. Xiaosu, those three items are really beautiful, but unfortunately, I bought the Golden King Cup last time, and my funds are a bit tight. Otherwise, I would definitely buy another piece today. Old Chow also came over to join the excitement, in a good mood. After today's auction, the value of the Golden King Cup of the Great Xia would be around 1,200 million. Shall we go for a drink later? Old Tang asked. I have something to do, so I won't go. Suomo shook his head. He received a message from Lin Yu, saying she had booked a private room at the Qianyue tea house to chat with him. Alright, you go ahead and be busy. Old Tang waved his hand and left with Old Chow. Suomo drove to the tea house and entered a private room. Mr. Su, please have a seat. Lin Yu poured him a cup of tea. Good tea. Suomo took a sip, the fragrance lingering in his mouth. Mr. Su, are you curious why I bought the purple jade incense burner? Lin Yu also took a sip of tea. Yes, Suomo nodded. Then let me ask you a question first. You own so many items from the Great Xia, would it be convenient to say how you acquired them? Lin Yu countered. Although it was a bit impolite, she was too curious. My dad is a history professor, and 3 years ago, he and my mom encountered a shipwreck. Suomo looked at her. These antiques were all left to me by him. Oh, I see. I've heard of Professor Su's great name, but with Professor Su's income, I fear he couldn't buy so many antiques. Lin Yu looked at him. My mother is a well-known entrepreneur in Yunhai, worth billions. She particularly supports my father. Suomo met her gaze without flinching. Miss Lin, what are you trying to say? Mr. Su, forgive my boldness, I'm just curious. Lin Yu poured him more tea. The reason I bought the purple jade incense burner is that my ancestor was part of the Great Xia royal family. You seem to have guessed it long ago? I just made an association based on your name. Suomo nodded. I have many antiques from the Great Xia in my shop. Why did you choose this one? Because it was made during the Fenghuan era. And Empress Lin, she was the only female emperor of the Great Xia, as well as the last ruler. Her reign was originally short, so the number of antiques from the Fenghuan era is the least, making them the most precious, Lin Yu said slowly.
Sumo understood her purchasing logic. Normally, there was nothing wrong with it. The key was that with his help, the world of Lin Shi would not perish, and in the future, items from the Fenghuan era would become more and more abundant. Mr. Su, actually, I invited you here today because I want to ask you for a favor, Lin Yu said. I hope you can keep an eye out for anything similar to a cowhide bag among the antiques of the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Sumo's heart surged like a storm, but his surface remained calm. She actually knew about the cowhide bag. What cowhide bag? What does it look like? Sumo asked curiously. The bag looks quite ordinary, with a faint image of a cow on it. Nothing else is particularly special. Lin Yu observed Sumo's expression carefully, not seeing any unusual reaction, feeling a bit disappointed. I'll keep an eye out. Such things are probably hard to come by. After all, it's leather, not metal, and difficult to preserve for so many years. Sumo took a sip of tea. That's true, just keep an eye out for it. It's not something particularly precious, just has some significance for our family. Lin Yu nodded. I believe you, not at all. Sumo thought to himself. Lin Yu was probably suspicious that he had a cowhide bag. Her earlier questions were just tests. He wasn't sure how much Lin Yu knew about the bag or if she knew it could connect the past and present. But he couldn't ask too much. The more he asked, the easier it would be to expose himself. It seemed that Lin Yu sitting next to him at the auction was definitely not a coincidence. After finishing the tea, the two chatted for a while longer before Sumo finally left. You say, does he really know about the existence of the leather bag? After Sumo left, a middle-aged man entered the private room of the tea house. Not sure, after all, it's a legendary item. Lin Yu looked at him. Dad, did Empress Lin Shi really escape using the leather bag? According to unofficial historical records, the Empress ultimately took her own life. However, the information passed down through generations says that when her country was destroyed, Empress Lin Shi jumped into a bag and disappeared. It sounds like a myth, but the bamboo slips left by their ancestors recorded that he had seen it with his own eyes. Who can know the truth? The middle-aged man sighed bitterly. Even if the ancestors left behind bamboo slips documenting this, who knows if what he wrote is true or what his mental state was at the time. The reason Lin Yu was testing Sumo this time was that Sumo possessed the most antiques from the Great Xia. That's true. Anyway, I told him to keep an eye out. Lin Yu nodded. Is it worth 700 million to buy this purple jade incense burner? Of course it's worth it. It's proof of the existence of the Great Xia. The middle-aged man said, especially items made during the Fenghuan era are even rarer. It's a good investment. The Lin family wasn't short of that 700 million. If they bought it, they bought it. Dad, should I send someone to follow him? Lin Yu took out a new cup and poured tea. Absolutely not. If he finds out, it would be like stirring up a snake in the grass. Even if he finds the leather bag, he won't sell it to us. The middle-aged man sat down and shook his head. If what the ancestors recorded is true, then the bag possesses magical powers. But after so many years, it might have long since eroded. Who can say? Don't have too high expectations. If something better can be found later, that's good. But if not, don't force it. At this moment, Sumo drove to the leather market and bought a large piece of genuine leather with the LV logo. After returning to the food factory office, he carefully cut the leather and then pasted it onto the leather bag, also adjusting the straps. Its shape was extremely similar to a certain LV bag, making for a good disguise. Since Lin Yu knew about the bag's existence, it's likely that someone in her family also knew. After a simple disguise, there was no need to worry about being recognized. It seemed he had to be more careful in the future, so as not to let Lin Yu and the others discover anything unusual. Your Majesty, Lin Shi has already defeated Shadahan, breached Ling City, and capturing Yun City is without a doubt. In a palace garden somewhere in Jinling, an old eunuch whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Shizhen suddenly sat up, his expression changing several times. He had pushed Lin Shi to the throne just to find someone to bear the title of the fallen king. At that time, he believed Yin City would surely fall, and the capital could not be defended. But he never expected Lin Shi to achieve consecutive victories, ultimately reaching Ling City. Your Majesty, officials from the capital have secretly sent letters, wanting to welcome you back. The old eunuch smiled broadly. Last time, someone had proposed this, but Lin Shizhen had sternly refused. At that time, the barbarian army was still attacking Yin City, and there were too many variables. Now, Wu Tiegu and Wu Xiaotu had been killed, and the Ning Wang's forces suffered heavy losses. Shadowhan's 80,000 troops were left with less than 2,000, fleeing in disarray. With this, the 13 cities previously captured by the barbarian army would soon be reclaimed. The capital was safe. To say he didn't want to continue being emperor was a lie. Only by being emperor could he hold all the power in his hands and decide life and death. What is Zheng Taizheng's attitude? Lin Shizhen asked. Last time, this old man refused to welcome him back. he was truly an ingrate. It was he who had pushed against the tide and personally promoted Zheng Taizheng to the position of Prime Minister. The news we received is that the Prime Minister has been ill recently and has refused all visitors. The old eunuch went over to massage Lin Shizhen's back. He naturally hoped the emperor would return for the grand ceremony, as that would restore his own power. A young eunuch nearby, who had been keeping his head down, dared not speak. What a cunning old fox, no one wants to offend him. Lin Shizhen snorted, if I sneak back to reclaim the throne, what will happen when Lin Shi leads her troops to fight me? The troops he could command, along with those in the capital, numbered less than 100,000. Lin Shi could defeat even the barbarian soldiers, so he feared he would not be her match. She shouldn't dare to do that, right? Her throne was given to her by you, if you want to take it back, would she dare to commit regicide? The old eunuch said softly. To be honest, he felt uncertain. It was rumored that Lin Shi had the protection of the Celestial Lord and had received many gifts, which made her invincible in battle. If she really turned against him and returned to the capital, no one could predict what would happen. She didn't before, but now that she has won so many victories in a row, her mindset must be different. Lin Shizhen thought for a moment. If we wait until she captures Yun City and returns to the capital, we will have no chance at all. Yes, we can act first. When she returns with her troops, we can let her into the city and control her, which will also control her subordinates, the old eunuch said slowly. That's the idea. Are there many people in the court supporting me now? Lin Shizhen felt somewhat tempted. Naturally, there are more. They are all people you promoted, so they are naturally grateful to you, the old eunuch replied. I estimate that as long as you return to the capital, those who are wavering will choose to support you. After all, Lin Shi is just a woman, and her time in power has been short, her foundation too shallow. Lin Shizhen nodded, feeling quite tempted. In that case, you write a letter to General Lin Wu of the Imperial Forest Army, saying this. Your Majesty, we have received news that Lin Shizhen intends to return to the capital. Yang Jiumei rushed in to report. He really is anxious. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes, a murderous aura spreading. They were fighting the enemy up front while Lin Shizhen was living in debauchery in Jinling. This was Lin Shizhen hearing that the situation had stabilized and that the capital of the Great Xia was safe again, planning to return to continue being emperor. Lin Shi was not a puppet to be manipulated, pushed onto the throne when needed and pulled down when not. Moreover, the Celestial Lord had said that the imperial power was divinely granted. Since the Celestial Lord recognized her as emperor, she would not yield. If Lin Shizhen were to reclaim the throne, she would definitely not survive. Neither would several other generals. So no matter what, she would not allow such a thing to happen. When does he plan to leave Jinling? Lin Shi asked. Currently, we don't know. The news says Lin Shizhen wrote to General Lin Wu of the Imperial Forest Army, so he is likely making preparations in advance, or he may have already set off, Yang Jiumei said, very worried. If this coup succeeded for Lin Shizhen, the Great Xia would fall into an irretrievable situation. That damned Lin Shizhen, for his own selfish desires, was going to bring disaster to the entire country. Call the other generals over, Lin Shi said as she sat in her chair, taking a sip of cola to calm herself down. When Lu Mulan and the others heard that Lin Shizhen was really going back to the capital, they were all extremely angry. Your Majesty, I request to lead 3,000 soldiers south. Lu Mulan knelt and pleaded. She wanted to find a way to kill Lin Shizhen and completely eliminate this scourge. No, you are all forbidden from taking action on this matter, Lin Shi shook her head. If this did not succeed, Lu Mulan's entire clan would be executed, the risk was too great. Your Majesty, I am confident I can kill him. Lu Mulan insisted. Now they had powerful weapons granted by the Celestial Lord, which gave them ample confidence. There are capable people available, you don't need to take risks, Lin Shi smiled. I plan to have Yuan lead 3,000 barbarian soldiers south secretly to ambush Lin Shizhen on the way. Even if their identities were exposed, they could just claim to be rogue barbarian soldiers. Moreover, they still had 80,000 troops. Even if Lin Shizhen managed to escape back to the capital, she could still take him down. She had been unwillingly pushed onto the throne before, but now, no one could force her to abdicate. Your Majesty, although Yuan Du is loyal, this matter is too important. Lu Mulan still felt a bit uneasy. It's fine. To take a step back, what if Lin Shizhen safely returns to the capital and takes control of the city? Lin Shi said with great confidence, as long as we are willing, we can break into the capital at any time. Hearing this, Lu Mulan finally felt reassured. She was worried that the emperor was too kind-hearted, unable to bear the suffering of the people in the capital and thus reluctant to go to war. Now, seeing the emperor's resolute attitude, there was nothing to worry about. Even if Lin Shizhen was lucky enough to escape the assassination and return to the capital, by then, he would probably not even have settled in before his head would be on the chopping block. Do you have any other opinions? Lin Shi asked. We fully support your majesty, the entire army is loyal only to your majesty. Huang Zhong and the others replied. It was unexpected that after finally regaining lost territory, they were now facing a domestic coup. Lin Shizhen was truly a foolish monarch, bringing disaster to the country. He deserved to die. Lin Shi summoned Yuan Du and assigned him this important task. Your Majesty, I will do my utmost to complete the mission. Yuan Du was incredibly excited. He understood the significance of this task. Completing it would mean he was completely trusted by the emperor. Such a monumental achievement must be seized. General Huang, how many warhorses do we have left? Lin Shi asked. Reporting to your majesty, there are still over 3,000, Huang Zhong replied. These horses were seized from Wu Xiaotu, Prince Ning, and Sha Tohan. Yuan Du, you will lead 3,000 elite soldiers south to Jiqing. The commander of the garrison there is a subordinate of my father and can be completely trusted. I will write a letter for you to take, Lin Shi ordered. Normally, traveling from Jinling to the capital requires passing through Jiqing, so you should find a suitable place to set an ambush. Due to the delay in information, Lin Shizhen might have already set out from Jinling. Waiting in Jiqing to set an ambush was a better choice. Understood. Yuan Du accepted the order and immediately went to prepare. General Huang, you will lead 10,000 troops tomorrow to recapture Yuncheng. After he left, Lin Shi continued to issue orders. The rest should organize the army. We may return to the capital at any time. She immediately had someone come and write a letter to Zhang Taizheng, informing him of the plan to return to court and asking him to prepare. First, they would deal with Lin Shizhen, stabilize the internal court, and then consider continuing to recapture the 15 cities in Yanbei. Otherwise, with the court unstable, she would not feel secure in launching a campaign. In the capital of Daxia, in a luxurious residence, a middle-aged man was sitting in his study drinking tea. He wore a purple robe, exuding great authority. His brows were slightly furrowed, filled with worries. Master, Lord Yuan requests an audience. A servant came in and reported softly. Tell him I am unwell today and cannot see guests, Zhang Taizheng replied. Now that the emperor had captured Lingcheng and achieved a great victory, this should have been a time for national celebration. However, due to some officials' strong demands to bring back the retired emperor, the court was in turmoil. He naturally understood that if it weren't for the emperor personally leading the campaign, Daxia would have already fallen to the Barbarian Nation. Now these people were eager to bring Lin Shizhen back, merely fearing that they had not obeyed the emperor's orders during this time and were afraid of being held accountable. Some people were indeed too excessive in their actions. Being killed or exterminated was well deserved. Now, officials were constantly visiting, merely wanting to gauge his attitude. He was quite conflicted about this matter. He knew very well that Lin Shizhen was a foolish monarch. Bringing him back would bring disaster to the country. But he owed him a debt of gratitude. He had reached his current high position entirely because of Lin Shizhen's favor. Sigh. Zhang Taizheng stroked his beard and sighed softly. If this internal strife was not handled well, Daxia would also face the danger of destruction. Now he was waiting for the emperor's letter. What he truly needed was the emperor's stance on this matter. If the emperor was willing to abdicate, then there was nothing more to say. He would lead the civil and military officials to welcome Lin Shizhen back to the throne. If your majesty is unwilling and would rather die than yield, he must take some action. Sir, urgent letter. A servant walked in again, presenting it with both hands. After the servant left, Zhang Taizheng opened the letter and his eyes widened in shock. This was a letter from his majesty. He suddenly stood up, laughing loudly. Heaven bless the great Xia, heaven bless the great Xia. His majesty is mighty, and the revival of the great Xia is in sight. The message Zhang Taizheng received from his majesty was that she would return to court. There was not much said, but the implied message was that she did not want Lin Shizhen to come back. Since his majesty had made a decision, he now had a choice. That evening, he summoned several high-ranking officials in secret to discuss matters. Most of the civil and military officials in the court were promoted by Lin Shizhen, but as subjects, they were not just Lin Shizhen's subjects, but subjects of the Great Xia. They thought about how to make the Great Xia better, how to strengthen the country, and how to ensure the people live and work in peace. In fact, everyone knew very well that Lin Shi was more suitable to be the emperor than Lin Shizhen. If Lin Shizhen were truly welcomed back, it would lead the Great Xia into an irretrievable abyss. That foolish monarch was indulgent, acted absurdly, and had no sense of responsibility. Loyal ministers had once advised him, only to have their heads chopped off. Prime Minister, regarding this matter, most officials are actually wavering. Only a few with guilty consciences are so resolute in welcoming back the retired emperor. The Minister of Rights, Fan He, set down his teacup. Everyone knows that the Great Xia has hope only with Her Majesty the Empress.
Some officials agreed to welcome back the retired emperor, but they were actually too afraid to disagree. They feared that if Lin Shizhen regained power, he would take revenge on them. Those who truly wanted to welcome Lin Shizhen back were either those who had received benefits from barbarian nations or those who had not obeyed His Majesty's orders. They all worried that once His Majesty returned to court, they would be held accountable. To save their lives, they proposed such a terrible idea as welcoming Lin Shizhen back. If the Prime Minister makes his stance clear, I believe everyone will understand. The Minister of Justice, Xing Qi, said lightly. Recently, so many people wanted to visit Zhang Taizhang, but it was merely to understand his attitude. In the end, Zhang Taizhang locked himself in his home, refusing all visitors, leaving people unsure of his thoughts. Ha, old Xing, are you trying to roast the Prime Minister over a fire? Fan He laughed heartily. If Zhang Taizhang expressed his stance, there would be no turning back. Once Lin Shizhen was successfully welcomed back, Zhang Taizhang would surely be imprisoned. A lifetime of reputation, ruined in an instant. All glory would cease to exist. To rise to the position of Prime Minister, at the pinnacle of ministerial power, was undoubtedly a result of hard work and caution. A lifetime of planning could be buried because of this one choice. Even the entire family could be implicated. Such a price was not something an ordinary person would have the courage to bear. For the great Xia, for His Majesty, I am willing to bear it all. A hint of determination shone in Zhang Taizhang's eyes. His Majesty was fighting hard on the battlefield, achieving consecutive victories, showcasing the confidence and style of the great Xia. He had saved a nation on the brink of extinction. If he were to shrink back for personal safety, he would look down on himself. His Majesty was the only hope for the revival of the great Xia, and he would do everything in his power to help her. Even if it meant being shattered to pieces, he was not afraid. Prime Minister, you must think carefully. The crowd's expressions turned serious, and they stood in respect. This was not like the old fox's style. Was he really planning to confront the retired emperor's faction head-on? Ha, I had already thought this through before inviting you all. Since the officials are watching and wavering, as Prime Minister, I naturally have the duty and responsibility to be the first to stand up and declare my position. Zhang Taizhang was incredibly resolute. Who in life has not faced death? If sacrificing himself could help His Majesty secure the throne, it would be worth it. The great Xia could do without Zhang Taizhang, but it absolutely could not do without His Majesty. The next morning, Suemo bought breakfast and sent it to Lin Shi. By 8:30, the food factory began to get busy. The workers were in great spirits. Compared to when Wang Yugue was in charge, their working hours had shortened and their wages had improved significantly. Everyone cherished this job and worked hard to fulfill their responsibilities. The food factory mainly produced compressed biscuits, bread, and military canned goods. The cans contained beef, shrimp, and other nutritious ingredients. Suemo watched as can after can rolled off the production line and into the packaging boxes. He casually picked up a box, opened it, and took a bite. It tasted good. Boss, where are our products mainly sold? The production supervisor asked. This time, only workers were hired, and no sales personnel, so everyone was curious. They worried that if the products didn't sell, production might stop one day, and they would be unemployed again. We're exporting. I've already contacted the clients, so there's no need to worry about sales, Suemo replied casually. Okay, the production supervisor nodded. Since the boss had secured the sales channels, they didn't need to worry and could just focus on their own tasks. Suemo inquired about the weather on Lin Shi's side. The temperature had suddenly dropped. He contacted the production factory, which was all in camouflage autumn uniforms. They ordered over 80,000 sets, each costing around 300, totaling 20 million. Due to the large quantity, delivery was expected in 5 days. Suemo knew that the great Xia had already sent people to take Yun City and planned to return to the capital. He had long known about Lin Shizhen's intention to reclaim the throne and had informed Lin Shi that the heavenly sovereign only recognized her as the emperor of Great Xia. If she couldn't maintain her throne, she would no longer receive the heavenly sovereign's favor. The 80,000 troops were well equipped, armed with powerful weapons like explosives. If she couldn't hold onto the throne, he would have to doubt Lin Shi's capabilities. In fact, he said this out of fear that Lin Shi might be too soft-hearted. Later, he received a letter from Lin Shi, saying she had already sent people to eliminate Lin Shizhen, which relieved him completely. Lin Shizhen, reversing history, would inevitably face severe punishment. When the barbarian army attacked, he didn't dare to resist and instead fled to Jinling to indulge himself, leaving a huge mess for Lin Shi. Now seeing Lin Shi achieve consecutive victories and reclaim lost territories, he wanted to return as emperor. How could such a good thing happen? It would be a blessing for Great Xia if such a foolish ruler died early. After Lin Shi returned to the capital, she would undoubtedly need to carry out a thorough reform. She had to deal with the treacherous ministers and traitors to stabilize her rule. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the workers had all finished work and left. Normally, they finished at 5, and Sumo did not allow anyone to work overtime unless there were special circumstances and with his approval. Sumo looked at the boxes of compressed biscuits, bread, and canned goods in the warehouse, all of which were to be sent to Lin Shi. After a while, the sumptuous dinner he ordered also arrived and was sent over. Not long after, he received a letter from Lin Shi. Brother Heavenly Sovereign, General Huang Zhong has taken Yin City today, and thus all the lands occupied by the barbarian army this year have been reclaimed. Tomorrow, I plan to return to the capital, first to reform the court, and then plan to reclaim the 15 cities in Yanbei. I have always kept your teachings in mind. No matter what, I will hold on to my throne. Great Xia cannot be without your favor. I will not be soft-hearted. Whoever dares to covet the throne will be killed. Great Xia is in dire need of revival and still requires your favor. I will work hard, and I can definitely do it. Brother Heavenly Sovereign, my dream is actually quite naive. A unified world, where the people no longer suffer from the pains of war. Everyone lives and works in peace, and the world is in harmony. Sumo couldn't help but sigh at Lin Shi's wishes. A harmonious world was not so easy to achieve. Even in modern society, with highly developed productivity, it was still far from a unified world. The world was not peaceful, some regions were still engulfed in conflict. Peace was indeed too hard to come by. He wrote back to Lin Shi, encouraging her to proceed boldly. With the help of Brother Heavenly Sovereign, they would definitely achieve a decisive victory. Whoever dared to obstruct the path to unification would be eliminated. After receiving the letter, Lin Shi was quite grateful and felt even more at ease. The next morning, leading 30,000 troops, they began their march back to the capital. Generals Huang Zhong and Han Jian commanded the remaining 50,000 to guard several important strategic locations, preventing a counterattack from the Barbarian Nation. Lin Shi sat inside the carriage, contemplating what awaited her upon returning to the capital. On the third day, when they were 60 miles away from the capital, they suddenly received news sent by Yuan Du. It said that Lin Shizhen had not gone through Ji City but had taken a detour. Lin Shi frowned, surprised that Lin Shizhen had such good luck and managed to evade the ambush. Perhaps he also knew that she would not easily let him succeed, so he was being cautious. Report, Your Majesty, we have received news that Zhu Qizhen has already entered the capital this morning and has imprisoned the Prime Minister and several other ministers. An hour later, more news arrived. Lin Shi had received word yesterday that Zhang Taizhang had openly declared his stance, opposing the return of Lin Shizhen, and many officials had expressed their agreement. It now seemed that Lin Shizhen had control over the military in the capital, which allowed him to enter smoothly. Don't panic, this is something we anticipated. Continue forward and set up camp 20 miles from the capital. Lin Shi said calmly. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Had they entered the capital earlier, they could have avoided much trouble. However, she had already considered the worst outcome, so there was nothing surprising about it. The commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Lin Wu, was a loyal dog to Lin Shizhen, and given that Lin Shizhen had been emperor for so many years, it was only natural that he had left behind many contingencies to maintain control over the capital. Once the 30,000 troops were settled, Lin Shi summoned Yang Jiumei and the others into the military tent. Your Majesty, Lin Shizhen is truly shameless. Why don't we directly attack the capital tomorrow and kill him? Yang Jiumei was furious. With things having developed to this point, it was difficult to resolve the issue without bloodshed. Let's see what Lin Shizhen has to say tomorrow. Lin Shi handed each of them a bottle of cola. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to start a direct war. Those soldiers were also subjects of the Great Xia. Killing their own people would not bring joy even if they won. The real culprits were those few individuals. The soldiers were merely following orders. Moreover, if they launched a strong attack, they would damage the city walls, which would then need to be repaired. Your Majesty, Lin Shizhen's actions have angered both heaven and man. He won't die a good death. Lu Mulan said angrily, there's no use in talking to him, we should just charge in and kill him. According to the news sent by Zhang Taizheng earlier, their families had been settled and had already been sent out of the capital. So there were no weaknesses left in Lin Shizhen's hands. Since Lin Shizhen was so reckless, they should break through the capital and take his head. I agree, I request to lead the charge. Xiang Long was somewhat excited. That bastard Lin Shizhen was truly despicable. While they fought fiercely against the enemy, he hid in the back enjoying himself. He actually wanted to reclaim the throne. What a pipe dream. Don't get too excited, let's try my method first. Lin Shi smiled. The next morning, she led the army to the foot of the capital's walls. It was rare for the sky to be so overcast today. Was it going to rain? The world was in dire need of a rain. Lin Shi, niece, you've worked hard fighting external enemies. I bestow upon you the title of General Xiao Wu, commanding the Great Xia army, and may you achieve great military accomplishments for me. Lin Shizhen sat on the city wall, his face full of enthusiasm. He had never imagined that this niece was so formidable. After personally arriving at the front lines, she had sent the enemy into a panic and reclaimed the land occupied by the Barbarian Nation. Since she was so capable, he would give her a title of general and then send her to the front lines to fight. He would find an opportunity to have her killed on the battlefield. General Xiao Wu? Lin Shi sneered. Lin Shizhen, I am the emperor now, you are rebelling. This man truly had thick skin, thinking of himself as the emperor. Isn't your position as emperor given by me? What I can give you, I can naturally take back. Lin Shizhen snorted, as long as you cooperate obediently, I swear to heaven that I will never harm you and will ensure you live a life of wealth and honor. Killing Lin Shi will anger the army and could lead to unbearable consequences. As long as Lin Shi is willing to give up the throne, there is no need to harm her. Now that he has taken control of the capital, the advantage is on his side. There are over 60,000 troops in the city, and he is not afraid at all. It's a pity that Lin Shi and a few of the closest generals have disappeared, otherwise, it would be easier to deal with them. Ha, I should be the one saying that. Considering you are my uncle, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you roll back to Jinling, I promise not to kill you, Lin Shi said calmly. Are you saying you want to go to war? Lin Shizhen's expression turned serious. The city walls of the capital are even taller than those of Yen City. Capturing the city is not that simple. I don't want the soldiers of the Great Xia to fight among themselves. Moreover, my throne is recognized by the Celestial Lord. The Celestial Lord favors me, which in turn favors the Great Xia. What you are doing is defying the Celestial Lord and harming the Great Xia. Lin Shi said slowly. Celestial Lord? Lin Shizhen laughed loudly. I have heard that you won so many victories because of the Celestial Lord's help. If you invite the Celestial Lord here today and let him speak to me in person, then I will definitely listen to him. He had heard many stories about the Celestial Lord, which were indeed very miraculous. The army's food and drink were all granted by the Celestial Lord. After confirmation from various parties, no one had sent supplies to Lin Shi and the others. Even more absurdly, the lake in Yen City suddenly filled with water overnight, all granted by the Celestial Lord, something no mortal could achieve. But all of this was too incredible, he still did not believe that the Celestial Lord truly existed. Coincidentally, I have something from the Celestial Lord for you to see. Lin Shi waved her hand. Yang Jiomei held a phone and a projector, and after setting it up, she began to project. Lin Shizhen and the others on the city wall saw an image suddenly appear on the large white cloth. A celestial-looking man was flying in the clouds. Lin Shizhen, I am Suemo, the Celestial Lord. Lin Shi is destined to be the Emperor of the Great Xia. Her authority is divinely granted. She bears a tremendous historical mission. If you dare to act against her, you will not be spared. The Celestial Lord suddenly spoke in the image. With a wave of his hand, a great mountain in the image exploded and collapsed. Lin Shizhen was startled and involuntarily knelt down. All the soldiers on the city wall hurriedly knelt as well. Rumors about the Celestial Lord had been rampant, and most people did not believe them. Now, seeing the Celestial Lord appear, they truly believed. Everyone was shocked, including the 30,000 troops who had returned with Lin Shi. Although they firmly believed in the existence of the Celestial Lord, it was their first time seeing his true form. Flying above the clouds and shattering a mountain with a wave of his hand was terrifying. With the Celestial Lord favoring the Great Xia, unifying the world was only a matter of time. At this moment, those who followed Lin Shizhen on the city wall had complex feelings. They originally wanted to bring back the retired emperor, and they would be the great contributors, with a bright future ahead. But now, seeing the Celestial Lord declare that Lin Shi was the rightful emperor of the Great Xia, how could they dare to go against the Celestial Lord's will? This is impossible. Lin Shizhen was filled with disbelief and shock. The idea of divine right to rule was originally used by dynasties to control the common people and stabilize their power. Every dynasty before a change would employ similar methods. For example, before the Great Xia's founding emperor revolted, a giant stone was unearthed somewhere with the words, "The Lin family shall rule the world," inscribed on it. Such things were merely human arrangements. The purpose was to make the world believe that their seizing of power was the will of heaven. But he never expected that one day, there would truly be a Celestial Lord designating a king. This was the true divine right to rule, but unfortunately, the designated person was not him. Your Majesty, retired Emperor, since the Celestial Lord has said this, we should follow the Celestial Lord's orders, someone murmured. No matter how powerful Lin Shizhen was, he was still just a mortal. The Celestial Lord had spoken, they dared not defy the divine. In my opinion, this is all an illusion. A burly man shouted. Lin Wu, you are being extremely disrespectful. An old man beside him hurriedly grabbed him. Ha, if the heavenly sovereign truly exists, why doesn't he come and directly annihilate us? This illusion trickery is just to fool us. Lin Wu snorted. In truth, he was forcing himself to remain calm. Zheng Taizheng and the other ministers were all captured by him. If Lin Shi entered the city, others would not know the outcome, and he would definitely lose his head. So no matter what, he had to hold on stubbornly. Yes. Lin Shizhen stood up. What you say makes sense. This is all just a trick to deceive people, almost fooled you all. If the heavenly sovereign is so powerful, why not just slap him to death? The heavenly sovereign governs the world, is busy with affairs, and does not deign to personally deal with mortals. Lin Shi looked at them. The heavenly sovereign has never forced anyone to worship him. Whether you believe or not is not important. I am just telling you that my throne is granted by the divine, and no one can take it from me. Those who believe in the true divine of the heavenly sovereign, I will not kill, quickly descend from the city wall. Those who do not believe, those who resist stubbornly, are greatly offending me and the heavenly sovereign. No mercy in killing. She had written to the heavenly sovereign yesterday, and he had given her these projection devices along with a video. She believed that most people, after seeing it, would be convinced of the heavenly sovereign's existence, and that was enough. Kill, kill, kill. 30,000 soldiers shouted loudly, their momentum like a rainbow, filled with killing intent. They held the heavenly sovereign in the utmost respect and were incredibly loyal to their sovereign. Anyone who dared to covet the throne was their enemy. Lin Shizhen was shocked by their momentum. It was the first time he had seen the soldiers of the Great Xia with such killing intent. The soldiers on the city wall exchanged glances, and many began to have second thoughts. Their sovereign had easily slain the ferocious 200,000 barbarian troops. They feared they were not a match. Moreover, the heavenly sovereign had already declared that only Lin Shi was recognized as emperor. If they truly helped Lin Shizhen again, they would likely anger the heavenly sovereign. You are all soldiers of the Great Xia, you should be on the battlefield fighting for the country, not dying at the hands of your own. Lin Shi said loudly, I know you are just following orders. Now, those who lay down their weapons, I will pardon you. Bang! Upon hearing this, a soldier threw down his weapon. Lin Wu drew his sword, wanting to kill this person. Bang, bang. Soon, he saw almost everyone throwing down their weapons. Lin Wu's face changed drastically, his hands trembling slightly. Creak! At that moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate directly opened the gate. Enter the city, capture Lin Shizhen alive. Xian Long shouted, leading his troops in. Lin Shizhen's face turned pale with fear as he fled in a panic. He had imagined various outcomes for today but never thought Lin Shi would so easily enter the city gate. Now he could only run for his life. Lin Wu hurriedly followed with a few trusted aides. This time it was a complete failure. They were doomed. If captured, he would likely be torn apart by 5 horses. Lin Shi led her people into the city, seeing soldiers on both sides who had discarded their weapons. Long live your majesty, may the heavenly sovereign have boundless longevity. The soldiers knelt on the ground, extremely respectful. They had always admired the strong. Their sovereign had achieved consecutive victories and had long become their idol. Slaying Wu Tiegu and his son, defeating Prince Ning, and severely injuring Shadow Hun, it was truly remarkable. These were all famous generals, yet they had all been defeated by the sovereign. The Great Xia, on the brink of destruction, had been saved. Such a person becoming their sovereign was their honor. Moreover, with the heavenly sovereign's favor, the prosperity of the Great Xia was only a matter of time. Lin Shi arrived at the palace and ordered people to rescue Zheng Taizheng and the others from prison. Your Majesty! Zheng Taizheng saw Lin Shi and hurriedly knelt. Lord Zhang, you have worked hard, quickly get up. Lin Shi had him helped up and granted seats to the ministers. Soon, civil and military officials came one after another. Lin Shizhen's rebellion is extremely serious, endangering the Great Xia. This crime deserves execution. Lin Shi glanced at everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any opinions? She was well aware that if Lin Shizhen did not die, some people would always have ideas, and the court would become unstable. Lin Shizhen's actions were truly excessive, completely infuriating her. For the sake of power, he was willing to risk civil war. It was simply despicable. Instead of enjoying his life as the retired emperor, he insisted on causing trouble, so she naturally would not hold back. Your Majesty, the retired emperor is your own uncle. If you handle it this way, wouldn't it go against the filial piety? An old man said. I suggest that the retired emperor be sent back to Jinling and punished by never stepping out of the city again. Well, your suggestion is good, but please do not suggest again in the future. Lin Shi shot him a glance. Does anyone else have any opinions? The old man trembled upon hearing this, cold sweat pouring down.
He understood that his career was effectively over. Your Majesty, I believe that throughout history, there has never been a case of an emperor executing a retired emperor. Shouldn't we consider this more carefully and find another way? A minister slowly stepped forward. He was mainly concerned about the emperor's reputation. Publicly executing his own uncle was not a good thing to be known for. There were many ways to deal with someone. If one wanted to kill someone, there were too many methods. If an order was given to directly execute Lin Shizhen, it would attract much criticism. However, today the Celestial Lord had manifested, and everyone knew that the Celestial Lord endorsed the Emperor. The Emperor's prestige would reach a terrifying height, and naturally, no one would dare to oppose whatever she decided. I will carefully consider your suggestion. Lin Shi nodded. Your Majesty, Lin Wu has been captured, and Lin Shizhen has been punished by the Celestial Lord, reduced to ashes. Xiang Long came to report. The civil and military officials were stunned upon hearing this. What did it mean to be punished by the Celestial Lord and turned to ashes? What happened? Explain in detail. Lin Shi looked at him. We captured Lin Shizhen, and while taking him to the palace, he suddenly knocked down a soldier, ran wildly, and cursed the Celestial Lord, saying things like the Celestial Lord was nonsense and surely just a facade. In any case, he was extremely disrespectful to the Celestial Lord, cursing in a very ugly manner. Then his body suddenly exploded, his bones shattered to pieces. This was definitely the Celestial Lord punishing him. I am not speaking nonsense, countless soldiers and citizens witnessed it. He insulted the Celestial Lord and was punished. Xiang Long reported seriously. The civil and military officials were filled with emotion upon hearing this, further convinced of the existence of the Celestial Lord. Lin Shizhen had been living well in Jinling, enjoying a carefree life, yet he insisted on returning to the capital to vie for the throne. Now, he had not only failed to seize the throne but had also claimed a place in the underworld. To dare insult the Celestial Lord was truly audacious. He must have been mad. Heaven wanted his destruction, and thus he was driven to madness. After this incident, everyone held even greater reverence for the Celestial Lord. The Celestial Lord has punished Lin Shizhen. I hope everyone will respect the Celestial Lord, and in the future, we will create statues of the Celestial Lord for worship across the nation. Lin Shi looked at everyone. Immediately, she ordered the execution of Lin Wu and over 100 officials involved in the rebellion. These individuals were either heavily involved in bringing back Lin Shizhen or colluded with foreign enemies, deserving of death. She granted Zhang Taizheng the sword of the king, along with a large amount of food and gold, praising his loyalty. Thanks to Zhang Taizheng sending her family and the relatives of various generals out of the capital, avoiding capture by Lin Shizhen, the situation was resolved so smoothly. At the same time, she announced to the world that Lin Shizhen had rebelled, insulted the Celestial Lord, and was killed by the Celestial Lord. All high-ranking participants in the rebellion were beheaded. The ordinary soldiers were innocent and were pardoned. Lin Shi entered the imperial study and summoned Xiang Long, Yang Jiumei, and Lu Mulan. General Xiang, tell me, how did Lin Shizhen die? Lin Shi took a sip of tea. The Celestial Lord would not stoop to dealing with mortals. There must be more to the story. After I captured him, I tied a timed explosive device inside his clothes. Xiang Long knelt on the ground. At that time, the Celestial Lord had granted some of those explosive devices, some of which were timed bombs. He figured this thing out yesterday and deliberately let the soldiers guarding Lin Shizhen relax their vigilance. Once Lin Shizhen bumped into a soldier and ran a certain distance away, he quietly took out the explosive switch from his pocket and blew Lin Shizhen to smithereens. He knew he absolutely could not leave Lin Shizhen alive, although His Majesty wanted him captured alive. Executing him directly afterward would cause a huge controversy. But if he were to be kept alive, it would pose a significant hidden danger. So he had already thought of how to deal with Lin Shizhen last night, and today everything went according to his plan. Anyway, he felt satisfied, and whatever punishment followed would be fine. Your Majesty, I took the liberty of killing Lin Shizhen, please punish me. Xiang Long bowed deeply. I didn't expect General Xiang to be such a meticulous person. Lin Shi smiled, get up quickly. In the future, if you have any ideas, let me know in advance. This matter is settled. Killing Lin Shizhen in the name of the Celestial Sovereign not only resolved a major concern but also let the world know that the Celestial Sovereign is not to be offended. Xiang Long handled this matter very beautifully. How many timed bombs are left? Lin Shi asked. 3 more, Xiang Long replied honestly. There were still some explosives left, but the timed bombs were fewer. Handle this item with care, do not use it without my orders, Lin Shi said. This item is extremely powerful and can easily catch people off guard, so it must be strictly guarded. Yes. Xiang Long hurriedly replied.
Once I finish dealing with matters in the capital, I plan to personally lead an expedition north to capture the 15 cities of Yanbei. If all goes well, I want to wipe out the Man Kingdom in one fell swoop. What are your thoughts? Lin Shi asked. The Man Kingdom, this ungrateful wolf, has repeatedly invaded Daxia for 100 years, they must be dealt a heavy blow. Only by thoroughly defeating them can they be made to quiet down. Your Majesty, my personal opinion is that it would be better for you to stay in the capital, Lu Mulan expressed her view. Although they had recaptured places like Yuncheng, the world is currently in turmoil, and there are many matters that require the Emperor's decision. Moreover, the battlefield is ever-changing, and swords have no eyes. No one can guarantee that the Emperor won't encounter any accidents. The affairs of the court can be handled by Zhang Taizhang and the others. Lin Shi shook her head. I must go on this expedition. If she didn't go, many of the supplies granted by the Celestial Sovereign would not be able to reach the battlefield directly. She couldn't just send them from the capital again. It might be feasible for someone else to take the supplies to the battlefield, but how could such treasures be entrusted to others? No matter what, she had to go personally. Before that, she needed to tidy up the capital first. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Lu Mulan and the others no longer tried to persuade her. Lin Shi then called Zhang Taizhang and the others to understand the situation in the capital. During this year of great famine, many common people are starving, and even drinking clean water is a luxury. The practice of exchanging children for food is not uncommon in the capital. In fact, apart from a few areas in the south where water resources are not lacking to such an extent, the situation is similar everywhere else. If this continues, more and more people will likely die of hunger and thirst. Lin Shi sighed upon hearing this, wondering what was going on with the heavens. It hadn't rained for so long, and countless lives were lost. Lin Shi consulted several ministers for their opinions and promoted some capable officials to fill the positions of those who had been executed. After Zhang Taizhang and the others left, she fell into deep thought. If the issues of water and food shortages in the capital could not be resolved, more and more people would die in the future. If the capital is unstable, then Daxia will be unstable. With her current abilities, it was impossible to solve this problem in a short time. She couldn't conjure food and water out of thin air. Without water and no rain, crops couldn't be planted. Some wealthy households in the capital must still have some stored grain. It is understandable that they are unwilling to part with it. After all, no one knows how long this famine will last. The longer it lasts, the more food will be in short supply. Lin Shi thought for a moment and wrote a long letter. She then found a beautifully crafted golden phoenix crown and moved over 2 exquisite vases over a meter tall, along with 2 national treasure-level scroll paintings, to send to the Celestial Master. The current predicament in the capital could only be resolved by Brother Celestial Master. The capital of the Great Xia is called Tianjing, with a population exceeding 1 million at its peak. After experiencing this great famine, fewer than 600,000 remain. These people include not only commoners but also officials and their families, as well as those serving the court. The 100,000 Imperial Forest Army is not included in this count. Roughly calculated, there are about 700,000 people left in the capital. If their food and drink cannot be resolved, the hidden dangers will erupt at any moment. The national granaries of the Great Xia originally had enough supplies to feed the entire country for 2 years. However, 6 months ago, when the Barbarian Nation attacked the Great Xia, Lin Shizhen dared not fight back and sought peace and humiliation. In addition to compensating with a large amount of gold and silver, he also paid a huge quantity of grain. Seeing this, the 5 nations of Western Wei, Eastern Yi, Southern Yu, Great Shu, and Great Shu all invaded one after another. Each time, Lin Shizhen was so frightened that he sent envoys to seek peace, and the grain in the granaries was nearly depleted. The Barbarian Nation, seeing his actions, became completely convinced that the Great Xia was indeed in decline. They ordered Wu Tiegu to lead 300,000 troops to continuously capture 13 cities. They almost wiped out the Great Xia. Furthermore, not long ago, when Lin Shizhen went to Jinling, he took away a large amount of grain. As of now, the grain in the national granaries is pitifully low. Let alone supplying the entire country, it can barely sustain the capital for half a year. Now that autumn has arrived, it is time to sow wheat, otherwise, there will be no harvest next year. Currently, there are no signs of rain from the heavens, and even when it is overcast, it does not rain at all. Even if they plant it, it is feared that no seedlings will sprout. In this way, the entire Great Xia is in danger. Once the grain in the national granaries is consumed, the nation may be directly extinguished. Lin Shizhen has only cared about his own enjoyment and has never distributed grain for disaster relief, leading to many people starving to death across the country. The situation continues to worsen, with more and more people unable to hold on and collapsing. After receiving the letter, Su Mo learned about this situation. He first replied to Lin Shi, asking her to distribute grain to the people of the capital, assuring her that he would send more grain later. However, when cooking porridge, sand must be added to the porridge. There are too many people in the capital, and this is the only way to ensure that those coming for porridge are truly the starving commoners. Some wealthy gentry must have stored grain at home, and they would not be able to drink porridge mixed with sand. He discussed with Lin Shi that he would later fill the 3 major lakes in the capital, Daxia Lake, Linglong Lake, and Tianga Lake, with water. The plan is to use this water to irrigate wheat, vegetables, and other crops. It is essential to plant the grain in time, otherwise, next year will be disastrous. At the very least, it must be ensured that the land inside and around the capital can yield grain next year. That day, Suemo first provided her with drinking well water, and as for the water to fill the 3 major lakes, he needed to find a suitable water source. He couldn't just send all the water from Yunhai Lake, as that would raise huge suspicions and put him in danger. Suemo checked the weather and found that there would be heavy rain in the Gansu province in the coming days. Additionally, this province has the largest freshwater lake in Huaxia, Ganyang Lake. Suemo booked a high-speed train ticket for the morning after next. The next day, he went to the grain station to purchase a large amount of wheat, vegetable seeds, and filled the backyard of the food factory to the brim. The employees of the food factory were all working in the front yard workshop, and their work discipline prohibited them from coming to the backyard. After confirming that no one was around, Suemo transported these items over. Lin Shi received the wheat and vegetable seeds but did not distribute them to the common people right away. Otherwise, before they could be planted, they would end up in people's stomachs. During the Great Famine, having something to eat was already a blessing, regardless of whether it was seeds. After all, most people now doubted they would live to see the grain mature. Lin Shi ordered that over 100 porridge distribution points be set up in the capital. Every day, each commoner in the capital could receive a bowl of porridge. Children under 10 can each receive an extra half bowl. The entire population of Kyoto was in an uproar, rushing to the various porridge distribution points with bowls in hand, more lively than during the New Year. Ah! Why is there sand in the porridge? A man took a sip and spat it out immediately. This porridge is for those who have no food at home. How dare a wealthy person like you come to get porridge? The soldier distributing the porridge looked down on him. Such people who like to take advantage should be punished by the Heavenly Lord. When they received the order to mix sand into the porridge, they were also puzzled, but now they understood it was to prevent these wealthy families from taking advantage. These people, who were used to being pampered, would never drink porridge mixed with sand if they had food at home, unless they were truly out of food. Exactly. The son of a big landlord comes to scrounge porridge, how shameless. A commoner recognized him and spat. The man, hearing this, hurriedly left with a red face. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Heavenly Lord. The commoners who received the porridge were extremely excited. They didn't mind the sand, even if it was mostly sand, it was fine. They were on the verge of starving to death, so who would be picky? By order of the emperor, from now on, porridge will be distributed daily. No one may receive it more than once, those who do will be executed on the spot. A soldier shouted nearby. Having porridge to drink every day at least ensured they wouldn't starve, which was already a great blessing. Except for the particularly greedy, no one dared to risk their lives to receive porridge more than once. After all, knowing the difference between a full meal and being full every day was clear. For families with infants, disabled individuals, or seriously ill persons who cannot come to collect porridge, soldiers can deliver it. If anyone is found to be lying, they will be dealt with according to military law. The emperor stated, ensuring that every commoner could have porridge. The hardest times had passed. With the protection of the Heavenly Lord, things would get better and better. The commoners were filled with gratitude, their feelings towards the emperor and the Heavenly Lord rising sharply. They were full of appreciation and affection for this empress. She was the first female emperor in the history of the Great Xia, and now it seemed she would be the wisest ruler. On the battlefield, she had continuously repelled foreign enemies, ensuring the safety of the Great Xia. Now, she ordered the opening of granaries to relieve the commoners, ensuring they would not starve. No wonder Lin Shizhen was struck down by the Heavenly Lord. That scoundrel lived in luxury every day, indifferent to the common people. Just look at Her Majesty the Empress. She returned to the capital yesterday and today ordered porridge to be distributed to them. The contrast was too obvious. The gap between emperors was indeed vast. The Heavenly Lord had a keen eye, recognizing Lin Shi as the emperor of the Great Xia. Many people had not eaten for several days, and after drinking the porridge, they felt much better. Moreover, since the Empress said there would be porridge every day, they no longer had to worry about starving. So, it was indeed better in Kyoto. The commoners in other cities had no such good fortune. Thinking that they wouldn't starve made everyone's mood much better, the tension finally easing. previously, they were anxious about when they might starve or die of thirst, especially with so many people collapsing around them. Your Majesty, a letter from the Emperor of the Barbarian Kingdom. At that moment, someone in the palace handed a letter to the Empress. 2 guards carefully checked to ensure there was no poison or anything, then opened the letter and began to read it slowly. Upon hearing the contents, Lin Shi's expression turned cold, and a murderous aura filled the air. To the Empress Lin Shi, I have heard that the Empress is as beautiful as a celestial being, with a heroic demeanor, and was known as the most beautiful person in the Great Xia even before ascending the throne. A rare figure in 100 years, I have long admired you. Now, our 2 countries are in constant war, causing suffering to the people and wasting resources. Why not turn swords into plowshares, renew our alliance, and establish a friendship for 100 years? I am 16 this year, and I consider myself handsome and courageous, confident that I can develop the Barbarian Kingdom into a superpower. If we were to marry, I would be willing to offer the 15 cities of Yanbei as a betrothal gift. In this way, the Barbarian Kingdom and the Great Xia would be bound in friendship for eternity. For the people of both nations, for long-lasting peace, for eternal tranquility, and for our happiness in this life, I hope Her Majesty the Empress will carefully consider the matter of marrying me. This is a personal letter from the King of the Great Barbarian Nation, Qi Ming. After the guard finished reading, he saw the murderous intent rising from the Empress, and was too frightened to speak. Had the head of this barbarian nation been kicked by a donkey, to shamelessly wish to marry their Empress? It seemed he had not been beaten hard enough on the battlefield to be so arrogant. A mere boy like Qi Ming dares to have designs on me. Lin Shi snorted. She had once sworn to serve the divine. Apart from her brother, the supreme god Sumo, she would not consider anyone else in this life. The moment she saw the photo of her brother flying in the sky, she was completely captivated. Moreover, her brother had helped her so much, saving the Great Xia from peril. She was even more resolute in her belief that she would only serve the supreme god in this life. When she grew old, she would choose an outstanding descendant from the Lin family to inherit the throne. Lin Shi had someone bring her paper and pen, and immediately wrote a reply to Qi Ming. I am the Emperor of Great Xia, how could I marry a barbarian? Qi Ming, you insolent child, I will soon personally lead my army to crush the Barbarian Nation. All the harm the barbarians have inflicted on Great Xia over the past century will be settled one by one. The 15 cities of Yanbei, I will personally reclaim. I give you time to mobilize your troops. It is best to settle this in one battle to spare the innocent people from the suffering of war. Do not fantasize about a marriage alliance with Great Xia. Why not reflect on your own situation? If you lead your army to surrender and swear that the Barbarian Nation will forever be a vassal of Great Xia, I will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, my Great Xia warriors will trample your royal court. Give up your fantasies, give up your resistance. Written by Lin Shi, the Emperor of Great Xia. After finishing, she sent the letter. This Qi Ming still thought he could marry her. Did he think he was worthy? From this letter, it was clear he still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. The current Great Xia was not the weak Great Xia of Lin Shizhen's time. Those who dare to offend Great Xia will be punished, no matter how far. The situation had developed to this point, and Qi Ming still did not see the reality. He foolishly imagined that he could annex Great Xia through a marriage alliance. What a delusion! The Barbarian Nation was undoubtedly an ungrateful wolf. It was Great Xia that had given them a place to settle and helped them grow strong. They were expected to stabilize the northern defense of Great Xia, but instead, they became a great calamity, the root cause of chaos for a century. This time, they must be struck hard, completely subdued, and thoroughly scattered. When dealing with wolves, one must never show mercy. Once she finished dealing with matters in the capital, she would personally lead an expedition to reclaim the 15 cities of Yanbei. Then she would set her sights on the Barbarian Nation, giving them an unforgettable lesson so they would not dare to invade Great Xia again. Sumo placed the leather bag into his backpack and boarded the high-speed train. He arrived at the Lake City high-speed train station in Gan Province, where it was pouring rain. He put on a raincoat and mask, walking for more than half an hour to reach a large lake. Finding a spot without cameras, he took out the bag. With a thought, he transferred 1/5 of the lake water. A sharp pain shot through his head. He rubbed his temples and waited for more than half an hour. After receiving Lin Shi's letter, he transferred another 1/5 of the lake water. An hour later, he transferred 1/3 of the lake water. Soon, he received a message from Lin Shi, saying that the 3 major lakes in the capital were now full. Only then did Sumo endure the headache and find a high-end hotel near the train station, collapsing into sleep. At this moment, Lin Shi was incredibly excited, looking at the full lake water. Today, she ordered the soldiers to secure the area around the 3 major lakes, not allowing anyone to approach. The act of collecting lake water in bags must not be discovered. Send the order down. The Supreme God has granted the 3 lakes of Great Siad Linglong Lake, Tiangda Lake. Each household can draw a bucket of water every 3 days for washing or laundry. In the future, seeds of wheat and vegetables will be distributed to the people, which can be irrigated with lake water. Any behavior that wastes water is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, there will be no leniency. Lin Shi ordered someone to relay the message. Have you heard? On the day His Majesty returned to the capital, the Celestial Lord descended. Many soldiers saw it, flying in the sky, full of divine aura, and even struck down Lin Shizhen. Some people saw it, but some speculate it was a trick. So, do you think the Celestial Lord really exists? If the Celestial Lord truly exists, why doesn't he send us rain? Just a little water would be fine. The common people were discussing among themselves. With nothing much to do now, all industries were in decline. His Majesty said that from now on, porridge would be distributed daily, so no one would starve, but water was still in extremely short supply. By the time it was the season for sowing wheat, ordinary families had long eaten their seeds. Some large landowners didn't plant either, not because they lacked seeds, but because they dared not. If you planted, you would be robbed and eaten right away. During the Great Famine, even tree bark was consumed, let alone seeds. Moreover, without rain and no water to irrigate the fields, planting would be in vain, wasting food. Hurry, the Celestial Lord has granted water. The 3 great lakes are full. Someone ran over excitedly shouting. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rushed towards the lake. The citizens of the capital, upon receiving the news, flocked to the lakeside. Looking at the lake that had been dry just last night, now miraculously filled with water, it was truly amazing. It really is the Celestial Lord showing His divine power. The people knelt by the lake, filled with utmost reverence. No one but a deity could accomplish this. At that moment, everyone firmly believed in the existence of the Celestial Lord. With the 3 great lakes filled with water, His Majesty also issued orders to distribute seeds for wheat and vegetables. This way, they could take advantage of this time to plant. It is indeed a miracle. The civil and military officials also arrived at the lakeside, shocked to see the lake water rippling. If the previous appearance of the Celestial Lord had been doubted as an illusion, now the full lake water could not deceive anyone. It was a real existence. No one but the Celestial Lord could achieve this. From then on, officials held His Majesty and the Celestial Lord in great awe. It turned out that the Celestial Lord truly existed, and they would be more cautious in their duties, curbing any inappropriate thoughts. Some officials who had been corrupt were now trembling with fear, hesitating whether to turn themselves in. The Celestial Lord sees all. If discovered one day, it would be the end. The entire capital was filled with an atmosphere of excitement. With porridge to eat daily, there was no anxiety about starving. With water, and then receiving seeds, they could plant food and have hope. The people celebrated, beating drums and gongs, each one happier than the last. After returning to the palace, Lin Shi sent people to distribute the seeds, aiming to complete the planting in the next few days. By the time she set out for her expedition, she would ask the Celestial Lord to fill the lakes with water. This way, the water supply in the capital would not be a problem for a while. Your Majesty, it's bad news. The King of Yu is rebelling, declaring himself the Heavenly Yu Emperor in his fief. At that moment, someone came to report. What a Heavenly Yu Emperor! Lin Shi's expression turned cold. Summon General Xiang Long. The King of Yu was not the Emperor of the Southern Yu Kingdom, but a prince of the Great Xia, Lin Yu. Coincidentally, his fief was in the land of the 100 Yu, and Lin Shizhen had conferred him the title of King of Yu. He was Lin Shizhen's second brother and Lin Shi's uncle. Previously, during the crisis in Yanjing, Lin Shi had issued an order for him to lead troops to assist. However, Lin Yu had refused, citing insufficient food and the inability of the army to march long distances. It was likely that upon hearing Lin Shi had executed over 100 officials after returning to the capital, he feared being purged and simply rebelled, declaring himself the Great Yu Emperor. Such events were not uncommon in the history of Great Xia, occurring repeatedly. However, in the past 200 years, only one had successfully usurped the throne. Your Majesty! Xiang Long entered the main hall upon hearing this. Seeing Yang Jiumei, Lu Mulan, and Zhang Taizheng among the high-ranking officials, he knew something significant was happening. Lin Yu is rebelling, declaring himself the Great Yu Emperor. I intend to send you to the 100 Yu to quell the rebellion. What do you think? Lin Shi had made up her mind. If the King of Yu was not eliminated, the other vassal kings would surely be eager to try their luck, and she would not be able to embark on her expedition with peace of mind. Before the expedition to the barbarian lands, it was essential to subdue the local princes and make them behave. It was just right to take the King of Yu as an example, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This time, she did not plan to lead the charge herself, as there were many matters in the capital that needed her attention. Moreover, she felt there was no need for her to personally deal with Lin Yu. With General Xiang's military capabilities, it was more than enough. "I will not fail your majesty's trust," Xiang Long said, cupping his hands. "The king of Yu claims to have 100,000 elite soldiers, but according to feedback, he actually has at most 80,000. How many troops do you need?" Lin Shi asked him. In times of peace, a prince might command 200,000 troops. But now, during this great famine, being able to support 100,000 was already quite rare. All things considered, the king of Yu did not even have 100,000 elite soldiers. "Your Majesty, I only need 20,000 elite soldiers." Xiang Long smiled. They had fought against Wu Tiegu, Wu Xiaotu, the Ning King, and Sha Tuan, all of whom had won against greater numbers, which had built their confidence. Most importantly, the weapons and armor bestowed by the Celestial Lord had given them ample confidence. That was why the soldiers could take on 10 foes and win battle after battle. 20,000 warriors against Lin Yu's army would be enough. "General Xiang, do not be overconfident," an old minister hurriedly said upon hearing this. "This matter is of utmost importance and cannot afford any mistakes. If they fail to capture the king of Yu this time, the other princes would become restless. They must strike decisively, delivering a blow that would instill enough fear in the princes to ensure their loyalty to the throne. I have decided, I only need 20,000. If I fail to complete the task, I will present my head." Xiang Long was resolute. "Good, you go select 20,000 elite soldiers and warhorses. Choose your weapons as you see fit, and set out tomorrow to subdue Lin Yu," Lin Shi ordered. The next day, after returning to Yunhai, Suemo went to the largest grain depot in the province to buy some rice and flour. A total of 200,000 tons, costing over 600 million. This was naturally under the guise of purchasing raw materials for a food factory, but no one cared what he was doing. After all, food was not a weapon. Who would use food for nefarious purposes? As long as the food was sold, they could make a profit. Suemo arranged with the owner that deliveries would start at 6 o'clock every afternoon and no deliveries would be allowed after 7 in the morning, to be completed in 10 days. This way, he could also avoid the employees of the food factory. The night security at the main gate was usually from Dway country, and he never asked too many questions, which was a good quality. Lin Shi drove back to the food factory and saw Wang Yogui's car parked at the entrance, arguing with Li Wu. "I'm telling you, I used to be the owner of this factory, and Suemo is my nephew. You've angered me, and you won't be able to keep your job as security, understand? Without our boss's orders, no one except factory employees is allowed in." "I don't care who you are, the boss didn't say you could come." Li Wu stood firm, unfazed. He had heard the employees gossiping that the boss had been tricked by his uncle, losing 100 billion in assets. It seemed this bastard was behind it, and he wished he could slap him a few times. "You're just a damn doorkeeper, you know that? You're getting too big for your britches," Wang Yugue shouted angrily. Suemo had blocked his contact, and using someone else's phone to call, he would hang up as soon as he heard it was him, so he could only wait here to confront him. "What's wrong with being a dog? Much better than some inhuman people," Li Wu snorted. "Besides, if you don't clean up your mouth, be careful, I'll beat the hell out of you. Come on, if you have the guts, come and hit me." Wang Yugue leaned forward. TSK, look at you, where's the demeanor of a big boss? Truly embarrassing." Suemo couldn't stand it anymore and drove over, rolling down the window. "Xiao Su, you're back." Wang Yugue turned to see him, a faint smile on his face. "Get to the point, spit it out." Suemo shot him a cold glance. "Let's talk in the office." Wang Yugue tried to walk inside. Li Wu reached out to stop him. "Just say it here, hurry up." Suemo was getting impatient. "Xiao Su, you hired a lawyer to sue me, that's not very fair. All the documents you signed before were read and confirmed by you, right?" Wang Yugue said with a pained expression. "It's pointless for you to turn against me now, isn't it? Heh, you know I have a mental illness, right? Sometimes you take advantage of my episodes when I'm not clear-headed, and I end up signing things in a daze," Suemo sneered. There was no need to guess, Wang Yugue definitely had a recording device on him. He wasn't here for a friendly chat, he was here to extract information. "Isn't your mental illness better now?" Wang Yugue frowned slightly. "Not at all. I was rejected for a visa just a few days ago because of it. With relatives like you, I doubt I'll ever get better," Suemo sighed. "Xiao Su, I had my reasons for what happened back then. You can easily sell some antiques now and make money, so why hold a grudge against your uncle? I've had a tough time these years too, focusing all my energy on the company and neglecting Huzi's education, which led to the current situation." Sigh. Wang Yugue, seeing that Suemo wasn't falling for it, had to play the family card. "Is there anything else you want to say?"
If not, hurry up and leave, Sumo said, reaching for the car window. Xiao Su, don't be like this. We can discuss things. Wang Yugue quickly placed his hand on the car window. There's nothing to discuss. You know exactly what you've done, and I want everything that belongs to me back. Sumo had no room for negotiation. The fact that Wang Yugue was saying all this today meant that the lawyer had found his weakness. It was better to leave everything to the lawyer and not get entangled any further. Sumo pressed the gas pedal and drove straight into the food factory. Wang Yugue's face darkened, a hint of malice gradually appearing. What would happen if he lost the lawsuit? All the properties, villas, etc. would have to be returned. Lin Shi received a letter from the Heavenly Sovereign in the palace, stating that a large amount of grain would soon be granted. Starting tomorrow morning, it would be given every morning for 10 consecutive days. Your Majesty, the King of the Western Regions, Lin Ku, has sent a letter. Someone handed her a bamboo slip. Lin Shi opened it, glanced at it, and set it aside. Summon Prime Minister Zhang, General Lu Mulan, and General Yang Jiumei to see me. She opened a bottle of cola, a cold smile playing on her lips. Soon, the three ministers arrived and each took a look at the letter from the King of the Western Regions. In the letter, the king explained that he did not stop the Ning King at the time because the Ning King's military was too strong. Their Western region army was severely malnourished due to a lack of food and had almost no combat power, making it impossible to fight back. The letter stated clearly that he was absolutely loyal to the emperor. It was just that his capabilities were limited, and he did not intentionally let the Ning King go. He begged the emperor to punish him, willing to bear all consequences, and stated that he would tribute 2,000 fine horses, to be delivered to the capital within a month. Mr. Zheng, what do you think of this letter? Lin Shi looked at Zheng Taizheng. The king of the Western regions sending a letter of loyalty at this time, after the Yu King's rebellion, was interesting. On the surface, the king of the Western regions is afraid of being punished, but in reality, he is likely buying time. Zheng Taizheng smiled. He must have received news of the Yu King's rebellion and knows that the court will inevitably send troops to rectify the situation. If General Xian Long successfully eliminates the Yu King, then the 2,000 fine horses from the Western region will arrive as scheduled. If he fails, not only will there be no horses, but the king of the Western regions might also rebel and claim the throne. Other vassal kings were also paying attention to the Yu King's rebellion, all waiting for the outcome. This is why Xiang Long's mission was extremely important. If the rectification failed, it would trigger a chain reaction. Some ambitious vassal kings might take the opportunity to rebel and seek independence. The Great Xia has been established for over 200 years, yet the issue of vassal kings' territorial claims has not been resolved well. Now, with internal troubles and external threats, coupled with a year of great famine, stabilizing the country of Chang'an is certainly not easy. This time, the Yu King rebelled under the pretext of clearing the court, claiming that Lin Shi conspired to kill Lin Shizhen, and that they were avenging Lin Shizhen. This excuse can be used by all the feudal lords, and it is very effective. The people in the capital are well aware of the truth, but those from farther places do not know. Moreover, when a feudal lord rebels, the people below will actively respond and support. Once the master successfully ascends to the throne, they and their families will rise as well. The temptation brought by power is truly immense. It seems Mr. Zheng understands clearly. Lin Shi smiled. The king of the Western regions is indeed a cunning old fox, wanting to prepare for both sides. In that case, I will issue an edict to have him abdicate and let his eldest son Lin Hong succeed him. 2,000 war horses for tribute are not enough, we need 3,000, and they must be delivered to the capital within 15 days. The king of the Western regions must think that she is now trying to stabilize the various feudal lords, and not only will she not punish him, but she might even reward him to appease him. But she deliberately did not comply with his wishes. Since he requested punishment, she would satisfy him. Zheng Taizheng's expression changed upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he was filled with admiration. Once this order from the emperor is issued, the king of the Western regions will certainly be furious, but before the matter with the king of Yu is resolved, he will have to obey. Because of the emperor's strong stance, the signal conveyed is that he has the ability to handle the king of Yu and the various feudal lords. The more forceful the emperor appears, the less daring he becomes to act rashly. Lu Mulan and Yang Jiumei nodded repeatedly. The emperor is a born ruler, and his style of action is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Lin Shi immediately issued a decree, instructing that it be delivered swiftly to the king of the Western regions. The imperial edict has arrived. Inside the king of the Western region's residence, Lin Ku was in a room earnestly engaging with 3 young and beautiful girls, deeply communicating and frolicking. Upon hearing that the edict had arrived, he hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out. He also notified his family to kneel and receive the edict together. Lin Ke did not expect the emperor to send the edict so quickly, and he felt secretly pleased. He thought that this edict from Lin Shi would surely be to appease him. King of the Western regions Lin Ke, you obstructed the Prince of Ming's defeat, causing serious consequences, and should be dealt with according to military law. Lin Ke suddenly raised his head, filled with disbelief. Perhaps the following content would have a twist, he thought, calming himself down. I take into account your loyalty to the court and spare you from the death penalty. I have heard that your eldest son Lin Hung is exceptionally talented, virtuous, and loyal. The throne of the Western region shall be inherited by Lin Hung. The expedition requires a large number of war horses. You must tribute 3,000 horses, to be delivered to the capital within 15 days. Thus decreed. The young eunuch finished proclaiming the edict. Lin Ke was completely stunned. He thought he had misheard. Lin Shi had stripped him of his throne and given it to Hung. The others were equally bewildered. How could this be? Everyone in the palace knew that Lin Hung was unlearned and indulged in debauchery. Not long ago, he had even gone to a brothel and fought with someone over a courtesan. How could such a person be associated with virtue and talent? So everyone knew that the throne would surely be inherited by the second son. No one expected that the emperor would actually designate the eldest son as the heir. Only Lin Hong, suppressing his excitement, tried his best not to laugh. Because his father did not like him at all, preferring the second son Lin Song. He had thought he would have no connection to the throne in this life, but it came so suddenly. Lin Song knelt on the ground, tightly clenching his fists. The throne, which had been so secure, had just flown away inexplicably. He had pretended to be the obedient and filial child for so long, and it was all in vain? Your subject, receives the edict. Lin Ke gritted his teeth and said. The eunuch handed him the edict and stood there without leaving. Lin Ke was still in shock, staring blankly at the contents of the edict. Lin Hong gave a glance to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate immediately understood and took the eunuch to a room for tea. After half an hour, Lin Hong brought in a box full of gold and silver treasures. Eunuch Gung, you have worked hard on this trip. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Please return and tell the emperor that I, Lin Hong, swear to heaven that I will be absolutely loyal to the emperor, and if I break this oath, may heaven strike me down. Lin Hong was still very excited. Unexpectedly, his reputation was so good that it had even reached the emperor's ears. Good, I will certainly pass it on, said Eunuch Gung with a smile. I still need to return to report, Your Highness, please stay. Lin Hong was even more delighted to hear this. It was the first time someone had called him Your Highness. One must admit, the emperor indeed had an eye for talent. He was much stronger than the second brother. With him inheriting the throne of the western regions, he would definitely manage the fiefdom well. Bang! Lin Ke returned to his study and smashed the vase on the table into pieces. Lin Shi was simply going too far. When he received the decree, he struggled internally with whether to kill Eunuch Gung and declare himself emperor like the king of Yu. In the end, he held back. A small grievance could disrupt a grand plan. The matter of the king of Yu had not yet been resolved, and Lin Shi actually dared to strip him of his title, indicating he was quite confident and not afraid of their rebellion. Father, what does the emperor mean by this? It's so inexplicable. Lin Song walked in, seeing the shattered vase on the floor, feeling quite helpless. She did this to punish me for not following her orders at that time, Lin Ke snorted. I just didn't expect her to be so excessive, even stripping me of the throne. You, go call Lin Hung in. Father, why don't we rebel too? Lin Shi is being too much. Lin Song was extremely angry and frustrated. Something that originally belonged to him was inexplicably given to someone else. He was far superior to his elder brother in both talent and virtue. Why did Lin Shi designate his elder brother as the heir? It had always been the fief lord who designated the heir, and the emperor would not interfere. If the other princes knew this news, they would surely be shocked. It would be better to rebel. If father became emperor, he would be the crown prince. Wasn't Emperor Qingzu once a fief lord who successfully rebelled and ascended to the throne? He was the first fief lord in the history of the Great Xia to succeed in rebellion. With one, there could be a second. Our western regions are vast, with many people and strong horses, not worse than the conditions of the king of Yu. If the king of Yu dared to claim the title of emperor, what were they afraid of? Impudent! Lin Ke glared at him. Father, don't you feel aggrieved? Let's not endure it any longer. Lin Song quickly knelt down. Not endure it? Lin Ke looked at him. Do you think you are stronger than Wu Tiegu, Sha Tohan, and Ning Wang, these famous generals? How did they fare against Lin Shi? These famous generals were easily defeated by Lin Shi, and even Wu Tiegu and his son met a tragic end on the battlefield. At this time, whoever rebelled first to claim the throne would be a fool, becoming the target of everyone's scorn.
stockpile grain, build high walls, and delay claiming the title of emperor. This is the best strategy. The king of Yu rebelled first, and the normal court would definitely do everything to quell the rebellion. According to the information he received, Xianglong only took 20,000 troops. This news surprised everyone. They had thought he would at least bring 100,000. What does this indicate? It indicates that the soldiers Lin Shi brought back from the battlefield indeed had weapons and armor bestowed by the Celestial Lord, able to take on 10 enemies each. Otherwise, who gave Xianglong the confidence to quell the rebellion with only 20,000 men? So even if they were to rebel, they had to wait and see how the king of Yu fared. If the king of Yu was easily defeated or even killed by Xianglong, it would be better for them to behave. After all, there are too many ambitious people in this world, but only the cautious can live long. Lin Song was instantly speechless upon hearing this. In terms of military talent, he indeed believed he could not compare to Wu Tiegu and the others. The Barbarian Nation had previously breached 13 cities in a row, and they were all terrified, thinking the Great Xia was doomed. Unexpectedly, after Lin Shi went to the battlefield, the situation suddenly turned around. Not only did he kill Wu Tiegu's army, but he also fought back and reclaimed lost territory. After he got up, he called Lin Hung over. "Father, this has nothing to do with me. Although I often played with the emperor when we were young, I haven't been in contact since following you to the fief." Lin Hung arrived at the study, saw the shards of the vase on the ground, and quickly knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Although he was overjoyed, he couldn't show it in front of his father. It seemed that Lin Shi appointed him as the king of the western regions, perhaps out of nostalgia for their childhood bond. He remembered when they played together as children, a big dog had pounced on Lin Shi. He had blocked it, and got bitten in the process. Unexpectedly, this bite had earned him a throne, which was quite a bargain. Of course, back then he never imagined that Lin Shi would become the emperor. "I can't accept this bow from you, now you are the king of the western regions," Lin Ka said, looking at him with a cold sneer. This time, Lin Shi was truly ruthless, directly stripping him of his throne and allowing his eldest son to inherit it. To outsiders, it seemed that the punishment was not severe, merely symbolic. After all, the throne was still being passed down. But the key was that he did not want Lin Hong to inherit the throne. The original plan was to pass it to Lin Song. But with the imperial edict issued, if he did not comply, it would be considered defiance. Given Lin Shi's current attitude, it seemed he was deliberately forcing him to resist the edict, so he would have a reason to deal with him. After a painful struggle, he ultimately decided to follow His Majesty's will for now. Lin Shi had achieved consecutive victories, slaying countless enemies, and the military strength was too formidable. If he defied the edict, he feared he would face a purge. Everything would have to wait until the matter of the King of Yu was resolved. If the King of Yu was defeated, he would have to obediently follow orders. If the King of Yu won, some vassal kings might take the opportunity to declare independence, and when the time was ripe, he would naturally claim the throne in the western regions. As for Lin Hong, even if he was given the throne, what of it? In the western regions, he still had the final say. "Father, I absolutely cannot accept this throne. My second brother is much more suitable than I am. My abilities do not match this throne at all." Lin Hong hurriedly bowed his head. Lin Song curled his lip. "As long as you know it yourself. Hunger, since His Majesty has decreed, the throne is naturally yours," Lin Ka said, taking out the royal seal. "From now on, you are the king of the western regions." This was a perfect opportunity to see just how capable Lin Hong truly was. No, father, I dare not." Lin Hong looked terrified. Upon seeing the royal seal, Lin Song's eyes were filled with greed. This was originally meant for him, yet it was unexpectedly bestowed upon Lin Hong by Lin Shi. At that moment, his resentment towards Lin Shi reached its peak. "Enough, this is His Majesty's decree, take it." Lin Ka handed the royal seal to him. Lin Hong quickly accepted it with both hands, feeling an overwhelming excitement. The royal seal of the king of the western regions, something that had appeared in his dreams countless times, was suddenly his. It was simply unbelievable. Today's events felt like a dream, so unreal. Everything was thanks to His Majesty, and he would definitely be loyal to him from now on. "Hunger, His Majesty requests 3,000 warhorses, what do you think?" Lin Ko asked after taking a sip of tea. He had previously mentioned that he would contribute 2,000 warhorses, but that was merely talk. As long as the King of Yu was not captured, those warhorses would not be given. Yet, His Majesty not only conferred the kingship upon Lin Hong but also demanded 3,000 warhorses with a time limit. If he was to meet the deadline, preparations had to start immediately. "Father, we must naturally comply with His Majesty's request," Lin Hong said hastily. After becoming king, the first thing he must not mess up, otherwise, he would surely disappoint His Majesty. He had to ensure that the 3,000 warhorses were sent to the capital as soon as possible.
Then let me ask you, if the king of you wins, what will you do? Lin Kuo asked, filled with disappointment.
In this time of great famine, 3,000 warhorses were no small number, they were extremely precious. Lin Hong showed no remorse in giving them away, but Lin Kuo felt heartbroken, that was half of his fortune. The king of you cannot win, even if he defeats Xiang Long. He absolutely cannot become the emperor of the great Xia. Lin Hong shook his head. Oh, how so? Lin Kuo was curious about his reasoning. Because His Majesty has the favor of the celestial sovereign, if Xiang Long cannot defeat the king of you, His Majesty will certainly be able to defeat him. Lin Hong said firmly, if the death of the Grand Emperor was a pretext under the name of the Celestial Master, the sudden filling of the waters of the three Great Lakes is certainly beyond human capability. Since the Celestial Master truly exists, no one can defeat His Majesty. Father, the safest course for us is to loyally follow His Majesty. Lin Kuo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He did not expect that his eldest son genuinely intended to be loyal to His Majesty, without a hint of rebellion in his heart. He felt somewhat helpless. How had he raised such an unambitious son? Father, I assert that King Yu will surely be defeated. We must not have any other plans, or our family may face utter disaster. Lin Hong said slowly. Alright, you may leave now, I wish to be alone. Lin Kuo rubbed his brow. Back in the day during the 9 Dragons contest for the throne, he had chosen to bet on Lin Xizhen, and it had paid off, granting him a fief in the western regions and making him the king of the west. Now that Lin Xizhen was dead, Lin Shi was his junior, and naturally, these uncles were not satisfied. At that time, Lin Xizhen had temporarily supported Lin Shi as emperor merely to have someone bear the title of the nation's destroyer. No one had expected that she would now have become a force to be reckoned with and had even stripped him of his throne. After hearing this, Lin Hong saluted and left with the royal seal. Once in his room, he closed the door and looked at the royal seal in his hand, filled with excitement. He opened a hidden compartment, revealing a tunnel. Upon entering, he found a large cave lit by candles. On the table lay a spirit tablet. Mother, I have actually become the king of the West. Lin Hong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Give me some more time, and I will surely kill Lin Song and that wretched woman to avenge you. Since his mother's death, he had thought he was unlikely to inherit the throne. In fact, to survive, he had pretended to be a frivolous young master. He needed Lin Song and the others to believe he posed no threat in order to stay alive. He had thoroughly investigated the cause of his mother's death. It was a scheme devised by Lin Song and his mother that led to her demise. For all these years, he had been disguising himself, waiting for the day he could take revenge. What he had not anticipated was that His Majesty would appoint him as the King of the West. This surprise came too suddenly. He now understood that the western regions were still under his father's control. But regardless, holding the royal seal now put him in a much better position than before. He would secretly gather people's hearts and develop his own power. One day, he would avenge his mother. He felt immense loyalty to His Majesty. Anyone who dared to oppose His Majesty would be his enemy. Father, what should we do next? Lin Song asked, sitting in a chair, feeling quite helpless. With the royal seal handed over, everything he did would require Lin Heng's approval, which was very inconvenient. More importantly, with Lin Heng suddenly appointed as the king of the West, some fence-sitters would likely flock to him, greatly increasing his threat. Let's wait and see how things turn out with King Yu, Lin Ke said in a deep voice. After 10 days of travel, Xiang Long finally arrived at Baiyue City, with 20,000 troops arrayed at the city gates. King Yu, I come under orders to subdue you. If you bind your own hands, I will take you to see His Majesty. Perhaps His Majesty will spare your life for realizing your mistakes. But if you continue to resist, do not blame me for being impolite. Xiang Long shouted from his warhorse, pointing at the city wall. On the city wall, King Yu, clad in a dragon robe, exuded an imposing presence. Although his territory remained vast, the feeling of being an emperor was entirely different from that of being a vassal king. He had declared himself the emperor of Daiyue. Although he had long planned this, announcing it now was out of necessity. Lin Shi had killed over 100 high-ranking officials, and those in the court who did not heed her words had been executed. He had defied the edict by not supporting Yanqing, and death was unavoidable. Since that was the case, he might as well take a gamble. Perhaps he could turn the tide like Emperor Chengzu and become the emperor of Daxia. Xiang Long, you dare to attack me with just 20,000 men? What a joke! Lin Yu scoffed. I have 100,000 troops in a tall, sturdy city. What can you do to me? Today, all 20,000 of you will become the souls under my great Yu army. If he could kill Xiang Long, some ambitious vassal kings would surely rebel upon hearing this news. At that time, forming alliances with neighboring countries to break through the capital would not be difficult. Therefore, this battle was of utmost importance. He had summoned all 80,000 warriors in haste.
Warriors, listen up. His Majesty says that many of you are innocent for following King Yu in rebellion. If you lay down your weapons, you will be pardoned. Xianglong shouted loudly, if you insist on following Lin Yu in rebellion, you will bear the consequences. His Majesty could not bear for his own people to kill each other and had reminded him that most of the warriors were innocent. If they surrendered, there would be no more killing. The soldiers on the city wall remained unmoved. Things had come to this point, and there was no retreat. Moreover, if Lin Yu became the emperor of Great Xia, they would all be great contributors. Our great Yu people are united. Spare us your words. Lin Yu sneered, if you have the ability, come at me. Do not say I did not warn you. Xianglong snorted and waved his hand. A soldier behind him took out a smartphone and launched a pesticide drone. Xianglong had requested a drone and borrowed someone skilled in operating drones from Lu Mulan's side. What is that thing? Such a big strange bird. The soldiers on the city wall were very curious upon seeing it. Shoot it down for me. Lin Yu sensed something was wrong. He recalled previous news that in several battles, Lin Shi had seen large strange birds spraying oil, resulting in countless soldiers being burned to death. Upon hearing this, the soldiers bent their bows and shot arrows, but unfortunately, the range was insufficient, and the arrows fell short. The drone reached above the city wall, found a densely populated area, and sprayed gasoline. It's oil, run! A soldier shouted in terror. Lin Yu's face changed drastically, and he hurried down from the city wall. Xianglong drew back his composite bow and shot a rocket. The city wall instantly turned into a sea of flames, with many soldiers engulfed by the fire. Xianglong waved his hand, and 10,000 soldiers drew their composite bows and shot. On the city wall, soldiers inside fell one after another from arrows. Break the city! Xianglong saw that the soldiers on the wall had no time to care for them and shouted coldly. 2 soldiers quickly rode to the base of the wall and placed more than 10 explosive barrels on it. After pulling the fuses long, they lit them from a distance and galloped away. Boom! A large hole was blown in one section of the wall. Kill! Xianglong drew his long sword and shouted, pulling down his helmet visor, and was the first to charge in. The warriors followed closely, slaughtering in all directions. Whoever kills Lin Yu, I will apply to His Majesty to grant them the title of Thousand Household Marquis. Brothers, kill! Xianglong severed a general's long sword with one strike and split him in half, shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, the warriors were even more invigorated. They coordinated seamlessly, shooting from afar with composite bows and slashing with long swords up close. With powerful full-body defenses, they almost opened up to kill. His Majesty's order, ordinary soldiers who surrender will be pardoned. Xianglong had this message spread. After all, these were all Great Xia people, and he did not want to stain his sword with too much blood of Great Xia soldiers. At this moment, Lin Yu was already riding a fine horse, fleeing south. Unexpectedly, as soon as they engaged, his forces collapsed. The main reason was that his soldiers were truly weak. Many surrendered directly upon seeing the Great Xia army burst through the hole in the wall. It's Lin Yu! Xianglong frowned as he watched Lin Yu escape in the distance and fiercely slapped his horse's rear. But Lin Yu's horse was a rare steed, much faster than his, and the gap between them grew larger. If he could not capture or kill Lin Yu this time, it would not be considered a success for him. General, Lin Yu is likely heading to the southern Yu region, passing through the Qianyu Valley. A soldier beside him shouted. Do you have parachutes? Xianglong's eyes lit up. Before Xianglong set off from the capital, he had someone bring 200 parachutes and also requested 2 timed explosives from His Majesty. They were unlikely to be used, but what if they were? General, a few of us are bringing parachutes, shouted a soldier on horseback from behind. Good, let's go to Qianyue Mountain. Xianglong gave his horse a hard slap on the rear and sped off down another path. Your Majesty, they haven't pursued us. Lin Yu, leading thousands of men, galloped forward, receiving intelligence from someone. Good, very good. Lin Yu sighed in relief, looking back to see that indeed, Xianglong and the others were not in sight. Lin Yu finally understood why Lin Shi had been able to achieve consecutive victories. The equipment levels of both sides were not on the same level. The Great Xia's bows could shoot beyond 500 meters, while theirs could barely reach 200, making it impossible to compete. And that giant bird could fly up and spray oil, while their arrows couldn't even reach it. These things were not produced by the Great Xia, and other countries couldn't possibly have them. Could they really be gifts from the Celestial Lord? Thinking of this made him a bit anxious. He had previously doubted the existence of the Celestial Lord, but after fighting, he believed. The weapons and armor equipped to the Great Xia soldiers were far superior to theirs, completely products of a different era. Fortunately, his horse was fast enough, otherwise, he would have truly been caught by Xianglong. Your Majesty, where are we going? A general asked.
They had thought they were following Lin Yu to conquer the world, but now they were starting to flee. Just yesterday, they had been full of ambition, and today, that spirit was gone. Let's go to the southern Yu kingdom to avoid the storm. I have a good relationship with their king, Lin Yu said. The followers exchanged glances, unable to suppress a sigh. Their families were all here, and if they left, they didn't know when they would be able to return. Your Majesty, should we not soften our stance with Her Majesty? Perhaps she won't punish us considering you are her uncle, a general hesitated to say. He had an elderly mother at home. If he left, she would likely starve. The others were moved. They certainly didn't want to go to the southern Yu kingdom. That matter need not be mentioned again, otherwise, military law will be enforced. Lin Yu snapped coldly. Lin Shi had even killed Lin Shi, would she spare him? There was a chance before the battle, but now that they had been defeated by Xiang Long, Lin Shi would definitely not allow him to continue as the king of Yu. His head would be on the chopping block. Follow me to the southern Yu kingdom, we will find a chance to fight back. Lin Yu said coldly, like you, my wife and children are also in the city. I believe Lin Shi will not punish them. If she lacks this degree of tolerance, many will turn against her. I believe Her Majesty will not punish my family, but my elderly mother is alone at home, she will likely starve. That general suddenly dismounted and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I beg you to let me go back. His mother was not mobile, and without his care, she would probably starve in a few days. Swish! Lin Yu dismounted, drew his sword, and was about to behead this bastard. To say such things at this moment was to disturb the morale of the army. He deserved to die. King Yu, look quickly. Someone pointed to the sky ahead, shouting in surprise. In their excitement, they forgot to call him Your Majesty and instinctively called him King Yu. Lin Yu looked up and saw more than a dozen mushroom-like objects descending from the sky. Hanging below are people. It's Xiang Long. When the giant mushrooms flew closer, someone with sharp eyes shouted loudly. They were shocked to see people descending from the sky for the first time. Shoot them down! Lin Yu shouted loudly. Just as the soldiers were about to draw their bows and shoot, they suddenly saw Xiang Long throw something towards them. What is this? Lin Yu looked at the explosive canister at his feet, with glowing numbers. It was the first time he had seen such a thing and was about to kick it away. Xiang Long sneered and pressed the switch. Boom! The next moment, the explosive canister detonated, sending Lin Yu and more than 10 people around him flying. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately stopped their archery actions. Xiang Long landed steadily, facing thousands of opponents without the slightest hint of panic. He walked over slowly and saw Lin Yu, half his body blown off, struggling in pain. King Yu, you had good days, why did you seek death? Xiang Long looked at him. Anything else to say? Seeing this, it was pitiful. His intestines were blown out. Still I? You're just a prince, not an emperor, do you understand? Xiang Long snorted. I really regret it. Lin Yu spat out blood. If he hadn't been blinded by ambition to rebel, he wouldn't have ended up in this miserable state. A moment of impulsiveness led to rebellion, and now he was a joke, about to die. Sometimes, one must accept fate and not delude oneself into thinking they are a true dragon son of heaven. Oh, so what you meant was true regret, huh? You should regret it. Xiang Long nodded. Do you have any message for me to convey to His Majesty? I beg His Majesty to spare my wife and children. Beware of the King of the West, beware of the East. Before Lin Yu could finish, he died in anger, his eyes wide open. Xiang Long frowned. There was still an important message left unsaid. What a pity. Beware of the East, what nonsense, the King of Dongshan. Xiang Long closed Lin Yu's eyelids. Lin Yu has been executed, do you want to resist? Xiang Long stood up, facing thousands of soldiers, and shouted. General Xiang, spare us. The soldiers under King Yu threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. With the king dead, what was there to fight for? Shortly after, 5,000 men under Xiang Long arrived and took control of the captives. Take the body of King Yu back, Xiang Long ordered, leading the army back to the city. When the soldiers heard Lin Yu was dead, they directly gave up resistance. Xiang Long was pleased to see the many surrendered soldiers on both sides. This time, he easily defeated King Yu's army, and with the king dead, he did not disappoint His Majesty's trust. Lin Shi received the news from Xiang Long of a great victory. King Yu was executed, and 50,000 soldiers surrendered. She thought for a moment and issued an edict, appointing Xiang Long as King Xiang, taking over King Yu's fief. She pardoned Lin Yu's family of their crimes, demoting them all to commoners, forbidding them from holding office for 3 generations. She pardoned the 50,000 soldiers, allowing them to guard the southern defense line in peace. After Xiang Long arranged the fief matters, he would lead his troops back to the capital to report. In the past 10 days, wheat and seasonal vegetables had already been planted in the capital and surrounding lands. The 3 Great Lakes had basically run dry, and the celestial lord had filled them up once again. Such a miracle had occurred twice, and the people spontaneously erected a statue of the celestial lord Sumo by the three Great Lakes, with people coming to worship every day. Now the situation in the capital was stable, and Lin Yu's swift execution was enough to deter the other feudal lords. When Xiang Long returned, it would be time to launch an expedition against the Barbarian Nation. The Barbarian Nation, a malignant tumor threatening the Great Xia, must be completely eradicated. The Celestial Lord had mentioned that they would soon send some substitutes for horses, which would surely be a great surprise. She was very curious. Military campaigns were usually conducted on horseback. Could there be something else? Sumo arrived at a motorcycle manufacturing plant in Yunhai City, having already called them for business yesterday. This factory had been producing motorcycles for many years, and their off-road motorcycles had received great reviews in recent years. Mr. Su, welcome. The company's sales manager personally received him, as during yesterday's phone conversation, Sumo mentioned an initial order of 3,000 units, with at least 20,000 more to follow. He was here to discuss, and if it wasn't just a bluff, the boss would personally host the banquet. My requirements are simple: off-road, large fuel tank capacity, durable and reliable. After entering the conference room, Sumo got straight to the point. Our vehicles have no problem with off-road performance, they can climb Mount Tai, and we can equip them with a large fuel tank for a range of 300 kilometers. You can rest assured about the quality, they hardly break down, the sales manager said with a smile. They then went to the factory area, and Sumo test drove one, feeling very satisfied. Lin Shi planned the expedition, determined to reclaim the 15 cities of Yanbei. If the army traveled on horseback, they could cover at most 100 miles a day, and they would also need to carry horse feed and other supplies. If there was a motorcycle, it would be much more convenient. At that time, he would buy some gasoline to ensure he could refuel at any moment. The reason for choosing an off-road motorcycle instead of a car was that the road conditions in Lin Shi's world were poor. In some places, cars couldn't pass, and they could only take the main roads, which would limit certain tactics. Additionally, motorcycles were easier to learn to ride, while driving a car was more complicated. So he planned to primarily use a motorcycle, but he would also buy a car, mainly for Lin Shi to ride in and for transporting military supplies. Sumo rode for more than half an hour and felt quite good. How many are in stock now? Sumo stopped the bike and asked. There are still 3,000 units in stock. If we get a large order later, we will adopt a 3-shift system to produce and supply as quickly as possible, the sales manager said, feeling pleased. It seemed he wasn't just trying to fool him. Was he really planning to buy? Deliver 3,000 units to my food factory today, enter through the north gate, and place them in the backyard. Sumo decided to buy and sent him the location of the food factory. Mr. Su, so generous. I'll give you the lowest price, 15,000 per unit, the sales manager said joyfully. Sumo signed the sales contract and paid the full amount. The company had never encountered such a straightforward customer before, and soon the boss rushed over upon hearing the news. He insisted on taking Sumo out for a simple lunch, his enthusiasm making it impossible to refuse. They arrived at the most luxurious hotel in Yunhai, with a total of 8 people at the table. Besides the boss and the sales manager, there were several company executives and 3 beautiful women. Mr. Su, from now on, let Xiaomei contact you for coordination, the boss said, having a nearby beauty raise a glass to Sumo. A customer who could pay the full amount at once needed to be well taken care of. Zhang Mei was the most beautiful in their sales department and was now the deputy manager. The manager had no objections. As long as there were deals, he would receive a commission. He was clear about Zhang Mei's capabilities. Facing such a big client, she would definitely put in her utmost effort to communicate and negotiate, striving to secure more orders and create more revenue. In such a competitive industry, they couldn't let a rival snatch Sumo away. Arranging for Zhang Mei to connect with Sumo, they believed she could persuade him to continue purchasing their motorcycles. After all, there was still a large order of 20,000 units. Whether the company could have a prosperous year depended on this super big order. Sumo glanced at Zhang Mei, who had long hair and wore glasses, exuding an intellectual beauty. Her features were delicate, with almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips, her figure curvaceous, making one's imagination run wild. The meal cost over 100,000, with everyone exchanging pleasantries, and the atmosphere was excellent. Sumo drank too much and felt a bit dazed. Xiaomei, you accompany manager Zhang upstairs to rest, take good care of her, the boss instructed. Sumo, feeling hazy, only sensed that he was being supported into a room. He collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was startled and sat up. He saw Zhang Mei just coming out of the shower, without even a towel draped over her,
walking over completely bare. Her front was white and high, waves rippling. "Why you, don't come over," Sumo hurriedly shouted. "Mr. Su, you drank too much. Let me give you a massage, it feels really good," Zhang Mei said with a smile, continuing to walk forward. "Don't come over, I'm serious. If you take another step forward, I won't do business with your company anymore," Sumo said seriously. This company was indeed considerate, sending a beauty to serve him. But the problem was, he didn't need that right now. "Mr. Su, don't worry, what happens between us has nothing to do with the company, I just purely like you. You see, you like me too, don't you?" Zhang Mei looked down, covering her mouth and giggling. Sumo looked down and felt his scalp nearly explode. "Who the hell took off my clothes? Get back, get back, get back." Sumo hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself while turning his head away, not daring to look at her any longer, fearing he wouldn't be able to control himself. I have to say, Zhang Mei is truly beautiful, with her snow-white skin and great figure. Looking clean and tidy after seeing her for a while, one might impulsively turn into a beast. President Su must have a girlfriend, right? "I see, I didn't expect you to be so innocent, it's really rare," Zhang Mei smiled, putting on her clothes with a hint of melancholy. She is only 23 this year and is already a deputy manager. Very capable, she has never been rejected by a man. This is her first setback, but it only piqued her interest even more. Especially since Sumo is young, handsome, and wealthy, capturing him would be even more fulfilling. "President Su, we both drank too much today, and I'm a bit dazed. Please don't be angry, another day, I'll treat you to Japanese food as an apology," Zhang Mei said sweetly. "I have something to do, so I'll leave first," Sumo hurriedly said as he got dressed under the covers. Once downstairs, he called for a designated driver and returned to the food factory. After arriving at the office, he rubbed his temples and opened a bottle of cola. Damn, he almost fell for that woman. It's not that he doesn't like women, but he doesn't like women who are too casual. What if he caught some disease? That would be disastrous. If she can be so casual with him, she could be with others too. In the afternoon, motorcycles were delivered one after another. Fortunately, the backyard was large enough to accommodate the 3,000 motorcycles. Sumo thought for a moment and wrote a letter asking her to send her phone over. The first thing he did upon receiving the phone was to open the photo album. The new pictures were mostly taken in the palace, some in dragon robes, exuding an imposing aura. Some were in casual clothes, looking quite charming. Others were in pajamas, sexy and alluring. Especially some pajamas that weren't very well covered, revealing a fair and ample figure. Sumo wiped his nosebleed. Compared to Linshi, Zhang Mei was instantly reduced to nothing. Beautiful, good-looking, haha. After transferring the photos to his phone, Sumo downloaded a complete and detailed motorcycle tutorial video. He wrote a letter and sent it along with the phone, asking her to find a spacious place and not to do it indoors. Moments later, he received a reply from Linshi, saying she was ready. Sumo transferred all 3,000 motorcycles over. Linshi was stunned when she saw the dense array of motorcycles. She sent the tutorial video from her phone via Bluetooth to Lu Mulan and Yang Jiumei, asking them to select 10 young, smart soldiers to learn from the video. The two quickly picked out the candidates and showed them the tutorial video using a projector. They reminded them not to go too fast at the beginning, as it could be life-threatening, and they must wear helmets. The 10 young men were incredibly curious about this new thing and slowly learned how to handle it according to the tutorial video. Once they got the hang of it, they realized it wasn't that easy, and several of them fell. After more than an hour of practice, all 10 were finally able to ride smoothly. This thing is great, no need to eat grass, and it's fast. The soldiers rode the motorcycles, becoming increasingly skilled on the flat ground. Lu Mulan and Yang Jiumei quickly learned as well, riding back and forth for over 10 miles. "Your Majesty, this motorcycle can reach a very high speed, and it handles well on regular roads," they reported back to Lin Shi. According to what the Heavenly Sovereign said, a full tank could run 500 to 600 miles, which is incredible. With such a magical device, traveling 1,000 miles a day is no longer a legend. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi changed out of her casual clothes and went to the field. After putting on a helmet and following the guidance of the two, she quickly learned to ride the motorcycle. Not bad, a military tool, one motorcycle can carry one person, and we can take turns driving. Lin Shi steadily parked the motorcycle and had someone take a picture of her. She then ordered that, except for the older ones or those with poor balance, everyone else should learn to ride motorcycles. They would start with these 10 bikes, and if they broke them, they would replace them with new ones. "Your Majesty, with motorcycles, we can reach Mijo in a day and catch them off guard." Yang Jiumei was very excited. Mijo is located 500 miles north of the capital. At the previous marching speed, it would take at least 5 days to arrive. With motorcycles, they could reach there the same day, and even capture Mijo before nightfall. We'll set off as soon as General Xiang returns, Lin Shi nodded. Now that the court has stabilized, the feudal lords across the regions, knowing the fate of the Yu King, are trembling in fear, actively offering tributes to show their loyalty. The Heavenly Sovereign has granted a large supply of grain and 3 great lakes of water, resolving the food and water issues for the people of the capital. They just need to wait for Xian Long to return with the army before embarking on their expedition. The 15 cities of Yanbei, occupied by the Barbarian Nation for decades, should finally return to the embrace of the Great Xia. 3,000 warhorses are ready. Let's send Lin Song to deliver them to the capital, to make a good impression in front of His Majesty, shall we? In the Western Region King's residence, Lin Hong consulted Lin Ku. Hunger, I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous, giving such a good opportunity to your brother. Lin Ku was somewhat surprised. After receiving the news of the Yu King's defeat and death, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively to rebel, otherwise, his fate wouldn't be any better than that of the Yu King. He was puzzled. Ever since Lin Shi arrived at the front lines, the soldiers have become so formidable, able to strike whoever they wish without ever losing. We are all brothers, working hard for the Western region together, Lin Hung said. Yes, that's true, but I think since His Majesty has newly conferred you the title of king, it would be better for you to personally bring the warhorses and tributes to express your gratitude in front of His Majesty. Lin Ke looked at him. I'm fine with whatever, I'll follow my father's arrangements. Lin Hong clasped his hands, his eyelids heavy. He had just ascended to the throne, and his foundation was unstable. He had intended to transfer Lin Song away to quickly develop his own power, but his father didn't give him that opportunity at all. Well, prepare yourself, we will set off tomorrow. Don't delay any longer, Lin Ke replied. After Lin Hong left, Lin Song stepped out from the tent. Lin Hong wants me to go to the capital to deliver the horses to His Majesty. He probably has ulterior motives, Lin Song snorted. Don't think too badly of people, Lin Ke sighed. Regardless, Hanger is now the king of the Western region. We should still show him some respect when we meet in the future. Given how strong the court is now, it would be better for them to be more compliant. Understood, father, Lin Song said respectfully, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. After returning to his residence, he called his strategists in. Tomorrow, Lin Han will lead a team to deliver 3,000 warhorses to the capital. This is an excellent opportunity. Lin Song looked at everyone. We have 500 death warriors. That might not be enough for insurance. We can have the lady send more people to assist, one strategist said. Over the years, since Lin Hong was not favored, everyone believed the second son would be the heir, so they hadn't raised many death warriors. Now that His Majesty suddenly conferred Lin Hang as the king of the Western region, they were caught off guard. I'll go see my mother shortly and have her think of a way. Zhang Yi, you will lead the death warriors for this mission. Do you have confidence? Lin Song asked a man. I will complete the mission at all costs. Zhang Yi clasped his hands. Good, I will ask my mother for another 500 people, making it a total of 1,000. Lin Song nodded. This time, I estimate Lin Han will bring at most 500 people to the capital. 1,000 will be enough. This time, we must kill Lin Hong, otherwise, if he becomes wary, it will be even harder in the future. Leave no survivors, a strategist glanced at Zhang Yi. Lin Hong had just been conferred as the king of the Western region and then met with an assassination. If the court pursued the matter, it would be a huge trouble. But with things having developed to this point, they had no choice but to act. Otherwise, given time, the number of people siding with Lin Hang would only increase, putting them in a more passive position. If Lin Hong doesn't die, I will. Zhang Yi expressed his determination. Just do your best, Lin Song smiled, still vaguely excited. As long as Lin Hong was killed, he would be the king of the Western region, and there would be no other candidates. Even if Father King suspected it was him, as long as there was no evidence, he wouldn't do anything to him. After all, Father King only had 2 sons, the rest were daughters. As for the court's accountability, they could just say it was the work of mountain bandits. They could randomly find some commoners, capture and kill them, and that would suffice to appease the court. He then went to his mother and shared his plan. Songer, as your mother, I will naturally support you wholeheartedly. If we had dealt with Lin Hung earlier, we wouldn't have so many troubles now. Jiang Shi expressed her agreement upon hearing this. Years ago, she had schemed to kill Sun Hang's mother, and now she could do the same to Sun Hang. Anyone who obstructed Lin Song from ascending the throne would be his enemy. Her family was a prominent household in the western regions, and today she would send someone to inform them of the situation, dispatching 500 men. The next morning, Lin Hong set off towards the capital with over 500 men, driving 3,000 warhorses. It had been many years since he last returned to the capital. His little sister from back then had become Emperor Lin Shi. Time truly is a wondrous thing. Your Highness, can we manage with just these people? After leaving the city gate, some were still uneasy.
Don't worry, everything is according to plan, Lin Hong replied calmly as he rode ahead. Lin Hong glanced back at the city gate, urging the warhorses forward with the others. He had already written a letter of thanks the day before, which was to be delivered to His Majesty at full speed. Besides thanking His Majesty for appointing him as the king of the western regions, he also informed him that he would personally lead the team to deliver the warhorses to the capital. By the afternoon of the next day, they passed through a stretch of forest. The leaves and bark of the trees had been stripped away for food, leaving only bare trunks. Lin Hong sighed softly. It was a time of great famine, and people would eat anything to survive. Some were so starved that they even ate dirt, let alone bark and leaves. Kill! At that moment, a group of people suddenly charged out from the forest, attacking them. Lin Hong snorted coldly and waved his hand. 500 strong men, wielding large knives, charged forward. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you going in? Lin Hong glanced at him. Impossible. Lin Song didn't believe it at all. Zhang Yi, whose real name is Wang Lin, is the son of my wet nurse. Do you understand now? Lin Hong looked at him again. Upon hearing this, Lin Song felt all the strength drained from his body. 10 years ago, my mother was murdered on her way to visit relatives, along with over 300 others, not a single one survived. Lin Hong looked at him calmly. Zhang Yi's mother also met with misfortune. After learning of his mother's murder, Zhang Yi sought out Lin Hang. He then wandered outside for several years, acquiring skills, before returning to the western regions and changing his name to Zhang Yi. The boy from back then had grown into a strong young man, his appearance and physique changed drastically, and with the scars from sword wounds on his face, he was even harder to recognize. Lin Hong deliberately created conditions for Zhang Yi to meet Lin Song. Later, Zhang Yi, with his extraordinary skills, gained Lin Song's trust and had him recruit a large number of assassins, secretly nurturing them. Unbeknownst to them, these assassins were mostly the children of those who perished in that disaster, all having changed their names. They had been enduring, searching for the right opportunity, waiting for today. What do you plan to do to me? Lin Song trembled all over. He never expected that the confidant he had nurtured for so many years was actually an enemy. What do you think? Lin Hong looked at him coldly. After waiting for so many years, today was naturally the time for reckoning. As for Lin Song's mother, Jiang, once he returned from the capital, he would annihilate the entire family. Dare you kill me? Lin Song's eyes were filled with panic. Then let's give it a try. Lin Hong drew his sword and made a cut on his own arm, blood seeping out. Brothers, today let's take out our anger on Lin Song and avenge our families. Each person gets one sword strike, and he is not allowed to die until the last person has struck. Lin Hong shouted. Upon hearing this, Lin Song was so scared he nearly wet himself. This was worse than being flayed alive. Flaying only involved a little over 100 cuts, but now he was to endure 500. Zhang Yi tore all his clothes apart. Otherwise, with so many cuts, it would be difficult to manage. If any brother lost control and killed him, that would be troublesome. Zhang Yi drew his knife and sliced a piece of flesh from his face. Lin Song screamed in agony, cursing loudly. Next, everyone took turns stabbing him. By the end, he was unrecognizable, unable to scream, but his body still trembled, not yet dead. Lin Song, you and your mother conspired to kill Princess Wang and over 300 others. This is your first major crime. Today, you gathered people to attempt to kill the eldest son. This is your second major crime. You killed innocents and took credit for it, posing as bandits. This is your third major crime. You abducted young girls, many of whom were still in their tender years, and brought them to ruin. This is your fourth major crime. Zhang Yi coldly announced Lin Song's 10 crimes, slowly raising his long sword. Crack! The long sword came down, and the head fell, ending Lin Song's life of crime. Well done, Lin Hong said with a smile. Brothers, the follow-up matters may require you to endure some hardships, but I promise you all, I will fulfill my promises. We will follow the prince's arrangements. The 500 men under Zhang Yi said in unison. They had waited a long time for this day, and today they finally avenged their grievances. With Lin Song dead, Lin Hang's throne was now incredibly secure. Unless Lin Ka had another son, but even then, it would likely be too late to turn the tide. You all stay here and wait for me. Don't return to the western region city yet. I'll leave you some food and water, Lin Hong said. If anyone sends someone to investigate, shoot them on sight. Without his royal seal, no one could mobilize the army. In the future, Lin Ku or Jiang could only send some people from the manor to see what was going on. The number wouldn't be too many, and these people posed no real danger. Yes, everyone replied with cupped hands. Lin Hong patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and continued forward with the main force. This left Zhang Yi to lead the brothers in cleaning up the battlefield and burning the bodies.
After he returned from the capital, they would coordinate to eliminate Lin Song's mother's clan. Suemo received a thank you letter from Lin Shi, saying that they had basically all learned to ride motorcycles and were grateful to the Heavenly Master for bestowing such a divine artifact. From now on, traveling 1,000 miles a day would no longer be a legend. They also sent a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels, all of extremely high quality, top-notch creations. Suemo then returned to the motorcycle factory and signed a super order for 20,000 units. The entire company was extremely excited, except for Zhang Mei. She hadn't contributed much, yet President Su had placed the order so quickly. She recalled that day in the hotel when she had stripped down, only to scare President Su away. However, she held great respect for Suemo. If it had been someone else, this order likely wouldn't have come through without a few nights of companionship. She had grown accustomed to the unwritten rules of this world, thinking it was all like that. It was her first encounter with a straightforward and direct big client like Suemo. If she hadn't witnessed his brother's furious outburst that day in the hotel, she would have certainly thought that President Su didn't like women. So young and wealthy, yet able to resist the temptation of beauty, such a rarity. Of course, she hadn't mentioned that nothing had happened between them that day to anyone else. Thus, the boss and the supervisor believed she had persuaded Sumo and wanted to give her a separate bonus to recognize her hard work, ensuring that her efforts and sweat were not in vain. Suemo didn't care about these things but declined their boss's invitation to dinner. If he got drunk again and was sent back to the hotel, he couldn't guarantee he would resist temptation. After leaving the motorcycle factory, Suemo went to a car dealership to look at cars. Since Lin Shi and the others had learned to ride motorcycles and had a basic understanding of modern transportation, they could accept cars. Although learning to drive wasn't easy, among so many soldiers, there were always those with a good feel for vehicles. He didn't plan to buy too many cars because the road conditions in Lin Shi's world were still limited, and motorcycles remained the primary mode of transport. "Hello, sir. What type of vehicle are you looking to purchase?" a female salesperson asked. "An off-road vehicle, 4-wheel drive, something sturdy and durable," Suemo replied, glancing at the few off-road vehicles in the showroom. After the salesperson introduced a model, he took it for a test drive and found it quite satisfactory. Such a vehicle would have no problem navigating complex road conditions. He then ordered 10 stock vehicles, which were significantly cheaper than the new models, spending a total of over 4 million. He had the dealership deliver them to the food factory, and he didn't need their help with registration or anything else. He didn't plan to register them or buy insurance, saving a bit of money that way. He then went to a dealership selling heavy-duty vehicles and saw a 6x6 all-wheel drive cargo truck. "Boss, what are you planning to transport? Express delivery or something?" the dealership staff asked. Given the domestic road conditions, a 6x4 cargo truck would generally suffice. All-wheel drive vehicles were typically used in poor road conditions, but they were considerably more expensive than regular trucks. "I'm making export vehicles for an African client. They said their road conditions are poor and need all-wheel drive vehicles for transporting grain and such," Suemo casually provided a reason. "Oh, I see. They don't need the national 6 emission standard, right?" the dealership staff said. "Correct, they don't need it. Euro 2 emissions will do, just something simple, sturdy, and durable, no need for fancy configurations," Suemo nodded repeatedly. The more intelligent the vehicle, the more likely it was to break down. "Well, our vehicles are all national 6 emissions, but our group also makes export vehicles with Euro 2 emissions. You can confirm the specifications, and we can produce them. Could you check if there are any export stock vehicles available?" "I need them urgently," Suemo asked. Upon hearing this, the staff asked him to wait a moment and made a phone call. "Boss, I just called a colleague at the international company, and coincidentally, they have 10 all-wheel drive vehicles that a previous client rejected for some reason. The vehicles are still parked at the Yunhai factory. If you want, you can go check them out," the staff member said. After hearing this, Suemo went directly to the factory with him. There were no issues with these vehicles, the cargo boxes were spacious enough, and the total price for the whole set was 500,000. Suemo decided to take them all at once and asked them to throw in some common spare parts. After returning to the food factory, the 10 all-wheel drive cargo trucks were promptly delivered. Soon after, 10 off-road SUVs also arrived. Suemo asked Lin Shi to send over her phone, and when he saw her photos riding a motorcycle, he was still taken aback. The combination of ancient beauty and modern motorcycles was quite visually striking. Suemo downloaded the instructional videos for the cars and trucks onto his phone and insisted that Lin Shi be very careful while driving. It was far more complex and dangerous than riding a motorcycle. Additionally, anyone who had been drinking must not drive, this was crucial. Lin Shi looked at the 10 SUVs and 10 large trucks in front of her, feeling extremely shocked.
She and Lu Mulan, along with others, first watched the instructional videos and were very interested in this thing called a car.
Your Majesty, shall we take a look inside the car?
Lu Mulan said with a smile as she opened the door. The few of them got inside, sitting here and touching there, feeling very novel. This must be the ignition switch, Lin, she said as she sat in the driver's seat, ready to start it. Your Majesty, please don't drive just yet, let the others get familiar first, Lu Mulan hurriedly advised. Lin, she nodded and, after a while, finally got out of the car. Only take one large and one small vehicle out for practice, Lin, she said, touching the car's body and having someone take her picture. This car was truly impressive. According to the video, it could shield from wind and rain and adjust the temperature inside, which was quite magical. Lu Mulan selected 20 clever soldiers to learn how to drive the cars and trucks. The soldiers carefully watched the instructional videos several times, eager to try. Everyone pay attention, driving a car is more complex than riding a motorcycle, so be very careful, Lu Mulan reminded them, then sent one soldier to try the car.
It's starting to move.
Everyone cheered and jumped as they saw the car slowly begin to operate.
How do you slow down?
The soldier pressed the accelerator, and the speed began to increase rapidly, causing him to panic.
Press the brake.
The left pedal is the brake. Press the brake. A soldier shouted loudly. The driver was clearly flustered, but fortunately, the area was large and spacious, and just before the car was about to crash into the city wall, it finally came to a stop. The driver got out of the car, drenched in cold sweat. It looked simple in the video, but in reality, it was not that easy. Everyone must remain calm. After shifting gears, do not slam on the accelerator, and be ready to brake at any moment, Lu Mulan sighed in relief and reminded them. Luckily, there was a soldier with an excellent sense of driving who grasped it quickly. After 2 hours, he was driving very smoothly.
I want to try.
After hearing the news, Lin Shi rode over on a motorcycle and sat in the back seat of the car. Lin Yuan, drive carefully, Lu Mulan said. With the Majesty in the car, they had to be extremely cautious.
I understand.
Your Majesty, please fasten your seatbelt, Lin Yuan said excitedly. Although he also shared the Lin surname, his branch had long fallen to a status not much different from that of commoners. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to serve in the army.
Seatbelt.
Lin Shi had watched the entire video and fastened her seatbelt.
Your Majesty, we are setting off.
Lin Yuan shifted gears, gently pressed the accelerator, and slowly started moving. Lin Shi looked out the car window at the sunset and instinctively pressed the window button, letting the glass down and the wind in. She suddenly froze, as this was completely an unconscious action. But she had never seen a car before. Lin Shi raised her hand to look, her face filled with confusion. Perhaps it was because she had watched the instructional video and noticed how to operate the window that led to this subconscious action. Lin Shi didn't think much of it and took a lap in the car.
Get out, I want to learn how to drive, Lin Shi said.
Lin Yuan carefully explained to her how to drive and the precautions she needed to take. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi became very skilled at driving in just 1 hour, even able to control the steering wheel with one hand. Your Majesty is truly gifted, able to handle a car so effortlessly. Lu Mulan and the others were very surprised. Lin Shi drove around the vast courtyard several times before stopping. She felt a strong sense of control over the car. The more familiar she became with driving, the more adept she felt. It was a strange sensation, as if she had driven before. After getting out of the car, she had Lin Yuan try to learn how to drive a large truck. Driving a car was simpler, but driving a truck was significantly more challenging, with the gears being quite overwhelming.
Their off-road SUV was automatic, while the truck had a manual transmission with 12 gears, greatly increasing the difficulty of operation.
Lu Mulan handed her phone to Lin Yuan, instructing him to follow the tutorial video to drive the truck. This was a massive vehicle, not so easy to handle. However, trucks could transport food and other supplies, greatly enhancing the efficiency of logistics work, so it was essential to learn. Lin Shi returned to her palace and saw that the Celestial Master had sent another letter. It stated that they would provide gasoline later, so they need not worry about a shortage.
With motorcycles and cars here, gasoline was indispensable. Without gasoline, they would be stuck.
At that moment, Su Mo was at a private oil refinery, accompanied by more than 10 people.
Boss Su, are you really planning to buy my factory?
Let me tell you, my factory is very profitable, and I don't intend to sell, said a chubby owner. Although it was a small factory, it could earn over $1 million a year. However, he was currently short on cash and wanted to take the opportunity to make a hefty profit from Su Mo.
Oh, is that so?
You should have said so earlier. I went to the Liangyu oil refinery this morning. They are planning to sell, and the price isn't high. Su Mo turned to leave.
Ah, wait.
The owner was momentarily stunned. He naturally knew about Liangyu oil refinery, which was about the same size as his.
He had heard that the owner wanted to emigrate and was eager to sell the factory. Mr. Su, we can talk more. The owner pulled Sumo back. How about this, 20 million, and I'll sell you the factory. My equipment is much better than Liang You's. He was also eager to sell the factory because his son was buying a house in Kyoto and insisted on a big one. With no other choice, he had to sell the factory to buy a wedding house for his son. Mr. Son, let's not beat around the bush. 15 million, and once we sign the contract, I can pay half, and after the procedures are done, I'll give you the other half, not a penny less. Sumo didn't want to waste too much time. 15 million. Isn't that a bit low? Mr. Son hesitated. Not at all. The owner at Liangyu quoted only 12 million. I estimate it could be secured for at most 10 million, Sumo said calmly. All right, Mr. Su is straightforward. I won't drag it out. Let's go with 15 million. Mr. Son agreed. This price was within his acceptable range. They signed the contract that day, and he received half the money. He gathered all the employees and introduced them to their new boss, Sumo. From now on, everyone should work well with Boss Su. I will come back to see you all often, Mr. Son waved to everyone and left. As long as they cooperated with Sumo to handle the follow-up, he would receive the other half of the money and would no longer have any ties to the company. Although he felt a bit reluctant, earning money for over 10 years was enough. Given the current market, the future was still uncertain. Selling at this price wasn't a huge profit, but it was certainly not insignificant. I've reviewed everyone's payroll and working hours. You've all worked hard. Sumo looked at the 30 or so people. Starting today, salaries will remain the same, but working hours will be adjusted to 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., with weekends off and normal holidays. No overtime is allowed unless there are special circumstances. The workers were initially a bit disappointed to hear that their salaries would not change, but when they heard the rest, they erupted in cheers. They worked more than 10 hours a day, and having 4 days off in a month was already quite good. Although their wages hadn't changed, their working hours had significantly decreased, which meant their hourly wage had increased quite a bit. Sumo bought this oil refinery to provide gasoline for Lin Shi and the others. Otherwise, constantly purchasing large amounts of gasoline would easily attract attention. He didn't expect to make any money from this refinery. It was enough as long as he could pay the workers. In the afternoon, Sumo had people purchase a large number of plastic barrels, each about 100 liters. He had them fill these barrels with 95-octane gasoline. The workers didn't know what he was planning to do, but they just followed orders. After all, they were just there to work. Whatever the boss said, they did. By 5 o'clock, everyone except the security guard at the entrance had left. Boss, look, everyone else is benefiting, but our hours haven't changed, the security guard said with a bitter smile when he saw Sumo coming. They couldn't leave at 4:30 like the others. They still had to work in shifts to guard the place all day. I'll give you an extra $2 a month, Sumo said. Thank you, boss. The security guard exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. An extra $2,000 a month was no small amount. Sumo walked into the warehouse and saw dozens of plastic barrels labeled with 95-octane gasoline. He took out paper and a pen from his pocket and wrote a letter to her, preparing to receive the gasoline. After getting a reply, he would have all the gasoline barrels sent over, reminding them to store them in a cool, shaded place. When they were almost used up, they should let him know in advance so he could send more. The next day, the workers found that the barrels filled with gasoline were gone and were puzzled until they received a notice saying the boss had sold them to a friend. They thought it was normal, they just needed to do their jobs and not ask questions. They used to think this job was tough, but now it felt worth it. Many workers had been there for years and had never enjoyed a weekend off. Sumo reviewed the factory's documents and promoted a college graduate who had worked for 3 years to be the deputy factory manager, doubling his salary and giving him full responsibility for the refinery. He wasn't very interested in how to develop the factory. The main purpose of buying it was still to provide gasoline for Lin Shi and the others. Sumo returned to the food factory and checked the production line, where compressed biscuits, military canned goods, and more were being produced continuously. These were the rations for Lin Shi's expedition, convenient to carry and nutritious. 8 days later, Lin Hong arrived in the capital with 3,000 warhorses, looking weary. Upon seeing His Majesty Lin Shi, he immediately bowed down, showing utmost respect. If it weren't for His Majesty granting him the title of King of the Western regions, he didn't know when his revenge plan would be completed. He might even be killed in return. He would never forget the great grace and virtue of His Majesty. Now that he had killed Lin Song, his father could only support his side. This time, the difficulty of exterminating Lin Song's mother's clan was greatly reduced. This hatred had been hidden in his heart for many years, and whenever the night was quiet, the seed of hatred would grow wildly.
It was His Majesty's grace that allowed him to start his actions early. King of the Western regions, please rise. You must have had a hard journey, Lin Shi said, having someone bring out a lavish meal. Lin Hang's mouth watered at the sight. In this time of great famine, he could actually have chicken. How is this chicken made? The bones are so soft, it smells so good. Lin Hang didn't hold back and began to wolf it down, even chewing the bones. Even though he was the eldest son of the king of the Western regions, he hadn't eaten chicken in half a year. Although the king of the Western regions had held his fief for many years, there was no problem supplying food for his family for another year. With no rain for so long, the poultry and livestock had either been eaten or died of thirst. After all, wanting to drink a few sips of clean water was a luxury. Whether among nobles or wealthy families, they all had the habit of stockpiling grain, but never water. They had never thought they would encounter such a severe drought. War horses were a strategic resource. They would only eat meat if some horses were injured or died from illness. Because he was not favored by the king, he only received a few bones, with the meat on them being nearly non-existent. The bitterness of this was too much to share with outsiders. Now that he was eating meat, it was so delicious that it made him want to cry. This dish is called roast chicken, a gift from the Celestial Lord. The plate of meat next to you is called ham sausage, also a gift from the Celestial Lord, equally delicious. Lin Shi opened a bottle of cola and took a sip. Lin Hang glanced at the cola, imitating her by opening it and taking a small sip. He couldn't help but exclaim how good it was, far better than wine. What is this? He asked, filled with curiosity. There was no need to guess, it must also be a gift from the Celestial Lord, as they could not produce such a container. This is called cola, Lin Shi said with a smile. The Celestial Lord granted us some, and you can take a whole box back with you. Some time ago, she mentioned that she really liked drinking cola, so the Celestial Lord had sent hundreds of boxes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Hang quickly wiped his hands and was about to kneel again. The name cola was indeed nice, drinking it could make one happy. No need for that, no need. Just eat your meal, Lin Shi hurriedly said. Watching Lin Hang devour his food, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If even the prince of a vassal state lived like this, one could only imagine the plight of ordinary people. Fortunately, the Celestial Lord favored them, granting them ample water for growing crops and raising some livestock. But this was only a small area. The entire Great Xia and even the world were still in a great famine. Your Majesty, if I secure the throne of the Western regions, I will firmly defend the borders and not allow the Western way to advance a single step. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Hang quickly pledged his loyalty. This time, it was because his father did not stop Prince Ning that the emperor became furious and stripped him of his title. He would never make such a mistake again. The Western regions were an important border of Great Xia, and besides Western Wei, there were several other small countries eyeing Great Xia covetously. In such circumstances, the Western regions bore a heavy burden of stopping foreign invasions. It's rare to see you so determined. I have repelled Prince Ning, and his elite soldiers have been mostly slain. He won't be able to stir up trouble in the short term, Lin Shi said, looking at him. You should build up your strength. When I return from dealing with the barbarian nations, the next to be dealt with will be Western Wei, and you will surely lead the charge. Western Wei had been unruly for many years. Since that was the case, they would be made to behave. The lands that Western Wei had seized over the years must be reclaimed. She absolutely would not allow the lands of Great Xia to be occupied and plundered. Everything lost must be taken back. The territory that the founding emperor had fought for could not be lost in their generation. I will follow Your Majesty's arrangements, Lin Hang said, cupping his hands. Well, you are appointed as the king of the Western regions. Your father and Lin Song are probably not very pleased. Lin Shi glanced at him. She did not appoint him casually. She had understood the situation in the Western regions before making the decision. Knowing that Lin Hang had given up on himself since his mother's death and had become thoroughly disliked by Lin Ke, promoting him to king of the Western regions was to help him and also to let the vassal kings know the court's current attitude. Disobedient vassal kings must be dealt with. Lin Hang had some acquaintance with her from childhood and had once shielded her from a dog bite. She believed his character would not be too bad. Considering other factors, she granted Lin Hang the title of king of the Western regions. Since my mother passed away, I have become a discarded pawn. If it weren't for Your Majesty's grace, I fear I would have been harmed by them sooner or later, Lin Hang lamented. When you return, properly organize the Western regions. You are now the king of the Western regions. If anyone dares to defy you, do not hold back. Lin Shi knew that he had just ascended to the throne and his foundation was unstable. But with the court backing him, anyone who was disobedient could be dealt with directly. She needed Lin Hang to govern the Western regions well. After all, this fief was not easy to manage, with rebellions occurring year-round. First, stabilize the internal situation.
and then they would not fear fighting any country in the future. Lin Hong, in recognition of your service in delivering horses, I grant you 1,000 war horses. Lin Shi said, the weapons and armor bestowed by the celestial sovereign, I grant you 10 sets. Now that she was preparing to march into the northern barbarian lands, the west must not be in chaos. Lin Hong also could not die, it was essential to ensure he remained safe. These 10 sets of equipment could catch the enemy leader off guard and take him down. This enhanced bow has a range of 500 meters, this sword is incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud, and this armor is extremely powerful, able to ignore ordinary arrows, Lin Shi introduced. Lin Hong tried them on, feeling an overwhelming excitement. No wonder His Majesty could conquer all. It turned out he had such powerful weapons and armor bestowed by the celestial sovereign, truly extraordinary. If there's nothing else, just stay in the capital for 3 days before heading back, Lin Shi said. Since Lin Hong rarely returned, he should gather with his friends in the capital. 3 days would be just enough to see the changes in the capital and hear what the people had to say, which would make him truly believe in the existence of the celestial sovereign and be even more loyal. Lin Shi did not show him motorcycles and cars, as these were highly confidential and not to be casually discussed outside the military. Xiang Long had also returned to the capital and had learned to ride a motorcycle and drive a car proficiently. She planned to set off on the expedition after Lin Hong left. Lin Hong stayed in the capital for 3 days, seeing the waters of the 3 Great Lakes and hearing the stories of the celestial sovereign from the people, leaving him with no doubt about the sovereign's existence. His loyalty to Lin Shi deepened. After all, it was the celestial sovereign who favored His Majesty, and thus favored the Great Xia. He encountered many new things that he had never seen in the Great Xia before. Carrying 1,000 war horses, he headed towards the western regions, filled with shock. On the way, he pondered why his father had said to tribute 2,000 horses, but His Majesty insisted on 3,000. After delivering them, His Majesty granted him an additional 1,000, leaving only 2,000 behind. Was it merely to test their loyalty? Or was it that this way, the extra 1,000 horses would belong to him, and he could use them freely? In reality, he was overthinking. Lin Shi granted him 1,000 war horses because the celestial sovereign had bestowed motorcycles and cars, making war horses largely unnecessary for the expedition. The 2,000 war horses left were sufficient for the Imperial Guard. Now, the commander of the Imperial Guard had been replaced by her trusted confidant, ensuring that the capital was firmly under control. Lin Shi summoned Xiang Long, Yang Jiumei, and Lu Mulan to the palace to discuss important matters. The preparations are complete. The celestial sovereign has bestowed over 23,000 motorcycles, 10 cars, and 10 trucks, along with ample food and water. I plan to start the expedition tomorrow and have sent word to Han Xian and Huang Zhong to directly attack Yanmen, while we will attack Mizhou City and then regroup in Shenzhou City. The 15 state cities in Yanbei had been occupied by the Barbarian Nation for so many years, it was time to reclaim them. We will follow your Majesty's arrangements, the generals said respectfully. Since His Majesty was determined to lead the expedition personally, they no longer tried to dissuade him. Another important reason was that His Majesty could communicate with the celestial sovereign, and if there was a need, he could request the sovereign's assistance. Each of you will lead 10,000 troops, Yu Wendu and Lu Shi will each lead 5,000, totaling 40,000, Lin Shi thought for a moment. Also, last night the celestial sovereign granted new uniforms, distribute them to the soldiers shortly, and keep the rest to give to the 20,000 led by Han Jian and General Huang Zhong. Nowadays, quality mattered more than quantity. She did not recruit extra soldiers, and a total of 60,000 from both sides was sufficient. Upon hearing this, the 3 generals followed her to the backyard, where long-sleeved camouflage uniforms were piled up, just right for the cold weather. They immediately arranged for people to come and transport them to the soldiers going on the expedition. Early the next morning, the citizens of the capital witnessed an unforgettable scene. A grand army of motorcycles rolled out of the gates of the capital, with some cars and trucks in between. It was the first time they had seen such things, and they were all incredibly shocked. Now His Majesty didn't even need to ride a horse to lead the troops into battle. These iron beasts have replaced the horses, they make quite a noise. The speed is quite fast, I just saw over 100 people ahead, zooming past on those things. They must all be granted by the Celestial Lord. With the Celestial Lord's protection, the revival of our Great Xia is just around the corner. Indeed, and since His Majesty has led the charge without a single defeat, capturing the 15 cities of Yanbei this time is a given. Our Great Xia can finally stand tall. The common people watched as the expeditionary army departed, discussing among themselves. At this moment, Lin Shi sat in the back seat of the vehicle, with Lin Yuan driving and Lu Mulan in the passenger seat. They believed the barbarian army would be utterly shocked upon seeing their mounts. The army set off after breakfast,
taking a break every 2 hours. With 23,000 motorcycles, most of them carried one person, allowing for shifts in driving. The official roads were quite good, and when they encountered particularly bumpy sections, the advancing troops would repair the roads to facilitate the passage of cars and trucks. Lin Shi ordered a strict ban on any racing. Once discovered, the offenders would lose their qualifications to ride motorcycles and face severe punishment. All riders and passengers were required to wear helmets. After 6 hours of travel, they set up camp less than 10 kilometers from Mijo, arranging logistics to start cooking. At the same time, Lin Shi dispatched Xian Long and Yuan Du, leading 1,000 men, to Mijo City. After receiving their orders, the two brought their men to the city gates. "I am General Xian Long of the Great Xia, summon Li Ni." Xian Long shouted. "Mijo has always been a city of Great Xia. My emperor cannot bear to see the suffering of the people and the slaughter among themselves. We offer you a chance to surrender, or else by sunset tonight, the city will fall." After a while, a middle-aged official appeared on the city wall, filled with terror. How could the Great Xia army appear here? According to the intelligence he received, the Great Xia army could not have arrived so quickly. Moreover, what were Xiang Long and the others riding? Where were their war horses? "General Xiang, I am Li Ni. Mijo once belonged to Great Xia, but it has long been ceded to the Barbarian Nation, so it is naturally a city of the barbarians now." Li Ni steadied his emotions. "If you wish to invade my city, you will have to step over my dead body." Since the Barbarian Nation acquired the 15 cities of Yanbei, they had focused on upgrading and fortifying the walls of Mijo, making them as sturdy as those of Yancheng. Recently, the Barbarian Emperor issued an order to mobilize the main forces of the 15 cities, totaling 150,000, to guard Mijo. Under such circumstances, Li Ni's words no longer held weight. The barbarian general Xing Luo high in the city was watching him. If he said the wrong thing, he would be shot dead by an arrow. "Very well, you have chosen your path to death." Xiang Long snorted. "Brothers of Mijo City, the emperor has decreed that all who surrender will be disarmed and spared. This land originally belongs to Great Xia. You are all citizens of Great Xia. Do not sacrifice your lives for a foreign nation." "General Xiang, our morale is strong. Your words are useless." Li Ni sighed. "I wonder how many troops Great Xia has brought this time?" The sudden appearance of the Great Xia army caught them off guard. Instead of launching a fierce attack, they sent someone to declare war. Were they that confident in their strength? It's not about the number of troops but their quality. Since you insist on this, you will soon understand the meaning of this phrase. Xiang Long sneered and led everyone back to the camp. After hearing their report, Lin Shi instructed them to eat. Since it had come to this, a great battle was inevitable. They must quickly capture this first city to exert absolute pressure on the subsequent cities, leading to more surrenders. Once the army had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Shi led them out. The soldiers of Mijo City, standing on the city walls, gaped in shock at the roaring motorcycle army approaching. The barbarian general Luo Xinghai personally came to the city wall and frowned at the sight. He had never seen such things. What were they? Looking at the two-wheeled and four-wheeled ion contraptions, they were running so fast. Lin Shi sat in the vehicle, not wasting a moment on words, and issued the order to attack. The archers dismounted from their motorcycles and, upon reaching 400 meters from the city wall, drew their compound bows and began shooting arrows. At the same time, Lu Mulan controlled the spraying drone to take off, observing the densely packed soldiers within the city walls. The Barbarian Nation has actually mobilized so many troops, there must be at least 150,000, Lin Shi said, not feeling nervous but rather excited. She instructed Lu Mulan to spray gasoline not only on the top of the city wall but also on the densely packed soldiers inside the city. With so many troops gathered in Mijo City, the defensive forces in the other cities must be weak. As long as they took Mijo, the other cities would be much easier to conquer. Lu Mulan complied, and the spraying drone first sprayed gasoline on the city wall. After running out of gasoline, it returned to refill and continued spraying inside the city, repeating this process several times. When Xiang Long and Lu Mulan were 300 meters from the city, they each shot a fire arrow. A raging fire immediately erupted on the city wall and inside the city, accompanied by continuous screams. Some war horses caught fire and ran wildly, trampling many people. The horses that were not burned by the fire were startled and fled in all directions, trampling each other, resulting in countless casualties. Luo Xinghai shouted loudly at the chaotic soldiers, but it was utterly ineffective. The fire spread too quickly, those who ran slowly were consumed by the flames. Now, escaping was the priority, and the scene was filled with continuous screams, many unable to hear what he was saying. Meanwhile, a loud explosion was heard not far to the east. "Your Majesty, a large hole has been blown in the east wall, and General Yang has led his men inside," a soldier reported. "Good, leave 3,000 soldiers behind, and all the rest charge into the city.
Spare anyone who surrenders.
Lin, she said coldly. The motorcycle army entered the city and, seeing the dense barbarian troops, began throwing Molotov cocktails into the crowd. When they spotted isolated individuals, they chased them down on their bikes and shot them with arrows. Generally, the riders worked in pairs, one riding while the other shot arrows, working in perfect harmony and with high efficiency.
Don't panic, everyone to the north gate. Luo Xinghai shouted loudly.
More than 80,000 people remained with him as they reached the north gate, reorganizing their formation.
Yang Jiumei and others arrived, 500 meters away from them. Who is the commander of the Barbarian Nation?
Yang Jiumei asked, seeing a robust man. I am General Luo Xinghai of Tongtian. You use such despicable means, if you have the ability, let's fight it out.
Luo Xinghai felt extremely frustrated.
Just as the battle began, the enemy used fire attacks to burn so many of their soldiers. He couldn't figure out how the east wall had been blown open, allowing the Dacia soldiers to easily enter the city and take advantage of the chaos to kill. From 150,000 troops, only more than 80,000 remained, which was truly terrifying.
However, they still held a numerical advantage. What you say is truly childish, Yang Jiumei snorted.
My Dacia is under the protection of the Heavenly Sovereign, and my Emperor is merciful. I will give you another chance. If you surrender, you can spare your lives. She noticed that most of the faces on the opposite side were Dacia people, with few barbarians. These people were originally comrades of Dacia, and she did not want to kill them all. She hoped they would surrender. If they left, she would not show mercy.
General Luo, you cannot win. When General Wu Tiegu fought against the Emperor with over 200,000 troops, what was the result?
Both he and his son died tragically.
Do you think you are stronger than them?
At that moment, Yuan Du arrived and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Rebels are not worthy of speaking to me. Luo Xinghai glanced at him, secretly thinking that this kid had gained quite a bit of weight. Was the food in Dacia that good? Looking at the soldiers on both sides, the Dacia soldiers had rosy faces and were full of energy. Their own soldiers, on the other hand, were pale and listless. The soldiers only had a bowl of thin porridge each day, which was already quite good. Ordinary civilians could go days without a bite to eat, with countless starving to death. Hearing that the Dacia army was well fed, he now believed it.
Brother Luo, I understand you, but we really can't win.
I used to not believe that the Great Xia had a heavenly sovereign, but now I believe it more than ever. Lu Shi rode his motorcycle to the front.
Let's not talk about anything else. Just this motorcycle, do you think it's something that can be produced in this world? It can travel 1,000 miles in a day.
He had some acquaintance with Luo Xinghai, as they had both served under the Iron Bone banner. Later, Luo Xinghai was valued by the Barbarian Emperor and promoted to another army. He never expected to be sent to guard Mizhou City this time.
Lu Shi, you've betrayed us too. Ha, it seems you are doing well in the Great Xia, all getting fat, but your family has suffered. Everyone's heads have been chopped off. Luo Xinghai snorted.
He naturally noticed the motorcycle. This novel thing could be ridden like a horse and was fast. If it could really travel 1,000 miles a day, it was too against the heavens, absolutely not something their era could possess. But no matter what, he had to fight today. He had signed a military order for the emperor.
If he couldn't hold Mizhou City, he would be granted death upon his return.
Since that was the case, he might as well die on the battlefield. Lu Shi fell silent. He had actually thought of this outcome long ago. But at that moment, apart from surrendering, he and his brothers would all die. He could only feel sorry for his relatives, letting them get implicated.
The barbarian emperor is so cold-blooded and heartless.
When I reach the barbarian capital, I will personally avenge my family. Lu Shi said angrily, you saw it today, many of the weapons we use and other things are not something you can contend with.
Surrender, and let's not let more people die.
Although the enemy still had over 80,000, they only had 40,000, and each person could only shoot arrows twice. The huge gap in range, in the era of cold weapons, was a complete dimensional strike.
Unless I die, don't mention surrender. I still have so many soldiers. Even if I die, I will take a piece of you with me.
Luo Xinghai drew his long sword, ready to give the order to charge. At that moment, Xiang Long drew his bow and shot an arrow in one go. The long arrow struck Luo Xinghai right between the eyebrows, exiting from the back of his head. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish.
Xiang Long lowered his enhanced bow.
But since you are a man, I will ensure you are buried well. The barbarian soldiers looked at each other. They had originally planned to fight to the death after hearing Luo Xinghai's words. But no one expected Luo Xinghai to be shot dead just like that. That strange bow from the enemy was truly powerful, with such great force even at this distance.
His Majesty has decreed that anyone who surrenders will not be killed. Now that Luo Xinghai is dead, do you still want to resist? Yang Jiumei shouted.
She could see that many of these people were conscripted soldiers, likely citizens of the 15 cities of Yenbei. She hoped they would give up resistance, otherwise, they would have to be killed. His Majesty wanted to reclaim the 15 cities of Yenbei. This was the first siege, and there could be no accidents. Clang! A soldier threw down his weapon and stepped forward. My father once told me that we are originally people of the Great Xia, and we were just invaded by the Barbarian Kingdom. Now is the best time for us to return to the Great Xia. What are you hesitating for? The soldier turned to look at his companions and shouted loudly. Soon, the soldiers began to put down their weapons and moved aside. Only about 10,000 barbarian soldiers and their leaders remained, standing there awkwardly. They were barbarians, not citizens of the 15 cities. If they surrendered, they didn't know how their families would be treated. If they didn't surrender, they simply couldn't win. Xianglong's hand was on his long sword, ready to draw it and charge at any moment. You should surrender, His Majesty won't kill you. Didn't you see that both General Yu Wen and I are doing just fine? Lu Shi noticed Xianglong's movements and hurriedly said. He was worried that Xianglong would lose his temper and kill them all. More than 10,000 barbarian soldiers fell silent. After one threw down his weapon, the rest followed suit. Survival is an instinct of humanity. Today's defeat has shown them the might of the Great Xia Kingdom. They truly cannot win. Moreover, the general has died, and if they continue to resist, they will only meet death. Even ants strive to survive, let alone humans. Xianglong watched as the barbarian soldiers surrendered one after another, reluctantly releasing his grip from the hilt of his sword. Soon, Lin Shi entered through the city gate, and officials like Li Ni knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, we have longed to return to the Great Xia for many years, and today it has finally come to pass. Your Majesty's grace will be remembered forever. Li Ni said loudly. Oh, didn't you say something different before? Lin Shi coldly looked at him. According to the intelligence received, during Li Ni's tenure as city lord, he had flattered the barbarians while being extremely harsh and brutal towards the people of Great Xia. Not long ago, he had forcibly seized grain from wealthy families to offer to the barbarians. Your Majesty, I had no choice because of Luo Xinghai's presence, but I truly have my heart set on Great Xia and harbor immense hatred for the Barbarian Nation. My loyalty to Great Xia can be witnessed by the sun and moon. Li Ni trembled, bowing even more respectfully. Execute Li Ni and display his head. Lin Shi commanded. Ah, Your Majesty, please do not kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. If you kill me, what will happen to them? Li Ni pleaded in terror, repeatedly bowing. If you dare to speak again, let them accompany you. The fact that the Emperor has not exterminated your entire clan is already very merciful. Xianglong whispered in his ear. Li Ni was stunned upon hearing this, then bowed respectfully to Lin Shi, tears streaming down his face, and said no more. Lin Shi entered the city lord's mansion, rummaging through numerous treasures of gold and silver, as well as many precious calligraphies, ceramics, and gyukins. She carefully selected 10 items to send to the celestial master. Then she opened the granary and notified the citizens to come and receive porridge. The people of Mijo shouted, "Long live your Majesty!" They had not eaten even a bowl of porridge for a long time, with some only able to fill their stomachs with dirt. Unexpectedly, after the Great Xia conquered Mijo, they actually distributed food to them, making them all grateful, and their goodwill towards Great Xia sword, especially those who were originally from Great Xia, were moved to tears. Mijo had been occupied by the Barbarian Nation for many years, and they had lived in unbearable hardship. Now they had finally returned to Great Xia and gained a new life. After appointing a new city lord, Lin Shi discussed the next plans with the generals. The surrendering troops numbered 80,000, including 10,000 barbarians. How to handle them was also a problem. In the past, they would have been incorporated into the army to strengthen their forces. But now Lin Shi felt that so many people were unnecessary, especially with motorcycles and cars. Too many people would be a burden. Thus, he ordered Xianglong to select 10,000 young and strong men to join the army, while the rest would return to farming. This way, they now had a total of 50,000 soldiers. Your Majesty, we can reach Mo City before dark, Xianglong suggested. Speed is of the essence in warfare. The news of their conquest of Mijo City had surely not yet reached the Barbarian Nation, so they should take advantage of this time difference to capture a few more cities. Mo City was less than 100 miles from Mijo City, and they could reach it in less than an hour on motorcycles. What do the other generals think? Lin Shi asked. I think General Xiang is right. Mo City definitely doesn't have many defenders. We can completely have dinner in Mo City. Yang Jiumei agreed with Xianglong's plan. According to the information from the surrendering troops, Luo Xinghai had almost moved the main forces of the 15 cities in Yenbei to Mijo City, leaving the other cities weak. They could take the opportunity to capture a few more cities in one go.
Prepare the army, give each person a can and a bottle of cola, and after eating, we set off. Lin Shi ordered, check the fuel tanks, those without fuel should fill up quickly. Due to the addition of over 10,000 people, some motorcycles had 2 riders. When Lin Shi led the army to Mo City, it was still not dark. At this time, in the city lord's mansion, an old man was drinking alone in sorrow. Father, why do you look so downcast? A middle-aged man walked in and asked. Luo Xinghai is transferring people from various cities to Mizhou City, intending to concentrate forces to wipe out the Great Xia army in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan sighed, after so many years, this is the first expedition of Great Xia. I hope His Majesty Lin Shi and the others can capture Mizhou City. They were originally people of Great Xia, but later, due to the invasion of the Barbarian Nation, Great Xia was forced to cede 15 cities in Yanbei. Although he had been the city lord for many years, he always thought about when he could return to Great Xia. Before his father died, he had advised him that when the city was reclaimed for Great Xia, he must go to the grave to pay respects and share this good news. When he heard that His Majesty Lin Shi had slain Wu Tiegu and his son in Yan City, repelled Prince Ning, and dealt a heavy blow to Shatta Hun, he was so excited that tears streamed down his face, seeing the dawn of hope. With Emperor Lin Shi in Great Xia, it was a blessing for the nation and a fortune for the people. He prayed that the Empress could successfully breach Mizhou City, making it much easier for the subsequent cities. Luo Xinghai is a general of the barbarian tribe, leading an army of 150,000. Plus, the walls of Mizhou City are tall and easy to defend, hard to attack. It won't be that easy, Lu Tai sighed lightly. He understood his father's thoughts well, but reality was harsh. Especially in a situation of such disparity in forces, victory was extremely difficult to achieve. Report to the city lord, there is urgent military news. At that moment, someone knocked on the door from outside. Come in. Lu Yuan frowned. What military news could there be at this time? According to the information he had received, even if the Great Xia army had set out this morning, it would take at least 6 days to reach Mizhou City. Report to the city lord, we have spotted the Great Xia military flag 30 miles away. They are riding iron beasts and moving at incredible speed. A soldier reported. What? Lu Yuan stood up directly, incredulous. How could the Great Xia army arrive here so quickly? Were they not going to attack Mizhou City? If they were taking a detour, it would add over 100 miles to the journey, making it impossible to arrive here so fast. He and Lu Tai went to the city wall, and before long, they saw a grand procession of motorcycles approaching. More than a dozen Great Xia military flags were very conspicuous. I am Yang Jiumei, the general of the Great Xia, summoned the city lord to answer. Yang Jiumei shouted as she rode to within 400 meters of the city wall. I am Lu Yuan. General Yang, where did you come from? Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed his shock and excitement. Naturally, we came from Mizhou City. Luo Xinghai has already been slain, and the city lord of Mizhou, Li Ni, has also been executed for colluding with the enemy, Yang Jiumei said loudly. City Lord Lu, I have heard that you love your people as your own children and are a rare good official. His Majesty has said that as long as you surrender, you can keep your life, and you may continue to be the city lord. The Lu family was originally a prominent family in Great Xia. Lu Yuan's father had once served as the Minister of Rights and was known for his integrity. What? How could you have taken Mizhou so quickly? Lu Yuan was astonished. When did you set out from the capital? Upon hearing this news, his first reaction was that they were trying to fool him. We set out from the capital in the morning, arrived at Mizhou by noon, and now we are here, Yang Jiumei smiled. This iron beast of mine can travel 1,000 miles a day. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. No wonder they were so fast, it was because of this iron beast. Open the city gates to welcome His Majesty. Lu Yuan said with a big laugh. Lu Yuan, you dare. At that moment, a general shouted loudly, drawing his sword. Lu Tai frowned. This was the deputy city lord sent by the Barbarian Nation, meant to supervise them. Just then, a young general pierced the deputy city lord's heart with a sword. The one who killed the deputy city lord was Lu Yuan's youngest son, Lu Yun, who could no longer tolerate this barbarian. Although his father was the city lord, they had to obey the arrangements of the barbarian deputy city lord. The deputy city lord was extremely harsh on the common people, especially those from the original Great Xia, imposing countless miscellaneous taxes that suffocated them. The Barbarian Nation adopted such a system to facilitate their rule over the 15 cities of Yanbei. Unless it is someone like Li Mi, who is extremely loyal to the Barbarian Nation, would one grant the city lord complete power. Lu Yuan immediately ordered the city gates to be opened and personally led everyone out to welcome His Majesty. I, the guilty minister Lu Yuan, pay my respects to your Majesty. Lu Yuan knelt on the ground, showing great respect. Rise, Minister Lu, for your decision has averted war and saved many lives.
that is a great virtue. Lin Shi said to him, I appoint you as the Lord of Mo City, of the third rank. During her time in the capital, she had gathered information about the main officials of the 15 cities in Yanbei. Lu Yuan had a good reputation, and his father was originally a high-ranking official of the Great Xia, which gave him a deep affection for the Great Xia. Therefore, allowing him to continue as city lord would facilitate management. It also set an example for the other cities, hoping to have more city lords like him to avoid wars. Now, she was not afraid of fighting, she just wanted to reduce the deaths of her son. With their current strength, capturing ordinary cities was not a problem. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Lu Yuan was immensely grateful. He never expected that in his lifetime, Mo City could return to the territory of the Great Xia. Today, he would go to his father's grave to pay his respects and share this good news. His long-held wish had finally come true. Some older ministers were also very excited. For so many years, they had suffered bullying from the Barbarian Nation, and today they finally turned the tide. Your Majesty, there are still 10,000 soldiers in the city, ready to follow your orders. Lu Yuan said respectfully. The elite soldiers had all been transferred to Mijo City, and he never expected that Mijo City would fall so quickly, with even Luo Xinghai being killed. The remaining 10,000 soldiers were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled. Fortunately, there had been no fighting, otherwise, they would likely have perished in battle. You just take charge of managing them. We will rest in Mo City for one night and set off again tomorrow. Lin Shi had no plans to incorporate them into the main army. These soldiers were too weak in combat, joining them would be a burden. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Yuan was filled with gratitude. Now he was the city lord personally appointed by His Majesty, with over 10,000 soldiers. His status was much stronger than before, as he previously had no military power. Your Majesty, most of our food has been taken away by Luo Xinghai, leaving only some rough rice. I will arrange for someone to cook for the army. Lu Yuan said. Even with rough rice, they could only have one meal a day. Luo Xinghai was too ruthless, basically taking all the official rations. No need, we have brought food with us. Also, inform the people that tomorrow we will distribute porridge to the citizens in the city, so they can come and collect it. Lin Shi said slowly. Now that Mo City had just returned to the embrace of the Great Xia, it was necessary to prevent the citizens from starving. Luo Xinghai had previously taken all the food supplies from the city and brought them to Mijo City, without considering the lives of the citizens. After Lu Yuan went out, he was shocked by the scene before him. He saw the soldiers of the Great Xia unloading bags of fine rice and some meat from the carts to cook. No wonder the soldiers of the Great Xia looked so spirited, it turned out they were eating so well. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air, making one unable to resist swallowing. Lord Lu, this is a gift from His Majesty to you. Xiang Long had someone bring over a plate of roasted chicken, a stack of beef, and a bowl of fine rice. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Lu Yuan was extremely excited. After bringing the food back to his residence, he called his wife and several children to eat together. The family had not eaten meat for a long time. If it weren't for His Majesty's reward, they wouldn't know when they could eat it again. The army's food is really good. I passed by and took a look. There was rice and meat, very plentiful. Lu Yun smiled. Father, I want to join the expeditionary army. Can you ask His Majesty for me? He was not doing it just for the food, but because he had always wanted to fight for his country, influenced by his grandfather and father since childhood. Now that the opportunity had finally come, if he missed it, he would surely regret it for life. After His Majesty finishes his meal, you can come with me to ask. Lu Yuan nodded. After an hour, he found 2 family heirlooms and went to meet His Majesty. Your Majesty, my son Lu Yun has always wanted to kill the enemy and serve the country. He is now eager to join the expeditionary army and hopes for Your Majesty's grace. Lu Yuan and Lu Yun respectfully knelt. Today, it was Lu Yun who killed the deputy city lord of the barbarians, right? Lin Shi smiled as he looked him over. Lu Yun appeared to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, full of vigor. It seemed that Lu Yuan had a son in his old age and was indeed willing to let him go to the battlefield. Indeed, it is my son. Lu Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Could he really do it? General Xiang, aren't you still in need of a deputy general? How about having him under your command? Lin Shi looked at General Xiang Long. Sure, I happen to be short-handed, so young Master Lu will follow me from now on. Xiang Long smiled. He had seen Lu Yun kill the deputy city lord with a single sword strike and had a good impression of him. Plus, with the Emperor's order, accepting him was the right choice. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, General Xiang. Lu Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude.
With his son following the emperor on the expedition, he believed the emperor would trust their loyalty even more and would manage Mo City well without any second thoughts. Lu Yun was also quite excited, repeatedly bowing. Although he was just a deputy general, many famous generals in history started as deputy generals. One should not aim too high. As long as he entered the expeditionary army and proved his abilities, he need not fear being overlooked. That evening, Lin Shi briefly reported to the Heavenly Sovereign about the consecutive victories in capturing Mijo City and Mo City, also presenting 2 treasures given by Lu Yuan. The motorcycle and car were truly extraordinary, with incredible speed, capable of launching surprise attacks. What? At that moment, within the capital of the Barbarian Kingdom, the young barbarian emperor was shocked upon receiving a message via carrier pigeon. He was not shocked by the defeat or the death of Luo Xinghai, but by the fact that Lin Shi led the army and set out from the Great Xia capital on the same day, arriving at Mijo City on that very day. Not only did they fight a battle, but they also captured Mo City. How is this possible? The barbarian emperor murmured, unable to believe it. Now, the capital of the Barbarian Kingdom was only 1,000 miles from Mo City. According to Lin Shi and their speed, if there were no obstructions, they could reach it within a day. Your Majesty, according to the information we received, the Great Xia army rides iron beasts, moving at incredible speed, which is unbelievable, a minister said, cupping his hands. Iron beasts. The barbarian emperor frowned. How can iron beasts run so fast? Nonsense. When I first saw this news, I thought the same, but Lin Shi and the others indeed set out from the capital today. The barbarian emperor completely disbelieved this news, but his subconscious told him that military intelligence could not be fabricated like this. If it were fabricated, it wouldn't be so outrageous. This filled him with a tremendous sense of crisis. Could it be that the Great Xia truly had the protection of the Heavenly Sovereign? Iron beasts capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day could not possibly exist in their world. Your Majesty, the Great Xia is coming on strong. The 15 cities of Yanbei are likely to be lost, a minister said softly. These cities originally belonged to the Great Xia, and if they could proactively surrender to exchange for peace, it wouldn't be a bad strategy. After consecutive defeats in battle, their generals and soldiers had been slaughtered, severely impacting morale. More critically, from the intelligence received, the weapons and other resources possessed by the Great Xia army far exceeded theirs. It was not a battle on the same level at all. Now, all the Barbarian Kingdom's armies combined were only about 300,000. How many battles could that sustain? Mijo City had 150,000 troops defending it, yet they not only failed to hold it but even Luo Xinghai was killed. Even though they had made active improvements in countermeasures against the Great Xia's weapons, now the Great Xia had iron beasts that could travel 1,000 miles a day, making it impossible to defend against. If they truly engaged in a head-on confrontation, the Great Xia army might reach the royal court. Gather all the officials, the barbarian emperor said with a dark expression. He had felt joy recently from breaking free of Wu Tiegu's control, but now he was completely dumbfounded. When Wu Tiegu led the army south, they had successively captured 13 cities of the Great Xia, all the way to Yen City. They were just a step away from the capital, and he had thought that destroying the Great Xia was only a matter of time. Who would have thought that things would turn around so quickly? Lin Shi not only rapidly recaptured 13 cities but also aimed to reclaim the 15 states of Yanbei. Even more terrifying was the fact that in consecutive battles, they had never won even once, suffering complete defeats. Soon, civil and military officials were urgently summoned to discuss major matters. The barbarian emperor asked them to express their opinions and see what good strategies they had. Your Majesty, the Great Xia is currently displaying extreme strength, achieving consecutive victories abroad, ruthlessly executing the rebellious king of Yu, and stripping Lin Ku of his throne, allowing his son to inherit it. These actions demonstrate Lin Shi's extraordinary confidence and power. We have received reliable news that the 3 major lakes in the Great Xia capital suddenly filled with water twice, and wheat and vegetables have already been planted in the capital and surrounding areas. Considering the various performances of the Great Xia army on the battlefield, I believe there is a mysterious force aiding the Great Xia. Until we find a way to counter them, we should compromise appropriately. In battle, their casualties were countless, while the Great Xia's losses were pitifully low. This abnormal casualty ratio was due to the vast difference in equipment and weaponry. Your Majesty, I believe we should first offer the 15 cities of Yanbei and sign a friendly peace agreement with the Great Xia, while also uniting with the Western Wei and Eastern Yi to form an alliance. The sudden display of strength by the Great Xia must have instilled great fear in the other nations, and we should be able to join forces against them. It was no longer about how to break through the Great Xia but rather how to ensure that the Barbarian Kingdom's territory would not be invaded. Now, Lin Shi was leading a large army to attack the 15 cities of Yanbei from the front, while Han Jian and Huang Zhong marched from the east. After their disastrous defeat at Mijo City, it was basically announced that the 15 cities of Yanbei could not be held. After all, given Lin Shi's marching speed, by the time they gathered their forces to rush over for support, most of the cities would likely have already fallen. If they wanted to continue fighting, all they could do now was concentrate their forces in the northernmost city of Han and make a desperate stand against the Great Xia army. Otherwise, if Han fell, the next step would be the land of the Barbarian Kingdom. However, a head-on confrontation was not advisable. The Great Xia army was currently at its peak, while their morale was low, and they were likely to lose. Shada-hun, you have fought against the Great Xia army, what do you think? The Barbarian Emperor pondered for a moment and said. After his defeat, Shada-hun had fled back to the Barbarian Kingdom, where he was ordered to be stripped of his command, but today he was summoned again. Among the 3 renowned generals of the Barbarian Kingdom, 2 had been killed by the Great Xia, leaving only him. Your Majesty, the weaponry and equipment of the Great Xia army are far more advanced than ours, and they have flying beasts that can spray oil, with bows and arrows that can shoot over 300 meters farther than ours. This is not a war of the same era, Shada-hun said, cupping his hands. After the last defeat, he understood that it was not a matter of the number of soldiers on both sides, but rather the equipment. They were too far behind, only destined to be beaten. Hearing about the iron beasts that could travel 1,000 miles a day, he wondered how they could compete. Even if others couldn't win, they could run, one couldn't catch up on horseback. The key was that they didn't need to be fed, which could greatly reduce the army's supply work. What do you suggest? The Barbarian Emperor frowned, clearly frightened by the defeats. Now we can use a delaying tactic. We should first exchange the 15 cities of Yanbei for a peace treaty, then find a way to infiltrate the Great Xia army to understand the principles behind their equipment and weaponry. If we can figure out how to make them, we won't have to fear them anymore, Shada-hun said. Given the current disparity in equipment, it was basically impossible to win unless the advantage was enormous, like 500,000 against 50,000. But the Barbarian Kingdom did not have that many troops, and the Great Xia could also mobilize a considerable army. In such a situation, it was better to endure for now and stabilize the situation. Once their people could steal the secrets of how those weapons and equipment were made, they could then equip the barbarian army. After hearing this, the Barbarian Emperor made a decision and issued an order, sending a message via carrier pigeon. Since everyone has given in and agrees not to continue fighting, let's try returning the 15 cities of Yanbei. After receiving a thank you letter and exquisite antiques from Lin Shi, Suemo placed an order for enhanced bows and bulletproof vests. He then sent over military canned food and compressed biscuits from the warehouse. Looking at it now, taking the 15 cities of Yanbei doesn't seem too difficult. However, completely defeating the Barbarian Nation still poses some challenges. Most of the 15 cities are on the grasslands, so riding motorcycles or driving won't be much of an issue, allowing for rapid advancement. Further north, the roads become rugged. Even though one can barely pass on a motorcycle, the speed won't be fast. The first goal is to take the 15 cities of Yanbei and reclaim lost territory. At that moment, Di Weigui called, saying Wang Yugue was at the gate. Suemo checked the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. The court hearing regarding his reclaiming of family assets was scheduled for tomorrow. Wang Yugue must be feeling uncertain, so he probably wanted to plead with him. Tell him I won't see him. Whatever he has to say can be discussed with my lawyer in court tomorrow, Suemo said indifferently. Wang Hu had already been sentenced to 2 years, and Wang Yugue would soon follow. Playing the emotional card with him was useless. How could he forget about family ties when he took his assets? Suemo would never let Wang Yugue's family off the hook. They must receive the punishment they deserve. For the sake of financial gain, they showed no regard for family, so he couldn't be blamed for being heartless. Wang Yugue shouted outside the gate for a while, but when he saw Suemo ignoring him, he left awkwardly. Now that Huzi had been sentenced, there was no time to worry about him. If they lost the lawsuit, everything the Wang family owned would be doomed. Wang Yugue had hired the most renowned lawyer team in Yunhai, but there was no absolute certainty. He had intended to try to manipulate Suemo again tonight, but he didn't even get to see him. If they lost the lawsuit tomorrow, although they could appeal, the impact would be significant. At that moment, Suemo was contemplating whether to use the bag to visit Lin Shi in that other world. But then he thought, if he went now and Lin Shi discovered he was just an ordinary person, she would probably be very disappointed. He temporarily set aside that thought. If he could go through the bag anytime, he could consider it later. As for how to better take down the Barbarian Nation, he decided not to think about it for now and would focus on completely taking the 15 cities of Yanbei first. The next morning, as Suemo was driving out, he saw Qin Mengyao standing next to a car. Are you waiting for me? Suemo was somewhat surprised. Yes, Suemo, can we have a good talk? Qin Mengyao was very sincere.
There's nothing to talk about, we've already made everything clear between us. Suemo shook his head. He didn't want to have any more ties with Qin Mangyao. They had already called off the engagement, so why drag it out? Suemo, the decision back then was made by my parents, I was passive. Qin Mangyao's eyes turned red. You've treated me well these past few years, I can feel it. Can we start over? She had figured out in the past few days that the child named Cici was an orphan, whom Suemo had taken in out of pity. As for the one named Chaoyi, she was a clerk at the antique shop, and there shouldn't be anything between them. Ha, since you felt it back then, why did you break off the engagement so decisively? Suemo sneered, if I were now impoverished you probably wouldn't even glance my way, would you? From the moment of their engagement, the Qin family had only been interested in the Su family's assets. To put it bluntly, they were after their money. When he was schemed against by Wang Yugue, the Qin family thought he had no future and hurried to break off the engagement. Now that they saw he had sold so many antiques for a good price, they wanted to reconcile. Was this a joke? You think of me as too materialistic. Our family isn't poor, I just can't bear to part with you. Qin Mengyao's tears were about to fall. Thank you for your recognition, but I'm sorry, you and your family will no longer have my approval. Suemo rolled up the window and stepped on the gas to leave. Qin Mangyao saw the taillights of the Phantom, standing there in disarray. She never expected Suemo to be so heartless, not considering their past feelings at all. The people chasing her were lined up from here to the high-speed train station, and this bastard actually ignored her. What a cold-hearted man. Suemo arrived at the antique shop and saw that today, Chaoyi was wearing a blue and white porcelain qipao, which accentuated her graceful figure even more. Especially the prominent curves in front made it hard not to take a second glance. Boss, you're here, Chaoyi smiled as she poured him a cup of tea. Now that she was living for free in the boss's big house, her mood had improved significantly. Especially since it was close to work, and the salary was high, she felt quite content. If only she could become the boss's wife. Never mind, she didn't dare to think about that. The boss sold 2 antiques for over $1 billion. A girl from an ordinary family like her was not someone the boss would look at. Or maybe he would, but he probably wouldn't marry her, just play around. She tucked away these thoughts and decided to let things unfold naturally. She no longer believed in the fairy tale of a sparrow turning into a phoenix. That was just a story. One had to recognize reality and understand oneself. Are you getting used to living with Cici? Suemo took a sip of tea. Pretty good, such a big house with just the 2 of us. Boss, why don't you move in? There are still several empty rooms, Chaoyi said casually. I'm fine living at the food factory, it's convenient, Suemo smiled. With his current financial situation, if he wanted to live in a nice place, he could just buy another villa. For now, there was no need, as it was easier to deliver things to Linshi from the food factory. Upon hearing this, Chaoyi realized there was no need to continue this topic. Boss, how do we handle the accounts for the food factory? There's no income. She changed the subject. Most of the things produced are donated to war-torn areas abroad, Suemo said casually. Ha! Chaoyi was taken aback. The food factory's bank account indeed showed no income, only expenses. It turned out the products were being used for charity. Thinking of this made her respect the boss even more. She never expected that at such a young age, he would remain humble and not become arrogant after gaining wealth. Of course, if he didn't drive the Phantom, he would be even more low-key, especially with that consecutive license plate number. There are wars everywhere, if we can help a little, we should, Suemo said calmly. How's business at the antique shop these days? According to your pricing, 3 items have been sold, totaling over 6 million. Chaoyi showed him the registration form. Most of the antiques in the shop were priced by the boss, and haggling was not accepted. So she found it easy, there were no sales targets. Those who wanted to buy would buy, and those who didn't could just forget it. Some items without prices needed the boss to come personally to introduce them if a customer was genuinely interested. She had never thought there could be such a good job, relaxed with decent pay. That's fine, although they are small items, antiques aren't like a market, it's impossible to make a deal every day, Suemo nodded. Well, boss, I usually have nothing to do, and I can stay in the shop on weekends, there are more people then. With such good treatment, she wanted to contribute something to the shop. No need, if you really have nothing to do, you can take Cici out to play if it's convenient, Suemo glanced at her, as if he thought of something. You don't have a car yet, do you? No, we can take the subway or bus. Chaoyi had no plans to buy a car. Do you have a driver's license? Yes, I got it over a year ago, Chaoyi nodded. That's good, let's go to the car dealership. Suemo stood up. Boss, it's just me in the shop, there's really no need to buy a car. As for going out with Cici on weekends, taking a taxi is fine, Chaoyi hurriedly said. She had never thought the company would provide her with a car. It's more convenient to have a car.
This car was bought in the company's name, so it's not really for you. Suemo smiled, pulling her out the door, and told the security guard at the entrance to treat any guests well, as most of them were clearly priced. If a big spending client came, they should call him. Chowie started in the Rolls-Royce, marveling at how nice it was to be rich. This car is too big. I was just planning to buy a car too, let's take a look together. Suemo started the car and set off. Normally, there was no need to drive a Phantom, it was ostentatious, fuel-consuming, and not environmentally friendly. They arrived at a 4S dealership and walked in. Suemo bought 2 cars, spending over 800,000 in total. After all, he already had a Phantom, he could drive it when he wanted to show off, and the new cars would just be for daily use. During this time, Zhao Linger, with her big waves, also came to look at cars, witnessing their purchase process but wisely refraining from saying much. She quietly messaged Qin Mangyao, saying that Suemo was accompanying his girlfriend to buy a car. Especially seeing Chowei's devilish figure and then glancing at her own flat body made her feel almost unbearably jealous. At her age, running must be exhausting, humph. Suemo noticed Zhao Linger too, but she didn't greet him, and he couldn't be bothered to talk to her. After completing all the paperwork, he asked the dealership staff to help drive the cars to the food factory. He then drove the Phantom back with Chowei. There was a large open space inside the food factory, and he taught Chowei how to get familiar with driving. Once you're on the road, you must pay attention to looking ahead, be aware of the road conditions. If the brake lights of the car in front light up, you should slow down too. Always signal in advance when changing lanes. For beginners, reversing is the hardest, but with the 360-degree panoramic assistance, it's much easier. You'll get the hang of it. Suemo familiarized her with the car, drove a few laps, and then took her on the road. Chowei's driving skills were quite good, she could basically drive on her own now. After he had her drop him back at the food factory, he went to a lingerie store to buy some exquisite lingerie for Linshi. Last time he bought 10 sets, but Linshi said most of them were left in Kyoto, and she forgot to bring them on this trip. This time, he bought her some that were a bit more seductive than the last. After leaving the lingerie store, he passed by a women's clothing store. Seeing a few beautiful kipayos, he thought Linshi would look great in them, so he bought 2. When he returned to the food factory, he waited until evening to send them over. Linshi was in her room looking at the calligraphy book that Tianzun had given her. She used a solar lamp, hanging it outside during the day and bringing it inside at night. Originally, she planned to leave Mo City today to continue the siege, but an envoy from the Man Kingdom came to visit, saying that the Man Emperor planned to offer the 15 cities of Yanbei and sign a century-long friendship treaty with the Great Xia. Tomorrow, a high-ranking official from the Man Kingdom would come to meet and discuss the issues between the two countries in detail. Linshi naturally wouldn't accept this and didn't act immediately. She wanted to hear what they had to say tomorrow. Just then, sexy lingerie and kipayos suddenly flew out of the bag. Linshi curiously picked them up one by one, her face turning red. Then, except for the kipayos, she put everything back in the box. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to try on a high-slit blue and white qipao. She placed her phone on the table and recorded a video of herself. After watching the video, she thought she looked really good, though the slit was a bit high, almost to her thigh. Then she changed into a purple qipao and recorded another video. After that, she sent a thank you note along with her phone to Tianzun, saying her phone was about to run out of battery and asking him to charge it for her. Suemo glanced at the thank you note in a hurry, then opened Linshi's photo album and clicked on the video, causing his nosebleed to gush out. The high-slit qipao revealed her long, snow-white legs in full view. Noble, sexy, beautiful, enchanting. With such an exquisite figure and unparalleled beauty, no man could possibly resist. He transferred the video to his phone, only to realize that Linshi's phone still had half a battery left. Moreover, since the power bank had not been delivered, it should be Linshi wanting him to see these videos and pictures. What a clever empress, knowing what he was thinking. It's a pity there are no photos or videos of her in lingerie. According to what Linshi had said before, the Great Xia was actually quite open-minded, unlike some dynasties that were so perverse that women couldn't even show their arms. However, there probably wouldn't be any photos of her in lingerie. The mindset hadn't opened up to that extent, unless he specifically requested it. He couldn't make such a request, or it would make the celestial sovereign seem like an old lecher, which wouldn't be good. After the phone was fully charged, Suemo sent it to Linshi. When Linshi received the phone, she smiled slightly. She had actually guessed that the celestial sovereign would look at her album. She felt that Suemo, her elder brother, was not quite like the legendary gods, as his words were full of human warmth. He had even asked her to call him brother before. He had bought lingerie and a qipao for her, so he must want to see her in the qipao. Unsure if the celestial sovereign could look down from the void, she recorded a video. Photos or videos of her in lingerie were definitely out of the question. Some of the lingerie this time was too sexy. Of course, if the celestial sovereign requested it, she would comply, whether it was in lingerie or not. Without the celestial sovereign's protection, the great Xia would have already fallen, and she might have long since died in the war. Therefore, she could satisfy all the celestial sovereign's needs, no matter what, as long as she could do it, she would not refuse. She changed into her pajamas and slowly fell asleep, a faint smile on her lips. The next noon, the Prime Minister of the Barbarian Empire, Mang Lu, arrived at Mo City. Lin Shi received them according to the ceremonial protocol. Your Majesty, the Empress, the years of war between the Great Xia and the Barbarian Kingdom have caused great harm to both nations. Our Emperor has decided to cede the 15 cities of Yanbei back to the Great Xia and sign a 100-year friendship treaty, pledging non-aggression. After some polite exchanges, Mang Lu brought up the main issue. Back when the Great Xia ceded the 15 cities of Yanbei, it also signed a 100-year treaty with the Barbarian Kingdom. And what happened? In less than 5 years, you invaded the Great Xia again, and later compensated you with a large amount of gold, silver, jewels, and cloth, and signed a treaty. And what happened? Less than 2 years later, you invaded again. Over the years, the Great Xia has signed friendship treaties with you no less than 5 times. And which time have you adhered to? Lin Shi said lightly. These so-called treaties were easy to talk about in times of peace. Once someone wanted to start a war, they were just a piece of waste paper, with no binding force whatsoever. Mang Lu's face flushed. In the past, the Barbarian Kingdom was strong and powerful, and they felt justified in breaking agreements. After all, each time they broke a treaty, they not only faced no consequences but also gained huge benefits from the Great Xia. They would be foolish not to take advantage of such opportunities, and they still wanted to continue doing so. Thus, the constraints of the treaty were utterly useless. Now they wanted to use this to bind the Great Xia. It probably wouldn't work either. I could easily sign a treaty with you first, and then go back on my word after taking over the entire 15 cities of Yanbei, but that would make me no different from you barbarians. Lin Shi looked at him. I waited here for you, thinking you would have greater sincerity, but unfortunately, I am somewhat disappointed. Mang Lu's expression changed. He didn't expect Lin Shi to have such high demands, far beyond just the 15 cities of Yanbei. This also indicated her great confidence in the strength of the Great Xia army. Your Majesty, the Empress, you can put forth any demands, and I can relay them to the Emperor for a decision, Mang Lu said, cupping his hands. The Barbarian Kingdom must once again become a tribute state of the Great Xia and abolish the Emperor's title, changing it to a king's title, meaning the Barbarian Emperor becomes the Barbarian King. Furthermore, in the future, the heir to the throne will be determined by the Great Xia. Lin Shi said with great authority. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Every member of the Barbarian delegation echoed this sentiment in their hearts. Mang Lu looked up in shock. This demand was something they could never agree to. If they accepted, the Barbarian Kingdom would become a vassal state of the Great Xia, and a century of effort would be ruined in an instant. The dignity they had painstakingly gained over the years through warfare would be trampled back into the mud. Especially since the heir to the throne is to be decided by the Great Xia, it feels rather oppressive. Not to mention that the Barbarian Emperor would never agree, but even those of us who serve as subjects would not accept it. Your Majesty, changing the throne to a king's title and allowing Great Xia to designate the successor is something we cannot agree to. We can offer compensation in other ways, Mang Lu hurriedly said. The Emperor had sent him to negotiate, not just to deliver a message. Lin Shi's demands were indeed excessive. If this was the basis for discussion, there would be no way to proceed. I am not here to negotiate with you, but to make a demand. If you cannot comply, then prepare for war, Lin Shi huffed. Attempting to bargain with her was futile. The previous emperors of Great Xia had been too weak, which had allowed the Barbarian Kingdom to invade repeatedly. She would not allow the Barbarian Kingdom to negotiate unless they fully agreed to her terms. Your Majesty, I need to inform the Emperor of your demands before I can give you a response. Mang Lu forcibly suppressed his anger. You can send a message to Qi Ming. If he disagrees, then there's nothing more to discuss. Let him prepare for war, Lin Shi huffed again. In reality, she was well aware that the Barbarian Emperor would never agree to such conditions. From the beginning, she had no intention of signing a treaty. Her harsh demands were meant to ensure the Barbarian Kingdom would refuse. When the talks fell apart, they would meet with swords. We will respond to you as soon as possible. Mang Lu respectfully bowed and returned with the Barbarian delegation to their residence. This is too much. How dare Lin Shi make such demands? The Emperor will surely be furious when he finds out. Does Great Xia really think we are afraid of them? We still have hundreds of thousands of troops. We can fight them if it comes to that.
Not only do they want us to become a vassal kingdom, but they also want to interfere in the succession matters. This is truly outrageous. The people of the Barbarian Kingdom were extremely angry. Although the Barbarian Emperor was not yet married and had no offspring, he would certainly have many children in the future, and it would be entirely his decision who would succeed him. If they agreed to Lin Shi's demands, then the future successor of the Barbarian Kingdom would owe their allegiance to Great Xia, and would generally not harbor thoughts of rebellion. Alright, stop complaining. We need to report to the Barbarian Emperor immediately, Meng Lu frowned. If this matter was not handled properly, the Barbarian Kingdom would face great danger. In Yanbei's 15 cities, aside from establishing a defensive line in Han City, they would have to abandon the rest. If the city lord wanted to hold out, he could, but surrender was also an option. After all, if the 15,000 people in Mijo City could not hold out, there was no hope for a mere 10,000. He immediately wrote a letter and sent it to the Barbarian Emperor. In fact, there was no need to think too much. Changing the throne to a king's title was something that would only happen in the face of national disaster, as a last resort. Now that Great Xia had not yet stepped onto barbarian territory, the emperor would certainly not agree. Sure enough, the next morning, they received a reply from the emperor. It informed them that the Barbarian Kingdom agreed to pay tribute to Great Xia, but could not become a vassal kingdom, nor accept the designation of the throne by Great Xia. Meng Lu steeled himself and once again visited Lin Shi, conveying the emperor's opinion. Your Majesty, you are aware that once the throne is changed to a king's title, the nature of the matter changes entirely. This demand is indeed something we cannot accept, Meng Lu said, cupping his hands. We can double the amount of tribute we pay to Great Xia each year. We hope your Majesty will grant us this favor. This already demonstrated their sincerity, and if they could not reach an agreement, it could only mean that Lin Shi was intent on destroying the Barbarian Kingdom. At that point, both sides would have to meet in battle, with no chance of retreat. Additionally, the Barbarian Emperor had already sent envoys to the Western Wei, Eastern Yi, Southern Yu, Great Shu, and Great Shu to unite against Great Xia. Your sincerity is still insufficient. You may return and tell Qi Ming to prepare for the destruction of his kingdom. Lin Shi shook her head. Taking advantage of the favor of the Celestial Emperor, she aimed to eliminate the Barbarian Kingdom, this malignant tumor, otherwise, they would inevitably cause trouble for Great Xia in the future. If they agreed to peace now, who knew what the Barbarian Kingdom might do next? Your Majesty, do you really intend for the two countries to fight to the death, with rivers of blood flowing? Meng Lu did not expect Lin Shi to refuse so decisively. The war was started by you, you must bear the consequences. Lin Shi said coldly, you were bold when invading and plundering other countries, but now that your own nation is threatened, you can't bear it? While in the capital, she had already sent envoys to the Eastern Yi, Southern Yu, Great Shu, and Great Shu. According to the military treatise granted by the Celestial Sovereign, one should ally with distant nations and attack those nearby. As for Western Wei, she had not sent anyone at all. The royal family of that country was utterly disgusting and perverse, she would never ally with them. Once they dealt with the Barbarian Nation, they would set their sights on Western Wei. Your Majesty, aside from the aforementioned conditions, our Barbarian Nation is willing to cede the 3 cities of Woyun, Ritian, and Shueching to the Great Xia. Meng Lu put forth his final sincerity. Oh, 3 cities. But you seem to have forgotten one thing, even your barbarian royal court is originally land of the Great Xia. You were originally southern barbarians, fleeing to the Great Xia 100 years ago, seeking protection. Emperor Wuzong was merciful and granted you the land of Baiming to recuperate. After you grew strong, not only did you not show gratitude, but you repeatedly violated our borders and slaughtered our people. Go back and tell Qiming that I intend to reclaim the barbarian royal court this time. If you have any ability, feel free to show it. Lin Shi waved her delicate, fair hand. This was why she wanted the Barbarian Nation to become a vassal kingdom of the Great Xia, because it had always been so. Meng Lu and the others felt both ashamed and furious upon hearing this. It seemed that a war of annihilation between the two countries was inevitable. Lin Shi's overwhelming strength made him feel very uneasy. Unless she was absolutely confident of victory, she would not refuse their request. After all, they had already ceded 3 cities, and Lin Shi still did not agree, which meant there was nothing left to discuss. I will convey your words to the emperor. We will take our leave for now. Meng Lu sighed inwardly, bowed, and exited. Generals, organize the troops, we depart tomorrow. Lin Shi's gaze was resolute. Based on her speculation, the barbarian army would set up a powerful defense in Hanshang, and it would be a brutal battle. Before that, capturing the remaining cities should be quite simple. She immediately sent someone to notify Han and Huangzhong to gather in Fucheng, 100 miles from Hanshang. This time, the Barbarian Nation should also understand her stance and would surely fight to the death. Capturing Hanchang would mean reclaiming all the cities plundered by the Barbarian Nation. The Barbarian Emperor received the news from Manglu's carrier pigeon and knew that Lin Shi had rejected their proposal. Even if the Barbarian Nation was willing to cede 3 cities, Lin Shi still did not agree. Unless they agreed to lower their status from emperor to king, with the subsequent throne designated by the Great Xia, there would be no further discussion. Too much bullying, too much bullying. The Barbarian Emperor was furious and immediately sent for generals like Shadowhun. Your Majesty, does Lin Shi think there is no one left in our Barbarian Nation to dare make such an outrageous demand? The ministers were extremely enraged upon hearing this. They were far from facing the situation of national annihilation. Lin Shi's demands could never be accepted. If they agreed, the spirit and pride of the Barbarian Nation would be shattered. The fighting spirit accumulated by their ancestors over 100 years would be lost. From then on, they would return to an era of being at the mercy of others. This was absolutely something the entire Barbarian Nation could not accept. They must retaliate and let the Great Xia know they were not to be trifled with. If Lin Shi dared to look down on them, she would learn the true power of the Barbarian Bloodwolves. Shadowhun, I appoint you as the Grand General, leading 200,000 troops to garrison Hanchang. Do you have the confidence to hold off the Great Xia army? The Barbarian Emperor said. Lin Shi's attitude had successfully enraged him. After all, he was a great emperor, he could not swallow this indignation. If they could hold Hanchang, there might be a turning point. Your Majesty, relying solely on these 200,000 people, I don't have much confidence, but I can gather the citizens of Han City and the surrounding towns as temporary fighters. After all, they were originally from the Great Xia. If they die, and it can still deplete Lin Shi's army. Sha Tuhan thought for a moment. If the people from these towns gathered, there would be at least 200,000 more. Adding the 200,000 troops, that totals 400,000. According to the intelligence they received, Lin Shi leads over 50,000, while Han Jian and Huang Zhong each command 10,000, totaling only 70,000. They have a significant numerical advantage, and with their familiarity with the terrain, they have a chance to win this battle. At that time, they would first push these citizens out and see if Lin Shi would kill them. If she does, they would widely publicize that Lin Shi is a brutal ruler who kills the citizens of the Great Xia. If she doesn't kill them, then these people would turn against her. Your suggestion is good, go ahead with your plan. I only have one request, intercept Lin Shi at Han City. The Barbarian Emperor handed him a token. As for how he would do it, he didn't care, he only cared about the outcome. Sha Tuhan took the heavy token. He had suffered a crushing defeat in his last battle against Lin Shi. Whether he could restore his reputation would depend on this battle at Han City. In truth, he had no confidence, but he had no other choice now. If he lost this time, his head would definitely be on the line. No matter what, he had to find a way to win, at least to win one battle. In the next 3 days, Lin Shi captured 9 cities. The vast majority of the citizens surrendered directly, while some city lords swore loyalty to the Barbarian Kingdom and stubbornly resisted, only to be easily defeated and beheaded. After capturing the last 3 cities, there were only some elderly, young, sick, and disabled left in the towns. There were no young people. Upon inquiry, they learned that the young had all been conscripted to serve in the army by the Barbarian Kingdom. Your Majesty, we will arrive at Fu City tomorrow. Yang Jiumei brought over a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. This was naturally a gift from the celestial sovereign, serving to invigorate and refresh. The first sip was a bit bitter, but after adding some sugar, it tasted quite good. After we take Fu City tomorrow, we will wait for Generals Han Jian and Huang Zhong. Lin Shi nodded. They were riding motorcycles and driving cars, moving at great speed. The other 2 generals were still marching on horseback, which was too slow. In Yanbei, they had already captured 11 out of 15 cities. The 2 generals had only taken 2 cities, leaving Fu City and Han City. When they see motorcycles and cars, their jaws will probably drop in shock, Yang Jiumei said with a smile. The reason for their rapid march was, of course, the motorcycles and cars bestowed by the celestial sovereign. Such military tools had never been seen before. We should teach them how to ride motorcycles then. Lin Shi took a sip of coffee. The battle at Han City is crucial. With our total of 70,000 troops, it should be fine. Once they captured Fu City tomorrow, they would have more incendiary bottles made. This was also a significant weapon in war, very useful. Your Majesty, we have received news that the Western Wei is about to launch a war and invade the western regions. At that moment, Lu Mulan knocked and entered. It should be that the Barbarian Kingdom and Western Wei have joined forces. Are there any movements from the other countries? Lin Shi was not surprised. At this time, the Barbarian Kingdom would definitely spare no effort to befriend other nations to unite against the Great Xia. The envoys we sent have sent back secret letters saying that the rulers of Dani, Nanyue, Daju, and Dashu received them with great hospitality, but have been evasive about the matter of forming an alliance. Additionally, the envoys from the Barbarian Kingdom have also appeared in various countries, all vying for an alliance, Lu Mulan said. They are all old foxes, waiting to see the outcome of the battle at Han City, Lin Shi snorted coldly. If they won the battle at Han City, the other countries would be too afraid to refuse. If they lost, they would join forces with the Barbarian Kingdom to carve up the Great Xia. They were watching the excitement, unaware that this excitement was not as pleasant as it seemed. Since they want to wait and see, let them wait. As long as they don't launch a war against the Great Xia at this time, that's fine. Call General Xiang Long here, Lin Shi thought for a moment. Soon, Xiang Long entered the room, extremely furious upon hearing that the Western Wei had made a move. That dog of a Western Wei, the defeat of Prince Ning hasn't taught them a lesson. Xiang Long was filled with killing intent. He had always looked down on the Sima family of Western Wei, who had killed their own lord and usurped the throne. Each emperor was more perverse than the last, truly not normal. The previous emperor of Western Wei was debauched and lawless, not even sparing his own aunt and daughter-in-law. He established a leopard room in the palace, housing thousands of beauties. Public debauchery had become a normal operation, and even more perverse was that he allowed ministers to indulge with the beauties in front of him. Eventually, he died from excessive indulgence on the belly of a beauty. The current emperor of Western Wei, Sima Yin, was equally brutal and had a preference for both men and women. It was said that every month, several concubines were carried out of the palace. In comparison, Prince Ning was somewhat more normal. General Xiang, I command you to take 10,000 soldiers and 5,000 motorcycles to the western region tomorrow to assist Lin Hang in resisting the Western Wei's attack, Lin Shi ordered. If there are any uncooperative individuals within the western region, kill them without mercy. Lin Hang's rise to power would surely provoke great dissent from Lin Ku. Sending Xiang Long this time was also to support Lin Hang and take the opportunity to impose some order. After defeating the invading forces of Western Wei, by the time he returned, Han Xian and Huang Zhong would likely have arrived in Fucheng, not delaying the battle in Hanchang. Yes, Xiang Long was extremely excited. He hadn't fought much in recent days, and it was quite unsatisfying. Especially the chance to battle Western Wei, he would strike them hard. If all went well, perhaps they could even counterattack. In the Great Xia, Western Region Prince's Mansion, Lin Hang was somewhat bewildered by the sudden attack of the Western Wei army. He had just returned from the capital and originally planned to have Zhang Yi impersonate a bandit to eliminate Lin Song's maternal family. But now, with the Western Wei invading, he had to focus all his energy on resisting the external enemy. As for Lin Song's death, Lin Ku had asked him several times, and he had feigned ignorance to brush it off. It was likely that his father had already guessed he was responsible for Lin Song's death, but there was no concrete evidence. Moreover, with this recognition from His Majesty, he dared not go too far. My lord, the Western Wei has sent an envoy to see you. At that moment, a servant came in to report. Oh, let him in. Lin Hang was somewhat surprised. Now that the 100,000 troops of Western Wei had reached the border without attacking the western region, but instead sent an envoy, he wondered what they were up to. Respected King of the Western region, His Majesty has asked me to convey his congratulations on your ascension to the throne. You are young and promising, and your future is limitless. A middle-aged man entered the mansion, cupping his hands in salute. Enough with the useless flattery. What do you want from me? Just say it, or I'll have your head. Lin Hang snorted. My lord, please calm your anger. We have dispatched troops to the border of the western region, but we do not wish to bring suffering to the people of the western region. Therefore, His Majesty has said that as long as the king of the western region is willing to cooperate, after defeating the Great Xia, the entire northwest will belong to you, the envoy said with a smile. Such a vast territory could rival the current land of Western Wei. What man doesn't dream of being an emperor? Now they were trying to entice Lin Hang to betray the Great Xia and join their camp. A fool's dream. Go back and tell the Emperor of Wei to eat more and dream less. He wants to carve up the Great Xia? I think he's been with too many women and is hallucinating. Get out of here. Lin Hang waved his hand. My lord, if you insist on this, once the army goes to war, can your Western region army withstand it? The envoy forcibly suppressed his anger. Right now, Lin Shi is leading elite troops to fight against the Barbarian Nation and will not come to your aid. Do you really think you can resist? Currently, the Western Region King has only about 80,000 soldiers, and their weapons and armor are inferior to those of the Western Wei. Once the border is breached, it will be a direct path to the Western Region's royal city, and at that time, the entire family will face utter disaster. I see you don't understand what this king is saying. I've told you to get lost, yet you're still here chattering away.
Lin Hong sneered. Someone cut off one of his arms. He, Lin Hong, could rebel against anyone, but he would never betray His Majesty Lin Shi. The people of Western Wei thought they could tempt him into treachery, but they were mistaken. My lord, spare my life. I will leave at once. The envoy turned pale with fear upon hearing this, bowing repeatedly. Where were you earlier? Lin Hong waved his hand. Several tall soldiers came in, dragged the envoy out, and severed one of his arms. Do you know what you're doing? Lin Ke stormed in upon hearing this. Father, I don't understand your meaning, Lin Hong replied calmly. In a war between two nations, one does not harm envoys. Don't you understand this principle? Lin Ke retorted angrily. Over the years, he had been secretly communicating with Western Wei, maintaining a good relationship behind the scenes. This was also why, when Lin Shi asked him to stop Prince Ning, he merely pretended to comply. The western region is located at the far west of the Great Xia, vast in area and easy to defend but hard to attack. If he gained the support of Western Wei, it would be possible to establish independence. That was why he had maintained a good relationship with Western Wei, waiting for that day. No one expected Lin Shi to suddenly strip him of his title and let Lin Hong inherit it. This foolish son had cut off an envoy's arm today, which would surely infuriate Western Wei. A life-and-death battle was inevitable tomorrow. All the efforts made before would be in vain at this moment. I know, that's why I didn't kill him, I only left him with one arm, Lin Hong nodded. You, by doing this, are going to doom the entire western region. Lin Ke shouted. He was well aware of the fighting capability of their army. They absolutely could not withstand the 100,000 troops of Western Wei. The western region is the territory of Great Xia, and I will follow His Majesty's orders. Lin Hong looked at him. Now I am the western region king, and all decisions are mine to make, and I will bear the consequences. Father need not worry. Lin Ke's expression changed several times upon hearing this, wishing he could immediately incite a rebellion and reclaim the throne. After a fierce internal struggle, he still had to calm himself down. Lin Shi was being too domineering now. Even if Western Wei breached the western region, who knows, Lin Shi might reclaim it one day. If he incited a rebellion at this moment, the consequences could be the same as those of the former Yu king. Good. You've grown wings. I want to see how you will deal with the 100,000 troops of Western Wei. Lin Ke angrily swept away. Lin Hong felt a sense of satisfaction watching his father's furious back. After being oppressed for so many years, he could finally stand tall and speak to his father. My lord, the Western Wei army is likely to attack tomorrow. How should we respond? A subordinate looked worried. Lin Hong felt good. But what about the aftermath? Send my orders to open the granaries, let the people of the western region have porridge to drink, and for those willing to enlist, provide 2 meals a day. Lin Hong pondered for a moment and said, there was no time to worry about anything else, they had to deal with the current situation first. Since the army of Western Wei outnumbered them, they needed to find a way to recruit more soldiers. The subordinates immediately went to carry this out, and the entire western region palace was plastered with notices. The people, hearing they could receive a bowl of porridge daily, praised the new western region king, their favorability skyrocketing. Some impoverished young people, on the brink of starvation, hearing they could eat 2 meals a day by enlisting, rushed to join the army. In just one day, 30,000 soldiers were recruited, adding to the original 80,000, totaling 110,000. Lin Hong urgently sent people to drill the new recruits. The situation had arisen suddenly, and there was no time to train them slowly. My lord, if this continues, our granaries will soon run dry, an official said with a grim face. Are you foolish? Lin Hong glared at him. Right now, we are distributing food to the common people and the soldiers, at least we are eating ourselves. If the Western Wei breaks through the western regions, do you think they will spare the granaries? Rather than having the people of Western Wei seize it, it is better to feed our own. Moreover, with the incentive of food, so many people have joined the army, greatly increasing the variables of this war. What if we win? Until there is a result, anything is possible. Your Highness is wise, his subordinates said in unison. But Your Highness, shouldn't we also leave ourselves a way out? In case Western Wei breaks in, we can escape. They did not have much faith in their own soldiers, especially now that Lin Hong was in command. Those generals were likely to be discontented with him. Leaving a way out would at least allow them to run away and not be killed by the Western Wei army. His Majesty has conferred upon me the title of King of the Western regions. As long as the Western regions exist, I exist. If the Western regions perish, I perish. Upon hearing this, some of his subordinates felt a bit ashamed. They did not expect Lin Hong, who usually acted so carelessly, to show such courage this time, vowing to coexist or die with the Western regions. Others secretly cursed Lin Hong for being too stubborn, arguing that one must first survive before discussing anything else. But regardless, his subordinates saw Lin Hang's determination and dared not speak further. Early the next morning, Lin Hang rode to the border. Looking at the 100,000 troops of Western Wei advancing not far away, he felt a great sense of pressure. In his youth, he had fantasized about becoming a great general, sweeping away the barbarians and sealing the wolf's den. But as he grew older, he realized how cruel war is and how insignificant humans are. Especially in the face of the war machine, human life is truly worthless. Casualties are counted in the thousands and tens of thousands. Many lives ultimately just add up to a number. But today, he stood here with no way out. His Majesty had given him such great trust, and he must repay it. Lin Hang, you dare to harm my envoy? You shall die. A general from the opposite side shouted. The Western Wei was extremely angry to see their envoy's arm severed. This indicated that Lin Hang had made up his mind to fight them to the death. In fact, before they sent someone to find Lin Hang, they had approached Lin Ko, encouraging him to rebel and imprison Lin Hang, achieving great things with Western Wei. But Lin Ko was cautious, fearing retribution from Lin Shi later, so he suggested they first persuade Lin Hang. They did not expect Lin Hang to actually sever the envoy's arm, completely cutting off their retreat. Since negotiations had failed, it was time to fight. Sima Dang, do not play tricks with me. I could never betray the great Xia, nor could I betray His Majesty. Lin Hang snorted, if you want to break through the city of the western regions, you must first step over my corpse. His Majesty had shown him great favor, and today he could only repay it with his death. The soldiers of the western regions were inspired by his emotions, each one becoming filled with fighting spirit. If the precious life of the prince was not afraid of death, they could not be too timid. Good, you have spirit. Later, I will take out your bones and weigh them to see how heavy they are. Attack! Sima Dang drew his long sword and shouted. The Western Wei army immediately launched an attack, first unleashing a rain of arrows. The Western region's army also retaliated, both sides exchanging fire, each suffering casualties. Soon, both sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and blood flowed like rivers, screams echoing continuously. War is like a giant meat grinder. Once it starts, many will be ground to death. Your Highness, the soldiers of Western Wei are well-trained, elite troops. We may not be able to withstand them, a subordinate whispered in Lin Hang's ear. Although they had 10,000 more men than Western Wei, over 30,000 were newly recruited just yesterday, fighting like headless flies, completely disorganized. Among the original 70,000, there were also some injured veterans. The overall combat effectiveness was too disparate. Now it seemed like they were fighting back and forth, but in reality, they were on the brink of collapse. Is the gap really that big? Lin Hang, not very skilled in warfare, believed he was not speaking recklessly. Your Highness, the situation on the battlefield is extremely dangerous. If the Western Wei breaks through the eastern flank, it will form a siege, and that would be disastrous, the deputy general said anxiously. What should we do next? Lin Hang asked. For now, order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions to temporarily hold off the Western Wei army. We will shift from the rear to the front and retreat into the western region's royal city, relying on the tall city walls to fight them, the deputy general suggested. He had thought this way when the battle first started, but Lin Hang was determined to keep the Western Wei at bay beyond the border, which was why he had come to fight here. The Western Wei army was stronger than they had anticipated. After all, they were a national army, while they were a vassal king's troops. The overall quality and weaponry were not on the same level. Wait a moment, Lin Hang said as he picked up the enhanced bow given to him by Lin Shi and drew it back forcefully, aiming at Sima Dang. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the heart of a general standing next to Sima Dang. Sima Dang was startled and quickly ordered his men to surround him tightly. The enemy's arrows could shoot so far and penetrate leather armor. It was terrifying. If they were all equipped with such bows, they wouldn't stand a chance. What a pity, I haven't practiced in a long time, my skills are rusty, Lin Hang sighed, feeling quite regretful. He immediately ordered the front line to hold their ground while the rear began to retreat towards the western region city, hoping to rely on the tall city walls to block them. However, they misjudged the combat capability of the front line. Seeing the rear retreating, the front line panicked, realizing they were heading to their doom, and their morale plummeted. Soon, the front line was annihilated, and the Western Wei pursued the Western Region army, slaughtering them. Listen to my orders, all troops halt, fight to the death, not a step back. This prince will accompany you. If we die together. Lin Hang shouted, drawing his sword. At this rate, they would likely be wiped out before they even reached the Western Region royal city. The deputy general's face turned red. Although his strategy was not wrong, he had underestimated the front line's combat strength, which was simply unable to hold. Upon hearing this, the Western Region army immediately turned back to engage in battle with the Western Wei army. Ha, Lin Hong, you little brat, a spoiled noble who has never fought a battle, do you really think you can withstand this general? Sima Dang laughed loudly. The victory was already decided, he was just waiting to storm into the Western Region royal city and celebrate with the princess. Lin Hong watched as soldiers continued to fall, his eyes reddening. To say he wasn't afraid of death would be a lie. Now, even if he had to die, he wanted to take down a few more Western Way dogs. Look at Lin Hong. He's definitely dead today, Sima Dang said, riding his horse and looking at Lin Hong with immense pride. As long as he successfully breached the Western Region royal city today, he would complete the task assigned to him by the Wei Emperor. Perhaps he could seize more cities while Lin Shi was occupied fighting the Barbarian Nation. General, look over there. Someone beside him suddenly turned to look behind. They heard a series of rumbling sounds, and then a large number of two-wheeled vehicles appeared in their line of sight, moving at high speed towards them. What are those things? Why are there people on them? Sima Dang had a very bad premonition. Oh no, it's the Great Xia's military flag. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the flag and turned pale. They hadn't expected the Great Xia to suddenly appear behind them, and the vehicles they were riding were something they had never seen before, making quite a commotion. In the blink of an eye, the motorcycle army was less than 500 meters away from them. Everyone quickly dismounted, drew their enhanced bows, and shot. The rear ranks of the Western Wei army were directly pierced through their leather armor and fell. Do not be alarmed, King of the Western region. I come in the name of His Majesty to assist you. Xiang Long shouted from atop his motorcycle. In his despair, Lin Hong did not hear Xiang Long's call but suddenly saw a group of people emerge, holding high the Great Xia military flag, exuding a fierce aura. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements sent by His Majesty have arrived. Kill! Lin Hong exclaimed, invigorated. Upon hearing this, the Western Region army was instantly uplifted, their morale soaring. The Western Wei army was attacked from both front and rear, suffering heavy losses in an instant. Seeing this, Sima Dang wanted to break through to the east, but he saw Xiang Long and his men throwing over one flaming bottle after another. Once these bottles exploded, they instantly ignited people. The Western Wei army quickly fell into chaos, with some warhorses catching fire and running wildly, trampling some soldiers to death amidst the continuous screams. Retreat to the east. Sima Dang shouted loudly. Their speed was still too slow compared to motorcycles, as flaming bottles and arrows rained down on them. Sima Dang fiercely whipped his horse to escape, but soon he was caught up by Xiang Long and over 100 men on motorcycles, who shot down the warhorses. Sima Dang was violently thrown off, crashing to the ground and feeling dizzy. Before he could get up, he was directly bound by someone. Let me go. Sima Dang never expected that victory was within his grasp, only to be suddenly ambushed by Xiang Long, who captured him alive. The 10,000 men led by Xiang Long had weapons and equipment that completely overwhelmed them. And those strange two-wheel iron beasts moved incredibly fast without needing manpower, which was truly bizarre. The enhanced composite bows had an extremely long range, far exceeding that of their arrows. Those terrifying fire bottles, once touched, were nearly impossible to escape from, leading to a slow and painful death by burning. The long swords were incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Fighting against such a large army was indeed a nightmare. Smack! Xiang Long approached and gave Sima Dang a heavy slap, ordering someone to bind him horizontally to the back of a motorcycle. He then rode off at high speed across the battlefield. The Western Wei soldiers, seeing their general captured, all threw down their weapons. Lin Hong was dumbfounded at this scene. He had thought he would surely die today, but unexpectedly, in less than 10 minutes after Xiang Long appeared, the battle was over, and Sima Dang was captured alive. Your Majesty Lin Shi is mighty, General Xiang is formidable. Thank you, General Xiang, like a war god descending to save us, save the Western regions. Lin Hong rode over and cupped his hands in salute. No need for thanks, Your Majesty said that the King of the Western regions is a trustworthy person, so he ordered me to bring troops to assist. Xiang Long smiled. What do you plan to do with these surrendered soldiers? Lin Hong glanced over and saw there were about 10,000 surrendered soldiers. Keeping them would just waste food. We don't have enough food right now. Lin Hong muttered as he walked over. He did not intend to keep these surrendered soldiers, partly because he didn't trust them, and partly because there was indeed no surplus food to give them. Upon hearing this, Xiang Long smiled. The Majesty had indeed chosen the right person. I will follow the arrangements of the King of the Western regions. He threw Sima Dang off the motorcycle. Sima Dang, did you not expect this? Victory and defeat can change in an instant. Our great Xia has the protection of the Celestial Sovereign, a wise Majesty, and brave generals. How can you win? Lin Hong suddenly kicked Sima Dang in the face. Sima Dang screamed in agony, and soon his face was swollen like a pig's head.
I heard you have your eyes on your brother's wife, sending him out on a mission to die, then taking his wife for yourself. Lin Hong, tired from kicking, placed his hands on his hips and pointed at Sima Dang. With someone like you, you still have the face to be a general? Bah! Stop talking nonsense, just give me a quick death. Sima Dang shouted. Ha! Bring him here and execute him by slicing. Not a single knife can be spared. Lin Hong naturally did not want to let him have his way. Lin Hong, how dare you treat me like this? Even if I die, I won't let you go. Sima Dang's voice trembled with fear. Execute him immediately. Lin Hong completely ignored his threats. As the knives fell, Sima Dang began to plead for mercy. Such a scoundrel is fit to be a general. It shows what kind of people the Western Wei royal family consists of. Lin Hong ordered the executioner to continue. Then he waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to directly shoot down the more than 10,000 surrendered soldiers. King of the Western regions, I have one more thing to trouble you with. When we clean up the battlefield later, please help us collect our fine steel arrows. Xiang Long was very satisfied with Lin Heng's style of doing things. If the Majesty were present, he might not have agreed to kill these more than 10,000 Western Wei surrendered soldiers. This was all ordered by the king of the Western regions, and had nothing to do with him. No problem, General Xiang, let's head back to the royal city and chat while we eat. Lin Hong was extremely happy. In this battle, although the Western region army lost more than 50,000 men, all the soldiers of the Western Wei were annihilated, which was worth it. If it weren't for Xiang Long's timely arrival, not only would they have all died in battle, but the royal city of the Western regions would likely have been breached as well. Lin Hang left 10,000 men to clean up the battlefield, while the rest returned to the royal city of the Western regions. So this thing is called a motorcycle, it's really impressive. Back in the city, Lin Hong touched the motorcycle, filled with envy. Additionally, this time Xiang Long also brought a large truck carrying gasoline and other supplies. Lin Hong looked at this massive vehicle, even more amazed. The heavenly sovereign is truly remarkable, able to create such a magical object that even mortals can drive and use. General Xiang, you must stay here for a few more days so I can show you some hospitality. After the banquet began, Lin Hong personally poured wine for Xiang Long. Not long ago, Xiang Long had defeated King Lin Yu of Yu, and was conferred the title of King of Yu by the Emperor, making him a prince of a different surname. Thank you for your kindness, but I can only stay here for one day at most. I need to rush back the day after tomorrow. Xiang Long smiled. The upcoming battle with the Barbarian Nation in Han City is extremely important. Lin Hong nodded repeatedly. After taking Han City, they could reclaim the 15 cities in Yanbei and then set their sights on the Barbarian Nation. This time, the Western Wei dared to invade the Western regions, which must be due to collusion between the Barbarian Nation and the Western Wei. Today, they annihilated 100,000 troops of the Western Wei, and the Wei Emperor would likely need to calm down and would not dare to send troops recklessly again. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know, Lin Hong said sincerely. After a few cups of wine, they began to call each other brothers. Brother, you have just ascended to the throne, while I am still here tomorrow, be bold and take action, do not be soft-hearted, Xiang Long whispered in Lin Heng's ear. The emperor had sent him to help repel the Western Wei army and to stabilize Lin Heng's throne. Lin Heng's foundation had been too shallow before. Taking advantage of this great victory, while his prestige was at its peak, he needed to eliminate some hidden dangers. I understand, thank you, big brother. Lin Hong was quite moved and raised another cup of wine. Just as the two were enjoying their drinks, Lin Ko was in the mansion with a gloomy face. He never expected that this great victory, which annihilated 100,000 elite troops of the Western Wei, would also result in the death of Sima Dang. As a result, the Western Wei and the Western regions had completely become enemies. What shocked him even more was that Xiang Long and the others had such terrifying combat power. With just over 10,000 men, they had routed the Western Wei troops. Fortunately, he hadn't listened to the Western Wei envoy's persuasion. If he had really rebelled, he might have been wiped out by Lin Shi's troops. Just thinking about the previous collusion with the Western Wei made him anxious, and he hurriedly burned some correspondence. My lord, it's bad. At that moment, a servant suddenly pushed the door open. Seeing the burning letters, he was momentarily stunned. You dog servant, who gave you the courage? Lin Ko was furious. My lord, someone has broken into the lady's residence. The servant hurriedly said, not caring about anything else. Lin Ko's expression changed, and he ordered the servant to leave first. After the letters were burned, he rushed over with his men. He happened to see soldiers detaining his wife and others. How dare you? Lin Ko was enraged. In the royal city of the Western regions, someone had the audacity to act against his wife without notifying him. It was simply outrageous. We were sent by the Lord to conduct a search. We found some letters in Madame John's bedroom that colluded with the Western Wei. The evidence of her treason is conclusive. the soldiers said coldly. Today's battle had at least made them see that Lin Hong was a man who would rather die than betray the western regions. However, these scoundrels were colluding with foreign enemies and betraying them. Now they suspected whether Lin Ke was also in league with the Western Wei, especially since he had been very perfunctory when blocking the Prince of Ning last time. However, Lin Hong had not ordered them to investigate Lin Ke, they could only speculate. Lin Ke looked at the letters in the soldiers' hands, both angry and shocked. Xiang Long is still in the city, and if people find out they are colluding with the Western Wei, his head might roll. My lord, save me! Zhang cried out, tears streaming down her face. I'll go find Hanger, this must be a misunderstanding. Lin Ke dared not act on his own to rescue her. When he found Lin Hong, he saw them drinking together. A glance at Xiang Long sent a chill down his spine. Lin Yu had died at this guy's hands. He was a bloodthirsty man, rumored to have directly executed tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers from the Barbarian Nation without consulting Lin Shi. It was best not to provoke such a person, or one might not even know how they died. Hanger, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Ke approached Lin Hang. Father, you want to talk about Jiang, right? Lin Hong glanced at him. If there's something to say it here. Over the years, he had suffered greatly from his father's violence. Moreover, Lin Song and Jiang had caused his mother's death. Lin Ke should have known that. Yet he did not pursue the matter, allowing that mother and son to become even more arrogant, as if they could defecate on his head. Lin Ke's actions over the years had long since disappointed him. This must be a misunderstanding. She wouldn't do something so foolish. Lin Ke saw Lin Hang's impartial attitude and felt both anger and helplessness. Tomorrow, I will personally conduct the interrogation. I will not wrong a good person, nor will I let a bad person go, Lin Hong said coldly. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Ke helplessly waved his sleeve and left. Xiang Long did not inquire about the specifics, none of this concerned him. He was there to support Lin Hong, and anyone who dared to defy him would be buried without hesitation. He hoped Lin Hong could boldly eliminate his rivals and solidify his position. Kindness does not command troops, being too soft-hearted is not acceptable. The next day, under Lin Hang's interrogation, Zhang personally admitted to colluding with the Western Wei. Lin Hong announced the verdict that day. Zhang and her direct relatives, a total of 49 people, would be executed at 3 o'clock the next day. Are you crazy? Lin Ke rushed to find Lin Hong after receiving the news. I am not crazy. I don't know why you say that, father. Lin Hong looked at him. Zhang's confession is all there. She admitted it herself and signed it. It can't be wrong. Unfilial son. Lin Ke pointed at Lin Hong, ready to strike. Zhang was his favorite woman. He believed she would never collude with the Western Wei. She was used to living in luxury, and in prison, a little intimidation or coercion would suffice. He had played these games before, they were nothing to him. You want to hit me? Lin Hong looked at him, unafraid. You've hit me plenty of times since I was a child. What's one more? Under Zhang's instigation, Lin Ke was extremely annoyed with him, and physical violence was a daily occurrence. I know you hate them, but Song is dead, let this matter rest. Lin Ke pointed at Lin Hong. Stop it, don't go too far. You are already secure on the throne, why go to such lengths? He had long suspected that Lin Hong had orchestrated Lin Song's death, he just lacked evidence. Heh, you should know how many people died when my mother and the others were killed. Lin Hong snorted coldly. I only killed their direct relatives, I didn't exterminate their entire clan. That is already very merciful. You beast. Lin Ke could no longer hold back and slapped him. Lin Hong grasped his wrist, utterly disappointed. Come here, he shouted, and more than 10 people emerged from around them, immediately restraining Lin Ke and disarming him. You traitorous bastards. I have treated you well, let me go. Lin Ke struggled. Unfortunately, he was too weak to resist. Lock him up in the small Qingfu courtyard, watch him closely, and do not let him out without my orders, Lin Hong said coldly. Unfilial son, you dare to imprison me. Lin Ke did not expect Lin Hong to be so ruthless. This should be very merciful for you. If you continue to make a scene, don't blame me for being impartial. Lin Hong said meaningfully in his ear, the Zhang family said in prison that you colluded with the Western Wei. I've already left you enough face. That shameless person slandered me. Lin Ke was filled with panic upon hearing this. His emotions were incredibly complex. He had originally wanted to save the Zhang family, but now he hoped she would die quickly. If Zhang identified him as colluding with the Western Wei, the consequences would be severe. Take him away, Lin Hong waved his hand. Lin Ke dared not say anything more and did not resist. If the charge of treason was confirmed, Lin Shi would definitely chop off his head. Thinking about it this way, Lin Hong still had some humanity. But he knew very well that from today onwards, he would have absolutely no chance of turning things around. In that moment, he aged significantly. From now on, he had completely lost his freedom. Lin Hong watched his departing figure and sighed softly. All of this was self-inflicted. If it weren't for the fact that he was his biological father, he would never have let him off so easily. Mother, I have avenged you. Lin Heng's eyes were slightly red. Fortunately, Xiang Long and the others were here, otherwise, Lin Ke would not have been so honest. After all, many people in the army were promoted by Lin Ke, and if he angered Lin Ke, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Now that Xiang Long was stationed in the city, anyone who dared to oppose him would be dealt with directly. He then issued orders to dismiss some officials and promoted a new batch. This way, he firmly grasped the military in his hands. After a while, Xiang Long took his leave from Lin Hong. He needed to hurry back to participate in the Battle of Han City. Lin Hong sent someone to present some exquisite gifts and prepared a portion for the emperor as well. If it weren't for Xiang Long's assistance this time, the western regions would have already changed hands. After this incident, he became even more loyal to the emperor. The Battle of Han City was crucial. He originally wanted to select 10,000 elite soldiers to support, but Xiang Long refused. Now, wanting to expand the number of soldiers, the emperor could easily recruit tens of thousands in Mizhou City. They had various resources granted by the celestial sovereign, and in previous battles, they had often won against larger forces. Lin Shi was in the Fucheng government office, looking at the more than 10,000 new swords and soft armor equipment sent by the celestial sovereign, instructing Yang Jiumei to distribute them. The new recruits in Mizhou City were incredibly happy to receive their gear. Your Majesty, General Xiang has sent word that he has annihilated 100,000 troops of the Western Wei and helped Lin Hong stabilize his throne, Lu Mulan said with a smile as she walked in. Very good, he should be able to return tomorrow, and Generals Han and Huang will arrive the day after. Then we can engage in the Battle of Han City, Lin Shi nodded. Now that 100,000 troops of the Western Wei had been slaughtered, they should not dare to cause trouble in the short term, at least not until the outcome of the Battle of Han City. Not only the Western Wei, but other countries were also paying attention. The Great Xia had been weak for decades, and suddenly becoming strong was indeed very strange. If they could take Han City this time, it would create a greater deterrent and restore their status as a superpower. Have an orange, it's especially sweet, Lin Shi said to Lu Mulan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Mulan peeled an orange and began to eat it happily. Mulan, this time the Barbarian Nation forcibly conscripted 150,000 civilians to deal with us. What should we do? Lin Shi asked. If they killed them all, she still couldn't bear it. After all, they were once subjects of the Great Xia, and this time they were forcibly conscripted by the Barbarian Nation out of necessity. Once war broke out, the barbarian army would inevitably push them to the front as cannon fodder. This is indeed difficult, but we can adopt a tactic. Normally, they would push the civilians to the front lines. We can go around to the back and blow open the city walls. Lu Mulan thought for a moment. This way, we can reduce civilian casualties. Lin Shi nodded upon hearing this. It was only an ideal scenario. Moreover, once they entered the city, it would be impossible to distinguish who was a civilian and who was a barbarian soldier, and it would turn into a chaotic slaughter. She wrote a letter to the celestial sovereign, expressing her concerns. War is inherently ruthless, but even so, she felt uneasy about killing so many civilians. After receiving the letter, Su Mo thought carefully. The Barbarian Nation was so shameless, wanting to use 150,000 civilians as cannon fodder. He pondered for a moment, then went to his office, opened his computer and printer, and printed 10,000 flyers in traditional Chinese characters. The core message was that the Barbarian Nation regarded them as cannon fodder. When war broke out, resisting the Great Xia would also lead to death, but fighting against the barbarian soldiers might offer a glimmer of hope. Moreover, as long as those who surrendered were not killed, those who killed barbarian soldiers would earn merit. He first sent these flyers to Lin Shi, then made a phone call before driving out in his Phantom. As he approached an intersection, suddenly an electric bike darted out and crashed into the right side of his car door. Su Mo got out and saw a young man standing next to a battered electric bike, his face pale with fright. He recognized the emblem. This car was a Rolls-Royce, extremely expensive. The door was dented, and he feared he couldn't bear the repair costs. The accident was incredibly clear-cut. He was entirely at fault, leaving no room for dispute. What are you in such a hurry for? Su Mo frowned. Riding an electric bike on a motor vehicle lane at such speed. I got a call saying my wife is about to give birth, and I panicked. Ah! The young man scratched his head vigorously. He had been unemployed recently, and now faced such a big issue. It was truly unfortunate. Everything seemed to go wrong. How much savings do you have? Su Mo glanced at him, feeling he wasn't lying. 20,000, but don't worry, no matter how much it is, I will compensate. The young man took out his ID. How about this, you take a picture of my ID, I'll leave my phone number, and after you assess the damages, I'll pay whatever it costs. He needed to go to the hospital to be with his wife and couldn't delay any longer. Forget it, go buy me a pack of cigarettes from that supermarket. I need to calm down first before we discuss your situation, Suemo said coldly. The young man nodded and jogged over. Suemo got back in his car and stepped on the gas to leave. The young man specifically bought 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, but when he returned, he saw that the Rolls-Royce had already left. Is he really that nice? Did he let me off the hook? The young man was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly rode his bike towards the hospital. Suemo drove to Tang Yi's company and bought 5 drones for distributing flyers. Mr. Su, why not have a cup of tea before you go? Tang Yi brewed him a cup of tea. During this time, Suemo had intermittently bought some drones from her, although not many, at least it gave her some orders, so it wouldn't look too bad. Compared to Feng Wei's orders, which were in the hundreds of millions, Sumo's orders were also in the billions, casually discussing deals worth several hundred million. Good tea, Suemo said, savoring the fragrance. I happen to have a few more boxes, you can take one home to enjoy, Tang Yi offered, bringing over a box of tea leaves. Then I won't be polite, Suemo smiled. Mr. Su, I wonder if you deal in commercial vehicle exports? Tang Yi asked. She noticed that Suemo exported many items and thought he might have clients needing commercial vehicles. There are some, but does your family have that kind of business? Suemo glanced at her. Yunhai Commercial Vehicle Company, my father is a major shareholder. The competition in the domestic market is too fierce. We do have an export team, but it's not very ideal, Tang Yi pouted, resting her chin on her hand. Suemo noticed the heavy burden on her chest, the deep white, and shifted his gaze. It turned out that the 10 cargo trucks he bought that day were from her family, and he could purchase them through Tang Yi in the future. Our group not only has tractors, cargo trucks, dump trucks, and concrete mixers, but also some special vehicles and construction machinery, like excavators, etc. Tang Yi detailed. There must be a demand, Suemo thought, considering how convenient it would be for Lin Shi and the others when repairing roads if they had an excavator. At the same time, he was contemplating how to fight the battle in Hanshang, as the disparity in numbers was too great. Moreover, with so many common people, if the flyers don't work, we can't just kill them all. In that case, I'll order 10 high-roof tractors and then 5 large excavators, Suemo thought for a moment. Ah, is that all? Tang Yi didn't expect him to be so eager just because she mentioned it casually. Could it be that he was interested in her, always ready to oblige? The thought made her blush. Considering her looks, figure, and family background, she felt she was worthy of Suemo. But didn't Li Yunran say on her grandfather's birthday that he had a girlfriend? Right, I want them in stock. Can you check if they are available? Suemo noticed her strange expression. He was just trying to buy some vehicles, why was she blushing? I'll call right away, Tang Yi said cheerfully, pulling out her phone to make the call. I asked, and they said they have stock. We can go to the sales department to sign the contract now, Tang Yi reported back. Send me the location, let's go. Suemo first placed the drone inside the phantom car. Mr. Su, can I ride with you? My car had a little accident yesterday and is at the 4S shop for repairs, Tang Yi thought for a moment. Suemo nodded and let her get in the car. Hey, what happened to your car door? Tang Yi noticed a dent in the door. It got hit by an electric bike. I figured it wasn't a big deal, so I let the guy go, Suemo chuckled. Mr. Su, you really are a good person, Tang Yi admired him even more, sitting in the passenger seat and observing closely, feeling that he didn't seem like someone with a girlfriend. This car used to belong to her grandfather and was traded for by Suemo with antiques. It looked just the same as before, not even a toy inside. Tang Yi noticed that Suemo was looking at her, intentionally or not. She glanced down and realized that her ample bosom was exposed, quickly adjusting her clothing. Don't get the wrong idea, this road has many curves, I'm just checking the rearview mirror, Suemo said lightly. Tang Yi's face flushed, she thought he was looking at her. It turned out she had underestimated Suemo. After all, he was young, talented, and wealthy, he shouldn't be lacking in women and wouldn't be so desperate. Thinking of this made her feel a bit awkward. But speaking of which, your figure is really good, Suemo added, easing the tension. Thank you, but sometimes it's a burden. Tang Yi felt a surge of joy. When I run at school, I'm always last. It wasn't that she didn't try hard, it was just that the 2 round girls in front of her were too distracting. Sometimes it even affects your vision, Suemo replied. Ah, what do you mean by that? Tang Yi asked, puzzled. When others look down, they can see their shoes, you can't, Suemo chuckled. Put. Tang Yi couldn't help but laugh too, that was true. But was this guy teasing her? He didn't seem like it, it was probably just a joke between friends.
She glanced down at her full figure and instinctively pulled her clothes down, sitting up straight. They arrived at the sales department and looked at the vehicles. For these 10 tractors, I need to add a protective cabin at the front, and the rear and sides need protective shields. The rear frame needs some iron rods welded on both sides. Suemo wrote down some requirements based on the battle vehicle he envisioned. Mr. Su, the rest is fine, but welding iron rods on the rear frame is too wide, and I'm afraid customs won't approve. The clients can modify it themselves once it arrives overseas, the sales manager said, looking a bit troubled. Hearing about these modifications, it was clear that these vehicles weren't just for hauling goods. These issues are not a problem. I can handle them. Suemo waved his hand. The vehicles will be sent to my food factory, and you won't need to worry about the follow-up. Mr. Su, what do you think about this? Since the iron rods welded on the chassis are too wide, it's not allowed on the roads in the country. We can weld them inside your factory, which will save a lot of trouble. A total of 10 vehicles can be done in one morning, the sales manager said after thinking for a moment. That works, no problem, Sumo nodded. Soon, they signed the sales contract and paid in full. Mr. Su, you're so generous. The sales manager was extremely surprised upon seeing this. After so many years in business, it was the first time he encountered such a straightforward client who paid in full. When can the vehicles be delivered? Suemo asked. The 10 vehicles will be delivered to the food factory the day after tomorrow as per your request, the sales manager replied. And the 10 excavators can be delivered tomorrow. With such a straightforward client brought in by the young lady, they naturally had to work hard. Suemo nodded, the timing was just right. Mr. Su, shall we have a meal together? Tang Yi smiled. Since Suemo bought so many vehicles, this could be considered her achievement. As for commissions, she didn't care much. After all, she wasn't short on money, but she needed to showcase her strength. Both hard and soft power had to be strong, both were essential. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command respect when she inherited such a large group in the future. Then let's just have a simple meal, Suemo said, feeling a bit hungry. You have a cafeteria here, right? We can eat there. Yes, no problem. Tang Yi glanced at the sales manager, signaling him to make arrangements. She then took Suemo to a private room in the restaurant, and soon the dishes were served. The sales manager said he had other matters to attend to and wisely left them alone. Just the two of us eating. It's a bit wasteful, Suemo remarked, looking at the table full of well-prepared dishes. It's not easy to invite you for a meal, so of course, we can't skimp on it, Tang Yi smiled. Besides the dining hall for employees, the company also had several private rooms specifically for entertaining clients. They had hired a special chef, different from the one who cooked the cafeteria's large pot meals. Red or white wine? Tang Yi asked. I still have to drive later, so I won't drink, Suemo quickly replied. Last time he bought a motorcycle, he got drunk and almost got taken advantage of. Alright, Tang Yi didn't insist, feeling even better about him. A man who doesn't like to drink or smoke, and is handsome and wealthy, is really quite nice. After they finished eating, Suemo drove her directly to the front of a villa before returning to the food factory. He called the motorcycle factory again and ordered 10,000 motorcycles. Your Majesty, General Xiang Long and the others have returned. The next afternoon, Lin Shi received the news. She went to the city gate to welcome them personally. Xiang Long rode his motorcycle at the front, stopping about 100 meters from the city gate, and walked over to salute respectfully. General Xiang, please rise. Thank you for your hard work in rushing to the western regions to rescue our brothers. I've already instructed people to prepare a meal so that the brothers can eat well and rest, Lin Shi said with a smile. She then took Xiang Long into the residence to celebrate with a banquet. Your Majesty, we have slain 100,000 elite soldiers of the Western Way, and combined with the previous elimination of the Ning Wang's elite, the Western Way has been severely weakened. Once we defeat the Barbarian Nation, we can consider exterminating the Western Way, Xiang Long suggested. The Western Way always tried to take advantage of others' misfortunes, but in the end, they ended up losing and completely angering the Great Xia. I think so too, but for now, we should prepare for the Battle of Han City, Lin Shi nodded. Last night, the Celestial Lord granted us drones and flyers, take a look. She had someone distribute the flyers to several generals. The content of the flyers was concise and compelling, urging the people not to become cannon fodder for nothing, with a strong call to action. Fighting against the Great Xia means death, while killing the barbarian enemies offers a glimmer of survival. How would you choose? Good, the Celestial Lord's method is excellent. With these flyers, the Barbarian Nation will probably be in disarray. Xiang Long laughed. On the day before the great battle, we will send drones to Han City. If those commoners insist on fighting us, then we need not hold back. Lin Shi felt somewhat helpless. By then, everything that needed to be said would have been said, and if some still foolishly acted as cannon fodder, they could not blame others. War is inherently brutal. Sima Dang was executed by Lingqi, Lin Ke was placed under house arrest, and his wife Zhang's entire family was beheaded. Xiang Long took a drink and began to talk more. Lin Hong still considered the father-son relationship and spared Lin Ke's life. Lin Shi snorted. Over the years, if one said Lin Ke had not been flirting with the Western way, she would not believe it. Xiang Long dared not speak further, mainly because he had no evidence of whether Lin Ke had colluded with the Western way. Regardless of whether he did or not, he was already imprisoned by Lin Hong and could no longer move. From this matter, it seems Lin Hong is not a heartless person. That's good. From now on, Lin Ke was no longer a problem. Lin Shi opened a bottle of cola and took a sip. Your Majesty, General Han and General Huang are expected to arrive before dark. At this moment, someone came to report. After we finish eating, send 10,000 soldiers on motorcycles to pick them up, Lin Shi said after thinking for a moment. The two generals had never seen motorcycles, so they would surely be fascinated. Huang Zhong and Han Jian, along with 20,000 men, were brought back to Fu City by the motorcycle army. Along the way, they were extremely curious about the motorcycles and finally understood why the emperor could capture such a city so quickly. These motorcycles could travel 1,000 miles a day, which was a significant downgrade for war horses. Lin Shi let them eat first, and the young soldiers learned to ride motorcycles within 2 days. The Celestial Lord said he would send another 10,000 motorcycles, along with some special vehicles. That night, they also received thousands of barrels of gasoline sent by the Celestial Lord. The next morning, another 10,000 mountain motorcycles arrived. Hey, these motorcycles are amazing, far superior to war horses, Han Jian exclaimed after learning to ride. No need for war horses anymore, and there was no need to transport horse feed, greatly reducing the workload of the logistics team. Moreover, motorcycles were extremely fast and could carry several people, allowing them to take turns riding. However, after capturing Han City, the mountain roads leading to the Barbarian Nation were extremely rugged. These motorcycles might barely manage to move forward, but cars would likely not make it through. That afternoon, Lin Shi received 10 excavators, along with instructional videos and dozens of barrels of diesel. She immediately arranged for the more agile-minded individuals to start learning how to use the excavators, allowing only one machine for practice. The soldiers were very curious about this big machine, and when they saw a young man operating the excavator to dig a large scoop of dirt, they cheered excitedly. This thing was incredible. One machine could replace the work of many people. What does the Celestial Lord give us this excavator for? Yang Jiomei, watching from the side, asked, somewhat puzzled. It can be used for road construction and as a weapon. Who could possibly withstand it? Lin Shi replied with a smile. Once it scoops down, it could sweep someone away or crush them. Yang Jiomei nodded repeatedly, agreeing. But I still want to utilize its original function. I plan to dig a large pit not far from Han City the night before we attack. Lin Shi smiled. This time, the Barbarian Nation gathered 200,000 troops, led by Sha Tohan. In addition to the 15 to 60,000 forcibly conscripted commoners, the total reached 350 to 600,000, a massive number. They had over 70,000 troops, facing several times the enemy. Even with advanced weapons, it was nearly impossible to kill them all. After all, the disparity in numbers was too great, necessitating a well-formulated strategy. The next day at noon, 10 large trucks were sent over. Lin Shi noticed that these 10 trucks were different from the previous ones. They did not have cargo boxes, the front of the cab had thick protective grills, and there were many iron rods on the back frame. Once this thing drove into a crowd, it would sweep away many people. The 5 generals were also quite excited upon seeing this. With these 10 war chariots, we can definitely throw the enemy into chaos. General Liu, take your men to control the drones and drop the flyers, Lin Shi commanded. She planned to start the siege tomorrow, and today she would distribute the propaganda in the city. Hey, I heard that the Empress of the Great Xia has the favor of the Heavenly Sovereign. Are we doomed? In Han City, a group of commoners was building the city walls, whispering among themselves. They had all been forcibly brought to Han City, and once the battle began, they would be cannon fodder. That's probably the case. Those barbarians are all bastards, making us go to our deaths. You too, keep your voices down, or you'll lose your heads. Another young man walked over and reminded them. His family could only have a bowl of thin porridge every 2 days. With such treatment, they expected him to go die for them? The barbarians really had a good plan. At least let people eat their fill, maybe some would willingly fight. Look over there, what is that? Someone shouted, pointing at the drone in the sky. That looks like the strange big bird rumored to be in the hands of the Great Xia. Everyone in the city looked up. Everyone was very tense now. not knowing when the Great Xia army would strike. Look, here come a few more big strange birds. Someone noticed several large drones flying over, and soon, a flurry of flyers began to rain down. Many people picked them up, and upon seeing the content of the flyers, their expressions changed. Many commoners saw or heard the content of the flyers. The Barbarian Nation naturally received the news, and Shadow Han ordered his men to tear down all the flyers. At this moment, the Great Xia sending these things was clearly to incite the people's hearts. If, during the great battle, these 160,000 commoners turned against them, it would be quite a scene. However, he was also uncertain, as most of the commoners had likely seen the content of the flyers. The message was very clear: opposing the Great Xia meant becoming cannon fodder. If they turned against and killed the barbarian soldiers, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. Burn all those flyers, Shadow Han commanded. General, what should we do next? A young general asked inside the military tent. The continuous victories of the Great Xia had given people a sense of invincibility. The absolute advantage in numbers no longer provided them with a sense of security. In the previous major battles, the Great Xia had always won with fewer troops. This time, the barbarian emperor had gathered most of the elite soldiers from his country to crush the Great Xia army. If they made a mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Disperse the commoners and integrate them into the army, leaving only 30,000 to defend the city, Shadow Han said after some thought. He was also unsure how these commoners would choose once the fighting started. It was better to be cautious. Otherwise, if they turned against them, it would be fatal. He had also heard about the great defeat of the Western Way. He never expected Xiang Long to lead only 10,000 soldiers to swiftly support and annihilate the Western Way's 100,000 troops. Even the great general Sima Dang was executed by slow slicing. With this, they could only rely on their own barbarian nation. The other countries, seeing the fate of the Western Way, were even more afraid to act rashly. Yes. Upon hearing this, someone immediately went to make arrangements. General, shouldn't we let the soldiers eat better? Everyone is starving and has no strength to fight, someone suggested. Right now, the regular army soldiers were eating 1 meal a day. The conscripted commoners were eating every 2 days. Although they weren't starving to death, their condition was too poor, they had no strength. I don't know when the Great Xia will attack. Our food is limited. If we supply too much and the Great Xia delays the siege, we will fall into a great passive position. Shadow Han shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but food was simply too precious. They had many people, and the barbarian soldiers were already doing well with 1 meal a day. In times of great famine, being able to eat 1 meal a day was already very luxurious. No one knew when the Great Xia would attack the city. They had to eat sparingly. General, the Great Xia has sent people to attack the city. Upon hearing this, Shadow Han immediately led his men to the city wall. A regular army of 200,000 was gathered within the southern city wall, ready for battle at any moment. The Great Xia's 20,000 troops arrived on motorcycles, stopping 500 meters from the southern city wall. Is there really only this many people? Shadow Han frowned. However, he did not dare to be careless. The Great Xia had been acting unpredictably lately, so it was better to be cautious. He ordered 30,000 civilians to the top of the city, planning to use them as cannon fodder to first deplete the Great Xia's arrows. Xiang Long parked his motorcycle. This time, he was not here to attack the city but to attack the heart. Shadow Han, you a defeated general, dare to lead troops? Xiang Long shouted at the city wall, holding a large loudspeaker. This was naturally a gift from Su Mo, the kind of loudspeaker commonly seen in the market. Shadow Han was taken aback by the volume of his voice. Realizing it was due to the device in Xiang Long's hand, he amplified his voice. Victory and defeat are common in warfare, Xiang Long. This time I will make you die in Han City. Shadow Han roared. Ha, let's see if you have that ability, Xiang Long replied with a smile. People in the city, listen well, my lord has decreed that anyone who surrenders their weapons will not be killed, and those who resist the barbarians will be rewarded. The Barbarian Nation does not treat you as human. Do you still want to serve them? Think for yourselves. The 30,000 civilians on the city wall were flooded with thoughts. They had many grievances against the Barbarian Nation, but now they did not dare to act rashly, otherwise, it would only lead to death. Perhaps they could find an opportunity when the great battle began. Additionally, my lord has said that anyone wearing a red scarf will be considered someone who chooses to ally with Great Xia and will be spared from death, Xiang Long continued. Upon hearing this, Shadow Han frowned, a plan forming in his mind. At this moment, no one noticed that a drone appeared above the northern gate, precisely dropping several flyers in front of some working civilians. Upon seeing the content, the civilians immediately tore the flyers to shreds. After witnessing this, the drone quietly left and went to another area with more civilians to drop more flyers.
The content of these flyers was that if the civilians did not want to die a miserable death when the Great Xia attacked the city, they should wrap a cloth around their wrists, and upon seeing the content, they should immediately tear the paper to shreds. Shadow Han, tomorrow my lord will lead the army to flatten Han City. This is your only chance to surrender, Xiang Long said slowly. Nonsense! Shadow Han shouted angrily, my barbarian nation has no cowards. I would rather die in battle than surrender. Besides, our forces are several times yours, it is you who are seeking death. Yuan Du and Lu Shi felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. It's not about the number of troops but their quality, you should understand this, Xiang Long scoffed. We have the protection of the Celestial Lord, you cannot win. Nonsense about the Celestial Lord, just a trick to fool people. Shadow Han retorted. Xiang Long, what exactly are you trying to achieve by dragging this out? The other side was not attacking the city but merely engaging in verbal sparring. Was it just to sow discord among the people of Han City? My lord is merciful and does not wish for too many deaths, so he specifically came to warn you, Xiang Long said. People of Han City, listen well, if you do not want to die, wear a red scarf tomorrow, otherwise, in the great battle, swords have no eyes, and life and death are your own responsibility. Xiang Long, don't waste your breath, our military and civilians are united. As long as you dare to come, Han City will be your burial ground. Shadow Han shouted. Stop boasting, I am right here with only 20,000 men, while you have hundreds of thousands hiding in the city, afraid to come out and fight? Xiang Long was extremely arrogant. General, let me lead the charge against them. A young general said, unable to contain his anger. Do not act rashly, this may be their scheme to lure us out. Shadow Han shook his head. Moreover, the other side had iron beasts, if they couldn't win, they could still escape, and they would never be able to catch up. Therefore, holding on to the city is the hard truth. As long as they can defend Han City, it would be a great achievement. A bunch of useless fools, I think the barbarians are all trash. Xiang Long became even more arrogant. General, please let me go, I only need 20,000 troops. The young general could no longer hold back and pleaded. You are only 500 meters away from them. The arrows of the Great Xia can kill you, while your bows and arrows can't even reach half their range. Going out is just sending yourself to death. Shadow Han shook his head. The memory of the last devastating defeat was still fresh. Anyone who underestimated the combat power of the Huaxia army would pay a heavy price. The others, upon hearing this, said nothing more and merely glared at the Great Xia army. Ha, I told you, you are still useless, and you still don't accept it. After starting the motorcycle, Xiang Long quickly approached, coming within 300 meters of the city wall. Shoot arrows, kill him, Shadow Han shouted. A rain of arrows fell, but unfortunately, they were still some distance from Xiang Long and couldn't hit him. Wasting arrows, really cheap. Let me kill a few of you first. Xiang Long waved his hand. The 20,000 troops quickly closed in and then drew their composite bows to shoot. They did not aim at the civilians on the city wall but let the arrows fly over, striking down a group of waiting barbarian soldiers inside the city. Through drones, it was clear to see the vast barbarian army lined up and ready within the city walls. They watched the rain of arrows come without any defense, and many fell, causing immediate chaos. Xiang Long, you are too much. Shadow Han was thoroughly enraged but did not dare to act rashly. He only ordered the troops in the city to quickly retreat, moving out of the range of the Great Xia's crossbows. I am bullying you. Who told you to be so easy to bully? Xiang Long raised a loudspeaker. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Shadow Han did not respond. He was unsure of what the other side was up to and had been trying to provoke them to come out of the city gates. Since that was the case, he had to guard the city even more diligently. Are you scared? It's okay to admit fear. After all, your fate is already sealed. Xiang Long continued to shout, and the civilians in the city saw that the barbarians were not actually strong and should not be afraid of them. Tomorrow, we will kill the barbarians together and bring Han City back into the embrace of the Great Xia. Look at Mizhou City and other cities. The civilians have food every day. The civilians saw how powerful the Great Xia troops were and immediately gained confidence. The fact that so many barbarian soldiers were too scared to go out indicated that they were not sure of victory. Thus, they were more inclined to help the Great Xia. After all, their ancestors or parents were also Huaxia people. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Shadow Han, enjoy your food, drink, and fun tonight. This will be your last night in this world. After Xiang Long saw the drone fly away, he also rode his motorcycle and led the team away. General, the enemy's iron beasts are far stronger than war horses. The main generals of the barbarians were filled with shock and envy as they watched the vast motorcycle army depart. The rumored iron beasts that could travel 1,000 miles a day without needing to be fed grass might truly be a gift from the heavens. Could humans really invent such a thing? It's a pity we don't have much time, otherwise, sending someone to infiltrate the Great Xia might uncover some clues.
Shadahan sighed softly, send my orders to have people make red headscarves. Xiang Long led the army back to Fucheng and reported the results of this operation to Lin Shi. He had said in Han City that the civilians should wear red scarves, but in reality, it was not easy for them to find red cloth now. He said this deliberately for Shadahan to hear. In fact, he quietly used drones to distribute flyers to the civilians, telling them that they could just wrap a strip of cloth around their wrists. They could tear a piece from their clothes, anyone could have it. Based on their speculation, Shadahan would definitely send some people to wear red scarves and impersonate civilians, then take the opportunity to launch an attack on them. By nightfall, Han Jian returned with a team of excavators. Your Majesty, a huge pit has been dug in the valley along the essential road 10 miles outside the east gate of Han City, Han Jian said with a smile. The road in front of the north gate of Han City was rugged and narrow, making it difficult to ride a horse. If Shadahan and the others were to be defeated and wanted to escape, they would surely choose the east gate. Good, everyone rest well. Tomorrow morning, we will attack Han City. Lin Shi nodded. Today, the Celestial Lord granted them plenty of food, including military rations, so their supplies were sufficient. The soldiers were well fed every day and full of energy. The battle for Han City tomorrow was not just about capturing the city, but also about reclaiming the humiliation suffered by the Great Xia for decades. Lin Shi looked at the map, feeling a surge of excitement. Han City, which had been taken by the Barbarian Nation for decades, would return to the embrace of the Great Xia tomorrow. Her achievements could rival those of the founding emperor. However, she wanted more than just fame. She aimed for the true development and strengthening of the Great Xia. What once seemed like a fantasy now held hope with the Celestial Lord's presence. If even the Celestial Lord could not achieve this, then no one in the world could. Brother Suemo, may the Celestial Lord bless the Great Xia with a smooth operation to capture Han City tomorrow. Lin Shi took out a photo of Suemo from her phone and placed it on the table, bowing respectfully. Tonight, many would be sleepless. Meanwhile, inside Han City, Shadahan was instructing his men to distribute red headscarves to over 50,000 soldiers. The plan was to disguise them as commoners, striking unexpectedly when the Great Xia army let down their guard. Since Lin Shi had declared the attack for tomorrow, they had to be fully prepared. The battle for Han City was incredibly important, both for the nation and for him personally. If he could not hold Han City, he would not be able to keep his own head. The Barbarian Emperor would not tolerate two major defeats, especially since he was leading 200,000 elite troops of the Barbarian Nation this time. If they were to lose, the consequences would be unimaginable. Today, Xiang Long provoked them at the front lines, indicating that the Great Xia was very confident in their strength, which had already put immense pressure on him. A life-and-death battle was imminent. General, all 50,000 elite soldiers have received their red headscarves. Tomorrow, they will wear tattered clothes to pose as commoners. A subordinate entered the room and reported. Good. Everything else that needs to be prepared is ready. Whether we can hold Han City will depend on fate, Shadahan nodded. General, to speak from the heart, the recent battles fought by the Great Xia have been too strange. We have no confidence at all, the subordinate said with a bitter smile. They were not afraid of fighting, but they feared engaging in futile battles. The bizarre tactics of the Great Xia were too unpredictable, making it hard to defend against them. Although they had made some preparations, who knew what tricks the enemy would pull? Don't worry, no matter how powerful the Great Xia army is, they are just human. The Celestial Lord, whether in rumor or in reality, must have certain reasons or regulations preventing him from acting against us. It will be Lin Shi and the others who will fight us, so don't be afraid. Shadahan picked up a jar of wine. The subordinate hurriedly poured him a drink. You drink too. Shadahan was wide awake tonight, feeling very anxious. Thank you, General. The subordinate took a sip of wine, feeling quite satisfied. With food shortages, being able to drink wine was a great luxury. If, and I mean if, we were to lose tomorrow, what would we do? Shadahan looked at him. General, with so many of us and so many commoners around, a single spit from each of us could drown the Great Xia army. We won't lose. The subordinate quickly replied. If they lost this time, the Barbarian Nation would be in real danger. Everyone knew the importance of the battle for Han City. If it fell, the Great Xia would set their sights on the Barbarian Nation. You haven't seen the power of the Great Xia army. Those strange tactics are not something we can easily deal with. Shadahan shook his head. The last time we suffered a crushing defeat is still fresh in my mind, a heart-wrenching pain that I will never forget. That was the most humiliating battle he had fought in his life, and it weighed heavily on him. If he could use the Battle of Hanqing to break his inner demons, his skills in leading troops would rise to a new level. Regardless of victory or defeat, life or death, I will always follow the general. His subordinate said respectfully. Good, let's drink. Shadahan downed his drink in one go.
Today, with plenty of wine, he should drink more. Tomorrow's battle might leave him uncertain if he would still be alive to drink. He still couldn't understand why the once dying Great Xia suddenly revived after Lin Shi ascended the throne. Not only had they recaptured the 13 cities lost this year, but they also took the 14 states of Yanbei in succession. Now, only Hanchang remained, and they would completely reclaim the lands occupied by the Barbarian Nation. What had truly happened behind this reversal? Was there really a celestial lord? The resurgence of Great Xia began with Lin Shi's ascension, and there must be a direct relationship between the two. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp the specific reasons yet. All the news seemed to validate the existence of the celestial lord, making everything make sense. General, have you ever thought that if we really can't defeat Great Xia tomorrow, with so many troops at your command, we could completely cooperate with Great Xia? That subordinate, slightly tipsy after 2 bowls of wine, whispered. Shadahan could now command his troops with confidence. Even the barbarian emperor wouldn't dare to act against him. After all, leading such a large army, if he were to rebel, he might just succeed. Watch your head, don't say such things again. Shadahan suddenly drew his dagger and stabbed it into the table. The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, instantly sobering up. Go back and rest, tomorrow is a life and death battle. Shadahan waved his hand. If he hadn't known this subordinate was extremely loyal, he would have killed him just now. Lin Shi, tomorrow's battle will be either your death or my survival. Shadahan said coldly. If you truly have the Celestial Lord's assistance and lose, I will accept it. How could a human fight against a god? Even in defeat, there is honor. But he still didn't believe the Celestial Lord truly existed. It was too absurd. The next morning, as the sun rose, the rumbling sound grew closer, and a massive army of motorcycles appeared 500 meters from Hanchang. The Battle of Hanchang was about to begin. After the Great Xia army had their fill, the motorcycle troops set off in grand fashion. Lin Shi sat in an off-road vehicle, watching the dust swirl outside, blinking. Today, he didn't know how many people would meet a tragic end, turning to dust. But war was inherently brutal. To reduce warfare, unification was necessary. Otherwise, the conflicts between nations would never cease, and fighting would continue. The army stopped 500 meters from the city walls of Hanchang. Shadahan, with red eyes, looked at the motorcycles and some rumbling machines he had never seen before. Shadahan, I give you one last chance, surrender your troops, and I can spare your lives. Lin Shi shouted from the vehicle with a loudspeaker. Heaven has a virtue of preserving life. If he could achieve his goals with fewer deaths, he would try to kill as few as possible. To conquer without fighting was the best strategy. Lin Shi, I am here by the Emperor's command to guard Hanchang. As long as the city stands, I stand. If the city falls, I die. Shadahan replied coldly. The Emperor had entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. If he couldn't defend the city, he would have no face to live. If Hanchang fell this time, it would mean the Barbarian Nation would lose its strongest first line of defense and be in danger. If that's the case, I will fulfill your wish, attack the city. Lin Shi ordered upon hearing this. Archers moved to within 300 meters of the city and began to shoot with reinforced composite bows. The soldiers on the city walls raised heavy shields to defend. These shields were made of 2 iron plates sandwiching a thick wooden board, very heavy, specifically designed to withstand the terrifying arrows of Great Xia. It must be said that it was quite effective. Most arrows were blocked and did not penetrate. Ha, Lin Shi, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. Shadahan was in a good mood after seeing the new shields made by his men had a nice effect. Yesterday, when Xiang Long came to provoke him, he didn't let anyone use the new shields for defense, fearing exposure. Just as he finished speaking, he saw several large monstrous birds flying over the city, spraying gasoline among the dense troops. Those who got oil on them, hurry and soak in the water pool. A general shouted loudly. They had dug 10 large water pits in the city, pouring precious water into them to prevent Lin Shi and his men from using fire attacks again. This was all combat experience. One must learn from lessons to grow. Whatever means you have, bring it on. Shadahan was full of confidence. He noticed that every time the Great Xia went to war, it was just a few tricks, either relying on bows and arrows or setting fires. Now he had prepared preventive measures, even willing to pour precious water into the pits. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. Lin Shi snorted coldly. Today is destined to be the day I laugh last. Shadahan laughed loudly, filled with confidence. The usual tactics of the Great Xia were ineffective. He wondered what other tricks they had. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the entire western city wall was suddenly blown apart. Half of the wall was gone. Excavators quickly cleared the rubble, and 10 modified large trucks rushed in first. Quick! Stop them! Shadahan's smile froze, and he shouted loudly. A group of soldiers rushed over but were heavily knocked away by the trucks. the immense impact knocking down a pile of soldiers behind them. The trucks pressed on the gas, crushing the people on the ground as they continued forward. These vehicles were reinforced, with large iron bars welded onto the frames, sweeping away large areas. The 10 trucks charged into the fray like tigers among sheep, unleashing ruthless slaughter. The soldiers of the Barbarian Nation saw these steel monsters easily killing them, their faces turning pale with fear. Bows, arrows, and swords were utterly useless against them. Anyone touched by them was either dead or injured. Lin Shi ordered the 50,000 troops to follow the trucks into the city, engaging in fierce combat. Citizens of Han City, listen up. Anyone who surrenders their weapons will not be harmed, and those who kill barbarians will be rewarded. A soldier held a loudspeaker, playing a recording on loop. We are civilians, don't kill us. A group of people wearing red scarves surged forward, running towards them. But before they could finish speaking, they were met with a rain of arrows. Xiang Long arrived next to a corpse, tearing open their tattered clothes, and indeed found leather armor inside. They were warriors of the Barbarian Nation in disguise. The remaining people wearing red scarves hadn't realized what was happening before they were all knocked away by the trucks. Not good. Shadahan's expression changed upon seeing this. The great Xia was so decisive in attacking those wearing red scarves, either they guessed they were soldiers in disguise, or there was a traitor leaking information. In any case, his plan was ruined. Kill the barbarians, kill. At that moment, the real citizens tore strips from their clothes to wrap around their wrists and charged at the nearby barbarians. Instantly, chaos erupted, and screams filled the air. General, we can't resist those iron monsters, we should retreat. Someone, watching the soldiers being knocked away by the trucks, trembled in fear as the formation completely collapsed. No retreat! Fight to the death with me! Shadahan roared, drawing his sword and charging out on horseback. But just as he reached halfway, a large truck suddenly charged towards him. Shadahan hurriedly jumped off his horse. Bang! He saw his beloved horse being knocked far away, crushing 5 or 6 soldiers in the process. Shadahan was drenched in cold sweat, scrambling away in panic, momentarily losing his composure. If he hadn't jumped quickly, he would have been killed. Having brushed past death made him reconsider his resolve to fight to the end. General, we can first retreat to Snow City. The road is rugged and narrow for 100 miles, and these steel monsters will surely be unable to pass. A general hurriedly persuaded him. Although they had many men, facing such rampaging killing machines left them with a deep sense of helplessness. The main issue was the complete lack of experience and no time to devise a strategy. General, we can at least evacuate 100,000. A subordinate whispered. Shadahan looked at the chaotic scene and deeply regretted recruiting 15 to 60,000 civilians. Not only did they not help, but they also ended up fighting alongside them, significantly weakening the disparity in military strength of the great Xia. He truly understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Kill Shadahan. At that moment, General Xiang Long and several other generals charged towards them. Run, head for the east gate. Upon seeing this, Shadahan had no time to think and issued the retreat order, seizing a subordinate's horse and galloping away. With the east city gate wide open, he led nearly 100,000 people fleeing eastward. After running less than a mile, they reached a valley where suddenly 10,000 great Xia soldiers appeared on the slopes, drawing their reinforced bows and shooting fiercely. Under the cover of those around him, Shadahan fled in disarray, leaving behind a field of corpses. However, as they rushed through the canyon, the ground ahead collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending them tumbling into a deep pit. This pit was over 10 meters deep, and Shadahan fell directly and lost consciousness. Tragically, the horses behind him ran too fast to stop and fell in one after another. Over 30,000 men and horses tumbled into the pit, leaving the infantry behind staring at each other in confusion. Shadahan was the first to fall, he was likely crushed into a pulp. At this moment, the great Xia army caught up, each riding motorcycles, their momentum overwhelming. What's wrong? Not running anymore? Xiang Long sneered. We surrender. A soldier shouted, throwing down his weapon. The generals and key officers had all died in the pit, they couldn't fight back, so surrender seemed the best option. Pick up your weapons, I do not accept your surrender. Xiang Long's expression suddenly turned cold. He saw that these soldiers were the elite of the Barbarian Nation, estimating there were still nearly 70,000 of them. If they were accepted, their daily consumption would be significant. Most importantly, they would later need to attack the Barbarian Nation, and these people posed a great uncertainty. If internal strife broke out, it would cause immense trouble. The 70,000 barbarian soldiers were momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Not accepting their surrender? Did he intend to kill them all? Many barbarian soldiers, filled with rage, picked up their weapons, determined to fight to the death. They had so many people, they couldn't just sit and wait for death.
Hearing for the first time that surrender would not be accepted was a tremendous humiliation to them. Since it had come to this, they would fight fiercely to let the great Xia know that the sons of the Barbarian Nation had blood in their veins. Yes, very good. Pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. Xiang Long narrowed his eyes. He did not accept their surrender but planned to annihilate the elite forces of the Barbarian Nation right here. This way, when they went to destroy the Barbarian Nation later, there would be less resistance. Keeping so many people would waste food. If they were incorporated into the army, would they attack their own homeland? If things changed, it would be a huge problem. General Xiang, are you crazy? Lu Shi hurried over. Last time, General Xiang was blamed by the emperor for executing surrendered soldiers. Now he wanted to kill them again? Did this guy have some psychological issues? Why did he enjoy killing surrendered soldiers so much? General Lu, I am in charge of this operation. It's not your place to speak. Xiang Long snorted coldly. He had never thought much of Lu Shi, only tolerating him for the emperor's sake. General Xiang, the war between nations is a conflict between countries. The soldiers have no personal grudges. They are all living people. Are you really planning to kill them all? Lu Shi was very anxious. He hoped the emperor would arrive soon to stop Xiang Long's madness, because he knew very well that with the combat power of the great Xia army, they could easily annihilate these barbarian soldiers in such terrain. Whether it was reinforced composite bows or incendiary bottles, the barbarian army could not resist. These soldiers were fleeing in panic, carrying only light shields, which could not withstand the composite arrows. They are not 10,000, nor 20,000, but 70,000. How do you plan to arrange them? Xiang Long looked at him. If we let them go back, in the future, when we fight against the Barbarian Nation, they will be soldiers of the Barbarian Nation and will continue to fight us. If we keep them, do you think they won't have any ulterior motives when we attack the Barbarian Nation later? Keeping them in the army carries great risks. The only solution is to kill them all, and that would be the end of it. Lu Shi fell silent upon hearing this. He lacked confidence that the soldiers would not rebel, especially since they would soon be attacking the Barbarian Nation. A mutiny was not impossible, and could even be a high probability event. General Xiang, should we wait for His Majesty to come before making a decision? Lu Shi still wanted to hear how Lin Shi would decide. His Majesty is kind-hearted and compassionate. He shouldn't come to see such things, Xiang Long said lightly. When the plan was made last night, His Majesty had arranged for him to pursue the deserters, perhaps already anticipating the current situation. With so many people, there was no good way to handle it. Keeping them would waste too much food. Lu Shi's face darkened upon hearing this, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. General Xiang, please wait a moment. Yu Wendu hurried over. Everyone, are there any brothers from the Mongol tribe? Step forward. Yu Wendu shouted at the barbarian soldiers. One by one, 10,000 soldiers stepped forward, unsure of what he intended to do. General Xiang, I am originally from the Mongol tribe. 50 years ago, the Mongol tribes were invaded and occupied by the Barbarian Nation, and since then, we have been forced to merge into the Barbarian Nation. In fact, we have deep-seated grievances against the Barbarian Nation. These brothers follow me, and if a large-scale rebellion truly occurs, I am willing to offer my head as an apology. Yu Wendu said, cupping his hands. The Barbarian Nation has been waging wars everywhere over the years, and many northern ethnic groups have had their territories seized. Young men were conscripted into the army, with no other choice. I cannot make this decision, they can stay for now, Xiang Long blinked. With so many people joining the army, it required His Majesty's decision. Thank you, General. Brothers, come over here with me. Yu Wendu stepped aside and waved to the more than 10,000 Mongol soldiers. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the soldiers rushed to his side. When the time comes to charge, you take them with you, Xiang Long said calmly. To survive, they must pledge their loyalty. We will follow General Xiang's orders. Yu Wendu cupped his hands again. The remaining nearly 60,000 barbarian soldiers looked at each other in confusion. They had thought they would all die together, yet over 10,000 of them were suddenly spared. I am from the Bear tribe, and I have deep grievances against the Barbarian Nation. The Barbarian Nation destroyed our tribe and seized our territory. A soldier shouted loudly. Naturally, he didn't want to die, he had to find a suitable reason. Coincidentally, their tribe, like the Mongol tribe, had also been invaded by the Barbarian Nation. Yes, I am also from the Bear tribe. The barbarians took our land, seized our women, and conscripted us into the army. I cannot coexist with the Barbarian Nation. Another man shouted. I am from the Western Banner tribe, and I have deep-seated grievances against the Barbarian Nation. Joining the army was also forced. A tattooed man stepped forward. Xiang Long, Yu Wendu, Lu Shi. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did each of them suddenly have grievances against the Barbarian Nation? One could not rule out that someone was making up stories to survive. Do you have any way to prove your identity? Xiang Long asked. If they truly had grievances against the Barbarian Nation, they could be kept. These people were more familiar with the terrain of the Barbarian Nation and could become the vanguard for attacking it. Yes, yes, yes. Some soldiers shouted in response. Xiang Long had the soldiers with grievances against the Barbarian Nation step forward and state their ethnic identities. Including the Mongol people, there were more than 20,000 in total. There were still 50,000 barbarian soldiers left, feeling somewhat complicated. Watching their former comrades suddenly stand on the opposite side was indeed hard to accept. Is there anyone else? If not, we will get down to business. Xiang Long coughed a few times. If he hesitated any longer, the emperor would probably come over to see what was going on. If she softened her heart again and spared these 50,000 barbarian soldiers, it would be troublesome. The soldiers of the Barbarian Nation tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for another life-and-death battle. However, without anyone to command them, they were like headless flies, and their fate was likely sealed. Lu Shi opened his mouth, unsure of how to persuade them. It was too brutal to kill so many people just because they said so. Yet he knew Xiang Long was right. Eliminating these surrendering soldiers was the best choice for the great Xia. Your Majesty has arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out. Lin Shi, riding in a car, slowly approached. Xiang Long hurriedly saluted, feeling a pang of regret. If he had been a bit more decisive, they could have already wiped out the barbarian soldiers. Now that the emperor had appeared, it seemed these soldiers would not die. Lin Shi climbed onto the roof of the car, holding a loudspeaker, and looked at the barbarian army divided into several factions, frowning slightly. Xiang Long quickly reported the situation briefly. I am Lin Shi, the Empress of Great Xia, blessed by the heavenly sovereign to come this far. Mass slaughter is not my desire, but the only way to end the war is through war, Lin Shi said slowly. Heaven has a virtue of cherishing life. You 50,000 can choose not to die. Instead, you can stay and become laborers, building walls, repairing roads, and so on. You will receive 1 meal a day. Will you accept? These 50,000 could not be sent back now, otherwise, they would become a force against them again. In any case, to attack the Barbarian Nation, they needed to repair the roads first, as some routes were impassable for vehicles. With these 50,000, the road construction would speed up significantly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. The barbarian soldiers, hearing they could avoid death, threw down their weapons and knelt in worship. It was the first time they had seen the Empress's demeanor, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, making it hard to look directly at her. Moreover, they would have food every day. What was there to be dissatisfied about? After all, as soldiers, they only had a bowl of thin porridge each day, living in constant fear of dying in battle. Your Majesty, these 20,000 soldiers have deep-seated enmity with the Barbarian Nation. Should they be incorporated into the army or assigned to labor? Xiang Long asked. General Yuan will lead the Mongolian soldiers, while the soldiers from other tribes will follow General Lu Shi, Lin Shi decided after some thought. In future attacks on the Barbarian Nation, they would need to increase their forces. Since these warriors had a grudge against the barbarians, they could serve as the vanguard. Of course, they must verify their identities to prevent anyone from infiltrating. Lin Shi looked at the large pit, where some warhorses that had miraculously survived were whinnying in pain. Is Shadahan in there? She asked. Yes, he was the first to charge in and fell in, someone replied. Even if he hadn't died from the fall, he would have been crushed by those behind him. Forget it, let's burn it all and fill the pit, Lin Shi said. Xiang Long ordered dozens of soldiers to throw Molotov cocktails into the pit, and fierce flames erupted. The soldiers watched this scene with mixed feelings. Fortunately, they were just foot soldiers. If they had been cavalry, they might have ended up in that pit too. Lin Shi took a glance and left first. The battle in Han City had ended, and the streets were littered with corpses and blood, permeating the air with a stench of death. Han Jian and Huang Zhong were directing everyone to clean the battlefield, helping some barely alive barbarian soldiers to die sooner and avoid suffering. Lin Shi saw a truck with a shattered windshield, the driver's cabin covered in blood. 10 modified trucks had entered the battlefield, not only scattering the barbarian formation but also crushing many barbarian soldiers, achieving great merit. Who would dare to challenge such a steel beast? Today, they had slain over 100,000 barbarian enemies, and surely there were not many soldiers left in the Barbarian Nation. This battle could be said to have laid a solid foundation for future victories over the barbarians. At this moment, the 15 cities of Yanbei had all returned to the embrace of Great Xia. Lin Shi ordered food to be prepared to reward the army. Additionally, meals were prepared for the common people, who could come to collect them.
The smooth progress of this great war was largely due to the fierce resistance of over 100,000 common people against the barbarian soldiers. Shadowhun originally intended to use the civilians as cannon fodder, but unexpectedly suffered a severe backlash. The tremendous victory at the Battle of Hanchang marked the powerful rise of the Great Xia. After decades of weakness, it finally regained its strength. News of the Hanchang campaign quickly spread to various countries. Your Majesty, we have been defeated. Shadowhun is dead, over 100,000 soldiers have perished, and 70,000 have been captured. A minister reported softly within the palace of the Barbarian Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian Emperor's face changed dramatically, and he tightly grasped the dragon throne. For this battle, he had given Shadowhun 200,000 elite troops, only to see them wiped out in an instant. He never expected Shadowhun to be so useless, unable to withstand even a day's resistance. With such a loss, how could the Barbarian Kingdom cope with the impending attacks from the Great Xia? The civil and military officials dared not even breathe, shocked by the thoroughness of Shadowhun's defeat. The Barbarian Kingdom had been enjoying a string of victories in recent years, expanding its territory with great momentum, but after Lin Shi became the Empress of Huaxia, the Barbarian Kingdom's momentum was firmly suppressed. Not only had the Great Xia continuously reclaimed lost territories, but now, after the Battle of Hanchang, the Barbarian Kingdom faced the enormous danger of invasion. Shadowhun, you have betrayed the country, the Barbarian Emperor finally uttered after a long silence. He felt a tightness in his chest, suddenly stood up, drew his treasured sword, and descended from the Grand Hall to execute the minister who had recommended Shadowhun as the commander for the Battle of Hanchang. The officials hurriedly knelt on the ground, each one silent as a cicada in winter. With the loss of Hanchang and the destruction of 200,000 troops, who can withstand the Great Xia's assault? The Barbarian Emperor asked coldly, holding the bloodied sword. No one dared to speak. The Great Xia army had become an undefeated legend. Who had the confidence to face them? You all used to be so arrogant. Why is no one speaking now? The Barbarian Emperor threw the sword to the ground and returned to his dragon throne. Your Majesty, the Great Xia army is like a divine force now. I suggest we temporarily avoid their might and seek peace instead, an elderly minister advised. The Barbarian Kingdom had lost all morale after being beaten by the Great Xia, and facing them now would likely lead to certain defeat. It would be better to negotiate for a respite. Last time we negotiated, didn't Lin Shi want to make our Barbarian Kingdom a vassal state? Do you think we can agree to that? The Barbarian Emperor's murderous intent flared again. Unless the country was destroyed, he could not accept burying the territory his ancestors had fought for in his hands. How could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? The ministers dared not speak. Anyone who agreed would likely be executed on the spot. Ha, you all speak up. Whatever suggestions you have will spare you from punishment. The Barbarian Emperor scanned the crowd, feeling a wave of powerlessness. The next step would inevitably be the Great Xia's invasion. How should they respond? With less than 100,000 troops available, how could they withstand the Great Xia's attack? Your Majesty, could we cede 6 cities to the Great Xia? A minister asked. Last time they negotiated with the Great Xia, they had offered to cede 3 cities, but Lin Shi had still refused. However, if they ceded 6 cities along with annual tributes, perhaps they could negotiate. 6 cities. The Barbarian Emperor narrowed his eyes, then send you to Hanchang to meet Lin Shi and discuss. There was no other way now, they could only try. If Lin Shi still refused, they would have to muster the entire nation's strength and fight to the death. Su Mo received a letter from Lin Shi, stating that she had successfully taken Hanchang. All the lands occupied by the Barbarian Kingdom had been reclaimed. Deciding to seize the opportunity, the next step was to attack the Barbarian Kingdom. However, there were several sections of the road to the north that were in poor condition, and they needed to repair the vehicles, which would take at least half a month. This was just the right time for the army to rest and recuperate. Su Mo felt happy for them and went to procure a large amount of food, meat, vegetables, beef jerky, roasted chicken, beer, and cola. He also specially bought 10 boxes of high-quality white liquor to send over. And tell Lin Shi that they will provide well water for them in the evening. The Battle of Han City laid a solid foundation for the future unification of the Great Xia Kingdom. He heard that they had recruited another 20,000 soldiers, which would significantly increase future expenses. Looking at the balance on his bank card, there was less than 20 million left. Money was flowing out like water, and he needed to find ways to make more. Recently, Lin Shi had offered some valuable items and planned to put them in the antique shop tomorrow. He intended to invite Elder Tang, Elder Chow, and others over for tea. These were all big shots, and as long as they saw something they liked, they would generally buy it. Lin Shi received a large amount of supplies granted by the Celestial Lord and ordered a lavish dinner for the soldiers. Each warrior was also given a can of beer and a pack of beef jerky.
Today we have conquered Han City, everyone has worked hard, let's all drink a toast. Lin Shi raised her glass. She had just led the soldiers to pay homage to the Celestial Lord. Without his protection, they would never have been able to reclaim the lost territory occupied by the Barbarian Nation so smoothly. Generals like Yang Jiumei quickly raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. This was the white liquor granted by the Celestial Lord, smooth and refreshing, with a lingering aftertaste, far better than the liquor they brewed. Good wine, refreshing. Xiang Long praised repeatedly. It would be great if the Celestial Lord could grant us more white liquor in the future. Your Majesty, ever since you ascended to the throne, the fortune of the Great Xia has arrived, allowing us to be invincible in battle, Yang Jiumei said sincerely. The other generals nodded in agreement, their loyalty and admiration for the emperor were immense. It was not easy for a woman to be an emperor, and it was even rarer for her to personally oversee the front lines. It was precisely because of the Empress's spirit that the soldiers fought desperately to protect their homes and country. The soldiers of the army were absolutely loyal to the Empress, without a doubt. The wisest thing Lin Shizhen did in his life was to make Lin Shi the emperor. Otherwise, the Great Xia would likely have perished by now. It is all the Celestial Lord's blessing. Without him, whether you or I would die in battle, we would probably starve to death. Lin Shi smiled slightly. If it weren't for the Celestial Lord's sudden favor, they would not have been able to hold off the attack on Yanqing by the iron bone of the Wu, let alone achieve a series of victories afterward. It was precisely because the Celestial Lord granted them so many weapons and equipment that the battles became so simple. The things granted to them did not belong to this world, naturally giving them an overwhelming advantage over the enemy. Lin Shi held immense love and respect for her brother, the Celestial Lord. Without his assistance, she might have already died in the war. Everyone nodded repeatedly. The Celestial Lord favored the Empress, and thus favored the Great Xia, and this logical sequence was clear. It was also thanks to the Empress, otherwise, the Celestial Lord might not have noticed them. You generals have worked hard as well. Today's battle has completely reclaimed the land occupied by the Barbarian Nation. Lin Shi opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Next, I plan to continue the offensive and completely subdue the Barbarian Nation. As for the Western Way, they had also seized some land from the Great Xia, but much less than the Barbarian Nation. Moreover, a few days ago, Xiang Long helped Lin Hang eliminate 100,000 elite troops of the Western Way, so they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly now. After defeating the Barbarian Nation, the next target would be the Western Way. We will follow your Majesty's arrangements, the generals said. Now, the Great Xia was full of fighting spirit, naturally wanting to press on and attack the Barbarian Nation. The Barbarian Nation had bullied the Great Xia for decades and deserved to be struck back. Now everyone was invigorated, their morale high, and their spirits had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. The continuous victories had made everyone extremely confident. Well, those 50,000 captives will start repairing the roads tomorrow. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can set out to conquer the Barbarian Nation. Lin Shi was in a good mood today and took another sip of her drink. With 10 excavators, the efficiency of road construction would greatly improve. Ever since she started riding motorcycles or cars, she no longer wanted to ride horses into battle. First, bringing war horses required a lot of fodder. Second, the speed was far inferior to that of cars. And third, of course, the comfort was not as good as that of cars. After the road was repaired, they set off again, and it was definitely much faster than going on horseback. Your Majesty, this time the Barbarian Nation suffered heavy losses, directly hitting their foundation. I guess someone will come to negotiate peace again soon, Huang Zhong said with a smile. Unless they agree to become a vassal kingdom of the Great Xia, and the successor to the throne is designated by the Great Xia, otherwise there's nothing to talk about. Lin Shi nodded, which was also expected. After all, given the current situation of the Barbarian Nation, it would be difficult to withstand the fierce attacks from the Great Xia. Negotiating peace was the best and most commonly used method. To stop the Great Xia's offensive, it depended on how much sincerity the Barbarian Nation had. The Barbarian Emperor Qi Ming would definitely send someone to probe for news first, to see if they could withstand it. The last time the negotiation was rejected by her, it led to today's great battle in Han City. Coming out to negotiate again would probably have even more sincerity than last time. Then the Barbarian Emperor probably won't agree. Han Jian took a sip of wine. Just becoming a vassal kingdom of the Great Xia was simply impossible. Unless they were truly facing the destruction of their nation, they would only consider that as a last resort. What I want is for him not to agree. If he really does, it would be terribly boring. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. With the help of the Celestial Venerable, who would dare to oppose the Great Xia, the outcome would definitely be tragic. Your Majesty, I suggest that you stay in Han City, and we can head north to fight, Huang Zhong proposed. Although they had the upper hand in every aspect against the Barbarian army,
the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly and was full of danger. After all, they were in a foreign land, and some barbarian civilians might launch a surprise attack at any moment, delivering a fatal blow that would be hard to guard against. The Majesty should stay in Han City, and they could lead the troops north to conquer. I still want to go. Han City will rebuild the city walls, and at that time, the defensive measures will be increased, so it won't be easily occupied by the Barbarian Nation or other countries. Lin Shi took a sip of wine. I will always be with the soldiers, fighting all the way to the Barbarian royal court, completely defeating them. The general saw her determination and stopped persuading her. After the banquet ended, Lin Shi felt a bit dazed. She was happy today and had drunk a bit too much. After she returned to her room, she sent everyone out, then casually threw her underwear and other items, ending up tossing them all into the bag. After taking a shower, she put on a silk nightgown. Glancing around, she couldn't find where her underwear was and realized it might have been thrown into the bag. Will the Celestial Venerable blame me? Lin Shi's face turned red. She had only thrown away a bra before, but this time she had thrown away her underwear as well. The Celestial Venerable had never said anything before. She didn't know if he would be angry this time, especially after today's battle. She was a bit sweaty. At that moment, Suemo had just finished a bottle of cola when he saw underwear flying out of the bag. He picked it up and looked. It was the one he bought for Lin Shi. He didn't know why it was sent over, probably accidentally thrown into the bag. He sniffed it and detected a hint of sweat. It was normal for Lin Shi to sweat after commanding the army in a great battle in Han City today. He didn't think much of it, took it to wash clean, and then hung it up. He then placed the bag by the bedside, thinking that Lin Shi might write to him. After a while, he received a letter from Lin Shi, but it didn't mention the underwear. The next morning, Suemo had just gotten out of bed when Chowie knocked and entered. When she saw the underwear hanging in the room, she was momentarily stunned. Looking at the size of the bra, it was about the same as hers. Boss. You have a girlfriend now? Chowie felt quite disappointed. If the girlfriend knew she was living in the boss's luxurious mansion with Shishi, she wondered if she would be angry. She glanced around but didn't see any woman. Could it be that she had gone to work after getting up in the morning, leaving her underwear behind? Ah, yes, Suemo noticed her gaze and nodded. What's wrong? Boss, Shishi has a bit of a fever. Chowie said, I remember there's a thermometer in the office, so I'll go get it. Oh, it's here, take it. If she has a high fever, take her to the hospital. Suemo handed her the thermometer. Chowie nodded and left with it. Suemo touched his bra and underwear. They were already dry. He thought for a moment and found a clean bag to put them in. Suemo didn't pass the underwear to Lin Shi. After all, as a dignified deity, washing women's underwear would lower his status. He could buy some sexy lingerie for Lin Shi later. Suemo placed some antiques in the store and, seeing that Chowie hadn't returned, asked the security guard to continue watching the shop. He called Chowie to check on Cici, who had a fever of 39 degrees and was now receiving 4 fluids at the hospital. Many children had been catching colds and fevers lately. A lot of people were affected. Suemo went out to buy a large quantity of wheat seeds and vegetable seeds, as well as materials for simple vegetable greenhouses, and had them sent to the food factory. After all, the weather in northern Dacia was suitable for planting wheat, but most outdoor vegetables wouldn't survive. After buying these items, he sent them all to Lin Shi. Of course, growing wheat and vegetables required a lot of water, otherwise, they wouldn't survive at all. Suemo thought that Lin Shi would still need a continuous supply of water, and if he kept transporting lake water from other places, he might attract attention. He remembered visiting a natural cave in the southern mountainous area of Yunhai last year, where there was a dark river and some stalactites inside. However, the number of stalactites was small and not developed into a tourist area. What impressed him was the underground river, with water flowing endlessly into a deep pool, its destination unknown. With this in mind, he drove to the southern mountainous area and, after several inquiries, found the village chief. Young man, are you really planning to lease the mountain to raise chickens? The village chief was somewhat surprised by his plan. Their area was not far from the tourist zone, but no one had developed it, only envying the tourist areas of other villages. If someone was willing to lease these barren mountains, it would be a source of income. Yes, our village has relatively convenient transportation. I plan to lease this mountain to raise some chickens, Suemo nodded. Well, you should consider it carefully. This mountain is a bit expensive because there's a cave with water, so you don't have to worry about water issues. The annual rent is 100,000. The village chief tentatively quoted a price. Ah, that's a bit expensive. I'm afraid I won't even make back the rent from raising chickens. Suemo shook his head. He wasn't really complaining about the price. He just thought that if he agreed too readily, the other party would surely suspect he had ulterior motives. We can negotiate the price.
Besides, you could do live streaming, many young people are making money that way now. If you can sign a 5-year contract, the rent can be 70,000 a year, the village chief thought for a moment. This mountain hadn't been leased for 2 years, it was just sitting idle, and 70,000 was actually not a small amount. Alright, let's sign the contract then. Sumo hesitated but finally nodded. After signing the contract, he paid a year's rent. Boss, be careful with that cave, mainly because the pool's depth is unknown, safety first, the village chief reminded him. Sumo thanked him and drove to the foot of the mountain. After walking for 20 minutes, he reached a stone house built by the previous lessee, which had electricity. Inside were some stone tables and benches, and 2 large wooden boards serving as beds. Sumo strolled into the cave, where there was a dark river, with rushing water flowing into the pool. He took out paper, a pen, and a leather bag from his backpack and wrote a letter to Linshi. He quickly received a reply saying she was ready. Sumo concentrated and transported some of the pool water out. He could sense that the pool was bottomless. At this moment, Linshi was by the edge of Han City Lake, holding the bags opening towards the dried riverbed, and a large amount of river water surged out. In less than half an hour, the lake was already full, and she hurriedly flipped the bag over. Recently, she had conducted an experiment with the Celestial Master. As long as the bag was flipped, it would no longer be able to receive transmitted items. At this moment, Sumo felt that he could no longer transmit river water and knew that Han City Lake was full. He glanced at the pool. The water level had only dropped a little. Based on the flow speed of the underground river, it was estimated that it wouldn't take a night for the water level to recover. Not bad, very good. Sumo was in a good mood, rubbing his brow. With this cold pool, water supply would no longer be a problem in the future. Sumo returned to the foot of the mountain and searched for fencing on his phone, then looked up related short videos from Yunhai. Seeing some good products, he contacted the blogger. Since he was going to put on a show, he might as well do it thoroughly. Besides, he could eat the chickens himself or transmit them to Linshi and the others. Free-range chickens in the mountains would definitely have excellent meat quality. After the blogger added his contact information and inquired about his needs, he quickly drove over. Boss Su, if you plan to raise chickens in a completely free-range manner, you'll need to fence off this large area of forest, otherwise, the chickens will fly away when they grow up, said a manager named Yang Lin. How much will the materials and construction cost? Sumo asked. Basically, just using netting will do, no need for railings. There are many trees here, so we just need to fence the boundary with netting. The main cost is labor. Yang Lin took out his phone and roughly calculated, for a total package, just give me 100,000. I'm not haggling, but this money also needs to cover the construction of some simple chicken coops. Sumo nodded, I'll pay 30,000 first, and the remaining 70,000 after the work is completed. Sumo signed a contract with Yang Lin, asking them to get started as soon as possible. He checked the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, so he drove back to the community, wanting to see how she was doing. He opened the door, only to find that no one was home. He felt a bit urgent and pushed open the bathroom door, planning to use the toilet. Chowie had just finished showering and was drying her hair when she was startled by Sumo's sudden entrance, flustered and unsure where to cover herself. Sumo was stunned by the sight of her ample, fair figure and quickly retreated. I thought you weren't back yet, Sumo said from outside the door. I just came back from the hospital with Shishi, thinking the hospital was full of germs, so I took a shower as soon as I got home. Chowie said, her face flushed from inside the bathroom. Usually, it was just her and Shishi living together, so she had no habit of locking the door when entering the bathroom. Sumo rarely came over, so who would have thought he would suddenly walk in? She had just exposed herself to him. I should tell you, actually, I'm severely nearsighted. I used to wear contact lenses but I didn't wear them today, so I didn't see anything. Sumo fabricated a story. The image of her fair and ample figure still lingered in his mind, leading to all sorts of thoughts. He had never underestimated her, but she turned out to be even more impressive than he had imagined. Chowie, goodness, you didn't even draft your lies. But the boss probably didn't mean it, he had always treated her well. It's a pity the boss has a girlfriend, otherwise, with what happened today, it could have been a chance to get closer. Brother! At that moment, she ran over from the study with a pen in hand. How are you? Feeling better? Sumo touched her forehead, it was still a bit warm. The doctor said I need to go for an 4 again tomorrow, she said pitifully. Then listen to the doctor and get better first. Sumo patted her little head. What do you want to eat tonight? I want a hamburger. She thought for a moment. The doctor said to eat something light. Chowie hurriedly came out, her face still red. Since the boss didn't want to acknowledge the incident, she felt it was inappropriate to bring it up again. Sure, let's go. I'll take you out to eat, Suemo said. He led the two to the garage and was about to drive. Let me drive. You didn't wear your contact lenses, so you need to be careful, Chowie said softly. Alright, cough cough. Suemo felt a bit awkward, sitting in the back seat with CC. I put some things in the antique shop today. If anyone wants to buy, just let me know. He changed the subject. Boss, how about I rent a place nearby with CC? It's not convenient for you to live in the food factory office with your girlfriend, Chowie said casually. Today, she had also seen women's underwear hanging in the boss's office. He must have a woman. You can continue living there. I'm in a lawsuit with Wang Yugue, and I'm about to reclaim the villa at home, Suemo smiled. Oh, that's great. Wang Yugue is really too much. Chowie felt angry for Suemo. Their family business had been schemed away by her uncle. It was truly infuriating. Fortunately, the lawsuit was going relatively smoothly. Once the boss reclaimed his assets, his worth would skyrocket. Just thinking about it made her feel even more disheartened. She felt even less deserving. Lost in her thoughts, they drove to a restaurant. After a simple meal, they bought some apples and pears at a nearby fruit shop. Hello, boss, can you give me an apple to eat? Just as Suemo was about to get in the car, a middle-aged man approached, looking a bit embarrassed. Suemo was taken aback. He had encountered some beggars asking for money, but never someone asking for an apple. I'm not a scammer, and I don't want money. I've been in Yunhai for 3 days and haven't found a job. I haven't eaten all day, the man said, his face full of embarrassment. Suemo glanced at him and asked Chowie to drive Cece back first. He took the man to a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. After the man wolfed down the noodles, Suemo began to ask some questions. He learned that the man's name was Lee Hongjun, and he was 45 years old. He had previously worked in a factory, but it had closed down recently. He came to Yunhai looking for work, thinking it would be easy to find a job as a laborer on a construction site, but he found that no one was hiring. What do you think is a suitable monthly salary for a job? Suemo asked. If I can earn 4,000 to 5,000 a month, that would be fine. I don't have much education, but I'm strong, Lee Hongjun replied. He had 2 children at home to support, and he felt ashamed to go back without earning money. Do you know how to raise chickens? Suemo looked at him. What do you mean by raising them? Lee Hongjun was a bit surprised. I just leased a piece of forest and plan to raise chickens, completely free range. The work is actually quite simple. You just need to feed the chickens some wheat or corn each day, and then collect the eggs when they lay them, Sumo explained. That's no problem. I also raise chickens at home in the village. Lee Hongjun nodded repeatedly. Alright, then it's settled. Tonight, I'll find you a hotel to stay for 1 night, and tomorrow I'll take you to the mountain to have a look. If you can do it, the monthly salary will be 6,000, Suemo said. 6,000? Thank you, boss. Lee Hongjun was extremely surprised. I won't stay at the hotel. I've been sleeping under a bridge these past few days. I'll just continue sleeping there tonight. Just follow my arrangements, Suemo waved his hand. After leaving the noodle shop, he saw a hotel nearby and booked a room. I'll call you in the morning, you should rest well. Suemo left his number and then left. Lee Hongjun sat on the hotel sofa, unable to hold back his tears. He wiped his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Today, he had met a kind-hearted boss, and he would surely work hard in the future to repay the boss's kindness. Suemo took a taxi back to the community and went upstairs. Cece has taken her medicine and fallen asleep, Chowie said softly. Suemo nodded and was about to leave. Boss. Chowie hesitated. However, if she didn't bring up today's events, she would feel restless. Let's talk in the study. Suemo knew what she wanted to talk about. This matter was indeed his fault, and trying to brush it off was not right. He went to the study and closed the door. Boss, did you see everything today? Chowie's face turned red to her neck. I'm sorry, I saw a little. Suemo scratched his head. A little? You probably saw everything, right? Chowie thought to herself. With her outstanding qualities, it was impossible for him to have seen just a little. That was my fault, feel free to make any requests. Suemo looked at her and said, Boss, don't overthink it, it was just an accident. I want to ask, do you really have a girlfriend? Chowie wasn't trying to extort him. Suemo didn't expect Chowie to ask about this and nodded. I have a girlfriend, but she's out of town right now, he said after thinking for a moment. He didn't know why Chowie was so interested in his affairs. Did she have feelings for him? Long-distance relationship, huh? Chowie was a bit surprised. Since the boss said he had a girlfriend, she decided not to think too much about it. Yes, a long-distance relationship, Suemo nodded, took out his phone, and found a picture of Lin Shi to show her. She's really beautiful, so stunning. Chowie was amazed by the picture of the dashing Lin Shi.
This woman not only had stunning looks but also exuded an air of authority. Her noble temperament was far from ordinary. It made sense, the boss was young and accomplished, so any woman who caught his eye must be exceptionally outstanding.
Boss, just pretend today's incident never happened. Chow Yi handed the phone back. With such an excellent girlfriend, she had completely given up.
In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she was far inferior.
That won't do, it was my fault. Suomo shook his head.
How about this? I'll take you to the mall this weekend to buy a bag, and you can check out what you like in advance. He felt he had to give her some compensation, even if it was material. Otherwise, it would leave Chow Yi feeling uncomfortable. This time, he had been too abrupt. No one expected her to be showering inside. No need, really. Chow Yi shook her head. The boss had treated her well, letting her stay in a luxury house for free and even providing her with a car. Although he had seen her, there had been no further actions. It was just an accident.
Don't be polite with me. It's settled. I'm heading back now. Suomo stood up, said goodbye, and left.
After returning to the office, he searched for mobile homes. The stone house on Chicken Raising Mountain was in too poor condition. It would be even draftier when it got colder. He decided to buy a mobile home for the mountain, so Li Hongjun would be more comfortable living there. He picked a style and contacted a local company in Yunhai. After adding them on WeChat, he chose a larger, better one for a total of 60,000 yuan and arranged for them to deliver it the next day.
In the Great Xia, Han City, the citizens and soldiers in the city personally witnessed a miracle today.
The long dry Han City lake was now filled to the brim with water. Those who had originally doubted the existence of the heavenly sovereign had now become loyal believers. Even many of the surrendered soldiers felt the same. They truly understood why the Great Xia was invincible. With divine assistance, victory was assured. Originally, the surrendered soldiers had some other thoughts, but now they were all obedient. The true existence of the heavenly sovereign meant that anyone daring to rebel would likely face divine retribution. Moreover, although they were captives, they were eating better than in the barbarian army and didn't have to worry about being killed in battle. How great was that? In this era of great famine, being able to eat and survive was already quite good.
As for anything else, it was a luxury.
Lin Shi arranged for the citizens of the city to plant wheat and had people set up plastic greenhouses according to the instructions. According to the heavenly sovereign, this greenhouse could grow vegetables all year round.
The next morning, the Prime Minister of the Barbarian Nation, Meng Lu, and others arrived in Han City. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Meng Lu, passing by Han City Lake today, thought he was seeing things when he saw the lake full of water. After inquiring, he learned that the lake had been granted by the celestial sovereign yesterday. Upon hearing this, his expression turned grave, and he was immensely shocked inside. The celestial sovereign and various deities were originally concocted by the ruling class to fool the common people for easier governance. However, various signs now indicated that the celestial sovereign protecting the Great Xia truly existed. In this case, it would be better for the barbarian kingdom to give up its fantasies.
Meng Lu, how sincere is the barbarian kingdom this time?
Lin Shi skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. They were not in a hurry, it was the barbarian kingdom that was anxious. Your Majesty, the barbarian kingdom is willing to submit to the Great Xia, and we are also willing to cede 6 cities and pay tribute on time every year, Meng Lu said, cupping his hands. We hope Your Majesty will show mercy and spare us from the flames of war. Analyzing the current situation, it was clear that the barbarian kingdom would find it difficult to be a match for the Great Xia. Seeking peace for the time being was a desperate measure.
Oh, does the barbarian emperor agree to change his title from emperor to king, and allow the heir to the throne to be designated by our Great Xia?
Lin Shi asked.
Your Majesty, this condition is somewhat difficult for our emperor to accept.
Moreover, our willingness to submit to the Great Xia is enough to show our sincerity, Meng Lu replied respectfully. In fact, it was just a change of wording. The barbarian emperor simply wanted to save face.
Your sincerity is still insufficient.
Qi Ming still harbors fantasies, thinking he can appease me with 6 cities and buy himself some breathing room. Lin Shi's tone turned cold. Tell Qi Ming that if he cannot meet my conditions, he should prepare for the Great Xia to trample his royal court. She was well aware that the barbarian kingdom harbored wolfish ambitions and would never be content to submit. Once they regained their strength, they would inevitably invade the Great Xia again. Therefore, she had to find a way to completely subdue the barbarian kingdom this time, not giving them any opportunity. Meng Lu saw that the negotiation results were still the same as last time, and if he returned to report like this, he feared he would be punished by the barbarian emperor.
But seeing Lin Shi so resolute, what could he do? Your Majesty, could we change the conditions?
Meng Lu asked, cupping his hands.
This condition was too harsh, the barbarian emperor would likely not agree. If the Great Xia invaded the barbarian kingdom, a great battle would soon begin. Menglu felt worried about the future of the Barbarian Kingdom. The rapid rise of the Great Xia was unexpected. Today, he saw rows of iron beasts and was quite shocked. It was rumored that these things could travel 1,000 miles a day without needing to graze. Moreover, the Great Xia's weaponry and equipment were far ahead of the Barbarian Kingdom. If this negotiation failed, the Great Xia would surely invade the Barbarian Kingdom. Don't talk to me about conditions. I've made myself very clear, Lin Shi said, looking at him. Go back and give me a response within 3 days. If the Barbarian Kingdom cannot meet my conditions, be prepared for battle. Meng Lu sighed lightly, bowed respectfully, and left. He immediately arranged for someone to send a message to the Barbarian Emperor, reporting the failure of the negotiations and the dire situation of the Barbarian Kingdom. The Great Xia was too strong. If they did not agree to their conditions, war would be imminent. Your Majesty, the Barbarian Kingdom will definitely not agree. When shall we go to war? Xiang Long was eager to try. It was great that the Emperor did not agree to the Barbarian Kingdom's peace proposal. They should take the opportunity to beat these bastards thoroughly. We need to wait until the roads are fixed. Some sections are impassable for vehicles, Lin Shi said. The roads to the north were in poor condition, with some areas extremely narrow, making it impossible for cars to pass. She had already sent people to repair the roads, and with excavators on site, the work was progressing quickly. Your Majesty, how about I take some people to capture Snow City first? Xiang Long asked. The thought of the Great Xia invading the Barbarian Kingdom's territory for the first time in decades made him somewhat impatient. The road conditions were poor for cars, but motorcycles should still be fine. There's no need to rush, let's wait a few more days for the Barbarian Kingdom's response, Lin Shi thought for a moment. They probably won't agree, so we should strike while the iron is hot and attack the Barbarian royal court. After receiving the news, the Barbarian Emperor's expression turned extremely ugly. He had already made enough concessions, willing to cede 6 cities to the Great Xia and to pay homage to them, yet the other side was still not satisfied. It seemed they intended to not rest until the Barbarian Nation was destroyed. I have decided to start conscription, with the minimum age set at 12, the Barbarian Emperor declared. There was no choice. The Great Xia had killed far too many of their soldiers, and their military strength was severely lacking. In such a situation, the only option was to lower the conscription age and increase the number of soldiers. 12 years old. Your Majesty, isn't that a bit too young? A minister hurriedly said. Previously, the conscription age was 17, and now the Emperor had suddenly lowered it to 12. If these young recruits all died on the battlefield, the Barbarian Nation would likely become a nation of widows. If the soldiers were all too young, not yet of marrying age, they might end up as nothing more than nameless foot soldiers for their entire lives. If we don't lower the age, do you have a way to recruit another 500,000? The Barbarian Emperor glanced at him. With so few soldiers, he felt insecure. Therefore, this time he planned to conscript 500,000, adding to the current army of over 100,000, totaling 600,000. The other ministers felt that the Emperor was somewhat mad upon hearing the number he intended to recruit. If so many were conscripted and they all perished, the Barbarian Nation would be completely finished. Lin Shi dares to humiliate me like this. Our Barbarian Nation would rather die in battle than live in shame. The Barbarian Emperor shouted angrily. It was simply impossible for him to become a vassal kingdom, with the Great Xia designating the heir to the throne. Your Majesty, relying solely on us, we may not be able to withstand the Great Xia, one minister said. Even with emergency conscription, these young people had not undergone long-term training and had never been on the battlefield. Their combat effectiveness would likely be quite average. The Great Xia had many tactics, making it hard to defend against them. Having more soldiers without a good strategy was futile. The Emperor, being young and impetuous, needed to have a solid plan. What is your opinion? The Barbarian Emperor asked him. This old minister suggests seeking assistance from the Great Jin Kingdom, to join forces and resist the Great Xia together, the minister said. Once our Barbarian Nation is destroyed, the Great Jin Kingdom will be exposed to the Great Xia. They won't be safe either. Moreover, they have had their own grievances with the Great Xia, and the Great Xia won't spare them. Perhaps after finishing with the Barbarian Nation, they would turn to attack the Great Jin Kingdom as well. The Barbarian Emperor hesitated. He knew very well that the Great Jin Kingdom had long been eyeing the south, coveting the land of the Barbarian Nation. There had often been friction between the two countries, each wanting to swallow the other. If they allied with the Great Jin Kingdom this time, it was very likely they would be inviting a wolf into the house. But there was no choice. The Western Way no longer dared to send troops easily. The other countries were merely watching the spectacle, with no plans for an alliance, leaving them with no option but to ally with the Great Jin Kingdom. However, based on their understanding of the Great Jin Kingdom, even if they were willing to ally, they would likely demand a high price.
Your Majesty, I also agree to unite with the Great Jin Kingdom, another minister said. In addition to recruiting soldiers, we must also create sturdy shields and other equipment to deal with the terrifying bows and arrows of the Great Xia. It was now impossible for the Barbarian Nation to resist the Great Xia on its own. They could only join forces with other nations. Urgent production of shields and other equipment was needed, as ordinary shields could not withstand the arrows of the Great Xia. Back then, Wu Tiegu had been shot dead even while wearing chain mail. The power of those arrows was too terrifying. Your Majesty, I have something to say. At this moment, a minister stood up. The Great Xia army has suddenly risen, with all sorts of strange occurrences. They have no worries about food and drink, and the dried-up lake has suddenly filled with water. The cold city lake was witnessed by the Prime Minister himself, so the matter of the Celestial Venerable must be true. The others fell silent. Based on the recent performance of the Great Xia, aside from divine beings, there was simply no way to achieve such things. Not to mention, it hadn't rained in Tiandu for a long time. How could a lake that had cracked from drought suddenly be filled with water? Now they all privately believed that the Great Xia truly had the protection of the Celestial Venerable. In this way, they felt even more that the Barbarian Nation could not defeat the Great Xia. However, no one had dared to say this to the Emperor before, fearing that if they angered him, they would lose their heads. What do you want to say? The Barbarian Emperor looked at him. Your Majesty, since the Celestial Master truly exists, we cannot possibly win against the Great Xia. Why not just agree to them? We lose to the Celestial Master, not to the Great Xia. This is not shameful. Given time, once we grasp the secrets of the Great Xia, we can take our revenge, the minister said respectfully. In fact, many people thought this way. Even an alliance with the Jin Kingdom might not guarantee victory. The Great Xia had them change from emperor to king, with the heir designated by the Great Xia. Although this was excessive, it could at least preserve the Barbarian Nation, allowing everyone to continue their lives. It was merely a matter of losing face, a question of pride. As for the heir, that was a long way off. The emperor still had no offspring. Perhaps during this time, the Barbarian Nation would grow stronger, and by then, they could simply ignore the Great Xia's words. If they continued to confront the Great Xia head-on, the young people of the Great Xia would likely be wiped out. Moreover, agreeing to Lin Shi's conditions would not significantly impact these officials. Shut up! The Barbarian Emperor roared, someone, take him out and execute him. Your Majesty, what I said is the truth. Your Majesty, do not continue to fight the Great Xia. The minister's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly knelt. He never expected that just for his suggestion, he would lose his life. The guards came and dragged him out, beating him to death with sticks. Do you think agreeing to the Great Xia means nothing to you? The Barbarian Emperor swept his gaze over the officials. Lin Shi is humiliating me. Even if I agree, do you think she will let it go? A bunch of useless fools. You enjoy everything the great Barbarian Nation provides you, yet you forget the grace and dare to speak such nonsense. If we agree to Lin Shi's conditions, the dignity of our great Barbarian Nation will be lost, our pride will be lost, and our spirit will naturally be lost. Will the great Barbarian Nation still exist? How can the century-old foundation laid by our ancestors be destroyed by my hands? The officials hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. It seemed the emperor had decided to fight to the death, and no one would dare to mention agreeing to Lin Shi's conditions again. Issue an order. From today, the entire nation enters a state of war. All citizens, regardless of gender or age, may kill anyone from the Great Xia they encounter. The Barbarian Emperor said coldly. Their great Barbarian Nation still had over 5 million people. He did not believe the Great Xia would truly dare to wipe them all out. As long as the people of the Great Xia entered their territory, all citizens of the Barbarian Nation could kill them. Lin Shi, since you have decided to continue the fight, I will use the strength of my nation against you. Lin Shi received the news that Meng Lu and the others had left Han City and returned to the Barbarian Nation. It seems the Barbarian Nation intends to fight us to the death, Lin Shi said, narrowing her eyes slightly, unable to suppress her excitement. She hoped the Barbarian Nation would adopt this attitude, then beat them into despair, thoroughly subduing them and making them dare not entertain any bad thoughts. In the following days, they received news from the Barbarian Nation one after another. The Barbarian Emperor had already issued an order for all citizens to take up arms, intending to keep any Great Xia person who stepped onto barbarian land forever there. Lin Shi called the generals together to discuss countermeasures. Your Majesty, with the Barbarian Emperor issuing such an order, I think we must strengthen our forces, Huang Zhong said. Previously, they had attacked the original cities of the Great Xia, where the citizens were more cooperative. Now, as they were about to step onto barbarian land, and since the other side had all citizens armed, they could not afford to be careless, otherwise, they would suffer heavy casualties.
Only by increasing their forces and strengthening their deterrence could they better launch an attack. What you say makes sense. How many more troops should we recruit? Lin Shi asked. For them, recruiting soldiers was not difficult at all, as many people had wanted to join before, mainly because the Great Xia's military rations were too good. Don't say it's during the Great Famine, even in times of good harvests, the food was never this good. Huang Zhong thought for a moment. To sweep through the barbarian lands, they needed a large force. There had to be enough deterrent power to make the people of the Barbarian Nation dare not act rashly. The other generals echoed his sentiment, expressing their agreement. Previously, their small numbers allowed for greater mobility because they fought within the cities of their own country, without worrying about attacks from the populace. However, entering the barbarian lands was a completely different situation. Both the soldiers and the civilians there were enemies. A moment's carelessness could lead to a surprise attack. Alright, then let's recruit soldiers in the 15 cities north of Yen. I think that should be enough. Lin Shi saw that everyone agreed and issued the recruitment order. Including the 20,000 they had recruited in Han City, they currently had 90,000, still short by 110,000. The 50,000 barbarian soldiers sent to repair the roads were not even considered for the combat units. They were uncontrollable factors and would be better off staying in Han City as laborers. After the recruitment announcement was made, within a day, the number of applicants exceeded 200,000. After all, such a good opportunity was rare, and even if one did not achieve great merit, at least they could earn a living, which was far better than staying at home. Lin Shi sent people to select the young and strong, ultimately choosing 110,000 from among them. He then assigned these individuals to the various generals for training. The road repairs would take some time, which was just enough to practice the troops. Lin Shi wrote a letter to report this matter to his brother, the Heavenly Sovereign. After receiving the letter, Su Mo also felt that increasing the military strength was the right decision. However, this would require doubling the necessary equipment and food, leading to enormous expenses. Just to equip these 110,000 with enhanced composite bows would cost 11 billion. Not to mention the protective gear, motorcycles, and so on, the required funds were astronomical. That night, he called Tang Lao and others, inviting them to the antique shop for tea the next day. Just a rough calculation, 30 billion might not even be enough to wipe out the barbarian nation, Su Mo mused, having only considered the major expenses, and the required amount was astronomical. However, thinking of the treasures in his antique shop, especially those royal items bestowed upon him by Lin Shi during his time in the capital, he believed they could fetch a good price. The next morning, Tang Lao, Chao Lao, and others arrived at the antique shop. Su Mo had Xiao Yi brew some good tea. These people were all like gods of wealth. Little Su, I thought after you opened the antique shop, you had taken out all the good stuff, but I didn't expect you to have so many treasures hidden away. Tang Lao exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at the newly displayed antiques. Chao Lao also gasped in amazement. Several pieces of porcelain were definitely royal items, worth a fortune. Especially the large vase with a dragon pattern in front of him, which was absolutely top-tier ancient porcelain. Good things can't all be taken out at once, Su Mo smiled. Why don't you see if there's anything you like? There are several pieces I like, but the prices are all too high, Chao Lao replied with a wry smile. Since the last auction, they had established a reference for the value of antiques in the history of the Great Xia. Just the royal dragon vase in front of them was worth at least 1 billion. There were several large porcelain pieces of extremely high quality. Additionally, there were a few paintings that were definitely of rare quality. Little Su, I have a friend, a big collector in the capital. I'll give him a call. He's currently in Yunhai, Chao Lao said after a moment. Great, thank you, Chao Lao. Su Mo didn't care who bought it, as long as they paid. About an hour later, an old man arrived with a few people. Mr. Long, let me introduce you. This is Su Mo, the son of Professor Su Long. The antique shop is his. Chao Lao and Tang Lao stood up. Little Su, this is Mr. Long, a big shot in the capital's collecting scene, and the well-known online collector, Old Ma, doesn't even compare in front of Mr. Long. Old Chao, stop flattering me. Long Feng smiled, and then his gaze was drawn to the antiques in the shop. Oh, this dragon soaring across the seas vase is truly majestic and exquisite, an absolute treasure. And this top-quality inkstone, along with the jade carving and so on, all belong to ancient royal items. Each one is a masterpiece, not at all inferior to the treasures in the provincial museum. Long Feng exclaimed repeatedly, then turned to Su Mo. This young man looked to be just in his early 20s. It was impossible for him to have acquired so many antiques on his own. Long Feng even suspected that Su Long had previously unearthed treasures from the royal tombs of the Great Xia and had stolen so many treasures. Otherwise, it was hard to explain where these treasures came from. Of course, even if he had doubts, he wouldn't ask.
How they came to be was unimportant. What mattered was that they were indeed good items, all old ones. He had heard that antiques from the Great Xia Kingdom sold for high prices at the Bali auction, and the top antiques in this room also came from the Great Xia. Having played with antiques all my life, today I can say I've opened my eyes, Long Feng said, looking at a vase with a dragon pattern. Let's not even discuss how ancient times mastered such advanced porcelain techniques, just consider how, after all these years, this porcelain has been preserved so well. If someone who didn't understand antiques saw this vase, they would definitely think it was a modern craft because it looked very new. There was no sign of the passage of time on this vase, no aura of an old antique. But from various analyses, it could be confirmed that it was indeed an ancient item, a genuine article, which was very contradictory. I'm not sure about that. It was left to me by my father, Suemo said. What a pity for Professor Su, Long Feng said with a hint of melancholy. Alright, back to the point. How much for this dragon soaring across the seas vase? Suemo looked at the large porcelain vase with the dragon design. It was given to him by Linshi when she returned to Kyoto. It was definitely a royal item, whether in terms of firing technique, color matching, or shape, it was a superior work. 5 billion, Suemo glanced at Old Tang and quoted directly. Before Long Feng arrived, he had asked Old Tang and Old Chow, and the value of the dragon soaring vase was around 1.2 billion. But he certainly couldn't say 1.2 billion directly, otherwise, there would be no room for negotiation. 1.5 billion. A bit high, isn't it? Long Feng raised an eyebrow. This item is good, but its value is too high. How about this? 1.3 billion, I'll take it today. He was immediately fond of this exquisitely elegant dragon soaring vase. Alright, let's go with what Long Feng said, Suemo nodded. Since they had reached a psychological price, he would sell it. He was in urgent need of money. Pleasantly straightforward. Long Feng was very pleased and had someone transfer the money. He then selected a top-quality inkstone, 2 scroll paintings, and a piece of exquisite jade pendant, spending another 2 billion. It was the first time he encountered so many top treasures in a private antique shop, so he naturally wanted to buy them. After Long Feng finished selecting, Old Tang and Old Chow each picked a few items, and the two of them spent a total of 700 million. Suemo was very happy to see that they had made 4 billion today. With this money, he could continue to purchase equipment for the Great Xia army. Little Su, let's add each other on WeChat. If you come across good items in the future, be sure to send them to me, Long Feng said. He had bought several items he was fond of today. Each one could be considered a family heirloom, and he was in a good mood. Suemo added his WeChat, marveling at how generous the big shots were. He had intended to invite Long Feng to dinner, but Long Feng said he had something to do later and asked him to find him when he went to Kyoto. He would treat him. Suemo helped load the antiques into Long Feng's car and watched him leave. What does Long Feng do to be so wealthy? Suemo sighed. His ancestors were royalty, they just changed their surname later, Old Chow chuckled. Back in the day, his ancestors fled quickly with some gold and antiques, and later returned to invest and made a fortune, earning nearly 10 billion from a real estate project in Kyoto. It's all gone early in the morning, now it's just a commercial giant. Old Tang lit a cigarette. But in the National Collection Circle, he is top-notch. Suemo nodded and went with them to a nearby restaurant to celebrate. Don't busy yourself, just eat well. Suemo smiled and waved his hand as he watched Chow-Yi serve tea and water. After Chow-Yi finished pouring tea for Old Chow and Old Tang, she smiled slightly and sat beside him. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Old Chow asked with a smile. We were family 500 years ago. If not, I can introduce you to a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Chow-Yi was very attractive and perceptive. Being a shop assistant was beneath her. I'm not in a hurry. I'll talk about it in a few years. Chow-Yi politely declined. Old Chow glanced at Chen Xiao and exchanged a look with Old Tang. However, Suemo had struck it rich. He earned 4 billion today alone, and girls could pick and choose. I have things to do this afternoon, so I won't drink. I'll make up for it next time. Suemo smiled and changed the subject. Old Chow and Old Tang didn't insist. The two of them drank a bottle of mutai. After eating and drinking to their fill, Suemo returned to the office. He made calls to order some compound bows, protective gear, long swords, and so on. Additionally, as the weather turned cold, he contacted a clothing factory to order 200,000 sets of cotton jackets. As for motorcycles, he planned to switch to a different mountain bike this time. Mainly because he didn't like the previous owner's way of doing things, he had even arranged for a female salesperson to accompany him, almost taking advantage of him. He then drove to the mall and specifically bought several sets of clothes for Linshi, including various thicknesses of down jackets. Mr. Su, buying clothes for your girlfriend? Tang Yi happened to see Suemo coming out of the store with big bags.
Your girlfriend is so lucky, doesn't she come to buy clothes herself? Yes. Suemo looked at her. By the way, I also need to buy 20 cargo trucks. Really? That's great. When will you go to the store to take a look? Tang Yi didn't expect to run into someone making a deal while shopping. No need, just give me a quote. I want the whole vehicle, with the cargo box already installed. Suemo was too lazy to go see it again. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. I'll organize the vehicle configuration and pictures tomorrow and come to you to sign the contract. Tang Yi was very happy. Suemo nodded, said goodbye to her, and put everything in the car. Just as he started the car, he suddenly saw an old man collapse not far away. Grandpa, what's wrong? A tall beauty in high heels rushed out from the passenger seat, quickly pulling a pill from the old man's pocket and putting it in his mouth. Suemo hurried over to help support the old man. Call 120. He glanced at the woman, who was in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful, and very graceful. Cough, cough. At that moment, the old man slowly woke up. Grandpa, how are you? The woman was full of concern. I'm fine, don't worry. The old man smiled and glanced at Suemo. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. What illness do you have? Suemo felt relieved when he saw the old man awake. It's an old problem, heart issues. Western medicine wants to do a heart transplant. Traditional Chinese medicine requires 300-year-old ginseng as a medicinal guide. The old man sighed bitterly. It's too troublesome. I don't want to suffer. If I die one day, then so be it. Grandpa. The woman scolded him angrily. The whole family was counting on the old man. Once he was gone, it would be chaos. Isn't 300-year-old ginseng available for purchase? Suemo looked at their attire and their car, a Bentley, suggesting they weren't short on money. Yes, even with money, it can't be bought. We offered 30 million as a reward, but still couldn't find it. The woman sighed lightly. If it weren't for the matter of treating her grandfather, she would have suspected it was a big scam. The famous doctor said that only wild mountain ginseng with 300-year potency could be used as a medicinal guide. Such high-quality wild mountain ginseng was too rare, let alone 300 years, even 100 years would be a rare treasure. Last year, a century-old wild ginseng was auctioned for an astronomical price of 18 million. So how much can you offer at most? Sumo's mind sparked with an idea. Although it was a severe drought on Linshi's side, there might still be wild ginseng of the right age hidden deep in the mountains. If you can get it, 50 million. The woman glanced at him. I'll give it a try. Let's exchange contact information, and I'll notify you if I find it. Suemo nodded. You're not just trying to ask for my WeChat, are you? Seeing how kind you are, I can give it to you directly, no need to bring up ginseng. The woman sighed. There were quite a few enthusiastic young people like him, but it wasn't that everyone lacked compassion, they just didn't want to get into trouble. After all, the saying if you didn't cause the accident, why help had scared off too many good-hearted people. Suemo was somewhat speechless, this woman was a bit too self-absorbed. Chu Chao added Suemo on WeChat but had no hope of him finding a 300-year-old wild ginseng. After all, they had offered such a high bounty before and had found nothing. 300 years was too long enough for several dynasties to change. If I find it, I'll contact you. Suemo saw that old Chu had no issues and walked to his car to leave. So young and driving a Phantom, really quite flashy, Chu Chao glanced at his car. Ha, he's a nice young man, old Chu chuckled. Let's go, we're heading back to Kyoto today. Grandpa, how about we take a day off today and go back tomorrow? Chu Chao was a bit worried. No, there's an important meeting tomorrow morning. Just call Shaoli later and have him come pick me up after the meeting. Old Chu shook his head. Shower, if you encounter any difficulties in Yunhai, call me. I understand, Grandpa, I can handle it. Chu Chao nodded. Also, I heard that kid from the Yi family and the girl from the Lin family have come to Yunhai. If you run into them, don't get into a conflict. Old Chu reminded her. I'm not familiar with them, so I won't. Chu Chao nodded. That's good. Do well at the branch office in Yunhai, and anyone who doesn't agree can be let go. Old Chu smiled. And if you meet a suitable boy, you can try dating. Grandpa, I just graduated from college. I'm not in a hurry, Chu Chao said, a bit impatient. They didn't allow dating while in school, and now that she graduated, they were pushing her to find a boyfriend. How ridiculous. After returning to the food factory office, Suemo sent all the items he bought to Linshi. He also asked her to pay attention to whether she could send someone to find the 300-year-old wild ginseng. Linshi replied with a thank you letter and sent over some exquisite items. These were carefully selected from Han City, only the best were worthy of the Heavenly Lord. Additionally, the letter mentioned that she had sent someone into the deep mountains to search for wild ginseng. As for whether they could find something that old, it would depend on luck. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Suemo drove to the southern mountainous area and saw Li Hongjun throwing some wheat on the ground. Groups of fluffy yellow chicks were happily pecking at it. "Old Li, are you getting used to living here?" Suemo handed him a box of wine. "Pretty good, the air here is great, there's a small shop in the village, and a big market nearby, life is convenient, all is well." Li Hongjun hurriedly put down the grain when he saw him, wiped his hands on his clothes, and came over to take the wine. The boss had provided him with a brand new house, complete with air conditioning, even better than living at home. Moreover, the job was very simple, just feeding the chicks. The first batch the boss bought was 10,000 chicks, and he said there would be a few more batches coming. "That's good. If anything comes up, just call me. I'll go check the cave. If anyone comes, don't let them go to the cave," Suemo said. "Okay." Li Hongjun put the wine inside the house and sat in front of the door to keep watch. After arriving at the cave, Suemo took out a leather bag from his backpack, opened it, and began to transfer water from the deep pool. Half an hour later, he finally came out. "Old Li, be careful when fetching water, the ground is a bit slippery," Suemo reminded him. "I know, I always fetch water by the dark river, this water is spring water, very good to drink," Li Hongjun hurriedly replied. "Well, there are still 20,000 chicks coming over, along with 20,000 ducklings and goslings. You've worked hard." "It's not hard. This work is much easier than when I was at my job," Li Hongjun said with a simple smile. The pay was high and the work was light, so he cherished this job very much. Suemo nodded and drove down the mountain. He didn't return to the food factory but went to a local company that specialized in off-road motorcycles. A couple of days ago, he had made an appointment with their sales manager to come and look at the bikes. "Mr. Su, are you really going to order 100,000 units?" The sales manager saw that he wasn't joking. "Of course," Suemo nodded. "Please wait a moment." The sales manager made a phone call. Soon, a young woman in professional attire came out of the office building. "Oh, Suemo." Chu Qiao was very surprised to see him. "Miss Chu, you are the owner of this company." Suemo was somewhat taken aback. This motorcycle factory had been in Yunhai for decades and was originally part of the Chu family's business. "Yes, I heard you want to buy 100,000 off-road motorcycles. Is that true?" Chu Qiao still found it hard to believe. She had just taken over the company last month and was worried about how to boost sales and surpass last year's performance to save face in front of the family. Now, Suemo wanted 100,000 units, which was a huge surprise. They were considered a large factory nationwide, and last year, this branch in Yunhai sold over 20,000 units. But unexpectedly, just one day's order equaled half of last year's sales. "Of course it's true," Suemo nodded. "What do you need so many motorcycles for?" Chu Qiao was a bit confused. "For export?" "Smart," Suemo replied. "Which regions are you exporting to?" "We also do exports, and maybe we have after-sales service stations in some areas, so customers can contact us directly. I have many customers, mainly in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and West Asia. If needed, I will reach out to you," Suemo casually said. "Okay, if you need anything, just let us know, and we will do our best to meet the customer's needs," Chu Qiao said sincerely. Sales had been declining this year, but with Sumo's order, they had already exceeded their targets. Although this motorcycle company was a rather inconspicuous part of the family business, exceeding performance was certainly better than declining sales. Her grandfather had arranged for her to gain experience here, and when she returned to the core of the group, this would be a shining achievement. "My requirements are very simple: ensure quality and quantity, large fuel tanks, and deliver as soon as possible, in batches," Suemo said. They couldn't fit 100,000 units all at once in the food factory, so delivering 5,000 at a time would be fine. "Rest assured, the motorcycles we produce are of excellent quality, they won't break down even after 10 years of riding," Chu Qiao smiled. "Everything will be done according to Mr. Su's requirements." Suemo confirmed the configuration of the off-road motorcycles, negotiated the price to 10,000 per unit, and ordered 100,000. He paid half of the total amount up front, with the remainder to be paid upon delivery. Chu Qiao agreed that delivery to his food factory's warehouse was fine. Since he was a local customer and a super big client, there was naturally no problem. Moreover, since it was a batch delivery, they would receive the final payment after delivery, which posed very little risk. "Mr. Su, let's have a meal together," Chu Qiao said, having someone put away the contract. "Sure, but my stomach hasn't been well lately, so I won't drink," Suemo said, seeing her enthusiasm. "That's fine, if you don't drink, we won't drink. We'll have some beverages," Chu Qiao smiled at him. Was he worried that if he drank too much, she would bully him? In any case, she had to treat this god of wealth well. She had heard that a super big client had come to their competitor recently. When she heard the news at that time, she was incredibly envious. The client on the other side also seemed to have the surname Su. Could it be Suemo? Suemo followed Chu Chao to a luxurious restaurant and sat down in the hall. This private room needs to be booked a week in advance. It's very popular, Chu Chao said apologetically. After all, Suemo was their super big client. She had called on the way and found out that even if they offered more money, the restaurant couldn't free up a private room. It had been fully booked long ago. Just the two of us here is fine, Suemo said, not minding at all. It was just a meal. How about some red wine? Chu Chao glanced at him. No thanks, I still have to drive later. Suemo shook his head. He wasn't interested in white or red wine. He only occasionally drank beer when it was hot. Alright, then let's order some drinks. Chu Chao felt a bit more favorable towards him. Not drinking, not smoking, yet wealthy and handsome, rare indeed. Soon, the dishes were served, a table full of delicacies. Looking at the feast before him, Suemo began to eat without hesitation. How is your grandfather? Suemo asked. He's doing quite well, but this illness is quite frightening. You never know when it might strike, like a ticking time bomb. Chu Chao sighed lightly. Her grandfather insisted on not undergoing heart transplant surgery, but they couldn't find wild ginseng with 300 years of medicinal power. She didn't know when he might pass. As long as her grandfather was fine, everything was okay. But once he was gone, the large Chu family would likely be thrown into chaos. Although her father was the eldest son, he had two uncles who were also very strong-willed. Did you ask me for WeChat to find a way to get wild ginseng, or was it just to add me? Chu Chao looked at him, her big beautiful eyes holding a hint of a smile. If it were for money, Suemo had just placed a billion order with her today. He wouldn't be short of that little bit. You're a good person, just a bit narcissistic. Suemo shook his head. I'm just doing a good deed. I've already asked a friend to look for it, but who can guarantee if it can be found? Chu Chao's face flushed. It seemed he was just being kind, and she had overthought it. Thinking about Sumo's age and how wealthy he was, he probably wasn't lacking in women. He didn't seem like a scumbag, not the type to casually flirt around. With that thought, her fondness for him increased. Thank you, regardless of whether you find it or not, I appreciate your kindness, Chu Chao said, brushing her hair back and taking a bite of sea cucumber. You're too polite. Besides, if you find it, there's still 50 million, Suemo smiled. Oh, Chu Chao, Su boss, you two know each other? At that moment, Yu Wending walked over, followed by Qin Mengyao. He was somewhat surprised to see the two of them. He had previously flirted with Chu Chao, but she had ignored him. As the eldest son of the Yi family, he felt quite embarrassed and didn't want to cling to her. We know each other, we just closed a billion deal, Chu Chao replied with a hum. Yu Wending frowned upon hearing this, looking at her flushed face. Was this billion deal a legitimate business? Oh, a big deal. Was it Suemo who gave it to you? Yi Wending asked curiously. Of course, Chu Chao nodded. Oh, that's good. Studying abroad really makes a difference. You can talk about such things publicly. I really have a higher opinion of you now. Yu Wending's expression was somewhat strange. Chu Chao was puzzled, not understanding what was so inappropriate to say. It was quite baffling. It was her first time doing such a big business, and she was just a bit proud of it. Qin Mengyao had been listening quietly, occasionally glancing at Suemo with a complex expression. This guy was known for flirting around. After a few days, he had already hooked up with another woman. Seeing that Chu Chao was beautiful and had grace, she looked like a lady from a prominent family. You two enjoy your meal, Su boss. About what I mentioned last time, please pay more attention, Yu Wending said. Last time he went to see Suemo, he inquired about the Yi family's Dasha Golden King Cup. He had asked Suemo to help find it and promised to offer 12 billion. Don't worry, I've been keeping this important matter in mind. As soon as I have news, I'll notify you immediately. Suemo nodded. You all take your time eating, I won't disturb you. After Yu Wending finished speaking, he took Qin Mengyao to the next table. What did he mean by that earlier? Chu Chao frowned. It doesn't mean anything, just ignore it. His thoughts are a bit dirty, Suemo smiled. Chu Chao was taken aback upon hearing this, and then she realized something, becoming furious. She exclaimed, it's a 10 billion deal, what does that bastard think he is? What trash, always thinking about those lower body matters, disgusting. Chu Chao huffed angrily. By the way, what did he want from you? She was curious that Yu Wending had actually approached Suemo. I have an antique shop. He wanted me to help him find an old item, but he didn't find anything. Suemo didn't reveal too much, after all, it was a guest's privacy. The Yi family's Golden King had previously told Lin Shi to keep an eye out, as it was quite valuable. They still hadn't found it, and the matter had been left hanging. The Golden King cup had been missing from Lin Shi for over 200 years, it wasn't easy to find. Oh, you also deal in antiques? That's rare at such a young age. Chu Chao was somewhat surprised. Just a hobby, Suemo said lightly, picking up a shiny black gold abalone and taking a bite.
it was fresh and delicious. Anyway, I have to thank you, this is my first big deal since taking over the company, and also the largest order in the history of this motorcycle company. I raise a glass to you, thank you. Chu Chao sincerely lifted her juice. You're too polite, Suemo clinked glasses with her. He didn't expect this company to be from the Chu family. Sometimes, life's encounters are truly wonderful. Qin Mangyao was dining with Yi Wanding, occasionally glancing over at Suemo. What's up? Do you know Suemo? Yi Wanding asked. He was unaware of the relationship between Qin Mangyao and Suemo, as she had deliberately hidden those experiences. Isn't he the owner of the antique shop? I went to see it with Linger on the opening day. Qin Mangyao smiled. Who is that woman? Chu Chao, from the Chu family in Kyoto, one of the 4 great families, but she's the last one. Yi Wanding gently swirled his red wine. If Suemo gets involved with the Chu family, he could avoid several lifetimes of struggle. Chu Chao had just graduated and was arranged here for training. Sooner or later, she would return to the core of the Chu family. If old Master Chu passed away, the Chu family would likely be surpassed by other families. Oh, no wonder, she looks so refined. Qin Mangyao suddenly understood. She truly envied the children of these big families. They were the ones born into wealth. Unlike her, someone from a second-tier city, even if her family had a bit of money, she was still far from being part of the elite. This time, she was trying to date young Master Yi, which was also her family's intention. But she lacked the confidence to keep young Master Yi from his playful nature. She knew she didn't have that much charm. She worried that once he got bored, he would abandon her. After all, young Master Yi was known for his flirtatious nature, changing girlfriends more than 10 times a year, and that was just what was visible. It's okay, there are plenty of girls like that in Kyoto. Yi Wanding took a sip of wine. He never lacked for women and would never force a woman. After Suemo had eaten and drunk his fill, he drove back to the food factory. Today, he purchased 100,000 motorcycles, spending 10 billion in one go. Adding the orders for reinforced composite bows, protective gear, trucks, and so on, he spent another 20 billion. He sold antiques for 40 billion, and in the blink of an eye, he was left with 10 billion. He thought for a moment and contacted Li Yunran's second uncle, wanting to get some explosives. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li sent him the address and asked him to come over to talk. Suemo drove over to a clubhouse. Xiao Wang, you can play a few rounds. I need to discuss something. Uncle Li saw Suemo arrive, got up from the mahjong table, and called another person to take his place. Xiao Su, the matter you mentioned is a bit tricky. After arriving at a tea room, Uncle Li poured a cup of tea for Suemo. With your capabilities, Uncle, you must have a way, Suemo said with a smile. Since he could come, there was something to discuss. There is a way, but it will take some effort. Uncle Li lit a cigarette. Some time ago, I lost terribly in Macau, and recently, my stocks soared only to plummet, causing me significant losses and a serious cash shortage. Uncle Air, you worry too much. Money is not a problem, Suemo said leisurely as he took a sip of tea. I told you, this child has insight. How much do you need? Uncle Li grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth. I need explosives, timed explosives, remote-controlled explosives, all in quantities 3 times what I asked for last time. Suemo thought for a moment. Explosives are excellent for conquering territories, greatly reducing the difficulty of siege. They can catch the enemy off guard and attack when they are unprepared. You need that much? The unit price will have to be 30% higher than last time. How about 15 million? Uncle Li pondered. He could make 5 million from this deal. Of course, some of that money would have to be used to smooth over relationships. After all, with such a large quantity, approvals and other issues would arise. Every process needs to be handled, otherwise, it would be impossible to manage. But these were not major problems. He was very familiar with the ropes. No problem. When will the delivery be? Suemo readily agreed. I told you, this child has potential. Uncle Li smiled even more happily. Wait for my news. If all goes well, it won't take more than a week. I'll transfer 5 million to you now. Please take care of it, Suemo said, pulling out his phone to make the transfer. I told you, this child can achieve great things. Uncle Li raised his teacup to clink with his. Delivery guaranteed within 5 days. Thank you, Uncle Air. Suemo wasn't worried about him running off with the money. Uncle Li still cared about his reputation. Besides, it was just 5 million. According to Li Yunran, Uncle Air had lost 2 small targets in one night at most in Macau. Brother, there's a spa on the 2nd floor, with young, beautiful girls who have great figures, curvy hips, and ample chests. Do you want to go up for a massage and relax? It's on me. Uncle Li lowered his voice. Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell Yunran about this. No need, Suemo quickly waved his hand. If he wanted that, why come here? With his current conditions, if he wished, beautiful women would come to warm his bed tonight. He left the club and stepped outside, glancing at the sky, which was overcast. A cold wind blew, and a few yellow leaves drifted down from the branches. It was getting chilly. Your Majesty, we sent 500 men to the cold mountain forest this time, and we found 10 wild ginseng plants and killed a fierce tiger, Yang Jiumei reported, asking someone to bring up the wild ginseng. These deep mountains and forests are extremely dangerous. The surrounding tree bark had long been stripped by the locals for food. No one dared to venture deep inside because of the tigers and wolves. This time, when their soldiers went deep to search for wild ginseng, they encountered a fierce tiger. Fortunately, they had a reinforced composite bow and shot it dead. Lin Shi looked at the wild ginseng of varying sizes, one of which had very long roots, clearly much larger than the others. The team doctor said this one is at least 300 years old. Yang Jiumei pointed to this wild ginseng. Of the remaining 9, 5 are over 100 years old, and the rest are all over 50. Good. That's wonderful. Lin Shi was overjoyed. The task that the Heavenly Sovereign had arranged for her was finally completed. She transmitted all 10 ginseng plants and wrote a letter reporting their condition. The Heavenly Sovereign should be very pleased when he receives this. Your Majesty, do you think gods also need ginseng to nourish themselves? Yang Jiumei asked, somewhat puzzled. Such rare treasures of heaven and earth might be beneficial even for gods. Lin Shi didn't inquire about the Heavenly Sovereign's purpose. Anyway, as long as the Heavenly Sovereign wanted it, she would do everything possible to fulfill it. The Heavenly Sovereign had said that in a few days, he would send motorcycles, composite bows, armor, trucks, and cotton clothing, among other things. Without the Heavenly Sovereign, there would be no continuous victories for the Great Xia, nor would there be an opportunity to counterattack the barbarian nations today. Your Majesty, have you ever thought that since items can be transmitted, perhaps people can be sent over too? Yang Jiumei glanced at the leather bag. In fact, she had had this idea for a long time but had not dared to say it. I naturally thought about it, but the Celestial Sovereign didn't let me go, and I didn't dare to rashly enter the bag. Lin Shi nodded. What if she recklessly transported herself over and the Celestial Sovereign got angry and wouldn't let her return? An unknown world represented uncontrollability, and one shouldn't rashly attempt it. What you said makes sense. Yang Jiumei nodded. I'm really curious about what the world of the Celestial Sovereign is like, with so many amazing things. Whether it was mobile phones, motorcycles, trucks, drones, etc. All had a tremendous impact on them. These things were absolutely impossible for the people of this world to create. But why did the immortals create them? Was it for entertainment? In their minds, immortals could fly and wouldn't ride motorcycles for transportation, right? But this was just her own speculation. The world of immortals was not something mere mortals could imagine. Perhaps in the immortal realm, besides immortals, there were also mortals, and these were for the mortals of the immortal realm to use. In that case, everything made sense. Your Majesty. At that moment, Lu Mulan walked in. We have received reliable intelligence that the Barbarian Kingdom has ceded 3 northern cities to the Great Jin Kingdom in exchange for 150,000 elite soldiers' assistance. Additionally, the Barbarian Kingdom has lowered the conscription age to 12 years old and has urgently recruited 200,000 people, with recruitment still ongoing, Lu Mulan reported. Insane! Qi Ming intends to bury the entire Barbarian Kingdom with him. Lin Shi was very angry upon hearing this. Currently, the conscription age varied by country, but the youngest was 15. This time, the Barbarian Kingdom directly lowered the age to 12, which was utterly without bottom line. No wonder they ordered universal conscription, it had completely gone mad. I will immediately request Your Majesty to grant us some paper so we can write some propaganda slogans. Before the battle, we can drop them in the cities using drones, telling our targets that it is only the brutal royal family of the Barbarian Kingdom, not the common people. Only by exterminating the royal family can the common people of the Barbarian Kingdom live good lives. Lin Shi thought for a moment and immediately wrote a letter. After Suemo returned to the office, he opened the cabinet. He saw many ginseng plants next to the leather bag, along with letters. He was filled with surprise after taking a glance, finding 10 garbage bags to carefully pack these ginseng plants separately. According to Lin Shi's letter, the largest one had the potency of 300 years. He didn't expect to really find it. It wasn't easy. He saw another letter, which was Lin Shi's request for paper. They needed to write propaganda slogans to send to the common people of the Barbarian Kingdom. Suemo thought for a moment and told her he would handle the flyers and print them out to deliver to her tomorrow. He used the printer to take care of it directly, saving Lin Shi and the others from having to write by hand. He also sent 2 large boxes of A4 paper for Lin Shi's daily use. Then he contacted Chu Chao, saying that the 300-year potent ginseng had been found. After receiving the news, Chu Chao drove over directly. Suemo led her into a conference room and took the ginseng out of the garbage bag. Are you sure this is a wild mountain ginseng with 300 years of potency? Chu Chao was very skeptical.
Such a precious thing was just packed in a garbage bag? Looking at the ginseng's roots still covered in soil, it looked like it had been dug up today. Of course, why would I fool you? Suemo nodded. 50 million, take the item. I don't have that much cash on my card. I'll call my grandfather, and he can come to see it himself tomorrow, Chu Xiao said after thinking. Right now, she indeed didn't have that much money and couldn't verify whether it was really a wild mountain ginseng with 300 years of potency. She wasn't doubting that Suemo was deceiving her, she just found it hard to believe that such a precious treasure could be found so easily. It definitely wasn't Suemo who went to look for it personally, she was worried that Suemo had been fooled by someone. Alright, no problem. Suemo didn't have any particular emotions, it was normal not to believe it. If their roles were reversed, he wouldn't believe it either. After all, items that had been offered high bounties for a long time had never been found. Yet he managed to resolve it in just a few days, so it was natural to be suspicious. You're still not going home this late? Chu Xiao saw that he wasn't angry and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Suemo would be upset and distrustful, which would ruin their relationship. I live in the office of the factory, it's convenient for work, Sumo smiled. Chu Xiao nodded slightly and didn't ask further, driving away. After all, it wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together at such a late hour. Di Weiguo was in the security room and saw the beautiful woman come out so quickly, thinking that the boss was a bit too fast. He knew a few dietary remedies and planned to mention them to Suemo later, or perhaps take the boss out for some beef stew with chicken tomorrow to nourish him well. The next noon, Chu Xiao accompanied her grandfather and an old Chinese medicine doctor to the food factory's office. Old Chu, this is a 300-year-old wild ginseng. Suemo opened a black garbage bag and took out the ginseng. Dr. Chun, could you please take a look? Old Chu said. He didn't have high hopes. If it weren't for Chu Xiao detailing Sumo's situation, he wouldn't have thought someone like him would be bored enough to scam money. Dr. Chen approached the ginseng, examining it closely, repeatedly exclaiming in amazement. This ginseng is still alive. Was it just harvested yesterday? Dr. Chen's eyes sparkled as he stared at the root. Yes, Suemo nodded. Incredible, a rare treasure. Dr. Chen took out scissors and carefully found the thinnest root, cutting off about half a centimeter and putting it in his mouth to chew. Before long, blood gushed from his nose. Such powerful medicinal properties, it must be over 300 years old. Dr. Chen quickly took out a handkerchief to cover his nose and concluded. This was definitely a priceless treasure. Old Chu's illness wouldn't even require a tenth of this ginseng. Great, that's wonderful. Old Chu was overjoyed upon hearing Dr. Chen's conclusion. He hadn't expected Suemo to be so capable, it was rare. Thank you, Xiao Su. Old Chu tightly grasped Sumo's hand, quite excited. Chu Xiao was stunned, she hadn't expected the ginseng to truly have 300 years of medicinal power. Grandpa was saved. No need to be polite, it's just your good luck that my friend found one of the right age, Suemo smiled. Thank you, Xiao Su, let's add each other on WeChat, and you can send me your bank card details, Old Chu said happily. If there was a better way to prolong life, it was certainly a good thing. Previously, he had resisted a heart transplant because he didn't want to live with someone else's heart. Now that he had found the 300-year-old wild ginseng, he could completely use traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. Xiao Su, I'll transfer you a little fee for your hard work, Old Chu said as he operated his phone. Suemo soon received a text from the bank, 60 million. That was 10 million more than what they had discussed that day. Thank you, Old Chu, but you've given me 10 million too much, Suemo said. The extra is for you to drink with your friends. Finding such a treasure must have required considerable manpower and resources, Old Chu replied. They had invested a lot up front, hiring many people to search, but all had returned empty-handed. Thank you, Old Chu. Suemo didn't insist further. Xiao Su, I heard from Chower that you have an antique shop. Would you mind if I took a look? Old Chu asked. Suemo had helped him so much, he wanted to show his appreciation. No matter how much Suemo took from the 60 million for the wild ginseng, it was what he deserved. I don't mind, it's not far from here, Suemo nodded. Old Chu asked Chu Xiao to personally take care of the wild ginseng. This was a treasure worth its weight in gold, not a single root should be lost. They then went to the antique shop. Chu Xiao had thought it would be a small storefront, but she didn't expect the shop to be so large. Many of the antiques inside were clearly priced, and they weren't cheap. Xiao Su, which dynasty are these antiques from? Old Chu, not well versed in antiques, picked up a few and looked them over, not recognizing the traditional characters. Most of them are from the Great Xia dynasty. Suemo said, it's that dynasty that has been controversial in history. Ah, this. Old Chu was a bit confused, since this dynasty hasn't been confirmed, how can these things be proven to belong to that dynasty? People can lie, but objects cannot. Suemo gently touched a ceramic jar beside him,
not long ago, General Long from Kyoto bought a lot of items from me.
You mean Long Feng?
Old Chu was somewhat surprised.
Yes, that's General Long. Sumo nodded.
If Old Long recognizes it, then it must be right. Old Chu nodded. Shower, pick a few you like. He wasn't particularly fond of these items, not because of the items themselves, but because most of them came from ancient tombs, carrying a heavy aura. What surprised him was that upon entering the antique shop, he didn't feel that aura, which was also the reason for his initial doubts. Chu Chao also didn't sense any coldness from these antiques. Instead, she was very interested in several items. She chose 3 pieces, spending over 10 million in total. Little Sue, I'm heading back. In the future, if you encounter any issues in Kyoto, you can always find me. Old Chu paid. Although he had given money for the ginseng and even added a bit more, he still felt a bit indebted. After all, this ginseng with 300 years of medicinal power couldn't be measured by money alone. Such things are treasures of heaven and earth, only obtainable by those with fate. Otherwise, even if one offered 100 million, they might not find it. Alright, thank you, Old Chu. Sumo smiled. I should be the one thanking you. We're leaving now. Old Chu and Dr. Chen headed back to Kyoto first, eager to treat the illness. Now that they had the wild ginseng with 300 years of medicinal power, they could officially begin treatment. Sumo helped Chu Chao pack the antiques into boxes and load them into the car. I really have to thank you. Finding the wild ginseng is like saving my grandfather's life. Chu Chao said sincerely, if you ever need my help, just let me know. No need to be polite, Old Chu is already paid, and even gave a bit more, so you don't owe me anything. Sumo smiled slightly. He didn't do this for gratitude, he just tried it out because he happened to encounter it. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shi would be so efficient, finding the suitable wild ginseng so quickly. You're quite honest. Chu Chao's fondness for him increased by a point. She waved her hand and drove away. Boss, I think Miss Chu is interested in you, Chao Yi said softly. Nonsense, she's from a prominent family in Kyoto, Sumo replied lightly. He clearly heard what Ji Wending said while he was having a meal with Chu Chao. Even though the other party's voice wasn't loud, his hearing was excellent now. As long as he concentrated, he could hear sounds from a great distance. The Chu family is one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, and Chu Chao, being the legitimate granddaughter, would eventually return to Kyoto to manage the family's core assets. Kyoto, prominent families. Chao Yi sighed upon hearing this. That indeed puts us in different worlds. She had never seen the prominent families of Yunhai, so she naturally had no concept of super elite status, only seeing the grandeur displayed in idol dramas. Well, I've only known Chu Chao for a few days, Sumo replied. Alright, I'll head back for now. After returning to the food factory, he took out the remaining 9 ginseng roots, washed them clean, and placed them in a dryer. This way, they could be better preserved. Although these weren't as good as the wild ginseng with 300 years of medicinal power, they were still quite rare. After drying, he stored them for future needs. In the following days, Lin Shi received a large number of promotional materials granted by the Celestial Lord, including mountain motorcycles, trucks, reinforced composite bows, armor, and so on. Now, with excavators, the efficiency of road construction had greatly improved. In 3 days, the main road between Han City and Snow City would be completed. When the world is unified, there will surely be a common script and standard tracks. Lin Shi sighed. By then, the main roads between cities would be built into dual carriageways. This way, when they go on inspections in the future, they could drive there. During this time, she had also arranged for the new recruits to learn to ride and shoot arrows, among other things. This time, the Great Xia had a total of 200,000 troops, ready to flatten the entire Barbarian Nation. Your Majesty, we have received news that the Great Jin has dispatched 150,000 troops, including 30,000 cavalry, expected to arrive at Snow City tomorrow. The Barbarian Nation has sent 100,000 troops, making a total of 250,000 soldiers on both sides, Lu Mulan reported as she entered. 250,000. How many civilians are there in Snow City? Lin Shi asked. Approximately around 100,000, Lu Mulan replied. Starting tomorrow, we will use drones to drop flyers into the city, urging them not to be incited by the barbarian royal family and end up as cannon fodder. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, the content of the flyers granted by the Celestial Lord is already good, no need to add anything else. Understood, Lu Mulan said. Your Majesty, with the Great Jin allying with the Barbarian Nation, do you think they are just putting on a show for the barbarians, or do they truly intend to fight us? Yang Jiumei pondered for a moment. Regardless of what benefits the Barbarian Nation has given to the Great Jin, 150,000 troops, including 30,000 knights, is a significant force. If their troops were to be defeated in Snow City, the Great Jin would be in danger as well. It clearly does not seem like a wise trade to put their own country at risk for just a few cities of the Barbarian Nation. I wonder what the Wanyan family is planning. Lin Shi frowned. The Great Gene has long passed its peak. This alliance with the Barbarian Nation against us is self-destructive. The Great Gene had once been glorious, occupying the entire north, including what is now the northern provinces of Huaxia. However, as history progressed, the Great Gene was eventually pushed back to the far north, neighboring the Great Russia. This time, their choice to ally with the Barbarian Nation likely aims to take the opportunity to expand their territory and restore their ancestors' glory. Yes, let's eliminate them all and turn their lands into our Great Xia's territory, Xiang Long said with a smile. Our first goal in heading north is to flatten the Barbarian royal court and completely reclaim the entire territory of the Barbarian Nation as part of Great Xia. Lin Shi thought for a moment. As for the Great Gene, since they insist on meddling, let's satisfy them and capture them all at once. Compared to the Barbarian Nation and the Western Way, the Great Jin's territory is less than one-third of theirs. The fact that they can send 150,000 troops to ally with the Barbarian Nation clearly indicates they are serious. Once we have subdued the Barbarian Nation and the Great Gene, how do you plan to govern? Lin Shi suddenly asked. In fact, she was thinking that once the world is pacified, if they continue to use the feudal lord system, the hidden dangers would still be significant. When the central power of Great Xia is not so strong in the future, the rebellion of the feudal lords would be inevitable. Xiang Long had eliminated Lin Yu and was granted the title of King of Yu, merely to quickly stabilize the 100 Yu region, as they still needed to focus on dealing with the Barbarian Nation at that time. Moreover, he only had the title but no actual territory. Xiang Long was not particularly interested in this title. The first thing he did upon returning to the capital was to request the emperor to revoke his title of King of Yu, but he was not permitted. The emperor said that after the unification, he would reconsider the matter of granting titles. Support the royal families of both sides and choose obedient ones to take the throne, Han Jian said slowly. Aren't you just following the old path? Huang Zhong chuckled. I actually think completely eliminating their royal family would save on management. This way, Huaxia would gain 2 more provinces, and they could send officials to manage them. What General Huang said is very true, Lu Mulan nodded. In fact, other feudal lords' territories could also be handled this way. In the more than 200 years of Great Xia's history, there have been several instances of feudal lords rebelling. To solve this problem, the system must be completely overthrown. But then, how will the royal family and nobility be arranged? Lin Shi glanced at everyone. Throughout history, those who have conquered the world have mostly conferred titles of kings and nobles upon their own people. After all, transforming into royalty naturally comes with royal privileges. If they truly stopped bestowing titles, the royal family of the Great Xia would likely go mad. Since ancient times, the chaos of vassal kings has never ceased. In the over 200 years of Great Xia's history, there have been several instances. There was even one successful case where a vassal king turned the tables and became emperor, which is quite absurd. Finding a solution to this problem requires deep contemplation, especially regarding how to deal with the current vassal kings. If their powers are reclaimed, it will inevitably lead to great turmoil. Let's discuss this matter later. For now, let's take down the Barbarian Kingdom, Lin Shi said with a smile. The first key point in attacking the Barbarian Kingdom is to capture the city of Snow City. Brother Tianzuan has been sending supplies continuously, and the road is almost finished. They first need to do a good job of propaganda to prevent innocent civilians from being caught up in this battlefield and suffering tragic deaths. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Shi ordered the army to set out. A grand army of 200,000, riding motorcycles, arrived at the walls of Snow City. People of Snow City, listen. We are targeting the royal family of the Barbarian Kingdom. You know what kind of life you have lived these years. Overthrowing their brutal rule is the only way for you to live well. Xiang Long shouted from the back of a truck, holding a loudspeaker. Nonsense! A burly general on the city wall cursed angrily. He was the commander of the Barbarian Kingdom in this battle for Snow City, Gu Hu. Since the deaths of Wu Tiegu and Shatohan on the battlefield, he was the only renowned general left in the Barbarian Kingdom. Xiang Long, you invade my Barbarian Kingdom and claim it's for our good. What kind of nonsense logic is that? Gu Hu shouted, you Great Xia are nothing but hypocritical scoundrels. Today, if one comes, we kill one, if 2 come, we kill 2. Today's battle would either be his moment of glory or his death. Snow City is the first line of defense for the Barbarian Kingdom against the invasion of the Great Xia, and it is a crucial point. They have deployed elite troops and received reinforcements of 150,000 from the Great Jin Kingdom, intending to keep the Great Xia army at bay. Gu Hu, look at the fate of Wu Tiegu, Sha Tohan, and the others. Xiang Long shouted at him, if you surrender, you will surely be greatly valued by His Majesty. Bah!
What are you, Great Xia? You think I'll surrender? Gu Hu spat. Xiang Long, do you dare to fight one of my generals? According to what he had learned before, the Great Xia's actions of seizing cities and lands were generally hard to stop. The enemy had explosives that could easily breach the incredibly strong city walls, significantly reducing the difficulty of the siege. This time, he planned to provoke the generals of the Great Xia army. If he could slay one, it would greatly boost the morale of his soldiers. Continuous defeats had left the soldiers demoralized. If he could kill Xiang Long, their morale would surely soar. Ha, come on, Gu Hu, do you dare to fight me? Xiang Long knew the other party's intentions but did not refuse. You know very well that I am originally a civil servant, not a warrior. In a one-on-one fight, I naturally cannot defeat you, but I have 3 fierce generals under me, any one of whom can easily slay you. Gu Hu snorted. You think you can hide like a turtle and send your subordinates to their deaths? That's too despicable, Xiang Long said with disdain. Do you dare or not? Gu Hu asked. Mali, go to battle. The tall and mighty General Mali immediately led a team of soldiers out from the side gate. Xiang Long had someone bring over a black steed and leaped onto it. Although he had been riding motorcycles recently, his horsemanship had not diminished at all. Xiang Long, if you have the ability, let's not use bows and arrows. Ma Li shouted. If the other side used strong bows, he would have no chance of winning, as the range difference was obvious. Fine, as you wish. Xiang Long handed his bow and arrows to someone nearby. Mali did the same, then brandished a large knife and charged forward on horseback. Xiang Long squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, drew his long sword, and charged forward. Bang! In a clash, Xiang Long used his sharp sword to directly sever Mali's large blade, simultaneously slicing through his throat. Mali fell from his horse, dying a tragic death. Gu Hu, do you still have any brave generals under your command? Xiang Long flicked the blood off his sword. The army of Great Xia cheered. General Xiang Long was indeed immensely strong and unmatched in bravery. Don't be reckless. Gu Hu, taken aback by Mali's gruesome death, had underestimated Xiang Long's combat prowess, which was indeed as legendary as rumored. Yan Lai, go to battle. Gu Hu shouted. Upon hearing this, Yan Lai galloped out. In less than 3 minutes, he was also slain beneath Xiang Long's sword. Gu Hu was left utterly stunned, not expecting Xiang Long to be so formidable. He glanced at General Wan Yan of the Jin Kingdom beside him, hoping he could send someone to join the fight. Cavalry, charge! Wan Yan Mia coldly commanded. The city gates suddenly opened, and 30,000 cavalry surged out, charging towards them. Prepare the composite bows, fire! Huang Zhong shouted sharply. A rain of arrows flew out, decimating a swath of Jin cavalry. Molotovs, throw! Then, one by one, the Molotovs exploded among the cavalry, igniting many men and horses. Gu Hu watched in disbelief as the 30,000 iron cavalry of the Jin Kingdom were almost entirely annihilated in the blink of an eye. Wan Yan Mia was also stunned. His pride, the Jin iron cavalry, had perished so quickly. Upon returning, he would surely be reprimanded by the emperor. After all, the cavalry was their strongest fighting force and an essential part of their military might. What he witnessed firsthand was the terrifying strength of the Great Xia army, especially their archers, who could easily pierce a human body from such a distance, truly frightening. Full attack! Lin Shi coldly commanded. A dozen men, under the cover of archers, rode motorcycles to the base of the city wall, using explosives to blast several large holes in it. Modified trucks were the first to enter, rampaging through the city and completely disrupting the formation of the army. Then the Great Xia troops surged in, engaging in fierce combat. Lu Mulan controlled a drone, observing the positions of Wan Yan Mia and Gu Hu within the city. She then sent the drone over, spraying gasoline. Gu Hu felt a bit wet on his body, suddenly looked up at the drone, and thought to himself that it was bad news, immediately jumping into a prepared water pit. But some soldiers were not so lucky. After being doused in gasoline, they had no time to reach the water pit before flames engulfed them. Wan Yan Mia was utterly stunned by this scene. What Great Xia possessed was not something this world could have. How could they fight against it? Seeing this, he immediately led his 100,000 soldiers of Jin to panic and flee through the north gate. As for the alliance with the Barbarian Kingdom, he had long since cast it aside. He needed to return and report to the emperor, urging him not to become enemies with Great Xia, or the consequences would be dire. Wan Yan Mia, you coward, you traitor! Gu Hu did not expect Wan Yan Mia to be so timid as to flee, but this left him completely in a bind. With the Jin army's retreat, the Barbarian army immediately fell into a state of panic. Originally, both sides had the strength to fight against Great Xia, but now that Jin had fled, they were no match at all. Once morale collapsed, the will to fight was lost, and all they cared about was escaping. The defeat was as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing,
and that was the situation before them. However, their speed was no match for the motorcycles, and one by one, they were caught and slain. Guhu's 10,000 men were surrounded by the Great Xia army, who did not immediately kill them. Guhu was initially very puzzled, but later realized that Great Xia was using them to train the courage of their new recruits. Watching more and more people being killed, he fell into complete despair. There was no hope of breaking out, and they were being humiliated like this. Enough, the barbarian kingdom is about to be destroyed. Guhu glanced at the disheveled soldiers, his face filled with sorrow. Previously, he had heard how fierce the Great Xia army was and thought it was an exaggeration. Today's battle made him realize that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had greatly underestimated the combat power of Great Xia. The fighting between the two sides was simply not on the same level, and one could not use conventional methods to counter Great Xia's assault. The various strategies they had thought of were utterly useless. Under the suppression of the opponent's advanced weapons, defeat was the only outcome. Your Majesty, I am ashamed before you, ashamed before the great man. Guhu knelt on the ground, drew his long sword, and committed suicide. The soldiers, seeing the general die like this, were utterly devastated. Soon, the barbarian soldiers were slaughtered, and some of the barbarian citizens trembled in fear. They had received pamphlets before the battle and wisely chose not to participate. Some stubborn ones, upon seeing the dire state of the barbarian army, also withdrew their thoughts. Over the years, they had not lived well, especially now during a great famine, where having a meal every few days was already a blessing. Lin Shi ordered people to clean the battlefield and distribute the military rations from the barbarian country to the citizens. In this time of great famine, food was the most precious commodity. The citizens, eating warm meals, felt a bit dazed. If they could eat better and live better after surrendering to Great Xia, why not submit to Great Xia? They had heard that Her Majesty Empress Lin Shi of Great Xia was a very good person. After breaking the city today, she distributed food to them, validating this claim. Arrange for the army to eat, and after the meal, continue the siege. Lin Shi commanded. The garrison in Snow City was likely the largest among these cities, and they should take the opportunity to capture the other cities. Leaving 10,000 to guard Snow City would suffice. After the Great Xia army had their fill, they set off again. By the time night fell, they had taken Night City. In one day, they had captured 5 cities of the Barbarian Nation. Apart from Snow City, the other cities had encountered little resistance. After all, upon seeing the mighty Great Xia army, the enemy had no will to fight. At night, solar lamps hung in the Great Xia military tents, and the soldiers feasted on meat and drank wine. Having captured 5 cities of the Barbarian Nation in one day, the day when they would reach the Great Xia royal court was drawing near. Your Majesty, we have continuously captured these cities, and the citizens have hardly attacked us. It seems the royal family of the Barbarian Nation truly lacks popular support, Yang Zhomei said. The Barbarian Nation has been at war for years, naturally requiring a large amount of food and money, leading to severe exploitation of the citizens. Lin Shi nodded. Only those who win the hearts of the people can gain the world, otherwise, they will bring about their own destruction. This time, she planned to completely eliminate the Barbarian Nation and establish a barbarian province for management here. The next morning, the Barbarian royal court was silent. The face of the barbarian king was cold. He never expected that the great Jin nation would betray them at such a critical moment and actually flee. Guhu and the 100,000 barbarian soldiers were killed, and Snow City suffered a crushing defeat, with Great Xia capturing several cities in one day. Damn Great Jin, treacherous and ungrateful, will surely face retribution. An official cursed angrily. If it weren't for the Great Jin army's retreat, which caused panic, the barbarian army would not have suffered such a disastrous defeat. Indeed, the Great Jin is despicable, but now is not the time to discuss this, Meng Lu said softly. According to the information he received, after 30,000 cavalry from Great Jin were easily annihilated by Great Xia, Wanyan Mia had collapsed and fled with the Jin soldiers. This act was indeed despicable, but they no longer had the energy to demand an explanation from Great Jin. At this rate, Great Xia would be here in a few days. Given the current situation, they could not resist the assault of the Great Xia army. Everyone, now that a great enemy is at our doorstep, how should we break through this? The barbarian king rubbed his forehead. The crushing defeat at Snow City made him feel a tremendous sense of crisis. No matter what, the great barbarian nation could not perish under his watch. Your Majesty, Great Xia is coming on strong. We can only fight back with the whole nation. Meng Lu clasped his hands and said, in terms of weapons and other aspects, we are not as good as the Great Xia, so we can only think of other ways, such as destroying the roads to prevent them from passing with their iron beasts. However, destroying the roads would only buy some time. He had heard that the Great Xia had road repairing artifacts, and even the worst roads would be fixed quickly.
What he really wanted to say was that it would be better to agree to Lin Shi's conditions and survive for now. But he dared not voice this thought. The last person who suggested such a thing was directly killed by the emperor. A nationwide resistance. The barbarian emperor sighed bitterly. It can only be this way. Pass the order down to remove the age limit of 12. Anyone, regardless of age, as long as they are physically fit, can enlist. The pressure from the Great Xia was too great for him. He had no choice but to fight to the death. The ministers fell silent upon hearing this. The emperor intended to have the entire nation accompany the royal family to the grave. A bunch of useless people, disperse. The barbarian emperor snorted coldly. He was in a very bad mood and went to a royal garden. Here, there was no sign of the great famine. Several dogs with shiny fur roamed about. Even more unexpected was that the barbarian emperor kept a large tiger with hanging eyes. At that moment, the tiger was happily devouring meat. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Two beautiful concubines approached him. I am very angry right now, the barbarian emperor said darkly. The two maidens exchanged glances and linked their arms with his as they entered the room. Soon, clothes were strewn across the floor, and strange sounds emerged. In less than 3 minutes, the barbarian emperor emerged dressed and strolled over to see the tiger. The servant who cared for the tiger quickly knelt down upon seeing him. The barbarian emperor gently patted the tiger's back and glanced at the servant. What is your name? He frowned. Reporting to your Majesty, this servant's name is Li San. The servant hurriedly bowed and said, do you often skimp on the tiger's meat and secretly eat it yourself? The barbarian emperor looked at him. He had previously ordered that the servants in the palace could only have 1 bowl of thin porridge a day. Yet this servant looked rosy and healthy, a stark contrast to the pale and emaciated others. Your Majesty, this servant only occasionally eats the leftover meat from the tiger. I absolutely dare not skimp on its food. Li San's face turned pale with fear as he repeatedly bowed his head. Someone, kill him and leave the meat to feed the tiger. Suemo learned of Lin Shi's great victory and felt happy for her, continuing to provide a large amount of supplies. They had already captured 5 cities in the barbarian kingdom, and it was only a matter of time before they reached the royal court. Upon receiving the news, the barbarian kingdom planned to resist stubbornly, using the strength of the entire nation to fight against the Great Xia. Suemo thought for a moment. Currently, Lin Shi and her team were only attacking a few cities in the southern part of the barbarian kingdom. The citizens of these cities had not attacked them. Aside from the effective early propaganda or being intimidated by the military might of the Great Xia, there was another important reason. These cities originally belonged to other tribes and were only later annexed by the barbarian kingdom. The loyalty of the citizens to the barbarian kingdom was not high, but the closer they got to the royal court, the more loyal the citizens became. In such a situation, even with the advanced weapons of the Great Xia, casualties were inevitable. Moreover, with the entire nation mobilized, it would be difficult to defend against such circumstances. Suemo thought for a moment and searched online for countries with visa-free access. He wanted to get Lin Shi a real weapon for self-defense, so he could feel at ease. However, it was not the right time to act hastily, as it could easily lead to problems. The next morning, Suemo called Chaoyi, asking her to pay attention to some foreign companies. He instructed her to focus on those with lower market values that were undergoing bankruptcy processes. If there were suitable ones, they should be purchased. The best options were mineral energy companies, such as coal mines, copper mines, gold mines, etc. Having a company abroad would make things much more convenient in the future. In reality, it was just a cover to facilitate his actions. The following afternoon, Chaoyi replied, saying there was a gold mine company for transfer in the Elephant Kingdom. This mine has been in operation for 60 to 70 years, and it is estimated that the mineral resources have mostly been exhausted, with only a little left that is very difficult to extract. It is said that this company has not paid salaries for 3 consecutive months, so selling the company is understandable. He instructed Chaoyi to keep an eye on this company, focusing on it. The barbarian emperor was extremely irritable because the Great Xia was continuously attacking their cities, and their resistance was exceedingly weak. Even more frightening was that rebellions had already erupted in various parts of the barbarian kingdom. The barbarian kingdom had originally grown strong by conquering major tribes. Now, seeing the decline of the barbarian kingdom, some tribes took the opportunity to rebel and sought independence. The barbarian emperor dispatched some troops to eliminate these rebels, but if they couldn't defeat the Great Xia army, how could they handle these insignificant forces? Capture the leaders of the rebellion and execute them as a deterrent. Your Majesty, we have received news that several cities, including Yucheng, have united and pledged allegiance to the Great Xia. Someone handed over the intelligence. The barbarian emperor glanced at it and slammed it to the ground. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts.
When we subdued these tribes back then, we should have slaughtered all the men. The barbarian emperor snorted coldly. Your Majesty, the Great Xia's momentum is enormous, and their weapons are advanced. Every time they conquer a city, they provide food or distribute porridge to the people, who are extremely grateful to the Great Xia, a minister said, bracing himself. Some citizens of the cities were eager to pledge allegiance to the Great Xia immediately, as this would at least prevent them from starving. Moreover, the Great Xia maintained strict military discipline, prohibiting harassment of the populace, which won them goodwill. If this continued, it was feared that there would be no need for war. Gradually, the people of the barbarian kingdom would all turn to the Great Xia. These people are no different from dogs, they only care about who feeds them, the barbarian emperor huffed. Send my orders down, anyone who dares to pledge allegiance shall be executed along with their 9 clans. In chaotic times, harsh measures must be employed, betrayal by one's own people cannot be tolerated. However, he was well aware that the barbarian kingdom had rapidly expanded before precisely because it had invaded and subdued the northern tribes. Previously, due to the barbarian kingdom's powerful military, these tribes had no choice but to submit. But now, with the invasion of the Great Xia, it was not surprising that these tribes sought to ally with them. Your Majesty, we have already sent people to sabotage the major roads, which can effectively slow down the advance of the Great Xia army, Meng Lu reported. The Great Xia army relied on motorcycles and cars, having destroyed the roads, making it difficult for them to move. Of course, this would only delay them for a while, as the Great Xia was still very quick in road construction. Meng Lu, do you think we can win this time? The barbarian emperor looked at him and took a sip of wine. The century-old foundation laid by his ancestors was likely to be destroyed by his hands. The Great Xia had abundant military strength, ample food supplies, and advanced weapons. Even if they had a citizen army, it was likely they could not withstand it, and the destruction of the kingdom was only a matter of time. The reason he had not surrendered was out of unwillingness. He did not want the barbarian kingdom to fall so easily and become a vassal state of the Great Xia. Your Majesty, even if we withstand this invasion from the Great Xia, what about next time? Meng Lu threw the question back. It should be noted that this time, Lin Shi led an army against the barbarians, bringing only elite troops, not the full strength of the nation. Even if they could not breach the barbarian royal court this time, they could always try again. By then, what would the barbarian kingdom have left to fight with? The only possibility of withstanding this time would be a suicidal attack by all the people of the barbarian kingdom, relying on a human sea tactic, fighting to the death. By that time, it was estimated that there would not be many people left in the entire barbarian kingdom. How could I not know what you say? But the barbarian kingdom today is the result of a century of struggle by our ancestors. The barbarian emperor said with some sorrow. If I agree to Lin Shi, we will completely become a vassal state of the Great Xia and will never rise again. Meng Lu sighed softly. Given the current situation, even if they agreed to Lin Shi's previous conditions, the Great Xia would likely not relent. Currently, the Great Xia held absolute advantages and would not miss the opportunity to annihilate the barbarian kingdom. Empress Lin Shi had grand ambitions, not just for the barbarian kingdom, but for the entire world. To achieve a unified Great Xia, the first step of annihilating the barbarian nation is undoubtedly the best choice. This not only avenges the grievances of decades of barbarian invasions but also opens up a northern passage directly to the borders of the Great Jin. At that time, Great Jin will be isolated and helpless. If Great Xia wishes to breach their defenses, it will be quite simple. Unless Great Jin relocates its capital entirely and flees north of the Northern Sea, they will have no chance. After destroying the barbarian nation and Great Jin, a powerful authority will be established. The remaining nations will either submit or be eliminated. The barbarian emperor still believes that agreeing to Lin Shi's conditions is the last resort, but in reality, that will not be the case when Great Xia strikes. Moreover, in this era of great famine, the barbarian emperor continues to indulge in luxury and waste, becoming increasingly tyrannical, already inciting the wrath of heaven and the people. That despicable woman Lin Shi wants to destroy us, but it won't be that easy, the barbarian emperor snorted coldly. It is rumored that Lin Shi is extremely beautiful. If he could capture her, it would be delightful to toy with her. Your Majesty, we will fight with all our might, but the situation is extremely grim, Meng Lu said softly. The elite troops of the barbarian nation have been nearly wiped out, and those hastily recruited are inexperienced rookies. In battle against Great Xia's army, they would likely collapse at the first encounter. According to his calculations, no matter the method, it would be difficult to withstand Great Xia. Surrender seems to be the only option. But now, no one dares to mention surrender, unless they no longer value their heads. I plan to concentrate our forces at Barbarian Mountain and block the Great Xia army outside of it. Do you think this is feasible? The barbarian emperor glanced at him. Barbarian Mountain has only one valley, the sole passage from the outside world to the Barbarian Royal Court. This place is easy to defend but hard to attack, making it an excellent strategic location. Once this place falls, the Barbarian Nation will be in grave danger. The weather has turned, and the temperature has plummeted. Within the borders of the Barbarian Nation, temperatures have already reached below -20 degrees. At this moment, Lin Shi and her group have arrived at Barbarian Mountain, but the entire army has come to a halt. Before them, the long slope is covered in ice, making it impossible for vehicles to advance. It seems the Barbarian Emperor is indeed trying to stop us. He has really gone all out, willing to use so much water to freeze it into ice, Xianglong snorted. This long slope is estimated to be 3 miles long and will require a considerable amount of water. Send excavators to clear the ice and then advance, Lin Shi said coldly. Once they pass Barbarian Mountain, there will be no more difficult obstacles ahead. Barbarian Mountain is easy to defend but not as easily breached as a city wall with explosives. On both sides are towering peaks, with only a single path through the middle. Lin Shi instructed Lu Mulan to control a drone to fly over and observe. She discovered that the vast barbarian army was waiting at the valley's entrance and on both sides of the peaks. The tops of the peaks were prepared with stones and logs, ready to be dropped as soon as they approached. Do you have any good ideas? Xianglong, what do you think? Lin Shi asked. Ordinary siege tactics are completely useless here. A direct assault would likely result in heavy losses. If they attack recklessly, the giant stones will come crashing down from the mountains, and even a large truck wouldn't withstand it, let alone a person. Your Majesty, aside from a direct assault, I haven't thought of any good methods, Xianglong shrugged. The mountain pass is a necessary route, with high peaks on both sides. Even if they use all the explosives they have, it may not be enough to blast through. As for other methods, such as using parachutes, the natural conditions here do not allow for that. Spraying gasoline with drones to start a fire attack is also not so easy. After the previous battles, the Barbarian Nation has gained experience. Moreover, with such high peaks, as soon as the drone flies up, it is likely to be shot down. He can only think of a direct assault, which of course means heavy losses. Do any of you have good ideas? Lin Shi looked at the other generals, facing such a tricky situation for the first time. The other generals also had no good solutions, unable to think of an easy way to win. Is it only a direct assault? Lin Shi frowned slightly. She did not blame her subordinates. After all, the terrain of Man Mountain was indeed a perfect place for defense. From where they stood, the slope extended for 3 miles up to the mountain pass above. There was only one pathway, easy to defend but hard to attack. Now, with the cold ice, even without it, if they rode motorcycles up and rolled down huge stones from the mountain, the casualties would be severe. This was likely the confidence of the Man Emperor, believing they could withstand them here. The situation was indeed a very tricky problem. How to break the deadlock? Your Majesty, I just observed that the ice layer on the road is not thick, as the Man Kingdom is saving water. It should melt by noon. At that time, I will lead the brothers to charge and see what happens, Xianglong said. Since there was no good solution, they could only try a reckless approach. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. As long as they took Man Mountain, the capital of the Man Kingdom would be exposed before them. The risk is too great. Lin Shi hesitated. We can first use a drone to drop remote-controlled explosives on the mountaintop to cover the brothers' charge, Lu Mulan suggested after thinking. This could attract the enemy's attention and reduce some pressure on the ground assault. There aren't many remote-controlled explosives. We can give it a try, Lin Shi nodded. With no better options, they could only attempt it. War was inherently brutal. It was just that recently, they had relied too smoothly on what the Heavenly Sovereign had granted them. Bang! At that moment, a huge stone thrown from the mountain struck the excavator that was breaking the ice, deforming the entire cabin. Fortunately, the driver was unharmed and hurriedly jumped out of the cabin and ran back. Your Majesty, we will enter their attack range in another 500 meters, Xianglong said. If we proceed on foot, our movement will be slow, and the casualties will likely be even worse. If we ride motorcycles, we can only wait for the ice to melt. If the ice did not melt, riding motorcycles would be impossible due to slipping. Use a drone to spray gasoline on the ice layer and set it on fire. Lin Shi thought for a moment. This would be faster. Lu Mulan left to operate the drone and spray gasoline on the ice layer. However, just as they entered the Man Kingdom's attack range, the drone was destroyed by falling rocks from the mountain. This time we've encountered a tough opponent, Han Xin said with a bitter smile. He carefully examined the map and realized this was the only passage in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Since they could not detour, they had to choose to fight here. There was no easy way to fight. They could only use the simplest and most primitive methods. Lin Shi ordered the army to rest and arranged for food to be prepared, waiting to see the situation at noon. The temperature at noon was still bearable,
and the ice layer might melt. By then, they would send people for the first charge. After noon, the ice layer indeed melted. Yuan-du, Lu Shi, each take 10,000 men as vanguards. Lin Shi commanded. The two generals accepted the order and immediately led their men on motorcycles, speeding toward the mountain pass. Lin Shi instructed Lu Mulan to use the drone to reach the mountaintop and drop the remote-controlled explosives. With the sound of explosions, they covered the advance of the two generals' troops. When they were 500 meters from the mountain pass, they were still repelled by the rain of huge stones and logs. The soldiers' wails echoed, many were directly crushed to death. The Man army held a significant advantage in terrain and saw hope for victory. Yuan-du and Lu Shi charged several times but ultimately returned with only 1,000 men, all the rest perished, and their motorcycles were destroyed, blocking the road. Your Majesty, we are incompetent, please punish us. Yuan-du and Lu Shi knelt on the ground. This was the first time they felt so frustrated since following the Great Xia. I do not blame you, you have done your best. Lin Shi glanced at the Man army on the mountain. You and the soldiers should rest first. This battle was indeed tricky and had the most severe losses among the many battles so far. Although the two led the original Man army, they had long since surrendered to the Great Xia. The Great Xia army found an area to set up camp, pondering how to break the deadlock. Lin Shi entered the tent and summoned the generals for a meeting to discuss strategies. After much discussion, no good solutions emerged. After all, the geographical conditions were as they were, and the barbarian army had already prepared for their earlier tactics. Once the others left, Lin Shi wrote a letter to the Celestial Lord. She could not recklessly launch an attack now, or the soldiers would die in vain. She hoped the Celestial Lord would have a way to help her win this most difficult battle. Given the current situation, unless they were willing to suffer heavy casualties in a direct assault, it would be impossible to take the barbarian mountain. The consequences could mean that at least half of the expeditionary force would perish. Naturally, Lin Shi did not want to see this outcome and hoped the Celestial Lord would have a solution. This perilous place was too suitable for defense, and with the cold weather, it made things even more difficult. Suemo received Lin Shi's letter and advised her to rest for a few days and not to attack yet. He would think of a solution. He asked Lin Shi how much gold they had, telling her not to send it over just yet. This was hard currency, recognized both domestically and internationally. After a while, Lin Shi replied. From the captured cities, there were 2,000 pounds of gold alone, along with many precious jewels and more. If the Celestial Lord needed it, he could send for it at any time. Suemo calculated the price briefly and told her to wait for his news. He took out his phone, thought for a moment, and made a voice call. Hello, uncle, it's me. How's it going in NI country? Suemo asked with a smile. Although Su Tianyang was not his biological uncle, he was an uncle from his second grandfather's family. Years ago, the relationship between the uncle and their family was very good, but he later went to NI country to do business. Pretty good. Thanks to your parents lending me money back then, I was able to establish myself here. Are you running into some trouble? Came the hearty voice from the other end. Uncle, I want to visit NI country for a couple of days. Are you free? Suemo asked. No problem. Have you booked your flight? If not, let me know your departure time, and I'll take care of everything, the uncle replied. I plan to leave tomorrow. Let me check. I'll book you a flight for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Does that work? Uncle, I can handle booking my own flight and hotel. I'll send you my itinerary later. After hanging up, Suemo booked his flight and hotel. NI country had a visa exemption for Huaxia. A passport was all that was needed. Early the next morning, Suemo set off, flipping his leather bag inside out and stuffing it into his backpack. First, he took a flight to the capital, then boarded a flight to NI country. Upon arriving at the capital's airport, his uncle came to pick him up. Suemo, you've really grown up. It's been almost 2 years since we last met, Su Tianyang said, patting Sumo's shoulder as he led him to a Mercedes. After arriving at a villa, Suemo noticed 2 bodyguards with guns standing guard at the entrance. NI country was still chaotic, and some wealthy individuals still hired bodyguards. Suemo looked at the lavish meal served on the table, feeling quite moved. Suemo, welcome to NI country. Su Tianyang raised his glass and clinked it with his. After a few rounds of drinks, their relationship became much closer. Little Mo, you should rest here for a while to adjust to the time difference. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to have some fun, Su Tianyang said with a smile. Uncle, I think I'll go to the hotel instead. It's less than 3 kilometers from here, Suemo replied. Also, I have something to ask of you. There's no need to be so polite between us. Just tell me what you need, Su Tianyang said. I have a friend who needs a batch of arms. Don't worry, these arms will definitely not be smuggled back to the country. We just need to secure the buyer,
and we can receive a considerable reward for our efforts, Suemo said in a low voice.
Suemo, what exactly are you doing? Su Tianyang suddenly became cautious, the alcohol wearing off quickly.
He hadn't expected this kid to come for arms. That was quite bold. This line of work wasn't something just anyone could dabble in, otherwise, one might not even know how they would die.
Uncle, don't be nervous. I'm really just helping a friend, and I can make some money while I'm at it. Isn't that good? Suemo hurriedly said. Stop talking nonsense. Are you really that short on cash? Su Tianyang asked, puzzled. Uncle, you don't know my situation. That bastard Wang Yugue has ruined me.
Suemo explained how Wang Yugue had taken over their family business.
Damn, that bastard.
I'll deal with him when I get back.
Su Tianyang was furious.
He couldn't believe that his brother's family business had been taken over. It was truly shameless. Even so, we shouldn't go down the wrong path.
How much kickback can your friend give you to make you come all this way? Su Tianyang was curious. 10% of the transaction amount, Suemo said.
Uncle, you're familiar with this place, so we can split it 5% each. My friend does big business, and the orders will be substantial.
Why isn't he coming? Su Tianyang glanced at him.
This person has a special identity and it's inconvenient for him to show up, but he has a lot of influence, Suemo said.
As long as we find the right goods, it will be fine.
Su Tianyang pondered for a moment, then took Su Yong to the backyard, where he received an AK from the butler and fired a few rounds at the target.
How's this kind of stuff? Su Tianyang asked with a smile.
He had done both legal and illegal business in the country, so he was the right person to approach. Pretty good, but we need something more stable, something that can handle recoil better, Suemo said.
Can we get M4 rifles? You're being picky, Su Tianyang chuckled. As long as the money is right, we can get anything.
My friend isn't short on cash, he just wants something reliable and durable, Suemo said.
The first batch will be 5,000 rifles.
Xiao, the price of M4s is cheaper in the U.S.,
but here it's not cheap at all.
Each one costs 20,000.
Are you really planning to go through with this? Su Tianyang looked at him. 5,000 rifles was no small order, it was $1 billion deal.
As a private purchase, it was indeed a big order.
Yes, Suemo nodded. Can we get them? I'll contact my sources and see. Su Tianyang didn't refuse.
According to their agreement, if he secured this batch of goods, he would earn 5 million, which would be equivalent to several years of work for him. Especially now, with more and more Chinese people in the country, the competition in business was increasing. After making several calls, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
I've contacted an arms dealer.
The price for M4s is 21,000 each, and we can go see them tomorrow, Su Tianyang said.
No problem. Suemo was very pleased to hear this.
He insisted on going to the hotel, so Su Tianyang had to send someone to drive him there.
Once in his room, Suemo took out a leather bag and wrote a letter. Before long, a large box of gold and a box of jewelry were delivered. Suemo took a look. There were about 500 pounds of gold, and the jewelry was all high quality.
He went to a nearby supermarket and bought 5 large rolling suitcases, putting 100 pounds of gold in each.
The next evening, Su Tianyang took him to a private estate to meet someone.
The owner, Jemin, led them to the armory, and Sumo's eyes widened at the sight of the guns on the shelves. Later, they went to the shooting range, where Suemo personally experienced the thrill of shooting.
Boss, I want the M4s, 5,000 of them. When can you deliver? Suemo fired a magazine and set the M4 down.
I have 1,000 here, the remaining 4,000 can be delivered tomorrow.
How do you plan to pay?
Jemin asked, looking at him.
Suemo glanced at Su Tianyang, who nodded.
Jemin was somewhat surprised and pleased to see the boxes full of gold. He particularly liked gold and owned a solid gold Desert Eagle pistol. So trading in gold was completely fine, as long as the gold was legitimate. He had someone verify it, and the gold checked out.
Mr.
Su, where should I deliver these rifles?
Jemin asked with a smile, lighting a cigar.
Wait until all 5,000 rifles are ready, then we can deliver them together. This gold will serve as a deposit.
Suemo planned to find a place today to rent a warehouse.
After all, it was unrealistic to bring so many items back to the hotel.
Sounds good. Jemin's impression of Suemo improved significantly. Suemo casually glanced over and saw a mortar placed not far away. How many of these do you have? He thought to himself.
Given Linchi's situation, using a mortar would be the most suitable, it would simply flatten the hill.
200 units. This type is relatively old.
The price is $15,000 each. Jemin looked at him.
This kid was clearly buying these things for war. However, he was just in it for the money and wouldn't ask too many questions. Asking too much would only lead to trouble. Alright, I'll take all 200. Please include 200 shells for each unit, and deliver them together with the rifles, Sumo said after a moment of thought. No problem, Jemin replied readily. Sumo then purchased a Barrett sniper rifle and an exquisite handgun, which he took with him. Jemin didn't ask him for money separately, after all, the other party had left a box of gold here, so he couldn't appear too stingy. Uncle, I need a warehouse and reliable people for security, Sumo said on the way back. No problem, I'll arrange it, Su Tianyang lit a cigarette. When Sumo arrived, he hadn't brought any gold and it was impossible to take so much gold out of the country. But today, during the transaction, Sumo had brought a box of gold. This indicated that the big shot he mentioned had already made arrangements in Ni country. He didn't think too much about it, just aimed to cooperate well with Sumo and get his hard-earned money. Sumo returned to the hotel with the sniper rifle, handgun, and numerous bullets. He wrote a message asking Lin Shi to send over her phone. He downloaded all the shooting instructional videos for the sniper rifle, handgun, and rifle onto the phone. Then he opened the album and saw some selfies of Lin Shi. Among them were two taken in pajamas, subtly revealing her curves, incredibly tempting. Sumo bit his lip, transferred the images to his phone, and then wrote a letter. Along with Lin Shi's phone, he sent over the sniper rifle and handgun. Lin Shi was extremely surprised when she received these items. When she saw the instructional videos, she was even more shocked. This was definitely a powerful weapon. She found a flat area and, following the instructions in the video, raised the handgun and fired a few shots at a large tree. The first few shots missed, but she gradually got the hang of it, hitting several times in a row and piercing through a tree trunk. Your Majesty, this thing is terrifying. Yang Jiumei and the others rushed over, shocked to see the queen wielding a weapon that shot through a tree trunk. Such a divine tool could definitely sweep across the entire world. There's something even more terrifying, Lin Shi said as she took out the sniper rifle and found a spot to set it up. Its maximum range was over 6,000 meters, with an effective range of 3,000 meters. Yang Jiumei and the others were completely stunned. The ability to kill from such a distance was unbelievable. Lin Shi adjusted the angle of the sniper rifle according to the instructional video, aiming at a person on the mountain ahead. Following the steps, she targeted a barbarian soldier on the peak. After adjusting her breathing, she fired. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the barbarian's ear. However, another comrade was not so lucky. The incoming bullet pierced through his body, and he fell off the cliff. Incredible, so terrifying. Lin Shi stood up from the ground, still in shock. This was definitely a battlefield killer, unstoppable by anyone. Yang Jiumei and the others gaped in astonishment. This thing was far more powerful than a reinforced composite bow. The fact that it still had lethality from such a distance was terrifying. The Celestial Master said this thing is called a gun. 5,000 of them will be granted to us later. Lin Shi glanced at them. With the Celestial Lord present, there is no problem that cannot be solved. The Barbarian Nation relied on the advantageous terrain of Barbarian Mountain, wanting to completely block them outside of it. With the firearms granted by the Celestial Lord, it would be easy to launch an attack. Great! The Barbarian Emperor, in the city of North Wu, 100 miles from Barbarian Mountain, was extremely pleased to hear that the Great Xia had suffered a setback in their first attack. In the era of Great Famine, water was such a precious resource. For this victory, they did not hesitate to freeze water, successfully stopping the Great Xia's motorcycle army. This time, they killed over 10,000 of the Great Xia's troops, most of whom were the barbarian soldiers who had surrendered earlier. Although they couldn't say much, they had at least resisted the first wave of assault. Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory this time, and morale is high. Perhaps we can really keep the Great Xia outside of Barbarian Mountain. The ministers congratulated him. After so many recent encounters with the Great Xia, they finally heard good news. It's still too early to speak of victory. The Great Xia only sent 20,000 troops to test the waters. If they launch a full-scale attack, the outcome is uncertain. The Barbarian Emperor steadied his emotions, feeling that blind optimism was unwise. At the same time, he sent people to continue mobilizing troops to Barbarian Mountain, expecting to deploy 400,000 soldiers there. If they could keep Lin Shi permanently at Barbarian Mountain, then the Great Xia would truly decline. Tomorrow, I plan to personally go to Barbarian Mountain to oversee the battle. What do you all think? The Barbarian Emperor said with authority. Barbarian Mountain occupied an excellent geographical position, and having achieved victory at the first stop, he felt a glimmer of hope and thought about visiting the battlefield. If they won, it would surely leave a significant mark in history. No, Your Majesty, a minister hurriedly advised. The battlefield ahead was too dangerous, and the situation could change in an instant. Moreover, the Great Xia was known for its unpredictable tactics. Who knew what strange tricks they might have up their sleeves? On the battlefield, swords and blades showed no mercy. If the emperor personally arrived, it could boost morale, but what if he were captured?
Yes, your majesty, let us wait for news here, the ministers urged. Gentlemen, every emperor of the barbarian nation has led troops into battle.
This time, I must go to oversee the fight and inspire morale.
The barbarian emperor was resolute in his decision. If they won this time, he would surely be remembered through the ages. If they lost, the great Xia would directly attack the barbarian royal court, leaving him with little opportunity.
Seeing his determination, the crowd felt a hint of admiration. That night, Su Mo and Su Tianyang were dining in a luxurious restaurant. Su Tianyang did not ask about the gold or related matters.
Now, Su Mo seemed particularly unfamiliar to him, having gotten involved in the arms business and making it so large. Roughly calculated, the fee he was to receive amounted to 5 million.
I found a warehouse for you, just use one of my idle warehouses.
Tomorrow, I'll send 10 people over to guard it, Su Tianyang said, taking a puff of his cigar.
The people behind Su Mo could manage such a large operation, and their influence was extraordinary. He had to ensure that the goods were secure.
If something went wrong, he feared he would also be implicated.
Thank you, uncle.
Su Mo raised a glass to him. Uncle, do you want the fee in gold, or should I transfer it to your domestic account? According to what he had said earlier, he needed to provide 5 million.
No rush.
When you return home, just transfer the money to your aunt and your 2 ungrateful younger brothers. Your aunt gets 1 million, and each brother gets 2 million. Su Tianyang thought for a moment. He hadn't been home for over 2 years, although he occasionally sent money back, he still felt indebted to his family. The reason he hadn't brought his family over was that the situation in Ni country was too chaotic, while Huaxia was safe. Don't wait until you return home, just let them know first, and I'll transfer it to them shortly, Su Mo smiled. This time, he was grateful to his uncle for taking the lead, otherwise, he would have arrived in Ni country completely in the dark, making it difficult to find reliable sources.
Su Tianyang found the family WeChat group and sent a few messages. Soon, Su Mo received friend requests from his aunt and 2 younger brothers. After accepting them, the other party sent over their bank account numbers. Following Su Tianyang's instructions, Su Mo transferred the money to them. Little Su, how about we find a place to relax?
If you don't like the local black beauties, we can arrange for some white beauties from Europe and America as well, Su Tianyang said, glancing at the screenshots of the money received that family members had posted in the group, feeling quite pleased. After working hard for so many years, he had sent about 10 million back home. Now, with Sumo's visit, he had sent 5 million at once. The family's complaints about him vanished instantly, and they reminded him to cooperate well with Su Mo in business.
Uncle, I have a girlfriend now, Su Mo quickly refused.
Having a girlfriend is no problem. It's a rare opportunity to go out, we can arrange for both black and white beauties together, Su Tianyang said with a smile. He had 2 lovers here, one a black rose and the other a white rose, living quite freely. Naturally, he used money to make up for the family's debts.
No, I don't like foreigners, Su Mo firmly declined. Seeing this, Su Tianyang stopped insisting.
After they had eaten and drunk enough, he had the bodyguards take Su Mo back to the hotel. The next afternoon, the other party delivered all the rifles and mortars.
Su Mo settled the payment with gold and a small amount of jewelry.
He instructed the bodyguards to wait at the warehouse entrance, not allowing anyone in without his command. He took out a leather bag from his backpack and directly transmitted these items to Linshi. You can leave now, someone will come to pick up the goods shortly, Su Mo said, handing a thick stack of cash to the bodyguards. The bodyguards were all very happy and drove away with the money.
Su Mo stayed for a while before returning to the hotel.
He downloaded the instructional videos for the rifles and mortars and sent them to Linshi. Your Majesty, we have heard sounds similar to firecrackers coming from the Great Xia military camp, a subordinate reported after the barbarian emperor arrived at the barbarian mountain camp. Also, a soldier inexplicably fell off a cliff. We don't know what weapon hit him. The barbarian emperor and the ministers frowned upon hearing this. The Great Xia military camp was so far away, they shouldn't have long-range weapons, right? Don't scare yourselves, it might have been friendly fire, one minister said.
Shenba, are you confident you can hold the barbarian mountain? Tomorrow, another 100,000 troops will arrive.
They had to use their geographical and weather advantages to hold back the Great Xia army. Otherwise, if the Great Xia crossed the barbarian mountain, the barbarian kingdom would essentially be half destroyed. Your Majesty, I swear to lead the soldiers to defend the barbarian mountain. Shenba declared, the Great Xia army isn't as invincible as rumored. We killed about 20,000 of them last time, and this time, we'll bury them all here. Previously, it was said that the Great Xia army was unbeatable, but in the last battle, it was nothing extraordinary.
If you can hold back the Great Xia army this time, I will appoint you as the Heavenly Wolf General, the Barbarian Emperor said, looking at him. Xianba originally belonged to the second tier, but the martial generals ahead of him had all been slain, such as Wu Tiegu. This time, he was appointed as the commander on Barbarian Mountain, hoping not to disappoint expectations. If Barbarian Mountain fell, the Barbarian Kingdom would be doomed. Hearing this, Xianba was extremely excited. The title of Heavenly Wolf General was the highest honor for a martial general in the Barbarian Kingdom. In the 100-year history of the Barbarian Kingdom, only 3 people had received the honor of Heavenly Wolf General. No matter what, he had to fight to defend it this time. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The Barbarian Emperor and others exited the main camp and looked towards the direction of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, the Great Xia army had moved to the other side of the mountain today, and they couldn't see what was happening. After a while, a series of firecracker-like sounds came again. The Barbarian Emperor furrowed his brow deeply, feeling an extremely bad premonition. Send spies to investigate the situation and see what the Great Xia is up to, the Barbarian Emperor ordered. He had originally been full of confidence, but now he had a very bad premonition, hoping he was just overthinking. They had the natural barrier of Man Mountain, unless the Great Xia flew over, passing through would come at a heavy cost. At this moment, Lin Shi brought over 5,000 trusted soldiers to an open area. After taking out the projection equipment, she showed them videos of gunfire. The soldiers were extremely excited upon seeing it, not expecting such terrifying weapons existed in this world. With this thing, one person could easily take on 100. Then Lin Shi selected 200 of the more clever and agile ones to watch a teaching video on mortars. Boom! As a shell was fired, it directly shattered a stone pile in the distance, leaving a deep pit. With this thing, we could flatten Man Mountain, Xiang Long exclaimed excitedly. The Heavenly Sovereign was incredible, bestowing such a powerful weapon. With these, they firmly believed that the Great Xia could sweep across the world. Lin Shi forcibly suppressed her inner excitement. What the Heavenly Sovereign had granted today was truly shocking. With these weapons, she could greatly shorten the time it took to unify the world. Her respect and devotion to the Heavenly Sovereign grew even stronger. In her most difficult times, the Heavenly Sovereign always extended a timely hand to help her through. Such grace must be repaid with a lifetime of service. Tomorrow, we attack Man Mountain, Lin Shi declared confidently. Lin Shi strictly managed the firearms. After training, everyone had to hand in their guns. Such deadly weapons, if not properly controlled, could lead to major problems. After all, with guns, even the physically weak could kill many. This would completely overturn the battlefield. Personal strength or weakness no longer mattered. As long as one could hold a gun, they would not fear anyone, truly an equalizer for all. Lin Shi ordered the attack on Man Mountain for tomorrow, believing it would be a historic battle that would shock the world. She was very much looking forward to it, very excited. Your Majesty, today we captured dozens of spies from the Barbarian Kingdom. How should we deal with them? At that moment, Huang Zhong came to ask, did you get anything out of them? Lin Shi inquired. They said the Barbarian Emperor is currently in the Man Mountain army camp, specifically here to oversee the battle. Great! I didn't expect Qi Ming to be such a man, daring to come to the front lines. Tomorrow, let him experience the cruelty of war. Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. She ordered the execution of these spies and summoned all the generals to the military tent to discuss the war strategy for tomorrow. Although they had mortars and rifles, they also needed strategy and specific deployments to fight better. It would be great if they could either kill or capture Qi Ming tomorrow. That would basically spell the end for the Barbarian Kingdom. The next morning, 100 mortars were aimed at the mountain peak. With just a command, they would fire and flatten the mountain. Your Majesty, the Great Xia army is gathering. On Man Mountain, Xianba hurriedly reported. This time I want to see how the Great Xia army dies. It would be best to capture Lin Shi alive. The Barbarian Emperor said coldly. It would be a pity if the beautiful Empress Lin Shi were to die. If he could capture her and take her to the leopard room, he could have some fun with her for a while. Xianba ordered the drums to be beaten, preparing the soldiers for battle. Early in the morning, 100,000 reinforcements arrived. Now he commanded over 400,000 men, the most in the history of the Barbarian Kingdom. Full of spirit and extreme confidence. With so many soldiers, plus the natural barrier of Man Mountain, they would surely be able to withstand the Great Xia. Brothers, the Emperor is personally on the battlefield to cheer us on. This time we must eliminate the Great Xia army. Xianba shouted loudly, do we have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers roared with momentum. Kill the Xia dogs, capture Lin Shi. Xianba drew his long sword and shouted to the sky in anger. Kill the Xia dogs, capture Lin Shi. Kill the Xia dogs, capture Lin Shi.
Kill the summer dogs, capture Lin Shi. The soldiers of the Barbarian Nation roared, their voices soaring into the sky. Below, the great Xia army, filled with righteous indignation, wished they could rush up and chop the barbarians to pieces. Cannon crew, prepare! At that moment, Lin Shi shouted into a loudspeaker. What good is just talking? If we're going to fight, let's use real cannons. The great Xia soldiers looked ahead and saw 100 large iron tubes aimed towards the barbarian mountains, unsure of their purpose. Only those selected were taken away for training with mortars and firearms, the rest were unaware. Fire! Lin Shi commanded. Boom! The barbarian soldiers, who were excitedly shouting on the mountaintop, suddenly had a shell fall into their midst, sending hundreds flying. Some limbs and severed arms flew about, and the ground was blasted into a large pit. The shouting abruptly stopped, and everyone was confused about what had just happened, what had exploded. But there was no time for surprise. Shells rained down, each one sending many people flying. These shells were mercilessly harvesting fresh lives, with desperate cries rising and falling. Protect the Emperor! Xianba shouted loudly, urging people to take the Emperor away from there. They didn't know what was happening, but the premonition was extremely bad. This must be a weapon brought by Great Xia, capable of attacking from such a distance. It was simply against the rules of warfare. With both sides so far apart, the enemy was bombarding them with shells, and all they could do was dodge. There was nothing else they could do. Were they supposed to shoot arrows in retaliation? The key was that their range was simply insufficient. The barbarian emperor was so scared he nearly wet his pants, for just moments ago, a soldier's head had exploded right in front of him, blood splattering everywhere. In a panic, he was protected down the mountain and fled on horseback. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of shells, the barbarian soldiers on the mountaintop were terrified and scrambled to hide down the mountain. The targets on the mountaintop were too obvious, and in just a short time, they had suffered countless casualties. This was terrifying. They had no means of resistance at all. All their shields were useless against this killing machine. While the shells rained down, excavators quickly destroyed the ice layer on the hillside. The barbarian soldiers were too afraid to show their heads. No one dared to come out and block the attack. Now, they only thought about how to save their lives and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Machine gun team, charge! Lin Shi shouted. 5,000 soldiers, armed with guns and riding motorcycles, quickly reached the mountain pass and unleashed a barrage on the barbarian soldiers. Not only were the barbarian soldiers stunned, but even the great Xia soldiers behind them were shocked. Suddenly, they felt their reinforced composite bows were nothing special. That weapon was simply outrageous. One person could easily kill many. The barbarians were terrified by the machine guns, and most of them were new recruits experiencing battle for the first time, only to encounter hellish difficulty. Many broke down and fled in panic. Don't run, don't run! Xianba swung his long sword, slashing down a fleeing soldier. But seeing the great Xia soldiers wielding machine guns, he felt a wave of despair. How could they fight? The enemy just picked up their machine guns and swept them down in droves. They couldn't fight back at all. A deep sense of despair filled Xianba's heart. Heaven, what terrible weapons have you bestowed upon Great Xia? The disparity in weaponry between the two sides was not even from the same world, it was simply insurmountable. At that moment, Lin Shi stood atop a truck, set up a sniper rifle, and aimed at Xianba's chest. Bang! Xianba was hit, his body flying backward heavily, blood spewing from his mouth, dying with his eyes wide open. Until his last moment, he didn't even know how he had died, not even seeing his killer. In the instant before his consciousness faded, he suddenly felt at peace. This must be heaven's arrangement, allowing Great Xia to unify the world, which is why they were granted such devastating weapons. It seemed that the divine truly existed. Those who went against heaven's will would naturally pay a heavy price. Seeing their general dead, the barbarian soldiers fled for their lives. Over 400,000 troops collapsed in an instant. More than 300,000 were killed, with fewer than 100,000 managing to escape into the mountains. Lin Shi led the army, seizing 3 more cities in one go, now just a step away from the barbarian kingdom's royal court. The great Xia army feasted and drank heartily, celebrating today's great victory. Except for the 5,000 soldiers and 200 artillerymen, the rest were utterly astonished by the power of the shells and firearms. With such terrifying weapons, sweeping the world would be just around the corner. No matter how strong the defenses, they could not withstand the bombardment of cannonballs. No matter how sharp the long sword, it could not outpace a bullet. Lin Shi raised a glass of red wine, still very excited. The performance of the firearms and mortars today was far beyond her expectations, a great surprise and shock. With these things, the process of unifying the world could be shortened. The news of the Battle of Barbarian Mountain would soon spread to all nations, echoing throughout the world. By then, many countries might fear the power of artillery and come to surrender voluntarily. Your Majesty, after today's battle, the Barbarian Kingdom is surely completely demoralized. They will undoubtedly come to seek peace tomorrow, Huang Zhong said with a smile. But it's too late. I plan to establish the Barbarian Kingdom as a province to govern, no longer setting up a vassal kingdom, Lin Shi nodded. Qi Ming had missed the best opportunity. Such an opportunity would not come again. The Barbarian Kingdom, ungrateful and brutal, should no longer exist. Moreover, with the advent of firearms, it would be far too easy to eliminate the Barbarian Kingdom. Now, if Qi Ming wanted to agree to the previous conditions to protect the throne, it would be utterly unrealistic. They had fought their way here. They could not rest until the royal family of the Barbarian Kingdom was destroyed. Your Majesty, tomorrow we might be dining in the Barbarian royal court. Just a few days ago, we were in utter despair facing the attack of Wu Tiegu. Yang Jiumei felt that everything now seemed surreal. Had it not been for the protection of the Celestial Lord, they might have perished long ago. All thanks to the Celestial Lord, for his blessings. Lin Shi said with a face full of reverence. The Barbarian Emperor fled all the way to the palace, trembling uncontrollably. The impact of today's events was too great. The weapons of Great Xia were terrifying, blowing people apart. What to do? What to do? The Barbarian Emperor was filled with panic. In his mind, he still saw the bloody head that had been blown away. Your Majesty, why not agree to Lin Shi's demands? Several ministers knelt on the ground. They had run back from Barbarian Mountain with the Emperor, witnessing the terrifying power of Great Xia's weapons. The deputy minister of revenue who had accompanied them was unfortunate, blown away by a bomb, leaving no complete corpse behind. With such powerful weapons, they could not fight back at all. It completely overturned the normal state of warfare, something they could not contend with. Meng Lu sighed after hearing their descriptions. The Barbarian Kingdom was doomed. Empress Lin Shi would not give the Barbarian Kingdom any chances now. Send someone to seek peace. We are willing to become a vassal kingdom, willing to let Great Xia designate an heir, willing to pay tribute several times over. The Barbarian Emperor shouted. As long as they did not kill him and did not let the Barbarian Kingdom be destroyed, everything could be negotiated. Your Majesty, we must prepare for the worst. Meng Lu felt the Emperor was too optimistic. The Great Xia army had reached their doorstep. These conditions were not enough to make them retreat. According to Great Xia's marching speed, they would breach the royal court by tomorrow. Chancellor, what do you mean by that? The Barbarian Emperor frowned. Lin Shi will not rest until she has destroyed us. I suggest you leave the royal court immediately and go to the ancestral land to avoid disaster. Meng Lu bowed and knelt on the ground. What? The Barbarian Emperor felt weak all over upon hearing this. In fact, he knew deep down that agreeing to Lin Shi's previous conditions was likely no longer feasible. With Great Xia breaching Barbarian Mountain and armed with such terrifying weapons, they would not miss the opportunity to eliminate the Barbarian Kingdom. Your Majesty, I suggest you set off immediately, or it may be too late, Meng Lu said. This. The man Emperor was momentarily flustered. He never expected that the century-old foundation laid by his ancestors would be destroyed by his own hands. Your Majesty, make a decision. The other ministers all wore expressions of sorrow. The Great Xia had grown too strong too quickly. Just a month ago, they were still celebrating their plans to conquer the Great Xia capital. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were facing annihilation. Is the century-old foundation of my ancestors really going to be destroyed by me? The man Emperor couldn't help but weep. He had thought that the Man Kingdom would thrive under his rule, swallowing the Great Xia and becoming a regional hegemon. Instead, he found his nation on the brink of collapse. Order everyone to pack their things. We will set off for the ancestral land tomorrow morning. The Man Emperor finally made a decision. Your Majesty, don't bother with those worldly possessions. We must leave quickly, Meng Lu advised. My minister, I am very tired now. I believe the Great Xia will also rest tonight and won't pursue us. The Man Emperor rubbed his brow. Let it be. You all pack up and follow me to the ancestral land. Seeing that the Emperor had made up his mind, Meng Lu felt quite helpless. The next morning, before dawn, a sudden explosion shattered the tranquility above the capital of the Man Kingdom. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Great Xia has attacked. They have blown open the city walls, and we cannot hold them off. The Man Emperor was jolted awake, trembling in fear. He never expected the Great Xia to arrive so quickly. Was there no one to stop them on the way? There was no time to think about that now. Survival was the priority. The royal court of the Man Kingdom was directly breached by the Great Xia, without any resistance. After all, in the face of gunfire, these people were terrified into submission. Qi Ming, what are you running for? At that moment, the fleeing Man Emperor and his entourage heard a loud shout. The Great Xia motorcycle army appeared in full force, blocking their path. The soldiers at the front held machine guns, aimed at the Man Emperor and his group. Impudence! The guards of the Man Kingdom drew their swords and charged forward. They were all martial arts experts, capable of taking on 10 men each in normal circumstances. Bang, bang, bang. However, as they charged halfway, they were shot down by the Great Xia soldiers, falling swiftly. Lin Shi, do you have to kill us all? The Man Emperor's face was filled with despair. The enemy's weapons were too formidable, they simply could not win. Qi Ming, if you were to take your own life, at least it would be somewhat dignified, Lin Shi said coldly. You, just kill me. The Man Emperor truly lacked the courage to commit suicide. I had intended to give you a dignified way to die, but it seems you don't want that, Lin Shi scoffed. Thud. The Man Emperor fell to his knees, trembling in fear. Your Majesty, we of the Man Kingdom are willing to become a vassal state of the Great Xia, paying tribute several times a year. We implore your Majesty to grant us mercy. He dropped the pretense, survival was paramount. As long as he could be spared, he would agree to any terms. It's too late. If you had agreed back then, the Great Xia army would not have stepped onto Man Kingdom's land. Unfortunately, you missed the best opportunity, Lin Shi shook her head. Qi Ming's face drained of color, silently cursing his fate. Su Mo returned to Huaxia by plane. Before coming back, he had purchased a large quantity of bullets and shells, sending them to Lin Shi. During his time in Anai country, he had deeply felt the turmoil of the third country. Life in Huaxia was much better, he could walk alone at night without fear. Shortly after Su Mo returned to Yunhai, a lawyer came to see him. This time we are sure to win. Wang Yugue will have to return all your family's property and may even spend a few years in prison for embezzlement, Lawyer Zhang said, very pleased. Once the case was won, his legal fees would be quite substantial, especially for such a large sum. Good, that's great. Su Mo was very happy. Wang Yugue must pay the price he deserved. It was this scoundrel who had made him lose all trust in family ties. Mr. Chen, are we really going to let him go to prison? Lawyer Zhang wanted to confirm again. After all, Wang Yugue is Su Mo's uncle, so the money must be retrieved, but when it comes to the possibility of imprisonment, caution is necessary. It must be done, Su Mo nodded firmly. Everyone makes mistakes, but they must pay the price. Alright, I know what to do now. Lawyer Zhang pushed up his glasses. Since the employer had spoken, he naturally had to satisfy the employer. Moreover, once Su Mo retrieves his rightful property, his value will double. At that time, they would have more cooperation in the future. After sending off Lawyer Zhang, Su Mo arrived at the antique shop. Boss, you're back. Chow Yi smiled and made him a cup of tea. How's business in the shop? Su Mo asked. A customer bought 3 items for a total of 7 million, Chow Yi explained. Who bought them? Su Mo inquired. Lin Yu, Chow Yi showed him the sales details. Lin Yu? Su Mo frowned. It was this woman, claiming to be a descendant of the Lin royal family from the Great Xia, who was looking for the leather bag. He must not let her know that the leather bag was actually in his possession, otherwise, he feared for his life. He didn't know where his father had obtained this magical bag, but it was indeed quite mysterious. Boss, there have been a lot of kids with colds and coughs lately, and Cece has caught it too. She's resting at home, Chow Yi said softly. Thank you for taking care of her, Su Mo nodded. If you feel tired, I can find a nanny to look after her. After all, Chow Yi had no obligation to pay for his kindness, nor to take care of Cece. No need, it's just a small thing for me, and Cece is very understanding. I hardly need to do anything. Chow Yi quickly shook her head. Her work was quite relaxed, and after work, she had nothing to do, at most just making dinner. Alright, I'll increase your salary by 5,000 every month from now on, Su Mo said with a smile. Ha! Chow Yi was taken aback. A sudden raise, an extra 5,000 a month, that's 60,000 a year. Happiness came too suddenly. This isn't for taking care of Cece, so you don't have to feel burdened, Su Mo hurriedly said. The raise is because the food factory will also be busy, and you'll have more financial responsibilities here. If the famine situation on Lin Shi's side didn't improve, they would still need to rely on him to continue sending food. According to the plan, they would eliminate the royal family of the Man Kingdom today and then continue north to destroy the Great Jin Kingdom. With so many soldiers, daily meals were a huge consumption. The food factory needed to increase production of instant noodles, military canned goods, and so on. Oh, okay, actually I'm quite familiar with the work, it's not tiring, Chow Yi said with a smile. Of course, she wouldn't refuse a raise, who would turn down money? Su Mo. At that moment, Qin Mangyao pushed the door open. I need to talk to you about something, can we speak privately? She asked, her eyes red. You can say it here, Su Mo said, taking a sip of tea indifferently. It's not very convenient with outsiders here. Qin Mangyao glanced at Chow Yi, hoping she would take the hint and leave. Chao Yi felt a bit helpless and planned to leave. Here, she is not an outsider. Suemo held Chao Yi back, keeping her by his side. Chao Yi felt the strength and warmth transmitted from his hand, her heart racing. Are you two together? Qin Mengyao was somewhat surprised. What does it matter to you? If you have something to say, just say it. Suemo was really annoyed with her. Suemo, my dad lost a bet with the investment firm. He either has to pay to redeem the funds and interest given by the investment firm or lose control of the company. I want to borrow some money from you for an emergency, Qin Mengyao said, her face flushed. They hadn't anticipated that a project would go awry, resulting in a huge loss instead of profit. As a result, her dad urgently needed money to buy back shares and pay interest. Oh, I don't understand. Do you understand? Suemo looked at Chao Yi. Chao Yi shook her head. She understood, but she understood the boss's meaning even more. Isn't it simple? Can't you understand this? Qin Mengyao was a bit anxious. Indeed, I can't understand. I never thought you would have the nerve to ask me to borrow money. It's hard to comprehend, Suemo chuckled lightly. If it weren't for his parents' care for the Qin family back then, the Qin family would have just been a small workshop, unable to amount to anything. Later, it was also thanks to their Su family that they got some business and managed to rise. But he never expected their hearts to be so cold. When he needed support the most, they abandoned him mercilessly. Now that they were in trouble, they came looking for him again. Was he a fool? If you won't lend it, then forget it. Why do you have to be so sarcastic? Qin Mengyao bit her lip hard. Isn't that what you brought upon yourself? Suemo snorted. Did I force you to come? Qin Mengyao was momentarily speechless. If they couldn't raise the money now, their family would be finished. By the way, didn't you make friends with the young master of Kyoto? A little money is nothing to him. What, he won't help you? Suemo suddenly remembered the last time he saw Yi Wending dining with Qin Mengyao. The issues the Qin family faced could be easily resolved by Yi Wending. We're just friends, not a couple. How could I borrow money from him? Qin Mengyao said angrily. In fact, after dining with Yi Wending last time, they went to a hotel. When it came time to undress, she regretted it and ran away, completely offending Yi Wending. After all, if you go to a hotel, you should do what you need to do. Yi Wending had everything prepared, ready for a good time, but Qin Mengyao just ran off. This made him very angry, and he immediately deleted her from his friends list. If you can't play, then don't waste my time. After offending Yi Wending, the family faced a crisis, and the only person she could think of was Suemo. She heard that Suemo was suing Wang Yugue and was very likely to win. If that were true, Sumo's worth would skyrocket. Lending them a mere few $100 million would be no problem. Even if he didn't get back the family assets, selling a few antiques would cover it. So her parents asked her to borrow money today. After all, this amount was small change for Suemo. It has nothing to do with me. I won't lend it. Suemo flatly refused. What a joke. How could someone be so thick-skinned? Suemo, if you help me through this tough time, you can do whatever you want with me. Qin Mengyao's tears streamed down. Sorry, I'm not interested. Suemo shook his head. The two had done everything they needed to do after their engagement, and experienced everything they needed to experience. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that the betrayal of the Qin family had broken his heart. So, not a single cent would be lent. The Qin family's survival had nothing to do with him. If they went bankrupt, that would be even better. It would save him from their constant arrogance. You're too heartless. Qin Mengyao stomped her foot in anger and pushed the door to leave. Borrowing money and still acting so high and mighty, Chao Yi stuck out her tongue. Some people always think others owe them something. Suemo shook his head. If Qin Mengyao hadn't stabbed him in the back when he was at his lowest, he wouldn't have been so heartless. On the battlefield, the barbarian emperor looked at the fierce soldiers of the Great Xia and felt all his strength drain away. She was determined to kill him. Your Majesty, keeping me alive is still useful. I can give up the throne, just please spare my life. Qi Ning bowed his head. The officials of the barbarian kingdom all knelt on the ground, filled with sorrow. It was over, everything was over. The barbarian kingdom had been like a sharp sword for years, constantly cutting forward. But now, that sword was broken. The proud bones of the great barbarian nation, with its wolf clan culture, were also shattered today. In the face of powerful advanced weapons, numerical superiority no longer mattered. In the recent battles with the Great Xia, the youth of the barbarian kingdom had almost been wiped out. The national strength has been severely depleted. Even if the Great Xia were to spare them now, it would be difficult for them to rise again for decades. The Great War has consumed their very foundation, making resurgence nearly impossible. You are not important, but your absence is. She glanced at him and waved her hand. Since Qi Ming was so undignified, she would help him maintain some dignity.
At this moment, she absolutely could not show mercy, otherwise, the consequences would be endless. Your Majesty the Empress, I beg you to spare me. Qi Ming shouted loudly, his body trembling with fear. Several soldiers rushed over and dragged him out of the crowd. Some guards attempted to resist, but any movement was met with immediate gunfire. The remaining people of the Barbarian Nation completely gave up their resistance upon seeing this. Lin Shi, I am the Emperor. An emperor has his own way of dying, you cannot insult me like this. Qi Ming shouted, his heart filled with despair. Knowing he was doomed, he felt less fear. Did I not just give you a chance? Here's another one. Lin Shi instructed someone beside her to throw a sword to Qi Ming. Trembling, Qi Ming picked up the long sword and held it against his neck. I am sorry to my ancestors. Qi Ming sighed to the heavens, gritted his teeth. The anticipated act of self-immolation did not occur. Qi Ming tried several times but still could not bring himself to do it. Bang! He threw the long sword aside. The officials of the Barbarian Nation sighed inwardly. If Qi Ming had taken his own life, it would have preserved the last shred of dignity for the Barbarian Nation. But now, they had truly lost face for their ancestors. Let me send you on your way. Lin Shi took a gun from someone beside her and shot at Qi Ming. Two loud bangs struck his heart. Qi Ming fell straight down, his eyes wide open in death. The Barbarian Emperor is dead, the Barbarian Nation has perished. Lin Shi declared. The officials of the Barbarian Nation wailed, not only for the dead emperor but also for the fallen nation and for themselves, who did not know their fate. Lin Shi ordered the control of these ministers and the confiscation of the soldiers' weapons. She led everyone to the palace of the Barbarian Nation. What extravagance, Lin Shi remarked upon seeing the resplendent palace, much of it gilded, lamenting the opulence of the barbarian royal family. Select some exquisite items from the palace, choose the best 100, and offer them to the celestial master, Lin Shi commanded Yang Jiumei. Yes. Yang Jiumei immediately sent people to select the items. Of course, they would start with the belongings the barbarian emperor had taken when he fled. Good things taken during a flight are surely valuable. Your Majesty, how should we deal with the royal family of the Barbarian Nation? Someone asked. Arrest them all and take them back to the western part of Great Xia. We will develop the barren lands there, Lin Shi replied after some thought. In this time of great famine, some areas in the west had seen even more deaths, making it a perfect opportunity for manpower. Executing all these royals would be too cruel. However, if they remained in the Barbarian Nation, there would surely be those who would plot rebellion again. Therefore, taking these people to the western region of Great Xia, over 2,000 miles away from the Barbarian Nation, would allow for supervision, preventing any rebellion. Your Majesty, how should we deal with these ministers of the Barbarian Nation? Someone came to inquire. Let Meng Lu and the others in, Lin Shi said after some thought. After a while, Meng Lu and others were brought into the palace under guard. We pay our respects to Your Majesty the Empress. Meng Lu led the officials of the Barbarian Nation in bowing. Meng Lu, now that the Barbarian Emperor is dead and the Barbarian Nation has fallen, I wish to establish a provincial administration of Great Xia here. Do you have any objections? Lin Shi asked. I have no objections, Meng Lu hurriedly replied. Not being killed was already very merciful, how could he dare to have any objections? Good, then this will be the Barbarian province of Great Xia. Yuan Du will be the governor, Lu Shi will be the deputy, and Meng Lu will be the provincial minister. Work well with the two of them to govern the Barbarian province. Is there any problem? Lin Shi asked. Meng Lu had a good reputation, and keeping him would help in better governing the Barbarian province. Yuan Du and Lu Shi quickly expressed their gratitude. They had realized during this time that they would no longer be able to be kings, and having such official positions was already beyond their expectations. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Meng Lu respectfully bowed, overwhelmed with emotion. I thought these people were all going to be executed, but unexpectedly, Lin Shi appointed him as a high official. The other ministers are not allowed to leave the capital without permission. Any corrupt officials will not be spared, while those who are honest can be reused, Lin Shi issued the order. Upon hearing this, the officials of the Barbarian Kingdom had mixed feelings, some were happy, while others were worried. After dismissing them, Lin Shi saw Lu Mulan approaching with the Barbarian Kingdom's imperial seal. This is to be sent to the Celestial Lord tonight. Lin Shi smiled upon seeing the large jade seal. The seal was made of top-quality material and craftsmanship, an absolute treasure. It was carved from the unparalleled Kunlun jade, featuring a majestic statue of a celestial wolf on top, with the words, bestowed by heaven, inscribed below. By the way, the Barbarian Kingdom should have a total of 10 imperial seals over the years. Gather them all and send them to the Celestial Lord together, Lin Shi said after a moment of thought.
That night, Suemo received a letter from Lin Shi, stating that the barbarian emperor had been killed and the barbarian kingdom had been taken. A barbarian province would be established for management, and no more vassal kingdoms would be set up. After all, every dynasty had to guard against the chaos of vassal kings. Subsequently, a large number of antiques were also sent over. These were exquisite items from the barbarian royal family, worth a fortune even in Lin Shi's world. He opened one of the large boxes and found 10 objects wrapped in silk. Upon opening, he discovered they were imperial seals, a total of 10. Each seal featured a wolf statue, though each was different. They were all made from top-grade jade, with first-class craftsmanship. It seems the imperial seals of the barbarian kingdom for 100 years are all here. Suemo gently stroked the wolf's head, feeling the smoothness of the jade. Lin Shi's destruction of the barbarian kingdom was, in essence, his own destruction of it. In the blink of an eye, a nation has perished, Suemo snorted softly. Looking at these items, each one was exquisitely crafted and worth a fortune. Among them was a jade pillow, pure white and smooth. Suemo sniffed it and detected a faint fragrance. It must have belonged to the barbarian queen or a favored concubine. Just this piece of jade alone was enough to attract several small targets. That night, Suemo transmitted all the food from the warehouse of the food factory. The next day, he had the grain station send over 100,000 pounds of rice, ordered tens of thousands of pounds of fresh meat over the phone, along with some liquor and beverages, all sent to Lin Shi. The destruction of the barbarian kingdom was excellent news. It signified a good omen for the unification of the world and called for a grand celebration. After receiving these items, Lin Shi rewarded the 3 armies and distributed food to the citizens of the barbarian capital. After all, during the Great Famine, what was most lacking was food. She also ordered a reduction of half the taxes for the people of the barbarian province for 10 years. After all, the barbarian kingdom had basically drained the people dry to fight against the Great Xia. The citizens of the barbarian capital, upon receiving meat porridge and hearing the news of tax reduction, were all extremely excited, many kneeling in worship of the Empress. Many had not eaten such delicious food for half a year. Unexpectedly, with the fall of the barbarian kingdom, they could enjoy good food. Wasn't the fall of the barbarian kingdom a good thing? Many officials of the barbarian kingdom also chose to submit to the Great Xia. They had witnessed the terrifying weapons of the Great Xia and seen the abundant rations of the Great Xia army, leaving them with no reason to resist. After all, the barbarian emperor was dead, and the royal family had been taken away. To whom would they pledge their loyalty? Moreover, fundamentally, the land of the barbarian kingdom originally belonged to the Great Xia. It was the Great Xia that, out of pity for their ancestors, allowed them to settle and thrive here. They never expected that after slowly rising, they would forget their benefactor and foolishly attempt to swallow the Great Xia. As a result, they faced backlash, with the Empress leading her troops to destroy their kingdom. Thus, the Great Xia merely reclaimed the land that originally belonged to them. Lin Shi looked at the map and pointed to the north. I was thinking the next target would be the western way, but since we are so close to the Great Jin, let's just attack directly. Lin Shi smiled and said. The Great Jin had sent troops to support the barbarian kingdom. Although they fled in the first battle, the enmity had already been established. But what she valued more were the lakes within the territory of the Great Jin, particularly the North Sea. Let's conquer and bring the land of Great Jin into the territory of Great Xia. Xiang Lon's eyes lit up. This time, he was not satisfied with just defeating the barbarian nation. The thought of another battle excited him. Your Majesty, the envoy from Great Jin has arrived. At that moment, someone came to report. Oh, just as we mentioned them, they are here. Let them in. Lin Shi chuckled softly. Soon, more than a dozen officials from Great Jin entered the palace. We pay our respects to the esteemed Empress. I am Prince Wanyan Gun of Great Jin, representing our emperor. The Jin nation is willing to become a vassal state of Great Xia and is prepared to sign a 100-year agreement to pay tribute annually. We humbly request your approval. The visitors bowed respectfully. The might of the Great Xia army had instilled fear in them. Therefore, upon hearing the news of the barbarian nation's defeat, Great Jin immediately came to express their stance. The barbarian nation had such formidable combat power, yet they were swiftly crushed by Great Xia. Great Jin was still somewhat inferior to the barbarian nation, so it was better to be cautious. Although being cautious was somewhat shameful, at least it would prevent their nation from being destroyed. After discussions, they decided to become a vassal state of Great Xia. Surviving was the priority. When one is weak, one must endure. Once enough time passed and they understood the principles behind Great Xia's strength, they would have their chance. Your Majesty, this is our small token of sincerity. Wanyan Gun, seeing that Lin Shi had not spoken, hurriedly had a group of people bring in 10 large chests, opening them one by one, revealing gleaming gold. Some were gold bars, some were gold ingots, and some were gold beans. 10 chests filled to the brim with gold.
A bit of sincerity, but not much.
I need to consider the contents of the agreement between our two nations further. Lin Shi nodded. Great Jean was indeed wise to recognize the situation. Pressing further would be unreasonable. However, how to sign the agreement still required careful discussion with others.
Your Majesty, our Emperor has stated that all the land south of the North Sea can be offered to Great Xia, Wan Yengun said eagerly.
They were genuinely afraid. Great Xia had so swiftly defeated the Barbarian Nation, and attacking them would likely be even quicker. The northern part of the Barbarian Nation was all vast grasslands, with smooth roads allowing cars and motorcycles to speed without obstruction. Ceding land for peace was a common tactic. The North Sea was not a sea but a massive lake. The North Sea must be included, Lin Shi said after a moment of thought. She had seen the information about the North Sea, which was known to be the largest lake, with a water storage capacity greater than all the freshwater lakes in Great Xia combined. Such a precious water resource must be in her hands. One of her reasons for planning to attack Great Jean was also because of the North Sea. I need to report to the Emperor, Wan Yengun bowed. The North Sea was their country's largest lake, and even during times of great famine, the lake had not dried up. Losing this lake would mean losing a precious water resource. Alright, give me a response within 3 days, Lin Shi nodded, allowing them to withdraw. This time, Great Jean seems to be quite sincere, Lin Shi said with a smile as she looked at the large chests of gold. They are truly terrified after witnessing the fall of the Barbarian Nation, Yang Zhomei chuckled. If we control the North Sea, then even if it doesn't rain for another year, and even without the help of the Heavenly Sovereign, we can still survive.
They now had vehicles to transport water from the North Sea. Lin Shi nodded, thus, no matter what, they had to secure this lake.
She ordered the 10 chests of gold to be moved to the treasury and selected 5 chests to send to her brother, the Heavenly Sovereign. The defeat of the Barbarian Nation was entirely due to her brother's assistance. She had already ordered that a statue of her brother, the Heavenly Sovereign, be erected within the territory of the Barbarian Nation for people to pay their respects.
Suemo received 5 large chests of gold, and when he opened them, the dazzling gold momentarily blinded him.
One of the chests contained gold beans, each the size of a soybean, all uniformly sized. He grabbed a handful, it felt heavy. The world loves gold, there is indeed a reason for that. Sumo's mood improved greatly. A gold bean weighed about 10 grams, quite substantial. He opened another box, revealing gold bars, each expected to weigh a pound. With gold being so expensive now, so many boxes of gold were worth a fortune. Suemo soon realized a problem. He couldn't possibly move such heavy boxes by himself. Each box was estimated to weigh over 300 pounds, far too much for one person to handle. These 5 large boxes of gold were not very safe left here. After thinking for a moment, he closed the boxes. He then took out his phone and ordered a huge safe, spending over $1 million. The next morning, the manufacturer delivered the safe to his office. This safe was enormous, placed against a large wall. After studying the tutorial, Suemo closed the door and put all the gold into the safe. Even after placing the 5 large boxes of gold inside, there was still some space left in the safe. He then put Lin Shi's undergarments and such into one of the drawers of the safe, and placed her jewelry separately in another drawer. Looking at the cabinet full of golden treasures makes me feel very happy, he said, smiling at the gold. Some antiques might be worth more than this gold, but visually, nothing compared to the impact of so much gold. He locked the safe and recalled what Lin Shi had written. If the Great Jean Kingdom was willing to cede Beihai along with it, they would not send troops against the Great Jean. Beihai essentially referred to the area of present-day Lake Baikal. This region had extremely rich freshwater resources that must be secured. So he replied with a letter, insisting that Beihai must be included in the territory of the Great Xia. With Beihai, even without transporting water, the lake's water would be enough for the entire Great Xia to drink for many years. Suemo insisted that Lin Shi must push to incorporate Beihai into the Great Xia's territory, even if it meant using military force. After all, such abundant freshwater resources were incredibly precious and scarce during times of famine. The Great Jean Kingdom would likely not give it up easily, but now that the Great Xia's military was strong, they would have to think carefully. If they refused to cede Beihai, the entire Great Jean Kingdom might repeat the fate of the Barbarian nations. Suemo grabbed a handful of gold beans and put them in his bag for emergencies. After all, they didn't take up much space and might come in handy someday. Beihai must be secured, thanks to the guidance of the Heavenly Sovereign. Soon, Lin Shi sent back a letter. Since the Heavenly Sovereign had said to take Beihai, they would do whatever it took to secure it. If the Great Jean Kingdom dared to resist, they would simply crush the entire kingdom. The next afternoon, Wan Yengun came again. Your Majesty, the Emperor of my family is willing to cede Beihai, but requests that our great Jin kingdom can purchase the water of Beihai. Wan Yengun bowed respectfully. They could not defeat the great Xia now, nor did they dare to provoke them. However, Beihai was an important water resource for the great Jin kingdom, especially now during a great drought when all other lakes had dried up. If they were not allowed to use Beihai's water, it would be no different from losing their country, and they would have to fight to the death.
That's not a problem, Lin Shi nodded.
After all, her goal was not to let the people of the great Jin kingdom die of thirst, and besides, they were willing to pay for the water, so it was fine.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
I will return to report, and then we will find an auspicious day for both countries to sign the contract.
Wan Yengun sighed in relief.
Although it would cost some money, at least they would have water, preserving the foundation of the great Jin kingdom. He was genuinely worried that Lin Shi would disagree, which would lead to war between the two nations.
Fortunately, the outcome was good, and the great Jin kingdom avoided destruction.
The contract must be signed within 10 days, Lin Shi said lightly.
Yes, Wan Yengun quickly agreed.
After they left, Lin Shi gathered the generals to discuss the next steps. Once the agreement with the great Jin kingdom was signed, Beihai and the southern lands would become the territory of the great Xia.
Naturally, someone would be sent to manage it. Then the next step was crucial. Should they return to the capital first or directly attack the Western Wei kingdom?
Lin Shi absolutely would not accept the surrender of Western Wei. They must be defeated to the point of annihilation, completely eradicating the Western Wei royal family.
All the land must be returned to the Great Xia, designated for administrative provinces.
Your Majesty, I suggest we return to the capital first, rest for a while, and then attack Western Wei, Huang Zhong said. They had already achieved great merit by destroying the Barbarian Kingdom.
Acquiring the lands of the Northern Sea in the south from the Great Jin Kingdom was a historic milestone for the Huaxia people.
This expedition had been a tremendous profit for Great Xia.
At this moment, they could attack Western Wei, relying on their artillery to take it down.
However, he still felt it would be better to return to the capital to rest first before sending troops to Western Wei. After all, this way, it wouldn't be considered a detour. The others agreed, especially some of the younger generals. The Empress did not allow women to accompany the army. All the women in the military were there to serve the Empress. Many had been holding back for so long, wanting to return and spend some quality time with their wives and concubines before going into battle.
All right, we will do as you say. Once we sign the contract with the Great Jin Kingdom, we will head back, Lin Shi nodded. Yuan Du, Lu Shi, I entrust the management of the Barbarian province to you too. Do you have confidence?
These two were originally from the Barbarian Kingdom, but after surrendering to Great Xia, they had also made significant contributions. Thus, they were chosen as the first administrators of the Barbarian province. They were more familiar with the province and understood the local customs better than others, making governance much easier. Your Majesty, rest assured, we will manage it with all our heart and effort. Yuan Du knelt on the ground, his face full of respect. He was now a third-rank official in Great Xia, all his glory granted by the Empress. Therefore, he dared not entertain any other thoughts, only focusing on managing the Barbarian province to live up to the Empress's trust.
Lu Shi quickly expressed his commitment to be diligent and responsible.
They knew that from now on, the Empress would no longer confer titles to men, nor would she grant princely titles. Thus, they had no thoughts of being conferred as kings, especially since their military achievements did not meet the standards for such titles. They were still far from the 5 great generals.
That's good, Lin Shi nodded.
The rest will return to the capital, and based on the merits of this expedition, we will reward them accordingly. In several important battles against the Barbarian Kingdom, many had made great contributions. Upon returning to the capital, they would be promoted based on their military achievements.
Your Majesty, is the Great Jin Kingdom really so willing to give up the Northern Sea?
At that moment, Huang Zhong suddenly reminded them. The Great Jin Kingdom was well aware of the importance of the Northern Sea. If they relinquished it, the royal family would likely be scorned by the people. Now that Wan Yengun had agreed so readily, even saying they would pay for water, it seemed like a delaying tactic.
What you say makes sense, Lin Shi nodded.
Indeed, the Great Jin Kingdom had agreed too readily this time, which inevitably raised suspicions.
However, it didn't matter. If the Great Jin dared to deceive them, they would pay a heavy price.
5 days later, Lin Shi received news that the Great Jin Kingdom had actually dug open the southern side of the Northern Sea, allowing the lake water to pour down. The weather here was exceptionally cold, and all the roads were frozen. Given the current temperature, it would likely take until March or April of next year for nature to thaw. As expected, they wouldn't agree so easily. Lin Shi took a sip of hot tea.
With this move from the Great Jin Kingdom, their motorcycles and cars were basically rendered useless, unable to traverse the icy surface.
But she couldn't wait until tomorrow for spring, that was too long, and there were too many variables. More importantly, she could not allow the Great Gene Kingdom to feel pleased. If the Great Gene dared to go back on their word, the consequences would be severe. She thought for a moment and wrote a letter to the Heavenly Sovereign. The next day, she received a large number of snow tires and many anti-slip chains, suitable for both cars and motorcycles. The Heavenly Sovereign also mentioned that she should be patient for a few days, as he would grant her some snowmobiles. Suemo arrived at a factory selling snowmobiles and ordered 5,000 snowmobiles. Why is there a limit? Suemo glanced at the information on a certain bank card on his phone and frowned. After switching to another bank card, he successfully paid the deposit. After leaving the snowmobile factory, he went to a bank. "Hello, what service do you need?" a female teller asked. "My card has suddenly been limited. I'm here to increase the transfer limit," Suemo said. "Oh, what is your current limit?" 1 million per day. Isn't 1 million enough? No, it's not enough. I need the daily limit to be at least 100 million, Suemo thought for a moment. He rarely used this card, and it probably had just over 300 million in it. The teller glanced at him. Although he was quite handsome, he seemed to be boasting a lot. Could he be a scammer? At such a young age, it was unusual for someone to have that much money in their account. He definitely wasn't one of their high-value clients. She knew all those big shots. The limit is determined based on the transaction history in the account, set by the system. We can't adjust the limit, the teller said flatly. Is that so? Then your bank is really inconvenient. Please transfer all the money from this card to another bank card, Suemo frowned, planning to stop using this bank. You can just transfer it using your mobile banking app, the teller replied. Did I not express myself clearly? It's limited, I can't transfer it all at once. Suemo was getting a bit irritated. No, it's not that you can't transfer it. It's just that you have so much money in your account, the teller chuckled lightly. What kind of attitude is that? Get your bank manager. Suemo snapped. What's wrong? At that moment, a beautiful manager with short hair rushed over. Manager, he wants a daily limit of 100 million. I suspect he is. The teller whispered. The manager glanced at Suemo. Indeed, he didn't seem to have anything particularly valuable on him. He looked like he had just graduated from college. Could he really be a scammer? Hello, sir. How much money do you have in your account? The manager asked with a smile. Let me check. There should be over 300 million. Suemo opened his mobile banking app and took a quick look. The manager and the teller's expressions changed dramatically as the manager took Sumo's card inside to swipe it. After Suemo entered his password, their faces changed several times. They exchanged glances. Although there were personal accounts with over 100 million in their branch, having that much money just sitting in a regular account was only Suemo. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, please come to the VIP room to talk, the manager hurriedly said. The teller also wore a forced smile, realizing her mistake. If she offended a big client, the bank manager would probably be furious with her. Have your bank manager come here. Suemo remained seated. He couldn't tolerate the teller's attitude any longer. It couldn't just end like this. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I'll call the bank manager. Please wait a moment. The manager saw his firm attitude and had no choice but to walk to an office to make a call. After a short while, a middle-aged woman hurried down from the second floor. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. Could you please come to my office to talk? The bank manager said with a forced smile. Suemo followed her to the office on the second floor. The teller and the manager also came along. Xiao Wen, apologize to Mr. Su, the bank manager instructed. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, my attitude was poor. Please forgive me, the teller said, her face flushed. No need for that. I just want to transfer all the money out today, Suemo said calmly. He had money and wouldn't put up with this nonsense. Mr. Su, please calm down. The bank manager personally brewed a pot of tea. Xiao Wen didn't understand. As long as you keep your money in our bank, she will bring you breakfast every morning to make amends, the bank manager hurriedly said. After all, this was 300 million, and Suemo definitely had more than one bank account. Such a big client, they surprisingly hadn't paid special attention before, perhaps because the money in Sumo's account hadn't been used for fixed deposits. Forget it, I can't afford it, Suemo shook his head. Mr. Su, if you insist on transferring out, you need to make an appointment today and come back tomorrow. The bank president saw that he was in a bad mood and figured further persuasion wouldn't be effective. Alright, then make an appointment for me, and I'll come back tomorrow to transfer, Suemo nodded. After a while, he walked out of the bank. Just then, a short-haired beautiful manager approached. Mr. Su, can I add you on WeChat? Is that convenient? The female manager asked.
Suemo glanced at her and took out his phone.
As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. The female manager had always been nice, the mistake was with that female teller.
Mr. Su, do you have any plans later? If not, I know a nice place nearby.
Let me treat you to a meal as an apology, the manager Lin Rui said with a smile.
No need, Suemo shook his head. It's just a meal. If you still insist on transferring, I won't persuade you anymore, Lin Rui said. Hearing this, Suemo opened the car door and let her in. Phantom.
Truly a wealthy person, Lin Rui sighed as she sat in the car. Soon, the two arrived at a high-end restaurant and requested a VIP room. Lin Rui ordered a large table of dishes and 2 bottles of red wine. After a few glasses, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. I heard online that if you deposit 100 million in the bank, the female staff will deliver breakfast.
Is that true? Suemo asked with a smile.
I used to think it was a joke, but after what your bank president said today, I think it might be true. Considering the bank's scale, for a small branch like ours, if you deposit 100 million in fixed deposits, it wouldn't be a problem for the female staff to deliver breakfast, let alone the president, Lin Rui said with a smile. Moreover, Suemo had over 300 million, if all of it were fixed deposits, not only breakfast delivery, but she and the president could even warm his bed together. So that's how it is, being rich is really nice, Suemo smiled faintly. You're already quite wealthy, Lin Rui looked at him with a hint of envy.
Mr. Su, what business are you in? Antiques, I also do exports, Suemo took a sip of red wine.
You really are accomplished at a young age, Lin Rui raised her glass.
I toast to you.
After downing a glass of wine, her eyes became a bit dreamy. Over the years, she had seen many wealthy people, but there weren't many who were so rich, so young, and so handsome.
Mr. Su, you really are young and handsome. There must be many girls who like you, Lin Rui sat beside him. Suemo then noticed that she was actually wearing black stockings.
Coupled with her professional outfit and glasses, she exuded a mature charm.
Objectively speaking, Lin Rui's looks and temperament were above 9 points. Not bad, Suemo looked at her.
There must be quite a few pursuing Sister Lin.
Haha, Mr. Su, you flatter me.
There are a few pursuing me, but none are quite suitable, Lin Rui rested her chin on her hand. So I'd been single all these years. She was 28 this year and wasn't in a hurry.
There were a few diamond-level backup options she used to think were decent.
Now, compared to Suemo, they fell short by a lot.
Who wouldn't like a wealthy young wolf dog? Those older men were just chasing after money.
The two quickly finished a bottle of red wine and opened another. Oh, it's too hot in here. Lin Rui took off her black jacket and unbuttoned one button of her white shirt.
Sumo's eyes lit up. He had underestimated her before. Full and rounded, simply exquisite.
Suemo felt he had drunk a bit too much and was starting to feel a bit hot.
Mr. Su, let's have another drink. Lin Rui's hand naturally rested on Sumo's thigh. Suemo blinked, and for some reason, he didn't ask her to move it away. They had another glass of wine, and Lin Rui lifted her hand to pour wine for Suemo. Mr. Su, I can read poems. Would you mind if I take a look?
Lin Rui said in a sweet voice. Perhaps it was the alcohol, her face was flushed, and her voice was slightly slurred.
Suemo, feeling a bit tipsy himself, extended his hand to her. Mr.
Su is indeed destined for great wealth, Lin Rui said. Let me see your other hand. She placed his hand on her beautiful thigh. Suemo felt the warmth and smoothness, and without hesitation, he touched it a couple of times.
Ha, little brother, you're getting a bit naughty, Lin Rui laughed,
moving his hand further up her thigh. Woman, you're playing with fire. Suemo, emboldened by the alcohol, was not shy and let his hand roam on her thigh. Lin Rui let out a soft moan, almost crying out.
She thought Suemo would just be pretending, but he was so direct.
It made sense, young and wealthy, he probably had more experience with women than she did. Little brother, let's go to the room upstairs later, Lin Rui whispered in his ear. The atmosphere was right for the next step, especially seeing the noticeable bulge in Sumo's pants, which excited her.
What are we going upstairs for? Suemo asked. Naturally, to do what we like.
You can do anything you want with your sister, Lin Rui said, biting her lip. The bank manager had given her this task, and she was just one step away.
If she could keep Suemo as a big client, this year's year-end bonus would be a big surprise.
Of course, even without the monetary incentive, she wanted to test this little brother's capabilities.
I think I won't go, Suemo maintained his rationality.
Oh, does little brother want to stay here? Lin Rui bit her lip again. That's not impossible. After standing up, she unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a black lace-trimmed bra. 2 large, round breasts peeked out, white and perky, slightly trembling. Then, Lin Rui directly unfastened her bra.
Sumo's eyes widened. It was perfect. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, boss, Cece was bitten by a dog. I'm taking her to the third hospital for a rabies vaccine now," came Chow Yi's voice. "What? I understand," Suemo replied, feeling sober up significantly. "Sorry, I have to go," he said, glancing apologetically at the blushing Lin Rui. "I'll leave 100 million in my bank account as a deposit for your performance, the rest I'll transfer tomorrow." This was his way of compensating her. People really shouldn't drink, he almost got taken advantage of again. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Lin Rui was left standing there, a bit flustered. "I told you, it was that child who provoked my dog. My dog is very well behaved and never bites anyone randomly. I've paid for the child's vaccine, but don't expect a penny more. But you kicked my dog, you need to compensate me." In the hospital, a middle-aged woman was holding a teddy dog, speaking to Chow Yi. "What? Are you blaming me now?" Chow Yi was furious. "Cece was just walking normally, and your dog jumped up and bit her. What do you mean blaming you? You kicked my dog, and that's it?" The woman kept nagging. "Don't go too far," Chow Yi frowned. She didn't expect this woman to be so unreasonable and still demand compensation. "You're the one being unreasonable, bullying me," the woman insisted. "What's going on?" At that moment, Suemo arrived at the hospital. "Brother!" Cece ran over to him as soon as she saw him. "It's okay, your brother is here," Suemo said, ruffling her hair and noticing her bandaged hand. "Did you get the vaccine?" "I got it, the doctor said to observe for a while," Chow Yi replied. "Let me tell you, your wife kicked my dog, and you need to compensate me." The woman immediately tried to grab Sumo's shirt. Suemo took a step back, creating distance. After asking Chow Yi about the situation, he instructed her to take Cece to wait in the car. "Youth, let me tell you, my precious pet is very well behaved and has never bitten anyone." The aunt continued to chatter on. "Oh, really? I don't believe it. Let it down and let's see," Suemo sneered. "You, just wait and see, it's very well behaved." The aunt let the dog down. Woof! As soon as the dog touched the ground, it immediately lunged at Suemo. "Get lost!" Suemo kicked the brown teddy dog hard, sending it crashing against the wall. Blood gushed from the dog's head as it fell to the ground, howling weakly. "Oh my, how could you do this? Doctor, help! Doctor!" The aunt sat on the ground, screaming as she looked at her bleeding dog. "What happened?" Two doctors rushed over. "Quick, save my dog." The aunt pointed at the dog. "You, what nonsense! This is a hospital. We treat people, not animals." The two doctors were infuriated and turned to leave. "You brat, you kicked my dog to death, you have to pay." The aunt pointed at Suemo. "Your dog was going to bite me. It was a reflex. This hospital has surveillance, don't even think about extorting money," Suemo replied coldly. Seeing her dog quickly losing breath, the aunt immediately called the police. When the police arrived and reviewed the surveillance, they indeed saw the dog lunging at Suemo. "Brother, just pay her 500, after all, you kicked the dog to death," one police officer suggested. Such cases were troublesome, if not handled well. The aunt would likely cause a scene at their station every day. "No, I won't pay a single cent. Moreover, this dog caused my sister great physical and mental harm. I want her to compensate me." Suemo decisively refused and immediately called lawyer Zhao. The police were stunned upon hearing this, and the aunt was also bewildered. Suemo stepped outside and showed the police the bite wounds on Shishi. "This is the dog that bit her. My sister was just walking normally when the dog lunged at her. You can go to the scene and check the surveillance. She must compensate." Today, he had to get an explanation for Shishi and had no intention of paying her. The police's expressions changed when they saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ordinary people would usually choose to spend a little money to settle things, but this wealthy man clearly wasn't willing to do so. "So rich people can bully others, huh? Everyone come and see. They are bullying me and killed my dog." The aunt sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. More and more people gathered to watch. "Alright, stop shouting. Let's go to the police station," the police said. "I won't go, I'm staying right here. You see he has money, so help him help me." The aunt cried out as she looked at her dog, which had completely lost its breath. "Hey, isn't this my dog?" A woman noticed the dog tag around the dog's neck and squatted down to take a closer look. "This is my dog, it was stolen 3 months ago." The woman was astonished after confirming. "Nonsense, this is my dog. I've raised it for several years." The aunt was momentarily stunned. "Is this really your dog? It bit someone, and now compensation is needed." The police were taken aback and then confirmed. Unexpectedly, the dog wasn't even the aunt's, and the situation was getting more complicated. The woman glanced at the bitten Shishi. "I must have mistaken it, it looks somewhat similar, but it's not my dog." The The woman waved her hand and hurried away. The aunt was bewildered several times. This dog was indeed the one she had stolen. She just didn't expect to encounter the original owner here, and even more so, that the person wouldn't recognize it. Soon, Lawyer Zhao arrived with people. Sumo was their super big client. Although this was a small matter, it had to be handled beautifully. You can discuss the rest with my lawyer, Sumo told Chowie as he drove them back home. He had been drinking and had called for a designated driver when he came. Shishi, don't go to school for the next few days, stay home and recover, Sumo said. Shishi nodded obediently. Sumo returned to the food factory, and shortly after arriving at the office, he heard a WeChat notification. Opening it, he saw several extremely seductive photos sent by Li Rue. Testing me like this, who can withstand such a test? Sumo looked carefully several times before deleting the messages. Please don't send such photos anymore, I have a girlfriend now, he replied after thinking for a moment. Today, he almost lost control, it was truly a close call. Lin Shi received snowmobiles and other supplies from the Celestial Lord, allowing the soldiers to travel light with only 10 days worth of rations. Leading 100,000 soldiers, armed with guns and cannons, they set off towards the Great Jin Kingdom. Their advance was unstoppable, and no matter how solid the city walls were, they could not withstand a cannon shot. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Great Xia army has already taken control of the North Sea. The Emperor of the Great Jin was in the palace, singing and dancing, but upon hearing the report, the lively hall fell silent. The speed of the Great Xia army's attack far exceeded their expectations. The Great Xia army has iron beasts that can move swiftly over the ice, they have powerful cannons, and we simply cannot compete. No matter how skilled a warrior, they cannot withstand a bullet. No matter how proficient an archer, their range is far inferior to that of a machine gun. No matter how sturdy the city walls, they cannot endure the bombardment of cannonballs. Your Majesty, according to the information we have received, the Great Xia army is rapidly approaching the royal capital. We should escape first. If they did not flee soon, they might repeat the fate of the Great Barbarian Kingdom. Retreat, quickly retreat, move north to the Jinzheng Khanate. The Emperor of the Great Jin did not hesitate upon hearing this. He regretted not ceding the North Sea at that time, and now he had to flee. He had thought that the ice would be enough to withstand the Great Xiao's speed of attack, but he never expected them to invent a means to move swiftly over the ice so quickly. Such speed was impossible unless the Celestial Lord truly granted them these advanced tools and weapons. Regretting now was useless, the Great Xia would not miss such a good opportunity to eliminate them. Pack up some things, leave the heavy ones behind, we must leave immediately. The Emperor of the Great Jin issued the order. Everyone immediately dispersed, and the high-ranking officials began to gather their belongings. The entire royal capital of the Great Jin was in chaos, with nobles busy collecting gold and silver and other valuables to flee. In less than a day, apart from the remaining soldiers and ordinary citizens, almost everyone had escaped. Some bold citizens attempted to sneak into the palace to find treasures amidst the chaos, only to be killed by the guards left behind. These guards stayed to defend the palace, fully aware they might die, but there was no other choice. They remained to resist the Great Xia's attack, hoping to buy more time for the emperors to escape. Sure enough, the next day, the Great Xia army arrived at the walls of the royal capital, blasting open the thick walls with 2 cannon shots. The soldiers, witnessing their comrades being mowed down by machine gun fire, completely broke down. They dropped their bows and long knives and surrendered. This was not a war of the times, the gap was too vast, and they could not fight back at all. Before the battle began, they thought they had a chance. But once it started, it became clear that no matter how hard they fought, victory was impossible. Lin Shi and the others successfully occupied the Great Jin Palace and ordered Han Jian to lead 10,000 soldiers to pursue the Emperor of the Great Jin and his entourage. At the same time, they issued orders to open the granaries and provide food to the citizens of the royal capital. Although the Great Jin had the North Sea, they had previously taken advantage of the Great Famine to sell water to the citizens at high prices, which had already caused public outrage. Even though they harvested grain, over 95% of it was handed over to the court, and many people went hungry for days. Unexpectedly, when the Great Xia army arrived, they brought food to them. Instantly, the citizens developed a much better impression of the Great Xia army. The Great Jin's grain reserves are abundant. Transport half of it back to the Great Xia, Lin Shi decided. After all, they could not rely on the Celestial Lord to provide them with food indefinitely. Now that they had occupied the North Sea and had vehicles, transporting water in the future would not be a problem. She immediately wrote a letter to the Celestial Master, informing him that they had taken down the Great Jin Kingdom and securely occupied the North Sea. After receiving the letter, Sumo provided her with a plan for diverting the North Water to the south. Although this project was monumental, Once completed, it would undoubtedly benefit the Great Xia for millennia. Of course, this matter could wait until Lin Shi unified everything. The next afternoon, Han Jian returned with over 20,000 captives. Among them were the heads of the great Jin Emperor and his heirs. Additionally, countless treasures of gold, silver, and jewels were brought back. Your Majesty, we have executed the great Jin Emperor and the royal family, bringing back only their heads, Han Jian reported. Good, you did well. Treat the soldiers to a meal and let them rest, Lin Shi said, quite satisfied. What should we do next? Lin Shi asked that night within the palace. The capital of the great Jin had fallen, but there were still some cities to the north that had not been conquered. Since we've come this far, we can't just leave it at that. We must take the entire great Jin kingdom, Xianlong said. The others nodded in agreement. This was a rare opportunity to establish a great legacy. They had already become the largest dynasty in the history of Huaxia, and capturing the northern cities would completely extinguish the Jin people's hopes of restoring their kingdom. I have the same intention, Lin Shi nodded and said, General Xiang, you are ordered to lead 20,000 troops northward. General Huan will command 20,000 soldiers to manage the capital, temporarily becoming the governor of the Great Jin province. The rest will return with me to the Great Xia. There were still 100,000 people waiting in the Great Man Kingdom's court, who had not come along this time. She had no need to wait here, trusting that Xianlong and Han Jian could handle the affairs of the Great Jin Kingdom. After everyone dispersed, she entered a large room filled with boxes of treasures. The first 20 boxes were the most precious items she had selected to send to her brother, the Celestial Master. Suemo received so many treasures that they filled an entire wall-sized safe. Just taking out one item was worth a fortune. Brother Celestial Master, we have destroyed the great Jin royal family and firmly controlled the North Sea. Next, I will return to the Great Xia and then sweep through the Western Way. Suemo saw the letter Lin Shi had written and was surprised at how quickly two kingdoms had fallen. As for the Western Way, there was no suspense under the gunfire. My phone is out of battery, could you please charge it for me, Celestial Master? After reading the letter, Suemo picked up Lin Shi's phone. Upon opening it, he saw selfies inside and felt an even stronger urge to find Lin Shi through the bag. However, he controlled himself and decided to wait a bit longer. After all, if he crossed over, what would he do if Lin Shi discovered he was just a mortal? Lost in thought, he slowly fell asleep. Mr. Su, we won. The next day, Suemo received news from lawyer Zhao that they had won the lawsuit. Wang Yugue not only had to return all the Su family's assets but also faced charges of embezzlement and would be imprisoned. Great, that's wonderful. Suemo was very happy. Finally, they had won and would reclaim what belonged to his family. Boss, Wang Yugue is here, kneeling at the gate, Di Weigua called. Upon hearing this, Suemo went to the gate and saw a dejected Wang Yugue. Xiao, I was confused at the time. I will return everything, the company, the villa, all of it. Please spare me a way out, after all, I am your uncle. Wang Yugue cried as he saw him, tears streaming down his face. He never expected to lose the lawsuit again. Now he had to return all of Sumo's assets and faced prosecution, risking imprisonment. Isn't your son in prison? You can go in and keep him company, that would be quite nice. Suemo glanced at him. How dare you call yourself my uncle? When he needed help the most, it was Wang Yugue who stabbed him in the back and took away the Su family's business. How could he forget his uncle's identity at that time? Money is a good thing, it can reveal many truths. Xiao, I beg you, please show mercy and spare me this once. Wang Yugue was crying and sniffling. From now on, I'll go back to my hometown, I won't be a bother to you anymore. He was genuinely scared. Sumo's lawyer was too formidable, and he had lost terribly. If Suemo insisted on sending him to prison, there would be no suspense about it. Mr. Wang, you've gained quite a bit of weight over the years, high blood lipids, high uric acid, and a number of other minor ailments, right? Suemo glanced at him. It might be good for you to go in, lose some weight in there, and maybe you could live a few more years. When Wang Yugue betrayed him back then, Sumo's heart had already turned completely cold. He would no longer pity this ungrateful wretch, he had to pay the price he deserved. As for the sentence length, that was up to the court. Suemo, have you forgotten how I used to carry you when you were little, often lifting you high on my shoulders? Have you forgotten, you little brat? I'm your own uncle. Are you trying to kill me? Wang Yugue cried bitterly. Ha, if it weren't for my mom back then, you wouldn't even have touched this comfortable life for all these years. You've enjoyed it for so long. Suemo looked at him coldly. Since my parents passed away, I regarded you as my closest relative, but what have you done to me? You drained my family's assets, leaving me with a factory in debt. Have you ever thought about how I'm supposed to live? If it weren't for that leather bag, he would probably have been homeless by now. Trying to use familial ties to blackmail him was truly laughable. Xiaomo, you really have a cold heart. Wang Yugui wiped his tears and stood up. If that's the case, our relationship ends here. He looked at Suemo, his expression one of deep sorrow. After getting into the car, he quickly left. Since the sob story didn't work, he had to think of other ways. Sitting and waiting for death was not an option. If Suemo were to die, then as his closest relative. Not to mention the Su family's company assets, even the items in the antique shop were worth a fortune. Suemo hired several bodyguards at a high salary. He had to be cautious before sending Wang Yugui to prison. After all, he wasn't short on money now, and personal safety was the priority. Wang Yugui was not someone who would just sit back and wait. He might do something crazy. Sure enough, the next day, while driving, a dump truck suddenly changed lanes and crashed into him. Fortunately, he reacted in time and avoided disaster. The truck crashed through the guardrail and fell into a deep pit, killing the driver on the spot. Suemo narrowed his eyes. His first reaction was that it was sent by Wang Yugui. After returning home, he immediately called lawyer Zhao, urging him to find a way to send Wang Yugui to prison as soon as possible. Keeping this guy around was a disaster. Even with bodyguards, it wasn't necessarily safe. 3 days later, Suemo reclaimed all of the Su family's assets. He dismissed some executives and brought in trustworthy people to manage the company. Over the years, the company had been turned into a mess by Wang Yugui. The most outrageous thing was that Wang Yugui had actually appointed a female technician as the vice president of a secondary company. This female technician had met Wang Yugui while giving him a massage, and their relationship had developed into an affair, ultimately leading her to a high position. It was said that all the young, handsome guys in her department had been seduced by her. Suemo expelled these parasites from the company and hired professional managers to run it. He had come to understand many things and wouldn't tie himself down to the company. Otherwise, if one day he whimsically went to Lin Shi's side, wouldn't the company fall into chaos? So he hired professional managers to run the company while he maintained control over the direction. He then reclaimed the Su family's villa. The items inside had long been cleared out. That bastard. Suemo glanced at the villa and locked the gate. He felt more at ease staying in the office of the food factory. After all, it was filled with a wall of safes, and the contents were worth a fortune. That night, after asking about Lin Shi's plans, he contacted his uncle to purchase more firearms and ammunition. The next day, he flew to the country of Ni and bought 20,000 rifles and 100 million bullets. 500 mortars and 50,000 shells were purchased. Lin Shi led the army back to the capital of the Great Xia, celebrating for 3 days. This time, the Great Man Kingdom and the Great Jin Kingdom were incorporated into the territory of the Great Xia, making it the largest in history. She received new rifles and mortars granted by the Celestial Sovereign, and her mood was excellent. She then selected 20,000 soldiers, armed with guns and cannons, and set off towards the Western Way. In less than 5 days, they swept through and annihilated the Western Way. Under the might of these weapons, no one could resist. The Eastern Yi, Southern Yu, Great Shu, and Great Shu trembled in fear, and one after another, they came to the capital to apply to become vassal kingdoms of the Great Xia. Now, with the military strength of the Great Xia being formidable, equipped with long guns and artillery, they simply could not withstand it. The fates of the Great Man, Great Jin, and Western Way were already laid bare. If they dared to harbor any illusions, they would be the next to be destroyed. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment but still did not agree to them. Now was the time to press forward and achieve unification. At this moment, there could be no mercy. Otherwise, once the technology of guns and cannons was learned by others, it would pose a great risk. Taking advantage of the fact that only the Great Xia possessed such war instruments, it was essential to complete the unification. Lin Shi offered these countries a choice. The royal families could voluntarily surrender and give up their royal status. This way, they could avoid a massacre. The envoys from these countries quickly delivered Lin Shi's refusal to the emperor. The Great Xia aimed to unify the world, and their desire to become vassal kingdoms was no longer possible. If they did not agree, the consequences would be even worse. The guns and cannons of the Great Xia would not give them any chance at all. Celestial Sovereign Brother, we have now completed the annihilation of the Man Kingdom, the destruction of the Great Jin, and the slaughter of the Western Way, and the remaining countries have all submitted to us. Suemo felt greatly comforted after receiving Lin Shi's letter. War was brutal, but a short pain was better than a long one. Unification was the ultimate path. At that time, reforms such as a common script and unified transportation would follow. Lin Shi, do you want to meet this celestial sovereign? Suemo suddenly asked impulsively. Celestial Sovereign Brother, I naturally want to very much. Lin Shi quickly replied. She was extremely excited, having dreamed of this day. After receiving the letter, Suemo was also very excited.
He took a shower, changed into a handsome outfit, and called his bodyguards, instructing them to keep a close watch on the door and not let anyone enter his office. He then locked the door, took a leather bag, and went to a large cabinet. With a thought, he felt darkness envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. Lin Shi pays her respects to Celestial Sovereign Brother. At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind. Suemo turned around to see Lin Shi kneeling on the ground. Get up. He hurriedly helped her up. Seeing her in person for the first time was truly heart-stirring. Her beauty, grace, and figure were absolutely top-notch. It was nighttime, and Lin Shi was wearing a silk nightgown, her figure curvaceous, igniting a fire within. Celestial Sovereign Brother, is it really you? Lin Shi looked at him, her hands trembling with excitement. The achievements of the Great Xia were all thanks to the help of Celestial Sovereign Brother. Of course it's me, Suemo nodded. He forced himself to calm down, trying to appear composed. Celestial Sovereign Brother, thank you for saving me, saving the Great Xia, and saving the people of the world. Lin Shi was immensely grateful. She had vowed to serve the deity with her life. She hadn't expected Celestial Sovereign Brother to appear even earlier than anticipated. She bit her lip and slowly took off her nightgown. Celestial Sovereign Brother, let me serve you tonight. Suemo felt his nose nearly bleed, his blood surging, and he could no longer hold back. Early the next morning, Lin Shi looked at the crimson stain on the sheets and sighed softly. She hadn't expected to give herself away so easily, and her heart felt somewhat conflicted. Suemo opened his eyes and pulled her into his embrace, then couldn't help but think of 1,000 words left unsaid. By the time he got up, he had to lean against the wall to walk, his feet feeling soft as if he were stepping on cotton. Brother Tianzuan, what's wrong with you? Lin Shi felt a bit surprised. The Heavenly Sovereign had boundless divine power, he shouldn't be this weak, right? Lin Shi, this is just a projection of mine coming to your world, without any magical power. Immortals have their own rules. If my true self were to descend, this world wouldn't be able to bear it and would collapse. Suemo casually found an excuse. I see, Lin Shi suddenly understood. After finishing his business with the night pot, Suemo got back into bed, holding Lin Shi. Have you ever thought about visiting another world? Suemo suddenly asked. Ah, is it the immortal realm? Lin Shi asked in surprise. Not the immortal realm, but the future world. Lin Shi gently kissed his cheek, but if you disappear during the day, it might cause chaos. Wait until night, and I'll take you to see. Thank you, Brother Tianzuan. Lin Shi was extremely excited. After Suemo got dressed, he used a leather bag to teleport back to the real world. That night, he teleported to the world where Lin Shi was, arriving at the Imperial Study. Brother Tianzuan, the world you are in uses simplified characters. Our national master promoted them back in the day, Lin Shi said. What? Suemo was shocked to hear this. Is there a portrait of your national master? Moments later, he looked at the portrait, filled with excitement. It was indeed his old man.